Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The sun's rays illuminated the schoolyard. His name was Ping. Today was April 5, 2008. The students were sitting at their desks. Location, First High School, Year 3, Form 4. Ping finally began to accept the shocking reality. The hero sat back and thought about how he had entered a world parallel to his past decade. In fact, this world was different from his past life. Red banners hung from the wall of the building. A man with short hair stood in the classroom and called out to Ping and Chen, reminding them that they had 2 days left to enroll in martial arts and asking if they were going to enroll. The hero thought that the National College entrance exam was still running, but now there was an additional entrance subject, martial arts. Chen scratched his forehead with a pen and said that the entrance fee was 10,000, and knowing that he would not pass, he thought it was a waste of money. Our hero was surprised to hear about the 10,000 entry fee. The student standing nearby lowered his eyes and said that he wanted to enroll even though this was the only chance for the mediocre to become outstanding. They were interrupted by a comrade who came to the table and shouted, asking if everyone had seen the news yesterday that a great master would soon break through to the 8th stage. He also said that they had officially challenged the representative of the Pacific region. The boy and the second student with blonde hair were surprised, answering that the gentleman had only broken through to the 7th stage a few years ago. Ping looked puzzled. The rest of the class turned around, hearing that this was the truth and that it was mentioned in the report. The blonde student asked if the ranking had been updated yet and that Ma should be in the top 30. The protagonist thought, smiling, that he had watched a lot of Isekai on TV in his previous life, and after observing their excitement for a while, it became obvious that being a martial artist was a first-class profession. He turned to his friend and asked, "That Master Ma, is this Ma Hua Ping?" But Chen frowned and said that it was disrespectful to call a master by his first name. The protagonist realized that it was indeed Ma Hua Ping, and only smiled awkwardly. After that, he demonstratively hit himself on the lips and said that he had not been watching his language at all lately, thinking that it was better to search on the internet, and that it was too suspicious to ask so many questions. Smiling, putting his hand on the back of his head, Ping asked his friend if there were any internet cafes nearby, to which he received the answer that there were and the protagonist often went there. He laughed awkwardly again, saying that he had just not been there for a long time, and thinking that since it was still there, that great manager was probably still there. Ping imagined the girl, thinking that he still remembered how he was in school back then. She would always appear in his dreams and do embarrassing things to the point of hell. The sign was white, with red letters. Ping looked at the receptionist in surprise, thinking that he had such a terrible taste when he was young. What the hell, this is not what he remembers. But the girl interrupted his thoughts with a smile, asking if he wanted to top up his account. Top up with $50 at once, he would get more. Looking at the little money in his hand, the guy just thought that it didn't look like he was swimming in money. The receptionist threw him a pass on the table when Ping said no. He would top up with 5, commenting that he was poor and still looking at their internet. Here is his temporary membership card. Ping looked at her in confusion, wondering if she had changed her attitude too quickly. They really wouldn't be happy if they didn't have money. Later, the hero was already sitting in front of the computer. The guy opened his mouth and cursed. Frowning, he said, "I simply must take part in this exam." Imagining different people of different ages, the hero thought that in this world, there are some unspoken rules that everyone has known since childhood. No matter what you do, strength can give everything, as well as take away. Local cultivators are very different from those in novels. Cultivators have unrivaled status and influence in society. They are divided into 9 stages, from the lowest to the highest. In this world, only cultivators are allowed to establish companies. Once you reach the 3rd stage, you can become a governor. The same goes for the entertainment industry. Several hands reached out to the NEBI, the National Martial Arts Examination. This is the only hope for those who wish to achieve success. That is why Jinyang said that this is the only way to stand out from the crowd and become someone truly strong. Scratching his head, the hero thought that everything can't be so simple. Only the entry fee is $10,000, and there are only 2 more days left before the registration period begins. Someone had their eyes closed and other black streak. Ping was unhappy that all those characters from manga and anime are reborn with outright cheats, so why the hell can't he even pay the entry fee? Where are his promise cheats? Sitting in front of the monitor, the hero had a thought that maybe his family is rich enough in this world. Who knows, maybe he even lives in his own villa. Later, he stood in front of a shabby house, smiling nervously. He realized that no one pulled his tongue. Having gone up to the floor, the hero opened the door. Looking around the room, Ping recognized the familiar damp smell, the same shabby house. Someone's footsteps were heard with a cry that the main character is a thief. Ping took off his shoes when he saw the girl in front of him. She held out her hand, demanding her money back. He looked at her in surprise, thinking about that round face. Then he stood up and grabbed the girl by the cheeks. She was confused. The hero thought that it was his sister, Yuan. He always felt sorry for her, losing her cute face when she grew up. but then she knocked his hands away from her face and demanded his money back again. His sister practically blew steam out of her ears, telling him not to play dumb. Mom left 50 for both of them, so why did she only have $5 on the table? Looking away, he thought that part of the 28 was hers, but pretending not to understand, Ping told her that he didn't know, maybe she had already spent it, let her look again. Then Yuan ran to her mother, asking her to do something. The hero thought that it looked like he regularly extorted pocket money. The woman turned to her daughter, telling her not to be hysterical, her father would be back for dinner soon. It was his mother, Yuan, who looked quite young. Ping looked at her with his big eyes, thinking that at this time she had to work part-time with a monthly salary of $800 to take care of him and his sister. How could he even ask her for $10,000? At this moment, a man entered the house and asked if dinner was ready. His father, Fan Minjun, an ordinary worker at a factory. Considering that he inhales a lot of dust, which can affect his health, his monthly salary is $3,000. The hero looked at him. He wanted to turn to him, but was immediately confused when his father asked why he was still in his school uniform, let him quickly tidy himself up and sit down at the table, to which he only replied that he had just arrived. Then Yuan ran to her father, saying that her brother stole the money again, let him tell him something already, but Ping asked him not to listen to her. Later, the whole family gathered at the table. Holding a plate in his hands, the hero thought that he had to admit that if he did not pass the exam, he would not be able to change anything in his life and the life of his family. The hero lowered his head in disappointment. After thinking about it, he looked at his father and said that he had decided to participate in the National Martial Arts exam. The whole family was surprised. Everyone froze with food in their hands. The hero thought that he probably hoped in vain that his family would be able to afford the entry fee. Ping looked nervous, thinking that it would be better to think of alternative paths. Laughing awkwardly, he said that this was just a word, let them not pay attention. Someone's hand extended a bank card. Ping was shocked, looking at it. Looking at his plate, Ming Rong asked again, the entry fee is 10,000, right? He heard about it from his colleagues. His son did not express his desire, so he did not mention it. The guy can withdraw the money tomorrow. His son looked at him confused, hearing that it did not matter whether he passed or not, if his heart wanted it, it was worth it. The hero thought that even if his family was so poor, his father gave him this money and even made sure that he did not worry. He looked at the bank card, thinking that if he did not pass, how could he repay his understanding and support? But, squeezing it in his hand, the hero decided that to hell with it, no matter what happened, he would succeed this time. On the white building, there were golden hieroglyphs. Holding the money in his hand, the hero felt something strange. Different letters appeared in front of his eyes. As soon as he touched the bill, a notification appeared right in front of his eyes. Among other symbols, messages appeared that the conditions were met, connection attempt, connection successful. In his past life, he read many stories about those who were reborn. Later, a status screen appeared, balance $10,000, energy 1, intelligence 1. It was definitely a system. Clouds were floating across the sky. The sun was shining on the hero's house. Ping was lying on the bed. He remembered looking at the status screen. His hands were holding his head. He was thinking about how he had a system. What happened? As soon as he received cash, the balance was replenished. Now in front of him was the status that the balance was 10,000, energy 1, intelligence 1. Only if the money was his, otherwise nothing would work. Afterwards, he took the bill in his hands, noting that even if there was not enough money, it still counted. Sitting on the bed, the guy thought that since the balance had changed, it was obvious that he could raise both energy and intelligence. Clearing his throat, he tried, telling the system to raise his stats. But the information in the window remained unchanged. The hero looked at it with displeasure. Then Ping tried, using different gestures and movements, saying, "Oh great system, can I use money to raise stats? Oh my god, raise the stats. NPU, let it be a good system." After that, he looked at the information window again with displeasure, wondering what was wrong with his cheats. Raising his hands, the hero cursed, saying that he shouldn't have appeared so late, let him raise the energy or he would delete it. Suddenly, a red light surrounded him, after which the window appeared again with a balance of 0, energy of 1.1, intelligence of 1. Ping opened his eyes wide. Lowering his head, his heart began to beat faster. Energy increased. Looking at his hands, he realized with surprise that's how it was. Closing his eyes, the hero raised his head, realizing that 10,000, his father's savings, raised energy by only 0.1, but even so, this amazing feeling, as if he could move mountains. Suddenly, he opened his eyes again. It can't be. The money was still lying on the table. Looking at it with relief, he said that fortunately, his money was in place. It seemed that the virtual score had no effect on the real one. How would he explain this to his parents? Yuan eavesdropped outside his door, thinking that her brother had completely lost his mind. Clouds floated across the sky. The sun illuminated the walls of the building. The teacher stood in front of the students, saying that everyone who had signed up for the exam should come to the teacher's office to register. Ping stood up from his desk, and his friend asked if he was going to the restroom again, but the hero awkwardly put his hand on his head, saying that he was going to register. The guy with glasses opened his mouth in surprise. The sign above the door said teacher's room. As one of the students entered, she told him that she did not expect to see him, adding that his cultivation was as insignificant as his dignity. Taking a pen in his hand, he thought that it was a shame, of course, but he really had nothing to say. The value of one must be monstrously small. Jinyang brazenly put his hand on him, saying that he probably hadn't even checked yet. The person sitting next to them said that last time he got 108, but the hero couldn't compare to his result. Ping's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed not to notice anyone around him, thinking that it was impossible. The difference was simply colossal. But the student who looked at him said that he could come and check after school. Jumping up, the hero got angry, telling him that he was a rich kid. Where did he get a cultivation tester from? Jai Hao just looked at him and said that it was important for him to check his cultivation regularly, so his father bought him one. Of course, it couldn't compare to the official ones, to which the hero thought that even the oldest, used tester cost from $1,000. The hero looked stupid and confused, not understanding why they were so expensive. In his past life, even the coolest blood pressure monitor did not cost more than $1,000. Do they live in gold mines? The rays of the sun illuminated the window. Jai Hao and Ping were standing near the chair. The hero sat down. His companion was looking at something on the monitor. He was shocked by what he saw when the hero asked if the result had already been announced. He opened his eyes wide, not believing that Ping's cultivation was really 113. The blue screen showed a Kai reserve of 113. Ping looked satisfied, realizing that he should have guessed. This world and the system use different counting systems. The system displays 1.1, while in reality he has 113, so the ratio is 1:10. Jai Hao turned to the hero and asked why he hid it, saying that his cultivation was second in the class, and the hero was not at all surprised. Meanwhile, Ming Rong was counting money, saying that he heard from the boss that martial arts require tens of thousands for the simplest pills. Since Ping decided to go down this path, they can't ignore it. His wife handed him more money, saying that they had 20,000 left from their savings, and if that wasn't enough, she would try to find it. Suddenly, they turned around to hear their daughter screaming that those whose Kai reached 110 could already be considered martial practitioners, so her brother could be 113. His hand was holding Yuan's cheek. Holding her face, he replied that it couldn't be helped. Her brother was an extremely gifted person, and this year he would lay his hands on the martial arts exam as well. Yin came out to the children, telling the boy to come over as they had something to tell him. Getting up from the sofa, the boy said that he was coming. The girl complained in tears that her brother was bullying her again. He looked at her mother in confusion, wondering what was going on. Entering their room, he immediately noticed a serious, suffocating aura. The father looked at his son with a smile, asking him to come over. Pulling his hand, Ming Rong put money in his palm, saying that they had decided to support him on his journey. This is money for pills, and let him speak up if it is not enough. Holding the money in his hand, the guy saw that the balance had been replenished by 20,000. Ming Rong smiled, saying that they almost robbed him of a chance for a great future due to their carelessness, and now they will fully support him in the exam. Ping looked shocked, at a loss for words. Later, he sat in his room, debating whether to spend the money on pills. He imagined himself holding one. Then he swallowed it. But the result was only gas. The hero was angry. Closing his eyes and smiling, he realized that compared to the system, they were completely useless. The status screen hung above his head. The sun was shining on the walls of the school again. The tired hero walked up the stairs, thinking about how he tried to strengthen his spirit last night. The screen displayed a balance of 10,000, energy 1.1 and intelligence 1.1. The system still wrote off 10,000, but this feeling was as if all his thoughts were cleared and reached enlightenment. He imagined himself running naked across the field, describing it as thoughts began to run at an incredible speed, an incredible feeling. Sitting at the table, there were many formulas in his head. He thought about how attention, analysis, and memory had increased many times over. Yawning, the hero summed up that he spent the night studying and realizing his new capabilities. Someone's foot fell off the steps. Jai Hao pounced on the hero. They fell to the floor together. Getting up, the hero shouted that he was in pain, but the guy replied that he hid it well. That he had 113 units. Just think, even he only had 110, when did he manage to? The rest of the students went down the stairs, greeting Ping. The hero already realized that now the whole school knows about it. Someone grabbed Giant by the collar. The guy threw Giant aside in one motion. After that, he sat down opposite Ping, comparing himself to him. He had outstanding muscles, a strong physique and 108 points, while the hero only had weak muscles, a skinny physique, but 113 points. After that, the guy frustratedly rushed along the corridor. An elderly teacher noticed them and was glad that they were still here. Approaching the hero, he handed him several books, asking him to hold them. Looking at them, Ping was surprised. On the top book, it was written that this was the Basic Theory of Martial Arts, Volume 1. The man pointed to it, saying that it was worth reading these books. They contain martial arts training schemes. Since the hero is now also a practitioner, then good luck to him. Even though he is one step behind the others, the teachers will help. Hearing this, the hero opened his eyes wide. Then he smiled and thanked the teacher, thinking that he had absolutely nothing to do in the classroom before, so this is great news. I must say that they are good people. The man started to leave, saying that he needed a few people, he had a task for them. Ping just looked at him questioningly. Then the man looked at the hero, saying that he had asked the director several times before he had the opportunity to go for one of the best in the university. The gray building was illuminated by bright rays of sunlight. Someone was standing in front of him, saying that he had not been here for a long time. A guy with short hair was holding his suitcase by the handle. He smiled. Jinyang, Nanjing School of Science and Technology, 5th year. Several students waved to him, saying that they were here. Jinyang was surprised to see them. As he crossed the road, he told them that they had done well. The hero thought that the guy looked rather mediocre. He was looking at his phone screen. The hero closed his eyes and thought that even if he was a martial artist, he looked like just another dreamer who had just entered university. Ping remembered how the students looked at him angrily, calling him ignorant. He just asked, "Who is Jinyang?" He just scratched his face in confusion, clarifying that he should know all their idols. One of them covered her face with her hand. Then she pulled back her jacket, showing a t-shirt with the words "I love Jinyang" written on it, and pointed at the hero with her finger. He stood there completely confused. The girl introduced the guy reading, describing him as a 19-year-old man who loves apples, and frankly, there are almost no things he doesn't like. Then the guy walked, waving to people in cars. His favorite pastime is hardening his body and mind. After Jinyang, he held his honors diploma. He never gave up on the path of practice. In the previous exam, he got into the university as the best combat practitioner. The guy ran in the rain, and the girl said that he was also the first to enter a prestigious university from the lower classes. Then he confidently looked at his hand, and the girl clarified that he was only a first-year student, but had already become a cultivator. The student hugged herself, telling the hero that even such an ignoramus as Ping, maybe he doesn't know the hope of all the lower-class students. Later, the hero looked behind him in surprise. Everyone was celebrating Jinyang, shouting "Welcome back. Please say something." He smiled awkwardly, saying that they were being too polite. The bus was moving quickly along the road. Someone asked him to share his secret of how he was able to enter the martial arts world from the lower classes. Then Ping, without turning his head, still listened. Jinyang introduced several circles, talking about the 5 major tests of martial arts: political career, culture, specialty, experience, and physical strength. The girl sitting next to him looked at him lovingly when he said that everyone present had a Chi value of 10, but even so, to meet the requirements. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise when they heard that it would be dangerous. Jinyang looked serious, saying that if they could control their emotions, the result might be different to some extent. The students looked at him silently. The other guys were also silent. Holding up his finger, the guy also said that it was happiness, anger, sadness, and inspiration. If any of the emotions went beyond the limit, your Chi would start to boil and become unstable, especially rage. It was simple, but the consequences were significant. Also holding up his finger, Jinyang smiled, suggesting that they imagine being humiliated as an example. Looking at the guy, Ping thought, how can one imagine a feeling? The bus was passing by other cars when Jinyang continued, saying that if one had experience, the physical test was not a problem. It was simply a test of explosive power, agility, and body stability. Of course, this did not apply to those scum who achieved results by taking all sorts of drugs bought with family money. On the instruments, their strength was good, but their foundation was as shaky as a house of cards. Besides, they would not become fighters. He noted with a slight smile on his face that if they could not kill a chicken or even a pet without hesitation, then what could they say about humans? Then he smiled even more, saying that killing people was completely different from slaughtering chickens. Ping widened his eyes in surprise. He turned to look at Jinyang, thinking that he was saying it so naturally, he must have killed many times before. There was still a strict law in this world, he shouldn't have the opportunity to kill, right? Watching the girl glance at the guy, the hero also thought that besides, he was just a freshman. The rays of the sun illuminated the protagonist's modest house. His mother asked why Ping got up so early since he didn't have to go to school. He replied that he was just driving his eldest home from university and would drop him off at school for his speech later. Now he was lying on his bed, remembering Jinyang's face and his words about killing people being completely different from slaughtering chickens. Ping looked sad, thinking about killing. How could he say it so naturally? Getting out of bed, the hero decided that he had already killed. The phone on the table rang. Putting it to his ear, the guy heard that new information had appeared. The target had escaped to Kanchan. There is a border between provinces if the target escapes. Standing with one towel, Jinyang clarified, didn't he say not to do anything until he arrives? The target should stay where he is. Let them watch. Opening the curtain, the guy heard the answer that if the target escapes, the people above would not mind sacrificing them. To which the guy replied that it was their problem. How about it? Jinyang stood by the window, saying that he would pay 500,000 to catch him, alive or dead. Meanwhile, Ping folded his hand in front of his face. Sitting on the bed, he told himself to concentrate. A glow appeared on his fingertips. Suddenly, an aura surrounded him. The hero noted an increase in energy by 0.1. The information about balance, energy, and mentality was blurry. His heart ached. Ping opened his eyes in surprise, after which he grabbed his chest. His hand was squeezing the blanket, and losing his strength, he fell onto the bed. Charges ran through his nerves. The hero felt every cell, the way the blood flowed through his veins. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought about how much pain he was in. Veins appeared on his arms. He was just trying to breathe. After which, sitting on the bed, he thought that everything was fine last time, so why is it so painful this time? Ping looked at his arm in surprise. Veins were still visible on them. His body can't withstand the pressure, or is this a side effect of merging external energy with the body? But rubbing his biceps, he decided to hell with it. He was even starting to get used to it. The blood seemed to boil, spilling out at an incredible speed. Opening his mouth, the hero said precisely. Already on the way out of the house, he put on his jacket, remembering that he needed to take Jinyang to school. The hero passed by a masked man. At the exit, he accidentally pushed him. Turning around, Ping apologized. He sat down on the floor, covering his knife with his hand, and told him not to worry. With a deft movement, the man hid the knife in his sleeve. Still looking at him, our guy thought it was strange. He did not remember him living here. He only turned his eyes towards Ping. Jinyang entered the bus, apologizing for being late. A student sitting there called him over. Jian was sitting next to Ping, saying that the teachers were incredible. They seriously invited Jinyang to help the lower classes with the exam. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero asked again what was so special about a graduate returning to his school. But looking strangely at the hero, the guy replied that an ordinary graduate, yes, but not Jinyang. He was a completely different story. Jinyang walked along the bus, waving his hand to everyone, hearing that he was a cultivator. Ping looked at the passing star, hearing that cultivators in the entire city were worth their weight in gold. But Jinyang was only a freshman. Even an ignoramus like him should know what that meant, a terrifying talent. Unexpectedly, Jinyang touched the hero's shoulder. With his hand on him, he said that the hero was trying his best to become a cultivator, but he should keep in mind that his body was weak. With such a foundation, he wouldn't get far. Raising his head, Ping also heard that Jinyang had no idea what kind of pills he was taking, but his Kai had risen too much recently, and he thought that Jinyang had noticed it somehow. As he sat down, Jinyang said that such medicines couldn't be swallowed like candy. A single mistake could cost him his career as a cultivator. He adjusted his bag, continuing to say that if he were to increase his Kai without physical training, it would only lead to death due to his own negligence. Turning to him, the hero thanked him for the warning and thought that it was the power of a cultivator. He was able to accurately determine the concentration of his Kai with a quick glance. Later, stars were visible above the hero's house. Ping was working out in the backyard, after which he moved on to working with the press, so the guy started doing push-ups, and then he moved on to squats. Wiping away the sweat, the guy thought that he did not feel tired at all. Was it because of the increase in Kai in the morning? As expected, he would need to consult with Jinyang. He needed to optimize his training. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him. The hero turned around and saw someone's silhouette in the window. Looking closely, the hero noticed a familiar cap and realized that it was the man from the entrance. Ping looked out the window. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought, is this bloodlust? A frightening power. But approaching the door of his apartment, the hero decided that this was none of his business. Now there are more important things to do. The news was on TV. The presenter was talking about a stage 2 cultivator killing his partner after a robbery, not sharing the spoils with him. Ping passed by his sister on the couch, hearing that according to the investigation by law enforcement, the suspect was seen in the city. It was recommended that citizens take standard security measures, lock their doors and windows. His sister said that she should not go to school for now because if something happened to her, the world would be sad, the whole world would lose its colors. Our guy sarcastically replied that who else would need her except them. Yuan threw a bag of chips at him, screaming at him to go and kill himself. But the hero turned his gaze. He saw the moment of injury from the cameras. The host said that an interested netizen processed the video through his own software, even getting a crystal clear photo of the murder weapon. Ping sat in front of the TV, watching carefully. The screen showed the moment of injury, and the hero thought that he had seen this knife somewhere. Dim lights illuminated the night street. The guy picked up a dagger, after which he swung it at the lying protagonist. The protagonist looked in front of him in horror. A dagger appeared before his eyes. Blood gushed in the air. The protagonist abruptly jumped out of bed, thinking that he remembered. Ping remembered seeing the news on TV, after which he remembered running into a man in the building who told him not to worry. The man covered his hand with a knife. The protagonist imagined an image of a man with a bloodthirsty grin. He noted that this knife was exactly the same as that guy's. The protagonist looked in front of himself with panic in his eyes, remembering the dream. He noted that it was just a dream, but the bloodlust was very real. The protagonist remembered the girl on the news. The protagonist noted that the suspected Stage 2 cultivator had escaped from the police in the next room, and that it was just a coincidence. The protagonist widened his eyes, wondering that he wouldn't target him. The protagonist remembered eating at the table with his family. He remembered his father handing him money. Ping remembered looking at the system. He remembered holding the papers in his hands. Ping wondered if he knew about his money, noting that it was impossible. Even so, their family was too poor for him, and could it be that it was because of the system? But only he could see it, and he shouldn't have known. The protagonist clutched the blanket in his hand. He thought that this nightmare was scary. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that he needed to pull himself together, as this was just a dream, and he would hope that it would not come to this, and he needed to become stronger. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown, noting that he needed to act quickly, and he could not risk his health as well as the health of his family. The sun began to rise over the city. The sunlight illuminated the building. The host noted that the internet was saying that it was irrational to close the city because of one second stage cultivator, asking his colleague what his opinion was. The number 201 was visible on the wall. The man said that in his opinion, it was time for people to stop underestimating the power of cultivators. The guy kept his hand on the radio. The man said that even the weakest cultivator could easily deal with the police, since the police were tasked with capturing a second stage cultivator. In order to avoid more casualties, they must. The guy threw the radio into the box with things. The man held a cap in his hands, looking into the box. He noted that these scoundrels were serious about him and that he should lie low for now, adding that there were no cameras on this street and that he would hide there until things calmed down. The man looked to the side, hearing a knock, asking what was knocking. A slightly dim light was visible behind the door. The man looked tensely towards the door. He walked up to the door and opened the latch. The man opened the door and smiled broadly, saying that it was nice to meet him, noting that he had only moved in the previous day, asking how he could help. The man looked ahead in bewilderment as the protagonist hid behind the door. The man began to look around the stairs while Ping ran into the apartment. The protagonist was sitting on the couch, waving his hand at the man, wishing him a good morning. The man did not understand when he managed to enter. The brown-haired man turned his head away, frowning. He thought he needed to calm down and be a good neighbor. The man smiled awkwardly, saying he thought he had made a mistake and it wasn't his door. The protagonist smiled at the drink, saying it wasn't and he really just wanted to watch football, but his TV was broken. The protagonist stuck a straw in the drink, saying that was why he came to see him, and even grabbed some snacks as compensation. The protagonist smiled widely and handed him the drink, telling him to drink it and watch it with him. The protagonist watched the TV with fascination. The commentator said it was an incredible shot. Suarez made a pass and just incredible, he scored a goal. The man clutched the drink in his hand. He looked ahead in irritation, thinking that this couldn't go on any longer, wondering what he was doing there, adding that he must be an agent. The protagonist looked at the man with displeasure, saying that he was so angry and he was clearly faking, asking the man if it was true. The brown-haired man thought that either he was just a naive idiot. The brown-haired man looked at the guy with irritation. He thought that he needed to get rid of him quickly before he caused him any more problems, and that this was not an option since there would be even more problems and it would be better to just let him go. The man looked at the protagonist, asking that he didn't have to go to school. Ping answered that there was no school on the weekends. The protagonist lowered his head, looking down. The man said that his parents must be worried. Ping looked at the floor with a sad look, asking the man that he just wanted him to leave. The man smiled confusedly, saying that he was just worried. Ping said that everything was fine and he understood. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired man with tears in his eyes. He said that he just wanted to make friends with the new neighbor, but in the end, he was just a nuisance as usual, adding that he was just a lonely junior with no friends. The man opened his mouth wide, looking at the protagonist in shock and asking him for forgiveness. The protagonist opened the curtains, putting on an apron. He asked to let him help clean before leaving, noting that he would quickly arrange everything, and there was not enough light, so he would start with him. The man ran to the curtains, closing them. The protagonist looked at the man in bewilderment, asking what was wrong. The brown-haired man smiled awkwardly, thinking that he was used to living in the dark, so it happened reflexively. The man said that he was very sensitive to ultraviolet light. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that then he would start with the bedroom. The man blocked the passage, thanking him for the offer, noting that he could clean it himself. Ping said that everything was fine and they were both men and he understood everything. The man smiled confusedly, wondering what an idiot he was and when he would leave. The man asked if it was time for him to have lunch. The protagonist looked at his watch, noting that it was already lunch. The protagonist waved at the man, saying that he was going then, wishing him luck. The man told him to come back again. The brown-haired man grinned contentedly, thinking that finally, the protagonist tripped over a box, after which he fell to the floor. The man looked at what was happening in horror. Ping grabbed his head, looking behind him. Bloody clothes flew out of the box. Ping asked the man what it was. The man took a step. The protagonist's eyes widened. The brown-haired man swung his leg at the protagonist. He kicked the protagonist, causing him to fly into the wall. The man picked up a knife from the floor, after which he removed the bandage from him. Ping grabbed his mouth with his hand. The man approached the guy, holding a knife to his throat. The brown-haired man looked at the protagonist with a bloodthirsty look. The author noted that it was extreme bloodlust. The protagonist looked at the man in horror. He smiled in confusion, telling the man to calm down, and this will not leak out, since he swears that he will not tell anyone. The man frowned, noting that he will not be able to tell anyone anyway, since he is going to kill him. The man swung his knife. The protagonist frowned, gritting his teeth. He thought that he needed to do something, and he cannot die like this. The man stopped abruptly. He narrowed his eyes, wondering what was happening and that he was drugged with something. The man began to remember the smiling protagonist with a drink and how he drank this drink. The protagonist thought that now was the right moment. He swung his hand, knocking out the knife. The knife pierced the floor. King quickly ran to the side. He picked up a stick. Then he hit the man on the head. The protagonist looked at the man with a serious look, saying that he believed the pills had started to work. The protagonist held the stick in his hands, thinking that it was good that he had left the stick there when he entered. The man began to slowly rise to his feet. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise, asking why he had not been knocked out. The brown-haired man swung his fist. He hit the protagonist in the stomach. Blood appeared from the protagonist's mouth. The protagonist pushed the man away from him. He looked ahead in shock, thinking that he had been reborn with the ability to use the system. The protagonist tightly clutched the stick in his hands, noting that he could not lose this chance and he had to survive. Ping began to beat the man with the stick. The man's head fell back, after which he fell to the floor, hitting his head on the wall. The man sat near the wall with his eyes closed. The protagonist stared at the man. He thought that he had underestimated him and that stage 2 cultivators were also strong, and if he hadn't drunk the pill drink, he would have died, adding that he was scared. A beautiful orange sunset could be seen above the building. The protagonist sat near the bag, counting his money, adding that his balance had not increased. The man sat tied up on a chair, watching the protagonist. The protagonist said that apparently the system did not count this money as his. The man looked at the protagonist in surprise. He noted that he had just noticed that he had a huge reserve of blood and Kai, wondering that he was studying martial arts. The man noted that his name was Wang and he was a stage 2 cultivator, adding that he didn't expect to be defeated by a martial arts student, wondering that he was an agent sent. Wu looked at the protagonist in fury, asking who the hell he was. The protagonist put on a suit with a smile, looking at the man. He said that he was Detective X and his job was to catch criminals. Wu asked where he got that damn tuxedo. The protagonist held out a bag in front of him, asking that the wanted criminal only stole 200,000 yuan and 2 bottles of pills. Wu told him to mind his own business. Wu frowned at the protagonist, thinking that he needed those pills to advance to the 3rd stage of cultivation, and he didn't expect that those pills would fall into the hands of this stupid guy. The man smiled maliciously, calling out to the martial arts disciple. The protagonist looked at Wu with a cold gaze. Wu asked if he wanted to make a deal. Wu looked at the protagonist with a serious gaze, asking if he wanted to make a deal. The protagonist looked at the criminal with a cold gaze. The criminal stared at the protagonist, saying that if he released him, he would get these pills and 200,000 yuan, adding that there were 2 more bottles, one with simple pills, the other with pills for advancing to the next stage. Dim light penetrated the room. Wu said that there was also a bottle of bone-tempering pills and 2 bottles of stage 2 medicinal pills. The protagonist looked at the criminal dumbfounded. Wu said that the market value of all these items would be 5,240,000 yuan. King wondered, what, in the martial arts world, the prices are really that high and a few bottles of pills are worth millions. The man grinned wickedly, asking what a tempting offer this was. The protagonist stood motionless, looking at the criminal. Wu pointed out that these Kai and blood-tempering pills would be useful for his examination and cultivation in the future, as would the stage 1 pill he was holding in his hands, all of which were necessary for a martial artist. The protagonist held a green pill in his hands. The criminal stared at the protagonist as he imagined the pills. He said that after fighting continuously for several days, They were even more effective than ordinary cayenne blood tempering pills, noting that the bone tempering pill and the medicinal pill were in the bag. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise, imagining him being torn apart. Wu said that in fact, martial artists are ordinary people who break through the limits of the human body, and if he does not have strong bones and does not drink pills to protect his weak organs, someday his cayenne blood will exceed this limit and he will definitely die. The man slightly tilted his head, asking if he had finished pondering. The man moved his hands behind his back, trying to untie the rope. He said that if he let him go, all of this would be his. The man looked at the protagonist with a menacing gaze. He noted that if he turned him over to the police, he would not be able to get them anymore, adding that he should not think about the fact that if he killed him, then everything would be over. The protagonist's eyes widened. The criminal said that the trail he left behind could lead them to his location in about a month and 10 days. After that, if they found him and saw that he was dead, he would not get away with it. The protagonist looked at the criminal in confusion. Wu said that he was still very young and his cayenne blood were already so high, and he would have a great future, adding that dying with him was not worth it. The man smiled wickedly, thinking that whatever this brat had slipped him had a strong effect, and he needed a little more time to replenish his strength. The protagonist looked away in confusion, thinking that what he said was that if he killed him, the Yang city authorities would find out. The protagonist looked at the criminal with a serious look. He thought that if he let him go, he might come back for revenge, noting that he was a stage 2 martial artist and it was too dangerous. Ping looked at the floor sadly, thinking that it would be better to give these things to the police. Ping clutched the bag in his hand. He thought that all of this was worth millions and would definitely be confiscated. The protagonist looked at the bag. He thought that in order to become a martial artist, the cayenne blood level needed to be 150, and even if he had the system, he would still need money to become a martial artist, adding that 5 million could completely change the cayenne blood level, but even these pills would be enough to become a martial artist. The protagonist furrowed his brows, wondering what he should do. Ping imagined Jinyang with a frown. He wondered if he could ask Jinyang for help, thinking that resources were important to a martial artist, but what if Jinyang wanted to get it all and killed him? The man smirked maliciously. The protagonist thought that if he didn't deal with this guy, he would definitely kill him. Wu asked that it was really necessary to think about one question for so long, noting that it was 5 million, and it didn't matter what he thought about it since he was the only one who would benefit. The protagonist leaned over, thinking that there was a ferocious tiger in front of him and a hungry wolf behind him, adding that he could only pray that the chances of meeting this hungry wolf were 0. The protagonist reached out his hand for the stick. Ping gripped the stick tightly in his hand. The criminal looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking what he was doing. Ping began to massage his hand, saying that he was wondering if he would let him go if he agreed to the deal. Wu looked at the guy in fear, saying that of course he would let him go since he was a man of his word. The criminal pulled his hand out of the rope. Then he swung his fist at the protagonist, saying that time was up and he was a dead man. The protagonist hit the man on the head with a stick. Clouds covered the mountain peaks. Sun City, Kangshan. The guy held a flashlight in his hand. He lit the way in front of him. Jinyang walked along a path in the middle of the forest. He looked in confusion, thinking that he had looked everywhere, wondering where that rat was hiding. The guy's phone began to glow. Jinyang brought the phone to his ear. The protagonist asked the guy if he could hear him, noting that his name was Ping. Jinyang continued walking along the path, asking what happened and why he was calling him. The protagonist stood next to the phone with a smile. He noted that he didn't know how to say it, asking if he was still in the city. Jinyang said that he was still in the city. The protagonist noted that he actually met a wanted criminal and accidentally hurt him. Jinyang looked at the phone in confusion, wondering if he had captured the wanted criminal Wu. The protagonist said that Jinyang's brother was the only martial artist he knew in Sun City, so he called him. The night sky was visible above the building. A light bulb illuminated the apartment number 201. Jinyang stood next to the door, thinking that it couldn't be true and a stage 2 martial artist was captured by a martial arts student, adding that it was hard to believe and even he would have to be very careful if he encountered Wu. The protagonist opened the door, asking Jinyang why he was standing there. The protagonist told him to come in quickly, and he thought that he was not coming. Jinyang looked at the protagonist in confusion, saying that it was nothing, he was nearby, and besides, he was warning him that if he really told the truth, he would not be able to help him. Jinyang widened his eyes in surprise. Wu was sitting on a chair, tied up. Jinyang noted that it was Wu. The protagonist walked up to the man, saying that he was currently unconscious. The protagonist smiled slightly, asking the guy that if he turned him over to the police, would he get a reward. The guy looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking what he meant, telling him to clarify. Ping leaned over to the bag, saying that he would get straight to the point, and he found the valuables that he owned. The protagonist held the money and pills in his hands with a wide smile, saying that he would like to take them back. Jinyang grinned wickedly, asking what he wanted to take away. The guy put his hands on his hips, asking that he didn't know why he was called a criminal, noting that he had killed many martial artists. Jinyang's eyes widened in confusion. The protagonist said that this was why he asked for help from brother Jinyang, offering him to take this and keep it for himself, noting that he could share it with him. Jinyang sighed in relief, saying that he was a smart guy and that they would definitely cross paths in the future. The guy walked up to the criminal, grabbing his face. He said that, however, he needed to tell him something first, adding that he would not be able to use the medicinal pills and stage 2 bone-tempering pills. Jinyang said that he would exchange it for one stage 1 pill and add another 1 million yuan in exchange. The guy took out a red pill, saying that he had almost broken through to the next stage and could easily afford the pills, noting that the price of this item was simply outrageous. Jinyang put the pill in his jacket pocket. He said that he wouldn't be able to use this item, so he would take it away, and he should rest assured that after the breakthrough it would be easier to gather resources, and if he needed help in the future he should feel free to call him. Jinyang narrowed his eyes at the protagonist, noting that he had finished speaking and he shouldn't worry about Wu since he would do something. The protagonist smiled widely, wondering if he also had some items in his pocket, and added that he needed to check something. Ping thanked the guy and said that he would take what he didn't need. The protagonist looked behind him with a smirk, thinking that everything was going well, and what about these items? The protagonist looked at the system window. He noted that now he could increase the balance in the system with additional training and enter the martial arts university. It would be easy. A system window appeared with the characteristics of balance, energy, and intelligence. The protagonist wondered if these items were supposed to be worth 3 million yuan and 500,000 yuan, and why they were counted as 2 million yuan and 400,000 yuan. The protagonist imagined the image of the market value and actual value pills. He wondered if this meant that the system ignored market prices and judged the prices of goods by their actual value, adding that he understood now. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look, thinking that he had completely forgotten. He then looked behind him, asking Jinyang what if the police wanted to get his confession. The guy stood next to the criminal, telling him not to worry since he wouldn't even have a chance to open his mouth. Jinyang looked at the protagonist with a malicious grin, noting that he had been on the wanted list for a long time and would be killed anyway. A few days earlier, the protagonist reached out to his vibrating phone. On the phone, a message was displayed that Jinyang had transferred 1 million yuan from his personal account. A system window appeared, after which the system window broke and began to transform into another. The protagonist looked ahead, noting that he had updated the system version and the indicators and units of measurement were no longer the same as before. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully. Ping noted that in the previous version of the system, energy could be increased by 0.1, which is approximately 10 units that could be obtained for 10,000 balance. However, since the last update, these indicators have become clearer. The protagonist closed his eyes when letters began to fly in the air. Ping wondered if he could use 1,000 from the balance to increase energy by 1. The protagonist began to increase energy by 1. The system window showed how the balance began to decrease. The protagonist bared his teeth angrily. He said that it worked, noting that if you are rich, you can cultivate, and if you are poor, you must train yourself, adding that this system is really one of those whose eyes widen with delight at the sight of money. The protagonist looked at his phone. Jinyang wrote to Ping, asking if he received the money, noting that he also sent him something that he might need soon. Ping noted that he also sent something. The protagonist looked at the phone with a grin, thanking Jinyang's brother. Jinyang wrote that since he was born, he admired only a few people, and he was one of them. The protagonist, thinking that this was a message, even felt a little embarrassed. Yuan jumped on the protagonist's back, telling him to get out of bed since she was hungry. The protagonist grabbed his back, telling her to go and cook for herself then. Yuan said that if she could use his money, why would she waste her own, asking how such a sister could leave her little brother alone at home. The protagonist pulled his sister's cheeks, saying that he had already heard what she said. Yuan apologized to her brother. She handed the textbook to the protagonist, telling him to take it. The protagonist looked at the book. Yuan said that Jinyang sent it. Ping asked what had already arrived. Yuan looked ahead in confusion, saying that she had heard that name somewhere before. Then she looked at the protagonist in confusion. Yuan widened her eyes, telling him not to say that he was that same martial arts practitioner from Nanjing University. Yuan looked at her brother with admiration, grabbing his hand. She asked when he had managed to meet Vanya, asking for help in getting his autograph. The protagonist asked that she was a member of his fan club. Ping looked at his sister in confusion. His sister said that an idiot like him would never understand how hot Jinyang was. Ping said that he didn't want an idiot to tell him that. Yuan imagined girls saying that in Sun City, 3 out of 5 girls liked him, and the remaining 2 absolutely adored him. The girl imagined gender signs falling into a machine, from which money appeared. She said that their school had about 5,000 students, and the ratio of boys to girls was 2 to 3. Yuan said that an autographed piece of paper costs $10, 3,000 people is another 500 fanboys. Yuan looked ahead with a big smile, saying a total of $35,000, and that Jinyang is the best. Ping asked what made her love him so much. The girl grinned mischievously, saying that when the time came, she would get 70% and he would get 30%, and they would earn until their piggy bank was completely full. Yuan looked towards where the protagonist was standing, then followed him. She asked her brother where he was and how about he got 40% and she got 60%. Yuan asked the protagonist how he could just leave, noting that they were not finished yet. The protagonist walked down the city street, wondering what Jinyang wanted from him, adding that he did not answer when he asked him. Ping began to tear open the cover. He looked ahead, dumbfounded. Ping was holding books in his hands, noting that they were techniques. The protagonist imagined a guy emitting red energy. He noted that he found this when he was in an internet cafe. To become a martial artist, one must follow 2 conditions. Ping imagined a guy clenching his hand into a fist. He pointed out that the first was high Kai and blood levels, and to become a martial artist, one had to surpass 150 energy levels, adding that the second was strong bones, and they could not be obtained through pills alone, so one also had to learn special techniques. The protagonist looked at the books with a smile, thinking that he was worried that he would not be able to find books on techniques, but he did not expect Jinyang to send them to him. The protagonist closed his eyes, recalling the street outside his house. He thought that his house's yard was small and he would not be able to train there. The man pulled a leaflet towards the protagonist. He shouted at him to buy it now to avoid paying utility bills and not to pass by, asking if he wanted to learn more since the supply was limited. The sky above the city was clear. The realtor said that in Guanhuyuan there was public transportation, suitable housing, not to mention that the apartments in this area were the best on the market. Sunlight shone through the curtains. The real estate agent said that the 2-story complex was 230 square meters and cost 860,000 yuan. The man looked away with a frown, thinking that judging by his appearance, he was probably a student. The protagonist said that the house was really nice and thought that was why it was so expensive. The man said that the house was quite expensive, asking if he wanted to look at a cheaper apartment. The real estate agent looked at the protagonist in surprise when he said that there was no need. The protagonist took out a card with a sly grin, asking if there were any offers or discounts that he could take advantage of. The man held out a box with a key to the protagonist with a sparkling gaze. The real estate agent said that of course he had made the right choice, noting that the apartment was wonderful and he would not find a house like this anywhere else. Besides, they had a lot to offer him and could negotiate the price of such a home. Not to mention that it came with some extra amenities, all for free, such as unlimited 5G internet and free premium channels on TV, and they also provided 40-inch TVs to new tenants. The agent smiled widely, holding the contract in his hands. He said that if he signed the contract, they would now give him a 5% discount, not to mention that their company would cover the cost of maintenance and utilities. Plus, if he put down a 20% deposit, he would ask the manager to give him a discount on the costs of the house. The protagonist signed the contract, looking sideways at the smiling agent. The realtor said that this apartment suited him very well, and when he met him, he already knew that a promising future awaited him. Ping handed the contract to the realtor and asked when he could move in. The man said that he could move in whenever he wanted and that he had nothing to worry about since they would be helping him with the financial procedures. Ping said that it was good to have money. The protagonist walked next to a building where a crowd of people were milling about. The brunette said that he was not sure how to tell his family about the house and where he got the money from, noting that he would not talk about it for now. The guy added that he now had a place to practice and also needed to buy furniture and other equipment. The protagonist clutched his key in his hand and looked to the side. The TV presenter said that the battle between Grandmaster Hua Peng and Mu was becoming increasingly intense. People were watching the live broadcast on TV. The reporter said that they were about 5 kilometers away from them, and yet they felt a huge pressure, suggesting that they come closer. Clouds of dust and smoke rose from the impact. The man said that the dense forest was almost destroyed. The attack hit the cliff directly. Rocks started flying off the cliff. The reporter said that Mu's thunderous wrath caused a landslide. A red energy sphere appeared in the air. The TV presenter said that Grandmaster Hua Peng responded with his signature 10,000 horse dash. Huge rocks fell off the cliff. The man looked back at the camera, telling them to be careful because rocks were flying. Rocks started knocking people down. Static appeared on the TV. The protagonist and the people watched in shock. The short-haired guy said that Grandmaster Hua Peng and Mu were very strong. The guy with bangs said that he heard that they were fighting for fun, and they were not even fighting with all their strength. Peng's mouth dropped in surprise. He thought that the signature punch of the Grandmaster Hua Peng was like a rocket launcher. The destructive power was about the same as a nuclear bomb, and it might even be there in complete strength. The live broadcast appeared on the TV again. The host said that he apologized for the inconvenience, and they did not expect that being far from the center of the battle, they would be hit, and if they were not stage 3 martial artists, they would have died already. The hero grinned maliciously, frowning his eyebrows. He wondered if he would ever become as strong as him, adding that one day he would also become a Grand Master. White clouds floated above the building. Yellow light illuminated the room and doors. The girl told her boyfriend that this sofa looked very beautiful, offering to buy it. The salesman noted that this beautiful girl had excellent taste and this sofa was of good quality, adding that it was currently on sale for only 79,999 yuan. The girl puffed out her cheeks, looking at the guy with displeasure. The guy said that he would think about it. The brunette fell to the floor, grabbing the guy's hand. She noted that he said that he loved her, asking that he lied. The guy said that they would buy it. The salesman smiled awkwardly, pointing his finger to the side. He apologized to the man, noting that this model of sofa had just been purchased by that young man. The protagonist stood at the checkout, pulling the card, after which he looked back with a wide smile. The night sky stretched above the house. Yuan was wringing out the laundry, looking at her mother with a grin. The girl said that it was already late and Ping still hadn't returned home and he was probably eating something tasty right now, noting that she should scold him when he returned. Yuan asked if she hadn't talked to her brother on the phone, noting that there was a martial arts exam coming up soon and that he was preparing for it. The protagonist was visible outside the window. He was saying that one should keep one's back straight and not lower one's head. Ping stood in a pose with his arms stretched out in front of him and his legs spread apart. He mentally repeated that one should keep one's back straight and not lower one's head. The protagonist imagined the image of a skeleton and the image of human body muscles. He noted that the skeleton of an adult human consists of 206 bones, 29 bones form the skull, 51 bones form the torso, and 126 bones form the limbs, and the human body also consists of blood, flesh, and internal organs. The protagonist imagined the image of white and red energy. He noted that for martial artists, they must make sure that the different parts of their body interact with each other. The hero recalled books on martial arts. He noted that if he wanted to strengthen his bones properly, regardless of whether you are a martial artist or not, then he should learn the technique of tempering the body through the technique of strengthening the bones. The phone was lying on the floor, on which the name of brother Jinyang was displayed. Jinyang said that the technique of tempering the body focuses on compressing the blood and chi so that ultimately the endurance of the body increases, while at the same time absorbing this energy, the bones become stronger. The hero was lying on the floor in front of a notebook. He asked his brother that if it was impossible to increase his energy and strengthen his bones anymore, should he continue to try. Brother said that of course, and by combining these two techniques he can increase the effect of strengthening the bones, however, it is also very difficult. The hero wrote down all the information in his notebook. Jinyang said that if he wants to raise his level, he should choose one technique. A projection of a guy appeared above the phone, imagining images of animals. He said that if he trained his upper body, his body would be more stable, and if he trained his lower body, he would improve his body balance and speed control. The protagonist continued writing everything down in his notebook. He noted that he wanted to train his lower body, asking what technique he should choose. The guy replied that he should choose the body hardening technique, and that this was the first step to training his lower body. The phone screen showed the guy's name. Jinyang stated that, however, training his lower body was quite difficult, as he could get seriously injured, and he might never be able to walk normally again. The hero smiled confidently, stating that this was not important to him, but that he could run away if he was surrounded by enemies. The guy stated that this was the most cowardly strategy he had ever heard. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. Jinyang said that he had something to say. The brunette stood with his arms outstretched and his knees bent. Jinyang noted that his Kai level was not bad, and he could even pass the martial arts exam, but there was one problem. The phone screen showed the call time. Brother noted that using the body tempering technique and training hard, one could indeed increase the blood and Kai level, but this would reduce his real Kai reserve, adding that the exam would not be easy. White lightning began to emanate from the protagonist's legs. A projection of a frowning Jinyang appeared on the side of the phone. Brother noted that if the veins and arteries of the brain were damaged in any way, he would not be able to pass the exam. The protagonist pressed his hands down when lightning emanated from him. He noted that he should forget about failing the exam, and he might even have to stay for 2 years, but if he succeeded, he could increase his strength by as much as several units if his veins and arteries remained in order. The protagonist's eyes widened. He fell to the floor, breathing heavily. King noted that his first cultivation was successful. The hero looked at the ceiling with an exhausted look, thinking that as brother Jinyang said, his energy had increased significantly. The hero closed his eyes when a system window was visible above his head. The brunette noted that he needed to increase energy and intelligence. The numbers for energy and intelligence were visible on the system window. The protagonist jumped off the floor, looking at the window in surprise. He wondered what was now increasing by more than 1 and did not require any recharge. Ping smiled contentedly, clenching his hands into fists. He said that others can only cultivate once every 3 days and they need to use hundreds of 1,000 pills to replenish their energy, but as for him, he can cultivate as much as his body can withstand. Ping added that who knows, and maybe with the help of the system, he can even catch up with the Jinyang brothers and may even become stronger than him. The guys ran around the stadium. April 4, 2008, March 6th. The long-haired girl was training with a barbell. April 4, 2008, March 15th. The student was stuffing his mouth with food. April 4, 2008, March 28th. The protagonist wiped his sweat with a towel while holding a bottle to his mouth. Ping noted that there was very little time left before the exam. A dim white light illuminated the room faintly. The man said that in Luoting, Ruiyang City, there had been no new martial artists for a long time. The man tapped his finger on the table, noting that in the last 10 years, one could only imagine that there was not a single martial artist. An old man with a serious face sat in the chair. He said that they had already allocated a lot for martial arts, and all to no avail. The deputy leader of the supervision group in Nanjiang. Opposite the deputy, a man with his head down stood. The old man noted that if Jinyang from Nanjiang University had not cultivated last year, the city's Ministry of Education would have collapsed altogether. The man in the suit spread out and looked at the floor. The old man said that if at least 100 people with an energy level of 120 or higher martial artists, high-level masters, or martial arts students did not appear, the man's eyes widened in horror. The deputy told Director Qimeng that then, he would be fired. There were students standing near the buses. May 5, 2008, Labor Day 1. Ping and Jian walked confidently along the road. The boy and girl huddled together, shedding tears. The brown-haired man said that last year the minimum energy level required was 112, and that he heard that this year they would raise the passing mark. The brunette said that their Kai was only 110. The boys said that they had no chance at all. A crowd of students gathered in front of the building. Jai Hao approached the boys, telling them not to worry and just remember the blood and Kai release technique that Master Zhu taught them, noting that they would be fine. Jian put his hand on his friend's shoulder, asking how much Kai he had. Ping said that he did not know. The man called out to the boys, asking them to wait. The boys looked behind them. The man asked that his name was Ping. The hero looked at the man in bewilderment, asking what happened. Jai Hao looked at the front dumbfoundedly, asking that he was the deputy director of the Ministry of Education. The deputy director smiled broadly, telling Ping that he had something to say, asking if he could talk to him alone. Tan Zhenping, deputy director of the Ministry of Education in Yangcheng City, a stage 1 cultivator. The protagonist and the deputy director went to a secluded place. Ping asked that if he came to him himself, it must be something important to note, so he would go straight to the point. Zhenping closed his eyes, clutching his neck with his hand. He said that he would then immediately say why he came. The cultivator imagined the image of the area on the map and the documents. He said that in addition to their city, there are 5 counties and 3 districts, noting that Yangcheng City, as a component, is not as good as the district, but is much stronger than these 5 districts, and every year the Ministry of Education keeps account of students who have successfully passed the martial arts exam, and such students are the top priority for the Ministry of Education. Zhenping looked at the protagonist with a serious look. He said that this time their students will take the exam together with students from Xingxi and Amping districts, asking Ping that his Kai indicator is more than 120. The brunette looked at the man warily, saying that he does not know this yet, and he will find out later. He wondered what the deputy director of the Ministry of Education is interested in what he does. The deputy looked at the hero intently. He noted that he recently met Vanya, and he mentioned him, and as far as he knows Jinyang, he only recognizes the ability. The hero looked at Zhenping from under his brows, stating that he did not understand what he meant. The cultivator furrowed his brows, saying that he hoped that during the time he had prepared for the exam, he had managed to increase his Kai level. Ping looked at the man doubtfully. The deputy turned his gaze to another direction. He stated that he should know that emotions had a huge impact on the blood and Kai of the students, noting that no one knew what the test results would be. The students were standing nearby with smiles. Zhenping asked if those guys were really that strong and that he lacked confidence and was also nervous, noting that emotional control of blood and Kai could be an advantage. The protagonist looked at the cultivator indignantly, wondering what he wanted him to do to affect the emotions of those students from other counties and districts. The hero said that it was unreasonable. Moreover, if you release your blood and Kai before the exam, it could affect the test itself. The cultivator looked at the protagonist with a sly grin. He noted that he could be sure that after the exam he would be given a pill for blood and Kai as compensation, and this elixir was worth hundreds of thousands. Zhenping imagined his hands reaching for the pill with a sly grin. He noted that in order to become a martial artist, one must bravely go into battle and a master must fight. Zhenping added that sympathizing with his opponent was not in the spirit of a martial artist. Ping smirked slightly, thinking that a martial artist must fight, after which he shook the man's hand, noting that he would try. The deputy director's eyes widened in surprise. The hero looked at the cultivator with a smirk. Jinyang began to mentally count that he had 120, 130, or even more, adding that this guy definitely had a high Kai indicator. The guys walked with wide smiles on their faces. Suddenly, the girl bumped into the guy's shoulder. The boys looked at Nan with excitement. The guy in the black suit said that in their day, even brats wanted to become masters. Nan said that she was hurt. Jai Hao grabbed the guy by the shirt, telling him to apologize to her quickly. The girls looked at what was happening in surprise. Jai Hao told him to do it faster. The guy grinned maliciously, asking what he was yelling about, noting that they were just a bunch of trash from a forgotten wilderness who only knew how to shout loudly. The student furrowed his brows in anger, noting that he did it on purpose. The protagonist's leg cast a shadow on the ground. He told the middle school boy who had just offended the girl that if he did not apologize, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in society. The student looked at the brunette in bewilderment. The black-suited students fell to the ground as the protagonist emitted a red aura. Ping said that he would teach him how to behave in society instead of his parents. The brown-haired man grabbed his throat with his hand, shouting that he couldn't breathe. The students in different schools grabbed their throats. The vice principal watched in horror. He noted that this energy was comparable to that of cultivators, wondering how Jinyang trained this guy. Qiming walked up to the vice principal, looking at the scene in bewilderment. Qiming asked the old man that he knew this teenager. The medical examination center and waiting area. The protagonist walked behind the guys. The students discussed in the hallway that because of that surge of power, they couldn't breathe, and that they were a little scared even from this. The guys walked along the hallway of the building. The student said that he heard that he was a student from the first middle school in Yang City, and that he had a high level of blood and Kai. The boy asked what he was. The disciple noted that he did not know anyone with such enormous strength. The protagonist walked with a smirk when a hand reached out to him. He noted that he felt like he had scared these kids a little, and that he should think that this was just a new experience for them. The man's hand grabbed the protagonist. He pulled the brunette into the room. Jinyang pressed the boy against the door. Ping asked what it was Mr. Jinyang. The deputy director held out a pill, telling him to take it and become the strongest martial artist. The brunette looked at the deputy with bewilderment. He placed his palm on the cultivator's hand, apologizing to him for not being able to do what he wanted. The disciple imagined the image of the pill with a serious look. He said that the effect of this substance was so strong that he was not even sure if his bones could withstand it, and it was not only dangerous for the body, but also risked death. The cultivator furrowed his brows, stating that it would be fine and that he should just take it, as this pill would help raise his Kai and energy to 149. The disciple looked at the deputy with displeasure, saying that he would not do it, as the risk was too great. The deputy director narrowed his gaze, noting that this was a requirement from the director of the Ministry of Education, Qiming. Jinyang looked at the protagonist with a menacing gaze, saying that he shouldn't reject the help of a stage 3 cultivator, as it would not end well. The protagonist smirked in displeasure, thinking that this old fox was even threatening him. He asked the deputy director that the director was a stage 3 cultivator, noting that he heard that brother Jinyang had recently entered the 3rd stage, and he could call him and see what he had to say about it. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, after which he closed them and sighed heavily. Jinyang looked at the protagonist with an excited expression, placing his hands on his shoulders. He apologized to the guy, saying that he was really in a desperate situation, asking if he could help him and what he wanted in return. The protagonist smirked maliciously. He looked at the deputy with a sly gaze, raising 2 fingers. Ping said that he wanted 2 first-stage Kai and blood pills and 2 million in cash, since he would be risking his life. Jinyang looked at the protagonist with indignation, thinking that right now the director was in a hurry. Even if Ping's request was huge, he would not refuse. The cultivator agreed with the guy, saying that he would pass on his demands to Director Qiming. The disciple looked at the deputy with a smile, placing his hand on the door handle. He bid farewell to the cultivator and asked him one last time if he could convey that he asked for 3 pills, adding that he should keep the 3rd one for himself. The cultivator looked at the disciple in surprise. He wondered if he was really a middle school student, noting that he even thought he would benefit from it. The old man furrowed his brows, noting that this guy was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. There were disciples in the room, standing in cramped glass flasks. The screen showed the names of the students and their Kai and blood levels. Qiming watched nervously, dirtying his fingernail. The director asked if there were any students with Kai and blood levels above 120. The screen showed the protagonist's information. The director thought that he had found Ping. Qiming pointed to the screen for the staff member, telling them to immediately watch Ping. The screen showed the protagonist's image looking at the camera. The brunette raised his head, turning his attention to the camera. He didn't expect the room to be so closed off, and there was a surveillance camera there. The student reached into his pocket, thinking that he probably needed to cheat a little. The brunette put the pill into his mouth, thinking that he had a system, so he didn't need to use the stage 1 Kai and blood pill, just this regular pill would be enough to deceive them. The protagonist swallowed the red pill. The pill fell down, dissolving into red energy. The protagonist noted that the feeling was not the same as before, even if it was an ordinary Kai and blood pill, but the power from this pill was different from the system, and it was very graceful, adding that there was no need to refine it. Lightning flashed from the protagonist's eyes. The protagonist spread his arms to the sides, releasing his energy. The screen showed that the indicator had reached 103, after which a yellow bar with an indicator of 119 appeared. Ming watched tensely, thinking that if he used his help and could not reach the limit. The director narrowed his eyes, thinking that he would not let him go so easily. A red bar with an indicator of 149 was visible on the screen. The director's face twisted into a mad smile. In the hall, students were sitting opposite the man. Medical Examination Center, conference room. The employee said that the Minister of Education issued a decree to raise the minimum Kai level, and the current value must be no less than 115. The man bowed his head, adjusting his glasses. The students looked at the man with displeasure, shouting that this was too much, and before it was possible to pass with a value of 112, but now 115, and it's over. The teacher held the papers in front of him, noting that as always, everything depends only on themselves and first he will ask for silence. The teacher said that the following passed: Lai Ruo Kai 115 passed, Ma Dong Mei 112 did not pass. Jai Hao looked at the protagonist with excitement, asking how he could even be so capable, especially given the new requirements. The hero looked at the guy with bewilderment, asking that it was really so difficult to get 115. The student, irritated, looked at the protagonist, asking what was wrong with him and what his current Kai level was. The protagonist awkwardly looked away, saying that he had 149. Jai Hao patted his friend on the shoulder, smiling slightly. He said that humor is good, especially in such stressful situations. Ping asked why he asked if he did not believe. The teacher looked at the document, saying that Jian 116 passed. I smiled displeasedly, clenching my hand into a fist. Jai Hao smiled sarcastically, looking at the protagonist. The teacher said that Jai Hao 120 passed. The teacher looked at the paper in shock, saying the name Ping. The man leaned over slightly, shaking with surprise, offering to congratulate Ping. The students looked behind him in bewilderment, looking at the protagonist. The man noted that he had an amazing result of 149 units of Kai, as well as first place in the city. The protagonist grinned contentedly. The students began to look around at each other. The guy asked if anyone knew who Ping was. The student asked that he was a practitioner from their school. The student said that Jai Hao was in the same class with him. The student said that he was just a monster. Jai Hao looked at his friend in bewilderment, asking if he was serious, adding that it couldn't be. The brunette asked that first he didn't believe him, and now he didn't believe the teacher either. The teacher held a piece of paper in front of him, saying that the list was over and that he asked those who didn't pass to calm down. The students looked at the floor with sad faces. The teacher said that they would have such a chance next year and that was it. The students wiped tears from their eyes. A teardrop fell on the girl's hand. Nan wiped tears from her eyes, saying that her family had suffered so much to let her participate and how would she explain this to her parents. The hero looked at the girl excitedly, noting that the martial arts world had never been fair. The protagonist looked away sadly, thinking that given the cost of increasing Kai, ordinary families would not be able to even come close to success. The brunette put his hand on the girl's shoulder, calling out to her. Nan looked at the brunette with tearful eyes. The guy said that it must have been very difficult for her to control herself for so long, and she needed a distraction, calling him to follow her. The protagonist smiled widely, giving her a thumbs up. He noted that she liked potato chips, and he would buy her some, noting that the delicious chips would definitely help her. The guy added that this was a special treatment from Dr. Ping. The girl furrowed her brows, looking at the guy with a sad look. The guys surrounded the tearful girl. The brown-haired girl said that since she was invited to eat, she should cling to this chance. The red-haired guy said that with her strength, she would definitely have no problem on the exam next year. Nan narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth, after which she suddenly rose from her chair, shouting that it was time for them to go and buy potato chips. The protagonist grinned contentedly, closing his eyes. The guys left the store with full bags. On the way, the guys met a guy who asked if they thought their world was wrong. The guy in glasses slightly opened his mouth, saying that 7 billion people put their destinies on this unfair test, and people cannot break these rules, asking why. The guys looked at the stranger in bewilderment. The stranger looked at the guys with a crazy expression on his face. He said that in the king's world there is chaos, stupidity, and injustice, but the gods will send them true leaders to save them. The stranger offered to join them, and they will receive a special class led by a mentor. The protagonist looked at the guy suspiciously, wondering who it was. The guys looked at the unfamiliar guy cautiously. The stranger offered to join their ranks. He looked at the guys with a sly look, noting that they would all end up in a special class led by a mentor. Ping looked at the guy with concern. The protagonist frowned, saying that he was just crazy and it was time to get out of there. The guys agreed with the protagonist. The guys agreed with the protagonist. They turned around and abruptly walked in the other direction. The stranger grabbed the girl by the hand. Nan looked back, looking at the guy in surprise. The guy told her to stop, since he needed to show them something. Nan looked at the guy in fear, telling him to let her go. The stranger closed his eyes and grinned slightly, noting that there was no need to worry, since he was not trying to harm them and his offer would completely satisfy them. The brunette opened his mouth, telling him to quickly let her go. The stranger widened his eyes in bewilderment. The main character emanated a red aura. The guy let go of the girl's hand. Nan ran up to her friends. The hero looked at the stranger with displeasure, wondering what kind of sect this was and how many of them dared to recruit people in broad daylight. Jai Hao looked at the protagonist with excitement, told him to leave him and they should go. The brunette sighed heavily, closing his eyes. He thought that this was really none of his business and now was not the time to get into trouble. The students turned their backs to the stranger, walking away from him. The brunette thought that it was better to concentrate on tomorrow's tests. The stranger's face twisted into a crazy smile. The bright sun was shining above the building. The students were running around the stadium. Basic tests. A student was throwing a cannonball at the target. The students were sitting at their desks. Specialized tests. The protagonist stared at a piece of paper. The students walked out of the building with wide smiles, throwing sheets of paper into the air. They were glad that it was all over. People crowded near the building, greeting the students. The protagonist made his way through the crowd. There was a white car parked near the sidewalk. The stranger said that it was him. The guy with glasses looked out of the car, pointing his finger to the side. He said that it was that student with the huge Kai pressure. The green-haired girl narrowed her eyes, saying that such sprouts had great potential in cultivation and their future would definitely be extraordinary. The blue-haired guy looked ahead with displeasure, saying that they were damn lucky. The girl smirked slightly, saying that the sins of these people were unforgivable and could not be forgotten. There were guys in the van, holding bats in their hands. The green-haired girl said that it was their duty to cleanse themselves and their souls. She smirked wickedly, saying that she would leave the rest to them and take him on herself. Guys with bats came out of the van. They ran along the road. The bandit hit the student on the head with a bat. They began to beat up students and passers-by. The man grabbed the girl by the hair, pulling it. The unknown person attacked the guy with his weapon. The students ran past the protagonist in a panic. King wondered what was going on. The girl smirked mischievously, asking the student where he was going. She appeared behind the protagonist, saying that before he left, he should at least sacrifice his soul to God. The protagonist frowned in confusion, looking behind him. He blocked the blow with his hands, noting that it hurt. The brunette widened his eyes, wondering if these people were trained by martial artists. The girl looked at the protagonist with a crazy look. The hero recalled the image of the stranger standing next to the green-haired girl. He noted that the symbol on their faces was the same as that guy from the cult they met yesterday. The brunette jumped off the ground. He began to turn around in the air, swinging his leg. Ping wondered, what are these guys trying to take revenge on him? The stranger blocked the blow with her hand. Ping looked at the girl, annoyed, noting that it hurt like hell and he couldn't stand it for long, adding that he hadn't even learned any techniques yet. The stranger grabbed the protagonist by the jacket. She threw him to the ground, swinging her fist. The girl looked at the guy with a furious look, clenching her hand into a fist. The student's eyes widened, after which he kicked the girl in the leg. The girl's eyes widened in bewilderment, after which she hit the ground with her fist. The brunette turned his head to the side, looking at the fist next to him. He noted that this was not a simple rebellion, and they were trying to kill him. The stranger straightened her hand. The student wondered that by creating a crack in the asphalt with just one punch, what stage was she a master of? The stranger looked at the protagonist with a crazy look, saying that this was God's grace. The protagonist thought that he had won the fight against that wanted cultivator only because he had prepared for it, and he faced the martial artist again. A girl's fist appeared in front of the protagonist's face, thinking that now he was definitely finished and would die there. Suddenly, the man attacked the martial artist in the head. The blow caused blood to gush out onto the protagonist's face. The attack sent the girl flying. The bald-headed man in uniform stood with his hand outstretched. The bald-headed man shook the blood off his hand, saying that he never thought that those guys would cause trouble in the testing center. Ping looked at the fighter in surprise. The man looked at the student, asking if he was injured. The girl was lying on the ground, bleeding. The protagonist looked at what was happening in horror, after which he grabbed his mouth with his hand, thinking that he had pierced the woman's skull with another blow, and he was incredibly strong. The man looked at the student, asking if Leon was okay, adding that any student who witnessed the sickening scene would not be okay. The fighter looked at the student with a serious look, asking if he felt better. Tears welled up in the protagonist's eyes. Ping asked who he was. The protagonist looked at the unfamiliar man with curiosity. The man said that he was a representative of the detective agency. There was a mangled body of a girl lying near the wall. Ping asked what about them. The representative said that they were just a bunch of psychos. Ping opened his mouth wide, stating that now was not the time for jokes. The representative looked at the student in surprise. The protagonist asked if this riot of psychos was over. The protagonist looked at the representative of the detective agency with fury, noting that this woman had just tried to kill him. The man looked at the guy with excitement. The protagonist lowered his gaze. The representative smiled awkwardly, saying that Yang had already sent the Ministry of Defense and the Detective Bureau to clean up the culprits within the city, and that such a thing would not happen again. Jinyang ran towards the protagonist, asking if he was injured. The deputy walked up to the protagonist, grabbing his shoulders. He asked if there was any bleeding or injury, adding that he had better get checked as soon as possible. The representative told the deputy to be calm, since he was fine. The cultivator looked at the man in surprise. The bald-headed man asked what he was saying. His name was Ping, and he was the best in the city in terms of Kai. Jinyang asked what it was Zhang. The old man looked at Jinyang with a serious look, asking that as far as he understood, this time it was not a simple riot. The man took out a cigarette, saying that it was. The protagonist widened his eyes in bewilderment. Zhang noted that this was not the first time they had attacked new graduates. The boys looked at the Detective Bureau representative. The fighter said that this was a gang, a group of crazy haters. There were wounded students lying on the ground. Zhang said that graduates were a hated privileged class for them, who simply had not yet gotten a taste for it and had not yet had time to gain strength. The doctor was performing cardiac massage on a student. Zhang noted that they were the best targets for revenge. The fighter squinted ahead. He noted that, however, he did not even imagine that they would go so far on the path together that they would stop the massacre right at the testing center, and besides, one of them was a cultivator. The deputy looked at the representative in horror, asking that they even brought a cultivator with them. The woman's body was covered in black cloth. The representative said that he had just attacked Ping. The protagonist stood behind the cultivator, his head down. Jinyang said that he was glad that he had made it in time, otherwise they would have lost an outstanding genius. Ping clenched his hand into a fist. He bared his teeth, noting that it was just a cultivator, but he was helpless. The protagonist recalled the image of the woman with a dissatisfied look. He thought that this was just a coincidence, wondering what would happen next time. Ping thought that the gate to the martial arts world was too dangerous, and how could he rise to the top if he had to suffer because of an ordinary cultivator? The policeman approached the representative of the Detective Bureau. He reported that they captured all those psychos and 3 of them were killed, 20 students were seriously injured, 6 had multiple fractures, and they might. Zhang asked what was wrong. The representative looked at the policeman in horror. The soldier said that they would no longer be able to practice martial arts. Jinyang placed his hand on the man's shoulder, telling him to focus on the criminals and leave the rest to the Ministry of Education. Zhang noted that leaving the ministry would only cause more trouble. Jinyang noted that there shouldn't be any problems in this situation. This was something they had to deal with anyway. The cultivator began to look over the protagonist, asking if he was really uninjured, that he would quickly bandage him up. If he was really injured, then he would have nothing to explain to Jinyang. The protagonist reached out for a handkerchief. He began to wipe the blood off his face, asking his uncle if he could teach him about combat tactics. The old man looked at the student in surprise, asking why he needed it and that he wanted to learn combat tactics. The brunette confidently looked at the old man, saying that it was true. He thought that he should become stronger. Jinyang put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he would soon be enrolling and would definitely teach him there. So there was no need to rush to learn martial arts, explaining that many things are learned through practice, which is quite difficult in peacetime. The protagonist recalled the fight with a surprised look and suggested that these people did not know everything about combat tactics. The brunette stared at his uncle, who replied that there was nothing surprising about this because there were many cultivators in the world who did not practice combat tactics. He introduced various players from different nations and explained that it was a big strain on the body. Jinyang waved his hand, closed his eyes and said that he did not need the combat tactics he had learned in the past because even this incident being investigated by the Bureau had nothing to do with them. The brunette sadly lowered his gaze when he heard that it would be better for him to become an entrepreneur like most cultivators, and, of course, he could join the Bureau like those who cannot sit still, but it was very dangerous for life. The boy watched Jinyang leave, who said that he needed to wash up and find a new uniform, and then he would take him home and visit his parents for a while. Ping knew that most martial artists were not as good as they seemed. At this time, Ping was trying to call Wang Jinyang when he was told that the phone was out of network coverage. He stared at his phone while driving, wondering where the teacher had gone because he wanted to ask him more about martial arts. Ping was driving with Jinyang, who asked if anyone was home. Then he himself logged into his phone while driving. Ping stared at his phone. It showed a notification that Jinyang had made a transaction for him and transferred money. He looked at his phone in surprise, realizing that he had been so busy with exams that he had even forgotten about it and did not expect that the old man Jinyang and his director would actually send him money. Jinyang was smiling while driving, noticed that the guy did well on the energy measurement day, therefore he was given a reward. This old man extended his fist and wanted to cheer up the main character. He looked at him with a grin and extended his fist, saying that he was quite optimistic about his future and therefore wanted to cheer him up. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Ping immediately waved his hand with a smile and agreed with this statement. Jinyang was looking out the window at this time. Their car stopped on the road and Jinyang said, as expected of a person trained by Wang, who has great ambitions. The cult's business was gradually coming to an end, and he was lucky to survive, but it does not matter anymore because it is too late to look back. It was a pink sky and as old man Jinyang said, from now on he will only look forward. It was an orange sky above the house. Confetti shot out. At this time, his whole family was happy that he had reached the first place in energy level in the city. These confetti sparkles fell on Jinyang, who was slightly at a loss. The whole family looked at this man in confusion, trying to figure out who he was. The brunette walked into the house and turned to his family. His parents and sister immediately recognized their son and brother, who explained that Director Jinyang from the Ministry of Education was next to him, who brought him back. His whole family immediately sweated in surprise, trying to figure out who this deputy director of the Ministry of Education was. While the protagonist's mother was taking care of the guest at this time, the little sister turned to her brother, saying that this deputy director personally took him home and even Ping did not understand what he wanted. At this time, the mother did not expect him to come now, so she wanted to quickly take care of him, but Jinyang calmed her down. At this time, the father of the family sat down next to the guest, who apologized for such an unexpected visit, but he was asked to make himself at home. It was quite a spacious apartment with high chairs for children and Jinyang explained that in fact, regarding the ministry, few people could support a child like that before entering and suggested that his parents had a hard time raising Ping. Mingrong looked at the guest cautiously, who explained that if he did not mind, he would like to hire him as a security guard for the Ministry of Education and the monthly salary was quite large. Mingrong immediately exclaimed at such an impressive salary amount. Yuan immediately hugged her father with a smile and explained that it was very cool, and then he would not have to work hard in the future. Ping then looked at his father with a slight smile and said that it would be better if he accepted the offer. Mingrong timidly scratched his head and agreed. At this time, the whole family was in the hall when Jinyang was about to leave and said that he had some things to do. At this time, he was offered to stay for lunch, but Jinyang did not want to and thanked them for such politeness. At this time, the protagonist was seeing off the guest from the ministry, while his whole family was delighted with such a visit and realized that he even took their son and provided his father with a job. At this time, the protagonist closed the door and asked his mother if she was free tomorrow. At this time, the whole family looked at their son and tried to understand what he meant. Ping clenched his fist in delight and looked back with a smile, said that the ministry allocated them an apartment and said that they could take a look tomorrow. The whole family immediately opened their mouths in shock and their eyes widened. Even screams of shock could be heard outside. They entered the new apartment, which was all shiny, and noticed that it was very spacious. The whole family immediately began to settle in and look around the house when Yuan ran to the new floor to look around. Ping watched as his mother and father sat down on the sofa, and Mingrong explained that this was the first time in his life that he had ever seen such a large apartment as a reward. His mother added that the apartment was almost furnished and wondered how much the Ministry of Education had spent on it. Mingrong looked at his son warily and asked him if this apartment was really a reward from the Ministry of Education. The protagonist's eyes widened in slight bewilderment. He immediately laughed timidly, closing his eyes and realizing that he shouldn't tell them now that he was the one who bought the apartment because no one would believe that they could give him an entire house. He watched as his parents walked around the house and were shocked by such furniture. His father approached the TV and noticed this popular expensive TV, and his mother also noticed that it would be convenient to watch her favorite series on it. Ping noticed that they had already taken everything here for granted. Then they all sat together in front of the TV and chatted with each other. Ping turned to his parents and explained that the Ministry of Education had made an exception for them and given them this house as a special gift, so he asked them not to tell others. Yuyan noticed that he was not yet a martial arts master, but had already received great benefits, and she could not even imagine what would happen when he became a real master. Then the parents immediately got up from the sofa and noticed the second floor, wanting to check everything around. At this time, the news was broadcasting an urgent broadcast where they said that today a strong earthquake occurred in the western regions, and it was so strong that many houses were destroyed. Ping's eyes widened in surprise at this news, and he realized that in his past life, a strong earthquake had occurred on this day. He widened his eyes in horror when he heard that several people were already dead, most were injured, and several were missing. As far as he remembered, there were many more victims in the past than now, and he assumed that it could all be due to the power of martial artists. He closely watched the TV news, where they said that thanks to the early warning from the great martial artists and the timely evacuation of residents, the earthquake that occurred did not result in many victims, and the rescue team had already headed to the disaster area to help the victims. The man on the news reported that together with the great masters leading the rescue work, they called on all martial artists to help in the disaster area and wanted to rebuild the destroyed houses with joint efforts. Ping was shocked, his eyes bulging, and realized that martial artists were not as useless as Jinyang said because they saved many people. The broadcast showed how one of the masters hit a stone to save a family, and Ping realized that he had already stepped into the world of martial arts, so there was no turning back. He immediately grinned wickedly and realized that as long as he continued to get stronger, everything would go as it should. Suddenly, Wang called him on the phone. He immediately picked up the phone and paced around the room, saying that he had not been able to reach him for the past few days, asking if he was okay. Wang replied that he had been on missions outside the city these days and it would be inconvenient to have a phone. The protagonist scratched his nose with a grin when he heard from the interlocutor that he saw his messages and said that his level was already 149 units, and that was not bad. The protagonist praised his interlocutor for his instruction. He held a white push-button phone when Wang explained that Ping clearly did not call him to hear his congratulations and wanted to get to the heart of the matter. The protagonist looked out the panoramic window and turned to his friend. He imagined himself illuminated by light and emitting smoke from his body, because a couple of days ago he had already completed the preliminary bone tempering technique and his blood and energy indicators had already exceeded 150. Wang was on the phone at that time and assumed that Ping wanted to become a master. The brunette held the phone to his ear and said with slight bewilderment that he was not yet ready for this, because now his energy had increased incredibly, but his bone tempering process was still slow. He immediately scratched his head timidly and said that he wanted to ask him about combat tactics, because he himself said that tactics played a huge role in combat and he wanted to learn them, but the problem was that he had no one to learn from. The brunette stared at the phone and heard Wang say that tactics were very important, but practicing was not the best idea for him now. He was standing by the window in the spacious living room when Wang said that 150 units was the minimum needed to advance to the master level, but they were pursuing another goal. And while he was not a martial artist yet, he needed to remember that the higher his energy level, the more useful it would be in the future, and he could quickly complete the upper and lower bone tempering technique due to such a high energy level. The battered Jinyang held the phone to his ear and said that Ping had not only reached over 150, but had also successfully completed stage 1 of bone hardening. If he were to practice combat tactics now, it would be of no use to him in the future. At this time, Jinyang was sitting on a tree in the forest and said that in order to achieve his long-term goal, he needed to harden his bones twice. The protagonist was shocked by this statement. Jinyang talked to the protagonist in the forest and asked him if he thought that his bone hardening process was not going fast enough now. Ping looked closely at the phone and said yes. The battered guy in the forest said that if circumstances allowed, he could buy some special body hardening products and take a bath in them because they would help speed up the bone hardening process. The protagonist looked away with slight concern and said that he had never heard of this before. It was a small bottle of essential oil, and Jinyang explained that there was an explanation for this because only those with high energy whose body had reached its limit would take the usual ones. The brunette looked down when Jinyang explained that not all people could use this product, and besides, it was impossible to find it anywhere in their city. The protagonist looked away when the phone said that they had already talked for more than 3 minutes, and Jinyang offered to buy a few bottles of this product near his school and then send it to him. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment when Jinyang explained that 3 bottles would cost 500,000 yuan and asked to transfer this money to his card later, so he hung up. Ping immediately became worried because he wanted to know a few more nuances, because he thought that he would get these bottles for free because it was too expensive. Ping held his head with tears in his eyes and realized that after all, in their world and in the world of martial arts, nothing is done for free. He realized with resentment and pain that he must spend time usefully, he must cultivate and he cannot waste money. He frantically stood in a plank. Then he did his homework on the computer. Then he went for a run. His foot stepped on the wooden floor. He quickly squatted, which raised a vortex funnel. His heart and blood vessels pumped blood and strengthened. His human silhouette spread his arms to the sides, which attracted the wind and red energy. 1 month later, he was lying in the bathtub. The brunette was lying in this bathtub and looked relaxed. Then he looked at the status window, where his balance, energy, and mentality were indicated. He looked at his hands with enthusiasm and realized that he had spent a considerable amount of money, and at the same time, the system had estimated their value to be much higher because the system automatically regenerates the price difference, so he had saved even more for this purchase. These 3 empty bottles were lying on the floor, and he realized that before, the price of these pills was usually 2/3 of the market value, which meant that the market value of 3 bottles of body strengthening products could be 900,000 yuan, so each bottle would cost 300,000. He lay in the bathroom and held his head, laughing loudly, because he assumed that selling pills was a good way to make a fortune. At this time, Yuan stood at the door with dissatisfaction and was about to tell her brother to hurry up because he had been there for a very long time and she needed to go to the toilet. Then after a while, the whole family surrounded the main character and wanted to see his results. Ping explained that if they stood over his soul like that, he would not be able to see his results, but his family was also curious. Yuan immediately grabbed the mouse and wanted to check everything herself. She entered the necessary data to check the results of the martial arts exam. His family closely watched the result, blocking the guy's view because they realized that with such a result, getting into an ordinary martial arts university would not be a problem. Yuan noted that with such a result, it would not be difficult to enter the best martial arts universities. They looked at their son's card and realized that he would even be able to enter 2 major martial arts universities. They immediately began to praise and hug him, and were so proud of his results. Then his mother talked to his father while his sister answered calls because they wanted to get autographs from her brother, but now there was a more important task, which university he should enter. The brunette held his head in relief and realized that his family was happy with the results. Then Ping looked at his phone, seeing messages. It was a message from Jinyang, who wanted to meet him. It was a sports complex under a clear sky in Sun City. At this time, Jinyang was playing basketball with a girl. He looked to the side and noticed the main character. Ping looked at him with a smirk, tucking his sleeves into his pockets, and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They approached each other and Ping noticed that Jinyang came with his sister. A little girl with round eyes looked at the main character. Jinyang looked at the girl and said that this was Nini, and she was his teacher's daughter. Our hero immediately leaned forward and extended his hand to the girl, greeting her. This girl immediately hid behind Jinyang's back. The brunette looked at what was happening with trepidation and realized that this was a little impolite. Although if you think about it, his sister can be just as cute. Jinyang immediately tried to calm the girl down and patted her on the head, saying that he wanted to chat with this guy for a while. They were standing in the center of the sports ground and watching the girl run away, when Ping noted that Jinyang still had time to babysit the children. His friend looked at Fedia with displeasure and told him to watch his words because there were things that he was better off not knowing about now. The brunette stood there with a puzzled look. He had quickly managed to get back from Jinyang's flying fist. Ping looked at the outstretched hand of his friend, who praised him and noted that he had already managed to strengthen his bones twice and invited him to train with him. Our hero replied with a smile that it was too early for him to participate in sparring, because now Jinyang was a master of martial arts, and he was only a beginner. Then he immediately received a punch to the face and began to fall, when Jinyang noted how he could become a master if he had no desire to fight. Ping flew far from the center of the ground. Jinyang stretched out his fist and asked him if he was ready to become stronger at all. Because his legs were weak, he couldn't defend himself, his attack was weak, and he wondered why he was asking him about combat tactics then. Ping touched his cheek with a malicious smile and realized that they wanted to look at him and all his abilities. Jinyang immediately jumped into the air to attack the main character. Ping deftly managed to jump up and jump back. He looked at Van with a dissatisfied grin, realized that he had also worked hard and really deserved to be a stage 3 cultivator. Ping flew back slightly in a fighting stance, leaning on his hands. Jinyang looked at him maliciously and noted his quick reaction. The brunette immediately scratched his nose and said that it was all thanks to his instructions. Then Jinyang immediately ran closer to deliver another blow and said that it was only his merit. Jinyang immediately waved his hand and said that there was no need to be modest. Ping remembered watching this friend who had an admiring crowd around him, because they first met in early April and he was nothing special back then. In those memories, Jinyang watched Ping tie up Wu and smirked. Jinyang said that after he was able to catch him alone, he realized that he had talent, but he never expected that in 2 months he would be able to master the bone hardening technique twice. Jinyang tried to attack our guy from all sides, who deftly dodged and managed to surprise him. Our hero flew back and said with a smile that he did not deserve so much praise. Jinyang then quickly grabbed his friend by the arms. He immediately lifted him into the air and was about to perform a wrestling move. Jinyang wanted Ping to enter Nanjing University. Ping flew upside down with an evil grin. Jinyang knocked our guy down. Ping was lying on the floor, squinting his face in displeasure, asking about this martial arts university. Jinyang sat next to him and explained that as the leader of the martial arts club in this university, he could help to be exempted from paying for all resources until he reached stage 3. The protagonist stared at the guy and wondered. Before he reached stage 3, the bone tempering and energy raising pills would cost him tens of millions of yuan. Jinyang looked at him with a smirk and told him to decide for himself. After all, with his abilities, he can enter the 2 major martial arts universities. They sat next to each other, and Ping excitedly said that he had heard this many times before and asked if they were really that good. Jinyang looked ahead coldly and said that after all, these more famous universities were much better than ordinary martial arts universities. He imagined a pile of gold coins falling into a pile and explained that they were rich in resources, because the Chinese national government allocated a huge amount of money to the 2 major martial arts universities every year. He imagined a cover with silhouettes of people and explained that countless famous and influential people were their alumni, and they provided a huge financial support from their university. The protagonist looked at his friend in shock, who said that this is why they can provide the students with bone hardening and energy enhancing pills for free when they are about to enter the first stage. Our guy looked at his friend with disbelief and realized that there were many new students every year and they spent quite a lot of money on them, and realized that they had a lot of resources. The 2 of them sat on the floor and Jinyang said that except for the subsidy from the university, the students had to fight for the remaining resources themselves, so the number of missions they took in the martial arts university played a huge role. He remembered the tied-up Wu and reminded him that it was actually his mission in that city. Jinyang sat on the red carpet, Ping on the wooden floor. Jinyang said that such an opportunity was very rare, and as long as he studied in an ordinary martial arts university like Nanjing, he might even encounter the problem of lacking a mission at times, but the 2 major martial arts universities were a different story. Jinyang closed his eyes and imagined the 2 continents as a city of magic and the capital. He explained that one of these cities was in the capital, the political center, and the other university was in the financial center, the city of magic. He explained that they were large cities with a huge number of missions and tempting rewards, and there were even missions to deliver various items. Jinyang raised his hand and said that in any case, Ping would receive rewards equivalent to his abilities, and there was a third important reason why everyone aspired to enter these 2 universities. The protagonist frowned in amazement. They sat on the floor, and Jinyang stated that this was an aspect that ordinary martial artists could not compete with because of the influential positions in the teaching staff. He presented a hierarchy grid and black silhouettes of fighters, explaining that Ping must have reached at least stage 3 to teach at this university and people who have reached stage 4 can become instructors. He further stated that those who have reached stage 5 above can become the leaders of the university, as this brings the 2 main universities to a much higher standard. He added that stage 4 is the minimum requirement and few people even reach stage 5 in a 6, and based on this, he knew that there were 4 great masters in the Magic City Martial Arts University. Ping's eyes widened in amazement, realizing that there were still such superhumans as a great master. Jinyang then stood up and looked at his friend, stating that this was only an external factor and the most valuable thing was hidden within him, and as long as he had the skills, all roads would open to him wherever he went. The brunette sat with a dissatisfied look when he was told to think carefully. Jinyang left without looking back and hoped that Ping would still choose Nanjing University. Ping sat with a sad expression, crossed his arms, and understood that before he reached the 3rd stage, the bone tempering and energy raising pills would cost him a considerable amount of money. He guessed that Jinyang wanted him to enroll in this university since he was offering him this deal, but the general standards of the 2 major martial arts universities were more suitable for him in the long term. He was trying to figure out which option he should choose under the orange sky. Then, he held the red acceptance letter in his hands. He put the letter in his backpack. His family stood at the spacious train station, bidding him farewell, asking about whether he had brought everything with him, whether he had forgotten anything. Ping stroked the head of his sister, who clung to her mother, because she announced that Ping was leaving and asked her to tell him something before leaving. Yuan clung to her mother as Ping explained that he was not leaving forever and said goodbye to his little sister, asking her to behave well and obey her parents. The girl stood next to her parents. Then she quickly ran towards her brother. Ping looked back in surprise at his indignant little sister, who told her to tell him when he would find himself a girlfriend so that she could tell her new older sister all his bad habits and shortcomings. Yuan cried through tears and snot. Ping climbed into the train while Yuan cried and told her to take care of herself when she was not around. The brunette looked at her with a smirk and agreed with her, realizing that his sister was very young. They were transported to the city of magic, because it was the financial center of the Chinese national government. It was a large metropolis and full-scale highways with bridges. The protagonist stood at the train station and looked around at the bustling crowd of people, because even ordinary people without noble backgrounds are able to get something in return for their efforts. The brunette looked at the crowd in surprise and realized that there were many martial artists here. Suddenly, a policeman approached the protagonist and asked for his ID. Ping looked down to take out his ID and realized that it was the railway police. The policeman looked at the device and said that his energy was 199, but he did not see any records that he was a martial artist and therefore he could not move around the city of magic for free. Our guy pointed at himself in surprise and said that he was not a martial artist. The policeman immediately widened his eyes in shock at such a statement. Ping looked at the policeman with slight anxiety and said that he had recently entered the Magic City Martial Arts University and came here early to get acquainted with the surroundings. The policeman sighed with relief and realized that this freshman had a high energy level, which was very cool, and said that he could help him register. He immediately handed him a token and said that an ordinary martial arts university makes all the necessary preparations for everyone a few days before classes start, and since Ping arrived early, he would help issue him a temporary martial artist pass. Ping stood there with a thoughtful look and understood that martial artists, who are one step above ordinary people, are not much different from walking firearms, so additional restrictions were introduced in the City of Magic, and this is a really big city and from what he saw, thorough checks are the norm here. They moved to the temporary pass issuing point. He received his temporary pass with his photo. He looked at this token with a smile and realized that the temporary martial artist pass was almost like an ID card. White clouds floated across the sky and life in the City of Magic became more and more exciting. Then the protagonist approached the huge martial arts university of the City of Magic. He looked at the sign with the suitcase in amazement and realized that this university had such a huge entrance. Then the brunette looked to the side when they noticed that he was a freshman here. The brunette looked back at the guy in the shirt and tried to figure out who he was. This guy smirked. He looked at the main character with a smile and introduced himself as Qin Fengking, because he is a third-year student of the weapons department at the martial arts university. The brunette looked closely at Fengking's hand. His gaze caught on the bandaged sword. Fedor held his bandaged blade in his hand. Then he briskly began to wave it. The protagonist looked at what was happening in surprise. Fengking deftly twirled this sword in his hands. Then Fengking with a cold-blooded look assumed a fighting stance. Then he began to wave his blade again and reached out with his hand. Fengking with an angry look swung the blade towards the protagonist, who was in shock. Fengking extended the blade over the head of the frightened boy, who stated that it was dangerous to swing a sword in public. The senior student smiled as he threw the sword over his head and noticed that Ping had strengthened his bones twice and had trained well, so he asked his name. The brunette reached his hand to his head and said his name. Fengking looked at the freshman with a malicious smile and stated that the one who strengthened his bones twice belonged to their university. He then started to walk away and waved his hand, stating that he needed to believe that he had made the right choice by enrolling in this university. The brunette smiled proudly and realized that Fengking could tell that he had strengthened his bones twice even though he was not even at stage 1 and was definitely strong. At this time, Fengking started to walk away. He then grabbed his head with a little anxiety and realized that he thought the guy's accent was familiar and could not remember where it was spoken. Then he slightly closed his eyes and realized that it was unimportant and decided to forget about it. Then he reached into his pocket. Inside his pocket were the blue pills that he had just bought for tempering his bones and guessed that it should be enough to finish strengthening the bones of his torso. Then he smiled maliciously and realized that after he finished the process of tempering his bones, he would definitely destroy the martial arts club at Nanjing University. The main character walked along the forest sidewalk with a suitcase and read the map. He looked at the map from the freshman guidebook and tried to figure out his location. Then he looked at the building with a little confusion. He saw a dilapidated and shabby building in front of him and realized that such a huge organization was not very good compared to the main entrance. Then he went inside and wanted to go to the reception desk. There was a woman sitting there reading a magazine. She sat cross-legged on a chair and looked at the freshman. The brunette looked at her in surprise. Then he handed her the letter and said that it was the notification of admission and his martial arts pass. The woman explained that he was registering very early because the university had not even finished preparing yet. She looked at the letter and started typing on the computer, saying that usually freshmen arrive 3 days early or early 5 days, and yet he came here a month early. The guy looked at her intently and said that he was looking forward to entering the martial arts university. That's why he came early, but he thought her attitude towards work was terrible. She swiped the pass on the device and realized that he came so early on purpose to double her daily workload. Ping laughed sheepishly, standing to the side, and apologized for the inconvenience when the woman explained that the university dormitory was closed. He would have to find a place to stay himself. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She saw the main character's profile, where he needed to be accepted. She immediately jumped up from the computer. She extended her hand towards the guy with a smile, who was surprised that he could stay with them, and she wanted to arrange a place for him at the hotel of the Magic University right away. He noticed this sudden change in attitude. The woman looked at the computer with excitement and asked that he was going to break through to become a martial artist. If so, she could report it to the university so that a training consultant could help him. The protagonist exclaimed and widened his eyes, surprised that this could be done when the university had not even started its work. The woman looked at him with excitement and answered with an affirmative. The two of them stood above the spotlight as the rest of the crowd watched them. The woman explained that in the martial arts university, skill corresponds to privileges, and he was a potential martial artist who had strengthened his bones twice and was definitely a genius among the freshmen. So if he wanted to succeed and become a martial artist, the university would definitely provide him with training consultants to take care of him. The main character stood there with a thoughtful expression, looking down and realized that if he hadn't strengthened his bones twice and broken through when he reached 150 units of energy, the university most likely wouldn't have given him such an opportunity. Then they looked to the side when the manager of the rooms at the Magic University Hotel, Lai Cheng's, arrived. He was a skinny guy in a brown suit who was scratching his head and said that he immediately rushed here as soon as he heard that a famous person had arrived. Cheng's immediately walked closer to the guest and asked him if he was the same Mr. Ping who strengthened his bones twice. He then took his suitcase with a smile and asked him not to be shy and ask for help after moving to the Magic University Hotel. Ping timidly extended his hand when the assistant took his suitcase and said that he didn't need to do it because he could carry his suitcase himself. He then walked outside and saw a black large limousine. He opened his mouth in amazement and realized that he would be driven in such a luxurious car. It was a huge hotel building under the sun's rays. Then there was a personal gym for him, as well as an open-plan kitchen. There was also the simple and affordable luxury of a spacious hall, as well as a bright room with a large bed. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement, asking, "Is all this really free?" The two of them were standing in a spacious room when Cheng's explained that the Magic University Hotel mainly provides services for the students of the Magic University of their parents. So all meals and accommodation in this place are completely free, and this room is quite cool. He began to look around and realized that this room has everything. Cheng's closed his eyes with a smile and stated as if he had strengthened his bones twice, the room he was staying in was slightly better than the others. The protagonist stared at the rays of the sun. The two of them were standing in the living room when the assistant asked the guests to make themselves comfortable, and that was it. He wanted to leave, and so if there was anything urgent he could call. Ping thanked him for being so polite. Then he was left alone in the hall. He smiled maliciously with his brows furrowed and realized that he now belonged to the privileged class. They were transported to the hotel of the Magic University, where there was a restaurant, and people were dining. The protagonist was sitting at the table and eating scrambled eggs with meat, because the food expenses for staying in his room over the past few days had probably already amounted to many thousands of yuan. Then it was great for him to have special privileges. He was able to save a lot thanks to this. He was about to put a piece in his mouth and looked at the status window, because he still had to spend quite a lot of money to prepare for the third bone strengthening. It was the status window with the characteristics of balance, energy, and intelligence. He chewed a piece of food with his eyes closed and realized that judging by the rate at which his energy was depleted when he cultivated, he would need a lot more money in the future, and he was just lucky to meet this executive. He chewed a piece of food with a malicious look and realized that there was only one way to constantly make a profit, and that was to start a company. He introduced the technology city and various gadgets of the new era, explaining that the structure of the two worlds was different, but the development trend was the same, and he understood that there would definitely be a trend towards the development of the internet. Online shopping and mobile payments would become an integral part of the future life. Well, it requires a lot of technical financial investment, so it would be very difficult to implement. He also remembered that in 2008, the Ali Group was not widely known, its scale could not be called small, and there were rumors that Huiting Ma was able to get to rank 7, although he had never touched money before and he was not interested in it. He lowered his sullen gaze and realized that he only had 1.6 million yuan and opening online stores was too risky. He imagined couriers loading cargo into gazelle trucks and suggested that he could start a courier company. He smiled enthusiastically and understood that there were not many technical aspects and it was not difficult to start up at the initial stage, and the profit would also be quite high at a later stage. He continued to eat the meat with a puzzled look and understood that if he opened a company near a magic university, he would have to find someone who was familiar with the local situation to help him manage it, and recently he had only communicated with an upperclassman. Suddenly, he looked away when he heard a dissatisfied voice about the dish. The waitress came to the table where the dissatisfied customers were sitting and said that there were no flaws when she brought the dish. The man immediately grabbed the waitress and assumed that she had caught him in a lie. The girl immediately began to make excuses and said that she would change everything. The dissatisfied man in the colorful shirt frowned and said that he had already lost his appetite, so he told him to call the general manager of their hotel. The protagonist watched this situation closely and realized that this man wanted to start a fight and contact the CEO who was not there. Then he immediately decided to get up from the table and realized that this type of person is terribly annoying, so he decided to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaimed from under his brows. Suddenly, Cheng's came up to them with Zhenping and said that he was the manager of the rooms in the hotel. The waitress with a relieved smile and tears in her eyes was glad that the manager came here. This guy improved, closed his eyes and asked about the problem that had arisen. This dissatisfied plump man said that he wanted to see the CEO and there was no use for the manager. The brown-haired man immediately looked at the sad waitress. He began to take out a strand of hair from the dish. He looked at the long hair in surprise and said that according to the rules of their hotel, all employees are prohibited from having hair below the shoulders. The dissatisfied customer's girlfriend looked at the long hair while the manager was trying to figure out who could have broken the rules. The plump man started pointing his fingers angrily and said that their hygiene level was not up to par and said that he would file a complaint against them. Cheng's immediately bowed down to the customer and apologized for ruining their meal. Cheng said with a smile, in order to protect the rights and interests of customers like them, he decided to send this strand of hair to the clinical laboratory department of the Magic University to analyze the DNA in it. He showed this long hair to the dissatisfied customer and said that they would definitely find out the truth. These guests immediately started running away from the hotel. The main character approached their table and praised the manager for being cool while the waitress wanted to get to work. Cheng's immediately bowed down to our main character for letting him witness this. Ping closed his eyes with a smile and turned to the manager, stating that he was not a martial artist but held the position of manager in a department of the Magic University and should have many years of experience. Cheng timidly scratched his head and said that he only had 8 years of experience. The brunette slightly tilted his head and believed that these Magic University graduates held higher positions than him and asked if he had ever thought about becoming a martial artist. Cheng's immediately widened his eyes in shock and said that he had saved up money to enroll in martial arts classes. If he became a master, he would probably receive 3 or 4 times the benefits compared to the current one. They stood opposite each other when the brunette stretched out his hand and asked how long it would take, hinting that it would be a very long time and by that time, he would be over 30 years old and his energy would begin to decline and he would reach Huapeng to rank 1. The brown-haired man closed his eyes with a cold expression and explained that it was not so bad. Ping opened his mouth and said that within 3 years he could help him become a martial artist without any expenses. The manager's eyes widened at this statement. The brunette looked at Cheng's with a sly grin and asked if he wanted to change jobs. Then he smiled widely, closing his eyes. At this time, Cheng's was tasting wine in a glass. He put the glass on the table and turned to Fedia, saying that the courier company he mentioned really had a very good prospect, but he was not sure about the company's future. They sat opposite each other in a cafe, and the assistant said that he would not only buy these 3 years of his life, but could even influence his cultivation in the coming years. The brunette frowned slightly and said that this price was even higher than becoming a martial artist and asked what would happen if he did not live up to his expectations, since he did not dare to take on such a responsibility. The protagonist looked at him with a smirk and said that he did not need to be so shy in front of him, since what he liked about him was not only his abilities, but also the connections he had accumulated over the past 8 years at the Magic University. The brunette closed his eyes with a smile and explained that he would be studying at the Magic University, and was also a potential martial artist who had strengthened his bones twice, and he was confident that he could reach rank 3 before entering the 2nd year and become a mid-level martial artist within 3 years. He added that by then, he would ask the university to appoint him as the general manager of this hotel. Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Then he looked puzzled with a dissatisfied expression and realized that Ping could not only come up with a detailed business plan, but also spoke in a more mature manner than his age. After all, he had waited for so long, and this could be a chance for him to completely change his life. Ping looked at him through his bangs and said that he needed help now, and if he agreed to it, it would be like coal on a snowy day, and assured that the future mid-level martial artist would be indebted to him, and it was worth it. Cheng's immediately said that he would be happy to help him. A month later, it was hotel rooms. The main character stretched his hand into the bones under the influence of energy. He irradiated with his energy, training in his hotel with the help of aura. He bared his teeth and stretched his arms from the stream of light. His bones and muscles radiated with this energy and thickened. Drops of sweat and blood fell to the floor. He leaned his hands on his knees with a tired look and realized that the triple bone strengthening was finished. He went to his status window where the balance, energy, and intelligence stats were. He noticed that the energy had increased by 6 and the intelligence by 10, so the effect of the triple bone strengthening was quite good, and he had simply exhausted too many resources. He tried to catch his breath while looking at the status window after spending 1 month and about 2 million. Then he reached for the towel on the floor of his gym and realized that he had transferred the company to Cheng's, so he had saved a lot of time. He held the door handle with his bloody hand and realized that the advantage of the triple bone strengthening was that the speed in the later stages was even faster than the second time, and it was worth it. He threw the towel around his neck and with a mountainous look, realized that now he just had to wait until tomorrow when the university opened. It was the black sign of the university. A whole crowd of students were entering this gate, where the dormitory area of the Magic University was. All the guys were walking with suitcases, and the dormitory of the Magic University for freshmen is divided into 4 areas depending on the results of admission to the university. All the guys behind him admired the main character who was walking in front. They saw that Ping entered the first area with the best living conditions. He checked into room 86. He entered the room and looked at her apartment with surprise, because instead of calling it a student dormitory, it is more suitable for the title of an elite high-class house. The main character was standing in a clean and licked to a shine room. He looked at what was happening with a trembling smile and realized that although he enjoyed the privileges of the Magic University Hotel for a whole month, but seeing this, he could not help but tremble before the financial assistance of the Magic University. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a knock on the door. He went outside the door and realized that his roommate was knocking on his door. It was a red-haired guy in a white shirt, who said with a smile that he lived opposite him and introduced himself as Fu Changding. Changding looked at the new guest with a beaming smile and wanted to get to know him. The protagonist greeted his neighbor with a smile, who thought he was handsome and realized that his status was higher than his personal status and did not understand how to live with it. Changding looked at his new friend in surprise and noticed his accent. The red-haired guy immediately looked animatedly at the brunette and realized that he was from Nanjiang, and realized that in that case he should know Jinyang. The protagonist looked at his new friend in surprise and explained that Jinyang was a graduate of his school and was surprised that he also knew him. The red-haired guy said with admiration and a shining gaze that Jinyang was the role model of the new era of martial artists, and he heard last year that Jinyang had defeated all the rank 1 disciples in the Magic University. The brunette's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Changding's white turtleneck, who mentioned that Jinyang had caused a great commotion in his hometown. In his memories, Jinyang had bloodthirstily cut down all his enemies with a blade on the first day he came to the capital, and had challenged the 8 martial arts training classes. The protagonist was shocked and amazed. Changding looked at him with malicious glee and said that these training classes were led by mid-rank martial artists. Changding noticed how the protagonist's fist began to clench and squeal, and asked him not to forget that they should gather outside the building for combat practice later in the evening. Ping clenched his fist and was dissatisfied. Then he scratched his face with a grin and realized that Jinyang was too strong and he couldn't keep up with him. The red-haired guy watched his neighbor leave with a little sadness. The red-haired guy looked away sullenly and realized that as soon as Ping heard about Jinyang, he released such a strong energy because he strengthened his bones twice and guessed that he was probably stronger than he looked. A whole bunch of students gathered in a group and talked among themselves, while the platform tried to ask for silence. At this time, a man in a black suit frantically looked around and asked for silence. At this time, another man appeared with a cold-blooded look and assured that these guys had not seen enough yet, so he wanted to do everything himself. He came up from the balcony and furiously shouted for everyone to be quiet. All the people immediately began to fall down and shake convulsively, because they experienced such a strong pressure. Ping lowered his head and noticed that this person had incredible, huge and strong energy. This fair-haired man put his hands behind his back and with a menacing look introduced himself as the Dean of the Weapons University, Wang. Jing stared at the students and said that he would be conducting the placement assessment of the freshmen in the university. Ping was immediately puzzled and did not understand what kind of placement he was talking about. It was a huge university building where a whole crowd had gathered, and the dean declared that the building in front of them was the place where the placement assessment of the university was taking place. He introduced the first floor of the library where the students were, calling it the social science school, where they would study politics and cultural studies. Then on the second floor was the production school, and in it they would research weapon pills and martial arts skills in their special suits. The third floor was the tactics and strategy school, where they would be in charge of developing military tactics. The fourth floor was called the weapons school, where they mainly dealt with practical combat, where the guys were training. Jing stood at the microphone and raised his hand, saying that they could enter the building in 5 minutes, and told them to go to the school they wanted to go to. Ping stood next to his neighbor when he heard from the dean that in an hour all floors would be closed and they would belong to the school they stayed in. The students began to look at each other in fear and realized that it was so easy, although they could have just assigned them to schools when they were admitted to the university, and did not understand why they did it so badly. Jing grinned maliciously and forgot to tell them that there could not be more than 400 people on each floor. If the number exceeded, then 30 university points would be deducted from all the students on that floor. He looked at the frightened crowd from the balcony. He stretched out his fingers with a sarcastic smile and said that the starting point for a freshman in the Magic University was 50 points, and explained that 1 university point was worth 30,000 yuan, and 3 university points could be exchanged for a normal energy pill. All the students immediately opened their mouths in surprise when they heard that more than half of the 50 points would be deducted, and this was too much when 30 points could be exchanged for 10 normal pills, and they did not understand why they were being treated so harshly. Jing smirked and asked the students not to worry, because even if they lost these points, the Magic University would give them tasks to complete that would earn them new points, but this was on the condition that they had become martial artists by then. The main character was shocked and perplexed, his eyes widened. Then he looked to the side. It was Changding who pointed his finger at himself with glee and suggested that they form a team together. A bunch of students started to look at each other, and Changding said that the weapons school had much more resources than other schools and the best teachers in the Magic University. He was willing to bet that many people would rush to the 4th floor. The main character was standing next to his friend, who said that if they worked together, taking into account their abilities, they would definitely get into the weapons school, but that did not mean that they would get the best teachers to teach them. The brunette looked at his friend with bewilderment and tried to understand what exactly he was saying. Changding extended his index finger and imagined how Ping would train in the martial arts zone, and dreamed that every year, all the teachers of the Magic University watched the placement evaluation of freshmen, and at that moment they would look for students to teach. He explained that they had to stand out from the other students during the placement evaluation in order to attract the attention of the teachers. Ping squinted his eyes and heard Senior Jinyang mention that it was important to have a good teacher. He then touched his lips with a puzzled expression and realized that if he could attract the attention of all the teachers, it would be to his advantage. Changding tried to call out to the protagonist, who was smiling maliciously with a bloodthirsty expression at this moment, and he knew that then he could choose any teacher he liked. Changding added that this expression on his face did not make him a good guy. A crowd of students were gathered in front of the building when the dean announced that the principal of the Magic University once said that true martial artists are those who are willing to fight no matter what. Jing spread his arms out excitedly and shouted for everyone to enjoy their first lesson in becoming a martial artist now. All the other students were listening intently to their dean. They all quickly ran into this building, because the freshman placement evaluation was about to begin. The students immediately started fighting among themselves. The girls were also not far behind and tried to fight. The other guys also tried to fight among themselves. The directors of the university were watching all this closely through the screen and noted that the students from this group of freshmen had a good physique. Jing frowned with displeasure and tried to understand what people who lived an easy and unchanging life could know, because they were just little children who had nothing but energy. Behind the dean were other directors in suits, who said that they had all gone through this stage and asked him why he needed to be so strict. Jing furiously replied that the situation in the catacombs was becoming more and more dangerous, and squad after squad of elites were dying on the front lines, and these freshmen did not meet the standards. The people in suits began to exchange awkward glances with each other. The cameras showed that the students were climbing the stairs to the floors. They were in each other's way and fighting for a tasty place. These guys fell down the stairs while in the way of others. The guy in the black hat looked at the red-haired guy after the fight and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy in the hoodie noted that these first-rank martial artists were so strong, and they would hardly be able to climb up. They looked up at the man who was on the floor above. These guys looked angrily at the man who blocked their way, although the 4th floor was not yet full, because they were all classmates, and asked him not to go too far. It was the fair-haired guy in the white shirt who said that they need to face reality, because those who do not even have 140 units of energy do not deserve to climb to the 4th floor. The three guys looked at the guy who blocked their way in bewilderment, said that his energy was much higher than theirs. At this time, the main character briskly climbed the stairs. In the flow of wind, he was quickly going to rush to the 4th floor. His foot immediately came off the steps. The fair-haired guy widened his eyes in amazement. The main character kicked the guy who was blocking his way. The big guy with a footprint on his face started to fall. Otgoni bent down in front of the guy who was covered in blood and realized that he had passed out too quickly, although he thought that the people on the 4th floor would be incredibly strong. The crowd of students looked at what was happening in surprise. Changding walked up from behind with a malicious smile and noticed that all the guys were looking at him, and he was quite good at attracting attention. Changding watched as Ping leaned over and explained that before he came to the Magic University, everyone said that there would be countless geniuses in the two major martial arts universities. He slightly opened his mouth and replied that this was why he refused the 10 million yuan reward from the martial arts university and decided to enroll in the Magic University. He stood there with a dejected look, his hands hanging down, and remarked that if he had known that the students of the Magic University would be so weak, things would have been different. Then he arrogantly raised his gaze and said that the Magic University was not worthy of being called prestigious. Jing and the other people in suits watched with dissatisfaction at what they heard and stood there in a stupor. Suddenly, the speaker announced to all the students to defeat this wild and arrogant guy. If they could do it, they would receive 50 university points. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. he saw an angry crowd of students with a murderous aura coming towards him. Changding immediately approached the dejected guy and said that he had overdone it a little. The protagonist immediately smiled maliciously and asked about his comrade's plan, as if he could beat them up or would work together with them to beat up his friend. Changding looked at his comrade in bewilderment. The red-haired guy grabbed his head and explained with a grin that if he teamed up with them to beat up one person, his abilities would clearly not manifest. Even if the two of them fought against the others, at least he would not be ashamed to lose. The protagonist grinned in response. Changding stood on the steps and looked anxiously at the main character, who turned to the dean. He smiled maliciously through his bangs and declared that they would be rewarded with 50 university points if they defeated me. But what if he managed to defeat them all? Silence was heard through the speaker. Then, moments later, the speaker announced that 1 university point was awarded for defeating non-martial artists and 5 for defeating masters. The brunette smiled maliciously, flexing his fingers, and realized that Jing was quite stingy, but it was better than nothing. The red-haired guy saw the bloodthirsty grin of his comrade and realized that he was ready. At the head of the dissatisfied students was the first-rank martial artist Tang Seaman, who turned to Changding and asked, was he going to be on a team with this guy? The red-haired guy looked at Songting animatedly and did not expect that even he could get into a magic university with his abilities. The plump guy frowned with displeasure. Changding threw his arm over Ping's shoulder with a malicious smile, who was flexing his fingers, and added that they would have to take out some trash together. Jing crossed his arms and watched the whole thing closely, trying to figure out what kind of background these guys had. An assistant walked up to him from behind with a folder and said that Changding was quite a famous young master in the capital, and he was a rank 1 martial artist who had strengthened his bones twice and was currently finishing strengthening the bones on his right leg. Jing only replied that he didn't even know anything about the magic university. The girl then looked at her folder behind the dean's back and explained that Ping came from an ordinary family in Nanjing and in the Sun City and had strengthened his bones twice, but had not yet become a martial artist and was also ranked 1 in points in Ruyang City. Suddenly, the dean and his assistant turned their attention to the guy sitting there, who said that Ping had probably strengthened his bones more than 2 times. It was a muscular guy with red hair, the instructor of the weapons school, Tang Feng. He crossed his legs and said that judging by his current state, he thought that he had strengthened his bones 3 times already. Then, the old instructor of the weapons school, Zhu Shiping, also showed up, who said that Ping was from Sun City and asked if he was from Sun City's #1 school. The assistant looked at her file behind the dean's back and said that according to his records, he was indeed from Sun City's #1 middle school, which seemed very familiar to Jing. Then, Bai Ruoxi, the instructor of the weapons school at the peak of rank 5, showed up, who said that from what she remembered, he was a problem child. Jinyang also studied at this school and came to the magic university last year and caused trouble for them. Then there was a curly-haired guy, like the Zhu Jianju weapons school instructor, who reminded that Ping had just mentioned that the martial arts university had tried to recruit him by offering a large sum of money, and was trying to figure out if Jinyang could be the middleman involved in all of this. Then a blonde guy in a suit appeared, like the Luo Yichuan weapons school instructor, who said that his colleague was right. They introduced the protagonist against the background of the embittered Vanya and realized that they had an unusual relationship. There was also another girl with blonde hair, like the Lu Fengru weapons school instructor, who glared at her colleagues. At this time, the protagonist was kicking away students. He watched with a malicious smile as the guy flew away, calling him a weakling. Then another fist flew at him from the side. He managed to duck from the blow. Then he grabbed the student by the arm. Then he was about to strike with his magic fist with a bloodthirsty look and said that he would not mind getting these points. This student received a powerful blow to himself and sobbed blood. He immediately flew back to the rest of his comrades after the blow. Ping stood in the center of the hall when there were beaten students around. He looked tired and sighed heavily because the confrontation of hundreds of them and dragged him much more than he expected. Suddenly, another student ran towards him from the side. It was a guy in an orange jacket with his magic fist. Zhao Lei, being #1 among the incoming freshmen, flew with a fist with a malicious smile and said that now is not the time to be surprised. The main character immediately received a blow to the face. The main character frowned with a displeased look from the blow and realized that the guy managed to resist. The girl's hair appeared. A girl with a sword was flying from the air towards the protagonist. The purple-haired girl looked down on the opponent and said that 50 points would be hers. With a slashing blade of air, the girl flew to attack Ping. This girl swung her blade furiously because her name was Yang Xiaoman, who also strengthened her bones twice. The main character looked at her closely and realized that he did not have enough energy to react to her attack, and he could not dodge. He immediately closed his eyes and wished to replenish energy. This was his status window, where he spent balance money to replenish energy. A notification popped up that his energy was replenished, and so he managed to dodge Xiaoman's attack. He frowned at the status window and was glad that he had a system, because he spent so much balance at once and next time he would be more frugal. Xiaoman looked at him in surprise and noticed that he suddenly restored his energy. Ping immediately kicked her in the head. The girl immediately flew back to the other students. The angry Xiaoman looked at her girlfriends and did not understand why they were standing there, because they should have beaten him up already, because he had hit her in the face. While Ping was fighting with the other guys, the girl ran towards Ping. The girl with blue hair swung her fist towards the protagonist. This girl immediately punched, but the brunette managed to duck. He immediately hit her in the stomach. This girl named Zhao Zume immediately fell to the ground. All the beaten guys looked at the protagonist in bewilderment and realized that he was so strong, because so much time had passed and his energy had not decreased, so they were no match for him. Ping looked at them bloodthirstily from under his brows. I realized that if it were not for his special abilities, he would have been killed long ago by those martial artists who had strengthened their bones twice. He continued to fight the students while his friend was also there to help, and Ping told him that he shouldn't fight the martial artists because it would only waste his energy, and said that he could also get points for defeating those who weren't martial artists. There were quite a few of them here, so he had to deal with them. The battered Changning looked away angrily and said that there were too many people here because they attack in groups of more than 10 people and he couldn't even recover his energy in time. He managed to cover the blow to his stomach with his hands. He immediately squinted from the blow and realized that he was trying to get their attention, but this just made him pathetic because he wanted a one-on-one battle, not a whole crowd. The protagonist at this time stood in a fighting stance next to the beaten students. Suddenly, one of the students' legs lifted off the floor and he realized that it was another martial artist who had strengthened his bones twice and this time he would take the initiative. He looked away in shock. He immediately stretched out his hand. He accidentally grabbed the girl's chest with his hand. The girl looked at the protagonist in shock, who was holding Chen Yunxi's chest. Yunxi immediately blushed and felt ashamed. The protagonist twisted his face in embarrassment. Yunxi immediately grabbed her chest and began to scream in displeasure. The protagonist managed to grab the guy by the shirt who was nearby. He immediately lifted the guy above himself to cover himself from the blow of the angry Yunxi. He immediately closed his eyes with a grin and said that he was too focused on the beaten man, so he did not notice. Suddenly, he looked away. He managed to dodge the attack of the red-haired guy. The red-haired guy was shouting angrily about how he dared to touch Yunxi, because he, Yang Zio, and that girl were splitting teams and would take turns attacking Ping. He then turned to Yunxi and the other guy, who were supposed to lead the team and attack Changding. The red-haired guy sweated and grinned, saying that he had just eaten a pill and hadn't even had time to restore his energy. Suddenly, guys were flying at him from all sides, while Ping was fighting with the others. Changding looked at his comrade furiously as fists and feet were flying at him. They all started to beat the red-haired guy. The other guys watched in shock, realizing that they had come to the 4th floor as soon as they heard that there was a fight, but they didn't expect it to be so intense. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and looked at his beaten comrades because he had to spend so much balance. The shabby brunette looked at his status window. Then he turned his attention to the other guys. They immediately started making excuses in horror so that they wouldn't be approached, because they just came to watch and were from the social science school. The brunette immediately smiled maliciously and said that Jing didn't mention that he couldn't fight with people who came from other floors. He immediately swung his fist bloodthirstily and said that since they had come, it would be a big loss not to earn points from them. The freshman placement assessment came to an end and the evening sun illuminated the huge building. The beaten students were leaving the building. At this time, people running past noticed that this group of freshmen had been beaten up pretty badly. A guy running past noticed that one of them had gotten the worst of it. At this time, Ping was carrying a badly beaten Changding by the arm, who was leaning on a cane. Changding, with his bruised and beaten face, said that they had stood up to 1,000 people, and even if they had lost, they could still stand on their feet. The main character looked at him animatedly and noticed how he had been beaten and said that he should not brag and just forget about it. Ping was carrying his beaten friend by the arm, who asked why he did not even have an injury. Ping, at this time, scratched his nose and said that he was very strong. Suddenly, the dean passed behind the protagonist and said that the king among children remains the king among children, no matter how great he is. Ping looked angrily at the dean who passed by. The crowd of students looked at Andri and his assistant, and he realized that this was the oppressive power of one of the strongest masters. He watched what was happening intently. Then he smiled maliciously and realized that one day he would become as powerful as him or even stronger. At this time, all the guys paid attention to the column that stated that the freshmen from the School of Weapons would move to Field 1, and the freshmen from the School of Tactics and Strategy would move to Field 2. The protagonist looked to the side and did not understand why they did not talk about the university points. The beaten Changding looked at his friend and said that perhaps the dean was embarrassed by this. Suddenly, Feng met them on the way, who said that the university points would be distributed among them immediately after the school distribution was completed. Fang stared at them and said that the dean did not need to deal with such trifles. The protagonist and the bones immediately bowed down and said that they were mistaken. Ping looked dumbfoundedly at his friend, who forced him to bow. The beaten Changning lowered his head and said that this was Instructor Feng the Wild Lion, and he was a martial artist at the peak of rank 6, second only to the dean. Ping stared at his friend, who said that they could not offend him. Then our guy raised his head with a smile when he heard Feng that he had done quite well in this freshman placement. Ping looked at Feng praising the beaten guy with displeasure and knew that he should be in his place. The instructor lowered his gaze with his eyes closed and assured that Changning did not retreat even in the face of the student's commando attack and had some charisma of someone who studied at their magic university. Ping looked at his beaten and smiling friend with displeasure. Feng then turned his gaze to the brunette. The instructor looked at the protagonist with slight disdain, saying that he could have just admitted defeat since he couldn't win and hated sly students. The beaten Changning stared at the indignant protagonist behind him. The joyful red-haired guy hugged the brunette when Feng started to leave and said that he could come straight to him during the instructor selection. Changning looked at the angry Ping and asked him not to be angry with him, because the instructor was known for his rashness and recklessness. Damn, he looked at his friend arrogantly and said that he was not angry and he would simply make this instructor regret it in the future. There were tables set up on the field, and a shout was heard that they could now freely choose their instructor. Feng pointed his hands at the sign, which said that the requirement was that martial artists of both sexes were welcome. Priority was given to those who had strengthened their bones twice. He mainly taught the basic fist techniques and basic foot techniques. A total of 5 people were recruited for the 2008 school year. The man shouted for everyone to carefully read the requirements laid out in front of each instructor. One of the Yichuan instructors folded his hands. His requirements were martial artists, or those with a circus of 180 units or more. Priority was given to strengthening the bones of the upper limbs and achieving a stable stance. Ruoxi smiled. Folding her hands, she was recruiting girls. There are no special requirements for the process of strengthening the bones. She mainly teaches the basic techniques of swordsmanship. Those who have very versatile and diverse swordsmanship techniques should not choose her. Jinyang sat with his arms crossed. He gave priority to those who had strengthened his bones twice. He mainly teaches basic knife techniques. Note that he has been very busy lately, so Luofeng, a 4th-year student, will be teaching on his behalf. Ping looked around with his beaten friend. The students looked at them with dissatisfaction. Words were heard that each instructor has his own strong point, so it is better to choose the one who suits them best. The heroes walked past the other students. Ping looked away, thinking that many instructors need martial artists, but he has strengthened his bones 3 times, so wherever he goes, he is unlikely to be rejected. But who should he choose? Turning to his friend, he asked, has he decided which instructor he will choose? Changning clutched his bruised head and chattered madly, thinking out loud that Instructor Yichuan was his first choice. But he gave priority to those who had strengthened the bones of their upper limbs. What if he refused him? But fortunately, the #1 instructor in the Feng Weapons School expressed his interest in accepting him. He wanted to learn weapon handling from Instructor Yichuan. Learning knife techniques was too cruel. Sword handling was only learned by girls. Weapon techniques were the coolest. Then why shouldn't he refuse Feng? What if he thought he was ungrateful, or that he didn't know how to appreciate his kindness if he refused him? Should he learn close combat techniques from him? So, who should he choose? Ping smiled discouragedly and kindly told him to take his time, think it over carefully, and he would look around here for now. He turned to the girls surrounding Ruoxi. Looking forward, he heard Fengru's name being called, saying that she was very bossy. The blonde sat with her arms crossed and her feet up on the table. The man continued that why hadn't he heard of her before? Was she the new instructor of the Magic University? The guy exclaimed that her requirements were so specific. The sign said that Fengru's requirements were Ping, Changding, Lei, Xiaoman, Yunxi. These 5 people could become her official disciples. And there were another 14 people who could become her trainee disciples. They could become official disciples if they showed excellent results. The girl said that all these people were the ones who fought the hardest when it came to school assignments. It seemed like the rest didn't belong here. The hero smiled slightly, thinking that there was even a title for trainee disciples. This woman was too bossy. He then turned away from the table with the blonde woman. She looked at him. Still sitting in a relaxed posture, she called Ping to come over to her. Looking at him with determination, the blonde promised that he would remain safe and sound in school. The hero turned around, looking at her in surprise, and asked what she meant. The teacher closed her eyes and asked, he knows Jinyang, right? The confused boy replied that he thought there was no one here who didn't know him. The woman chuckled. Ping imagined the image of a muscular guy who held his enemy by his hair when he heard that he came to the Magic University last year and injured many of her students in the same class. Based on his relationship with Jinyang, how does he think he can safely live his university life? Closing his eyes, Fengru continued that he doesn't want to encounter different people who hate Jinyang to the core every day, right? Suddenly, Feng slammed his palms on her desk. The woman looked at him. The red-haired teacher was silent. Then he frowned and said that the students of the Magic University were not so pitiful. Fengru said with a frown that it would be fine if they were only from the same city, but Jinyang is half Ping's teacher. Does his lion head dare to guarantee that his students will not tolerate grievances? The man looked at her silently. The students were talking among themselves, looking at the brunette. Fengru began to rise from her chair, saying that losing in martial arts to someone from the same class would cause great hostility. They would not calm down until they taught Ping a lesson. Turning to the guy, she asked him to let her know if others bully him. She is his instructor. She has the support of great masters. They will not blink an eye even if they fight from the south to the north. Ping's eyes widened in surprise, mentally repeating great masters. Feng clenched his fists and shouted that he didn't care if she acted rashly, but he shouldn't dare to treat the students' future as a game. Without turning around, the woman said that he wanted to say that her students were taking on missions that were too dangerous. She didn't deny it. Turning to the brunette, she said that if he decided to learn martial arts, he should learn how to fight. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she said that she was very familiar with his situation. He was from an ordinary family just like Jinyang, and there were no martial artists in his family either. Leaning over, she continued that since Jinyang was half his teacher, it should be clear. Ping lowered his eyes after hearing that people like him had a much harder time excelling in martial arts than others. Touching his shoulder, she continued that she was different. She had shares in a pill company, so he could use as many as he wanted. Ping was startled to hear this, mentally repeating to use as many pills as he wanted. How much money can he save for this? Fengru put her hand on her hip and asked, "What is this? Does he think she is deceiving him?" She handed the pills to the guy and said that there are 10 ordinary Kai pills here. He should take them as a gift when they first met. In her hand was a crystal with pills. Ping looked at the woman who extended her hand and thought that she was so generous that she gave him 10 pills at once. Their value was equal to 1,000,000. The brunette smiled slightly, thinking, that's it, then doesn't it mean that he can benefit a lot if he follows her? He took the gift from her hand. A system notification appeared that the balance was plus 1,000,000. The guy smiled, saying that in that case, from now on, he will study with her. The instructor turned around and threw the guy a badge, saying that this was an access card to her dormitory. If he had any questions related to martial arts, he can come to her at any time. Feng looked at the woman with displeasure and said that she should be responsible for her students. In the past few years, more than half of the 12 students she taught were injured or died before they graduated. Ping felt goosebumps and thought in dismay, more than half were injured or died. He was standing not far from the teachers. Fengru turned around sullenly and told him not to worry, she knew what she was doing. The red-haired man said that he hoped so. Ping's mouth opened in shock, wondering why he didn't say this earlier. It was too late to regret it now. A foot in a black sneaker took a step. A pink-haired girl called out to Zume. The blue-haired girl walked over and asked Instructor Fengru if she could choose her. The woman crossed her arms and replied that of course, you are welcome. Xiaoman covered her mouth and whispered that more than half of the students she taught were injured or died. She should choose another instructor along with her. Zume turned around and said encouragingly that she felt that Instructor Fengru was the most suitable for her. Ping looked at her in surprise, saying that she still dared to choose her even after hearing what Feng said. This girl is brave. The battered friend put his hand on his shoulder and said that his instructor's surname was Liu, and her full name was Liu Fengru. Looking at him, the brunette repeated himself. The guy with a lot of bruises introduced the woman with her fists clenched and said that the injury and death rate among her students was quite high, but she was very capable. She was on par with Feng. The brunette turned around and asked, then why didn't he choose her? The male instructor heard his friend throw up his hands and sweetly say that it was because he wanted to learn weapons handling techniques from the Yichuan instructor. The brunette pointed his finger slyly and asked, isn't he afraid that he will get into trouble with Feng? The beaten Changming exclaimed contentedly, why should he be afraid? Does he look like a coward? He remembered the guy who clenched his fist and the girl who attacked from above, and said that the number 1 student in their group was Lei and Xiaoman, who suddenly attacked him. Spreading his hands, the friend continued, they both chose him, so why should Feng worry about a small potato like him? The brunette said with a sly smile that before making his choice, he must have prepared himself psychologically for quite a long time, right? Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that then what will they do first? Take away their university credits or go to the hospital? The comrade asked in surprise, why should they go to the hospital? Ping pointed to his face and said that his face was so swollen that he barely recognized it. Is he sure he doesn't need to go to the hospital? Blood was flowing from the beaten guy's cheek and head. He waved his arms angrily, shouting that of course it was more important to get university credits, so he was beaten up like this. The group walked towards a lighted building. It had a logo with a sword and crosses on it. The brunette asked Changming how many credits he thought they would get. The guy with swollen lips said that he was beaten up so badly if they didn't give him many credits. He leaned on his friend, standing with his clothes in tatters, and asked how else they could compensate for his ruined beauty. The heroes walked towards the glass doors of the logistics department. When they entered the first floor exchange office, all the people in line turned to look at them sullenly. The beaten Changning gasped, saying how many people there were. The brunette said excitedly that maybe they were upperclassmen. All the people there were giggling, looking at the freshmen. The fair-haired guy asked why he felt like they were staring at them. The friend replied, was it by any chance because of his funny face? The heroes approached the freshman assistant's desk. Changning looked through the window and asked sweetly if she could check his scores. He thought he was incredibly charming, but in reality, he was mercilessly beaten. The girl with purple hair asked for his name, ID number, and dorm number. The guy, swollen with bruises, slammed his palms on the glass in displeasure and asked, only 45 points. There must be some kind of mistake, let him check again. Leaning his forehead against the glass, he said that he clearly remembered that he had defeated the big guy and many masters. But why so few? The girl with glasses replied that all this was managed by Mentor Feng. Let them go to him and ask him themselves, it was not her job. Ping looked through the window and said that he was number 86, the 1st District Dormitory, and his ID number. The employee looked at the monitor, saying that the passing score was 50 and the screen showed that Ping had strengthened his bones 3 times. The passing score was 50, the points scored were 152, she read it in amazement. The friend said with tears in his eyes that 152 was much higher than his. Ping said with a slight smile that it was because he was stronger. The girl, her mouth open in amazement, looked at the screen and thought that in all 3 years of work she had never seen a first-year student with such high entrance scores. Looking at her, the brunette asked what the points could be used for. The employee turned to him and, introducing various items, said that they could be used for many things, from buying food to using some training grounds, additional or first-class weapons. In short, there is nothing that can't be solved with points. She introduced a scheme where credits were converted into money, and said that points can be exchanged for money, 1 point for 10,000 yuan and 30,000 for 1 point. Changning pounded his fist in dissatisfaction, pouting his already swollen lips in resentment, and asked why there was such a big difference. Was it unfair? The girl turned to them and said that they don't have to do it. Besides, the university doesn't encourage students who exchange money for points. There are students who, even if they don't make exchanges, can't buy food and practice, which gives an advantage to rich families. The beaten hero looked at her and told her not to talk like he was going to do it. He wasn't planning on it. Ping closed his eyes, thinking that even rich people can't handle such an exchange. He imagined the system window in front of him and thought that fortunately he had enough money now. If he added more Kai strengthening pills, the balance indicator would increase to 4 million. A determined smile appeared on the guy's face. Turning to his friend, he heard him say that this would last for a long time. Why was he smiling like that? He looked rather stupid. The brunette replied that he was going to exchange some pills. Would he go with him? There was an arrow on the sign indicating the direction to the resource exchange point. On the sheet was written a list of pills to exchange for points. Common Kai strengthening pills 3 points each, good 10 points, rare 20 points each. Good bone strengthening pills 15 points each, and rare 30. Common organ protection pills 20 points. Words were heard that they did not show the entire list to freshmen. The man handed over a diagram of the pills and said that for those who had almost reached the 3rd stage like him, this would be enough. To break through to the master stage, you need Kai strengthening, bone hardening, and organ protection pills. A mustachioed man stood at the counter and said that these pills could be exchanged for 45 points, which was why the university had set the conditions at 50 points. Ping looked thoughtfully at the information sheet. His friend glanced sideways at his greedy eyes as the guy thought that he could sell the pills at a high price and still make a profit, and what's more, his condition could even increase. Just what he needed. The lights were on in the dorm room. Ping lay on the bed with his hands behind his head. Frowning, he looked out the system window and thought that without it, he wouldn't have been able to defeat even a 2nd stage master today. He remembered how he fought with the guy and thought that masters would first train the bones of one part of the body, then improve the others. Their fists clashed. Although he had strengthened his bones 3 times, it was still not enough. If he fought someone face to face, the level of his bone tempering would not compare to others. The guy sadly rolled over on the pillow. The brunette closed his eyes. He thought that he would not leave it like this. Tomorrow he would find partners who could help him become a martial artist. A ray of sunshine illuminated the dormitory for teachers. Fengru scratched her head, covering one eye, and asked why he was so early. Her cleavage appeared before the guy's gaze. Ping looked at him, burning with embarrassment. The teacher grabbed his clothes, angrily asking, she was so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. Did he want to get closer to her? The brunette thought that this teacher was quite impudent. She did not even see him as a man. The woman came into the room and, waving her hand, told him to walk and close the door behind her. Sitting down in the chair, the teacher asked him what brought him to her so early. Ping pursed his lips, and then, with a determined look, he declared that he wanted to become a martial artist. The blonde looked at him and said that she thought he would first strengthen his bones for the 4th stage. Sitting on the sofa, the guy said that non-masters are still non-masters even if they become stronger. Looking down, he recalled the scenes of battles and said that at first he thought that reaching the 3rd stage was already worth a lot, but after yesterday's fights, he really felt the difference between the masters and himself. Although his Kai is high, he is still weak, his attack power is also low, only his body is slightly better than others. Fengru crossed her arms and said that he did the right thing by choosing to become a martial artist now. Looking at him, she continued that he should understand that it is quite difficult to practice all the bones of the body. If he continues to improve in the 4th stage, he will waste his time and will not achieve a worthwhile result. But if he becomes a martial artist, he will be able to choose the part of the body he wants to train until the 9th stage. The woman imagined waves of energy emanating from the ribs and said that by then he will feel the benefit of the 3rd stage of strengthening the bones, and it will be much easier to break through to the next stage, because he will only have to use about 60% of his total abilities. Looking at the guy, she said that he has already used bone hardening methods, now he needs to understand that they only strengthen the blood vessels. She imagined a man in a meditative pose, explaining that these bone hardening methods only train the 14 main blood vessels of the entire body, while the breakthrough to the 1st stage of the master strengthens more blood vessels, reaching the level of blood and Kai. Fengru crossed her arms and asked, did he have those pills with him? The boy said yes, he never takes them out. He put several pills in capsules of different shapes on the table. The woman puffed out her cheeks and held back her laughter, but she still burst out laughing, slapping her knee and asking why he needed so many, and the boy did not understand what made her laugh. Wiping away tears of laughter, Fengru said that this was the first time she saw such a student who cared so much about his life. To tell the truth, with his skills, he did not need these pills. Ping smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying that for him, it never hurt to be careful. And then he looked down, thinking that if using pills leads to a 100% result, then he should not allow even 1% of a miss. The teacher winked, saying that after looking at his fights yesterday, she wanted to ask, did he practice his lower body? She pictured the hero sitting in a meditative position and said that in that case, he needed to follow the following order. First, he should open the aorta in the upper part of the body, and only then reach the level of blood and Kai. If he did it in the opposite order, he should not say later that she did not warn him. Ping frowned, listening to his feelings, and thought that he needed to concentrate on the blood and Kai and send this energy through the blood vessels. The woman looked at the hero meditating on her sofa and thought that he would not need these pills. However, she watched in amazement as the guy picked up one of them from the table and thought that he was principled. No matter how you look at it, this guy was a genius. Fengru looked ahead in frustration, wondering which of her students was not talented. She remembered the group of students at the tent with the fire, how she beat the girl while helping her train, how they fought with chopsticks for a piece of food, and then a huge flame and screaming people, a photo with students set on fire, and how she cried, bending over in the rain. She, feeling grief, lay on the ground by the grave. The teacher pursed her lips and thought that she should not be so attached to the students. Fire and red swirls appeared around the guy. The system reported that blood and Kai are 53. The upper limit of blood and Kai is plus 30. Blood and Kai are 53. The upper limit of intelligence is plus 9. Balance 6,640,000. The value of blood, Kai, and intelligence were changing. The guy's opened up. His heart seemed to have ignited a spark. A notification appeared that he had become a first-rank martial artist. Surrounded by a red haze, Ping looked at his palms and thought that he had broken through. Clenching his fist, the hero resolutely told the teacher that he had succeeded, that he had become a martial artist. Fengru closed her eyes, saying that it was nothing surprising. He had already strengthened his bones 3 times. It was bound to happen someday. She folded her arms and said that since the blood vessels had enlarged, he should take some Kai recovery pills and they would see how much the indicator had changed. Ping bit into the pill with his teeth. The system values appeared in front of him. Balance 6,640,000, Kai 185, intelligence 189. The brunette's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the values and thought that he had used up so much Kai, it would not be possible to restore it with just one pill. He scratched his cheek in frustration, thinking that it was worth restoring Kai through balance. He would not spend many pills. The teacher stared at him in amazement. The guy holding the back of his head was surrounded by a red glow. She thought that his Kai was restoring too quickly. Frowning slightly, she thought that the speed of the medicine's effect was too fast. Was this the case with everyone who had strengthened their bones 3 times? The red flickering gradually disappeared. The brunette looked at the woman who said that today he had made a breakthrough and became a martial artist. Now he needed to get used to the sudden recovery of energy for now. Looking straight at him, she said that tomorrow, no, Sere, he should come to the beginner training center. She would teach him some martial arts for self-defense. Ping smiled slightly, saying that he understood and thought that this was great. He never imagined that he would be able to learn martial arts so soon. Later, on the path, he stood next to Changding, who exclaimed that he had done it. It had only been 2 days since the ceremony, and he had already become a martial artist. He replied that since he had strengthened his bones 3 times, the whole process had gone quite quickly. The friend turned around gloomily and told him to tell him the truth. He was a cheater, wasn't he? Ping laughed awkwardly and asked, a cheater? Did he think this was a game? And he thought to himself that he was right. Not only was he a cheater, but he also spent so much money on it. The friend raised his fists, telling him not to worry. He was very hungry and he should treat him. Then they would go to one place. In front of them was a building with a sign. Ping closed his eyes, saying that he thought he would want to eat some special dish, but he didn't even guess that he would bring him to the student cafeteria, let him feel at home. They did not deny themselves anything. Then the hero froze in shock with a tray in his hands, remembering how he told himself not to deny himself anything. His eyes bulged, looking at the prices in the cafeteria, and thought, why is it so expensive? Is this chicken there so that they can practice art? Changding hugged the guy's shoulders with a smile, saying that the second canteen specializes in cooking for martial artists. All of these dishes have special pills as ingredients. Considering this, the dishes are not that expensive. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming, inexpensive? Does his family send him millions or something every month? Turning to him, his comrade asked, is he joking? He thinks money means nothing now. Even though his family is rich, they can't often afford such dishes. Putting out plates on the tray, Changding said that Ping is paying for everything today. He angrily asked, will he burst if he eats all of this? There were some disciples sitting in the canteen. A group of students walked up to the table, asking, is this the king of newcomers, Ping? The brunette turned with his friend, looking at him. The guy with the tray gloomily asked, does he know Jinyang? The brunette exhaled and thought, of course, what else could it be? He put his chopsticks down on the table and then turned away from the student, saying that firstly, yes, he knows Jinyang. But if they want to get even with him, they can go and find him themselves. He has many enemies, he can't take care of them all. He closed his eyes and said that secondly, his teacher is the invincible Fengru. They should think twice before starting a fight. The students smiled when they heard that thirdly, they are second ranked and he is only first ranked. If they want to bother him while he has the advantage, the university will not allow it. Ping looked at the students grimly, saying that fighting is finally forbidden in the dorm. The guy smiled, saying that he is smart, no wonder he is the king of newbies. And then he looked at the hero mockingly, saying that he wants to say that he doesn't mind returning the favor for Jinyang. The brunette closed his eyes again, saying that even if he refused, they would still find another reason to fight. The guy in the black t-shirt waved his hand, saying that it was more of a fight than a fight. It was their tradition to teach newbies. The third guy shouted that he had just entered, but he was already letting fame drive him crazy. Whether it was because of Jinyang or something else, they would not leave him alone. A smile appeared on his lips. The leader smiled and suggested that they do it this way. Since he had just become a master, they would not gain anything from his defeat. They would give him a month. After that time, a first-rank master would fight him. It should not be a problem, right? Ping turned his gaze to him and asked, fight to the death. The student replied with a smile that it was not that serious. They were all from Shanghai University. There was no need to go that far. The guy's expression darkened as he said that he definitely would not leave unharmed. And then he smiled again, saying that he thought a duel between a first-rank master and a newbie master who had strengthened his bones 3 times seemed fair. As the new king, he had a role to play. Holding the tray, he asked the brunette what he thought of it. Ping closed his eyes and told them to do as they wanted. The guy waved his hand, said that it was decided then, enjoy your meal and see you in a month. Changding angrily approached his friend, shouting why he agreed. If he had just ignored them, they wouldn't have dared to say anything to him. He froze, surprised to hear that he wanted to try it. Surrounded by an ominous aura, Ping resolutely said that he wanted to experience what it was like to be a real martial artist, and also to participate in a bloody battle. Freshman training area, the gym is empty, the sun shines through the hall. Ping walked into the hall. He looked around to see if there was anyone in the room or not. There was only a blue-haired girl standing near the exercise machines. Ping recognized her. The blue-haired girl turned around when she heard someone enter. The brunette remembered that she had also won Lu Fengru. The protagonist closed his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised because he didn't think Fengru would call her. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and walked up to the girl, extended his hand and introduced himself by saying his name and clarifying that they were classmates. The girl standing in front of Ping turned completely towards him, extended her hand in response with a smile and said that her name was Zhao Zume. They continued to stand in the empty hall for a minute, shaking hands. The guy was embarrassed. He continued to smile and wondered when Fengru would come and whether he should say something to the girl now. They stopped shaking hands when Zume asked about it, and the guy immediately nervously let go of her hand, apologizing to her. The blue-haired girl leaned forward a little, standing to the side of the guy. The brunette turned his head towards her. The girl looked puzzled. The guy smiled slightly. The blue-eyed girl said that she heard that the protagonist challenged an upperclassman, but he replied that in fact it was the upperclassman who challenged him. Zume continued to look at the guy seriously, reminding him that the seniors were much stronger and more experienced than him, and asked if Ping was sure that he could defeat them. The guy was completely calm. He again put his hand on the back of his head and answered with a smile that everything would be clear later. The girl was surprised by such an answer. She straightened up abruptly and tensely said that in her opinion the brunette was not worried about it at all. They continued to stand opposite each other, turning to the woman who entered, who immediately noticed that Zume and Ping had already met, saying so and interrupting their conversation. The guy and the girl immediately straightened up and greeted Instructor Liu, who entered. She walked past the guy and the girl without looking at them, stopping briefly in front of the protagonist and telling him that she heard about everything and no one would stop him, since the brunette accepted the challenge himself. The instructor looked at Ping without turning her head towards him. Her gaze was serious and stern. She said that she thought the guy was one of those who valued their lives, but it turns out that he is the same as most. The brunette frowned, dissatisfied with what was said to him, and said that he and the opponent would be of the same rank, and it is better to accept the challenge than to endure ridicule from the seniors. The woman walked forward. Zume turned around in surprise at the protagonist. The guy stood confidently. Ping stood behind the girl. They both looked at the instructor, who stood in front of them near the simulator, and said that she called them today because they are already martial arts masters, and masters act at the forefront on the battlefield. The gray-haired girl frowned and looked at the students, continuing to speak and saying that she will teach them not only how to kill their enemies, but also how to defend themselves from them. She swung her leg and hit the exercise machine with all her might. A crack was heard and a mark from her blow remained on the exercise machine. The main character and the blue-haired girl were standing next to each other. The girl covered her mouth in surprise. The brunette stood, shocked by the blow. He was very surprised that a simple kick made a hole in the wooden exercise machine. The instructor stood calmly near the exercise machines, explaining to the surprised students that this technique is called a puncture kick, and to perform this technique, you need to concentrate all your strength in one point. She looked up at the guy and the girl, continuing to talk about the technique of performing this technique, that thanks to concentration, the force of the blow will be no less than the force of the shot, and that the main targets for the blow are the temples, throat, heart and groin area. The main thing is to knock the enemy down with the first blow. Zume and Ping looked tensely at the instructor, still not having recovered from the shock of what they saw. The girl asked in a trembling voice if the one who received such a blow would survive. The instructor frowned and answered sharply that no, because fighting techniques are the same as killing techniques, that is their purpose. The boy and the girl stood in front of the instructor next to each other, listening attentively to her as she continued to say that they must understand that from the very first day of university, they will have to fight on the edge of life and death. Zume looked at the gray-haired girl with a slight fear. The brunette raised one eyebrow in a silent question. The instructor continued, saying that you can't take the fight for child's play. In the arena it will turn into a fight to the death. The blue-haired girl frowned, hearing that it doesn't matter who the opponent is. The woman looked at Ping, continuing to speak sternly and confidently that even if he ends up in the arena with Wang Jinyang, Ping's goal should be to defeat him, or even kill him. These words shocked the brunette. He tensed up. The instructor smiled relaxedly and took a few steps towards Ping and Zume. They were still standing in front of her. The guy raised his hands. The woman told him to consider this challenge from the seniors as a trial mission. The woman came up to him completely, put her hand on his shoulder. The guy was still in shock and looked at the instructor in surprise when she said that she would give a gift to the brunette if he won. Ping learns the moves, puts his foot on the toe and slides it across the floor. After completing the exercise, he stops, puts his foot on the floor and exhales. The guy stands in front of Fengru. She comes up to him with applause and says that the brunette learns quickly. He smiled shyly and scratched the back of his head, answering that he just needs to master the necessary moves and thinks it is not difficult. Zume stands next to him, trying to repeat the move. She turned to Ping, nervously saying that she can't do the simplest move, and the guy calls it simple, asking him if she is really that stupid. The brunette did not turn to her and mockingly replied that the girl is not stupid. She should not compare herself with others who may be smart by nature. The blue-haired girl is furious at such an answer. She took off her sneaker and threw it with all her might at the main character. At the last moment the guy managed to dodge. The girl frowned, showed the brunette the middle finger and loudly said that she would soon be able to do the moves better than him. Instructor Liu stopped their little quarrel, telling Zume to calm down and clarifying that Ping was simply different in her abilities from the others, and the girl needed to focus better on the technique of performing the move. The blue-haired girl stood up straight and resolutely continued training. The instructor and the guy stood aside from the training Zume. The brunette wondered why the girl was angry at his words. Fengru yawned. She pointed her finger at Ping and told him to demonstrate the moves for her so that she could correct the mistakes the guy might make. The guy swiped his foot on the floor again, gathering strength. He placed his foot on his toe, performing the movements of accumulating strength. Ping resolutely looked at one of the training machines. He extracted strength and kicked it. The gray-haired girl was indignant at this decision, calling the brunette an idiot. Ping failed to kick correctly, causing him to hit his leg hard and stood near the exercise machine while Fengru loudly scolded him, saying that his task was to show the movements, not to repeat her kick. The instructor and Zume are standing behind the protagonist. The girl is smiling. The instructor continues to scold the guy, who dropped to one knee and rubs his bruised leg. The woman tells the girl to remember this guy's mistake and not to repeat it, calling Ping stupid. The brunette quietly asks not to use him as a bad example. Fengru yawned again, looked at the students, suggested to finish the training and come back to this tomorrow. The guy looked up at her and turned around, asking what gift the instructor was talking about for him. The gray-haired girl leaves the room, waves goodbye to the students, without turning around, and tells Ping that he will find out everything when he wins next month. She suddenly stopped. Fengru turned to the protagonist with a smile and told him to go to the logistics office to order shoes with a pointed end. The guy did not answer her and thought that with such shoes, a person could be killed with the force of the blow. Night, the dormitory building is lit only by the lanterns on the main gate. In the protagonist's room, the TV is on, a movie is playing on it. The guy is sitting on the sofa in front of him with a phone in his hands. He is thinking about calling home, since he has not done so for a long time. Having dialed the number, Ping brings the phone to his face and says hello as soon as the call is answered. An indignant cry from Yang is immediately heard from the phone. She scolds her brother for not calling for a long time. Ping tells her that he was busy. The girl is trembling and her voice is too. She tells the brunette with tears that she already thought that he no longer needs a family. Hearing this, the guy falls silent, feeling guilty. Having come to his senses a little, Ping smiled, comforting his sister that everything is not so and asking how their parents are doing. The brunette took a napkin and wiped her tears, telling her brother that their parents are fine. Ping's parents and a man are sitting behind the girl. The man asks Yang who called. The guy's father asks his mother why Ping is calling so late, to which she replies that maybe he was busy. One of the men stood up. Ping, having heard his voice before, asked Yang if it was Uncle Tan's voice. The girl answers in the affirmative and says that he visited them today. The guy straightens up, asks his sister to say hello to Tam. He smiled sheepishly, scratched his nose and said that he made progress and became a master of martial arts. The whole Ping family asked him again in a stunned voice. The brunette awkwardly said that they shouldn't be so surprised by this. Only Tan Zhenbing's voice was heard on the phone. The protagonist greeted him. Tan was standing with the phone in his hands. Ping's parents and sister were standing behind him. They were happy with his achievements. Tan said that he didn't expect the guy to become a master so quickly. Because he had entered the university not long ago, Ping was really the pride of their city. The brunette leaned on the back of the sofa and said that there were many masters at the university and his achievements were nothing. The man was surprised by so many masters among the students. Yang impatiently asked him to let her talk to her brother behind his back. Yu Yin and the girl stayed by the phone to talk to Ping. Tan put his hand on his father's shoulder and walked away with him. Tan turned to Ming Rong, telling him that he no longer needed to work as a security guard, since his son had become a martial arts master and tomorrow Ming Rong should go to the HR department and start working there. The man was surprised by these words, since the HR department is a prestigious and good job. He thought that if it were not for Ping, he would never have been able to officially get a job in the office and thanked Tan Zhenbing. HR department, a guy and a girl are working at the table. The guy is holding several boxes. The protagonist turned to the guy with the boxes, showing him a card and asked if he could order shoes. The guy leaned over, looked at the card and replied that he could only give Ping E-rank items, since the brunette is not a master yet. The guy turned away and returned to his work. The protagonist objected that his level had increased a few days ago. The employee, without turning around, put the box on the shelf and told the brunette to go through the registration to change the card to an official one and then he could come for the shoes. Ping scratched his head and looked thoughtfully at his card. The examination room. Inside there is a conversation between the examiner and a student. The protagonist is standing near the door, about to knock, when the door began to open from the inside. A girl came out of the door. She stopped and looked up at the brunette. The guy recognized her because she once tried to attack him from behind. The girl also recognized the guy. Xiaoman stepped and leaned forward a little, forcing the brunette to take a step back so that they would not collide, and said that she heard that the seniors challenged Ping. The pink-haired girl grinned and asked if it was the senior who challenged the brunette. The guy mentally wondered why she was talking to him in a mocking manner. Ping smiled and raised his hand. Xiaoman was surprised by such a reaction. The guy said that he would not refuse the chance to fight the senior. The brunette leaned forward with a grin. The girl was embarrassed and straightened up. The guy continued talking, asking the girl if she thought by any chance that the master's girls were weaker than the guys and called her a sexist. The girl got angry. These words of Ping were wrong. Xiaoman raised her voice, pointing her finger at the brunette and demanding that he not distort her words. The pink-haired girl crossed her arms over her chest and nervously continued, saying that last time the guy won only because the newcomers were too weak, and this time he would definitely lose. The main character was not scared at all. He smiled and raised his fist to his face, answering that he did not care at all about his future opponent. The brunette put one hand in his pants pocket, the other one stretched forward a little and opened his palm. The girl stood in front of him, while the guy continued to talk about the options why he was challenged, either because his opponent either neglected cultivation or was too weak for someone stronger than Ping. He slightly tilted his head and mockingly asked why he would be afraid of such a person. The pink-haired girl frowned and lowered her hands, telling the brunette that he should not be so self-confident. The guy slightly frowned and replied that he had never looked down on anyone, even himself, until now. Xiaoman tensed and frowned at such an answer. She turned around abruptly. Ping watched her go. The girl left. The examination room, a small office, a gray-haired man sits at the table. The protagonist approached him and said hello. The man clarified his rank. In the office there is a medium-sized iron object with a special steel plate that measures rank. The man pointed to the device, telling the guy that he needs to leave a mark on this plate to confirm the first rank. The brunette is standing in front of the man. The man is sitting to the side of the device. The guy asked again and the man explained in more detail that it does not matter how and what kind of mark Ping left. The guy thought about it and decided to try a new skill for this test. The brunette swung and put all his strength into the blow. A noticeable mark was left on the plate. The brunette stood up straight. The light on the device lit up green. Orange stripes appeared on the plate itself. The man turned to the computer and pressed something there, saying that the rank was confirmed. The man handed Ping his new license, saying that now he has 50 points that he can already use and reminded him to come next time to take the test for the next level confirmation. The brunette picked up the card, examined it and asked about the average rank. The man looked at the guy and said not to rush. The protagonist bowed to the man in gratitude. The man smiled and returned to work. When Ping left, the man turned to the device and looked at it. The mark on the plate was deep enough for a beginner. This pleasantly surprised the man. He smiled, thinking about how many talented students have appeared this year. Behind the man, near the device, there are two guys. One of them is squatting, examining the mark left by Ping. The second is standing behind him, his arms crossed. The man listens to their conversation without turning around. The guy at the device discusses the quality of the blow, saying that the protagonist's blow was unfocused and the force was uneven. He strengthened only one part of the body. The guy who was sitting in front of the device earlier rises to his feet. His friend says with a smile that Ping will definitely lose with such skills. The straightened guy agrees with him, only if his skills do not improve in a month. The blonde guy turned to his friend with a grin, saying that no one had ever reached rank 1 so quickly. The man at the table was holding a thermos. The guys were heading towards the exit, walking next to him. The guy on the left offered to congratulate the others on their upcoming victory. The second guy laughingly replied that he hoped they wouldn't be too cruel to Ping. After listening to their conversation, the man sighed, thinking that these guys were idiots, because no one would use all their strength to confirm rank 1. He smiled, mentally agreeing that they knew how to collect information about the enemy. They were irresponsible in doing so. The man remembered Ping's punch, that the force of the punch was equivalent to 200 units, and the energy already exceeded 240 units. This convinced the man that the fight would be exciting. He leaned against the back of his work chair and took a few sips from the thermos. At the table, two men and a woman in office suits. Two of them are putting away boxes. The third is talking to Ping, explaining that the shoes he needs are custom made and will be made in a week from an E-rank alloy. The man was voicing the characteristics of the shoes and the price, calculating everything on a calculator. The man smiled and picked up the calculator and turned it to Ping, who was very surprised by the price of 40 points. The protagonist quietly said out loud that it was too expensive. Even his house was cheaper. The guy thought about the fact that he could not use any other weapon to protect his life. A pair of shoes would be much more useful. The brunette nervously handed his card to a uniformed worker, who immediately took it and asked for a special knuckle duster. The worker replied that it should be in the warehouse. In a medium-sized wooden box, on a green lining, there was a small knuckle duster. It was brand new and shone brightly in the light. The protagonist was mentally surprised. He did not expect such a small knuckle duster to cost 10 points. The guy closed the box. He looked at her again and thought that being a martial artist was very expensive. All the points he had earned earlier had gone entirely on shoes and one knuckle duster. Ping walked forward, deciding on the way that he needed to talk to Li Cheng's about the current state of the company, as he urgently needed profit. The company hall. The furniture was made of wood. There were almost no people. A fair-haired guy loudly called Ping, raising his hand so that he would be noticed faster. The brunette approached the table with a smile, pulled out a chair. Another guy was already sitting at the table. There were 2 cups of coffee on the table. The protagonist asked not to address him as the CEO, but simply call him Mr. Fang. The brunette put a wooden box on the table and moved it closer to Cheng's, saying that there were 10 pieces of Kai-enhancing pills in it. Ping smiled, opened the box, which contained round brown pills, continued talking, explaining that he did not need them now and asked to sell them in order to use the money received for the company's funds. The guy sitting opposite closed the box. He frowned, still holding his hand on the closed box. The brunette looked at him silently when the guy said that the main character first of all needed to take care of his promotion to the master. He continued just as seriously, saying that if the resources from the masters were transferred for the benefit of the business, then Ping would make a mistake. The brunette relaxedly leaned one hand on the table and waved his hand. The guy opposite him was very surprised to hear that the brunette no longer needed the pills, since he had already advanced in rank and there was no longer a need for them. Cheng screamed in shock, asking Ping again, to which Ping proudly confirmed his words once again. The guy was excited by this news. He began to reason out loud that if Ping achieved such a result in just a week, then it would help the company. While the guy was thinking, the brunette took a cup of coffee in one hand and threw something to the manager with the other hand, calling out to him first. Catching it and looking at the item in his hand, he asked the protagonist what it was. The brunette replied with a smile that it was an ordinary energy pill, and as long as manager Lee did a good job, the brunette would help him become a master as soon as possible. These words confused and excited Cheng's even more. He stood up, walked around the table, stood closer to Ping and bowed, thanking him loudly and promising to work harder. A month later, the logistics department building of the Magic University. The sun is shining brightly in the almost cloudless sky. The protagonist tries on the shoes made for him, noting their quality. He takes a few steps, examines them, saying that despite the fact that they are made of alloy, it feels soft when stepping. The man crossed his arms, agreeing with the brunette's words. The gray-haired man with long hair proudly and smilingly says that the university makes top-quality products. He turns around and waves his hand. The guy is standing at the table. The man calls him to follow and test the strength of the shoes. The protagonist agrees. The room is full of holes. Many objects in it are broken. There are many cracks on the walls. The man explains that this place was made specifically for testing weapons. Here the brunette will be able to test his shoes. The guy looks around, amazed by the look of the room after testing. In some places, the weapons are stuck where they were tested. Ping asks the man if these holes were really made by such a weapon. The man looks through the hole left in the concrete slab. He examines the slab, mentally drawing conclusions about the guy's strength and the fact that he only recently learned the technique. If he managed to learn it so quickly, then it will be difficult for the others to fight him. The man smiled with satisfaction. He threw the slab aside and it fell to the floor. The man headed for the exit, saying out loud that the newcomers are getting stronger, and if so, he can safely spend his retirement years. The training hall is full of students. They are training hard with each other and using exercise machines. September 30th, Ping drinks water. Zume wipes the sweat from her face with a towel. She asks the brunette if she knows anything about the fight and whether it has been cancelled. The guy wiped his face with a towel and said that the fight will be tomorrow. The blue-haired girl was indignant that the brunette did not tell her anything, because she wanted to bring others with her to support Ping. He told her that the Martial Arts Society is responsible for organizing fights, but his fight is not considered a game, and asked why she wanted to bring so many people. The girl slightly bowed her head, explaining that this is a normal manifestation of people supporting each other. She threw her head back, surprising the brunette with her words that, in her opinion, Ping's disinterest in her idea was due to the fact that she was not as beautiful as other girls. The guy objected to her, saying that this was not true and he considered her beautiful. Zume awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked if he really thought so. Ping answered with a slight smile that it was true and the girl had good facial features. The blue-haired girl blushed and became embarrassed, but her expression changed to annoyed when the brunette continued his sentence and said that she paid little attention to her appearance, which is why she looked like a guy. The girl got angry, grabbed the guy by the t-shirt and threatened him with her fist, frightening the brunette who did not expect such a reaction, and indignantly asked if he really thought she was not just ugly, but ugly so much that she was not even feminine. Ping loudly and nervously told her that he didn't mean that and asked why she got angry every time he tried to say something nice to her. Their squabble was stopped by Fengru, who called Zume. The girl immediately stopped and fell silent, looking at her, but did not let go of the guy. The instructor stood with her arms crossed. The woman told the girl that the girl could go back first, and the instructor needed to talk to Ping. The blue-haired girl immediately agreed. She left. The guy and the instructor stood opposite each other. Instructor Lu's hands were in her pockets. She smiled and said about the brunette's progress and asked him to be more careful tomorrow. Her face became serious. The woman tilted her head to the side and continued, saying that after entering the arena, whether Ping died or not would be decided by fate, but if he thought that he could not cope, he could admit defeat. The brunette sighed, smiled and slightly tilted his head, answering that the instructor's words did not sound like what she wanted to say in private. He added that there was no enmity towards him, and asked why it was about death. The instructor turned away and said that she heard that Ping was collecting information about who would have the duel, and said that the leader was a third-year student, Liu Yangwen. The brunette asked why Yangwen was targeting him if he was not guilty of Brother Wang challenging the university. The instructor frowned and looked at the guy, explaining to him that Liu Yangwen had a younger brother who was the best in the university. She continued by describing the situation where Wang Jinyang beat him until he broke all of his ribs and that he was still in the hospital. The instructor sternly said that Ping should understand that if he skipped cultivation, he could not even dream of becoming a master. The brunette remembered Wang's brother and thought that he looked well-mannered and did not look like the one described by Instructor Liu, and he should remind Wang that this was all his fault. The instructor handed the guy a blue ball and explained that it was a rank 2 energy-enhancing pill and clarified that whether Ping's body exploded or not ultimately depended on his luck. The brunette awkwardly thanked her and mentally noted that it seemed that she did not know how to encourage students. October 1st, the building where the duel will be held. The weather is sunny and warm again. A girl with blonde hair is standing next to Jinyang. Ju is holding a folder in her hands. She looks serious. The girl next to her tells her that the mentor has arrived. The red-haired girl replies by asking why the mentor would attend student duels. 3 men approach them. One of them turns to Ju and tells her not to be so serious. The girl answered sternly that she hoped that Mentor Zhang would not interfere and that the rules would be followed. Mentor Zhang stood slightly ahead of the other 2 men and said with a smile that the martial arts society was becoming more arrogant. The red-haired girl sternly answered that her words were not a reminder, but a warning, and that the martial arts society would take action if she tried to interfere. The man was indignant and wanted to object to her, but did not have time. The girl turned around and walked in the other direction with the blonde, ignoring the man who was ready to get into a fight and was being held back by the other 2, saying on the go that the university gave the right to maintain order and that the man could express any dissatisfaction to the university. Ju continued walking, giving the blonde the task of asking Senior Chen to ensure the fight and notify the president and vice president to come. The blonde agreed and wrote everything down in her notebook. The red-haired girl stopped abruptly. She noticed something and was surprised by it. Ju gave the last task to the girl, to report everything to the dean. The red-haired girl saw Lu Fengru walking on the stands. She did not expect that the master of the 6th stage would come here. Fengru yawned, covered her mouth, and wished good morning. Lu Fengru and Zume went down the steps. The blue-haired girl walked behind the woman, listening to her words that there was no need to warn the rector because they were fighting between first-rank students. It was not that serious. Fengru sat down. The girl stood next to her while the woman continued, saying that there was no need to worry because as long as she was here, she could deal with those who wanted to interfere herself. Hearing this, Zhang became very angry and Ju remained silent. Teacher Lu and Zume are sitting in the stands. The girls from the Martial Arts Society are standing in front of them. Ju turned around when Fengru asked if Ping had arrived yet and answered the woman's question in the negative. Teacher said with a smile that the Martial Arts Society is especially arrogant now and asked where the protagonist is now. Ping stopped, frightening 2 people with his presence. 8:37, the brunette is out of breath from running for a long time, talking out loud about the Martial Arts Society being in the north of the university. But he can't figure out where the north is. The duel hall, several people are sitting in the stands. The girls from the Martial Arts Society are sitting at the judge's table. Indignant cries can be heard from different parts of the hall. People are unhappy that the duel has not started yet. The door to the hall opened. Ping walked in, awkwardly scratching the back of his head and apologizing for being late and explaining that he got lost. The brunette walks down the stairs to the ring. Ju and the blonde girl turn to him. Ju asks him if he accepted the challenge of his own free will. The guy indifferently asks in response if it makes sense, if he says yes or no, if it will change anything. The blonde guy jumped up from where he was sitting and indignantly addressed the brunette, saying that it was Ping who had agreed to spar all this time. The red-haired girl stood up from her seat, slamming her hands on the table and screaming, demanding that everyone be quiet. She sternly addressed the guy, saying that she was not talking to him, but to Ping. The guys sitting behind the blonde were tensely silent, not expecting such a reaction. Ju loudly announced that there were no restrictions on sparring at the university. The only requirement was mutual consent of both parties if at least one party did not want to participate. Then the sparring was cancelled, and since the university gave the Martial Arts Society the right to monitor order, they must be sure that the rules were followed. The red-haired girl continued, saying that if they noticed that one side was forcing the other to participate, then this would be stopped. Ping had already entered the ring when the red-haired girl calmly turned to him, asking again if he had voluntarily agreed to sparring. The brunette confidently stopped and answered in agreement. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile that no one forced him and that he himself wanted it. Zhu opened the blue folder and read out loud that the protagonist was a newcomer who was challenged by 4 people at once and was given an advantage. He could voice his reasonable conditions for sparring, and asked if he had any demands. The brunette thought and scratched his cheek. He started listing, bending his fingers, that seniors should not use melee weapons, compensated with energy-boosting pills of the 2nd rank, but the red-haired girl did not let him finish, interrupting him and asking the seniors' opinion. The seniors were waiting for the answer of the guy sitting between them. He crossed his arms and replied that they would give him 4 pills, but first-class energy boosters. The brunette agreed, thinking that he hadn't expected them to agree to his demands. The Martial Arts Society announced the start of the sparring match, and a guy in a blue shirt entered the ring, quickly approaching the brunette while he was standing half-turned to him. Ting turned to him with a smile and asked his name. The guy answered with concentration that he was a 3rd-year student of the weapons department, Chen Gulong. The guy chuckled and asked Gulong why he decided to fight him, since the brunette was a newbie and hadn't done anything bad to him. The blonde guy got angry when he heard the next question about whether Wang Jinyang had beaten him too. The protagonist continued to speak with a smirk, saying that if that was the case, then he understood why the blonde guy was angry, but he and Wang Jinyang were different people. King smiled. Gulong became increasingly angry. The brunette asked if the fair-haired man was planning to harm him. Lu Fengru shouted from the stands, demanding that they stop their idle chatter and make a decision on whether the protagonist would fight or not. The rest of the people supported the words of the mentor, starting to shout similar phrases. The brunette calmly and smilingly announced that he would admit defeat. The fair-haired man frowned and asked if Ping was really giving up. The brunette bowed his head and confirmed his words with a smile, saying that it would be better for him to accept defeat now given their level difference. Zhu, sitting at the table near the ring, said that the brunette could cancel the fight, but warned that this would affect the guy's reputation. The protagonist spread his arms with a smile, saying that all his opponents were stronger than him and asked if she thought the best decision would be to give up right now. The guy in the gray sweater, sitting in the stands, shouted for the brunette to stop talking nonsense. Ping smiled and said that he wanted to know, and with a serious face, looking up at the seniors, he asked if they were going to kill him. The guy in the gray sweater from the stands calmly replied that accidents happen during sparring. The brunette smiled again, saying that he understood Liu Yangwen's words and now he had nothing to worry about. The brunette stood in front of Gulong, putting his hand to his head and talking about how when he was a child, he was afraid to even kill a chicken. He did not want to fight, he only wanted to collect and cultivate resources. With each word Ping said, Fengru, sitting in the stands, began to get angrier. Zume and Xiam intensely moved away from her. The guys are standing opposite each other in the ring. Dissatisfied shouts can be heard from the stands again for him to stop talking and finally start fighting. The seniors also began to get angry. They stood up from their seats, while the brunette continued to chatter about all sorts of nonsense. Ping finally almost finished his speech saying that he was not provoking anyone and was not starting a fight. Gulong came one step closer to him. He was angry while the brunette continued to smile. The fair-haired man asked if the protagonist was going to fight or not, to which the guy again began to talk about the consequences of agreeing to fight or admitting defeat. This time, he was interrupted by Zhu, who loudly announced the start of the fight. Ping immediately lifted his leg off the floor. He quickly kicked his opponent. The fair-haired man was able to block his kick. He smiled, thinking that due to the strengthening of the upper bones, all the blows of the brunette were nothing to him. But he was immediately surprised when Ping's foot pierced his hand until it bled. Gulong moved his hand to the side. The brunette stood up straight. The protagonist was holding a pair of brass knuckles. He concentrated all his strength in his hands. The guy began to rapidly strike the blonde's hand. Each blow pierced the opponent's hand until it bled. Gulong concentrated his strength in his hand. He tried to strike the brunette, but the guy dodged and the blow missed. The brunette tried to strike between the blonde's legs and he reached for Ping's leg. But at the last moment he realized that this was what the brunette wanted. The guy swung. The brunette's leg was rapidly approaching the blonde's head. Ping struck Gulong's head with all his strength with the pointed toe of his shoe. The opponent immediately fell to the floor. There was a hole in his temple. The brunette turned his head in his direction and looked at the body of the fallen guy. Gulong's body is lying on the ring. A pool of blood is spreading under his head. The hall is silent. Zume and Xiaoman are shocked. Fengru is focused. The blue-haired girl is horrified, saying that the fair-haired man is dead. All the seniors are angry. When the medics covered Gulong's body and carried him out of the ring, Ping mentally apologized. He remembered his parents and sister. The brunette stood silently. He did not look up and mentally admitted that he was really scared to death. Still not looking up from the floor, the protagonist said that he killed a man because he could not control his strength. Liu Yangwen frowned, saying that he had nothing to say to that. The guy smiled weakly and nodded, offering to continue. Yang Wen asked from the stands if Ping was going to take a rest. The guy looked away and said that he had to catch the bus on time. Another senior in a blue shirt came into the ring. He immediately called the brunette a brave man and introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhang Guowai. He stood behind the brunette. The guy turned to him when he continued to speak, saying that Wang Jinyang broke half of his ribs and it took a very long time to recover. He hoped to reach the 3rd rank by graduation, but now he is forced to be the 1st rank all his life, and because of the difference in ranks between him and Wang Jinyang, he has no chance to take revenge. Guowai quickly approached Ping. The brunette looked at him, standing half-turned. The opponent continued to say that since the protagonist was Jinyang's disciple, revenge on him would be reasonable. He frowned and decisively said that either the brunette would kill him, or he would kill the brunette. Only revenge and hatred would remain, and the family would not be able to take revenge on the protagonist. Ping turned his head towards him and replied with a smile that his situation was no better than his opponent's, and that if Guowai killed the brunette, he would be safe. Zhu loudly announced the start of the sparring from her place. The opponent was faster and struck first. The brunette barely managed to dodge. The 3rd-year students struck again and again. Ping could only block them. With each blow, the protagonist was forced to retreat. Zume and Xiaoman, watching this from the stands, were excited and worried about Ping. The blue-haired girl asked the girl if anyone would die in this round and received consent in response. The brunette could not hold out against the opponent's multiple attacks forever. It would exhaust him, since he was too weak for this. The protagonist managed to stop another blow from his opponent at the last moment. He was already starting to get very tired. Guowai smiled. He realized that the brunette could not stand it any longer. The mentors in the stands were discussing how well the opponent was suppressing Ping. The man on the left was sure that the brunette would definitely die this time. Mentor Zhang replied that there was too much of a difference between their skills. Zume was worried. Fengru was watching the fight with concentration. The blue-haired girl was excitedly commenting and advising Ping. Mentor Lu was explaining to her why it was impossible to do this. The opponent took a few steps forward. The brunette took a step back. Guowai asked if he couldn't stand still any longer. The opponent thought with a smile that this time his revenge would die along with Ping. He delivered the final blow. A scream was heard in the hall. Ping frowned. 140,000 of the balance has been spent. Energy has been restored to the maximum. The opponent's eyes widened in surprise. The hero kicked him. A wound appeared on his cheek. The opponent looked at the young man, who looked at him with a grin. The man didn't understand how his energy was instantly restored. The opponent fell to the floor, and the hall fell silent. The blonde guy stared at the stage in shock. The short-haired man looked at the hero in surprise and asked how he could restore his energy so quickly, since he had almost used it all up in the last round. The woman frowned and muttered when Ping managed to swallow the pill. The hero frowned and asked for another opponent. They offered him a rest, but he turned around and said that he needed to catch the bus. The spectators watched as the medics carried the defeated man away, and at that time the next participant was asked to go on stage. The young men frowned, but did not respond. Zhang Kang raised his trembling hand and, looking down, said that he accepted defeat and from today onwards he would cultivate peacefully. It did not matter whether it was rank 1 or not, rank 2 was unattainable. He frowned and added that perhaps the martial arts world was not for him. His comrade jumped up and called out to him, but the boy did not turn around. The pink-haired girl looked at them carefully. She frowned and said that she would go herself. Yang Wen grabbed her hand and told her to forget about it, adding that they accepted defeat. The boy frowned and said that they did not prepare enough, and this is the result. He turned to the protagonist, and the brunette turned around. Yang Wen said that his younger brother was once a genius like Ping. The family had high hopes for him, but after being beaten by Jinyang, he still cannot leave the room. And now the young man is forever stuck at rank 1. The guy chuckled and said that there is nothing wrong with that. But in the martial arts world there is no right and wrong, there is only strength. The hero carefully looked at his interlocutor over his shoulder. Yang Wen grimaced and said that since Jinyang had crippled his brother, it meant that he could cripple Ping himself. He and the girl stood in front of the boy. The blonde man added that there was a rule in the martial arts world. Since he was stronger than the hero, he could not do anything to him. The boy looked menacingly at his interlocutor and promised that once he reached rank 3, he would experience what his younger brother had experienced. A silhouette appeared in the stands and exclaimed that there was no point in waiting for the boy to reach rank 3. Jinyang, the president of the Martial Arts Society at Nanjing University, looked down menacingly and said that he was rank 3 himself. His eyes flashed and he announced that he was challenging Yang Wen. Everyone present turned to look at the newcomer, exclaiming how he had the strength to come here. The boy looked at his interlocutor intently and asked what he would say. Yang Wen gritted his teeth and muttered his opponent's name. The mentor at the Magic University furrowed his brows and shouted, "Did the president really come here to cause trouble?" Jinyang narrowed his eyes and replied that he was following the rules and challenging them to a fight. He added that otherwise, he would kill them all without these rules. The guy clarified that the mentor was at rank 4. The warrior looked down and said that in 3 days, he himself would reach rank 4, so he could also fight him. Jinyang said that anyone here, students or mentors, could fight him. Yang Wen tensed up as he looked at him. Fengru frowned and thought that this guy had not been heard from recently. It turned out that he was breaking through to rank 4. In other words, he was already at the peak of stage 3. She looked away and pointed out that if all these students fought today, their university would lose face. The spectators became nervous. Jinyang put his hands in his pockets and said that he knew no one would respond. All they could do was pick on others. That was the only thing that Magic University students were good at. The hero looked at him in shock. Yang Wen narrowed his eyes and demanded that the newcomer watch his language, because this was a fair fight, and Ping himself accepted the challenge. Jinyang frowned and said that a bunch of idiots were challenging a newbie who had just broken through to rank 1 and calling it a fair fight. He smiled and asked if there was anyone at his rank who would be willing to fight. The mentor glared at him and cursed, asking if the guy really thought of threatening him. The president flared up and shouted that they should fight then. He punched himself in the chest and asked if they really thought he couldn't defeat one of their students. The guy announced that he would fight the 3rd rank students today, as well as anyone who wanted to fight. The mentor was sweating and was about to say something, but the woman interrupted him. The blonde crossed her arms and said that Jinyang had jumped to 3rd rank and was also the president of the fighting club in Nanjiang. If she continued to irritate him, there was no telling how many people would die today. The mentor hesitated when she asked if he would take full responsibility. Jinyang looked at the protagonist and said that it was none of his business. The guy frowned and added that if the young man thought it was dangerous for him, he could refuse to fight. And he, who was almost at 4th rank, would take care of everyone. The brunette looked at the other man carefully, who promised that he would reach rank 5 in the future and beat everyone here and on him. Fengru stood up and asked the offender to stop, because Ping was her student and it was none of his business. The blonde furrowed her brows and said that this competition was organized by a bunch of idiots whom he had crippled. None of the elites at their university would do such a thing, so don't underestimate them. She turned to Jinyang and reminded him that this whole mess was his fault. Moreover, he couldn't come here every time and protect Ping, causing him more trouble. The guy looked at her silently and closed his eyes. He turned to Yang Wen and told him not to think that nothing would be done to him if the guy was already at the peak of the 3rd rank. The president of the fighting club looked at him and said that he was the one who beat up his brother, so he should take out his anger on him and not bother the main character anymore. The fighter clarified that the interlocutor's father was at the 4th rank. Yang Wen gritted his teeth and shouted that he should not dare challenge his father. Jinyang looked at him threateningly and said that if it were not for the mentor, Yang Wen's dad would have killed him many years ago. The great master found value in him, since he was worth more compared to the interlocutor. The blonde frowned and gritted his teeth. The intruder suggested that he finally come to terms with his fate. The red-haired girl turned around and asked who let in the outlaw who was not from their faculty. Fengking peeked out from behind the fighter and said that he met him at the station and invited him to take a walk. He did not expect to see such a show. The student smiled and said that his words made sense. Jinyang was still alive, and if they did not like it, they should accept his challenge. But everyone was just scared because they could not beat him. The president of the fighting club turned around and said that he would be back in 3 days so that everyone who was angry with him could fight. Opponents did not have to wait for this period and just come without fear of death. Everyone present looked after him. The protagonist smiled and thought that Brother Jinyang had riveted all the attention to himself. The dissatisfied spectators stood up and headed for the exit. Ping stood alone on the platform and thought that it was finally over. Today he killed 2 first-rank masters. Now no one would bother him. The young man turned to the mentor and the 2 girls. The woman praised him for his excellent fight and good strategy. Xiaoman looked at the fighter and asked how he had restored his depleted energy since no one had seen him take pills. The brunette frowned and asked if her mentor had taught her not to pry into other people's secrets. He added that the girl was from a good family, and her parents were also martial artists who should have taught her such things. The interlocutor blushed and was confused. The hero frowned and said that if he meddles in other people's business, sooner or later she will become jealous, so she should never ask about it. Zume approached Xiaoman and whispered that the guy became a different person after he killed someone. Ping waved his hand and said that he would go first. The girl frowned and offendedly called him a bastard. The mentor looked after the young man. Fengru narrowed her eyes and said, after all, it was his first time killing someone. He must be feeling uneasy. He needed to give it some time to digest. The hero called Jinyang and asked where he was. The club president replied that he was staying at his university's guest house. The boy furrowed his brows and asked again. The brunette sweated and explained that the hotel was owned by Mo Wu. He asked if the boy really wanted to challenge them. Jinyang smiled and answered in the affirmative, but no one dared to come out. The hotel restaurant. The 3 of them were sitting at the table. The club president said that he already knew about the hero's challenge and was there from the beginning. The boy didn't have to do anything. He let the hero play 2 rounds to make him understand that blindly retreating was not the way for masters to seek strength to survive. Ping looked down and muttered that being strong was necessary to survive. He looked at his interlocutor resolutely and stated that he had not been bullied. The boy decided to participate on his own, and no one forced him. The reason why the hero accepted the challenge is because he doesn't want others to underestimate him. In other words, he wants to know what it means to be a martial artist. The president looked at him and asked with a smile who he thought such a person was. The boy lowered his head and replied that he was a person who was not afraid of death. The 2 interlocutors looked at him and countered that everyone was afraid of death and every master was fighting for life, just like those people who challenged him. The boy with the ponytail furrowed his brows and explained that they were angry and offended because Jinyang had thrown them off the path of power. But that didn't mean that all those people weren't afraid of death. The hero furrowed his brows and remembered how the opponent told him that either he would kill him or vice versa, and only hatred and revenge would remain. The blue-haired man chuckled and said that they might not have tried to kill him. After all, they were just a bunch of fools who were afraid to admit defeat. The young man hung his head sullenly. The other man quickly added that these were the rules of the martial arts world. Their deaths were just and not in vain. The guy smiled and said that the hero was right about one thing. He looked at the brunette and said that life and death were a common occurrence in the martial arts world. It wasn't so bad to get used to it beforehand. Ping watched as the other man continued to eat. The young man wondered if this was what masters were, the desire to become stronger and survive. The hero looked up when Jinyang stated that he was not like them. The president smirked and advised the guy to just practice calmly, then he would get used to it. The brunette smiled and agreed, adding that the 2 of them had a strange way of guiding him. They continued to eat cheerfully, and Fengking tried to shove more food into the hero. Ping smiled and asked what mission Jinyang had in the magical city this time. Fengking blew on the spoon and was about to tell him what kind of business it was, but his friend shouted at him. Everyone flinched at the president's shout. Jinyang frowned and shook his head at his comrade. He looked at the young man and said that he didn't need to worry about it, so he shouldn't bother his head with it. The brunette looked at his mentor warily. Fengking laughed nervously and supported this idea, adding that the hero should focus on training. He added that Jinyang was strong enough, so he called him to make a fortune together. The president of the fighting club suggested that they start eating already. The young man frowned and agreed. Ping thought that this mission was probably out of his reach for now. Asking now was not an option, but he would definitely find out about it when he got stronger. Yangcheng City, Garden Street. The hero was standing with a suitcase and people were milling around. The guy smiled and thought that he had returned home. The brunette turned around when he was called. Yuan stood and looked at him. He did not say anything about returning, but the little girl was already watching him. The young man shed tears and thought that, after all, they were brother and sister. They would have waited for him every day if they did not know that he was returning. The hero rushed to the girl with open arms. Yuan crouched, dodging her brother. She looked at him and asked why he came back during the day. The guy explained that there were a lot of people in the morning and few in the afternoon. The girl pushed him in the back so that he would go inside faster. At that moment, she was called. Yuan froze and looked down. 3 girls were standing nearby. One of them exclaimed that today they had to teach a lesson to those guys from middle school who dared to occupy the territory of Yunpei. The girl in the dress shrank and asked who the guy was with her, because boys are pathetic and bad. The third little girl frowned and asked to find someone stronger, not so skinny. Yuan ran up and hissed at them. She was sweating and looked away when the hero addressed her. The brother loomed over him menacingly and asked what had happened during the 2 months he had been gone. Had she really become an older sister, and instead of waiting for him, she was planning to go with these girls to occupy the territory? The sister turned away and muttered that it was a misunderstanding. Ping grabbed her by the cheek and dragged her home to hold a trial. The girl dragged herself along and asked to listen to her explanation, assuring her that she was innocent. Yu Yin turned around and, looking at the children, asked why the young man had not warned that he was returning. The guy sat down with his sister on the sofa and demanded that everything be explained to his mother. The little girl pretended not to understand what was being discussed, but her brother's menacing look convinced her otherwise. He pulled her cheek and said that she was a big girl now. The young man added that he was her older brother, so why did the girl name her club Yuan Pingshan, not Pingyuanch? The mother put her hand to her face and agreed that Yuan needed to be taught a lesson. She was just a child, but she insisted on doing business with her classmates at the stall. Every day, the woman had to occupy the stall, and all the teachers at school knew about it. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked again. The girl rubbed her cheeks and muttered that she simply sold a few of his things that he didn't use anyway, so to speak, to free up space. The brunette put his hand on her head and asked what exactly she sold. Yu Yin smiled tightly and said that there were only 2 spare underwear sets left. Nothing else. The young man stared at the empty room in shock. He pinched his sister's cheeks and exclaimed in annoyance at how dare she sell all of his things. The little girl replied that her brother was a master and he would have everything he wanted. Their family could not miss the opportunity to earn a little extra money. After some time, Yuan with new cones was sitting at the table and eating rice. The whole family was gathered. The father asked what happened to his daughter, and Yuan assured that nothing terrible. Mingrong wondered what had happened during his absence. Later, the family had a good time, talking and sharing different stories. The hero smiled, but memories of the battles flashed through his head. He was grateful to still be alive. The following days, the young man actively spent with his family. He brought his father lunch to work, went shopping with his mother and sister, trained Yuan. Yangcheng Railway Station. The hero was sitting on the train and talking on the phone with his sister, who was standing on the platform. She asked with tears in her eyes why he was leaving so quickly. The guy promised that he would come back. The little girl looked at him and babbled that she was afraid that they would bully him there. The brunette smiled and replied that it was the other way around. Announcement: the train to the Magic City will depart soon. All accompanying persons, please move behind the yellow line. The hero looked at his sister and asked her to take care of his parents because they still don't know much. Yuan looked down and agreed. The train started moving. The girl ran along the platform and the young man turned away, holding back his tears. He leaned against the window and thought that he was not offended by her at the stall. The little girl stopped and called the girls over the phone to her house. She added that this time her brother left a lot of things and they would get rich again. Exchange point. Ping looked at the system window and thought that a lot of his balance had been spent recently, and cash too. It was time to exchange points for pills and sell them. The old man scratched his back and asked if the hero had come again. He asked if those shoes were any good. They were worth 40 points, but the boy really deserved them. The man leaned on his hand and admired that the boy had received 4 more first-rank energy strengthening pills. The brunette was surprised that even the teacher at the exchange point knew about the competition. He smiled and said that he wanted to exchange for ordinary pills this time. The other man opened the box and asked if 3 would be enough. The boy asked for 67. The old man frowned. He pointed at the student and asked if he really wanted to resell them to get more profit. Although the university did not explicitly prohibit it, selling pills was still a franchise business. Large-scale sales were still prohibited, otherwise there was a risk of bankruptcy. Ping waved the card and chuckled. In other words, small-scale sales were not such a big problem. The old man exhaled and said, 201 points for 67 ordinary energy strengthening pills. 1 point left. The hero is now at rank 1. He added that ordinary pills would not help his cultivation. The teacher frowned and asked if he had thought about it. The brunette put down the card and asked him to pack everything. Balance, plus 670,000. The hero sat up in bed and called Manager Lai. The young man asked if 70 pills were enough to strengthen energy. The manager frowned and exclaimed that this was more than enough. They were still weak, and they would be in big trouble if they were caught by the Roskomnadzor department. The guy leaned back on the bed and said that he knew, which is why he asked if this method was right. The interlocutor said that last time their scale was small. Large companies can slip through unnoticed, but they, except for the main character, are not masters. This time, with so many pills, they could easily be killed. It was very dangerous. The brunette looked at the phone and said that he would think of another method. Changning glanced at the goods and exclaimed, "Does the young man really want to sell all these pills?" He turned to his friend and asked if the hero was so eager to spend money. Ping replied that one could say so. The blonde touched his chin and said that in order to maintain the energy level and grow a new generation of masters, all the materials are needed. Each pill is valuable, but if the guy bought it from a private seller, then it is only 60–70% of the normal price. The brunette looked at his friend in confusion and asked why so little, because he not only had 70 ordinary pills, but also 11 first-rank pills. With the market value, it would be 10.3 million yuan. The hero frowned and thought that these pills were currently valued at 7.1 million yuan. He should have exchanged earlier, maybe he would have gotten more benefit. Ping looked at his interlocutor with shining eyes. Changning took out his phone and decided to ask his old man if he needed them. The brunette hoped that his father would not lower the price. Changning looked at the hero and said that his father offered 9 million. The brunette smiled and thought that it was much more than he expected. The guy smiled and said that he agreed. He received a message that Mr. Fu transferred 9 million yuan. Balance, 8,600,000. Energy, 265. Mentality, 238. The training hall. There were many people in the hall. Everyone was wondering why they were all gathered here. Xiaoman looked in the mirror and muttered that she had not rested at all and now she had bags under her eyes. She added that she wanted to go get some sleep if there was no class this morning. Yungxi looked at her and assumed that the mentor had gathered them here to tell them something important. The hero turned to them and asked Xiaoman to stop taking selfies. He added that the bags under her eyes would still be visible in the photos. The pink-haired girl frowned and cursed, and her friend tried to calm the girl down, convincing her that it was not good for her skin. Changning burst out laughing. The mentors entered the hall. The students lined up. Feng said that they had gathered them for a special training program. The hero looked at him with interest. The man said that he was mainly leading this program, as well as the mentors of Fengru, Yichuan, Jianju, and Shiping. Moreover, their rector would also come here regularly and give lectures. The students looked at each other and animatedly discussed that this was a rare opportunity and a chance to break through to graduation. Changting raised his hand and asked why all this unexpected special training. The mentor replied that at the end of this year there would be a championship among the best martial arts universities in the country. They would fight for the honor of their university, and they should win. Ping looked at the man in surprise. Everyone was whispering and discussing that it was nationwide, which meant they would be fighting against Kyoto University. They had heard that the guys from the north were very fierce. Feng frowned and shouted that the students were in the martial arts university and were still hiding their tails in the face of danger. He reminded them that they were the best masters chosen by the university from among the newcomers. The students were the future of the university. The teacher advised them to join the special training, and the university would reward them with 10 points. They would choose the main and reserve members of the team. Moreover, they would receive special prizes. The hero frowned and noted that, in other words, it was just special training. It was not a fact that they could still get into the championship, so 10 points for nothing. It was not much, but they could still be exchanged for pills. Feng looked at the students and added that they would also choose a class president, who would help the mentors inform the students about the general meeting and important matters. That was another 10 points. The hero sighed and muttered that it was not enough, and who would be interested in being a messenger anyway. Fengru smiled and asked him not to underestimate the position. She crossed her arms and said that the squad leader must be strong enough to defeat several people of his class, and also send others to do small jobs for him. The man frowned and exclaimed, how could she say such a thing as a mentor? The woman closed her eyes and replied that it was to motivate them, but even so, it was not enough. She added that once everyone became stronger, another person would take the position. Fengru smiled and said that the squad leader would change every half a month and would also receive 10 points for each time. She winked at the hero and asked how about it. Ping smiled awkwardly and thought that the mentor wanted him to benefit more. 3 months for an exchange was 6 leader changes. The guy smirked and decided that 60 points were not lying around on the road. Feng frowned and exclaimed that it was not possible to just decide everything like that. The old man looked at the woman and agreed that it was a bit wrong. Fengru yawned and asked if it would motivate them to become stronger. She suggested asking the students what they thought about it. The man looked at the students and noted that they were indeed motivated. Feng cleared his throat and said that they needed to choose. The blonde looked ahead and ordered Ping, Zhao Lei, and Xiaoman to come forward. The students came forward. The woman said that 2 of Feng's students had outstanding abilities that everyone knew about. They had also all become familiar with Ping's abilities during his recent duel. The teacher asked if anyone had any objections to their candidacy for the post of class president. The students talked among themselves and discussed the strength of the candidates. All 3 were the strongest of the class. Fengru looked at her colleague and said that they didn't even have to think it through. She said that if the students won, they would be class president, and if not, they would work for free. The man looked at her silently. The hero stared ahead, feeling tense because the teacher was starting a fight between them. The brunette smiled and thought that Feng really hated him, which meant he definitely needed to get those points. Lei clenched his fist and declared that he and the protagonist would fight first. The guy grinned and thanked Ping for taking care of them when they were separated. He remembered how he lay on the ground after losing to the hero. The brunette waved his hand and said that it was nothing. Ping smiled and asked his opponent not to cry and not to hold a grudge. If he lost, he would work for the protagonist for free, inform him about the general meeting, and generally do whatever he wanted. The opponent chuckled and said that the same applies to him. The protagonist pushed away and attacked the opponent. Lei took a fighting stance, ready to parry the blow. He had been training hard since he graduated from the academy. In just 1 month, he had strengthened 9 bones. In terms of speed, he was unbeatable. The guy decided that he would become number 1 among all. The student gritted his teeth and swung his fist. The hero crouched, dodging. Lei frowned because the opponent dodged and, as it turned out, did not even intend to hit him with his fists. The brunette kicked the enemy's knee. The guy chuckled and exclaimed that it would not work, because he was not the same person he was a month ago. At that moment, a fist flew into his face. The student gritted his teeth and mentally cursed, receiving a punch to the nose. Tears welled up in his eyes. The brunette looked at his opponent in surprise and reminded him that he asked him not to cry. Ping punched and exclaimed that he asked him not to hold a grudge, but he was still angry. He threatened that he had also become stronger this month, and if he provoked him again, he would paint his opponent so badly that even his father would not recognize him. Lei was lying on the floor in tears and blood. The teacher crossed her arms and noted that the protagonist was quite rude. It seemed that the guy had beaten his opponent badly, but in fact, he had not caused serious injuries. Feng frowned and thought that the brunette really had not beaten the student to death, but the guy's face would still need a week to recover. Ping turned to Xiaoman and said that it was her turn now. Yunxi approached her friend and asked her not to go so that she would not get the same treatment. The pink-haired girl looked at Lei and thought about what would happen if she was painted like that. She looked at the brunette and nervously asked if he really wanted to beat her up like that. The boy smiled and calmly agreed, because he had to be honest with a beautiful girl. He turned to mentor Feng and asked if he was right. The man agreed that there was no need to be merciful to his opponent. Xiaoman blushed and muttered that in that case she was giving up. The boy shrugged and said that he was sorry. The mentor frowned and announced that Ping would be the first class president. The hero waved his hand with a smile. Feng looked at Lei and added that he would need to come and get a training schedule in a while. Classes would start tomorrow, but it would not interfere with the main lessons. The mentors dismissed the students, and everyone began to disperse. The hero approached his defeated opponent and advised him to rest. He wiped his tears and said that this time he lost, but next time everything could be different. The brunette smirked and said that he was crying again, so it seemed like he was picking on his friends. The other man exclaimed that it was because he had been punched in the nose. Changning put his hand on his friend's shoulder and admired him for beating Lei. Ping looked forward seriously and said that the guy had been holding a grudge against him since the last time. This time, he had given into despair and would not pick on her again. The hero looked at the woman and thanked her for those words. The teacher closed her eyes and objected that he had achieved everything himself. She added that the more resources he had, the more he would progress and the sooner he would probably die. So there was no need to thank her. Fangru looked at the student and said that this was a good opportunity for him to get even more resources and points. If their university lost the championship, they would lose national resources. Then those university points would not be as important as they were now. The students looked at her in surprise. The brunette smiled and replied that it was not for her to think about defeat when she had just founded a special class. Changbing agreed and asked the teacher not to underestimate them. The woman shook her head and said that she was not underestimating them. It was just that their Mowu University and Jingwu University were the most prestigious in the world. They always had several times more resources than ordinary martial arts universities. But in the past 2 years, students from elite universities were defeated by a student from an ordinary school, Jinyang. Elite schools with numerous resources are losing their fighters. Naturally, they will be unhappy with the distribution of resources to their disadvantage. They feel that they have resources comparable to those of 2 large ordinary martial arts universities. Therefore, they must raise more like Jinyang. The hero frowned and thought that he thought his brother was the main character of a comic book. The woman frowned and added that due to recent events, the guy tipped the scales for desperately fighting for resources. Now is the perfect time for them to show off their strength and take all the resources for themselves. The brunette narrowed his eyes and remembered his friend telling him not to ask too many questions because he couldn't handle it now. Something was coming. The hero was sitting at the table in the cafeteria. He frowned and thought that he needed to train even more, otherwise he wouldn't be able to catch up with Jinyang. The brunette listened to the girls at the next table discussing how Lei was no match for the protagonist. The female students sat and whispered, suggesting that the young man was already at the peak of the first rank, although he had only recently become a master. The girl with a short haircut took the food and decided that Ping might have an inferiority complex. She thought that he deliberately wanted Changning to be beaten so badly during the entrance exam. The friend sighed and agreed, regretting that such a handsome man was not helped. The third girl looked at them and objected, thinking that the hero was not bad. The long-haired girl chuckled and said that it depended on who he was fighting. She said that Lei and the others were much more beautiful. Her friend looked at her darkly and exclaimed that the guy envied not only the beauty of guys, but also girls. Xiaoman leaned over to them and told them that Ping did not spare even girls during the entrance exam, and yesterday during special training he wanted to beat her beyond recognition. One of the students looked at the pink-haired girl with alarm and asked if the hero really wanted to beat her. She nodded affirmatively and, raising her finger, ordered them not to even think about dating such a cruel sadist. Xiaoman crossed her arms and advised them not to date this guy for the entire 4 years of study and from today on to protect their younger sisters so that they would not fall into his trap. The brunette shuddered, hearing their exclamations. He chewed irritably and mentally threatened his rival that he would teach her a lesson for this prank. Changning looked at his friend with tears in his eyes and asked if he really envied his beauty. The young man shouted that it was not so. The moon was shining in the night sky. Everything around was vibrating, and the boy jumped, afraid that it might be an earthquake. The students ran out into the street. The hero stopped, checking if everything was over. The students looked at the man, who said that the university was resistant to strong seismic tremors, so let everyone go back and rest. The brunette stood in the crowd. Everyone around was stunned and scared. The guy wondered if it really was an earthquake. He thoughtfully touched his chin and noted that the tremors were so strong, but their university was not in an earthquake zone. The rector, surrounded by soldiers, walked forward. The sun illuminated the school building. The students behind the machine with their workplaces looked with bated breath. A woman in traditional dress walked around the room. She placed her documentation on the table. Weapons department instructor Bai Ruoxi smiled and said that she was responsible for teaching them her professional knowledge. Changding smiled contentedly and called her their goddess, noting that she might give them advice on how to best use their swords. King looked at him with disdain and told him to use them as usual. The woman placed her hands on the papers and said that before the class began, she wanted to tell them something. Holding up a few sheets of paper, she explained that this was a confidential invitation and that this document outlined their responsibilities and also talked about life and death. The students listened with puzzled expressions as she said that everything they learned during the course was strictly confiscated and should not be allowed to decompose. The brunette said with a smile on her face that if they were seriously injured or killed during the missions, the consequences would be their own, and if they were afraid, they could simply leave the course without signing the agreement. The boy rubbed his nose in thought, mentally noting that these 10 points were not so easy to get and that he could not go home empty-handed. Looking at the crowd, the teacher asked if anyone was going to leave. Hearing no answer, she smiled and noted that this is exactly how fearless the students of this university should be. Introducing the strange records, she began to tell how until 1921, martial artists were known only by word of mouth. Their occupation was considered nonsense, since they were not yet known for their fighting skills, and in January of that year, a Chinese newspaper officially recognized their existence. Introducing the building, she said that in the same year, Kyoshu Wudosha, the predecessor of today's Kyoto University, was founded. The gray city was covered in rubble and debris, and knowing this, the woman said that the founding of the Kyoshu Martial Arts Society was the result of that event, and that in December 1920, one of the most powerful earthquakes in human history occurred, causing hundreds of thousands of deaths, and since then, the brave art has become the driving force of society. Ruoxi said that large-scale and planned training began to prepare new masters, and over the years, their number across the country increased to 1 million. She asked why then the martial artists still retained their status and privileges. Introducing the masters, she answered that it was because society needed them. The sun illuminated the sky of the city, and she said that this was not so. While on one side of the planet Earth, lanterns were visible from the night, on the other, the sun began to rise. The woman said that humanity needs them. All the students sat silently. Looking at them, Ruoxi began to say that their enemy was the dungeons. Introducing the city, on the other side of which there was a zone with a red sky, the brunette noted that no one could say what exactly it was, and that at first they thought it was an underground world. But even if the masters limited the excavations to tens of thousands of meters, but the sclear did not remain innate. A large blue portal opened. The woman said that its entrance and exit were underground, but this world was not underground. The house on the ground began to shake, and the teacher said that when there is movement below, an earthquake begins above. Presenting a large electronic map with red marks, she said that at present there are 22 such entrances in China alone. The student raised his hand and asked who lives there. The teacher frowned, answering that this is a completely new world. Realizing how dark creatures observe nature from the cave, she said that except for the lack of modern civilization, people, animals, and monsters are very similar to planet Earth. Introducing the cosmetic satellite above the planet, the brunette noted that the creatures had broken out, which led to tragic consequences. The brunette raised his hand and asked why the cave dwellers rushed to the surface and whether the dungeon was a hostile environment. Ruoxi closed her eyes and replied that the reason for their invasion was still unknown, and only they called it the dungeon, and that in truth it was no different from the ordinary world and even better in terms of environment. She added that all external energy sources and technological weapons would be completely useless there, and only martial artists with their abilities could kill the dungeon creatures. The protagonist smirked, thinking that as long as there was value in wealth, he would have endless ammunition, and then wondered if it meant that God sent him to save the world. Introducing Wang Jinyang, Ping wondered if it could be that he was supposed to be the savior, and he was the one who had truly ended up in society, and how could it develop without a system? The brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly. Dragging the boy behind him, he screamed that he almost died with him. Running with him through the forest and holding him by the collar, he exclaimed that he said that this was a big village and that there would definitely be strong men there, but he did not believe him. Fanking replied that he felt his energy as big as a fist and that they would be rich if they got it. Jinyang frowned, saying that the cave on the side of the demon capital was a bit unusual, and many villages were empty, and people must have fled through the passage into the dungeon. He noted that if they continued, he thought the same thing would have happened to him as in the cave back then. The blue-haired boy looked at him, saying that the magic city was full of powerful people, so they shouldn't worry about it. The brown-haired boy suddenly turned to him, loudly telling him to stop, and that if the same thing happened like Tianan, the Great Master would have forcibly closed the gate and then they would be stuck in the dungeon. He remembered clutching his wounded side and telling the teacher that the president wouldn't want him to go back to the dungeon for him, risking his life. The brunette glanced at him, telling him to stop talking nonsense since he had to be responsible for them, and maybe the master would close the gate soon, and if they didn't leave now, it would be too late later. He smiled tearfully and asked Jinyang to take care of his sister for him if he didn't come back. The boy closed his eyes, thinking that now that Tianan Cave was sealed, they didn't know whether the teacher inside was alive or dead. He mentally noted that he was too weak and that if he entered the cave now, he would not be able to go far on his own, much less save his mentor on his own. The brown-haired man perked up when he was asked why they didn't bring Ping with them next time. Fengking smirked and pointed, saying that he was improving quickly and was also very cunning, and that they would make a great team. Jinyang further noted that he was only a freshman, and that entering the cave at a level below rank 3 was dangerous, and asked if he was really asking him to be bait for a cave monster. The boy laughed and ran his hand through his hair, saying that he had completely forgotten that he was a newbie. Standing on the green grass, he turned to his comrade. Looking at the green expanse ahead, Fengking said that he sometimes thought that the world would be much more beautiful without people and monsters, and then suggested that they go see how beautiful it was. The brown-haired man chuckled and offered him to marry that monster, saying that maybe then they would accept him. The bright sun illuminated the building. The man hit the protagonist with a stick, saying that there were several basic moves in a stick fight. Ping listened to his words with indignation in his eyes, saying that they needed to give in quickly and strongly, and that the chest, heart, and throat were their targets. The man swung the stick and said that each blow should be strong and accurate. The guy blocked his attack. The man in the training hall continued to attack him, saying that by pushing the enemy into a defensive position, they could begin to attack with increased force, and that when the enemy's strength and attention were focused on the upper body. He hit the brunette in the legs with a stick, saying that he needed to quickly switch to his legs. When the protagonist fell, the teacher said that the end of the stick was close to the ground, and then the stick itself swung at an angle, and the enemy could be hung quickly and powerfully. Teacher Luo Yichuan stood up straight with a stick in his hands, saying that the movements he demonstrated were basic, and then asked if everyone was watching carefully. The students began to smile contentedly, asking him to repeat it again. Looking askance at the brunette, the man told the class leader to get in line. Ping frowned in displeasure when the teacher said that he would barely show him how to do it once. As he left, they laughed at him. His friend smiled contentedly, saying that his face was swollen. The guy told him to shut up. Changding, smiling, said that it was not easy to be the class leader, and if the other teachers also wanted to demonstrate their skills on him, so he would not survive at all. Looking at him with fury, the brunette clenched his fist, saying that if he heard one word from him, he would immediately send him to the next world. The friend replied that he was silent. In the Tang Feng class, fighting foot techniques, the main character was beaten. During Zhu Shiping's boner palm techniques class, he was also beaten. Then the whole class laughed. Ping grinned, holding his shoulder. He said that it was time for the students to practice and then asked to join him. Loud sounds began to be heard in the room, and the students exclaimed that the guy was very cruel even in practice and asked not to beat them. After a while, the brunette went outside with a friend. Looking at the ranking list of the master in the country, he said that he did not know such a thing existed. Changding's eyes widened, and he noted that their rector was only in 41st place. A girl approached him and said that there was nothing shameful about it, since the online lists only included those masters whose names were well known to the public. She added that the list included commanders-in-chief, military ministers, detectives, city guards, and many others, and that the rector in 41st place was already the kindest. The guy leaned towards her when he noted that even Xiao Ma was only in 104th place and replied that there must have been a mistake. The protagonist smiled, wondering if Jinyang was on the list. Suddenly, he saw that he was in 27th place. Ping imagined a huge iceberg underwater, saying that it seemed that even the strongest people were not the tip of the iceberg in the world of martial arts, but this also said something about the authority of the list. The three looked up with a smile, thinking that if they could get on this list, it would be great. Clouds floated on the blue sky. Fengru, looking at the interlocutors, said that she had just returned from the dungeon and that it would be quiet for a while. The guy with the car on his cheek asked her if it would be safe there. The woman shook her head, saying that for now, nothing would bother her. Imagining an attack on a monster, she said that underground substances had begun to attack the entrance to the dungeon more and more often, and soon everyone's demand for resources would increase. The white-haired girl sat on the sofa, saying that the university would also begin to complicate their training. Looking ahead, she said to go home in the evening and pack their things, since she wanted to bring them together in one place during the 2-day competition. The brunette grimaced in irritation and asked if it meant that she was going to lead them into the dungeon. Zume clenched her fists, saying that she would be happy even if it was a dungeon. The protagonist sighed in relief when Fengru sarcastically noted that she could see that they really wanted to go to the dungeon, but even a three-legged cat knew kung fu better than them. She touched Ping's chin and asked if he remembered how she said that if he won the duel, she would give him something. The car began to stop abruptly. The white car finally stopped. The guy with a puzzled look opened his mouth in surprise. Starting to stroke the hood, he asked if this was really the gift she wanted to give him. The woman told him to stop dreaming and then ordered him to get into the car. There was a blue sky above them. After a while, they found themselves outside the magic city. The car drove up to a guarded building. The white-haired woman threw a pill to the guard when he demanded 10,000 per person for entry. After looking at her, he said that they could go through. Walking through the courtyard, the brunette wondered if this was an ordinary country house, why was there an entrance fee? The woman approached the door while he was mentally wondering what the mentor was calling to give him. There was a loud sound of a blow to a person. The three entered the hall, where two men were fighting in the ring, and the spectators were loudly cheering, asking to kill. The girl froze, seeing blood splashing in different directions. She abruptly covered her mouth, unable to vomit. Without turning to her, Fengru said that if she could not bear even this, then she should leave, and in the future not even stutter about the dungeon. Zume apologized and replied that she wanted to stay. The protagonist looked away, recognizing the feeling. In the past, horror was frozen on his face. On the ground lay a man in a pool of his own blood. Two men became suspicious of them, and one of them asked what brought the mentor here. Two told him to shut up. She pointed her finger at Ping and told him to prepare everything and take him to the morgue. The man smiled grimly, answering that it was not a problem, and then ordered his comrade to take him to the morgue and leave him alone. The guy looked at the white-haired girl with confusion and exclaimed that she had told him earlier that she wanted to give him an unforgettable gift. She laughed and answered that everything was correct and that it was a one-day corpse in the morgue. The subject's face darkened. After a while, three people were sitting in the office in front of the monitor, and one of them was saying that before the students from the Magic University began to practice courage, they should be scared to death. He added that he did not understand why they should support the guys from this university, and why not send them to the ring one by one so that they would definitely come in a matter of seconds. Another person agreed with him, saying that it was believed that this guy from the Magic University would last no more than 30 minutes. The man in the colorful shirt lowered his eyes, saying that this brat wouldn't last 10 minutes. They looked at him and said that he wouldn't give up so quickly. After all, he was a student at a magic university. The man grinned maliciously and replied that they would definitely find out a little later. The light bulb illuminated the red ceiling. Entering the room, the guy saw the bodies. There was a TV on the nightstand, showing a creepy picture. The brunette looked at the corpse with open eyes. Closing his eyes, he replied that this was life, and he should be glad that he wasn't in his place. Opening one eye, the main character mentally noted that his right arm was huge, and he himself was strong and well-built, and had probably finished strengthening the upper bones of his torso. Looking at his other arm, he thought that his left arm didn't seem so strong, and about 35 minutes 45 bones were strengthened. Ping touched his neck, thinking that he believed he was killed by a punch, and the main blow fell on the throat, which resulted in the larynx being crushed. Bending over the corpse, he decided to examine the other bodies, noting that it would be nice to use this chance to. Suddenly, three bodies behind him jumped up and screamed. With one kick, the guy threw them all into the wall. Frozen, he saw the wires and thought that they were behind these trenches. After a while, the brunette put the bodies in their places. Folding his hands in prayer, he asked not to be offended, adding that he did not do it on purpose. Meanwhile, there was a fight in the ring. After a while, together with two men, the main character carried the body out of it. Then they brought it to the morgue. The man with the mohawk covered his mouth with his hand and said that this guy is not one of the timid ones, emphasizing how he drags the body and is not afraid at all. Zhao noted that even what was in the morgue did not scare him, and perhaps if only. Looking at the protagonist, he noted that he had already seen death. Ping looked down with a gloomy face, thinking that these were warriors without any past and family support. Looking at the corpse, he mentally noted that he needed to be prepared for anything if he wanted to survive. He began to zip up the bag, thinking that a warrior without strength was no different from an ordinary person. After a while, there was meat on the plate along with an egg and vegetables. Sitting with a guy and a girl at the table, White-haired said that they would soon get used to all this. Ping at that moment thought that it was impossible to get used to this, when after this they were also treated to a bloody steak. The woman, looking at her plate, said that they would have to eat dry and raw food, and if there were energy minerals, it would be possible to cook it from, but it would not be so economical, and it would be easier to replace it with pills. Looking at the guy, she asked how it was, and how he felt spending a day in the morgue. The brunette looked down and answered that the eyebrows of the arts are not as chic as ordinary people think. The mentor tilted her head and answered that it was so, and then asked if he ever thought about playing Mortal Kombat. She answered that the tournament not for life, but for death will give him more experience in combat, which will be useful for increasing his strength. The main character smiled nervously and began to mumble that it was quite unexpected. The girl, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, raised her hand and asked if it was possible for her to participate too. The white-haired girl shook her head, answering that no, since she is too weak. Zume clenched her fist, shouting that she was not weak and knew the basic techniques of martial arts and had already strengthened 40 bones, so she could gain a foothold in this sea and become successful. She also exclaimed that she was not afraid of people from today's life and death tournament. Cutting her meat, the woman said that it did not matter whether she was afraid or not. What was more important was that she had not faced real death yet. The girl began to eat quickly, exclaiming that she could do it. Her face began to turn blue. Jumping up from her seat, she ran to the toilet. Left alone with her mentor, the guy asked why she was so active. The white-haired woman, looking at a piece of meat, replied that her father was a master at the 4th stage who died in the battle in the Tianan dungeon. Introducing the child with a photo in her hands, she said that many people want the business that her father left behind, and if he doesn't have the strength, he won't be able to keep the family business. So she desperately wants to become stronger. Looking up at the brunette, the teacher noted that unlike him, she has motivation. The protagonist pointed at himself with displeasure, exclaiming that he also had a motivation, because he wanted to become stronger and richer and also wanted to give his family a good life. Fengru smiled wickedly, suggesting that he say that he was not calling for death. What exactly was his motivation? Ping indignantly asked what she meant by that. The woman propped her face up with her hand and smirked, asking how about subtly that since he didn't have the strength to fight to the death, could he try himself in a normal seasonal game? The guy smirked back, thinking that even if he refused, he would still have to participate, and then asked again. After a while, a bright light illuminated the ring. A man approached the brunette in the corner and asked him not to panic, because a normal fight was relatively safe and no one killed on purpose. The protagonist told him that he wanted to know if there was a prize for winning. The man looked up and said that it was 50,000 yuan per fight, and although it was so much, it was still okay to bet. He glanced sideways at the white-haired woman and said that the opponent that the mentor would choose for him was a combat veteran, and his odds were about 3 to 1. Ping's voice immediately lit up, and he said that in that case, he would bet 1 million yuan on himself. The woman sighed tiredly and said that she was betting 5 million yuan on him, and if he lost, he would owe her. The guy mentally noted that this woman was using her students' lives as leverage. Zume stood next to her, saying that she would also bet 1 million on him. A man with a microphone came out into the ring and began telling the participants to get comfortable, and then told the participants to come out into the ring. Spotlights illuminated the ring. Inside, 2 opponents were standing in the ring. The man with the microphone smiled, greeting the king of the arena, who was at the peak of the 1st rank. The tall man with a large scar on his chest was nicknamed Blackface. The spectators began to cheer. The protagonist waved to the stands when his host called him a brave newcomer, who was at the middle of the 1st rank and the Bloody King. People immediately began to chase him away and laugh, saying that he was too weak. The girl laughed with her fist, asking what kind of stupid nickname was this and was it necessary to add the word bloody. She turned to the mentor when she said that it was not a nickname, but he deliberately wanted to create such an impression of himself in order to mislead the enemy. The blue-haired girl jumped over. After introducing the board, the woman began to explain that Yichuan was good with a spear, but he could also teach them how to use other weapons, while Tang Feng was good with his fists and feet, but he would not be bad with a weapon like that. She closed her eyes and asked if she really thought that if Yichuan didn't have a white spear at hand and Tang Feng couldn't break through with his fists and feet, they would just let others kill them. The white-haired girl said that he would wash himself then. He didn't know the reason. Glancing at the girl, she said that when meeting an enemy, you shouldn't only think about his nickname. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and addressed the opponent, saying that it was his first time in the ring and therefore he was a little nervous. He raised his hand and smiled, asking if he could be a little softer with him, noting that if he couldn't win, he would admit defeat himself. The man frowned and said that he didn't know. Ping in front of him waved his hand and asked why such seriousness, adding that he became even more nervous. He said that he thought this was an ordinary duel, and perhaps he shouldn't worry so much. Blackface started clearing his ears while the guy muttered that they didn't have to fight to the death. The announcer waved his stick, marking the start of the fight. The main character immediately rushed at his opponent. He kicked him with his foot, wishing for death. The brown-haired man, blocking with his hand, exclaimed that he was distracted for only 1 second. Taking the blows, he thought that this was definitely not an ordinary guy on the middle link. His legs began to move back. The people in the stands shouted, telling Blackface to stand and fight back, not treating him like a newbie. Ping ducked and advised him to look at his feet. Gritting his teeth tightly, the olive cursed and swung. At that moment, the guy punched him in the face. The man, reeling back, stepped back. The guy howled and brought his fist closer to his face. Blackface crossed his arms, blocking. The brunette grinned. He pulled his leg back, concentrating his might in it. At that moment, a whirlwind of their legs appeared, concentrating on Blackface. The man closed his eyes and shouted loudly that he surrendered. The protagonist froze, and there was silence in the hall. Ping smiled and folded his hands, after which he thanked for the duel. The people froze with shocked faces. The mentor watched calmly, and the girl opened her mouth. At that moment, people from the stands began to loudly ask why this happened so quickly and who really is the Bloody King. Or the white-haired one darkened. Looking at how the protagonist was congratulated, she mentally noted that less than a minute had passed. After a while, Zhang held out a diplomat at the awards office, saying that there was a double bet amount plus 50,000 yuan plus a duel, and a difficulty wobbler there is 3.05 million yuan, and after he leaves this place, this money will be his. Ping touched the briefcase. He smirked when his balance increased by 2.05 million yuan and thought that the system automatically subtracted the million he added. He thought that he was able to earn so much in just 1 minute, which was great. Then the system began to dive, noting that the balance had exceeded the 10 million mark, which caused the system to level up and be updated. The guy opened his mouth in surprise when it was noted that the update was successfully completed, and then the system would be rebooted. A screen appeared in front of Brunette's face saying that a new ability, Bone Strengthening, had been unlocked, after which he was asked if he wanted to use it now. The protagonist, standing in front of the screen, wondered if it means that he can now use the system to strengthen his bones. He thought that this process was usually very laborious, not to mention dangerous, but it didn't matter. A red aura appeared around the guy when he activated Bone Strengthening. When it was finished, 40 of his bones had been strengthened by 90%, 1 bone by 40%, and 165 bones by 30%. Ping looked at his hand, thinking that he could really feel the change, and his bones had actually strengthened in just a few seconds. He wondered if this meant that he had reached the peak of rank 3. The guy suddenly perked up when the system noted that 100,000 points had been deducted from his balance. He started to cry, muttering that it took him 100,000 to strengthen 1% of his bones, and that if he was right, it would be impossible to reach rank 3, and even to reach the peak of rank 3, it would take more than 10 million. People from the side asked why he was crying. The brunette realized that his money was clearly not enough. A white car was driving along a night street. The protagonist in the backseat was frowning with displeasure. In the front mirror, he could see the white-haired girl looking at him. Looking at the road, she told him not to even think about keeping it for himself since he had only earned a part of her bet and it would be better for him to return it quickly. Ping smiled nervously, asking what she was talking about and noting that he was not that kind of person. The woman told him not to talk nonsense since it was written all over his face. The guy turned to Ping with a sweet smile on his face, and she indignantly asked what he wanted, noting that it looked creepy. The brunette sighed with a smile, saying that she was currently studying at university and did not have enough time to spend money. Besides, she had a habit of spending it recklessly, after which he began to ask her to just leave the money from her bet with him, so that he would save it for her. The girl perked up and asked with displeasure why she should do this. The white-haired girl smirked and asked the protagonist why he did not ask her out, because if they were a couple, they could manage the family budget. Zume blushed when Ping closed his eyes and replied that he had no time for that now, although after thinking for a while, he realized that the teacher's idea was not so bad. As the car cut through the city streets, the blue-haired girl shouted that she was the one who was pregnant to think about it. People gathered in the logistics department to receive missions. 3 teachers were watching them, and the man said that within a month they would have to receive missions here and complete them. The students immediately began to discuss this, muttering that they would finally be able to get a lot of missions. The protagonist grinned, thinking that he would finally get missions, which was very convenient, the thing he had already despaired of, not knowing how to increase his balance. Suddenly, a man appeared, loudly asked why it was so noisy here and noted that they had been visiting this building for a month, and they were still behaving so lazily. The teacher noted the arrival of the dean. The man walked forward, emitting an aura and saying, Wormbeck's dungeons are much more dangerous. This means the need for strong people has increased. He exclaimed that everyone needs resources, so they, guys, must win the national championship, so that the university will have more resources to cultivate new strong masters. Dean Wang frowned and exclaimed that this is why it is time for them, a bunch of fools, to become more serious, and then loudly asked if everyone understood everything. The students confidently answered him. The dean, looking at them, told them that granddaughter they will be divided into 5 teams, each of which will be led by a mentor, and the team that has completed the most missions will receive an additional 100 points. Introducing 10 people, Messlina said what the 10 most students among them are. The protagonist with a thoughtful face listened to the dean's words that they will represent their university in the next championship. He mentally noted that this would be another sparring match, but the glory of the university would depend on this championship, and it didn't matter to them at what price they could get it. After looking at the boys' work, the man called out the names of Ping, Lei and Changding. He then turned to Zio Man and Yunzai, calling out their names and saying that this handwriting showed the best results, so they were chosen as captains, and she should lead her own team. The dean suggested that they take a look at the list that was given to them and familiarize themselves with their teammates. Zhao King, 39th in the ranking, smiled and agreed with the mentor, and next to him stood Wu Kepeng, occupying 46th place. Also, the blonde girl Zhu Yuhang, who was ranked 41, raised her hand, and with her stood the blue-haired Lai Su, who was ranked 47. Zume, who was 11th, closed her eyes and muttered discontentedly that she was with Songting again, and the guy was in 6th place. The bald guy Liu Dasheng in 40th place threw his hands behind his head and exclaimed that the king was a newbie with them, which means they will definitely win. Next to him were Zhan Zhao and Zhang Ping in 38th and 42nd place respectively. Fang Ping, 1st place, hung his head gloomily, thinking that apart from Zume and Songting, the rest of the Navkas left much to be desired, and then wondered why he only got weaklings. His comrade lifted him up and briefly asked what was wrong with his face, and was he really not happy with his teammates. The guy said that he heard that this was done so that each team had a balance of power, and everything was decided in advance. The teacher paid attention to them when he started saying that if he were to choose his own team, he would only pick beauties. The man said that if he wanted to, he could change it. Changning stood with shocked eyes when teacher Feng put 2 girls named Jiang Yu and Xiao Weiyu, who were ranked 50th and 48th, on his team. The students started turning towards him when the guy shouted that he was just joking and he would rather die. Teacher Shiping folded his arms and said that he would help them complete the mission, and although he had no students, he thought they knew him. He suggested that they skip the part about his introduction, and then said that the team captains would choose the mission, and he would be responsible for making sure that they returned alive. Ping frowned as he stood with his team. The old man looked at them and said that the right to choose the mission was reserved for the team captain, the protagonist. He said that he was responsible for them surviving and not getting involved in anything else, so there was no need to ask his opinion. The guy looked down and replied that he understood, and at the same time thought that he did not give in to his feelings, and this was allowed fairly, that mentors cannot make decisions for their own students. Looking at the man, the brunette mentally noted that he looked about 50 or 60 years old, he did not speak casually, and palm combat techniques were not actually taught at the Magic University, which is why he did not have many students. He thought that although he was one of the oldest instructors, his strength was enormous. The protagonist clicked on the mission selection, thinking that it was important for him to make the right choice. Lists of missions appeared, where the first was a military mission, the second was an investigation squad mission, the third was a police department mission, and the fourth was a university mission. Ping looked at the screen, thinking that 1 month was a short time, and other teams were probably looking for profitable missions, so his job was to learn the balance between time, difficulty, and reward. He lowered his eyes and suggested starting with something easy. The screen opened a file of a man named Lin King, who was in the middle stage of rank 1, and there was a reward for capturing him. Songting, a rank 1 master, waved his hand and asked why he was choosing a mission to capture only a rank 1 master, and then exclaimed that they were not such weaklings and had nothing to fear. He frowned, saying that the result of the mission would be reflected in the overall competition report, and if they were contractors for this meager reward, then everyone would get almost nothing. He then suggested taking a mission with at least someone of rank 2. The brunette glanced at him sideways and asked if he had fought a rank 2 master before, to which the guy replied no. The protagonist, flashing an angry look, asked why he was so confident then. He noted that this was not a joke, and that all these criminals would fight for their lives, and if someone was left behind, then that someone would really die. Songting, sweating, began to mumble. Ping told him that even if he did not value his own life, something could happen that would make the mission much more difficult for everyone. Looking at the old man, the brown-haired man said that he thought it would not come to that, especially with their mentor. The teacher was silent. The brunette turned his eyes to him. Looking at his teammate, his gaze darkened when he said that he was the captain of the team, and it was he who made the decisions. He looked at the others, saying that, besides, for the next month they would listen to him, and he did not want to play the coin toss with them. The other students were tensely silent as the protagonist said that if anyone disagreed with this, they could come to him anytime and discuss it. Songting frowned in annoyance and said that he understood. Looking at the photo of the dark-haired, stern man, Ping noted that Lin King was the target of their mission. He leaned over the screen with the others and said that according to recent leads, he was last seen in the northern part of the city and also liked to place bets often, and their mission was to inspect an underground casino. Zume looked at him and noted that there were quite a few casinos in the northern part, and then asked what would happen if they didn't find him. The guy turned to her and said that they had 3 days to do this, and if they failed, they could give up, in which case they would only get 10% of the reward. Heading towards the exit, he told everyone to go get ready, scheduling a meeting in an hour. Songting approached his teammates, saying that the reward was very small, and it was not worth straining for it at all. He also noted that the captain generally scared him. Hao responded by saying that he could not stand idle, and the brunette was the leader of the team after all. He muttered that they would be at the very bottom of the gate. Zume silently watched their conversation, thinking that the protagonist was not the same as usual today. Some time later, in one of the casinos in the northern part of the Magic City, in the room filled with cigarette smoke, there were many people. Ping said that it was more than he imagined. Standing on the balcony, he touched his ear and told the others to split into mini-teams, noting that if someone found him, then let them not try to cope alone, and then continued to check the connection and the sanatorium as he could be heard. Zume, along with Jiang Ping, touched her ear and said that she was in the hall, but the target was not visible, and her partner coughed from the smoke. When the guy addressed Team B, Lai Su, along with Yuhong, standing near the security, replied that they were at the right entrance, but he felt like they were already being watched by the guards and asked what they should do. The brown-haired girl grimaced, hearing the blue-haired guy say that he was just a student and had no experience in this, and even if the guards let them in, they would still stand out from the crowd. The protagonist, looking from the balcony, asked them not to panic and said not to do anything suspicious, adding that all they could do was come up and ask, so they should continue with the mission. He pursed his lips and looked away, thinking that they were all nervous as soon as they started the mission, which meant they hardly had any experience in this. Something caught his eye. Standing by the wall was Shiping's mentor, who had also come, and Ping realized that he would just be an observer. Seeing his icy gaze, he wondered if the teacher would help them if something happened. Looking at him askance, the guy mentally noted that most likely not, but at least he wouldn't interfere until they were all killed. He wondered if the death of students was what the university wanted to see. The brunette thought that what was left now was tantamount to an exchange. Looking at the other two members of his team, he thought that no matter how the instructors told the new students what martial arts were, it was unclear what the path of martial arts really was, and that in the end, all of this was just a warning passed down from mouth to mouth, and danger and death were only a vague warning. Imagining the head lying in a pool of blood, the protagonist mentally noted that, however, if someone really died in front of him, then it was someone else, and it was just a few dead students in exchange for the awakened ones from the new generation, and that was what was valuable. As his comrades walked around the hall, Ping wondered why the first years and not the strong third years. He thought that it was probably because the first years were quite weak and their deaths meant nothing, but if they suddenly showed themselves during a mission, they would be appreciated by the school, so it was worth risking their lives. The guy mentally noted that this was an equal exchange, and although fair, it was cold-blooded, and this was the essence of a magic university. The student called the captain, saying that this was Team D. The brunette perked up when he was told that the target had been detected. He jumped up and ran, ordering them to keep an eye on him, and told the others to quickly gather. Then he turned to Team D, telling them to wait for reinforcements, and only then would they begin to really act. At that moment, they muttered to him that Songting was all ready. At that moment, the brown-haired man was standing near Lin, flexing his fist. After a while, the students gathered around his body. The brunette was lying on the floor with a white face. A guy was sitting next to him, saying that this was just a waste of time, and the reward was some pathetic 120,000 yuan, and also, the academic points for the mission were very few. He added that, as he said, it was necessary to take a more difficult level. The protagonist stood next to him, asking if he didn't say that they should have waited for the others first and then acted. Songting turned to him, saying that this guy was weak and there was no point in waiting for them. He also asked if their captain would have taken responsibility if he had run away, saying that just because he was the team leader didn't mean he could waste their time. Zume furrowed her brows and shouted loudly, telling him to watch his language, and that if it weren't for Ping, who divided them into groups and made them find this guy, he would have gotten to him so quickly. Dasheng looked worried, saying that Songting's words also made sense, and if you think about it, they really did waste time on this mission. Hao agreed with him, saying that in addition to that, they only got a few pennies as a reward. The girl turned slightly towards them and asked indignantly how they could say such things, noting that the protagonist had put it that way because he wanted to take care of their safety, and then asked if it was true that they did not want to die because of their carelessness. Getting up from the floor, the brown-haired man chuckled and asked if the captain was really that afraid of death, and if so, then what was the point of becoming a martial artist? Blazing with rage, he ordered the brunette to hammer it into his head that they were students of a magic university, and that they were martial artists and not some worthless people. Narrowing his eyes and casting a gloomy look, the protagonist said that if he was dissatisfied with something, he could leave right now, and he would ask the university to provide him with a mentor to prepare him to move to another group. Without turning to the others, he turned to them and said that if they also wanted to leave, they could go with Songting. Shaitan gritted his teeth, mentally noting that if he hadn't killed the two rank 1 masters, he would have dealt with him right now. He kicked the man's corpse, telling him that he was a loser. Ping remained silent with a dissatisfied face, mentally noting that the first mission was too easy. Looking at the assembled squad, he thought that it was so easy that everyone felt a powerful surge of confidence, and if this continued, it would not end well. In his office, the man asked how things were going. The dean stood by the large window, listening to Fengru's words about how things were going on her end, and that she had no intuition for Chen Yun's eye. Teacher Feng said that his group was doing well, and that Changning got along well with his teammates, and he took everyone's opinions into account when choosing the mission. Then Yichuan said that Lei was independent and chose an extremely difficult mission for the first time. Jianju noted that Xiao Man was fine. Shiping started talking about Ping. While the dean was spraying the leaves of the plants, he said that he was indeed a good leader, but at the same time, he was too cautious. An old man's voice came from the man's earphone, saying that he thought that Changning would be the best candidate for the class president in a sparring match, but he was unworthy of strength, and if it came to a duel, he would not have enough strength to defend himself against Lei. The man froze with a gloomy face, telling Shiping to keep a close eye on Ping, noting that the next mission was a lot of trouble. Narrowing his eyes, he said that he wanted to see how the team leader would act if something dangerous happened. Imagining the guy running away while his comrades were being killed, the dean wondered if he would run away, ask for help, or betray his comrades. Then he imagined the brunette fighting with his opponents, asking if he would fight to the end. The sign read materials of the teaching process. Leslina noted that teaching an elite genius would be something to look at. After a while, the entire team came to the mission receiving center. Teacher Shiping looked at them and said that this time Songting would receive 25% of the total reward, and the two who found him would also receive 25%. The two guys froze with saddened faces when the teacher said that the remaining 50% would be divided among the remaining 7 team members. Dasheng frowned, asking what was the point of dividing this reward, and saying that this entire mission was just a waste of time. A man's hand fell on his shoulder, and his comrade said that everything was fine. Brown-haired smiled and said that next time they would choose someone who was at the peak of rank 1, and then the reward would go to everyone, and not like in this mission. All the students looked at him. Brown-haired smiled slyly and asked the leader if he was right. The brunette hung his head. A joyful Songting approached the screen, asking permission to choose a mission this time. He pressed the button. A dossier of a man with a scar on his face named Shifeng, who was at the peak of rank 1, appeared on the screen. The guys gathered around the screen, while the brown-haired man said that this mission was not bad compared to all the other missions of this difficulty, and since there were 10 of them, they could easily handle one master at the peak of rank 1. The others agreed with him. The protagonist watched them with displeasure. He narrowed his gloomy gaze, mentally noting that the reward for this mission was much higher than others of the same difficulty level. In the dossier, he read the information that it was desirable for the team to have 3 masters at the peak of rank 1 or higher, or 2 masters of rank 2, and the reward was 15 academic points and 5 points for the one who grinned harder. Ping wondered why there were 3 people at the peak of rank 1 when the criminal himself was at the peak of rank 1. He touched his chin, mentally noting that something was definitely wrong. Glancing at the old man, the boy thought that he should definitely know something about this, but he remained silent and said nothing. He wondered if this mission was really safe or if he specifically wanted them to choose this mission. The protagonist attracted the attention of his comrades and said that they would handle this mission, but he wanted to warn them that just because this mission offered a high reward, it did not mean that the target would be easy to catch. Frowning, the brunette said that staying alive was more important than the reward. Songting smiled and waved his hand, replying that they themselves knew very well and that they did not go to death. He said that they were students of a magic university, and no matter how strong the opponent was, they would still defeat him and take him with numbers. Ping pursed his lips, thinking that he hoped that he was just pushing himself like this. Shiping watched silently with a gloomy face. Day X had arrived. A group of cars were driving along the road. The guy sitting in the passenger seat mentally noted that his current blood and Chi levels were around 290, which was already close to the initial stage of rank 2. He told himself not to panic and think, and even if the opponent was at the peak of rank 2, he had to give it his all. They ended up in Clear Rock Village in the northern part of the city. The car stopped in a deserted area. The students gathered in a circle. Looking at the piece of paper, the captain said that according to the information given by the military, she was hiding in a nearby village near the sea, and he thought that this guy would most likely use the ocean route rather than the earthly route if he escaped. Zume looked at the paper and asked, where did such a precise address come from? She said that the military had given them so much information, and then asked what was stopping them from doing it themselves, and was it because the dungeons were becoming more and more dangerous and there weren't enough people there. The brunette touched his chin and said that it might not be as simple as it seemed at first glance. Looking at the note, he said that this mission should be under the jurisdiction of the investigation department, but for some reason it was classified as a military mission, and then asked if it could be that she was related to the military. Hao looked away and agreed that it was very strange and wondered if the military couldn't send a rank 2 or 3 master to take care of this. Shiping stood to the side, saying that she had noticed it correctly. The military's first priority was to help new students gain experience, and also, throwing a gloomy glance at them, he noted that they wanted to give them a warning. The students asked him again with puzzled expressions. The old man standing in front of the students said that every time there would be many new masters, with little strength, but who would already start to think that they were more special than others, and while killing and causing chaos, they would not think about other people's lives. Imagining one guy punching another guy in the face, Shiping touched his chin and said that the military and the investigation department gave these missions to the university so that they would know that no matter what position they occupied in society, if they committed a crime, they would have to bear the consequences of what would befall them. The guy pursed his lips, thinking that it was true, that a silk martial artist should not be underestimated, and even if he was a novice master, his influence on society was quite huge, and the martial universities were also full of martial artists. He smiled contentedly, thinking that using missions to let students understand their strength and responsibility was quite good, and this way of teaching students was quite understandable in such a society and world. Yuhong raised a puzzled eyebrow and asked why he was so happy, but the brunette told her not to pay attention. As the wind blew over the pier, he said that there were a lot of people here during the day, and if they made a noise, it would be good for the creators of good impressions, and then suggested that they do the same as last time and search at night. King approached him and said that he thought there was no need to search at night, and it would be better if they started searching during the day. The captain asked him why. Looking at the employees on the pier, the blonde began to say that most of the people were working during the day, so it was better to act during the day. Waving his hands, he said that in addition, the target moved at night, which suggested that he knew about the address that the military gave them. The guy added that they had a lot of people, and moving together was conspicuous to everyone, and then asked how about going straight to the address that the military gave them and looking for the target there. Looking at him, the protagonist listened to his words that if the target was found, they would attack together. Remembering King in the casino, he mentally noted that last time he was the one who found the target, and although he didn't have much strength, he seemed calm, assessing the situation before starting the fight, and that he was just the complete opposite of Songting. Ping smirked, thinking that finally their team had someone who barked at everything thoroughly. Turning around, he began to warm up his fists and called everyone else, noting that they would do as King said. After a while, they found themselves on the coast of the village. Hiding behind a metal fence, the guy said that the building in front of them was the one they needed. Pointing to his comrades, he told Hao, Yuhong, and Kapeng to stay here and not let anyone get in. The brown-haired man jumped in place when the captain told him that he should go and knock on the door. He smirked wickedly and asked if he didn't want to, noting that he was quite strong compared to the others and was still able to put up a fight. Plus, the reward depended on how much effort they put in and that the one who took the risk would get the best reward. Songting rubbed his nose and said that he would do it since he seemed to be the only capable person. Hao stepped forward and asked the brunette if they should continue if Shiping's mentor wasn't here. The protagonist smiled nervously and told him to continue, thinking that the old man had disappeared just in time. Looking at the construction building, he mentally noted that it seemed like his guess was becoming reality. Walking over, the guy knocked and asked if there was anyone inside, noting that they had thrown out their trash right in front of his house and he wanted them to hit it. While the others were hiding, Satan pounded on the door, loudly telling them to open it and answer for their actions, adding that he was not a problematic person and he just wanted them to clean up all this trash. Not receiving an answer, he looked at the door. Looking at the brunette, Songting quietly asked him what to do, to which Ogo told him to continue. The guy started knocking on the door again, loudly demanding that they open the door, shouting that they were all neighbors, and he did not want to complicate things, but if they did not open the door now, he would have to call the police. There was a noise behind the metal door. The students froze in place. A gloomy voice from the other side of the door said that he never threw out his trash. The brown-haired man frowned, shouting that this had never happened before, and it all started when he came here. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. He grabbed his teammate by the hand, loudly telling him to hide. Songting, pursing his lips, saw a bloody aura. A moment later, the door flew off its hinges. A man appeared in the darkness of the doorway. He began to run forward. She ran past the protagonist. Then he ran past everyone else. Ping frowned and shouted, telling everyone to follow him. The students rushed after the target. Songting swung his sword, telling the man that he would not run away. She ducked, dodging the blow, but a brunette appeared in front of him. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. He raised his leg to strike. The criminal ducked to the side and avoided the attack. Ping, frowning, mentally noted that he was not going to fight them one-on-one. In front of the target was a girl with a staff. She took a fighting stance. The man abruptly stopped. Turning around, he saw students running towards him. She looked away and asked if they were really students from the Magic University. With a dark look, he thought that they were not military or their investigation department, and that they were underestimating him too much. Looking at the guys, she thought that there was a plus in this, and that if they were doing a mission with so many people, it meant that they weren't that strong. He rushed towards the blue-haired girl. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man thought that even if that was the case, he had no reason to waste time on them, and if they brought even more people with them, then it would be harder to deal with them. Zume swung her sword. The criminal smirked. He concentrated his strength in his hand while the girl tried to hit him. The protagonist, with shock in his eyes, shouted loudly, telling her to dodge. The blue-haired girl gritted her teeth tightly. Then, she jumped to the side. She ran on. The students looked after him. Songting glanced at the captain and indignantly asked why he told her to dodge, because the target was almost caught. Ping furrowed his brows angrily, saying that the target this time was really strong. If Zume hadn't dodged, she would have died already. The brown-haired man looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what he meant. The guy, with his blue eyes flashing, said that this man was a rank 2. Looking at the fleeing target, he said that he had completely strengthened the bones in his arms. The two guys ran after the captain, exclaiming that this couldn't be true, and that the mission summary said that he had barely advanced to the peak of rank 1. Songting, continuing to run, loudly asked if they were scared, then said that failing the mission meant losing points, and they couldn't allow that to happen. She glanced back, wondering if they didn't know that he was a rank 2. He thought that was it, he would get there without any problem. The brunette frowned as he recalled the man's file, noting that the summary clearly stated that he was at the peak of rank 1, and it was unclear why he suddenly found himself at rank 2. The criminal had almost reached the boat on the pier. Smiling widely, he mentally noted that he had made it. Looking at the boat, he thought that it was good that he had thought to prepare it in case of escape. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The man froze as the atmosphere around him changed. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that he felt a strong aura. Looking at the boat that was blazing with red lightning, she wondered what rank it was. The outline of Shiping was visible inside. Looking into his stern eyes, the criminal realized that he was rank 6. Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that since the master and a bunch of students were gathered here, it meant that they wanted to practice on him. He cast a dissatisfied glance back, thinking that if he was glad to die here, he could take someone with him. The students running towards him asked why he stopped. Suddenly, the protagonist froze in shock, feeling the aura. Looking at the boat, he realized that the teacher Shiping was sitting in it, provoking the target to attack them. Ping frowned, swearing and thinking that all the teachers of the Magic University were extremely cold-blooded. Imagining Zume holding the bloody body, he began to mentally note that the rules are many in life and death situations. They only value their own lives and will watch others being killed, and if the weak ones in their team die or sacrifice themselves, it will help the dragon gain experience. The guy thought that this is why the teacher this time uses his aura to force the target to fight them, and that when cornered, there is only one thing he can do. She, gloomy, began to warm up his fists, saying that killing one is easy, but killing two is even more valuable. The students were approaching the target. Ping furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth to think that if they completed this mission, he would have to face the Shiping mentor. Jiang Ping, running up to him, worriedly asked if they could defeat a rank 2 master. She muttered that if they lost, not only would they not get points, but they might also die. The guy with a gloomy expression said that without thinking about the outcome, the best thing to do now was to fight. He added that just because he was rank 2, it didn't mean they couldn't defeat him, and as long as they didn't do anything unnecessary, victory was guaranteed. She gritted his teeth angrily. The brunette, continuing to run with the others, told Songting and Zume that they would attack with him, and the others would stay away. The three of them rushed forward. The criminal pursed his lips, thinking that these three must be the strongest among them. Looking at the main character, he guessed that he might be the leader since he was in the middle. He also watched Songting and Zume. Running towards the girl, the man mentally decided that he would start with her. The two guys glanced at her. The blue-haired girl swung her staff, shouting loudly that she should not be underestimated. She grabbed her weapon. The girl froze. At this moment, two guys jumped above the criminal's head. Gritting his teeth, the man turned around. He filled the staff with his energy. Shock appeared on Zume's face. Jumping up, he avoided Ping's attack and blocked Songting. The guy bared his teeth in anger and cursed in his mind. The others, watching what was happening, said that it seemed like they needed their help. Yuhong said that it was understandable since she was of different ranks, but they could not help them except to watch them fight. In front, she was fighting three opponents at the same time. King frowned, suggesting to wait a bit and see what the leader would say. A moment later, the brown-haired man fell to the ground. Then the criminal kicked the girl. At that moment, the protagonist swung his leg. His gaze shifted to the side. The criminal kicked him back. Their feet collided, and blood splashed in different directions. The man flinched. The brunette jumped to the side. She crouched and looked at his bloody foot, thinking that this brat had strong legs. Songting swung his arm and screamed. The criminal aimed his weapon. He blocked the brown-haired man's blow with it. A second later, it knocked the sword out of his hands. The guy grabbed his bruised arm and cursed loudly. Then the man hit him with his staff. The bone in his shoulder cracked. Songting jumped back. His sword spun in the air. Then he was caught. The protagonist chopped off the criminal's arm with one sharp movement. The man's arm fell to the ground. Peng gritted his teeth. The blade of the sword approached the man's neck. She turned around abruptly. The blade pierced his injured arm. The guy's eyes widened as he mentally noted that he did not dodge, but instead used his injured arm to defeat them, and this was the most effective way to restrict the enemy's weapons. The man smiled madly, and Ping realized that he had a lot of experience in fighting. The others rushed to attack when their leader said that they should hold him together. Many blows fell on the criminal. Watching King block the blows, the brunette thought that the difference between rank 1 and rank 2 was not that big now. Watching someone hit Chi, he mentally noted that he lost his arm and his leg was also injured. The protagonist smirked, thinking that they won. The criminal also smiled. Falling to the floor, he laughed. He lowered his head and said that he had underestimated them and could not even imagine that he would die from a bunch of brats. The man suddenly stretched out his hand. He grabbed the brown-haired man by the arm. Rising, he began to scream furiously, saying that even if he were to die now, he would take someone with him to the afterlife, and at that moment the guy was worried that he would die with him. She reached for Songting, who mentally noted that he did not want to die. He screamed loudly, calling Ping. A moment later, the criminal hit him with his head, and blood splashed in all directions. Lai Su and Kapeng froze with their mouths open, saying that this was impossible. The others also froze. The brown-haired man froze in shock with tears in his eyes. A man stood in front of him, and blood was pouring down his head. He began to fall sharply to the ground. The protagonist appeared behind him, folding his arms in an attack. He was breathing heavily. Ping looked at his pierced head. The guy fell to the ground, muttering that he almost died. Songting looked at the brunette's body, who was still holding his hand. Yuhong began to cry, exclaiming that they were able to win, and that she was very glad that they were all alive. King smiled awkwardly and asked if everyone was okay, and then offered to check on everyone's condition. Dasishka approached the protagonist and began to apologize, saying that it was her fault. She wiped the tears running down her cheeks, saying that if she had not lost her weapon, they would not have been injured like that. Then she began to apologize to everyone. Ping, lowering his head, replied that she did not need to apologize. Looking forward, he said that the enemy was a rank 2 master, and therefore it was not difficult for him to take her weapon. The blue-haired girl looked at him through tears. Lai Su looked at her and agreed, noting that the rank 2 masters were very strong, and it was very good that the 3 of them were able to pressure him. Jiang Ping added that if it were them, he would have immediately cut off all their lives. Zume cried even more because of this. Everyone rushed to Songting at once, and King said that this mission was completely accomplished thanks to Ping, otherwise who knows what could have happened to them. Hao agreed and said that although they won, but judging by the injuries, they would give TM a maximum of 10 points. Shaitan asked not to look at him like that and said that he was also badly injured. Not far from them, there was still a boat on the water. Frowning, the protagonist told the others that they needed to find and talk to the Shiping mentor about. Everyone looked to the side. A dark silhouette of a man was visible at the edge of the pier. Looking at his stern face, Ping asked why the master at the peak of rank 1 suddenly became rank 2. The old man walked up to the students and said that they did even worse than expected, and although among the 10 of them, 3 of them had weapons, they were seriously injured. Looking at his student, the mentor said that the target this time was not strong, and Ping, Zume, and Songting easily dealt with him. The brunette asked if he really thought the opponent was violent, adding that it seemed like the teacher was overestimating them. The protagonist looked up and said that he wanted to ask something. He said that the mission information summary clearly stated that he was at the peak of rank 1, then asked why he was at rank 2 and asked not to say that there were bugs in the university system. Kapeng clenched his fists and exclaimed that the information he provided was wrong. Hao supported him and asked why the target was at rank 2. Shiping closed his eyes and replied that it was not strange, because he could have broken through or the information was not accurate enough. He asked if they had not even thought about it when they saw the 15-point reward. The students lowered their eyes in resentment. The protagonist turned to the mentor and said that when she tried to escape, someone with a murderous aura tried to provoke him to fight them. He asked if it was him. The old man looked down at him with displeasure and remained silent, thinking that he had no idea that Ping would have such a keen sense and that he would guess his intentions. When the student began to rise, the man replied that everything was correct and it was him. The guy noted that, however, completing the mission was only their task, and he himself, the mentor, not only did not help them, but even created new problems, after which he asked if he should apologize. Standing in front of him, the brunette asked him not to lie to them and noted that she was at the initial stage of rank 2. He asked if it was true that the information provided earlier was false. The old man narrowed his eyes, asking what they wanted. The protagonist smirked and said that he wanted double the reward for this mission, along with double the university reward, which came out to 60 points in total. Songting, who was sitting on the floor, indignantly asked if he was completely out of his mind, and would the university really agree to this when the reward for this miss was 15 points. Shiping lowered his head and said that his greed simply knew no bounds, and even a rank 3 master was not worth that much. Ping waved his hands, saying, noting that he was their rank 6 mentor, and he certainly would not dare to ask him for anything. He raised a disapproving gaze and said that this was the university's fault. The mentor silently listened to him say that if he had only watched from the shadows, then they would not have said anything, but he had forced the target to attack them, which almost led to their deaths. The guy with a smirk on his face asked, "Is this called breaking the rules?" Standing surrounded by his comrades, he asked the mentor not to say that he had not thought about the reward, and then noted that they would probably have to go to the dean and discuss this situation. The other guys began to agree with him. Watching this, the brown-haired man mentally noted that no matter what Ping did, he definitely had no equal in negotiations. The old man pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that this child, being the team captain, was trying to get more resources for the team, and this was quite good. He rubbed the arch of his beard and agreed to 60 points, noting that, however, this would be a one-time favor. The students began to happily rejoice. Shiping approached the brunette, who was standing to the side, and said that she wanted to warn him about something, and replied that when fighting with someone, he should not think too much, since the one who thinks about who will be injured or who died eats faster than everyone else. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure. Looking at his body, he thought that the teacher was right, because this time he really thought too much, although with him and Songting. This criminal did not have a single chance, but as soon as he knew that he was at rank 2, he immediately began to think about retreating. Ping remembered the words that if during a battle they set themselves up to retreat if the enemy is strong, they will not be able to win until death. Lowering his gloomy face, he thanked for the reminder and then thought that his fear of death as a captain could lead to the death of all team members. After a while, many students gathered in the main hall of the special class. Looking at the screen, the guy smirked, thinking that with the pills he received before and this reward, his score had reached 11 million yuan, and by completing missions, the balance increases much faster than selling pills. A loud cry rang out, saying that Lei and his team had returned. Looking at the group of people entering the hall, someone was whispering, saying that one of his team members had died and 3 were injured. A brunette with a dissatisfied face listened to the students discussing that Lei was so overconfident that he chose a rank 2 mission when they had never tried to fight to the death with a rank 2 master before. The beaten guy stood there with dumbfounded eyes, saying that the mentor did not even help them, and only took action when they gave up on the brink of life and death, and by that time Lu Kunqiang was already dead, and it was their turn to die. Another guy said that for the perspective of the university, the death of students like them who did not strengthen their bones twice would not matter, because only the geniuses of the team would be saved. A certain brunette grabbed Lei by the neck and began to insult him, asking why he did not die with him. He shouted that if he had not chosen a rank 2 mission, Lu Kunqiang would have been alive, and their team would not have suffered a loss. The brunette frowned and pursed his lips. Parquet muttered with tears in his eyes that the Ping team accidentally hit a rank 2 target, but no one died. The student pushed the captain aside and said that he was leaving here. Looking at them, Zume said that in all likelihood, what the protagonist said earlier was true. King agreed with her and said that in pursuit of a reward, they were betting their lives. Jiang Ping walked up to the captain and said that the university did not say that they should continue to carry out missions. She, standing with 2 other students, asked why they didn't practice for the next 2 days. The brunette sighed tiredly and said that this would not do, providing many rewards, and like a big tiger attacking a rabbit, he said that they should take the chance to get a reward to prepare for rank 2 missions in the future, since this is survival for the fittest. The protagonist frowned and pointed out that whenever they were a little bit lacking, the gap would become wider, and if they stopped now, it would mean they had to leave. He looked at his comrades and asked if there was anyone among them who wanted to give up and leave. Songting clenched his fist tightly and exclaimed that once he came to this university, he had no intention of retreating, and of course they should continue. After eating the recovery pills, there would be nothing left from such minor injuries. Ping grinned nervously, thinking that although this guy might be hot-tempered and a little stupid, he was a good person at heart. The blue-haired girl also clenched her fist and said that they were all martial artists. Kapeng raised his hand and agreed with them, saying that they were all masters, so they should not give up. Yuehong agreed with them and pointed out that she still wanted to carry out missions with them. From the side, a girl was watching the protagonist and her team. What offended pursed lips. Looking at the screen, the guy said that it would not hurt for them all to rest, and also to complete easy missions of rank 1 for a small reward. And as soon as everyone recovered and was well equipped, they could take on the mission of rank 2 again. The botnet rushed with a girl on its back, completing the mission find and return the lost X-ray completed. Then Songting was lying on the floor surrounded by cats while completing the mission help the cafe with cats take care of their pets. Then the squad caught a criminal of rank 1. The guy kicked the man and then finished him off with a sword while completing the mission deal with the killer on the middle stage of rank 1. There was a blue sky above the heads of the people. The brunette looked at the weapon in his hands, thinking that it seemed that the power of this sword was many times stronger than that of the shoes. A brown-haired man came up to him from behind and noted that each time he was becoming more and more ruthless. The protagonist mentally noted that all this was exchanged for a human life. He mentally replied that in the past 7 missions, he had killed 4 criminals, and if you count those 2 students in the duel, he had killed 6 in total. Ping's face darkened, imagining himself surrounded by corpses, and thought that the past him would never have thought that he would soon become such a ruthless person. The guy looked at his palms, thinking that however, with his experience, he could improve his skills. In the practice building, the students were standing in front of a large screen. Their team was in second place, having earned 94 points, and in first place was Lei's team with 100 points. Songting sighed and said that even with the double reward for the mission to catch sheep, they were still in second place. Hao said that it was a pity that even if they tried their best, only few points were given for rank 1 missions. Shaitan looked at the leader, saying that he thought that since everyone had almost recovered, they could go on a rank 2 mission. The protagonist touched his chin, thinking that earlier, according to the system, strengthening his bones every 2 days, he gradually began to notice progress, and that now he had 47 strengthened bones. He mentally noted that at this rate, when his energy had exceeded 300, he would be much stronger than a master at the initial stage of rank 2, but when they met another rank 2 master, he felt that he could fight him in a single battle. Looking at his comrades, Ping thought that their team had significantly increased their stats now, especially Songting. He turned to them and smiled, agreeing with the proposal, but before that, he proposed that they split into 3 groups, with Zume, Songting, and himself taking on the rank 2 mission. Looking at King, Kapeng, and Hao, he said that the 3 of them were carrying out a rank 1 mission. Turning to Jiang Ping and Yuhao, the guy said that since the 2 of them were still injured, let them take on the collection and search for information, and once they were done with the missions, they would share 10% of the reward with them. The girls smiled, and the brown-haired girl said that if everyone was so busy with missions, she couldn't even afford to take 5%. The red-haired girl noted how well the team captain was taking care of them, and Zume asked what about their mentor. The brown-haired guy raised his head and said that he had been of no use from the beginning, so let him do what he wanted. Zaijiang City, a construction site. In front of him stood the 3 of them, whose mission was to kill a rank 2 cultist who had finished strengthening the bones of his lower torso and left hand. The team looked around. Looking at the tall building, blue-haired asked if they would be conspicuous if they just stood there. They decided to go forward. The girl perked up when the leader replied that someone was coming. A group of people were heading towards them. A green-haired guy named Wang Huaijin, a student at Dongwu Martial Arts University, stepped forward and asked if they were from the Magic University. He extended his hand when the protagonist answered in the affirmative. The green-haired guy said that he was glad to meet them and introduced himself, telling them where they studied. Shaking their hand, he told them that they were students from the local university in Zaijiang City and that they were here on a mission. Ting frowned and asked if they were all from Dongwu. The guy, surrounded by his almost teammate, told him that universities like theirs could not afford to recruit so many new students, so students from 3 departments trained together and went on missions together. The guys began to tell which departments they were from. Looking at them, the brunette mentally noted that the energy of these guys was approximately 259. Looking at the smile of the guy with green hair, he thought that they were about the same level as Songting, after which he added that only the strongest were sent to such places. The protagonist pursed his lips and mentally asked why one mission was divided into 2 teams, and was this really another system error? Suddenly, black cars drove up. They surrounded the students. Ping, with a little surprise on his face, wondered if the management had interfered here and why so many people had earned money on a rank 2 mission. A man got out of the car. A blonde woman in a suit and glasses asked if the 3 of them were students at a magic university. Looking at them, she repeated her question. The guy, looking at her, answered in the affirmative and, calling himself the team captain, gave his name. The woman looked at him suspiciously and asked why there were only 3 of them on a rank 2 mission. Huaijin's mouth dropped open in surprise, wondering if she really accepted a rank 2 mission. The brunette shook his head as a guy approached them and asked if there was anyone else with them, to which the brown-haired man asked what the problem was, and the guy muttered that their target was at the peak of rank 1. The woman frowned and said that it was a bit confusing, but she would explain it to them now. Looking at her papers, she began to say that Team Ping's target was Yao Jincheng, who was at rank 2, who had not been active before but was recently discovered to have moved to this city. She then told Huaijin that their target was Zhang Jiaqiang, a rank 1 master. Looking at the tall building, the blonde said that due to belonging to the same sect, the two targets were coincidentally in the same place, and since they were currently in the same building, the difficulty level of the missions had increased significantly. Trying to look through the windows, she said that according to recent reports, there were at least 5 other masters in the building whose strength was unknown, as well as about a dozen more sect members. Looking at the black cars, the woman said that the investigation department had already cordoned off the entire perimeter. The guy from the other team muttered that there would be at least 5 masters there. The brunette looked away and said that he understood and asked if it was true that they should just not interfere with each other's missions. Songting crossed his arms and asked why not help each other if it was possible to help. The members of the other team began to whisper among themselves, asking if the students of the Magic University were really that fearless. The woman turned to Hyojin and asked if she could talk to him alone. They walked to another part of the building. The green-haired guy opened his mouth in surprise and indignantly asked why she was asking them to abandon the mission. She replied that this was her personal opinion. Standing next to the car, the blonde said that there were at least a rank 2 master and a peak 1 master in this building, not to mention other cult members, and those guys from the Magic University were influencing the military mission. Recalling the mission icons, the woman said that comparing their military mission with their investigation department, the difficulty levels varied greatly. She tapped the photo in the dossier with a pen and said that at first she thought that this joint mission could play into their hands, and that those guys could take care of them. Hyojin lowered his head and mentally asked again. Looking at the students on the other side, the blonde said that she didn't expect that there would only be 3 of them, but still, she didn't argue that the students of the Magic University weren't that weak. She, standing in front of the boy, noted that they were the geniuses of their university and the hope of their city, so the investigation department couldn't just stand by and watch them take risky steps. She furrowed her brows and said that if it was possible, she hoped that they would retreat this time or move on to their mission, but only after they killed their target or failed the mission. The woman perked up when the boy asked her if the newcomers of the Magic University were really that strong. Turning away from her, the green-haired man asked if it was true that those 3 were also first-rank masters. The blonde looked at the document again and said that according to the latest information, their captain had already strengthened his bones 3 times, but yes, he was still at rank 1. Hyojin thanked her for her advice. He turned around and smiled and said that he wanted to see with his own eyes what the newcomers of the Magic University were capable of. The woman standing by the car said that they would make sure that the Kalita members did not run away from them or chase them, but if something happened, she wanted them to leave quickly because they must return alive. The brunette approached Hyojin and asked if they were really going to go with them, and noted that they would probably only be a burden to the Magic University. The green-haired guy replied that the fact that there were only 3 of them, which already said that they would definitely screw up. The man pointed towards the entrance to the building and indignantly asked if the 3 of them had already entered. Seeing the girl at the entrance, the students began to ask why they had left her on guard duty, noting that they hoped they weren't trying to prevent them from entering. A second later, Zume ran inside as well. A short time later, a man ran out of the building and the students recognized him as the target of their mission. The man froze with fear in his eyes. With his mouth wide open, he screamed that they all didn't keep their word. Suddenly, the man grabbed the guy. Then he kicked him. Sitting on top of him, the man began to beat him, and the others tried to stop him. The man did not stop while the guys screamed, calling him crazy. Suddenly, hands reached out to him. Hyojin snapped his neck. When their target fell, someone approached the wounded man and asked if he was okay, and the girl asked why he said that they didn't keep their word if this was the first time they saw him. The green-haired guy pursed his lips, thinking that this guy had already been injured and had gone berserk due to his own fear, but a peak rank 1 master couldn't just die at his hands. The leader looked towards the door, wondering what was going on inside that he ran out in such terror. He touched the door and pushed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Inside the room, Hyojin saw many bloody bodies. He clenched his teeth tightly with shock on his face. His comrades came up to him, dragging the guy, and suggested that he quickly leave here, since that rank 2 master might appear here soon, and then they would be in trouble. The green-haired guy looked into the building again and noticed a human head, asking if this was the rank 2 master they were talking about. The students froze in place, asking what was going on here, and did those 3 really do this in the short time Hyojin was talking? After a while, the white car was driving down the road. The brunette looked away and suggested summing up. Songting and Zume turned away. Turning around, the brown-haired man asked if he couldn't do it himself. The protagonist touched his chin and asked if it was time for the nation to have heavier weapons. He began to imagine himself with an axe and a hammer, saying that something like that would be nice. King clenched his fist and asked with a smile to imagine that they were chopping wood, and the heavier the weapon, the more powerful it was, and the sword was too light. The guy approached his chair and indignantly asked how he could say that the sword was too light if all this time he had only been strengthening his legs. The blue-haired girl sat silently with a sad face, thinking that earlier during the mission, Songting was focused on the rank 1 masters and other cult members, so he didn't notice what was happening on Ping's side. Thinking back to when she was watching the battle, she thought that she had seen all the grids since she was responsible for informing them when the students from the other university arrived. Meanwhile, the brunette attacked the cultist with many blows, and the girl mentally noted that even for her, her comrade was not such an easy opponent, and in this fight, most likely, the one with more Kai energy would win. Looking at Ping's furious gaze, Blue-haired thought that, however, in just a couple of seconds, he dealt his opponent about 50 blows. The guy continued to rapidly attack the man at great speed. At this moment, Zume reasoned that each of his blows contained the energy of blood and Kai, although his opponent was a master at the 2nd rank whose level of blood and Kai was clearly not low. With his last breath, the man said in fear that this could not be and asked if he really was a master of the 1st rank. His body flew to the side, while Blue-haired thought that even after 100 blows containing the energy of blood and Kai, in the end, his opponent fell down first due to the depletion of all energy. The main character pointed his sword at him. The girl looked at him and asked if he really had an infinite supply of blood and Kai. She replied that they were all rank 1 masters, and even though he had strengthened his bones 3 times, the difference between them was still too big. Ping smiled nervously and muttered that this was actually his limit of strength. He waved his hand, saying that since they guys were busy with others, he needed to focus all his attention on just one, the strongest one among them. At the same time, he was thinking about how he had used too much blood and Kai, and Zume seemed to notice, but fortunately he came up with a good excuse. The guy lowered his eyes, thinking that he had enough balance for now, and then, if he thought about it logically, he really would have an unlimited supply of blood and Kai. Looking at the screen, he mentally noted that during the battle, once he used up all his blood and Kai, he could immediately use the system, so comparing in terms of blood and Kai reserves, he definitely had no equal. Songting waved his hand and said that those cultists were so weak, and he really wanted to train on a rank 2 master, and even the cultist who was targeted by the guys from the other university was also weak. Recalling how he struck him, he said that he was only slightly stronger than Lin Feng, and besides, when they saw that their strongest cultists had fallen. Earlier, the brunette looked at the men lying on the floor. The brown-haired man said that they had no choice but to tremble in fear. The protagonist grinned wickedly and said to throw all the pills and valuables on the floor, because only then would they let them go. The man immediately ran outside. Songting tossed a green stone, saying that if it was up to him then, he wouldn't stand on ceremony with them. He took out a potion from a bag completely filled with vials. He said that since they had collected such a bunch of whole items, he never thought that the cultists were so rich before. The girl laughed and stretched, saying that the protagonist took good care of those guys from the other university. Meanwhile, at the construction site, the students looked at the body of their target, saying that those guys from the Magic University took care of them and specially left their target and even beat him up a little. Huaijin stood to the side, listening to their words about taking the reward, and someone also remarked that he didn't think Ping was such a good person. The green-haired man lowered his head and said that it was not so, but he believed that by doing so, he meant that this target was too weak for him to waste his strength. The guy in the car leaned on his hand and said that it was nothing to him, so he helped them. Songting in the backseat closed his eyes and said that that captain had potential, but if that was all they could do, then they shouldn't worry about the national championship. The sky outside began to fade into the sunset, while the brown-haired guy said that at least he definitely couldn't beat him, to which Zume said that if they were to compare their strength, then he would definitely beat him. The guy told her to judge not only by strength, but also by equipment, blood level, Kai, and combat experience. Suddenly, messages started coming into their phones. Looking at the screen, the protagonist and the others saw that their team had come out on top with 132 points, while Team Lei only had 128 points. The three of them looked at each other. The car turned around abruptly on command, and the guys shouted that they had to go on the next mission immediately. Sylvanite would lose to Team Lei. The car started to accelerate and Ping exclaimed that first place was theirs. After a while, all the teams gathered in the training hall. Yichuan, frowning, said that he was now going to announce the number of points each team scored during this period. The protagonist looked at his comrades while the teacher said that his team took first place with 186 points, and since the team that took first place gets an additional 100 points, making the total points 286. He said that if they had finished the last mission, they would have had 200 points, and Zume said that they were already doing well and should be happy. The rest of the guys were filled with different emotions, while the mentor said that second place was taken by Team Lei, third place by Team Changding, and fourth place by Team Xiaoman. The blonde laughed, saying that this time he was stronger, and the girl asked him to shut up. Yunxi hung her head when the teacher pointed out that her team was in last place. The guys next to her began to chatter indignantly, saying that they had all worked so hard this month, but in the end, none of them would even get 10 points, all because he held them back. The guy indignantly asked why he was blaming him if it was all the fault of their captain, who did not give her all. The protagonist looked at the brunette, who stood and silently listened to the words of her teammates that she should be held responsible for their shameful last place. Yichuan, looking at the students, demanded silence. Keeping his light eyebrows, he said that during this month, each team was monitored by a mentor. He turned to Lei, answering that his recklessness led to the death of one of his teammates, so he should deduct 30% from his reward and compensate the family of the deceased. He asked if he had anything to say to this. The brown-haired man, looking down, answered in the negative. Xiaoman and Changming began to smile when the teacher praised them, saying that by protecting their teammates, they had performed well and completed the mission safely. The brunette rubbed his nose when he was told that his idea of dividing the team into 2 groups and doing multiple missions at the same time was commendable. Teacher Feng, looking at the students, said that as for Team Yunxi, they scored the lowest, and besides, there were complaints from the team members, so they should think about their actions. Looking at her team members, the teacher said that he hoped that during this place, everyone learned their strengths, and although some died, some were injured, and some filled their pockets, thanks to the experience in real battles, they, martial artists, have increasingly tempered their bodies and spirits. Looking down at the document, the man said that during this month, everyone had been secretly checking them for panic. In front of his eyes were the students' dossiers. He said that he was selecting the students who could form a team and compete in the martial arts championship next month. Without looking up, the teacher began to say that this championship was to defend the honor and glory of each university, and without mentioning other important reasons, he thought everyone understood the significance. He then said that he had just announced the lineup of the team that would represent their university. Looking at the team captains, the teacher called out the names of Ping, Lei, Changbing, and Xiaoman. He then looked at the other students, calling out the names of Zume, Songting, Su Kai Kai, Lai Zhaozu, Jin Lei. Feng said that the students named were part of the team. Then he closed his folder. The students began to whisper among themselves and noticed that one person was missing from the list. The man approached the brunette and said that he thought it would be better for her to transfer to the literary university. Yunxi looked down guiltily, listening to the words that martial arts were not suitable for her. Standing in front of the student, the man said that although her blood and Kai levels were higher than those of her classmates and she had nice fighting skills, she was not yet ready to become a true martial artist because she lacked dedication. Recalling how she stood in the middle of the battlefield while others were fighting, the teacher said that a true master should go into battle, not avoid it, and how she performed during the mission greatly disappointed him. One student covered his mouth and whispered to his friend that during the mission, she dared not kill the enemy, causing her teammates to be seriously injured. The girl asked how such a person could be the team leader. Everyone in the room stopped discussing what was happening, saying that according to rumors, Yunxi came from a family of martial artists, and her grandfather was even a great master, and she herself had a lot of resources, and her cultivation level was quite high, but as soon as she saw an enemy, she immediately retreated. The protagonist watched these people. Turning around, he mentally noted that Brunette had already strengthened her bones twice, and from the whole class, she should be in the top 5. Looking at the girl, Ping realized that she was afraid of fighting, and what the teacher said to her was right, and she really had better transfer. Yunxi curled her lips and turned to the mentor. Looking up, she said that she would study hard and ask for a chance and take her into the selection team. The man chuckled. Looking at her, he said that in that case, the last participant was chosen, and now everyone is free. The guy looked away, thinking that she really rejected his offer. Watching the teachers leave, he thought that although Feng looked strict, he might have been able to guide her to the right path. After a while, the sun shone through the building. The brunette folded his hands and looked at the screen, thinking that including the mission rewards for the past month, he currently had 161 points, and also had pills and some weapons, and his balance was currently about 12.08 million yuan, which was quite good. The white-haired old man looked up and asked if this was the protagonist, and then asked what he wanted this time. Teacher Lai leaned back in his chair, asking if the F-alloy sword he had given him earlier was really good. Ping rolled back positively and noted that his blood and Kai levels had now become even higher, so he needed something that could deal heavier and stronger blows, but at the same time, it was light. He asked if he had something like that. The man stood up from his chair and asked him to follow him. Finding himself in front of the stand in the weapons room, he said that their university offers weapons of any choice. The old man pointed to a glaive with blue inserts and asked how he liked it. Looking at it, he began to tell that this weapon, a glaive supposedly of a phoenix, is made of D-rank alloy and weighs a total of 16 kilograms. Its length is 1.8 meters, and its rolls can also be separated to make it easier to carry in a bag. The guy touched his chin, thinking that this glaive really meets his requirements. The man folded his fingers in the form of a coin and said that this beautiful weapon will cost him only 320 university points. The brunette frowned and said that this is robbery, and he will not give more than 150 points. The old man clenched his fist and exclaimed that they are not at the bazaar to bargain. The protagonist muttered that he is a little short of funds and then asked the teacher to give him a discount. Lai lowered it to 300 points and told him to leave if he wasn't going to take it. Ping begged him to give it to him for 150 points, and under his native voice, the old man lowered the price to 250. The guy exclaimed that he was his valued customer and that he deserved a good discount. 10 minutes later, he was breathing heavily with a grin on his face. The man, gritting his teeth, wiped his sweaty forehead. He shook the student's hand and said that he couldn't argue with him anymore, so let him take his glaive and get out of here. The brunette said that the teacher was the best. Lai grinned wryly, thinking that this brat knew how to bargain, and using an old worn-out weapon to pay for 90 points and 4.5 million in cash, he barely managed to cover the original price. As he watched him leave the room, he thought about how a martial arts university student usually doesn't have a stable source of resources, so trying to save points is also understandable. The man leaned on the door frame, mentally noting that he even used cash, so he was sure that he didn't have a penny left. The old man was taken aback when he saw the protagonist buying 50 blood pills for 150 points, and his remaining balance was 11 points. He shouted indignantly, asking if it means that he had points all this time. After a while, Ping was standing with the leader in the trading hall. A friend approached him and noted that he hadn't seen him for only a couple of days, and he had already bought himself a new weapon, and not just some simple one, but a D-rank weapon. The guy smiled nervously, saying that today was the day to elect a new class president, so he decided to prepare properly because you shouldn't underestimate anyone. A girl approached them and noted that he shouldn't think that he was the only one who would improve his performance. The brown-haired man gripped the pole and agreed with her. Frowning and raising his arm, he exclaimed that he had become much stronger during all this time of training. This time he would be the class president. The brunette did a somersault and kicked him in the face. The guy fell unconscious. The protagonist brought him next to him and said that he didn't even use a weapon to defeat him, and then asked if he had trained at all. He began to warm up his arms, asking the girl if she would fight this time. She crossed her arms over her chest and noted that she hadn't said that she wanted to become the class president. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The brunette and Zume stood in front of the mentor, who said that there was less than half a month left until the championship and they were still too weak. She turned her gaze and turned to the blue-haired girl, telling her to go back and understand the rank 2 pill since she needed to strengthen her bones. The girl looked on with a puzzled face as she said that she should take 1 pill every 2 days and should reach the peak of rank 1 by the time the competition started. The guy started counting on his fingers, thinking that 1 rank 2 pill was equivalent to 20 points, which meant that it was worth even more than his glaive. Zume clenched her fist and replied that she understood, saying that she would strengthen her bones before the championship and reach the peak of rank 1. She headed for the exit after Fengru said that she was a failure and could come here every night to cultivate. The protagonist said that he hoped she had enough money for it. The woman closed her eyes tiredly when he asked what about him. She asked if he wanted to learn the highest level techniques. Ping ran his hand through his hair and said that he was already at the peak of rank 1. All his bones below the waist were strengthened. His blood and Kai were over 300, and he also had a pretty good level of mastery of the spear and the piercing kick too. The white-haired woman took out a notebook and said that she understood, after which she suggested looking at these middle-class techniques for feet and mastery of the now. Leaning on the table, she said that there were also techniques in the boxes next to her. Turning around, the mentor said that the piercing kick technique that he learned was low level, and therefore he should not get hung up on it, but it was time to move on to something more powerful. She said that each step of the middle-class techniques was much more difficult, so it was better to change them, having looked at how they were performed before. Leaving him alone, Fengru said that if he did not understand something, he could ask later when she returned. The guy took the book. It was written Furious Cruel Blood Spear, and he asked who came up with this name. The woman turned around and began to explain that the Furious Cruel Spear was a technique invented by the mayor of the city when he was at rank 6, adding that she talked to him and he agreed for him to learn it. The white-haired woman looked away with embarrassment and told him not to think that he had become or was not serious, because when he was young, he could not take his eyes off her, and there were times when his mentor was called a romantic arsonist. The boy smiled nervously. He opened the book, thinking that the Furious Cruel Blood Spear was just a rubber band of successive Kai strikes. Flipping through the pages, he realized that there were 7 spear techniques. Introducing himself as a fighter, he said that the strongest is 7 super powerful combo strikes, in which each strike is stronger than the previous one. And no matter how much blood and Kai the opponent has, no one can withstand the 7th strike, and after it comes instant death. The brunette folded the technique. Opening a new book, he said that it looked cool, and that as long as there is a supply of blood and Kai, performing this technique will be easy. He smiled devilishly, mentally noting that since his supply of blood and Kai is endless, he will be able to deliver endless strikes and no one will be able to compare with him at the championship. The protagonist sat down on a chair and began to study further. Reading the text, he mentally noted that when taking a step, you need to use the power of Kai and blood to significantly increase the speed of movement, and after reaching the limit of release, you need to stand in the standing Qigong pose, concentrating Kai and blood in the bone of the foot. Ping propped his face with his fist, saying that if he couldn't defeat them, he would use this technique as a retreat, and besides, it suited his fighting style perfectly, and then thought about the pose. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He asked loudly how should he practice it. Sitting on the floor of the training hall, the brunette called Jinyang and said that he needed to break through to the next rank, and then asked if he could tell him what he needed to do. He lay down on the floor, listening to him say that the most important part of this exercise is to understand where the center of his body part is. The protagonist imagined himself in the water. When the guy asked him if there was a pond on the campus and suggested that he practice on the surface of the water and make sure that his body is balanced so that his knees do not fall below the surface of the water. The brunette opened his mouth in confusion, hearing that this was the only way he could successfully master the technique. He picked up the phone and asked for advice, after which he began to tell him that he recently. Jinyang interrupted, saying that he was very busy, and if he had no more questions, he would hang up. The protagonist looked at the screen with the words about the end of the call and mentally replied that he wanted to tell that he recently learned a new technique of wielding a glaive. Meanwhile, Magic University, South District, the entrance to the dungeon. Shaitan frowned at the screen, while from the side he was told that Ping always calls at the wrong time. Fenking began to warm up his fists, saying that as soon as they enter the dungeon, the connection will be cut off. Jinyang said that they spent 5 whole months to kill the entire clan, and they only had a rank 5 chieftain left, with whom they needed to finish quickly. The two guys headed to the entrance, and Fenking noted that there were a lot of rank 4 monster corpses here, for which they would be given at least 500 points, and after they finished off this chieftain, their pockets would be full. He nudged his friend with his elbow and said that after leaving this dungeon, he would become a rank 4 master. The brunette told him not to let his guard down, so that he would not hold on to him alone. The girl looked away, asking her friends if they had ever seen 2 people swimming in the water in winter. The brunette turned to her and said that she thought he was swimming just for fun. The third friend said that she had also seen him many times. Looking at the protagonist getting out of the water, she asked if it was possible for her grandson to do this. The girl replied that she did not know what faculty he was from, but he was quite funny. Then they began to discuss cold water and whether everything was okay with his head. The protagonist smiled nervously, wondering if the brown-haired man had really decided to just make fun of him in this way. Imagining the system screen, he thought about the fact that after he learned the technique of the middle class of glaive possession, the power and strikes of one of his strikes increased to 35 units, and in order to fully recover, he had to use about 35,000 yuan of balance. Imagining the money flying out of his hands, Ping thought that he also had to buy strengthening elixirs, bone-hardening pills and some other things, and all this cost him about 1 million yuan. While the girls laughed on the side, the guy thought that the money could always be returned, but now he had to listen to them say that he was in trouble with his head. He took out his phone. After a while, he walked through the territory of the Dongsheng company. The man in the red suit, following him, said that the hooves of the competitor's company were a university graduate, a second-rank master, and because of the hidden tricks of their career, they could not reach their intended targets. The brunette said that he understood. He frowned, thinking that recently, although he was in a bad mood, he was able to learn new techniques, and then a certain person appeared and caused him trouble, and in this case, he used it to look at the results of his training. The employees looked at him, realizing that he was a martial arts master and saying that he came here to make a mess, which should be reported to the manager. The voice said that there was no need to do this. The brown-haired man named Wang Dongsheng extended his hand and introduced himself, recognizing Ping and saying that since we met. The guy, without extending his hand, said that his company was interfering with his work and asked what they wanted. Dongsheng grinned and asked to look back. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that he was a second-rank master, while the brunette was a first-rank master, and when his company encountered problems, the head came in person, and together with ordinary employees, they would have more than 100 workers. He offered to give him his small company. The brunette, frowning, noted that since they were both martial arts masters, there was no point in chatting, and this issue should be resolved as masters. He squeezed the glaive, saying that he was challenging the brown-haired man to a fight, and that if he won, his company would stop developing, and if he lost, Dongsheng would not interfere in the affairs of others and would become exemplary. The guy called someone from the side, noting his self-confidence, and said that if he won, he would buy his company for 2 million, and if he lost, he would give his for 3 million. The brunette smiled nervously when the employees began to discuss him from the side, and then offered to begin. Dongsheng brought a weapon. He squeezed the sword in his hand. Then he jumped up. The brown-haired man pointed the weapon at his opponent. The protagonist parried his blow. The man's hand flew to the side. When it trembled, he wondered how he was able to parry his blow so that he almost lost his weapon. The blade of the glaive touched his neck. Ping pursed his lips, thinking that the opponent was weaker than he thought. Then he hit the man. He fell to the floor abruptly. Standing next to him, the guy asked if he was really a graduate of the second-rank Eastern University. Dongsheng frowned and exclaimed that this loss was entirely his fault and the university should not be involved. The protagonist, looking at him with a gloomy gaze, said that there was no one who would dare to underestimate any of the martial arts universities, but he, in turn, should not underestimate the students from the Magic University. Heading to the exit, he told manager Lai that the fate of Dongsheng Company was now in his hands. He smiled nervously, thinking that his boss was very strong. After a while, when Ping was putting down his weapon, a friend ran in and asked him if he heard that the championship among martial arts universities was made public. Jinyang showed the phone with the news and said that there would be 5,000 spectators and a live broadcast. Looking at his friend, he said that there would definitely be a lot of blood, and then asked if it was okay to show this to ordinary people. Ping asked if he had just found out about it. The guy cocked his head and said that he had been training to reach the peak of rank 1 and now he could turn to him if he needed help. The protagonist seemed to pour water on him, telling him that he would soon move to rank 2. Looking at the guy, he said that the mentor had already told him this news, and that he thought the university would definitely try to reduce the number of scenes with death and blood, especially since there should be great masters present so that they could come to the rescue if necessary. Jinyang said that he remembered that his entire family was not involved in martial arts, and then asked what would happen if they saw that he was injured in the arena. Ping smiled and said that it was okay, and even if his family were to watch the broadcast, all they would see was not him getting hurt, but him applauding others. While he was sitting at the tech desk, he received a call. Yuan, blowing a cookie, said that she was going to the championship held at his university, and then asked if he had any chance of getting a ticket as a student. The guy asked if even children like her knew this. The girl started laughing, saying that the news said that the competition would be held at his university, and they would broadcast it, and 5,000 tickets would go to waste. She smiled wickedly and asked what would happen if they raised the price of the ticket, and noted that they would buy up a lot of tickets and sell them at an inflated price. The guy rubbed the bridge of his nose and asked if she really thought they could buy them all up. Yuan grimaced and said that he was no use. Sitting at the table, the brunette said that it was exam season and she was thinking about something completely different. He offered to buy her a ticket if she did well on the exam. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist said that if she did poorly, she would only study during the winter holidays. The girl exclaimed that she had run to study and offered to call later. Ping looked at his phone, thinking that all she thought about was how to earn more money, but not about studying. He wondered who she learned this from. After some time at the university, the teacher looked at the students, saying that today was the last time he was gathering them before the competition, noting that 10 people would participate in the championship, 5 on the main team and 5 on the reserve team. He said that if someone from the main team got injured or ran out of blood and Kai, they would be replaced by a participant from the reserve. Looking at the guys, the man said that the founders of the group were Ping, Lei, Changding, Songting, and Xiaoman. The protagonist pursed his lips when he was appointed as the team captain. Zume called the teacher with a gloomy face when he wanted to move on to listing the reserve team. The guy looked at her with a puzzled face. Blue-haired frowned and said that she wanted to join the main team and therefore wanted to challenge Songting. Brown-haired laughed and asked if she really thought he was the weakest of the 5, and then noted that he accepted the challenge. They looked at each other, and the teacher announced a fight. After it began, the students rushed at each other. Zume hit her opponent, but he blocked it. The guy smiled, mentally noting that he had strengthened his arms, and now she definitely couldn't handle him. He decided to hit her legs, but she jumped up. The girl stuck the staff into the floor. Leaning on it, she kicked. The others watched from the side, and Changding noted that she was giving it her all, and Xiaoman supported the girl. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking about what the teacher had said earlier, that in order to continue her family business, she should try her best to become stronger than an ordinary martial arts student. He mentally noted that a month ago, she was weaker than Songting, but now they were definitely equal. The blue-haired girl rushed forward with fury in her eyes. She kicked her opponent. The guy tried to hold the block, thinking that she had become much stronger, so it was time to end this fight. He swung his sword, and the girl jumped back. The brown-haired man pressed his leg into the ground. Then he suddenly ran forward, kicking Zume. She clenched her teeth tightly. Songting swung, shouting that this was the end, because she could not defeat him. The blue-haired girl grabbed the blade of his sword with her hand. Everyone watched with bated breath. The girl grinned while blood flowed down her palm. The guy's mouth opened in confusion when she said that the winner had not yet been decided. The brunette stood in the crowd, thinking that at this moment, how Songting would act would be the key to his victory or defeat. The brunette began to laugh nervously, saying that there was no need to go that far. After all, they were all on the same team anyway. Zume clenched her teeth, not answering. She suddenly did a backflip, knocking away the opponent's sword. Grabbing it, she rushed at the guy. When the blade was in his face, the teacher told him to stop, and Songting muttered that he was giving up. The girl victoriously surrendered her fist when it was announced that she was the winner of the fight. Thus, the composition of the main team was determined: Ping, Lei, Changding, Zume and Xiaoman. On the green field stood the white sports complex of the Magic University on January 10th. Many people were sitting in the stands. A spectator made an excited sound. Yuan, holding a camera, said in admiration how big the complex was, full of people. The man said that this is where the competition will be held. Even celebrities have come here. It is intriguing. The screen showed the title of the martial arts championship among students. The girl asked if he knew where Ping was. The championship was about to start, but he was still not here. Tan replied that the guy said that he had urgent business, they would wait for him a little longer. The girl patted the empty seat next to her and asked where he was hanging out. If he did not come here right now, his seat would be sold at an inflated price. A hand touched the microphone on the podium, and Yuan spoke as Uncle Tan, thinking about selling his seat for 2,000 yuan. Such a luxurious seat close to the arena itself would probably be bought for 3,000, or maybe she should sell it for 5,000. A man with a mustache shouted into the microphone, calling for silence. A cameraman with a large movie camera stood next to the podium. Words were heard that a martial arts competition is not a concert. Let them hurry up and take their seats. Do not make too much noise and do not interfere with the championship. The girl sat quietly and listened intently. That this is the first competition of this kind that will be broadcast. Let them take it seriously. The gray-haired man at the microphone is the Deputy Minister of Education Bei Hao, a 7th-ranked Grandmaster and judge of the competition. He asked for everyone's attention and said that the National Martial Arts Championship among new students is declared open. Yuan held the camera in frustration and mentally asked where Ping was. The championship was already starting. Perhaps she would start recording everything for him for now. Words asking for greetings to the teams were heard from the loudspeakers. The people in red t-shirts gathered at the exit. Words were heard that the competition would consist of a contest between 4 teams from the Magic University, Jingdu University, the Combat Union, and the 8 University Alliance. The 8 University Alliance team includes universities such as Huaguo, while the Combat Union consists of 89 other universities in the country. The participants in black and red uniforms moved forward. The announcer explained that the competition would be held like this: 5 participants from each team would fight one-on-one, the losing team would be eliminated, and the winning team would advance to the next round. The teams would be randomly divided into Team A and Team B. After the 2 winning teams and 2 losing teams fought each other, there would be a final round to determine the champion team. Ping and Zume walked resolutely ahead of the others. The words of greeting the first team from the Magic University were heard. On the camera screen, the girl saw the face of a brunette. With her eyes wide with shock, she looked ahead and told her uncle that this was her brother. He was on the team. The man was extremely surprised. He looked ahead in amazement, thinking that 6 months ago, Ping was an ordinary schoolboy who only had exams on his mind. There was no talk of a martial arts master. He remembered standing in front of the brunette. Now Ping was walking in front of the team, and Tan thought that now he was already a first-rank master, which was amazing in itself, and the so-called genius of the university. He became a member of the selection team to participate in the championship. The man smiled, saying that Ping was progressing quickly, and the girl angrily pointed ahead, shouting that he was on the team. He hid this from her. The host introduced the team members to the audience. Captain Ping, a master at the peak of the first rank. The sister became even more angry and shouted, "Captain!" He hid this from her too. The man sighed nostalgically at this time, thinking that the times were favorable only to the young. He was also a master at the peak of the first rank. The participants lined up in 2 rows. The host offered to introduce them: Changding, Lei, Xiaoman, all of them at the peak of the first rank. The first in the team in white and yellow sweaters was Han Zhu. He strengthened his bones 3 times and was at the peak of the first rank. The host said that he was the captain of the team from Jingdu University. Next was a girl with her hair tied in a ponytail Ran, a peak of the first rank, a brunette Zhang also at the peak of the first rank. Then the man introduced the team in white and green sweaters, the team of the Alliance of 8 Universities, and its captain Wei Bin at the peak of the first rank. Xiaoman turned to her comrade and told him that listening to this introduction, it seems as if becoming a master of the first rank is very easy. Changding smiled indulgently and said that strength can also differ. For example, although they are both at the peak of the first rank, it does not mean that she can defeat him. The girl clenched her fist in displeasure and asked, did he dare to underestimate her? Zume turned to them and asked them to be quiet. Ping turned his gaze towards his comrades and thought that Changding was right, Being at the same step in the rank does not mean being equal in strength, since all the newly minted geniuses had gathered here if they managed to defeat the first rank masters. The guy's eyes lit up when he imagined himself standing with a cup near a mountain of defeated opponents and thought that his name would go down in history. Words about the Combat Alliance team were heard from the black speakers. The announcer introduced the blue-haired Captain Mingyu, an initial stage of the second rank, and the guy in the bandage Sheng, also an initial stage of the second rank. Ping froze when he heard this and thought, rank 2. The other team members also looked at each other, asking, in the Combat Alliance, are there already rank 2 members? Bei Hao pointed to a red box with a hole on the top and said that the introduction of the team members was finished. Now they would move on to determining the participants of the first round, and asked the team captains to come over. The brunette looked at the box excitedly. He extended his hand towards it. Yuan turned to Uncle Tan and asked excitedly, rank 2 is stronger than Ping? Her brother is in danger? The man was thinking about the university rankings, thinking that the first place in strength was the Combat Alliance, second place was Jingdu University, third place was the Magic University, and fourth place was the Alliance of 8 universities. He said out loud that judging from the information they were just told, the Combat Alliance team is superior to the others in strength. If the Ping team were to fight them, they would lose. The girl anxiously intertwined her fingers and prayed that her brother would not be drawn into the Combat Alliance. At the same time, Ping was looking at the box with a sly expression, begging God to give him one. He was rummaging around in the box with his hand, sorting through the marbles. He had a scheme in his head that defeating the first rank masters meant becoming famous, and defeating the second rank masters meant becoming a superstar. The hero thought that he originally wanted to fight the masters at the peak of the first rank, but who knew that there would be second rank masters here? It was just a 1 in a million chance. He picked up one of the marbles in his hand, thinking that if he won after the second rank masters, his name would be praised to the skies. He looked at the marble in his hand excitedly and said what it was. Ping was holding a marble with the letter B in his hand and asked, what is this? The blonde captain of the Jingdu University team, Zhu, was holding a marble with the letter A in his hand and said, great, their university will fight the fighting union, just like he wanted. He presented a diagram of the participants with their characteristics, resources used, and strength, and said that there were already second-rank masters in the Martial Alliance, and since they were all freshmen here, and they were able to break through to the second rank, it only meant that they did not have enough time to learn new techniques and complete missions. He looked at Mingyu, who frowned with displeasure, saying that therefore they would be easy to defeat. Ping looked at the blonde guy, thinking that he was quite smart, and he was also a confident guy. As expected of their captain, the students from Jingdu University should be very strong. He remembered how Feng crossed his arms and said that Jingdu University and the Magic University were always at the top, constantly fighting for the first place, so in this competition, their most obvious and fiercest opponent was precisely Jingdu University. He imagined the men shaking hands at the conference and said that if they beat them and became champions, Jingdu University would have to give them 10% of the resources the government gave them. Therefore, those who directly participated in the competition would receive at least 300 points. Changning patted his friend on the shoulder, asking if he heard. At this time, Zume was happy, thinking that if she got 300 points, she would be able to buy herself a new weapon, and Xiaoman was determined that they should beat them. Ping walked up to the blonde and said that they thought they were lucky. Good luck to them and the guys at rank 2. Zhu pointed at his team behind him and said that the Fighting Alliance was just a bunch of simpletons. Let them not get too cocky about first place in advance. Everything could change. Everyone on their team was at the peak of rank 1, so let them not expect any concessions. They were already starting to mentally prepare for defeat. Ping stood next to his not-so-happy team and told them not to be proud either. Sooner or later the Magic University and Jingdu University will have to fight. He thought to himself that 300 points are at stake. He must defeat them. The captains stood next to their teams, deciding that they will live and see. In the arena of the Magic University, words were heard that the competition between Jingdu University and the Martial Union was about to begin. On the screen was an image of a blonde guy and a guy with an axe on his shoulder. The announcer said that the first round was Mingyu against Zhu. Changming looked ahead, putting his palm to his face, and said that Zhu scored high on the national exams. In addition, he strengthened his bones 3 times. Quite a strong opponent. The brunette chuckled, saying that they would understand how strong he is after seeing him in the first round. The guy with an axe rushed to attack. The announcer said that the first round was starting. Mingyu began to attack. He swung his weapon decisively, leaving a mark. Suddenly, the guy's gaze became a little surprised. He turned around, seeing several ghostly Zhu. Watching the battle, Changding said that the ghost step was a middle-class technique, and Zhu is no slouch. With this speed, Mingyu would not even be able to reach him. The fair-haired man stabbed his opponent in the stomach with a spear. The dark-haired man looked at the blade in his body with dissatisfaction. The fair-haired man threw his hands behind his head, saying that his spear technique was also impressive. In just one move he was able to strike. The result is obvious. The difference in their strength is great. Gritting his teeth, Mingyu grabbed the spear shaft. The fair-haired man's gaze became surprised. The guy pulled back his hand with the axe. A question was heard. What will he do now? Zhu frowned silently, holding the spear. Changning commented that if he did not put away his spear, Mingyu would cut him in half. The axe in the guy's hand was covered in a red glow. His fingers were clenching the weapon. A second later, the blue-haired man fell and the blonde jumped back. His palm fell to the ground. Mingyu looked at his severed limb in shock. The spectators in the stands were shocked, discussing what just happened. One student cut off another student's hand. Isn't this just a competition? Zhu held his stomach, shifting his gaze. The coach behind the stands raised his hand, saying that the fighting union admits defeat. A voice was heard, saying that the first round was won by Jingdu University. Ping stood thoughtfully, touching his chin, and thought that Jingdu University had monstrous strength. His comrades discussed, shouldn't they just fight? In that case, it was already a fight to the death. The hero remembered the blade pulled out from the handle and thought that Zhu had a hidden weapon, a sword inside his spear. He remembered the attack scene and thought that just before Mingyu was about to strike, he took the sword and rushed forward. The guy remembered how the blonde attacked quickly and thought that he cut off Mingyu's left hand and took the spear. Moreover, the movements and technique of wielding the sword are terribly fast. The brunette remembered the rapid movements of the guy in the white and orange uniform and thought that the problem was that Mingyu had already swung an axe at him, and his strength was also great. As a result, Zhu also suffered a lot from the blow of the axe. His injury is also not small. Touching his chin, Ping thought that he was afraid. This competition will not be easy. Comrades supported the injured participants in the arena. The following fights were no less brutal. The injured Zhu depleted the balance of blood and Kai. As a result, he had to leave the arena. Every student who came out to fight received no less serious injuries. A girl stabbed her opponent in the leg. This is the fight between Ran from Jingdu University and Yang Bai from the Martial Union. Later, she lay on the ground spitting out blood after the fight against Wai Yao from the Martial Union. A guy broke his opponent's leg with a well-aimed blow in the fight between Wai Yao from the Martial Union and Guang from Jingdu University. Although the Martial Union is weak, but each participant showed an unwavering will. Even if they are weaker, their lives are at stake, so they fought, exhausting the enemy. Bei Hao stopped Zhang's hand, engulfed in red light, which he aimed at Cheng's forehead. As a result of these fights, although Jingdu University won, 2 of the new team received serious injuries and 2 minor injuries. A battle table was presented with the remaining and dropped participants. After the competition in the morning, due to how brutally the students fought, almost half of the audience left. The stands were half empty, but Yuan and Uncle Tan remained seated. The hero thought that this was originally planned as a normal competition between student masters, but in reality, so much blood was spilled and many people were injured. The man looked ahead, thinking that martial artists should fight. This is their essence. Yuan trembled and cried, asking her brother not to go out to fight. She did not want him to be injured. On the afternoon of January 10th, in the sports complex of the Magic University, the heroes gathered around Fei, who said that they themselves had seen the fights this morning. Now it was their turn to fight the alliance of 8 universities. They should always be on guard. Ping furrowed his brows decisively. He heard that the students from the alliance of 8 universities were as strong in spirit as the martial alliance. They should not be underestimated, and replied that he understood. The team logos appeared on the screen. The words that the team of the Magic University versus the alliance of 8 universities were heard. The guy was clutching the pole in his hands. The words that the first round in Ping against Guang Lin were heard. The referee waved his hand, announcing the start, and Guang Lin immediately rushed towards the brunette. Ping stood calmly, lowering his weapon. The opponent was wondering why he did not attack first. Yuan clenched her fists in horror and told her brother not to stand there like a pillar. Let him do something. He was running towards him. The guy in green swung the pole, but Ping dodged it with a few jumps. Zume exclaimed, "Smooth steps, he managed to learn them after all." Guang Lin approached the brunette in one jump. Changning said that at such a speed he would not even be able to touch him. Xiaoman asked, was this phrase stuck in his head? The brunette dodged the quick attacks with the pole, and then quickly jumped to the side. Guang Lin angrily rushed after him, shouting that it was enough to run away. Yuan closed her eyes in fear and asked her uncle if he was injured there. The man replied that no, they should believe in him. The opponents stood opposite each other. The participant remembered the man with his arms crossed, who said that in order to show their strength, the Magic University would send out the team leader first. Ping was appointed as the team captain, which means he is strong, but they still have to show weakness. The team members listened to the man's words that he thought the best way to defeat him was to deplete his blood and Kai balance. In the second round, Bin could defeat him when he had little blood and Kai left. He said that Guang Lin would go first. Bin patted his friend on the shoulder, saying that he gave him a hard time, and the participant replied that he understood. If he could not win, at least he would inflict more injuries on him. In reality, Guanglin was breathing heavily and cursing in his mind. He looked at the calm brunette, thinking that he could not even touch him. Ping mockingly asked, "Are you exhausted already? Now it's his turn to attack." The brunette said with a determined look that after the battle began, Feng's mentor said that they need to be careful since they will fight to the last strength like the others. Ping was surrounded by a red glow. He said that he did not argue about it, but did not think there was any need for it. He quickly jumped up and attacked the opponent's pole with his spear. Guanglin gritted his teeth from the tension. The hero with glowing eyes swung his spear. The guy covered one eye, and his spear was covered with red lightning. Ping said that he was not going to give them a chance to recoup. The pole rushed upward, and then the hero with a powerful blow broke the pole and wounded the guy's body. Blood spurted from the wound on his chest. Words were heard that Guanglin had lost. Ping turned away from his opponent lying on the arena, hearing that the Magic University team was winning in the first round. Changding folded his fingers, saying that Ping used 3 strikes in total. The first 2 used up 60 blood and Kai, and the last 80, so Ping had at least 220 blood and Kai. Zume exclaimed in surprise that he was so strong. Her weapon could only consume up to 30 blood in 1 strike. Xiaoman looked at her friend and asked if he was so strong, then why didn't he do it earlier? Yuan waved her hand in relief, saying that her brother was so strong, he made her worry about him, and her uncle said that he wasn't hurt, so that was good. The hero fell to one knee. Zhu and his comrade looked at him. Changding and Zume also turned around. Yuan's gaze became frightened. She asked what happened to her brother. Ping bowed down sullenly, kneeling on one knee. Guanglin, who was lying on the ground, smiled slightly, thinking that although it was expected, their plan really worked. During training, Ping broke a rock with his spear. Fengru took the fragment and said that it was not bad. His blood and Kai should already be over 300. Brunette confirmed. Looking at him, the woman said that using the Furious Cruel Blood Spear technique, the maximum blood and Kai that can be used in 1 strike is about 80, which is about a quarter of his total blood and Kai. She presented a diagram of the hero's figure turning red, and said that such a skill is called a killing move. If his strike is made up of a third of his blood and Kai, it is already called a finishing move. But he must be careful. If at least a third of his blood and Kai is not left in his body, he may die. Ping brought the capsule to his mouth and thought that ordinary experts would think so. Since he has no blood and Kai left, he needs to eat the pill. Zume looked at her comrade with a frightened look and said that he used 220 units of blood and Kai. He is not now. Changding clenched his fist, telling Ping not to worry. He will take care of the 8 University Alliance for him. Xiaoman put her hands on her hips, saying that if he took the pill now, it would not be able to quickly restore his blood and Kai. Feng frowned, thinking that Ping had no strategy. If he used up all of his reserves in the first round, how would he fight next? A guy was kneeling in the center of the arena. A red glow surrounded him. A yellow notice said that 220,000 yuan from the balance had been used, and his blood and Kai had been restored. When Ping raised his hand and announced that he wanted to continue, the other teammates turned to each other in shock. Changding said that his blood and Kai had suddenly restored. Xiaoman asked, was this the ability to quickly absorb the effects of pills? Ping exhaled and thought, no matter what they called it, even if it was the ability to quickly absorb the effects of pills, he could survive it. The host announced the next round, Ping versus Bin. The brown-haired man gave the hero a thumbs up, acknowledging his strength. The boy turned around questioningly, thinking that he already knew he was strong. The opponent leaned on his sword with a smile and said that he was good with the glaive and was even able to break his comrade's F-rank alloy weapon. It seemed that his glaive was made of D-rank materials. Was he right? Ping remained silent, and the boy extended his hand, saying that he had strong techniques and a reserve of blood and Kai of over 200. Achieving such a result while at the peak of the first rank was already considered an achievement. The hero closed his eyes, continuing to remain silent, and heard that it was an honor for him to fight such a strong opponent. The nickname of the king of newcomers of the Magic University suited him perfectly. Finally, Ping beamed and, scratching the back of his head, embarrassedly said that he was clearly exaggerating. Smiling, Bin showed 3 fingers and said that he was amazed by that killer move. He also wanted to experience those 3 powerful strikes. The hero's classmates looked extremely concerned about what was happening. Changding said that it was very suspicious. Zume asked why he suddenly started praising Ping, and Xiaoman noticed that he was beaming. The brunette smiled sweetly and thanked him for the praise. He asked if it was okay if he tried those 3 strikes on him again. At the same time, Ping rushed forward, hearing that the second round was starting. Bin grabbed the weapon with both hands, thinking that it was approaching. He barely managed to block the strike and thought that it was quite a powerful attack. The weapons bounced off each other, scattering sparks. The hero smiled, thinking that the fact was that he had fallen into his trap. Bin smiled wickedly, thinking that after his blood and Kai were exhausted, he would be powerless and then victory would be his. He tilted his head, blocking another even stronger strike, and thought that his glaive was not bad, but his sword was also a D-rank alloy. He remembered how the hero sat after the first battle and thought that yes, these strikes were powerful, but they used up all of his blood and Kai. Surrounded by a red glow, Ping jumped up, and the enemy thought that he only had to survive the last blow. He met the attack with his sword, scattering sparks, and laughed in his mind, thinking that now he was a dead man. Ping flew back. His feet slid along the ground. Still sliding, the guy reached into his pocket and took out a green pill bottle. Bin ran towards him, shouting for him to stop and not take the pill. He held out his arms and approached, shouting that she couldn't help him. His blood and Kai reserves were already exhausted. Victory was his. Looming like a beast over the little brunette with imaginary wings, he shouted that he had cornered him. The brunette waved his arms furiously as if grabbing his target. However, Ping easily dodged, opening the bottle. Bin turned around in fear and asked, "What?" Hearing a mocking answer that he would always find a way out. Ping's feet left the ground. His comrades looked at this in amazement. The blue-haired girl asked, "Can he fly?" Changning exclaimed, as he mastered the standing qigong technique and entered a state of motionless fluttering. Ping threw a pill into his mouth and asked. Bin thought to outwit him, but outwitted him himself. The brunette quickly rushed forward and with a powerful kick knocked the guy to the ground. An announcement was heard that the Magic University was winning. The announcer said that they were continuing the martial arts championship among new students. Team B had already gone through 3 matches. On the monitor was an image of a brunette, and the words were heard that Ping used the technique of the furious cruel blood spear and defeated Bin. He became the dark horse of the competition, defeating 3 opponents in a row without receiving a single scratch. The men gathered around the computer. One of them said that the Magic University team was quite strong. Another asked if this was the son of the Elder Fang. The third laughed, saying that their city would soon become famous. Ning Rong looked at his son carefully, saying that he had become so strong. On the screen were images of 3 battles with Ping and the eliminated participants. Zume put her hand to her mouth, saying that this was not even comparable to the battles in the morning. Ping lasted 3 matches. Not only did he not receive a scratch, his clothes were not even wrinkled. Changning clenched his fist, saying that they had already realized that he was strong, so he should stop and give them a chance too. The participant at the bench said that it seemed that he would not enter the arena today. Ping smiled resolutely, thinking that this national competition was extremely easy. If he continued like this, his name would go down in history. The spectators in the stands shouted and wished him luck. The hero's eyes lit up, and he thought with a wicked smile that this was a chance to become famous. The announcer's voice was heard, announcing the 4th round of Ping versus Dong. Surrounded by a red glow, the brunette jumped up, raising his spear, and thought that he should use it wisely. He attacked, but the blonde managed to jump back. Looking at him, the hero sweetly asked him not to run away. With his legs surrounded by a red glow, the brunette seemed to run through the air, frightening the blonde. Changning frowned, saying that he didn't understand. Was he just warming up? The punch he just threw should have used up at least 100 blood and Kai. Zume scratched her cheek, saying that all these techniques she absolutely couldn't compare to him. Feng crossed his arms, thinking that the power of this punch was more effective on the ground. Punches in the air would do less damage. His eyes widened in surprise, thinking that no matter what they said, he was just bragging about his blood and Kai reserves. Feng attacked the opponent and stopped in a fighting stance. He joyfully raised his fist. Bei Hao, who was standing behind him, said that he was winning the Magic University. Ping still wanted to continue. With a smile, touching his head, the brunette said that he would stop. He had used up all the pills given to him. When he walked out of the arena, Changding said that he had finally decided to stop. He put his palms together pitifully and said that he would take care of the other opponents while he rested. Ping smiled and told his friend to be careful and not to lose face for their university. He looked at his friend who was clenching his fist and thought that by choosing to leave the arena, he not only gave his teammates a chance to prove themselves, but also saved the face of the alliance of the 8 universities. It would be a shame if they were defeated by just one person, but these fights also allowed him to show off his full strength. The guy's nose stretched out with pride, thinking that he had killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Feng came up to him and said that he had done well in the first round, but he should remember that he should not waste his blood and Kai so thoughtlessly. With a gloomy look, the coach said that if he continued like this, the university would not have any pills left. Ping held up 2 green bottles and said that it was true, he had already used them all. The university gave each participant 5 first-rank pills, but did he know that it was not enough? Putting his palms together in a pleading gesture, the hero with the most honest eyes said, since he had defeated 4 people, for his efforts, could he not give him another 15 pills? Feng angrily threw up his hands and asked, 15 pills? There is not enough for just him here. Looking at this, Zume thought that speaking of this, Ping was an ordinary family, not a martial artist like them, and he had only achieved such results through his own efforts and diligence. Ping quickly rushed to the girl, who closed her eyes, thinking that the whole team was proud of him for these first rounds. This is really a great job. Smiling sweetly, the hero turned to the girl and said that she did not go to fight, maybe then she would give him her pills. The blue-haired girl thought that she probably started to sympathize with him too early. A shout was heard demanding that this circus be stopped immediately. The brunette turned around angrily. Feng turned away and, crossing his arms, told him to go to the logistics department and register 5 first-rank pills for himself. He was not going to bargain with him. The dissatisfied man said that the competition was not over yet. Let him go and stand in line there. Dissatisfied Ping closed his eyes and said to stand in line so he could at least rest for a couple of rounds. Changding, trembling with fatigue, came out of the arena and said that he had won. The guy collapsed on a bench and asked his friend why these fights were so easy for him, and he was already dying even after one. The guy closed his eyes, almost giving up the ghost, and asked he had suffered so much with the alliance of 8 universities, and what would happen to Jingdu University? He was afraid to imagine. Sitting down next to him, Ping patted his friend on the back and said that he was doing well. Looking forward, the brunette continued that as long as he was with them, if they fought with Jingdu University, they would win in any case. On the arena screen were the team logos. January 11th, the sports complex of the Magic University. The host's voice said that this was the 4th round of the national competition, the Magic University versus Jingdu University. The first round, Zume from the Magic University versus Shu Jai from Jingdu University. The girl with blue hair turned to her friends who were supporting her. Changding raised his finger with a smile, saying that Shu Jai had fought before and lost after 2 rounds against the Fighting Alliance, so Zume would definitely defeat him. Ping twisted his mouth in confusion, thinking that he was no match for Zume, but why couldn't he fight? He remembered how they were sitting on the steps, and Ruoxi said that today was the 2nd day of the competition. This morning the Fighting Alliance defeated the Alliance of 8 universities. In the afternoon they would face Jingdu University. If they defeated Jingdu University, they would advance to the finals by the decision of the mentors, the students who would fight next. The heroes sitting on the steps heard the names of Zume, Xiaoman, Songting, Changding. Ping was displeased to hear that he would be a substitute participant. He grabbed his head in confusion, saying that the university put him on the substitute. This is annoying. Shu Jai, holding a pole in his hands, also crossed his arms in displeasure, saying that he was angry that the opponent was not Ping. He stood in front of the girl in the arena and said that her name was Zume. After all, a first-rank student who had only strengthened his bones once sent such a weakling in the first round. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, hearing him say that she was also a girl. Could she even cover Ping? Xiaoman angrily clenched her fist and exclaimed, "What did he say about the girls? Their Zume is not a weakling unlike him." Changding said in confusion, "The guy is not that strong, why would he underestimate the girl?" Ping, holding a bottle in his hands, pouted, thinking that he did not ask for anyone to protect him. Zume resolutely assumed a fighting stance, saying that it was not up to him to decide whether to protect her or not, but she was the opponent now. Hearing the starting signal, the heroes rushed towards each other. The guy grinned. Their poles crossed, surrounded by a red glow. The girl pulled back slightly, squinting her eyes, and thought, "What is this?" Zhu touched his chin, saying that the Magic University wants to fight them. Let them wait 1,000 years first, his comrade confirmed. Saying that Shu Jai and 3 blows are enough to defeat her, the brunette shouted that this girl is worthless at all. Remembering the battle of the guys, Ping thought that before he had about 30 blood and Kai blows, but now his blows are already about 50. He looked ahead excitedly, thinking that he deliberately hid his strength, while the girl next to him shouted that they should not rejoice in advance, she is incredibly strong. Shu Jai swung his pole, asking the girl, did she now understand how weak she is? He attacked again, saying that she is resilient, let her take a few more blows. Zume swung her pole. Red lightning appeared from the blow. The current seemed to penetrate her to the bones. The pole fell to the ground. Swinging, Shu Jai said that she is weak, and with a powerful blow, he threw the girl far back. Zume slid backwards across the arena. The guy walked up and asked, is this all she can do? It seems like the Magic University has no strategy. He raised the girl's trembling hand, saying that with her worthless powers after 3 of his, her arms are broken and her internal organs are clearly damaged. Throwing the girl to the ground with a shining hand, he exclaimed, where did her arrogance go? Does she think she is worthy of being his opponent? Xiaoman angrily rushed forward, shouting that he is overstepping his bounds. She will kill him. Holding her back, Changding told her not to get angry. The referee will stop them. Behind her, the girl asked the teacher, shouldn't they intervene? Mingyu looked forward, saying that letting Shu Jai go first was the best decision, fighting fiercely, also lowering their fighting spirit. Ping asked with a smile if everyone in the Magic University was so arrogant, and the blonde said that they still had a lot to learn from the leader. The brunette angrily squeezed the bottle, thinking that Shu Jai's goal was not to cause her serious harm. Surrounded by a glow, the guy lifted the girl up by her clothes. The hero thought that he wanted to humiliate her. The guy swung his fist, telling the girl to give up. Zume frowned. The brunette squeezed the bottle out of excitement. The girl kicked her opponent in the groin, screaming that she would never. Shu Jai's eyes bulged, covered in sweat. The blue-haired girl closed her eyes, but the guy had already let go of her. Falling to the ground, a cry was heard that Jingdu University had lost. Zume collapsed exhausted, hearing that the Magic University was winning. Her comrades ran after the girl, who was being taken away on a gurney. The brunette silently looked at the lying Zume. The blue-haired girl in the oxygen mask slightly opened her eyes. Xiaoman stood by and said that although Shu Jai underestimated others, he had clearly crossed all boundaries that time. Let him just look at how he beat up Zume. Her face, her arms, her ribs. While her friend was scolding, Yunxi laid her head on the bed and told her friend that she knew how strong she was. But were all those injuries worth proving? The brunette closed her eyes while crying and said that even if she lost, they had people on their team who could fight back, but now she was in a situation where it would be difficult to cultivate. Zume turned to her friend and said that she would be fine. Jingdu University's goal was to lower their morale. They couldn't give them what they wanted, right? They shouldn't worry, she would recover soon. The boy clenched his fist while the pink-haired girl told her friend not to say anything else and to rest. Ping slammed his fist on the wall, thinking that Zume knew that she was weaker, but she did everything in her power to win. The participants turned to look at the boy and heard that Shu Jai University was winning. Changding closed his eyes and pointed his finger back, telling the girl that the pig face was now all hers. Xiaoman resolutely raised her hand, saying that she understood. Then her expression became discouraged. Zhu, who was clenching his fists in front of her, was swollen from the blows. The pink-haired girl laughed, saying that he was painted and really looked like a pig face. Did he really need medical attention? Clenching his fist, the blonde said that just because his face was like that, it didn't mean that he had become weaker, only their master girls cared about how they looked. The girl clenched her fist, asking what business did he have, and what did he have against the girls of the masters. She did not understand. In Jingdu everyone was so arrogant. Rushing to the attack, she promised that she would teach him manners. They were both fighting in the same arena, so let him respect his opponent. Zhu caught her fist, stopping her, and said that it was fine, since she said that she would not care about the face, then he would. The girl saw a palm approaching her face, and heard that he would make it more beautiful than his own. She raised her hand, covering herself, and saw how the guy grabbed her wrist. The beaten blonde looked at her and said that now she could not use both hands, and since all her efforts were going to protect her beautiful face, and since she had only strengthened the bones of her hands, what should she do next? Xiaoman swung her leg, screaming at him to stop talking nonsense. The hero's feet clamped around the girl's ankle. She trembled, trying to get out. Looking down, Zhu said that she was quite predictable. It was interesting. The pink-haired girl butted him with her forehead. The heroes flew apart. Xiaoman clenched her fist, illuminated by red. The guy saw it approaching his face. The heroine froze when he stabbed her in the chest with his dagger. She looked at the weapon with displeasure. The girl's eyebrows furrowed. She wondered when he managed to pull out the dagger. He was so fast. Zhu, with a wound on his forehead, said, "Does she really think she can defeat him? His speed and strength are ahead of her. No matter what she does, he will always be one step ahead." Instead of answering, the girl hit him with her forehead again, and then, swinging, hit him again. Blood was also flowing down her face. Zhu leaned back, saying that he was losing consciousness. And at that moment, Xiaoman swung her fist at him, and with a powerful blow, she threw him back. The opponent slid across the arena, and fell flat on the grass nearby. Xiaoman exhaled exhaustedly, hearing that the Magic University was winning. Later, she lay on the couch and asked Yunxi if she had a mirror. She would not have a scar, right? The brunette told her not to move. Her left shoulder and left arm were injured. On the other bed, the nurse tried to lay Changding down, saying that he had internal injuries, and Feng told Songting that now it was his turn, let him not get hurt. Peng crossed his arms, thinking that 3 rounds had already passed and all of his classmates were seriously injured. When did everything go wrong? Songting, with his arms broken in the opposite direction, shouted. The brunette towered over the fallen hero, and the words that Jingdu University was winning were heard. The words that the next fighter from the Magic University was asking to enter the arena were heard from the loudspeakers. However, there was no one in front of the entrance to the arena. The participant was impatiently stamping his foot. The voice repeated Peng's request to enter the stage. The audience was talking among themselves about where the participants from the Magic University were. Zume was lying on an IV at this time. Changding was yawning on the couch, and Xiaoman was sleeping. Peng stood at the entrance of the ward, looking at his comrades. He looked inside sadly, thinking that all the participants from the Magic University were so seriously injured just for the sake of winning. Being a captain, the hero imagined turning around to face the others, and thought that he had deliberately wasted his Kai and blood to try to gain fame. He remembered cursing at his mentor, and thought that in the end, by demanding more pills, he became a substitute, causing the team members who fought before him to suffer greatly. Peng clenched his fist, thinking that he didn't care about his injuries because he could use the system at any time. He asked himself if he was happy to be such a captain. Ruoxi came into the hallway, asking what he was doing here. It was his turn to fight. Without looking at her, Ping heard that the last member of Jingdu University was strong. If he couldn't win, he should save his energy and wait for the finals. Ping clutched his spear and turned to the mentor, and he resolutely walked forward, saying that in order to protect the people close to you, sometimes you have to do it by any means necessary, right? Yunxi looked at her comrade in surprise. Jiang stretched in the arena and asked, "Isn't this the same Ping who defeated the 8 University Alliance in 4 rounds in a row?" He waved his hand and said that everyone in Jingdu wanted to fight him. Defeating him would definitely make them famous. Today was truly his lucky day. The brunette told him not to talk nonsense. He glared with shining eyes and ordered to start. The opponent clenched his fists. Then, he quickly rushed forward. Jumping up, he swung his fist surrounded by lightning and used the heavenly fist. However, his strike flew past. Jiang froze in surprise, not understanding how this was possible. Ruoxi crossed her arms and said that it seemed like his hard training had paid off, as he easily dodged the attack of 80 Kai in blood. Standing behind the opponent, Ping said that the heavenly fist was a worthy killing move, but it was much stronger. The gloomy hero's eyes glowed red. He ordered to redo it. Bright flashes flew from his attack when he used a furious blood strike, a double combo. Jiang's eyes widened in shock. He thought that one strike of his was about 100 blood and Kai, which meant that Ping was already able to use the second stage of the ultimate move. Blood flowed down the guy's hand. He cursed. At this time, Ping held the pill. The system reported that the blood and Kai level had been restored. The cry of the furious blood strike double combo was heard again. Ruoxi held the folder and said that the ultimate move is called the ultimate because one such strike exhausts almost all the blood and Kai that the master has. But Ping can somehow continue to use the ultimate move. Feng crossed his arms and said that if someone can continue to use the ultimate move, then what is the meaning of the name now? Yunxi raised her eyebrows pitifully, thinking that this was the first time she saw Ping fight with all his might. He was taking out his anger on behalf of Zume and the others. The opponent knelt down on one knee. Beaten, he was trembling and trying to get up. Ping looked at him angrily, asking, did he still think that luck was on his side? The guy's eyes widened in shock. He thought, did he still want to attack? The hero, surrounded by a glow, took a fighting stance and said that everyone in Jingdu University decided that since they were stronger, they could bully others. They had inflicted heavy injuries on each of his team, and as their captain, he could not calm his anger. Looking a little crazy, Ping said, "Furious cruel blood spear." Surrounded by red lightning, he quickly attacked the opponent. Wounds appeared on his hands and blood spurted out. Jiang was lying on the ground, spitting out blood, and he heard the words that there was one last pill left as soon as he ate it. Surrounded by black rays, Ping raised his hand up, said that he would show him. He was holding an empty pill case in his hand. The guy lying in a pool of blood raised his hand and told the judge that he was giving up. Beihao waved his hand and said that the second round of the competition was over. Ruoxi looked forward happily. The brunette glanced sideways at his opponent with displeasure. The judge held the guy back, furiously rushing into battle, shouting, how dare he give up? As soon as he took the pill, let him compensate for it. The man said that the opponent had given up. The fight can no longer continue. Clouds were floating in the sky above the stadium. A shout was heard, not to let Jiang catch his eye. He would make him give back the pill. On the screen was an image of logos. This is January 13th, the sports complex of the Magic University. Feng held a notepad in his hand, telling the participants that Jingdu University had defeated the Martial Alliance in the semi-finals, so they would be their opponents in the finals. Lei stood up, saying he was ready when he heard him announce the main lineup. Yunxi looked at the instructor worriedly when she heard her name, wondering if she would have to fight. The man continued listing the participants. The brown-haired man stared ahead in surprise when he heard that Ping and Lei were the substitutes. The brunette turned around and asked why the substitutes didn't go first. What if they were also injured? Lei said he believed the university wanted to give every student a chance to prove themselves. He presented a diagram where the Jingdu University participants were on crutches and injured, while the Magic University was not there, and said that judging from the past battles, all the opposing students were injured, which is why they were on the verge of defeat. Lei sat with his fingers intertwined and said that besides, the Magic University also had them as an ace in its sleeve, which meant that no matter how the 3 main ones fought, the students from Jingdu would still be routed by them. The comrades supported the worried girl. The guy continued that Zhu and Kai were at the peak of the first rank. Although Yunxi's Kai and blood level and strength were quite decent, but since she herself was weak and afraid to fight, this could lead to her automatic defeat, and he would enter the arena before him. Lei raised his finger, introducing the order of the heroes, and said that once he entered the arena, he would not leave a single opponent for him. You'll see, he would defeat the 3. Yunxi walked forward anxiously, while the guy behind him was warming up. Words were heard that the first round of the finals was Yunxi versus Zhu. Both participants should enter the arena. The guy stood opposite and said that he had heard about her. He imagined the girl on the man's lap, as well as pills and gold, and said that her grandfather was the rector of the university and also a 7th-ranked Grand Master, who had provided her with many resources since she was a child. But does she know what he thinks? All this was wasted on her, since she is not only weak as a person, but even afraid to fight. Zhu, with a plaster on his cheek, said that this is not how a true martial artist should be and advised him to give up. Yunxi lowered her head and turned to him, and then raised a pitiful look and said that she knew that he had internal injuries. It would not hurt him to treat his wounds, he must not forget about his health. The comrades looked at her in shock. Jinyang asked what she was talking about. This is a competition. Lei warmed up, saying that she had time to take care of the opponent. It was better to hurry up and accept defeat. Ping scratched his head in dismay, thinking that Yunxi had a pretty good temper. She didn't even get angry after being insulted like that. The guy's face darkened, shocked, saying that she told him to admit defeat. He immediately charged, shouting that he was the captain of the Jingdu University team, the strongest in the martial arts exam, and she was telling him to give up. Holding a pole surrounded by a glow, he said that he despised people who looked down on him. Yunxi moved to the side with a swift movement. Lei opened his mouth, saying that Yunxi had always been so strong so quickly. Looking at the angry guy with a pitiful expression, the brunette said that he had misunderstood her. She didn't mean it that way. If he didn't go to restore his strength now, she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate in the future. The blonde guy became even more angry and gritted his teeth, saying that he had said that he hated those who looked down on him. He swung his pole, but the girl kept dodging. Jinyang, who was watching, clenched his fists and shouted, "Fight back, now is not the time to pity your opponent." The girl turned her gaze to the side. Her friends looked at her with alarm. Yunxi frowned, thinking that all the students from her university had given their all to win. She remembered the images of her comrades fighting and wondered why she was still afraid to fight and remained in the shadows. A light of determination lit up in the girl's eyes. She swung her leg and mentally thanked the guys for reminding her. She raised her leg up, and with a sharp movement, she knocked the spear out of the guy's hand, thinking that they reminded him who a real martial arts master is. Zhu looked at his weapon in surprise and heard Yunxi repeat that she did not intend to look down on him. She moved quickly, leaving sparks, and said that since he wanted to fight, a trace remained from the jump. The heroine stretched her leg up, resolutely saying that from now on she would fight seriously. Zhu opened his mouth in amazement, feeling the leg on his neck. With a powerful blow, the blue-haired girl threw him back. A cry was heard that the Magic University was winning. A guy sitting in the stand said that this girl was originally a reserve team. She defeated Zhu himself. Although she seems kind, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Jinyang looked ahead with his mouth open, thinking that she was able to defeat Zhu so easily. When he fought him, he could barely leave a scratch. Ping smiled slightly as he looked at the girl, and thought that she was no longer the girl who was afraid to fight. Yunxi looked ahead confidently. The guy thought that she was now worthy of being called a martial artist. She quickly swung her sword. In the following battles, Yunxi continued to show her strength. The opponent flew away from her strike. Having strengthened her foot and sword techniques, she continued to defeat the students from Jingdu one after another. The sword attack left a bright mark. The other students from Jingdu University, except Zhu, were originally reserve team, and just like that, the championship quietly came to an end. Ping laughed at his friend who was discouraged and asked who wanted to fight three at once. The words of the announcement were heard. The winner of this newcomer championship was the Magic University. Clouds floated above the stadium. Ping looked at his comrades in the arena. The girls smiled, hugging each other. The students who were not afraid to fight, they all became famous for their skills and strength. The judge presented Ping with a large gold cup. Every student today showed what a real martial artist should be. The team rejoiced with medals and a cup. The words were heard that the newcomer martial arts championship was over. Many people were at the station of the Magic City. Yuan looked at her brother's newspaper with displeasure and asked what he was looking at. The newspaper wrote the ranking of students of Chinese universities. The guy explained that after the newcomer championship, the ranking was published, the Magic University, Ping. The girl took the newspaper with displeasure and asked, did they make a mistake? He was the tournament champion, so why was he in 6th place? Putting his hands behind his head, Ping asked, who cares what place he took? Let him not pay attention. The sister turned to him questioningly. The guy put his palm and whispered in her ear that he would tell her a secret, but let her not tell anyone. He was already a 2nd rank master, and quickly grabbed his sister by the cheeks when the amazed girl screamed at the top of her voice, asking, is he already a 2nd rank master? The heroes ducked when all the passengers on the train turned to them. Yuan joyfully clapped her hands, saying that this was just wonderful. Now they can safely raise the price for his autograph. The guy thought that he should not have told her this. He waved his finger at the system window with a smile and thought that speaking of money, thanks to the championship, he had already accumulated a large sum of 500 university points for the championship, 100 points for breaking through to the 2nd rank. In total, he already had more than 20 million. The heroes sat back contentedly, imagining themselves surrounded by dollars. They were a brother and sister who only cared about money. The brunette thought that when he arrived home, he would be able to live with his family for a year without worrying about anything. There was a sign at the station, the magical city of Jinyang. Yuan ran into the room, shouting to her mom and dad that they were back. Mom said they were home. Mingrong peeked out from around the corner and greeted his son. The girl asked him to tell them something. His brother was simply great. He had already broken through to the second rank. The parents looked at their son in amazement, asking again. The sister proudly thought that she was the first to know about it, and Ping thought that she was a chatterbox. Yuan made martial movements and then looked at her brother with shining eyes, saying that this championship was just something. Ping showed himself at his best. At first she was worried, but then one hit minus the opponent, and then he and his team became champions. Covering her mouth with her hand, Yuyan said that this is why her father was given a promotion at work a few days ago. The man remembered how the deputy director shook his hand, saying that Ping tried hard at the championship. Mingrong looked ahead, listening to his son's question, did Dad's salary also increase? And the words, why is he always thinking about money? The man turned, walking away, and told them to take their suitcases and go eat. Ping looked questioningly at his father. The heroes were sitting at the table, cheerfully discussing something. The hero gave his sister and mother red cards. Then he turned around to look at his sister with displeasure, hanging up a poster. The woman was sitting by the TV. First there was a concert, and then he heard the words that at this time all the families were reunited and the new year was celebrated. They would like to express their gratitude to all the people of the country. Ping was sitting at the table opposite his father, hearing congratulations on the Chinese New Year. On the screen there was an image of a screaming participant in the championship. A cry was heard that this guy had both arms broken. The men crowded around the monitor. One of them asked, "Is this really still a championship? So cruel." The second said that this student is very strong. His technique is much more aggressive than other students. The Magic University is in trouble. Mingrong frowned at the screen, hearing that the next participant was Ping. The colleague turned around, exclaiming that now it was his son's turn. And then he turned to his friend in surprise, asking where he was. He said that it was strange, he was here just a minute ago. Sitting with a cup in his hand, Mingrong asked his son, should the championship really be like this? Looking at him, Ping thought that now it was clear why his father was always gloomy. That was the matter. Smiling, the boy waved his hand, saying that he didn't need to worry so much. The championship had become like this due to certain circumstances. Usually they didn't go that far during training. The man put the cup on the plate. Looking down, he said that it was good as long as he knew what he was doing. He still didn't understand martial artists, and also why he had to try so hard. Sitting opposite, he said that recently everyone at the bureau had been praising him for such a wonderful son that he had raised. Yes, becoming a champion was great, second rank was good, they were all very happy for him, but he and his mother hoped that he could do it. Ping's eyes widened in amazement when he heard that he would return home safe and sound. A smile appeared on his lips. Pouring more tea, he told Dad that they had nothing to worry about. He was not that stupid and would not get involved in danger. Taking the cup, Mingrong said that it was nice. Yuan peeked into the room, angrily asking what they were sitting there. A famous Chinese comedian was about to go on stage. The family members sat on the chairs and sofas. The guy thought that the reason why martial artists try so hard is to protect their loved ones. There was an expensive plaque on the wall. Words were heard. In other words, this time the course of Nanjiang City was on the agenda. Ding Nan, the mayor of Nanjiang City, laced his fingers, saying that they needed to prepare a second-rank student for the dungeons. Fangru stood up, saying that no matter how strong the second-rank masters were, sending them to the dungeon was the same as murder. She would not allow her students to endanger themselves. Bei Hao waved his hand and told her to calm down. The education department did this because they had no other choice. He introduced the people at the blue glow and the men with the flammable mixtures and said that right now the battle in the dungeons is becoming increasingly intense. The cult is using this opportunity to create more trouble. In addition, they do not have time to train new students. Wang took the hand of the woman who was trying to object. He turned around, saying that in addition to martial artists, there were also a large number of military personnel in the dungeons. All of them were ordinary people. Martial artists do not shy away from combat or avoid it. They are students of martial arts universities. They should have no reason not to fight. Looking at the brunette, he said that if that was really the case. Looking ahead, the man said that their magic university would fight. They were the best of the best. Yuan held a poster about the fireworks in the city, saying that tonight, the night of the Chinese New Year, there would be a fireworks show near the river. Yuyan took the poster in her hand, saying that she heard that there were a lot of preparations, and there should be a lot of people coming. If they were going to go, they should come early to find a good place. Mingrong said that since the ban on firecrackers, the feeling of the new year itself had disappeared, but this time they would be able to enjoy it to the fullest. The girl leaned over to her brother, asking if he would go, but he said he didn't want to and that they could watch them from home and not crowd around with a bunch of people. The girl's eyes widened and she began to beg, saying that it had been so long since they had gone anywhere together as a family. The hero thought, and indeed, the last time they had gone anywhere together was before he entered university. His attention was drawn to the ringing phone. Later, Ping was standing in the hotel lobby. Approaching the man, he asked what it was, and the man replied that he had been informed that martial artists were to gather here for important news. The man on the stage approached the microphone, the governor of Shan City. After greeting the people, he said that he would get straight to the point. Raising his finger, the man said that the province had approved a document introducing dual control over martial artists. First, each city in the province was required to create a civilian team of martial artists, which must undergo a month of tactical training. Secondly, each city is required to conduct an annual assessment of Kai blood and martial techniques to determine rank. The people in the hall began to discuss this heatedly, some were indignant. One of the audience turned to the governor, saying that he was against it. It was completely absurd. Another supported him, saying that the company and family affairs took up all their time when they should be practicing. Elderly masters like them now have a stable income. They will not fight. But Shan frowned, saying that this was an order. Those who disobey will immediately lose their master's certificate. Think of the advantages you had before. The men in the hall looked at each other in confusion. Putting his hand to his face, Ping thought that there were many masters who, having gained even a little fame, simply enjoyed the advantages. If Yangcheng City wanted to improve, changes had to happen. They were bound to happen someday anyway, but the way it was happening so quickly, maybe something was being hidden from them. Later, he and another man were walking down the hallway. The man turned to the boy and asked how much he knew about the real world of masters. Ping looked at the governor and asked if he was talking about the underground world. Shan glanced at the other man and said that he saw that he was familiar with it. In fact, the new policy mentioned at the meeting was currently only being implemented in Nanjiang, Nan, and Nan's provinces. The reason was that it had to do with the dungeons. The governor presented a map with lines in different directions, saying that after studying the timing of the dungeons in recent years, as well as the entrances and their locations, they had found a certain pattern. There was a high probability that the next entrance would open in Nanjiang. Ping was very surprised to hear this. Frowning, he turned to the other man and asked if it would not open in their city of Yangcheng. But the other man replied that there was a very high probability. That's why the province is in a hurry to start changes to improve the local strength. Afterwards, the governor turned to the guy, also saying that Nanjia's economy is weak, it's hard to create strong masters, and it's even harder to make the strongest masters stay. He has no other reason to talk about it alone. Shan put his hand on the hero's shoulder, saying that if the dungeon ever opens here, he hopes he can help Nanjiang and protect Yangcheng. Ping looked confidently into the governor's eyes, telling him not to worry, as long as he is strong enough, he will not run away from the battlefield. In the evening, people were walking along the embankment. Chinese New Year. Ningrong with his wife and daughter stood at the railing, telling her not to be so sad because her brother received a message from his mentor. The mother suggested recording a video and sending it to him. It would count as spending time together. But Yuan looked away, saying that she would not film anything. Let him do what he wants. Who was waiting for him here anyway? A bright fireworks display appeared in the sky. The same fireworks were displayed on the phone screen. Ping watched the video with a smile, hearing the advice to be careful, to buy some rice balls to eat when he left. Let him train hard at the university without much pressure. Come home if he was tired. On the screen, it was clear that his sister was unhappy, saying that the hero was a big liar. He said he would come, but he didn't. If it weren't for mom and dad, she would never have written anything down. Looking out the window, he thought about the entrance to the dungeon appearing in Yangcheng City. Unthinkable. Yangcheng was his hometown and his family was there. In order to protect them, he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. Frowning, he realized that he had to be much faster. Later, he walked with his mentor on the bridge, asking what happened. Fengru looked serious, saying that they had no more time. At the end of the month, the university will send him to Nanjie to conduct a siege to combat the cult. There is a high probability of third-rank enemies appearing. And one more thing. Frowning, he also heard that second-rank students can enter the dungeon early in the morning. She lowered her head and said that it was no different from committing suicide. Therefore, the most important thing now is to become stronger. Ping was training with Yunxi in one of the practice halls. The others were watching their fight. Some were encouraging the girl, saying that she could do it. Others were telling the hero to fight harder. Frowning, Ping thought about how after he heard about the appearance of the dungeon entrance, he began to have the same nightmare in which the dead bodies of his dad, mom, and sister were hanging from the ceiling. He kicked, thinking that he would never let this happen and must become stronger. Ping slammed his weapon on the floor. Frowning, he called everyone's attention, saying that he wanted to create a team of rank 2 students to carry out military missions. Is anyone interested in this? Everyone stood in front of him. Someone asked the military. Everyone looked at the hero with curiosity, saying that they were for it. After all, they had already broken through to rank 2, it was time to take on something serious. Yunxi stood with her head down, saying that although she had broken through to rank 2, she was afraid that she would only be holding them back. Lei waved it off, telling her that if she was afraid that she would be holding them back, then she would not go anywhere, so you, because of your kindness, will definitely not harm. Ping asked him with a smile if he was some kind of dog, afraid to spread his wings so that he would have to be held back, which angered his comrade. Changding abruptly took off his legs, saying that he wanted to see if his legs were like a dog's. The girls stood nearby. Xiaoman told her friend not to pay attention to Lei's words. Looking at them, Ping said that Xiaoman was right, because Yunxi should believe in herself. He smiled widely, saying that she was not weaker than others. The girl just widened her eyes. Watching the two friends fight, she said that she would do her best. Fengru and Zume were watching them from above. The mentor said that in the next few months, the second rank masters would be doing missions in the dungeon. Starting training right now is a good idea. It will save you from too much anxiety. Raising her hand, the girl standing next to her said that she also wanted to join the team. Covering her face with her hand, the mentor replied that it was not yet possible. Her injuries had not yet healed, and she had not yet advanced to the second rank, to which she agreed. The moon illuminated the sky. The team was in the forest, studying the plan. Ping said that the target of this mission was one of the fortresses of the Genesis Church. The fortress leader was a rank 2, and there were also 3 rank 1 masters. The plan showed the locations of all the team members. Xiaoman and Songting were responsible for guarding the back door to block the enemy's escape route. He and Zhao Lei would take on the rank 2 master, Changding would fight the rank 1 master, and Yunxi was responsible for the civilians. Songting pointed to the map, saying that the mission information was not wrong this time, because last time they almost suffered heavy losses. Then the protagonist took the plan in his hands and tore it up. Xiaoman asked if he was crazy. Putting his finger to his lips, the protagonist said that he needed to be quiet, not to give himself away. He gave the guys advice that they never fully trusted the information for missions. He looked at everyone seriously, saying that if a rank 2 or 3 master suddenly appeared, he would take the strongest. Zhao Lei would take care of the second strongest. Changding and Xiaoman watched attentively when the hero said to remember the main thing. The rest of the team was also attentive. Frowning, he said that if they can fight, then let them fight. If not, then run. They came here to make money, not to say goodbye to life. The moon illuminated the treetops. Ping sat in the bushes, heard the roll call that everyone was in position. He replied that he understood. The guard sat at the door of the house. Ping said to listen to the order, prepare to act. The guard snored. The spider descended on its web. The countdown from 3 sounded. The team approached the sleeping guard. 2. The spider was almost at the man's open mouth, alone. Ping grabbed the guard, covering his mouth and commanding the start of the mission. Then he twisted his neck. Teammates stood behind. The hero touched the door handle, suddenly turned around, hearing a crack. A branch broke under someone's foot. Lei looked at his leg in fear. King looked nervous, realizing that things were bad. The comrades silently looked at each other. The window next to them broke. Someone jumped out of it. Someone wanted to hit Lei, but Yunxi blocked the attack. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Holding back the attack, the girl asked if everything was okay with him. But 2 more people pounced on them. A fight broke out between them. Turning around, Ping heard a knock on the door. A pair of blades smashed it. The guy was able to block them with his weapons. 2 enemies stretched out their swords to him. The hero realized that there were actually 2 second-rank masters here. 2 armed men rushed to attack. They jumped up, raising their weapons above their heads. The hero thought that although there were 2 second-rank masters, even if his strength was limited, he had already reached the state of standing Qigong, so facing them would not be difficult. Ping managed to block the attacks, after which he retreated back. With a wicked smile, the hero realized that with the power of his team, they could defeat them all without even using the balance in the system. So he and the opponents rushed at each other. He needed to hold off these 2 until his partners arrived to help him. Someone's blade was heard in the air. The hero turned around, surprised that there were more enemies. The next moment, a sword struck Ping's head. Crouching down, he grabbed his head, saying that it was very painful. The red-haired guy smiled, saying that he even sent the sword flying freely. He should gain strength. Turning to him, Ping shouted that the red-haired man almost hit him with this sword. The 2 masters decided to attack the main character again. Ping focused on the fight again. The guy appeared above his opponent, shouting that it was his time to die. He directed his spear forward. The opponent was able to dodge the attack. Changding frowned, shouting for Lei to dodge. The red-haired guy turned around in surprise. He had to jump to avoid damage. Turning to his comrade, he cursed at him. Did he really want to send him to the next world? Changding replied that he should not have appeared in front of his spear because he could not see it, he should have fought somewhere else. But the next moment, they were thrown back by an explosion. Xiaoman looked scared, saying that she had misjudged her strength. Are they okay? Ping frowned and opened his mouth wide, cursing at his comrades, demanding that they stop being stupid. He repelled his opponent's attacks, asking if they knew what a close-knit teamwork was. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to finish this mission quickly as he had originally planned. His opponent also gritted his teeth. Closing his eyes, the hero thought about being forced. An information window opened. Balance 850,000, energy 450, intelligence 400, bone strengthening 120, bones 90%, 80 bones 30%. The next moment, he raised his hand, using 390 blood and Kai, knowing that at this rate, he would never be able to accumulate money. The swing of his weapon left a bright mark. The enemy in front of him was cut into two halves. With a fierce look, he turned around to look at another one. He was already trying to escape. Ping rushed after him, using 430,000 balance, asking, did he really want to escape? He pounced on him, the level of blood and Kai was restored. A bright mark was left on the enemy's face after the attack. His body began to split into two. Changding opened his mouth in surprise. Yunxi was also shocked. Lei got blood on her face. Ping's eyes were shining. He was talking about letting him remind them once again that the reason he decided to create a party was to make more money and increase his strength many times over. It's time for them to get serious. Ping rushed to help. He struck the enemy with a spear. Taking out the weapon from his body, he hit the head of the enemy standing behind him. When he was distracted, Changding pierced him. Lei punched his opponent in the face, screaming for him to die. Changding and Xiaoman ran to the team. The man asked, are there really more enemies? The rest of the team looked at them with confusion. Looking at these two, the hero only smirked. Later, a bag was placed on the ground with the words that all the trophies were here, a total value of 6 million. Everyone gathered near the bag. Ping noted that there was still minus 2 million for mission expenses. The team bowed, looking at the bag. Yunxi clarified, does this mean that they earned 4 million? Lei noted that the amount should be divided by 6. Putting his hand on the table, the protagonist thought, how can he save money with such a team? The rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the building. Half a month later, a hotel in the city. Sitting at the table, the hero wrote something down, saying that over the past half a month they had completed 12 missions, but the reward was low. In his hand was a book with a list of wanted people. He told the others to come up and choose a mission. It is better that it gives a large reward. Taking the sheet in his hands, Changding asked, what about number 508? There's a whopping 7 million as a reward. The guy pinned it on the board, saying that this was also a familiar mission regarding the cult. On the paper was a photo and description of wanted person 508. Nickname yellow hair. Occupation cult leader. Crimes murder, rebellion, more than 10 crimes of illegal missionary activities. Rank initial stage of rank 4. Reward 7 million. Requirement to eliminate. Active area along the city garden. Time when last seen March 20th. Frowning, Xiaoman asked, is he crazy? A wanted criminal of rank 4. Does he think they can defeat him? Changding pointed at Ping, saying that Ping is already at the peak of rank 2, and there are 6 of them against 1. Does he think they can't? At this moment, Yunxi looked at the book, asking her to turn 2 pages and look at the number 511. On the sheet was information with a photo of the wanted person 511. Occupation research fellow at a research institute affiliated with a military university. Crimes tracking confidential information. Business crime. Rank peak 3rd rank. Reward 10 million. Requirement to be captured alive. Last seen unknown. Xiaoman widened her eyes, asking her friend if she was serious. That idiot should have at least chosen a target at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, and she is even looking at the peak of the 3rd rank. They looked at the photos of the 2 suspects. The girl said that this yellow-haired is a martial artist who has killed before. He is clearly a strong criminal. And Baldy is just a civilian martial artist who only traded confidential information and has not killed a single person. Lost in thought, the hero put his fingers to his chin, saying that the second one's combat experience is lacking. It will be much easier to fight him. But the problem is that the location and time of Baldy are not specified specifically, so it is unknown where to start the search. Ping tore off the paper about the man with glasses, said that this is why the choice fell on the mission of yellow hair. The torn piece of paper fell on the floor. The bright sun illuminated the trees. March 20th, a city garden. The man stood with balloons in his hands, calling for cheap balloons. Changding and Xiaoman hid in the bushes, confirming that they found the target. Ping and Yunxi walked through the park. The hero answered well. Let everyone be on the alert, carefully surrounding the target. Lei and Songting were wearing yellow suits. The first said that his hands were already itching, the second commanded forward. The children playing in the park suddenly rushed to the cellar, shouting that they wanted balloons. Yunxi looked scared. The hero contacted the others, telling them to hurry up and start acting. They must get ahead of the children. Then they both moved forward. Walking through the crowd, Yunxi noticed a bald man with glasses. The hero put his finger to his ear again, saying that they had found Baldy. The others asked what they should do and who they should catch first. He turned around again, looking at Baldy, and then forward to the balloon seller. At this moment, a child ran up to him. Ping looked nervous. The child hugged the seller's leg, asking if he could have a balloon. The hero put his finger to his ear again, ordering him to stop. The question was asked, is the child in danger? The seller stood surrounded by children, telling them not to rush, there were enough balloons for everyone. Looking at the target, the hero answered everyone that yellow-haired had work to do. Until they showed up, the children would be fine. His companion asked what they should do now. The bald man turned around when the hero said that they were changing the target. Putting his finger to his ear again, he confirmed, saying that Baldy was now the target. The bald man opened the hatch cover, then went down the stairs. He was holding a bag. Suddenly, he heard something. The man looked up in fear. Ping had already aimed his spear at him. The man managed to avoid the blow. Then the hero raised his weapon again, but the energy surge knocked him off his feet. Ping rolled back a few meters. Wiping his cheek, he was surprised by such power. Holding the weapon tightly, he decided that this was just the power of a third-rank peak. Later, the man ran with the bag through the park. Looking back, he said that a rank 2 master dared to attack him. Pulling his weapon back, the hero asked who said that he was only a rank 2 master. His quick movements caused leaves to rise from the ground. The team surrounded the target. After inspecting them, the man marked 6. Do they think something has changed? Ping looked at the target, thinking that the blood and Kai had already been released. Incredible strength. The man glanced at Yunxi, saying that if he was going to kill someone. Baldy's words shocked her when he said that he would kill her first. The hero only looked at the target seriously, thinking that as expected of a rank 3 peak, he was able to immediately identify the weak point of the team. But lowering his head, the man said that he did not want to kill anyone. The hero smiled, saying that it was a coincidence. They do not want to kill either. They want 10 million for catching you. Ping thought that the enemy had a clear advantage, but he decided not to fight. The civil master's fighting spirit was really weak. Then Baldy opened his bag, asking how about making a deal. 10 million? He had that much. Money is money, no matter who gives it to him, right? He handed it to the hero, telling him to pretend that they had never met. Ping tilted his head, asking if that was true. The opponent was trying to avoid a fight, he could get some benefit from it. The others watched silently. The two guys watched silently. The hero's weapon fell to the ground. Ping raised his hands, ordering everyone to lay down their weapons. Lei was indignant, but the hero smiled, thinking that if they started fighting, Yunxi would be in danger. He needed to avoid that, and said that if the issue was resolved with money, then it turned out that there was no need to fight or kill. The others threw their weapons to the ground. Baldy lowered his head and noted that since they had agreed, they should take it. Ping was counting the money, saying that it turned out that the man from the wanted list was not a very fierce or evil person. He looked at the hero, saying that he had his own problems, to which the hero replied that he understood. The world was very harsh, it made people commit atrocities. Looking at the guy, the man asked if he had finished counting the money. If there were no problems, then he would go. Baldy started to leave, but the hero told him to wait. Songting blocked his way. Turning to Ping, he was indignant, saying that they had agreed. He replied that he should not be misunderstood. The hero handed the stack of money to the man, saying that he was returning 1 million. Let him consider it their generosity. Baldy looked at the guy in confusion, asking what he meant. Putting the stack in his bag, the hero replied that he said to consider it generosity. After which Ping patted the bag, saying that to the same man, 10 million is difficult to divide among 6, but 9 million is just right. To which he said thank you. Ping waved after the man and said goodbye. The team looked at their leader. Xiaoman asked Ping how he could make deals with a criminal. Where did the master's fighting spirit go? Yunxi apologized, thinking that all this was because of her. The hero looked at the phone screen, calling Jinyang. Turning away from the others, the hero brought the phone to his ear and heard the question, what happened? Ping remembered the wad of money, saying that he planted a tracking device on the trader of Nanjiang. Let them hurry and catch him. The team came closer to the hero. The girl asked again about the device. The wad of money was lying on the ground. Everyone looked at them, mesmerized. The hero said that they can begin dividing. Sitting with stacks of money in his hands, Changning noted that Ping had beaten the money right out of the criminal. Lei said that it was cool, of course, but next time let him say what he had planned in advance, otherwise he made them look like idiots. Xiaoman admitted that they clearly underestimated him. Folding his arms across his chest, the hero asked them if they finally understood what a wise and valiant warrior he was. Changning replied that of course, they had no doubt. They finally got the money too. Holding the bills in her hands, Xiaoman asked Ping if he thought they would get a reward from Nanjiang University for the information they provided after capturing Baldy. Putting his hand on Ping's shoulder, Changning clarified that she really thought this reward was worth anything. Why don't they go straight to Jinyang and ask him how to earn some money? The hero smiled, thinking that was the case. Old man Jinyang is already rank 4. He will definitely find a job. The setting sun illuminated the walls of the building. The heroes walked along the road, and the guy told Ping that 6 rank 2 students showed up in Changjiang in broad daylight. Yes, the magic university is not what it used to be. He replied that he should stop bullying them. Jinyang, they have no idea how to make money, so they came to him. Smiling, looking at Ping, he said that he really did have business with them. They could make money and fame. He was already interested. To which the hero replied that he should tell them. Jinyang bowed his head, remembering the past, and asked if Ping remembered his words about controlling his emotions. The soccer ball touched his foot when he was talking about how anger from resentment can not only temporarily increase Kai energy, but can also help improve abilities. Jinyang kicked the ball up, saying that the Nanjing University students don't care about this, they just want to have fun. The administration wants to fix this, but at this rate, they won't change anything anytime soon. 3 students came up, asking for the ball to be thrown to them, when the guy said that's why he needs them. His kick tore the ball apart when he explained that he needed to make them taste the pain of losing. The students were scared, looking at the remains of the ball. Ping looked at the other guy, clarifying that they need to challenge Nanjing University. The other guy looked at the hero with a smile, saying that's exactly it. Let them challenge them to a rank 2 fight. They continued on their way. The hero put his hand on his neck, saying that this is not suitable for them. What if someone gets hurt? But the other guy replied that not a hair will fall from their necks. They would all receive 3 rank 2 Kai pills, and they could also invite Mayor Zhang and Dean Liu to fight. Ping turned to his team members and asked them if they were ready. The team was delighted and said yes. Then the hero turned to his interlocutor, saying that they would play the role of villains today. There was a stage in the courtyard of the university. Jinyang stood next to Songting, saying that they needed 5 peak rank 2 masters, so one of them would not be able to participate in the duel. To which he replied that he would refuse then. He was the only one here who had not strengthened his bones twice. The guy then looked at Lei standing on the stage, saying that he hoped he could rely on them, to which Lei replied that he could be sure they would not let him down. The girls stood nearby. Yungxi asked her friend if she had seen Ping. She pointed her finger at the hero, saying that there he was, chatting with someone on the phone. Looking at the hero, Xiaoman noted that they were all on edge, and he was calmly chatting on the phone. But her friend said that everything was fine, he would talk and come back. Ending the call, the hero said that he had good news. Turning around, Ping said that Dean Huang Jin would come to support them, but received a silent reaction and asked again if they really didn't believe him. They looked at him strangely, and Changning replied that they did, they just didn't think that he would glow with happiness just because of this. The hero tried to contain his emotions, asking if it was really that noticeable, but later he exhaled, saying that they had figured him out. That's really not all. With a smile on his face, he also said that they would be given a few pills as support in the competition. The comrade looked at the commander and said that he really had excellent business acumen. The girls and Changning looked at him. The guy noted the hero's business acumen, saying that he had no equal in making money. The girl supported him, saying that the guy was on fire today. Lei walked onto the stage when the command to begin sounded. The student in front of him held a spear in his hands, introducing himself as a third-year student of the Nanjing University Department of Armaments, Chen Pengfei. A master at the peak of the second rank, second in the university rankings among the second-rank masters. Then the red-haired man raised his fists, answering that the opponent was really full of shit, and introduced himself as Lei from the Magic University at the initial stage of the second rank. The boys rushed to attack. They were about to engage in combat when someone remarked that it was not bad. The man in the suit remarked that he could already smell the gunpowder. Jiang, the mayor of Nanjing City, a 7th-rank martial artist. Another man approached the mayor and apologized for being late. The mayor replied with a smile that he was late, thinking that he had stopped taking them into account after winning the championship. The blonde man was also wearing a suit. Wang, the dean of the weapons department, a 7th-rank master. He said that he rushed here as soon as he heard about the duel from that brat Ping. The man in the gray suit looked at him. Marshall, the president of Nanjing Martial Arts University, a 7th-rank master. But he changed his smile to a grin when he heard Huang say that it would be hard to watch them lose to them for the second time, and told him that Huang, a dirty old man, was not his magic university. Hearing this, Zhang smiled, saying that they would see who was stronger and win the competition. The guy with the spear charged at Lei, shouting that this was impudence. He tried to strike, but the guy in the black suit jumped back. He smiled, thinking that he really thought he would dodge his spear with a jump. Only he forgot that he had to land somewhere. Turning around, he thrust the spear forward, using the precognitive spear. But Lei landed in the air above the spear. The student was confused. Lei was already preparing a kick when he thought that his opponent had not even touched the ground. Ping looked at his comrade happily, praising him for finally learning the air step. Lei struck his opponent in the face. Then he snatched his spear. The swing of the weapon left a bright mark. He looked at the student menacingly, asking if there were any questions. The student was at a loss, saying that he surrendered. The score on the screen was Magic University 1-0 Nanjing University. Ping was next, Jinyang said. They definitely needed to defeat the other 4 to show the importance of reforming Nanjing University. He said with a smile that he would do it. Walking onto the stage, the hero introduced himself as Fan Ping from Magic University, peak 2nd rank. He asked his elder sister to have mercy on him. The red-haired girl rushed to attack. Lan, a second-year student from Nanjing University, peak 2nd rank. She was indignant at how the hero called her and demanded that he take his spear. Her swing left a bright mark on the hero's face. He thought that he would not use the system in this fight. This way, he would not only save money, but also test himself in a real fight. After that, he frowned, looking at his opponent. The mayor stood surrounded by rectors, asking if they remembered this kid. He was the one who used the furious hard-blood spear technique at the martial arts championship. Liu watched the fight, answering that he was from these parts. It was a pity that he did not choose Nanjing University, such talent was wasted. Wang smiled in response, saying that it did not matter which university the student was from, the main thing was that in the end he would serve their homeland. Putting his hand to his chin, the mayor demanded that he come to him for a few words after the fight. The girl tried to strike again, telling the hero that he was an idiot, he could only dodge. But he replied that she could not hit him. She charged again, shouting for him to fight if he had balls. Then the hero leaned over, saying okay, let everyone see. Clenching his fist with a smile, the hero added that he would show what a 2nd-rank master from Nanjing University is worth. The two rushed at each other. King threw his opponent back. Zhang, who was watching, said that it was not bad. The girl's lip was split from the blow, so she landed on the audience. With an ominous smile, Ping said that she was finished and asked who was next. Then the fat guy clenched his fist, challenging him to a fight. Entering the stage, he pointed at himself and wanted to introduce himself, but the hero stopped him. Waving his arms, he said that he didn't even need to introduce himself, he didn't remember such weaklings anyway. Then the opponent gritted his teeth and shouted that Ping was finished. But the hero hit him in the face with a spear. He fell off the stage to the ground. His sword spun in the air before landing on his face, cutting his pants. The screen showed the new score of Magic University 3-0 Nanjing University. Jinyang looked at the hero with a smile, saying that keep it up, Fan Ping, everything is going according to plan. A man in a blue jacket came out on the stage, saying that Magic University has always been famous for its upstarts, but underestimating his Nanjing brothers like that is too much. The hero looked at him with his blue eyes, realizing that this guy has something. He pointed his finger at him, thinking that finally a worthy opponent, although he still does not intend to use the system in his spear, because the audience demands bread and circuses, and told the opponent that he will crush him with his bare hands. The opponent pounced on the hero and attacked. Ping jumped back a few meters. He frowned. The bones of his arms were broken, the enemy had strong arms. The opponent rushed to attack again. He raised his hand near his head and told Ping to attack too. The hero leaned on his hand and tried to attack with his foot, but the opponent grabbed his leg and then threw the hero. He himself also slid back. Having risen, the enemy rushed to attack again. The hero gritted his teeth, realizing that he could not dodge, so he received a punch to the face and fell a few meters from the enemy. The onlookers were surprised. Ryuoxi asked if this was the man's first fight, but Jinyang replied that Mentor Bai was not lying. It was Guqing, he was from a military family. He pulled his hand back, asking the hero if he really had his tail between his legs. Angered, lightning came from Ping's eyes. He asked if he really thought he was scared. They came together in an attack again. Their fists touched and blood gushed out. The blow sent a wave in different directions. Yuxi covered her face with her hand, thinking that it was a nightmare, such a clanking sound when reinforced bones collided with each other. The mayor looked interested, and Wang asked how he was. Students of the Magic University cannot rely only on first-class weapons. Without self-control and the desire to improve, even a gifted student like Ping would not become number one. After that, the rector walked forward, saying that if they continue like this, they will break something, let it be a draw. But the mayor put his hand on his shoulder, saying that it is still worth checking a little. Ping looked angry. He had less than 15% of Kai and blood left. He shouted at the enemy to hit. After that, he grabbed the enemy's hands and hit his head. He gritted his teeth and staggered. Smiling evilly, the hero said to do it again. They hit their foreheads again, less than 10% of Kai and blood. Ping let go of his opponent's hands. A bloody mark remained on his forehead. Cursing, the hero kicked. This sent his opponent flying over the heads of the audience, after which he landed on his back on the ground. Standing on the stage, the hero thought that without a system, he almost lost. He was too weak, but he still called the next opponent. Jinyang approached him, asking him to calm down. He had already proven to everyone what he was capable of by winning. The hero looked at his friend, asking again, didn't he ask to squeeze all the juices out of them? He would find the strength to lay down a couple more. But his comrade replied that it was enough. Besides, Mayor Zhang wanted to talk to him. The hero opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked again. Later, he stood in the office in front of Zhang. The man stood with his back to the hero, saying that he was able to use his technique of furious hard blood spear. He smiled awkwardly, answering that it was quite simple, hard and very effective. The mayor glanced at the hero, saying that he had created this technique when he was a 4th rank and that it was not that good. He then used his ability to lift the notebook. While holding it in mid-air, he continued to say that he had further improved it and wrote it down in a book. He handed the book to Ping, who thought that he could control objects from a distance. What an interesting technique. Taking it in his hands, the hero thanked the mayor. The mayor turned away again, saying that Ping could go. Wang walked out of the door, hoping that their student had not disappointed the man. He looked at the painting on the wall, saying that the problem with the dungeon in Nanjing was becoming more and more acute. They would hope that the younger generation could withstand it. The rector stood next to the mayor. Meanwhile, another student fell to the ground. His comrades helped him up. Someone's voice rang out, saying that this was it, the Magic University had won. Ping applauded. Xiaoman replied that it wasn't even really a battle, the enemy was such a brat. The defeated fighter got angry and asked again, what did she say? Someone entered the arena and asked, was the girl wrong? The student's eyes widened. Jinyang walked on the stage, saying that this time the students of Nanjing University had been humiliated by some students from a magic university. He looked threatening, saying that they should think about why they came to the martial arts university in the first place. The beaten students just remained silent. Ping clenched his fist, thinking that in order to become strong and protect the weak. Jinyang spread his hands, saying that who else but them should know that losers will always be walked all over. Do they really want to always lose? The students lowered their heads and replied that they did not want that. The hero looked at his friend, thinking that Jinyang asked them to fight them to raise their fighting spirit. Frowning, Jinyang also continued, saying that since they did not want to remain wimps, they should all think about the future. The hero stood with his hand on his stomach and thought that he simply had to become stronger. Before he returned to the university, he had to break through to the 3rd rank. The bright sun illuminated the black walls of the Magic University building on the south side. The hero sat on the steps, studying the system and thinking that they had made a good profit at Nanjing University, and now he had 21,080 points in his account. He closed his eyes and wondered how long it would take to break through to rank 3. Fengru walked by, asking him to follow her. When they went inside, they saw 2 guys training. Ping looked surprised, exclaiming, isn't that Fengking's big brother? The girl told him to watch them fight. Fengking was currently at the peak of rank 3, and he could see what a master with such training was worth. He turned to his mentor again, asking who was opposing Fengru. She replied that it was Xile, at the peak of rank 3, and also, other than Ping, the only student in the Magic University who had strengthened his bones 3 times. Xile struck his opponent, turning to him and asking if he really thought that since he was at the peak of rank 3, he could do anything. He then attacked Fengking, but Fengking slammed his hand into his metal one. Xile felt a great pain. The blow knocked him down. Smiling, Fengking noted that he had strengthened his bones 3 times and could not see beyond his nose. Well, they will play. Xile looked at the glove that was dripping with blood. Ping was shocked, his mouth open, and said that Senior Fengking was so strong, he did not even bat an eyelid when faced with such power. Fengru agreed, saying that this was the peak of the 3rd rank, and asked if he noticed anything else. Watching closely, the hero noted that they were so easy to control their Kai and blood. The mentor who was watching the fight agreed, saying that 2nd rank masters were only tempering their limbs. They could not yet concentrate Kai and blood so easily, their energy was scattered, which cannot be said about 3rd rank masters. She also said that at the 3rd rank, the body is hardened, which allows better control of the limbs and generally strengthens the body. Turning to Fengru, the hero asked why Fengru was simply impenetrable. The interlocutor answered that at the peak of the 3rd rank, the blood and flesh are also strengthened. You could say that he is now an Iron Man. But Xile has only strengthened his body. Smiling, watching the fight, the hero thought that he did not know that at the 3rd rank there is so much to do. On the door it was written that this is an energy hall. The man smiled, saying that 5 hours of training in the hall will cost 50 points, and asked to show the master's certificate. Ping turned to the mentor, but she replied that he should not even look at her and pay for himself. Handing the card to the man, the hero thought about his points, which were hard for him to get. The card was applied to the reader. The hero was hunched over, worried about his money, but the girl demanded that he stop crying, because he would now understand that it was worth it. Entering the room, the hero opened his eyes wide. Spreading his arms, Ping was amazed by the amount of energy. It was as if he had come to life again, and he could feel the Kai and blood with every cell of his body. Fengru watched him, saying that due to the smelting of the energy ore, it was easier to restore the Kai and blood energy here, and also strengthening the bones was easier and more effective, so let him get started. Leaning on the wall, the girl explained that in order to break through to the third rank, he needed to strengthen 26 vertebrae at once, remembering that under no circumstances should he stop, otherwise his life would be in danger. Not to worry, if problems arise, she is nearby. The hero agreed. He closed his eyes. Sitting on the floor, the hero felt every bone. The mentor looked at the hero in surprise, thinking that he really controlled the energy that flows through his veins. Walking up behind him, she thought about how usually only 6th-year students could do this. Was Fan Ping really a future great master? Ping smiled, because he thought it would be worse. His mentor had scared him so well. After that, he gritted his teeth, felt pain in his back, and realized that this was serious. The mentor's hand began to glow, and she told the guy to concentrate. The hero continued, closing his eyes. Sweat was pouring down his face. 4 hours later, the hero sighed with relief. System notification breakthrough. Joyfully, he turned to Fengru, saying that he had broken through to rank 3. Yawning, she told him that he was doing well, but always remember what it cost him. She would be back soon. Watching her go, the hero thanked her, after which the door to the room closed. Raising his head, the hero thought that using the energy hall just to concentrate energy wasn't it too expensive. Maybe he could even break through to the middle of the third rank. After all, he had paid a lot of money for this pleasure. He should make the most of this opportunity. He closed his eyes again. His nose started to bleed. Fengru was walking down the hall. The white-haired man was watching her. He put his ear to the wall and thought that this customer had just entered the hall and had already managed to cultivate. He even wondered what rank he was at now. The hero imagined the dead family again. He frowned, thinking that he needed to concentrate. After that, he put his fingers together, but he grabbed his chest and spat out blood. King looked at the floor, then he fell on it. The man was listening to what was happening behind the door, saying something too quietly. Was this kid really taking a nap? A girl passed by and turned to him, calling him an elder. He was a little nervous when the girl asked if he had come to fix the problem in the hall himself, because everything was fine, he needed another one. He replied that he had already sorted everything out and decided to look around a bit. He liked this hall. She looked at the interlocutor in confusion, saying that he was busy now, and then the man clarified until what time the client had paid for the hall. Knocking on the door, the girl said that his time was up, she needed to tell him to leave. Looking at the door, the man thought that he had some kind of bad feeling. Then he kicked the door down. Ping was lying on the floor. A pool of blood had collected under his head. The girl lifted him up and asked what to do. He replied that he could still be helped. He lifted the guy's head and brought the black ball to his mouth. Then he put his hand on his head and closed his eyes. Red lightning flew in different directions. Ping suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the man's shoes, after which he looked at the face, recognizing it as Instructor Lai. He was shocked, asking the instructor how he got here, to which the instructor replied, did the guy really think he was a freeloader? Ping awkwardly put his hand on the back of his head, saying that he never thought he was so strong, and thanked him. Smiling, but a little angry, Lai demanded that he thank him properly. He pointed his finger at the floor, demanding that he hit it. The hero concentrated energy in his hand and, clenching his fist, hit the floor. The shockwave spread throughout the room. The floor cracked under his fist. The girl was scared by this. The instructor smiled contentedly. Jumping to his feet, the hero shouted that he had reached the middle of the third rank. But the man's hand slammed a piece of paper into his forehead. Taking the paper in his hands, he asked what it was, to which Lai replied that it was high-quality marble tiles in the door of the training hall, a total of 1 million. He asked to pay the debt within 7 days. Ping turned to the instructor in shock, asking if he hadn't said to hit the floor, and if he hadn't broken the door, but he was told that he also owed him his life and would pay him back somehow later. The sun shone on the letters on the facade. The next day, someone asked if the hero had really risen to the middle of the third rank. He answered with a smile that it was all because he had a good teacher. Fengru looked at him, thinking that this boy really had a great future. He needed to keep a closer eye on him. Taking a piece of paper on the table, she said that on the next mission, they would be supervised by an instructor and they would have to return to Nanjiang province. The hero asked again, return to Nanjiang province. Just don't say that. After which she confirmed that it was true, the next dungeon would be there. Imagining the many people on the street, Fengru said that many martial artists had come to Nanjiang to welcome the beasts there with open arms. Ping looked at the sheet in surprise, surprised by the number of people. Looking into the hero's eyes, the girl said that in carrying out this mission, Nanjing University, Magic University, and Jing University, the three major universities, would work together. The hero looked at the mentor, saying that it was not worth starting then. Did she think they could work together after he had kicked half of their asses? She put her hand on his shoulder, then smiled, saying that although they were rivals before, a common enemy brought them closer. They should work side by side. This was one of the lessons he had to learn on the path to becoming a master. The hero frowned and agreed. The moon lit up the night road. There was a tent camp in the forest. Several people were getting off the bus. The students looked askance at each other, and the other participants were not happy either. Ping smiled and waved to everyone, thinking that he did not expect these two to arrive so soon, and asked how they were doing. But he was left standing alone, hearing no. Then he turned to the other participants, but they were also leaving. Scratching his head, the hero said that he thought they were only sulking at him because he was so handsome, like their fearless idol. Oh well, they were all here for the missions. Someone was shouting for all the martial arts students to take their places. The students had their banners fluttering above them. Everyone was standing under their flags. A man in a military uniform stood in front of them. General Shi of the Nanjing military region said that he would not beat around the bush and that they needed to follow 3 rules. There were many students in front of him, and he said the first was to obey the commanders without question. The second was to not run away from the battlefield. The third was to not take the spoils. The man frowned and asked if he had made himself clear. All the students opened their mouths wide, saying yes, sir. Then the general looked at the map, saying that the enemy's martial arts squad was surrounded by their army in the Kanchan Mountains. There were several houses marked on the map. There were about 300 enemy fighters holed up in the village, which was the same number of students. The hero looked confused when he heard that their task was to destroy every last one of them, and thought that 300 to 300 was unrealistic. The man standing next to she raised his hands and said that even 300 to 1, they could do it. There was one more condition. Looking closely at the students, he announced that not a single instructor would go into battle. They would be at a distance of 5 kilometers. The students watched the men leave in shock. They were confused, wondering if they would just be abandoned. After all the instructors were taken away by bus, the hero realized that they were here on their own. He looked ahead, thinking that many of them, although they were in teams, were still not used to working together with so many. Without a good strategy and leadership, there will be chaos. Turning around, Ping heard someone say that he had a proposal. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that he was the captain of the capital's Yucheng Martial Arts University team. Their team members were some of the strongest present, and he thought that it was time to thoroughly discuss the action plan for tomorrow. The hero looked at the guy. The stars were visible above the tent. The armory stored various types of machine guns. The monitor showed tents. 2 men were standing in front of the monitors. The guard barracks were 5 kilometers away. Watching this, the general was unhappy that after discussing the plan, everyone went to bed, not even sentries were assigned. What kind of idiots are they? Hundreds of billions from martial arts universities are wasted. Feng turned to him, saying that they were greenhorns. Let there be martial artists behind every commander. He knew that. She folded his hands behind his back, answering that they really thought that the enemy would stand and wait until they deigned to rush into battle. To which the red-haired man said that this was their first such large-scale invasion mission. They had specially arranged this test. The general looked at his interlocutor, noting that since the enemy was only 15 kilometers away, how would he talk when the enemy reached them? Did he think how many of them would be killed? He only silently looked at his interlocutor. Smiling ominously, the general decided that he needed to teach them a lesson that they would never forget. Feng was scared. Ping frowned. He grabbed his weapon. Then he pointed it in front of him, asking who was there. The guy raised his hands and said his name. Then the hero took the blade away from him. The hero's comrade said that it was too late for visits. Did he really think of getting even with them? He replied that they were all very impudent. Another guy wondered if they were really that scared to sleep alone, and he decided to show up. Standing in front of them, the guy said that they might try to surround their camp, so if they weren't sleeping, they would go with him to scout. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Walking through the bushes, the guy told the others that during major battles, the camp could often be surrounded. In war zones, masters should always be on guard, and everyone carelessly fell asleep. Ping frowned and asked if he had been to the catacombs, but the guy didn't turn around and said that all masters at the peak of rank 3 were sent there. He was sent there for a bloody battle. Many either died or were wounded. That's when he realized that they would never end the war with the catacombs. The protagonist silently looked at his comrade. They continued on their way through the forest. The guy continued saying that Jinyang said that if anything happened, they could be relied on. To which the hero noted that he was indeed in good standing with Jinyang. Suddenly his ear caught some sound. Everyone turned around. One of them noticed that he heard something. Someone's feet were moving quickly on the ground. Then the unknown person deftly pushed off from the trees. Several people were watching the group from a tree branch. The guys ran forward in a crowd. One of them turned and shouted to the boss that there was a camp of martial artists ahead. He thought those students had set them up. The young man got angry and said that first the warriors, and now these students decided to make fun of them. When they found themselves on the branches of a tree, they noted that it seemed that there weren't that many of them below. They hadn't met them here before. The brunette also lowered his head and said that if they were surrounded, they wouldn't be able to get out. They just had to finish off all these students. Another smiled and said that this was right. They had to kill them all one by one and take the last one hostage. This would be their chance to break through. After which everyone folded their hands and said that their holy souls would one day be born. Suddenly the guys turned around and saw someone, and the boss looked at them with an angry look and asked how long this man had been standing here, asking. A young man who had heard this whole conversation appeared in front of them. He smiled and said that he was going to take their lives. And literally a moment later, right above their heads, other members of the squad appeared. A fight began. The guys fought for some time until it was clear who was winning. Suddenly, the boss decided to just run away, jumping from this tree. He ran and cursed at these students. Then he swung at one of them and wished him death. Their swords clashed in a duel. The guys tried to crush each other with force. The brunette had a close tooth and thought that his opponent was in the middle of the third rank. After reaching the third rank, he had not yet had to fight with such. Then he looked down and turned to his comrade, told him to leave it to him, and to help the rest of the guys, he agreed. Meanwhile, the battle between the other students was still going on. One guy grabbed his spear and swung it with all his might. He stuck it in the ground because the enemy miraculously managed to dodge. Only here was a problem. Now the spear was stuck in the ground. For a while, the guy tried to pull it out, but it was all in vain. And then someone else's leg flew towards his face. The young man turned around and thought that things were bad. Fortunately, his friend got there in time and was able to protect him. Because of the blow to the leg, the enemy fell to the ground and began to scream furiously, and the guy turned around and thanked Guxing. Then he smiled and said that it was better not to thank him. In order to win, they need to stick together. Therefore, the young man immediately swung at the enemy and threw it back with all his might. The blow was so strong that the brunette flew into the trunk of a tree. He came up, swung again, and then hit him with a club. Not far from there, the battle between the leaders was still going on. The young man was able to return, miraculously missing a blow near his face. Then he smiled and said that these two were just wasting their strength. They need to show their full power. Then the boss swung and asked if he really thought that he was the best here. Then he got even angrier and said that his holy soul wants. And then he swung and ran towards the guy, saturated with electricity. He bent down and managed to dodge the blow. But that was not all. The boss struck again, only he missed again and hit the tree trunk. At that moment, the brunette looked at him and thought that it was a good move. He jumped back and bent down as much as possible. Then he saw that the enemy's sword was already flying at him. So the guy tensed up and thought that he had to do something urgently. Then he stuck his spear into the ground, and he placed it in such a way that the sword just ricocheted off him to the side. It was a success, although the brunette was quite Zool. After that, he used his special blow and at the same time deprived the enemy of his head. After he landed, he said that he received 800 points, 800,000. After some time, the loudspeaker said that the students should pay attention to the following information. Say that the base score of this task is 100 points. 10 points will be deducted from all students from the Faculty of Tactics and Strategy. 5 points will be deducted from everyone else. The girls in their room then began to wake up and wake each other. One rubbed her eyes and asked what happened. But the guys were already awake when they said that Guxing gets 15 points, Fu Changgoing gets 15 points, Zhao Lei gets 30 points. And when everyone had already converged on the main square, they announced that Ping gets 80 points. Morning came. All the guys met on the main square, actively discussed everything that happened. At one of the tables, there was a man who looked at the diagram and said that judging by yesterday's raid, it is worth admitting that they underestimated the risks. We need to discuss what to do next. Another looked at him and said that the enemy exposed them. We need to take this attention, and suggested attacking the village right now. Another guy thought about it and said that in principle it was possible to do so. He didn't think that waiting was a good idea. Who knows how many more times they would manage to attack them. Their comrade, a third-year student of the third-rank Magic Martial Arts University, Wu Xianghua, looked at them and asked from which side they were going to attack. Then one of the guys pointed to the map and said that now the group was 15 kilometers from the village. There were no cars left. The army had taken everything away. Everyone looked at him with bewilderment at that moment. Another looked at him and said that if he understood everything correctly, these guys wanted to test them in conditions similar to a dungeon. There was no transport down below. They would have to move on their own 2 feet. Some more time passed. Everyone walked through the forest and discussed, since when Ping did not stick to his own, Was he crazy? One girl in the crowd got angry and shouted why she and her friend weren't invited to go on a sortie at night. Another one even said that I didn't know, and her points were deducted. So the brunette turned around and asked how he was supposed to do it. He wasn't even allowed to go into the girl's tent. And the girl raised her hand in response and said that it was true, and what was he doing with the phone, and her friend sarcastically said that it was cool. He would return from the mission with 85 points, he would definitely get into trouble for that, but his friend calmed him down and said that he thought he would return with 60 at most. For that, her friend twisted his arm and ordered him to shut up, said that if he didn't want to help, then he should at least not mock him. And the brunette then looked ahead and asked what the problem was with getting more points. She would just have to kill a couple, and she had to be ready and go into battle. The girl thought about it and said that it was true. Then she watched for some time as her friend walked forward. Suddenly a huge boulder appeared in front of her. The girl saw it and was very scared. Then many other boulders started falling on them from the sky. The guys flew in different directions. Miraculously they remained alive. They started shouting that they were being attacked. Everyone had to scatter and run for cover. At that moment the girl froze and started listing the names of the victims. Suddenly her friend jumped up to her and ordered her to step aside. But it was too late. When the little girl raised her head, the boulder was already right above her. But then someone kicked it. It was her friend, who was able to push the stone in one direction with one movement. Thus, the girl was able to save herself. When they landed, they came up to them and asked how they were feeling. One of the students stood up and said that everything was fine, but how her friend had scared her. And the other raised her head and said that for a moment it seemed to her that Ping was injured. The brunette lowered his head and apologized, saying that he was so inattentive, he didn't notice how they got trapped. And then one of the opponents flew into him from the side. The young man turned around and managed to see him at the last second. At that very moment, he struck his opponent with his sword and pushed him away. The guys saw this and were very surprised. The reaction was literally instantaneous. Then one of the bandits landed on the ground and seemed to have already been defeated. But he was not alone. Other members of the gang followed him. These people landed on the ground and surrounded them. It seemed that the company was trapped. The young man frowned and ordered his friends to kill everyone. And they looked around and agreed with him. The guys immediately began to fight, and the main character decided to deal with the strongest guys and from the gang. The battle continued for some time. The girls did well. One of them could even eliminate the enemy with one blow. It was the same guy that the main character had attacked, so he was now surrounded on both sides. The little girl looked at him for a while and concluded that he was a corpse. The brunette raised his head at that moment and frowned. At that moment, a comrade ran up to them from behind and asked how they were doing. The guys turned around and replied that 2 had managed to escape, the rest had been killed, and he also asked what they had there. In response to this, his comrade simply remained silent. When everyone returned to the base, it was clear that there were casualties and corpses. The young man lowered his head and said that 9 students were seriously wounded, 3 were killed. The brunette then grabbed his head and said that it was useless to do anything. They hadn't even reached the village yet and were already suffering losses. But his friend frowned and said that there was nothing to be done. This was a war, they would have a hard time in the dungeon. At that moment, another student interrupted them and said that it was better than discussing the enemy's strength, they should think about what to do next. It was a guy with glasses who looked at them and said that usually military tactics are not suitable for martial artists. The advantage of their styles is the power of speed. The protagonist frowned and asked what he suggested doing. And the young man bowed his head and said that they should split into groups and then surround the village and attack the enemy. After all, they are like rats trapped. Guxing then thought about it and agreed, said that they still have the strength to repel their pinpoint attacks. But if this continues, they will be exhausted before the battle even begins. The protagonist thought about it and thought that they should change their fighting strategy. It is smart. Maybe this is the point of the test. Dangerous conditions. Sometimes you need to adapt to the conditions of the battle. Then he looked at the others and thought that this way the strongest of them have a better chance of surviving. So he took a step forward and said that if there was no objection, then he had a proposal. The Wind Village is located in the mountains. You can split into 3 groups and attack from 3 sides. On the ground, he began to draw a map and added that they have 3 universities. Just from the university there is a group, each with 10 people, the strongest masters of the 2nd and 3rd rank. Then he looked up and said that everyone else will disperse along the perimeter, depending on how everything goes. Will they come to their aid or retreat? He immediately asked what the guys think. Everyone immediately answered that they agree. After some time, all the universities reached the village. They began to surround the perimeter and discussed that the Magic University is in place. In another point, Jing University was also in place. And in a 3rd place, Naijing University also approached the perimeter. The leader of Jing University lowered his head and ordered his guys to move forward. The other groups did the same. They were all heading towards the entrance to the village. Suddenly, the main character stopped and saw something strange. There was one resident standing in front of him who was not even moving. Then the guy raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. They began to discuss what this old man was doing here and what was going on at all. Suddenly, the old man turned and looked at them. Immediately, he began to scream, ordered to kill everyone. Because of this, the guys tensed up. It seemed like it was a setup. And suddenly people started running out of their houses, shouting that they all needed to be killed. The students looked at this in shock and asked what was happening. Why were children running towards them? Another group also told them that on the right side there were only some old people and children, on the left side too. And the third group tensed up and said that their situation was no better. At that moment, the children ran up to them and shouted that they needed to be killed. Among them were such cute little girls that they didn't even want to fight. Suddenly, one of the group members turned to the main character. He looked at him and started shouting, what should they do? Meanwhile, their enemy was already approaching. A huge crowd of people were shouting that they must be destroyed. But then one of the old men received a blow right in the chest. The young man did not lose his head and threw him back. Then he turned and said that the children should not be touched. It was better to knock them out and drag them to the shelter, let them wait there, and all the rest, the followers of the evil clan of martial arts, should not be left alive. Then the battle began in another part of the village. Guxing fought and shouted that the children should not be killed. The third group as a whole also continued to fight, only trying to fight off the children with all their might. One of them tried to attack, but Brunette knocked her out with a blow to the back. And when the baby landed, he caught her and said that the adults should be killed and the children should simply be knocked out. The rest of the group ran forward and said that they would carry out his order. The battle continued for some time. The children were actively knocked out, carried to a safe place. But the old men were disposed of. In general, the groups coped quite quickly. It was not very difficult for them. And finally the moment came when only 3 fighters remained against a group of 10 people. They turned around and decided to retreat, began to run away from them. At that moment, the guy in glasses contacted his comrade and said that he knew it. Some heretics are not their equal, then offered to finish what they started, to show them where the crayfish hibernate. The brunette answered him that there was no point in pursuing them, maybe it was a trap, they needed to take the children to a safe place. And at that very second, all 3 groups heard a scream that these students were killing innocents, so that's what martial arts masters really are. This voice was carried throughout the village. They shouted that these guys were hypocrites, hiding behind virtue, made cannon fodder out of them for training, so it was better to train well, because they would never forget this day. One of the guys raised his head and thought that he had more than enough strength. He felt that the enemy was close, but he could not determine its location. Another one also raised his head and started shouting that it was not their sect to judge martial artists. It was better for them to come here and meet their death. Suddenly, explosions started happening behind him. The young man was very scared. Then he told his comrade that everything here was mined. The brunette turned around and did not understand where it came from. And at the same second, the same thing started happening behind their backs, explosion after explosion. Someone did not manage to survive. The shoe of one of the students landed right at the feet of the young man. He looked at it and became very angry. Another member of the group started shouting that his hand was injured. There was smoke and a bunch of corpses around. The survivors stood in the middle of all this and shouted that they had to retreat. Many were wounded, and at the same time they had to save the survivors. So the students raised the survivors and started running away from there. The other group had also almost left, but before entering they decided to inspect the territory. Some time passed, and finally everyone found themselves in the forest. There, one of the students was very angry and was hitting trees because of it. He bowed his head and said that if only he had noticed the bomb earlier, then so many people would not have died. The rest sat around and just kept quiet. One of the guys raised his head and said the demolitionists, they wrote about them in reports about sects, they just hadn't encountered this tactic yet. Back then, on the battlefield, they just rushed forward. The girl was also upset and said that the children looked like they were only 6 or 7 years old. And the third one started shouting, what are they waiting for now? They need to squash these creatures. But the brunette looked at him and said not to chatter in vain. The whole village is under the control of the sect. If they just rush there, they will cut them down one by one on the narrow streets. Forcing them to fight in the open is their only chance for victory. And the young man with glasses supported him, said that they need to deprive them of their advantage on the terrain, demolish the village to hell. At this point, Guxing interrupted him and said that only masters from the second rank can destroy the building. The sectarians can suddenly attack. They will not even have time to recover. Perhaps everyone will die. The main character interrupted him abruptly and said that he had a proposal. He looked at them and said that he quickly absorbs restorative pills. If there are enough of them, restoring strength is not a problem. Everyone else listened to him attentively and were a little shocked. And the guy literally began to flare up with anger and said that if they are ready to decide with pills with him, then he is ready to personally raise the village to the ground. Some more time passed. Suddenly, explosions began in the village. All the buildings shook and gradually collapsed. And the people inside ran to the great preacher and began to shout that those students were destroying the village. They were about to raze everything here to the ground. The man raised his hand, and then he took the kettle and poured himself some tea, answering why everyone else was so worried. It was just a bunch of amateurs, ill-mannered curs from the martial arts university. If these newbies decided to strike back in the most exhaustingly long way, then he smiled and said that he should continue in the same spirit. Meanwhile, the village was gradually being destroyed. The protagonist was actively coping with his task. He moved from house to house, equal to them with the earth. Everything around was shrouded in smoke. Then the young man looked around and thought that there was very little left. Then he looked at his comrades and thought that the sectarians were so stupid as not to attack them, thinking that after all these people would be exhausted. The guys pretended to restore their strength, although in fact it was only he who was wasting it. But if he continued to destroy everything here, suspicions might arise. That's why the young man raised his head and shouted that if he felt that he was already at the limit, he should immediately return to the base. They would try to restore their strength here. If the sectarians attacked, everyone here was dead. Suddenly the guys looked at him and at first did not understand what to do. Then they suddenly jumped up and shouted that they had to run from there. A crowd of people was moving through the entire village, but suddenly they were surrounded by residents. Then the students shouted that they could not get out of here. All three leaders frowned and thought that their chance had finally come. And the leader of the sector then pointed his finger at them and ordered to finish off these toads, to give them the baptism of fire that they wanted so much. And the people immediately rushed at them, shouting that the guys needed to be killed. The battle began. The students fought actively. They managed to quickly get rid of their rivals. Therefore, the leader of the sect looked at this in surprise and asked what was going on. And one of the guys then ran to his side and thought that all these people were idiots. They would know what it was like to underestimate the enemy. He ran up to him from the side while he was talking. Did he really fall for the bait and thought that in order to deal with the army, you need to start with the general? Only then the brunette noticed him and asked, did the young man really think that he was so scared? The guy did not have time to react, so he immediately got a foot in the face. The student flew back from the strong blow. Then he raised his head and shouted that this man was a master at the peak of the 3rd rank, who could come here and help grab him. At that moment, the brunette turned around and thought that it seemed that the man was too strong. He shouted that he was already running. A moment later, a crowd of students surrounded the man. He scratched his ear and said that it was interesting. 6 brats of the initial and middle stages of the 3rd rank are going to attack him. What are they waiting for? Let them go to daddy. Below, one of the guys tried to strike from behind, but the man dodged. Then he turned around and burped back. They began to attack him from all sides, but surprisingly he dodged well. Then one of the students swung his leg at him, and when he struck, he only received damage and flew back. While the brunette was flying, he did not understand what was happening. He frowned and thought that even a stab blow would not affect him. Meanwhile, his comrades were receiving heavy damage. The man smiled and asked if that was all, and they had nothing more to show since he hadn't even warmed up yet. His comrades immediately ran up to Zhao and asked how he was feeling, and were told that everything was fine. The young man looked up and said that they shouldn't let him relax under any circumstances, and to cover him if anything happened. Then he stretched out his hand and began to accumulate all the remaining energy. A moment later, the guy jumped up and flew straight towards the enemy. He was approaching him from behind. He also didn't accumulate any energy and with one blow scattered the guys in different directions. Meanwhile, the main character landed somewhere to the side and watched what was happening. And their enemy received a blow from Zhao right in the back. The man turned around and said what a pity, seemingly without receiving any damage. When the young man looked at him and thought that he had missed. A second later, he flew back because he received a counter blow. Moreover, the blow was so strong that the guy flew into the wall and lost consciousness. At that moment, Guqing entered the battle. The students decided to try to attack the enemy at once again. Well, this time the man simply scattered everyone in different directions. He was very active, dodging blows. And after that, he kept knocking weapons right out of the hands of his opponents. Having taken a sword from one of the guys, the man began to cut his opponents with the same weapon. A bloody mission began. All the guys flew in different directions and received serious injuries. Then the brunette threw his sword. Then he swung his leg in his direction. And with one blow, he directed this sword towards the main character. He raised his head and noticed the blade approaching him. Fortunately, the guy managed to get his weapon in time and parry the blow. Then their comrade stood up and turned to everyone else, said that this man was deliberately wearing them out. And the man began to laugh loudly and said that they finally got it, then suggested that they continue attacking. The protagonist watched all this and thought that he had about 1,000 peak 3rd rank energy masters, and had also completely strengthened his tendons, bones, and flesh, so it was almost impossible to win. Then he looked at his comrades and thought that in order to wear them out, he would rely on his strong body. Any of his blows would not compare even with their most powerful techniques, and he should not continue in the same spirit. At that moment, a battle between the sectarians and other students was continuing nearby. One of the guys turned around and shouted that they had another 3rd rank peak opponent. and everyone below the third should come there. All the guys turned around and thought that they had done wrong, and the protagonists continued to get angry and reasoned that it would take 6 third rank masters to restrain 1 third rank peak master, and they would definitely be captured if things continued like this. So he decided to just get closer to his opponent and order everyone else to go deal with another third rank peak master, and he was going to handle this one himself. His comrades did not understand what was happening and asked what would happen, and the man scratched his ear again and asked if he really misheard. Then he looked at the guy and asked if this man really wanted to fight him one-on-one. The brunette began to smile and reason that this young man was only in the middle of the third rank stage, his energy was no more than 600, and his damage was 2-3 times greater than that of this child. If he were taken to exhaustion, he would cope with at least 6 or 7 such guys. If he fought one-on-one, then in a couple of blows he could be eliminated without problems. Meanwhile, the student ran towards him and asked what his opponent was standing there for. Let him come closer. And these same people began to fight, and a comrade from the side shouted for him to be careful, and they needed to go to the others for help. Then the leader of the sector turned around and began to laugh, said that everyone together could not cope with him, and this young man climbed on him alone. It looks like the students have bird shit instead of brains. Only the main character continued to fight and was not going to give up. He thought that the truth was a huge difference between them. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that he should still take a risk. After that he dealt a strong blow, but the man grabbed his blade. He smiled and said that the young man really overestimated his strength. He also wanted to see what else he was capable of. Ping did not hear anything at that moment and continued to attack him. From his blows, the man began to move back. He covered his face with his hands and did not understand what was happening. Then he looked at the enemy and asked how he did it. In response, he heard that he would tell if he kneeled. And then the brunette continued his flurry of blows. Because of this, the leader of the sect flew further and further and wondered if he really had any energy left. And there were already scratches on this man's hands. Could this really be that outstanding student? His face changed dramatically. The man began to scream that it would be much more pleasant to finish him off alone and not deal with a bunch of second and third rank scum. The young man only smiled in response and said that if he wanted to finish him off, then let him try. The man immediately jumped up and said that he would be happy to try. He ran towards the young man and began to attack him. 75,000 were immediately debited from the account, and the energy installation was completed. The battle between them continued for some time. At some point, the man began to run away from the guy, but he was not going to give up and continued to hit him. Because of this, the leader flew back and his strength was running out. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind him. He swung and inflicted a serious wound right on the opponent's back. He looked back and smiled. It turned out that he got off with just scratches. Because of this, the young man got angry and thought that his opponent was tenacious. To recover from one blow you need to spend 0.1 million. Because of this he already spent a little less than 4 million. But then he continued to attack and thought that he needed to strike even more blows. It was already the 36th and 37th. At that moment, there were already scratches on his hand that were bleeding heavily. The guy looked at them and thought that he could not do it anymore, although energy can be restored infinitely, but even his body has a limit. And the man meanwhile ran towards him and asked what happened. No more strength to fight. And then he hit him right in the face. In flight, the main character grabbed his spear. Then he swung and directed all his energy there. But the man got ahead of him and hit the guy in the leg with all his might. This pain was unbearable for him. Because of this, the boy had to jump back to gain time. When he landed, he looked at his opponent. His legs were cut to the blood, and his thoughts were that he didn't think that the masters at the peak of the third rank were so resilient. He spent 5 million in one fight, and his combat shoes made of E-alloy came to an end. What a loss. Even if he killed the bastard, it still hit his wallet hard. After he looked around, he thought that he needed to hold out for at least a little longer, and then the guys would arrive in time, having dealt with the masters of the third rank. At that moment, the man came up to him and said that he was amused to look at him. He could probably handle a squad of mid-third rank masters on his own. Then he smiled and said that unfortunately, here and now, his path as a martial artist would end. When it was annoying. The brunette saw this and was very scared. At the last moment, he managed to take out his spear to reflect the opponent's blow. Only the pain was unbearable because fragments still flew at him, and the blow was so strong that he was thrown back several meters. The opponent was also almost exhausted by then. Then he looked at the student lying on the ground. He smiled and thought that he had won. Then he began to laugh and shout that the martial arts heroes had slapped them. He was sweating, but it was worth it, just wonderful. All the guys turned around and did not understand what was happening. What was he talking about? And the leader of the sect continued to shout that his signature blow would crush all his organs. After that, any third rank master would be finished. The students heard this and thought, is Ping really dead? His girlfriend jumped up and ran in that direction, thinking that it just can't be, this young man is so strong. When she ran up, she lowered her head and was very upset, thinking that this guy just can't die like that. However, Her friend's lifeless body was already lying in front of her. Then the little girl came closer to him. She looked at the torn things and a bunch of abrasions. Then she sat down and asked him to wake up, gave him a potion and ordered him to drink it. Only her friend no longer reacted to anything. The girl lowered her eyes and just started crying, but nevertheless asked him to wake up. The main character at some point began to come to his senses, but the silhouette of his girlfriend appeared very vaguely. He smiled and turned to her, asked why he was crying, because he was not dead yet. The girlfriend was very surprised and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Then she handed him a pill and told him to drink it. When he asked what kind of pill it was, she replied that it was a vitality pill, which restored both open and internal wounds. The young man obeyed and immediately swallowed the pill. Meanwhile, the sect leader continued to destroy the students and shouted that he was thoroughly exhausted, but what was the point? He could even scatter two guys in different directions with one blow and said that they still couldn't defeat him. Nevertheless, the students continued to fight and weren't going to give up when someone behind them told everyone to disperse and leave it to him. The guys turned around and looked back happily, and the man was very surprised and didn't understand how this was even possible. Then the main character attacked him, who, as it turned out, was still alive. The young man gritted his teeth and was very determined. Meanwhile, his friend Guxing landed nearby. He smiled and thought that he knew that his comrades weren't so easy to kill. The strength of the main character's blows even raised dust around him. Suddenly, his opponent noticed the sword behind him. He grabbed it right away, and a knife fight began. The guys watched from the sidelines and couldn't believe that their comrade was only a mid-third rank master. The other guy thought that one blow and another as if his energy was endless, and the brunette continued to attack like a demon, adding that the leader of the sect had also attracted children here. Then he jumped back. When he landed, he added that he had fooled the old man and had also killed his friends, martial arts masters. His eyes were filled with rage and determination. The man stood opposite him and thought that this was just a joke. But the guy didn't listen to him and kept shouting that because of him, his shoes were doomed, and he had spent so many points on him, so no matter how he tried today, he was doomed anyway. And a moment later, he knocked the sword out of his hands. The sectarian looked at him and didn't understand what was happening. And Ping came closer and told him that he would die today. Immediately after that, he dealt a fatal blow and decapitated the enemy. Everyone around watched this and could not believe what was happening. The head was cut off so quickly that it flew in the air for some time. The students did not believe their eyes and asked if they really won. At that very second, the opponent's body fell to the ground. All the groups around began to rejoice and shout for victory to be theirs, to win, or rather Ping won. There was no limit to the joy. The young man then opened the status window with shaking legs and hands and thought that today he spent more than 101,000 and about 10,000 energy points. Then he bowed his head and thought that he had killed him after all. His comrades immediately caught him and said that he had had a hard time, but the young man was a great guy. And he exhaled and said that they had lost a lot. A vitality pill costs about 200 points. He didn't even know how to repay his friend. The girl then looked at him and said with a smile that without her the young man would have died, so she didn't need anything from him in return. The brunette smiled and said that by the way, he had some third-rank energy pills left and offered to share. The surprised friend asked again, and the main character looked at her and said with a smile that it was for the future. Then she nodded her head and said that she would give it back later. Other team members were watching them from the side. They turned around and said that they needed to move on. Their comrade had dealt with the main problems, the rest of the people were on them. After some time, Ping approached his friend and said that he had 10 third-rank energy pills and offered to sell them to her for 11 million. The girl was embarrassed and thought that she was trying to save his life, but she agreed nonetheless. And when she extended her hand, the young man immediately pulled it away. He looked at her and thought. Then he raised his hand and said that if you translate it into points, then 10 such pills cost 400 points, minus 200 points for one pill of vitality. It turns out that he will owe him 5 million. This is what he heard that he shouldn't think like that. Maybe consider that the pill was given to him as a gift. But the young man patted her on the shoulder and said don't forget to give him 5 million later. After some time, the teams gathered in small groups to regain their strength. One of the guys turned and asked the main character why he was so obsessed with money. Yunhai said that she didn't need his money. Why push pills on him? In response, he received a question whether he was really obsessed. By the way, it was a mutually beneficial and equal exchange. Then the guy looked at him again and said that no one does that. What was the problem with just accepting the gift? When the girl saved him, she didn't care about the money. She wanted to spend money on him because this man was her friend. Then the brunette stood up and said that his instructor once told him that there should only be working relationships between martial artists. In response, he heard that this was just in her spirit, so cold-blooded. Then the guy turned around and said that at first he also thought her words were too cruel, but when he found himself a hair's breadth from death, he realized that she was right. Then he introduced his girlfriend and said that they were just people, and one day everyone would kick the bucket, and the one who got attached would have a harder time letting go of the deceased. The friend looked at him with sad eyes and could not answer. At that moment, the remaining group approached them. The boy was happy, shouted that the guys had already returned and asked how things were. Someone immediately landed on the ground and said that they couldn't feel their feet. And Guqing immediately went to the report and said 141st rank masters, 65 second rank masters and 9 third rank masters were killed. A total of 214 sectarians were killed. He looked at the rest and added that 6 of their friends had fallen in battle. All third rank masters were seriously wounded. Then Zhao joined the dialogue and said that they were able to get 50 million worth of pills and weapons on the mission, of which 12 million would go for 10 ping energy pills, and 3 million in compensation for each of the families of their fallen masters, leaving about 20 million. Then he raised his head and said that 20 million should be divided equally between everyone. One of the guys started shouting in surprise that it was unrealistic to divide 20 million by 300 people. What would be left then? Everyone had spent so much in the battle and would not earn anything. Guqing smiled in response and said that of course they had earned a little, but in this case, victory was still better than defeat. And the young man with glasses started shouting dissatisfiedly. What kind of victory was there? The best of the students? The elite? Others said, but in fact, just a non-entity. And the others supported him and said that if the main character had not taken that Bugai on himself, they would have definitely lost more than 6 people. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them and shouted that his indignation knew no bounds. It was the instructor, who had been listening to their conversations all this time. The man frowned and said that these were not masters, but a bunch of narcissistic idiots at least heard of what strategy is. The brunette simply lowered his eyes and listened attentively. The instructor himself then presented a tent with weapons and said that they had 500 spears with light alloy tips at their base, although no one paid any attention to them. Maybe it's time to finally open our eyes. Then he introduced the mountain and said that the mountainous terrain is also great for setting traps. And none of them even thought of using such an obvious advantage. Didn't they teach them this at universities? Strength is intelligence, no need. Then he approached the guy and said that more than 200 masters of the rank were not even allowed to fight, and Ping Rin is alone against a master under the guardianship of the 3rd rank. And then he looked at the others and said that if that guy really kicked the bucket, what weaklings they all were, just idiots. He was furious and shouted that they should know that brute force alone is not enough to win. Sometimes you need to turn on your brains. All the students just lowered their heads and listened attentively to him. Then the brunette came closer and said that others should not be blamed for his mistake. He himself volunteered for a duel. Then there was simply no other way out, but the man immediately grabbed him by the ear. He started to chat and ask why he was still trying to yap in their defense. Out of all 300, the biggest pain in the ass was this guy. Then he came even closer and started shouting that it would be better to tell him where he got so much energy from. In response, he heard that he had his own reserves. But the instructor raised his head and asked again about the reserves. At that moment, Ping exhaled and thought about what to say. He needed to think of something. He said that before the pills were absorbed by the body, he could use them gradually to draw energy, and since he thought that the mission was not an easy one, he drank 10 pills in advance. Then the instructor grabbed him and started shouting, "Is this man really looking for his own death? How did he not die after drinking so many pills at once? He has completely lost his mind. He needs to go to a medical examination." But in response he heard that he would not go anywhere. It was up to him to decide whether to go to the doctors or not. An adult, after all, he has the right to personal privacy. Because of this, the man simply looked at him and remained silent. Then he turned around and said that he would not ask any more questions, but since there were so many witnesses, he had better think about how he would explain himself to others. Then he raised his hand and said that he had to explain himself, of course, if he did not want to be experimented on. The brunette looked around and thought that there was no arguing. There really were too many witnesses, and if his friend asked him to repeat it, he would have to swallow 10 pills in one go. He grabbed his head and imagined his body flying apart. He thought if he would survive such experiments, he was in trouble. What if someone else started asking too many questions? And at that very moment, a soldier came up to him and said that he was being called to the phone. He had to hurry. The boy thought why they had called him on his cell phone. Well, when he took out his phone, he realized that it was simply broken. Not only did he not earn a penny on the mission, but the phone was also finished. And when he was following the military man, he wondered who had even thought of calling. And finally, in broad daylight, the young man answered the call. It turns out that another instructor had called him, who immediately received a question about what he was calling. The man replied that he wanted to know if his student had really killed a master at the peak of the 3rd rank. The guy was embarrassed and thought that he had no idea that the news would spread so quickly and said that it was all thanks to the fact that he had a good teacher. But only the same man began to shout into the phone that he was not being fooled. They say that he dealt hundreds of powerful blows to the enemy. Does he think there are only fools around him? The woman was simply furious and said that instantly restoring energy without a pill, absorbing energy particles from the outside, only great masters can do this. So how could this guy, a low-ranking M4A, do this? Great masters not only have bone marrow like Mercury, but also a clear outlook on life. And the woman added that if he does such things, he must comply, otherwise he should be ready to become a guinea pig. He immediately imagined this horrible picture and asked again. Then he panicked even more and said that he should not be made a rat, it would be better to help him and not abandon him like that, and what kind of bone marrow is like Mercury. The woman then exhaled and said that this is one of the distinctive features of great masters. Then she imagined this man and said that when he breaks through to such a level, the bone marrow becomes as dense as Mercury, which gives complete control over vital energy. It can fill and leave the master's body in a wave. Also, the muscles will become as strong as a diamond, and the bones will be smooth as jade, so they can accumulate energy from outside the body so that they always have a maximum of it. The guy immediately took out the status window. When he heard that it was not a problem to see clearly, but what to do with the bone marrow, he thought that they were also strengthening it. Even in the system, such an option was not yet available to him. And then he heard from the instructor that he knew one master with jade bone marrow, maybe he could help him with something. He immediately asked again and asked who this big shot was. The woman answered that it was none other than the future great master of Jinyang University. That same day, the guy met him in a coffee shop. The man sat opposite him and replied that he did not know how to strengthen bone marrow. He had never strengthened his own, he was just born with it. Because of this, the brunette lowered his head on the table and said that he was finished. Apparently he could not avoid the laboratory. And the young man smiled in response and said that of course he had no experience, but he also had an idea. It all depended on whether he was ready to spend seriously for the sake of the experiment or not. The main character was surprised and asked what he had hidden there. Then this man presented a crystal and said that there was an energy ore for cultivation. Under certain conditions, the energy released by the ore becomes liquid, and in this state it could possibly strengthen the bone marrow. Immediately the brunette asked again how much such ore costs. In response he heard that you can get one for 1 million, but this is all nonsense, and the young man thought that he threw it away as if it were mere pennies. Immediately after, Wang presented the skull and skeleton, said that the main snag is that the energy in a liquid state and penetrates the bone marrow, but does not stay there for long, because there is also a skull, which is not fully strengthened, and here you can only try to direct the ore with the help of spiritual power. For some time they sat in the coffee shop and discussed that energy can control it without ore, so you can try. His spiritual powers are almost like those of a great master. The comrade did not believe him. Then the main character jumped up and shouted that he was not lying. He was very angry because of this and looked straight into the eyes of his friend. He was a little scared, but overall nothing changed. Then the young man tensed up even more and released the energy from his head. Suddenly this energy went to his friend. Then he jumped up and looked at him in surprise, immediately received a question, does he believe it now? Wang thought about it and asked how it was possible. No, of course there are plenty of outstanding individuals in the world, but... Then he looked at the main character, who looked like a madman at that moment. He smiled and said that it was getting more and more interesting. Of course he did not believe his words, but if so, they have one less problem. The guy came closer to him and said that he heard that he would soon break through to the great master. Is it true? And the answer was no, of course. If now he is ready to give him 3 billion, 5 billion, then it is quite possible. Then the main character held out a glass and said that in that case it would be better to just drink tea. Then he thought that of course it would be difficult to get energy ore and expensive, but now not all is lost if only his system had more functions. He immediately imagined the status window and thought that the system had already been pumped twice. When the amount on his account first reached 1 million, and then 10 million, would there be any new modifications after 101 million, and would he then be able to improve his bones by 100% after the next pumping? He immediately activated this window and thought that again everything comes down to money. He needed to somehow finish the amount on the balance to 100 million. Evening came, the guys moved to the center of the Logistics Magic University of Martial Arts. The young man took off his damaged boots and his weapon and told the instructor that the quality of his weapon was of course so-so. The instructor turned around and said that this guy decided to go against the 3rd rank peak master on his own, and now he came running to complain about the quality of the weapon, and who would do that? The guy laughed and said that he understood everything, but by the way, it was thanks to him that their university emerged victorious from that battle. Then he picked up his jacket and said that maybe these things could be repaired, because he was seriously wounded and treatment also costs money. The man looked at all this. Then he raised his head and said that something could still be done with a blade. The boots would be taken just as payment for the repair. In response he heard that at one time these boots were bought for 40 million. Did the repair really cost more than 1 million? This was not true, but the boots were no longer in that condition. The guy almost cried, and the question of whether he needed repairs or not answered that he did. The assistant immediately came and took these things. The main character then smiled and turned to the designer again. The man listened attentively when he asked about whether their university wanted to open an online store. The instructor turned and asked what store he meant, and the young man came closer and said that now you can buy everything on the internet, so why shouldn't they, martial arts masters, engage in online trading since they have to drag themselves to the university to buy magic weapons? Then he scratched his head and added that he didn't know whether the administration would agree to support his idea if he himself created an online store for the university logistics center and also took care of the delivery of goods. The blonde thought about it and asked if he really wanted to take care of the delivery of goods himself. And the young man waved his hand and said that in fact he had his own courier company. They delivered various things, and he wouldn't have to look for people narrowly. He would arrange everything himself. Now the instructor understood everything. The man got angry and asked if the student really wanted to cheat the university, take something more expensive for himself and go off into the sunset. The brunette was surprised and asked how he would dare to do that. Then he exhaled and said that he came from a rather poor family. He got by as best he could. He decided that maybe he could earn some money, help the university. Now more and more courier delivery services are opening everywhere. The sphere is developing well, but it is still quite difficult for him to run a business. She thought that he would take from 100 for delivery. Martial arts masters are mostly wealthy people. For them it is pennies. The instructor listened to all this and thought. And then the student came closer to him and said that he understood that it was difficult for him to trust the delivery of goods, the cost price of which is tens of millions. Well, he asked to give him a chance. For now it will start with delivery within the university territory. If something is lost, he will compensate for the losses, and besides, he already has a plan for future development. He frowned and said that as soon as the delivery is established, it will be possible to provide the opportunity for students to take goods in installments. The man looked at him and asked how this was possible and why at all. And the main character presented several goods and said that the students know that many of them are simply beyond their means, and they do not particularly strive to earn money. Because, for example, the balance is 9 points, and 380 points, another sword and another 380 points. Then a C rank weapon is so good. Are the highest rank pills cool? With installments, they will have the opportunity to try first-class goods faster. And he also introduced the 3rd and 4th rank masters, and said that if he was not mistaken, almost everything that the logistics center trade students bring from the catacombs. With new weapons, protection and pills, it will be easier for students to replenish his warehouses, and in general these will be a lot better. In his head there was already a clear plan and an idea of how it would look. He said that in order to pay for the trinket, the students will drag him truly valuable relics. You can motivate them to develop and improve. Everyone knows people who are up to their ears in debt tear their asses in order to get out of the debt hole. Suddenly the instructor asked him that this guy is talking sense, thought that their good old masters do not fully understand the benefits of online trading. To give the guys the opportunity to experience the potential of owning the best magical objects, and really a good idea. Then he raised his head and thought what he would get out of it. Of course the answer was that the guy would get nothing, but when asked not to lie, he said that as an option he could work for a small percentage of sales. He smiled at the blonde and said that it was smart, but a serious question, and that no one could help him here. So they had to move to the DKN office. There the guy stood opposite the dean and said that he could assure him that thanks to the plan he proposed, they would quickly be able to reach first place in the list of the 3 main martial arts universities. This was a very loud statement. The man looked at him and said that it sounded good, of course, but it would be better to worry about yourself and engage in cultivating it. The brunette objected to him and said that business helps him develop his strength, both spiritual and energy. Both the dean and the instructor were immediately surprised and did not understand what they were talking about. At that moment, the young man began to generate energy again. This energy reached the DK, and he was very surprised. However, a counterattack immediately followed, so strong that the guys were thrown back. He flew into the wall and hit hard, and then he landed on the sofa and thought that this was power. His friend was not even standing next to him. Not for nothing the dean is a great master. The man at that moment stood up and said that he was very interested. The 3rd rank master blocked his spiritual attack, and the instructor said that this is why cultivation is easier to read for a politician and a businessman. The dean then frowned and said that it does not matter thanks to what a person cultivates. The main thing is not to stand still. Even stimulating the brain can be useful at times, so this is how the rector managed to strengthen his spirituality so quickly. The instructor approached him and asked if he could then entrust him with the management of the university production. And the dean put his hand on his shoulder and said that he should not scatter his forces like that. He still has to teach students, and he already makes a huge contribution to the development of their university. The young man was standing nearby and was practically crying with laughter. He thought that the DK was just burning, so he was making fun of the old man. He immediately received a question. Are you sure that it is thanks to business that his spiritual energies are growing? He grabbed his head and said that he swears by him, It is difficult for him to concentrate when he cannot earn money. He has to rack his brains to at least somehow gather himself. This is the only way to collect spiritual power bit by bit. He thought that he had these people on the hook because this guy is living proof that even a third-rank master is subject to spiritual powers, and how he explains it to others is not important at all. All this time, the man listened to him attentively. Then he sat down and said that he agreed. So be it, he gives his approval, but still is not delighted with earning money for installments for students. Ping came closer to him and said that they will take a meager percentage from them. This only motivates them to work, toil, achieve their goals, and will not affect their wallets at all. And in response, he heard that martial arts are really a lot of work, and their students sometimes forget about it. Afterwards, he smiled and said that he was accepted. He could open his own university online store. The university would give him 100,000 points for the opening. 90% of the income would go to the university, and 10 would go to his shipping costs. The guy bowed and thanked him, and thought that it worked out. With their capital investments and 10% of the profit, he would be able to earn several tens of 1 million yuan. Then he interrupted him to the end and said that the university would also put forward conditions. A strong martial arts master would have to vouch for the safety of the goods on his part, and also they could not trust the delivery to people outside the university. At that moment, the young man was a little upset and thought that making money was really quite difficult. After some time, they left the building together with the instructor. The guy thanked him for his help, and in response he heard that there was no need to thank him ahead of time. They still needed to discuss all this with Lu Fengru. At that moment he thought about it and said that he didn't think the master would be against it, but since the university didn't want to involve outsiders in the work, they would have to hire students. Then he got upset and said that the students were no fools, they wouldn't work for 3 kopecks. Then the master asked him if the guy was really stupid or just pretending. He was already thinking that at least one guy had his brains in the right place. Suddenly he turned around and asked if the old man had already come up with something. And he looked at him and said that he could, for example, organize a martial arts club. There were a lot of first-year students who dreamed of getting the opportunity to at least talk to masters of the 4th or 5th rank. Money wasn't particularly interesting to them, because when breaking through to new levels, you need to not just have resources, but be able to use them correctly. And while they were walking forward, he said much more important information that more experienced, successful masters have. You just need to spread a rumor, like, he is looking for people who will hang out among older peers, gain experience in the club of the strongest freshmen. Then he smiled and asked if he really thinks that after this there will not be a line to him. The main character was simply shocked by the proposed idea and thought, why really worry about salary? If you can motivate people to work for free, this man is just a damn genius. Then he scratched his head and asked if it would be fair to do so, and the man replied that it can be considered simply helping his lagging classmate, and then, who if not him? Because of this, the young man smiled maliciously and thought that the strongest Pekursky should take care of the less successful guys, create suitable conditions for their development. Finally, the bus arrived. The instructor got out with other students, and then several more buses arrived. The instructors looked at the main character and angrily ordered him to come closer for a few words. At that moment, the brunette realized that things were bad. When they were standing aside, the man asked if he was allowed to leave separately from the group. No discipline. The young man listened attentively that it was necessary to stop bothering Master Lai with or without reason. After the instructor came even closer and said that this boy was asking a lot from him. How would he live if every second one bothered him like that? In response, he heard what was wrong with healthy and trade, aimed at developing wholesale trade. The senior immediately asked what the master had to do with it. He can't change the prices of the goods set by the university committee. And besides, it is the master who covers the cost of the university inventory lost by the students from his wallet. This news really surprised the protagonist. Then the instructor turned around and said that he needed this information to think about at his leisure, and immediately ordered everyone to gather in the main hall. While the brunette was standing and thinking about it, he received a notification on his phone. He took out his phone and saw that he had received a transfer of 5 million yuan from his girlfriend. The girl was standing nearby at the time and showed him the phone. The brunette looked up and thanked her for it. After some time, everyone who received points was announced at the meeting. The points ranged from 85 to 800 for the protagonist. The instructor stood on the stage and said that the threshold score for passing this task is 100, and a good half of them failed the task, and there is no excuse. Because they were chosen among the best of the best, it is a shame. Then the man frowned and said that since they returned to them with victory, so be it. Whoever passed the threshold in points will additionally receive 25% of the amount collected. The main character was also standing in the crowd, who raised his hand and asked if the amount was too meager. He thought that he scored 800 points, so he would get another 200. With this one you can barely buy a couple of restorative pills. And Master Feng went on his head and said that initially the additional distribution of points was not implied. The university is already making concessions. The fight against evil is their duty, they do not even dare to demand money in return. The brunette was surprised and asked how they would then cover their losses. Everyone else listened silently as he said that they were just students and were doing missions to get points, and those who didn't get bonuses. How should they cultivate further? Not everyone had parents who were ready to at least cover the losses for such tasks, asking for understanding. The guys were surprised that their comrade was so worried about them. Suddenly, the main character kicked his friend in the leg. He turned around and asked him what. In response, he heard that he shouldn't stand there like a pillar, or did he want to live on bread and water alone? Then the young man raised his hand and said that his friend was right, everyone had spent so much, but hadn't really gotten anything in return. And the same guys started talking in the crowd, saying how they would be ordered to train without resources, all from a rather poor family. They wouldn't even have enough to improve their health after such points, and how would they survive in the dungeon after that? Suddenly, the coach raised his hand and said that everyone should shut up. He closed his eyes and thought. Then he looked at them and said that everyone would get 50% of the accumulated points on top. The guys were happy, it was a victory. Only then the man added that those who did not pass the threshold would have to complete at least 2 second-rank missions before the end of this month. Only by putting their lives in danger could they become even better. The brunette looked at him and asked if it was known exactly when they would go to the dungeon. The master did not make them wait for an answer and said that it would happen in June, so they had to complete the mission before June. And they shouldn't forget about studying. Just tomorrow a course on studying the geography of the area and the type of underground creatures begins. Then he said that everyone could go free. The young man then thought that there was a little more than a month left, but time was running out. He had to hurry and earn more points by that time. When the guys went outside, they said goodbye to everyone, and the main characters were left alone. Then the young man took out his phone and called Master Lu, asked if he was disturbing him, and said that he would like to enlist his help in one matter. After some time, the interview began. The young man was sitting at the table and met the first visitor, asked his name and whether this man was a martial arts master. Duo Sheng approached him, who answered that this was not so. When asked who was sitting in front of him, he said that he knew, of course. Their mentor said that this man was just a genius. The young man was embarrassed and said that he organized a club to train with his like-minded people, asked if this student wanted to join them. He asked again. He looked at the form with the answers and thought that usually only outstanding masters are accepted into such, and this is just an ordinary student, maybe he wants to rip him off. Then he handed over a piece of paper and said that of course he wants to, but he does not have money. 2 is enough for him to get to the university. The main character then grabbed his head and said that he was not the kind of person that. He immediately stood up, slammed his hand on the table and asked everyone to pay attention to him. The students passing by stopped and listened to him attentively, and the young man raised his head and said that at the university only masters are considered students, and he added that it is not easy for a first-year student to become a master. Then he threw up his hands and said that it is easy only for those who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth, but why are the rest worse? Yes, of course, their ordinary students do not have much money. Everyone listened attentively as he said that they also often lack a good mentor, a high-ranking master, or just a comrade in the year above. Therefore, the young man gathered all his energy and said that he wanted to ask them if they needed his help. Then he clenched his teeth and added that perhaps these guys want to graduate as ice masters so that they will not hold a candle to others. That boy turned around and timidly answered that this is true. Then he screamed that he needed help. He ran closer and said that he wanted to become a great master and be no worse than others. The guys in the background started saying the same thing, but what should they do? The brunette lowered his head and said that they could achieve everything themselves. They would have to. Then he spread his hands again and said that he was penniless, but he became the best student in the class. Now he was a mid-third rank master, and next year he would challenge the current president of the martial arts club. He smiled and said that he was giving them his word, he would take his place. Everyone around started whispering and discussing this. Even from the window, the guys were watching them, saying that this was complete nonsense. Jinyang was a 4th rank master. Apparently this master was a felt tip pen without any breaks. Meanwhile, the young man stood below and said that if he couldn't do something, it didn't mean that he wouldn't succeed. Another student was very angry at this answer, and the brunette smiled sarcastically and added that it would be better to go down and talk, if they really wanted to resolve the issue like real masters. He started shouting that he was done for. He was already on his way, and the other tried to calm him down and said that it would be better to stop. Because he had only just reached the 2nd rank, there was no need to make a laughing stock of himself. After which Ping lowered his head and said that even though he was from a poor family, he had never given up. His eyes were burning with a bright blue flame, and it was said that sooner or later, he would become a great master. Then the guy spread his hands and said that here and now, before their eyes, he was founding the Pingyuan Club, and anyone who wanted to could become a member. And while everyone was listening attentively, he added that they could go down the path of the Great War together, share experiences, and the club members would be able to communicate with senior students and high-ranking martial arts masters. He smiled and added that he hoped that one day the day would come when each of them could be called a master. After he picked up the form, he said that you need to fill out an application to join the club. Of course, he does not insist on doing this as soon as possible, but only the first 100 will get into the club. Literally a moment later, a battle began for this form. Everyone wanted to get into the club and fill out this application. His classmates watched him from the side and said that his family, of course, does not have money, but you can't say the same about him. Just recently bought pills from him for 20 million? A friend asked again in surprise. Then the girl turned around and said that he really has a business streak. He thinks he earned at least 40 million in a semester, only selling pills. Then their friend came closer and asked if the girls wanted to join the club. The question immediately came why. He turned and said that his girlfriend thought about it herself. Knowing this man, he definitely wouldn't do something that wouldn't bring him any benefit. The students looked at him and thought about it. There was no arguing with that. Meanwhile, an important conversation took place in the dean's office. The man was drinking his tea and told the instructor that when that young man first entered, he said that he wasn't a promising student at all. And now they were promising him such a future that even the master was shocked. The first one wants to challenge the president of the club. The instructor scratched his head in response and asked why he even had to found a club. The dean smiled and said that the thing was that he had created an online store for the logistics department, but the university wouldn't let strangers near the magic weapon. Did he really think that that young man was going to do delivery himself? The master knew it. He said that he thought, what the hell bit him? No hero? He just didn't care about the students. Then the blonde raised his head and said that they could still look at it. He wouldn't be able to sit back either. Maybe he had cheated by forcing them to join the club. But it was also to their advantage. It was better this way than trying to get the same knowledge, risking their lives in the dungeon. The master also smiled and said why he was so mad at him. They needed more people who could spin, like the rector. The dean didn't like it and made him think, was it really a stone in his garden? What was wrong with the master today? Meanwhile, on the street, the young man continued to communicate with potential members of the club and said that there were almost no places left. One could say that their last chance. Then he looked around and added that tomorrow would be the first meeting of the club. Don't forget to check the message, and now everyone can go home. The guys were surprised that there would be no lighting squad. They could just go, that's it. And the brunette said after them that he promised that the guys would not regret it. Then he took all the applications, and suddenly someone approached him. There were 3 guys standing there who asked why they didn't understand why they were the last to know about everything, and why the others too. They came closer to the table and asked why the young man didn't want to accept them into his club. The answer was that they just weren't right. The classmates started getting angry and asked, what do you mean they weren't right? He accepted everyone, even those who hadn't even become a master yet. But he refused them, saying that he didn't think they could handle it. The girl said that they could even organize free advertising for him by word of mouth. And the other one folded her hands and said that the guys had spent so much on the last missions. They needed to earn some extra money. Let him help out with whatever he could. The brunette raised his head and thought. Then he folded the application again and said that these guys were accepted. But he wouldn't give the answer that they weren't going to do that. Suddenly the classmate looked at him and asked what the hell they were talking about. What kind of work was that? The guy was sorting through the application and said that they would have to work with the newbies. If someone went on strike, they would have to sort everything out. This is something that no one expected for sure. Then Ping smiled sheepishly and said that if it was too much for them, then they could forget about it. No one was holding them back. In response, they shouted that it was not too much. They could rely on them. The main character smiled sarcastically and thought how to refuse if these people themselves were so eager to help him. After some time, the whole club gathered in the common room. The brunette stood up and addressed them, said that he happily declared the first meeting of the club open. Then he spread his hands and said that there were 108 students in front, 108 future great masters. They should follow their dreams and then they would definitely succeed. He smiled and said that with their permission he would get straight to the point with great difficulty. But they managed to conclude a cooperation contract with the logistics department of their university. They need volunteers who will help with the delivery of goods. The guys immediately started asking if they would really work as regular couriers. But in response, the main character asked to let him ask if he knew many regular couriers who would work with martial arts masters every day. It immediately dawned on them that no, maybe that was the point. Then the guy came closer to the table and said that their clients would be senior students and professors. Especially professors you can't just approach, so you shouldn't miss your opportunity. Everyone listened attentively as he said that they needed to get along with the leaders. Maybe they'd get lucky, they'd be noticed and get some rare teaching aid. This was a feasible task for everyone, and with students it was even easier. Just ask them whatever they wanted, most of them would be happy to answer any question themselves. Suddenly one of the club members raised his hand and asked where such confidence came from. What if they didn't want to communicate with them at all? But the main character smiled and replied that of course this could happen, not all of them would get anything with the delivery, but there was no need to worry. If they worked hard, the club would give them a discount on vitality pills. Usually they charge 30 points for such pills, and these guys would get them for only 27. Discussions immediately began that this was really not bad. It seemed that there was some sense in club membership. The benefit of 3 points was significant. But the main character then grabbed his head and exhaled, said that these guys didn't even know what it cost him. Then he smiled and added that yes, this morning he had skinned him alive. He was afraid that there would be thefts and wanted to take a deposit of 5 million from each student, but he realized it in time and asked Master Lu to vouch for them. Then he looked around and said that he couldn't let her down, he couldn't lose face. He also added that the store would also have a credit point system. With them it would be even easier to study and cultivate. A question immediately arose about what kind of credit scam is this. Only then the young man turned around and said that you need to address him as the head. Then he raised his hand and explained that of course it is more expensive to buy something on credit, but for all club members the rate will be reduced and quite. They took 100 points on credit, and in a month they will have to pay back only 101 points. The girl was very happy, shouted that this is really a very tempting offer. Ping in his head and said that he is trying for everyone. The guys at the table immediately began to whisper that, as they said, you can definitely get some goodies from working with him, and they really did not lose. Then the young man stood up and said that he would probably finish on this. If someone is not satisfied with such conditions, then no one is holding anyone. However, all the club members remained in their places. The guy smiled and said that this is just great, then we can move on to distributing responsibilities and positions. He looked at everyone else to list that Ji Yuhong would be responsible for working with personnel. He needed to choose 50 people to report to. Gu Sheng would be the head of delivery. Fu Changding would be his deputy and head of public relations. Zhao Zuman would be responsible for negotiations, and Yang Xiaoman would oversee all departments, evaluate the work and reward the most distinguished ones. The girl then looked at him and asked what he would do. The guy looked down and asked how he could do what. The manager was responsible for them all. He was the head. Then he smiled and said that it was certainly not easy, but he was ready to do anything for them. He needed to show them all that a master could be made without rich parents. The guys immediately started shouting that they would work hard and would show the rich where the crayfish hibernate because they were no worse than the rest of them. True, his classmates were sitting nearby at that moment and thought that these guys simply did not know what Ping really was. Here at that moment he smiled sarcastically and thought that he could say that he already had the money in his pocket. He just needed to return to training. Only the strongest would be able to lead crowds of people, and he imagined himself as the strongest of them. He thought that he had to start somewhere, but one day all the martial arts masters would become his. After some time, the guy did not hit the floor with his fist. Sweat was pouring off his body. The training was very difficult. He lay on and thought, what an old fox. He sold him protective pills, said that with them he could even take 5th rank steroids, but he forgot to mention the hellish pain in the barrels. Pain and anger were red in his eyes. Does strength really require such sacrifices, and all for the sake of becoming a damn hero? But the death of his relatives immediately surfaced in his memories. After all, this guy is not a god. His eyes were filled with tears and despair then, and his thoughts were that in order to survive and protect his family, he had to work hard, because as they say, water does not flow through a stone. After some time, the young man finally came to his senses and thought that his body was working to the point of exhaustion, then he would need to take a short vacation. He stood up and thought that now he did not have much time. He needed to work on strength and endurance. Thanks to this he would be able to strengthen his spine, and then it would be easier to break through. And as soon as he opened the status window, he thought that now he was only at rank 3, so it would take 30,000 points to work on 1% of strength, so he needed 1,800,000 points. And when he looked at the screen, he thought that there were 326,000 points, 240,000 yuan in his account, and he also needed 40 million to strengthen the remaining 26 bones of his spine. But he didn't have that kind of money, so in total, at least 100 million points would be needed to break through. Oh, if he didn't get stronger, he would simply die in the dungeon. Some time passed. He moved to the southern building of the Magic University, the center of military simulation and planning. They said that it could be said that the dungeon was another world, and in its vast expanses, many fighters who had lost their way had disappeared. At a huge table stood several dozen students and their master, who said that the sea is to the south of the university passage into the dungeon, and on the northern side at a distance of 5,000 kilometers there are 13 fortresses scattered. Usually within a radius of 100 kilometers from the passage of the beast is not found. The main character thought about it and asked if this means that the dungeon is half the size of China. In response, he heard that it is, but do not forget that most of it is still unexplored. The young man returned and thought that in no case can you get lost there, asked if it is dark there. The sun does not penetrate there, after all. And the teacher looked at the map and answered that it does not penetrate. But there is its own luminary, similar to theirs, only the sunsets and expenses are different there. Night is replaced by day in the blink of an eye. And then the whole room suddenly became dark, and the man added that their equipment does not work there. You need to learn to navigate by the model. Then the guy looked at the map again and thought how to remember all this. The area does not shine with diversity. A friend came up to him and asked if he remembered correctly that this man had a poor sense of direction. He replied that it was not true, but his friend thought that maybe this man was a genius, but even he was not perfect. So he patted him on the shoulder and told him not to go far from them if he did not want to disappear forever. The brunette answered the question if he understood correctly that they had a martial arts lesson tomorrow. Maybe he could train with him. His friend agreed. The next day came. Near the fortress they said that from the invasion of the dungeon by third parties at the passages there are observation points. The Tianmen Wall is the fortress closest to their observation point. It has 2,000 people, 200,000 soldiers and 20,000 masters. The old man came closer to the map and said that there are slightly less than 5,000 people at the observation point. One of the students raised his hand and said that 5,000 masters can easily protect even the fortress. But the answer to this was no. The man frowned and said that the question here is not just about defending the fortress, having attacked their enemies. They scared them away from the fortress, but even with due pressure the fortress will fall. Only a group of brave masters will be able to save the situation. And immediately imagined the battle, adding that 70 years ago, 40 masters united to go to war in the dungeon. The strongest of them survived, but 16 masters fell into a bayou. The guys were surprised and noted that as many as 16 masters died. One of them understood the head and asked what they would be able to do in this situation. They would only be enough for defense. The old man then smiled and replied that these guys do not believe in a bright future at all. More and more outstanding masters appear in the country every year, so their main task is to assist in their development, to give them a lot of time for this. After that, he gave them textbooks and said that by the time of the expedition, the material should fly off their teeth. In the dungeon there are many things that can help them survive, and these are energy stones, healing herbs, and also it is necessary to read about hunting for game that lives there. And he also presented several components and said that energy stones and their areas of application should be carefully studied. They can help in many ways, you can even make pills from them. He presented scientific goals, the creation of weapons and training. If you compare normal and flawless stones, depending on the frequency, energy stones are divided into two types. One flawless can replace 50 normal stones. Impure stones are not suitable for training. The price of stones also varies depending on purity. For example, 30% 1 point per stone, 40% 2 points per stone, 50% 5 points per stone, 60% 10 points per stone, 70% 15 points per stone, and finally 80% 20 points per stone, so that after they will have the opportunity to train, because the dungeon is just ironing useful artifacts. Then the main character turned and looked at him when he said that perhaps they would be lucky and would be able to break through right away without training. The guys were very surprised and all asked in unison how it is possible to break through without training. The teacher looked and thought that it looked like there really were plenty of artifacts. The unfaithful people who were there just take and break through. Why had no one told them about this before? But the old man smiled sarcastically and said that the rest was a state secret. There were more and more masters, so until they proved that they were worth more, that was enough. Everyone smiled at him and finally the lesson ended. The guys immediately began to rejoice and discuss that their paws were itching to kill them all in the dungeon, and another wanted to show them where the crayfish spend the winter. And the main character then closed the book and thought that it should be studied thoroughly. Maybe he could find something interesting, worth about 1,000 points. Suddenly, someone ran into the room and addressed both the students and the professor. The guys turned and heard that the professor from Land CY had arrived. The student who reported this news could not catch his breath for a long time. Then he raised his head and shouted that everyone should line up immediately. A certificate from the Magic University was shining brightly near the building, and at the entrance stood the instructor, the dean, and that same professor. It was the rector of the Magic University, with the peak of the 8th rank, Yuren. A whole crowd of people had also gathered there. The wounded and the dead were being carried out of ambulances. At the same moment, someone got off the bus. This man was holding a strange box in his hands, and there were several such soldiers at once. Apparently they were carrying the ashes of their comrades. Soon the students of the academy came there. One of the soldiers saluted the old man and said that in that severe battle they fought for their country, they managed to kill 3 masters of the 6th rank, defeat 11 masters of the 5th rank and 27 masters of the 4th rank, thereby defending their honor and the honor of the Magic University. Then he began to cry and added that 6 masters gave their lives in the battle, fought until their last breath. The old man listened to him attentively. Then he came up and patted the man on the shoulder, told him that they were home now, and that was the main thing. The students were still watching all this at that moment. Then the old man extended his hand and ordered everyone to honor the memory of their fallen comrades. At that very second, everyone present there saluted. Both adults and children did so. They were all sad to hear that the Magic University was expressing itself usefully to the families of the fallen. Suddenly, a man appeared overhead. Then the instructor and the dean looked at each other and nodded to each other, and immediately 2 more forces appeared in the sky. The master looked at them and said that someday they would have to defend the honor of the country on the battlefield. Their rector was already at an advanced age, even a small injury could cost him his life. Suddenly, a girl ran out of the pillars and addressed the master. There, in the crowd of those fighting, stood a woman who was looking at her. The little girl immediately clung to her arms and heard that everything was fine. She began to cry. The woman had lost her arm, and the guys just stood aside and silently watched this. At that moment, the instructor came up to them and said that the master was still alive, so why the tears? Then she came even closer and said that people die, they can also suffer the same fate, but do not let things go. She frowned and said that if they really regret it and want revenge, then they need to clear the dungeon to hell. The main character listened to her and nodded his head, and the woman turned around and said that her sister would also have to take care of Yunzai. The instructor came up to the little girl and said that her mentor had damaged internal organs. It would take at least 2 years to recover. She would no longer be able to teach her. Then she lowered her head and said that she could take her under her wing, but she should know that she would not coddle her, and if she had reached at least rank 6 before going to the dungeon, maybe everything would have worked out. Then the main character came up and said whether he understood correctly what it meant that the woman went there to protect them. It turns out that they have a responsibility, but in response they heard that they should not bother their heads with this. The master looked at them and replied that all new students, especially those who show promise, need a reliable mentor on missions, and therefore they supported them as best they could. Another instructor who was standing nearby simply grinned. Then the woman smiled and said since these guys had gone through a baptism of fire, they should take care of themselves. Everyone listened to her attentively. Then she turned to her students and said that everyone was free, and she and Master Lu still needed to say goodbye to their fallen comrades. And then they both turned around and left from there. The protagonist watched all this and thought that now he understood that fate was ready for them. It turns out that everything would end like this in the dungeon. His comrade also got angry and expressed his indignation. They had never lost friends in the catacombs. Someone might return home after the battle, or maybe not. After some time, they held a funeral. Several glorious masters fell. From this everyone felt uneasy at heart. Anger boiled in the blood, the thirst for revenge. That's what motivated them to move on and become stronger. Everyone was enveloped in incredible sadness from what was happening, and large bouquets of flowers lay on the graves of friends. It turned out that no one could close their eyes at the Magic University that night. There were golden letters on the facade. The bright sun illuminated the entire room. Someone said that Ping is now at the 3rd rank, and Lei and Changding are in the middle of the 2nd. And Yungxi, she already has 199 points, she has no shortage of talent, and her family is not poor. But she hasn't advanced past the middle of the 2nd rank. Fengru sat with her hands folded, saying, "Thank you, girl, if it weren't for her, Ping would never have taken her under her wing." Ping, Yungxi, Zume stood with their heads down. After Ping folded his hands and asked the master with a smile, maybe he should throw them a party as a thank you. But she said no. Lowering her head, she told Yungxi not to strengthen her bones to 100 until the end of the month, to go home. After which the woman left the room. The woman turned her head to another girl, saying, "Try to reach the peak of the 2nd rank before going to the dungeon. Sell the family business to your uncle. He has been encroaching on it for a long time. And with the money you get, stock up on pills and start training immediately." She was saddened, trying to object. But the woman was persistent and, standing in front of her, rudely asked, does she want to go to the dungeon with her father to the grave? Looking ahead, she said that training should be a priority for them now. The market value of her company is 200 million. With such an amount in her pocket, she can easily reach the peak of the 3rd rank, and then return the money spent will not be difficult. Ping silently looked at the teacher, thinking that 200 million. I didn't think that she was so rich. With such money, you can really buy a lot of pills. Then the girl lowered her head and agreed. After that, the woman turned to Ping, asking why he doesn't go to training. Ping confusedly put his hand on his head, saying that no, he just spent too much. And the 3rd rank pills cost 40 points. He can't afford that. He closed his eyes and sighed, saying that he didn't have an extra company to sell in his family. He was carrying everything on his own. But she looked at Ping sternly, telling him to stop whining, thinking that she hadn't heard how many millions he had invested in his company, to which Ping replied that he couldn't make anything from selling it now. Fengru looked at him silently, then she put her fingers to her chin and, smiling, asked if she wasn't helping him. She had a proposal for him. Getting up from the sofa, she told Ping to kill someone for her and he would get 1,000 points. Ping was surprised, thinking about 1,000 points, but he still found it suspicious and asked the teacher. She had almost become a great master. Would he defeat someone she couldn't kill with her own hands? Taking out a scroll from the closet, she said that she was in no hurry. She would do it when she got stronger. Ping wondered if these were 6th rank peak masters. She handed the scroll to Ping and said that he just needed to defeat one person in the dungeon. She would transfer the points to him in advance, and if he died, she would not take anything from the family. Ping looked at the scroll, thinking that in order to get 12 points, he would have to work hard and hard. And since it was a long time coming, he had nothing to lose. She was about to put the scroll away, but Ping still took it, saying that he would take care of it. Holding it in his hand, he thought that 1,000 points were now his, and the teacher was very generous. The bright sun illuminated the building. Lai pressed the mouse button and said that the camouflage armor made of animal skins of the 4th rank dungeon, and the armor for the legs and arms from the rank. In total, it was 700 points. They would be ready in 2 weeks. Handing over his card to the old man, Ping said that this is why most masters are penniless, so he has 21 million. Then he added that he will also take 65 Kai energy pills. Lai looked at Ping in surprise, thinking that he would not even bargain. Why such generosity? He threw the scroll to the teacher, saying that his master transferred 1,000 points in advance for the mission. Looking at its contents, the old man asked again, did Ping really do this for 1,000 points? Ping asked the master, does he happen to know this person? The man handed the scroll back, saying that of course he knows, this is Lu Fengru's sworn enemy, and his too. Ping was shocked to hear that this is a 9th rank master, the head of Tianmen Fortress. Putting his hand on his head, he thought that he did not expect this. Is the master really so confident in his strength? He replied to the other person that what a wise woman, knowing that he was destined to become a 9th rank master, to which Lai said that this was a bold statement. Looking at the teacher, Ping clarified, but how did the head of the Tianmen Fortress become their enemy? He lowered his head, answering that 10 years ago, they killed the daughter of the Lego mentor. It all happened in front of his eyes, but there was no power to stop him. He himself miraculously survived. Ping looked at the other person in confusion, thinking that he did not know that his mentor had a daughter. Looking at the scroll, he realized what made her so cruel and merciless. She lost her family. It would be difficult for anyone to survive such a thing. Putting his hand on the table, Lu said that this is all you need to know. What's wrong with you lately? Why haven't you been training at all? Is it all because of your business plan? Ping awkwardly scratched his head and replied that it became harder to practice with each rank. This wouldn't do. Standing up and putting his hand on Ping's shoulder, the old man told him to come with him. He had some business with him. There was a sign on the wall that this was the research department. Surgical instruments were lying on the table. A spotlight brightly illuminated the work area. Several doctors gathered around Ping. His eyes rolled back. His arms and legs tensed. The doctor frowned, saying that the patient would not last. The guy chained to the table began to lose his limbs. In an instant, he completely disappeared. Ping and Lai watched what was happening. Ping, wide-eyed in surprise, said that it was a man from the dungeon. The old man looking at the window said that the people of the dungeon who died on the ground were transported back to the catacombs, but nothing happened to the dead there. Why? Their scientists are trying to figure it out through research. He pointed to his head when Ping asked if this was a study on living people, and the old man replied that they were studying the connection between the brain and the spirit. He looked at Ping carefully, saying that there were few leads yet, but if they could somehow establish that the spirit had a connection with the brain, then perhaps becoming a master would be easier. Ping looked at the other man when the other man noted that Ping had done well on the last mission, and the military department wanted to learn from him. Ping was shocked to hear that he might also be a subject of research. He reached out his hands to the old man in confusion, asking why. There was nothing to study. He just had a talent for martial arts, to which the old man replied that the guy was an ordinary student. Ping continued waving his arms, saying that he was completely ordinary. He had just overdone it with the pills that time. But the old man still said that no matter what, they needed the results of the lab tests. Looking again at the doctors behind the glass, Lai tried to calm him down, saying, "Don't worry, no one is going to kill you. Just a little thing. They'll cut off a piece of your flesh, send some of your bones and spinal cord for analysis." Ping turned pale, opening his mouth wide, thinking about what they would do to him. But the old man only thought with a grin that he had scared him well. Frowning, the teacher looked at Ping seriously, saying that Fengru had said that Ping would be able to clear the catacombs, and that was why the military had not yet come for his soul. They didn't want to put pressure on him, but he had to prove the value of his life. If they wanted to cut him into pieces, and he couldn't even fight back, then why did he give in to them? Ping frowned and said that it was so. Then the old man turned around and motioned for him to follow him, saying that he wanted to show him something else. There were several shiny stones behind the glass. Ping leaned over to them and said, "Wow, this is the first time he sees energy stones," and the teacher allowed him to touch them. Ping stretched his fingers towards one of them. Then he raised his eyes and closed them. A glow appeared inside the stone. Ping frowned and looked at the old man, saying that he felt danger. Lai clarified that Ping was trying to use spiritual energy and heard that it was so. Then the teacher raised his fingers to his chin, thinking that when in contact with spiritual energy, the stones explode. Maybe that's why he felt anxious. When he becomes a great master and his spiritual energy is stronger, he will be able to foresee dangerous situations. Ping looked at the man in surprise, thinking that he had never thought that spiritual energy was so useful, and asked how he could become a great master. Stretching out his hand, a blue and red glow appeared around it. The man said that after strengthening the skull, Ping would be able to separate the spiritual energy from the body and, mixing it with life force, he would become a great master. Mid-third rank masters cannot strengthen the skull. Holding the stone in his hand, Ping listened to him say that he already needed to reach at least the 8th rank. Then his spirit would become immortal, and no one would surpass him in strength, a truly invincible person. Ping clarified, "But isn't the rector sick?" Introducing an old man with a long beard, Lai said that the head of the Tianmen fortress had destroyed their rector's immortality talismans. Ping looked down and said that he had also heard that even high-ranking masters could not attack enemies, only defend themselves. That was why Fengru could not avenge his daughter's death. The teacher folded his arms and replied that she would need to become great to do so. A red light was streaming from the stone towards Ping. Lai knocked the stone out of Ping's hands, asking who had given him permission to absorb energy, but Ping only said that it was very cool. He looked at the stones with a confident smile, thinking that he now understood why stones were in such demand. In a couple of seconds, one could easily obtain so much energy. Lai grabbed Ping by the jacket, telling him not to tell anyone about this, otherwise they would not pay him back. Various plants were kept under glass. One of them had the inscription that these were Loshang fruits. They approached one of the display cases, and Ping thanked the teacher. Today had truly opened his eyes. The teacher, with his arms folded, noted that this was what he called passion. The university had high hopes for Ping. Ping frowned and said firmly that he should try to earn more. The man lifted Ping off the ground and asked him, hasn't he understood anything yet? Remember, training is the most important thing. Looking at Ping, Lai also told him not to get too carried away with his business there. Okay. Ping looked away with dissatisfaction, saying that he understood everything, but he thought that he had no idea that without money, he would not be able to cultivate. Later, Ping was sitting in a hot tub. He was focused, his eyes closed. The teacher was giving a lecture, the discipline of studying the people of the dungeon. Ping raised his hand as he answered. Later, he deftly defeated his opponents, fighting. Afterwards, Ping carefully studied the map, the geography of the dungeon. Sitting in the library, he studied the textbook, Military Affairs. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the building. The south wing of the Magic University, Block 3. Master Song, he would like to rent a hall for 3 days. The man at the counter said okay, 720 points. Card, please. Ping smiled, saying that he was already in the middle of rank 3, maybe they would give him a discount for such merits. But in response, the man raised his finger up, praised Ping and said, well then, 720 points. He reached out to take Ping's card, repeating the required number of points. Fengru entered the building and apologized for being late. But Ping looked at her displeased, grumbling that she had deliberately waited for him to pay. The long corridor was brightly lit. The woman said that after completing the training, all his bones would merge into one whole. Their room was lit red. She also said that there would be an opportunity to strengthen his bone marrow. Someone's footsteps were heard in the corridor. The vice director of Lai Company and the rector were walking along it. They approached Ping in his mentor's window. She told him to get started. Lai watched with interest, saying that this was an interesting technique. He trained not one, but all the bones at once, using the spine. But is he capable of such a thing? With his life energy, he can only last an hour. Yunxi looked at the old man, answering that with his life energy, he can only last an hour. Looking at her, Lai said with a smile that he showed himself like that in Nanjiang. He must have his own secret. The vice director watched Ping, saying that it had begun. Ping spread his legs wide. Then he stretched his arms out in front of him. He brought his shoulder blades together. Frowning, he closed his eyes. Blue light surrounded his face. Then a glow began to emanate from his face. It surrounded the blue light. Then it evaporated. The vice director looked shocked, saying that he was using spiritual power to collect energy. The rector stood next to the teacher, saying that Ping's strength was weak. He could collect it, but he could not absorb it. Lai looked at the man who accepted the payment and asked if he could see it, but he replied that he was only at rank 4, of course not. Ping gritted his teeth. Minus 49,000 points. Spiritual power restored. He thought that they were just making fun of him. Frowning, he also thought that they knew that he was having a hard time, but they didn't even think of helping. After all, the only explanation for the miraculous restoration of vital energy was the use of spiritual power to control the flow of energy. He saw the information window, which indicated that the balance was 23.9 million. Energy 830, spiritual power 499, strengthening 151 bones 90%, 25 bones 90%, 26 bones 35-70%, 29 bones 30%. He wondered if he only had 499 points of spiritual power, should he develop it? At least by 1 point. The people behind the glass silently watched him. Ping stood with his arms outstretched, just thinking that he couldn't stand it any longer. It couldn't get any worse, could it? Spiritual power increased. +1 to spiritual power. A visible blue aura emanated from Ping. Everyone watching was surprised. Lai asked, "What was this?" The vice director rushed to the door, demanding that it be opened. All the people rushed in. Fengru waved her hand in front of Ping's face. Lai asked what was going on, but she herself didn't know. The gray-haired man looked at Ping, saying that with his level of spiritual power, he could only feel the flow of power but not control it. But what kind of explosion of spiritual power did they see back then? I'm afraid the power might damage his brain. He frowned, thinking that usually lower-ranked masters couldn't form an explosion of spiritual power, but he somehow managed to do it. For him, such an explosion was simply deadly. The teachers standing next to him were wondering what to do now. The director extended his hand to him, saying that while he was still conscious, they could try to awaken him with spiritual power. Now it was up to his spirit to decide whether to live on or not. Turning to Lai, he heard him ask, "Do you mean to say that all hope is in Fan Ping's will to live?" To which he replied that it was. The old man raised his hand to his face and closed his eyes. Then he looked closely at Ping. Leaning over, he began to whisper to him, "Does he want 10,000 points for free? And 500 vitality pills absolutely free?" "No, Ping, someone is going to take over his online store." The others watched him intently, hoping that it would work. Covering his mouth with his hand, Lai whispered to him that if he did not wake up now, they would take him to that very room and cut him into pieces. Ping's fingers began to move. The gray-haired man opened his eyes wide in surprise, saying that it worked. What's going on? Where is he? Oh yeah, he pumped up his spiritual power and lost consciousness. The screen showed Ping's status. 1 spiritual power point was added to the previous values. Still standing in a stance, Ping decided that he needed to concentrate. A blue aura emanated from his body. It grabbed a particle of light and brought it closer to his face. Yes, he can now control it. The particle went under his skin. Ping smiled, thinking that this was amazing. Having absorbed 1 particle of power, he accumulated 5 energy points. People were watching him again from the outside. The rector and vice director were surprised, saying that he could really absorb power. "I didn't think that a 3rd rank master was capable of this." The fair-haired man looked at his colleague, saying that if there is little spiritual power, more than 4-60 energy points still cannot be collected. The gray-haired man frowned, replying that they would have to see about that. Sweat was dripping from Ping's forehead. -300,000 points. Spiritual power restored. He thought that it was more expensive to restore spiritual power than vital energy, but replenishing spiritual power cannot be seen with the naked eye. Maybe he can do it. Standing in position, messages about +5 appeared nearby. Wang opened his mouth in surprise, saying that he could feel the flow of spiritual energy. Lai looked at the man in surprise, asking if Ping had congenital mutations. He imagined the body of an adult and a child, saying that Fengking had a strengthened skeleton, Songting was born with a fully strengthened skull, and Yao Changjun has an entire army of rank 4 warriors who can control the flow of spiritual power. So Ping has the makings of a great master since birth. The vice director carefully watched what was happening, saying that spiritual power has not yet been fully studied, but just by watching him, they will not learn anything. "You can call the 9th rank grandmaster." Fengru was clearly angry and told him not to dare. He was her student. Everyone looked at her questioningly, and Qiushan asked what she was talking about. Frowning, she said to the man, "Do you think she doesn't know what he's capable of? He's already killed his daughter. Who knows what he'll do to him if he gets the chance?" He changed his face, opened his eyes wide, and said that it was a lie. Of course, he was also to blame, but he never wished death on her. Why would he deliberately kill his own daughter? Fengru looked down, asking him then why he did nothing to protect her daughter. Maybe he killed those students back then too. The vice principal looked at her seriously, and her colleague reminded her that her students were their students too. Watching Ping, Lai said that no one wants innocent people to die, but sometimes it is inevitable. She pointed her finger at him, saying that it would be better for him to keep quiet. He was there too. Keep in mind, one day she will get to the bottom of the truth. Qiushan looked at the woman, saying that he was talking to nothing. Then he headed for the exit. A dark aura surrounded the three. The manager nervously looked at the woman, thinking that she should not cross her path again. She is not to be trifled with. Later, Lai and Fengru remained to watch Ping. 60 minutes later, Ping was sweating and thought that he was tired and wanted to sleep. Lai continued to watch Ping. Fengru leaned against the wall, closing her eyes. The man said that there was only a little time left. The woman opened her eyes. Ping bent his back. A crunching sound came from his back. Frowning, the mentor told him to focus on the bone marrow right now. Opening his eyes, Ping agreed. But later, his cheek swelled up, and behind his cheek, his whole body swelled up. He thought, what was going on? Afterwards, the swelling disappeared and he became bigger. Smiling, looking ahead, he realized that at the peak of rank 3, it was really cool. His skin was thicker, and he could feel the blood and bones changing. Looking at the statistics screen, Ping thought about how little was left in his account. He had spent more than 20 million. Gritting his teeth, he tensed up again, after which, his body swelled up again. Balance, minus 820 points. Energy fully restored. The teachers watched him closely. Ping folded his hands and took a deep breath. You have broken through to the top of the 3rd rank. Then he pounded his fists. Looking at his hands with satisfaction, he noted that he was now like an Iron Man. The teachers entered the room, saying that he had broken through to the top of the 3rd rank. The man told him with a smile that, unfortunately, he had not managed to break through to the peak of the 3rd rank, and he had not been able to strengthen his bone marrow. Ping simply put his hand on his head, saying that he had done everything in his power, and now there was no energy left. Then, raising his finger, Ping asked the master didn't he want to give him points, and give him life energy pills. But the man asked again, what was he talking about? Then he pretended not to understand, saying that he must have misheard. Fengru looked at Ping, saying that he should now take up fighting training seriously, because he still needs to be able to control his body, and breaking through to the peak of the 3rd rank can wait. Smiling broadly, Ping asked the master again, so now he can slap any master of the middle of the 3rd rank with one finger, but the woman replied that he first needs to learn to control such a large force. She imagined Ping's attacks of the middle of the 3rd and the upper level of the 33rd, saying that he is already familiar with the explosion of spiritual power, now it will take him only 40 units of energy. This is where the advantages end for now, and in order to count on more, he will have to work hard. Looking closely at Ping, Fengru also said that only a self-respecting master can use hidden fighting techniques, controlling 10% of his energy, and all the rest, in her opinion, are just dummies. Ping was a little confused when he asked if she wanted to say that even with his skills he was not even at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, to which he received a positive answer. A bright stripe was visible in the darkness. The blade pierced his chest. Frightened, Ping looked at Lai. Smiling nervously, he asked him what he was doing. Frowning, Lai said that Ping still had a lot to learn in fighting, but his body was strong, and it would be difficult for a 2nd rank master to injure him. Putting away his weapon, the man heard that he was only a 6th rank master. Now Ping was also bleeding, to which Lai replied that he had simply forgotten. He just wanted to encourage Ping, do not despair, and Ping ironically thanked him for piercing his heart with the blade. Ping lowered his head, thinking that he had not despaired. Looking at the information window, he saw an empty balance, realizing that it was painful to look at. But still, clenching his fist, he was glad that he had officially become an elite martial artist. The bright sun illuminated the glass of the building. A girl was standing at the reception. Ping was pouring tea for a friend, asking how things were with investments. Looking at Ping, the guy replied that one company recently expressed interest in their food delivery service. He hoped that they could sell 30% of their shares to them for 20 million. Putting the teapot back, Ping clarified, but their estimated value is 60 million. Lowering his head, he also noted that since the company was founded, they spent 35 million, 20 on organization and advertising, introducing people surrounded by various affairs. He said that even now there are plenty of people interested in their services, and with the development of the internet, there will be even more willing. Taking a cup of tea, he repeated the figure of 30 million. After bringing the tea, Ping confidently said that he was ready to sell them 30% of the shares for 30 million, to which the interlocutor noted that they were not worth that much. Then Ping looked at him again, saying that when they sell things online, they do not sell them in reality, rather, they trade ideas. If you put a price tag of 100 million, then let them pay 100 million. If you say that the thing is simply priceless, then it is priceless. After which he put the tea on the table, told him to tell them that the company was founded by him. He frowned, talking about himself as a student of the Magic University of Martial Arts, a 3rd rank master. He needed money, and only for this reason he decided to sell the shares. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the office. Someone said that they were the first company to decide to invest in them. The guy in the red suit stood in front of wealthy people, saying that they would not be disappointed with the cooperation. Moreover, with their investments they would help Mr. Ping. None of them are stupid people here, and they understand perfectly well what this is worth. The man with a long mustache was very surprised and asked again, "Is Mr. Fan a third rank master?" To which the guy nodded his head, saying that it was so. Looking at the guests, he said that he needed their decision as soon as possible. Mr. Fan would soon go on a business trip. After his departure, it would not be possible to conclude a deal. Several guys looked at the phone screen with a smile. June 5th. The online store of the Magic University began its work. People ran around the office in a hurry. Several couriers in blue uniforms hurried to deliver the order. In its entire history, the logistics department achieved the highest sales figures. The managers hurried to issue orders. The sun illuminated the white walls of the building. Fanking slammed his hands on the table, asking why they were not approved for installments. They found very cool pills and weapons, they only lacked points, and now they can't buy them at all. Several people hung over Lei and Changding, asking why first and second rank masters can use their services, but they can't. Does the administration know about this? Fanking brought the blade to Changding's face and said that they had a little talk with Fang Ping. Bring him here quickly if you value your life. Changding got angry and opened his mouth wide and said that they weren't even friends. Then he pointed to the comrade next to him, saying that he was his best friend. He saw them go to the toilet together. Then the whole crowd turned their attention to Lei. The whole university could hear the cry that he was not Ping's best friend. Meanwhile, Ping was standing in the rector's office. Looking at the phone screen, Ping said that only 3 hours had passed since the service was opened, and the students had already taken 80,000 points in credit. So there was some sense in the system. Wang looked at Ping, asking why the credits weren't given to third rank masters. Ping looked at the man calmly and replied that they do, but there are restrictions. There's more paperwork and different authorities. He imagined a man who had rushed at a monster and had been crushed by it, saying that he would like to inspire the third rank masters to go into the catacombs, but they need to be watched. Many of them are too self-confident, so they sometimes behave carelessly. Still looking at the phone, he said that in addition to everything, the interest rate on loans for them might be increased. Wang looked at Ping and asked again about the increase in the rate. Ping replied with a smile that yes, as another deterrent, if many of them die in the catacombs, they will go bankrupt. Unless, of course, Wang gives them additional funding. To which Wang replied that no, increase the rate, they don't have any extra points now. There is not enough money, the new school year is starting soon, the first years still need to stock up on weapons and pills. Then Ping looked at him questioningly, asking, didn't King Wu give them 10% of their materials? With his hands on his nose, Wang said that he did, but it was not enough. Then Ping thought about it, putting his fingers on his chin. Then he looked at the rector again, saying that he had an idea. He introduced him to the students, handing over a large check, saying that this year the university turned 60, they could hold a donation party for the alumni. After all, there are many influential people among them, so you can get from 800 million to 1 billion. He smiled at the thought that this was a chance for him to make useful contacts. The rector folded his arms and thought about it, and Ping also said that this was for the benefit of the new generation of masters. He did not think that anyone would be against it. Waving his hand, the man said that he would think about it and Ping could go. Leaving the office, Ping politely said goodbye. Then he closed the door, but he looked in again, saying that and if you need help with organizing a fundraiser, then he is always ready to help, to which Wang angrily told him to leave. The guy was sitting in the garden and reading the instructions that you need to accumulate energy and release blood. Then he pushed the textbook away and said that it sounded familiar. The instructor came up to him and explained that many warriors, when they are in pain, hold a little blood in their mouth and use it to heal their enemies, but this will not work against strong opponents. Her blood arrow is a deadly technique. Then she threw a stone and said to look at it. She immediately spat blood from her mouth at it, and in an instant, this stone literally fell apart into pieces. The young man was surprised and shouted that this is a vile technique, and then he raised his finger up and said that he meant that it is simply amazing. Then he smiled sarcastically and thought that it is not just amazing, it was created for him. It can break skulls in close combat. What could be better? But then the woman came up and said that many people had thought about this technique, but no one could do it because it was not about spitting out blood, but about training the cervical vertebrae. She immediately imagined a person's neck and said that I was training the cervical vertebrae. It remained untrained, which meant a weak flow of energy in this place. The bloody arrow was the perfect solution in such a situation. Then she took a step forward and said that this technique was secret, it was necessary to remember it, and no one could be taught it. The guy agreed, and then she said that training the neck was not so difficult. You need to look in the book and start. Evening came. The main character was still training. Sophia spat out blood with all her might, which flew forward. At first it looked promising when the arrow flew into the stone, but after that there was an extra large cheekbone left there. The teacher watched all this and said that it was still weak. He needed at least 30 points to break the skull. You need to try again. The guy turned around and said that he had repeated this technique more than 10 times. His throat hurt like hell and thought that it was no wonder why the technique was called deadly, even practice can kill. And then the blonde came closer and said that in the worst case he would not be able to speak for 3 days. He must not be a chicken, he still needs to work on improving the blood prisoner and agility. And then she lowered her head and said that at the peak of the 3rd rank he needs to master the heavenly step. If he wants to surpass in speed, he needs to work on agility. Without it, even if he is strong as a god, he will never be able to win. The guy listened to all this carefully and thought that it would take some time, maybe weaker than his opponents, but he needs to be faster than them. Then he looked at the status window and thought that his techniques are not words, this is an action, and actions require energy. You need to rely on yourself to recover and use pills to increase your points and health. This is too slow. Then he went to the mentor and asked if he could get some extra pills for today's intense training, but the answer was that she was very tired today and said goodbye. So the brunette was left there alone and quite upset. June 10th came, the final list of Chinese warriors appeared. This year's list was different from the previous ones. The achievements of the warriors were also listed there. The internet was just going crazy. The best warriors of the 3rd stage were 22-year-old Zhang Longjiang, then 21-year-old Qin Feng King, 21-year-old Zhao Lei, and finally 19-year-old Fang Ping. The list on the internet was at the top of the search. People were interested in reading it, and people were indignant and angry about this list. They wrote that isn't the martial arts society part of the universities? Does it really allow students to kill people? What is the martial arts community doing? How dare it do this to people? Someone wrote that they knew that something went wrong at the meeting. These students are so ruthless, and someone wrote that there are those listed, and what about those not listed? But the managers at the conference answered them quite simply. They said that the martial arts students had the right to do this. Besides, only bad people were killed. Starting from friendly matches to forming a task for participants, announcements of their achievements, China is gradually presenting the truth to citizens. Because if everyone told at once, they would be very shocked. So they carefully watch the news now. Their goal was for people to treat the work of the warriors with maximum understanding. Then the little girl went outside and immediately called her brother. She was very upset and asked Ping if he was really a murderer. And he left, smiled and asked what happened and why the little girl was so scared, and in response he heard that she was just asking. The girl lowered her eyes and asked her brother if it was true that he only killed bad people. He thought for a bit and said that it was. Then the little girl started screaming at him right into the phone that of course he only killed bad people, and that he had to wait until he became a warrior too, and that they would kill them together. He was a little embarrassed and thought that it was a little rat, and at first it seemed that his sister was worried about his safety, and he replied that he shouldn't think about it all day long and asked how the final exams went. The girl was still standing outside and replied that everything went great, and that she hoped to finish them off tomorrow, and that she would like to see her brother at home on the 17th. Then he smiled and said that he would try to come, and if the little girl tried hard, he would have something for her. The sister immediately started asking what that something was, and received the answer, "What do you think?" After some time, the protagonist arrived at Yuan Fang Group. There he shook hands with a representative of the organization and introduced himself. They said that it was nice to meet him. The man smiled and said that it was a great honor for them that this guy spent his valuable time to come here. It was the deputy director of Zanwu, Jiang Yuanhao. The young man also smiled and said that it was an honor for him, because the organization helps them. Because of this they receive sincere gratitude in return. After some time, they all entered the negotiation room. The man sat down on the sofa and said that he knew that his company was promising in the market, so he believed that he would become a great master, but there was one but. Then the young man extended his hand and said that he was ready to discuss absolutely everything with him. They could continue. This is what he heard, that he was very observant, and then the deputy director was really ready to continue. He understood the eyes and said that it was better to get down to business. His boss was interested in his company and in him. He should already know this, but they still had some concerns and they would like to add a few sections to the contract. While the main character was studying the document, he added that if his share in the organization changes and this person ceases to be the CEO, their investment will be useless. If this happens, the gentleman wants compensation and the amount of their investment tripled. The brunette smiled and thought that these people were laughing. He is never ready to sell a company that he will build for years, so he immediately agreed. The man extended his hand and said that in this case everything is decided. According to the contract, the gentleman invests 30 million in his organization and buys 30% of the shares. While the young man was signing the documents, he said that if it is not too much trouble, he needs to transfer 30 million today. When asked if it is true today, he said that he really needs the money. Then the deputy director turned around and called his assistant. And at that moment someone started calling the main character on the phone. It turns out it wasn't a call, but a message about a transfer, 27,600,000. That's great, the remaining 2,400,000 are probably taxes. Then he looked at his status screen and thought he was right, his balance had increased. Selling 30% of the shares gave him knowledge of the real value of his company. He smiled and thought that he should try harder to develop the company. As soon as he gets to 1 billion income, he will never have to worry about money again. And when the guys shook hands, thanked him for his help and said that the organization will not disappoint him, he replied that he was glad to hear it. Suddenly it dawned on the young man that the dungeon would cost him about 10 million. He was still 30 million short of 100. He should be especially careful in spending money now. Getting out of poor families is really difficult. Meanwhile, there was indignation in the office. One of the guys came from was going to fight with him, ordered him to come there and asked how dare he collect more from them than from others. The young man's thoughts were that he should stop looking for him, he was only asking for trouble. After some time, he was already in the professor's dormitory. There were other students who greeted him. One was a penultimate year student, weapons school, the peak of the 3rd rank. The other said that she was a penultimate year student, production school, the middle of the 3rd rank. And there were also 2 guys standing there, one of whom was a 2nd year student, weapons school, the middle of the 3rd rank. The other was a penultimate year student, weapons school, the peak of the 3rd rank. The holiday 1st year students stood opposite, also introduced themselves and said that they were 1st year students of the weapons school. The girls were the middle of the 2nd rank, and the protagonist was the peak of the 3rd rank. The guys immediately started chatting, said that they had heard a lot about Ping, and that this guy was a genius. He thanked them in response and said that it was all thanks to the teacher, but the mentor abruptly interrupted them and told them to stop their pink snot. She frowned and said that in total she had 15 students, now there were only 7 left, so she wanted to tell them, stop dying. Then she raised her head and said that one of them would soon reach the 4th rank, they should work with them, not go to the military. And 2 more were just reaching the height of the 3rd rank, one of the guys reached the peak of the 3rd rank, they have nothing to do in the dungeon. Then she looked at the 1st year students and added that these guys had never been to the dungeon before, so they definitely needed to go. She exhaled and said that they should remember that they have no future if they suddenly die. Then she looked around and added that she knew that while everyone was studying, many teachers told them to fight like real warriors and not to be cowards on the battlefield. And in the dungeon they would tell them to fight until their last breath, but let her say that it was stupid. Everyone listened attentively as the woman told the main character that first of all they had to think about their safety, think about their team. Others were not important if they understood that there was no chance of winning, they had to run and save themselves. Then she turned to the girls and said that they should also remember that if their comrade runs away, they had to run faster than him. The little girls immediately started laughing, and the young man thought that he didn't understand. Was this an insult or a compliment? Because he was a warrior, and this was his teacher who was teaching him to run away. So he turned around and said that he understood. They promised not to leave them behind. While thinking that the woman had never spoken to them like that before, she was probably worried about them. The blonde then put her hand to her forehead and said that she was done. Everyone could leave and they definitely needed to practice some more. So the guys turned around and immediately left the room. Only she asked the main character to stay. The young man sat down next to him and asked what the teacher wanted to give him. The woman looked at him and said that the countdown had started, he had 5 days. Alice, how much time was left until the end of the timer? Then she raised her hand and added that if they had already decided that the exact date of their departure was June 20th, then Tang Feng would be the leader. The brunette was surprised and asked why this person. In response, the teacher handed him something and said that he was a 6th rank, only weak in mind, but still able to protect him, and he should take this. She was holding some strange watch in her hands. It was a gift from her father, with his photo inside. Then the teacher looked at him and said that his father had been lost in that dungeon a year ago. They could ask him for help if they met him. When he asked what rank he was, she answered that his father had reached the peak of the 7th rank. The young man thought that a warrior of the 7th rank was truly a great master. He should carry this thing with him. If he could find the professor's father, he would definitely be able to help them. At that moment, the blonde added something else, that he should protect Zhu Mei, and also Yunzai, should he take her with him. Then she was surprised that the young man had never thought that she had ordered her to go with him to protect her. She smiled and said that Mr. Chen had 6 or 7 sons and only 1 daughter. She would do anything to keep her alive, so he should always be with her. The guy was a little confused, but agreed. Then the teacher told him that the last thing she wanted to convey to him was to try to avoid his guards meeting other professors, especially Wu Guisheng, who wanted to protect humanity at any cost. Moreover, she had a lot of enemies. Only God knew what they had in mind. They could set her students on fire too. Then she frowned and said that this guy was one of them, Those people wanted to kill her students, prevent her from becoming a master, and get rid of everything that could disrupt their plans. Then she turned and added that she knew that this guy was smart. If he suddenly found himself in danger, it was better to try to think that it was either a coincidence or someone's evil intentions. He thought, is it really that bad? And while he looked at her, he thought that these people wanted to protect their country. They understood them quite well. He didn't think that everything was as bad as the teacher was saying now, but he still had to be careful. The young man was a little stupid and turned to her, said that until that moment he was not so worried about going to the dungeon. But now it seems to him that the enemies are everywhere and he can die at any time. In response, he heard that he was absolutely right and immediately asked if she had anything that would help him survive. The guy immediately presented several items, said that for example there is a book that will help stop enemy attacks with one move, or especially powerful weapons that are used by high-ranking masters. The answer came with a question, would like such things too, maybe she will get some. The brunette's last hope was that they would give him some pills, and when they relocated to the kitchen, the woman handed him 3 pills and said that these were special pills with life energy. She looked at them and added that after taking one such pill, his life energy will increase 2-fold, but after that they will begin to cause him great harm. The young man asked again if he understood correctly that these pills can be fatal for him. She looked at him and replied that if she could restore some energy before their effects wore off, she would stay alive but would receive a huge number of serious injuries. Ben asked the right student if he still wanted them. He took the box and said of course. His balance was then increased by 4,500,000. The young man was very happy. He thought that these pills were so expensive. 3 pills cost 4,500,000. You can sell one of them for 2 million. And when the mentor was almost leaving, he caught up with her and said that he would like to get more of these pills because others would also need them. But the woman did not even turn around and replied that she no longer had them. She had to go home. He did not have much time left. The blonde was leaving, and at the end she said that if this person dies, their school will support his death. When she reached the stairs, she added that this would happen at least from her side. The young man looked after her and smiled, and then he bowed. Finally, the day of the final exam came and all the students were leaving the school grounds. Among them was the protagonist's younger sister. He met her when the little girl ran up to him joyfully, and immediately behind her back he noticed the rest of the class, who were watching him closely. All the students greeted the deputy leader in chorus and were very happy to see him. The brunette was surprised and asked again what was going on, and the little girl explained that she was their leader and her older brother was their deputy. He was a little surprised and asked how many people were there, but the answer was that the children began to say in chorus that no matter what the intentions and what the path were, Yang Cheng would always respect them, and in return they would be rewarded for their hard work. They must be strong. 3,000 schoolgirls and everyone would become warriors. Then the protagonist was even more surprised. 3,000 girls. Before that only 108 people obeyed her, and now she probably wants to found her own state or what. The little girl came closer and asked if everything was okay. Then the brother leaned over and asked why her highness was so brilliant, and in response he heard that these girls wanted to join themselves. She didn't force them. Then the young man patted her on the cheek. While the little girl was saying that she didn't even want it, they created the club themselves and asked for help. And then they even introduced an entrance fee, and they wanted to transfer all the income to their family. At that moment, the young man tensed up and asked if it was only then that the little girl came to her senses. And in response he heard that it was true. She told them that she didn't need money. But the other members of the club replied that if they refused, they would go against their will, and then everyone started crying in front of the school. The brunette then let the little girl go and said that in principle, this sounds good. Then he took the phone and said that he simply could not leave everything like this. How could a little girl manage so many people? He could not allow everything to continue like this, and he would have to tell his uncle about it. The little sister was upset and said that the uncle was one of those who asked her to let his daughter into the club. Until that moment the young man thought that nothing would surprise him anymore. Then he exhaled and said that it did not matter. You just need to be careful, not talk to weirdos, and not be too kind to a stranger. The girl lowered her head and said that she understood everything. Then the brother took a box out of the car and said that he had prepared a gift for her. It was a beautifully wrapped box with a pink bow. The little girl remembered that her brother had promised her something before. She eagerly opened the box, but the truth is that her trepidation almost immediately disappeared somewhere. Inside were some strange papers and textbooks. This fact clearly upset her, and then her brother stroked her head and said that this book is about the best martial techniques. There is no need to be so sad, a real warrior should know them. Then he took out these books and explained that when she becomes a real master of martial arts, she will have to read the piercing dash. Then, when she studies the art of fire control, she can study the explosive dagger and bloody arrow. And only then he put the books back, added that when she becomes a good warrior, she can go to Macmao or to Nanwu if she goes to Nan. They will help her prepare for the tests. He has a good, excellent teacher in mind, but if she enters Macmao, she can find his teacher there. The girl listened to all this and told her brother that she found a friend who works in masteralized logistics. When asked what his name is, she said that she cannot remember, and the young man replied that in any case she can always ask them for help, just tell them that she is his sister. Then he thought about it and started talking about his mother and father. He thought that the little girl was already old enough to take care of them. He would immediately get a question why he was talking about this at all. Then his eyes filled with a little sadness. The young man bowed and said that he was a soldier, a fighter. Now everything is clear. He leaned over and explained that he kills people, and people can take revenge. The same girl started crying and telling him to stop because she does not want to listen to it. The brother stroked her head and smiled, added that he would leave for a while. Then he lowered his head and said that he does not plan to die, but if he forgets there, he believes that he may never return. Suddenly, his sister ran closer and hugged him tightly, said that she does not need such gifts. And then she explained that she just needs to stay home. This is her main desire. The brunette was a little upset and replied that he needs to continue training. The next time he meets, he must definitely stand out as the most talented and strong among his peers. The little girl immediately moved away a little and apologized to him. The sky was clear and clean. There was silence all around. Finally, June 19th came, evening, a magical city. The guys were sitting at a table in a cafe and were just silent. One of them put the sticks on the table and said that they should not worry too much. Then he raised his head and said that everyone present was a warrior. This was their duty. They needed to relax and enjoy, let everything go as usual. The other looked at him and told him to relax himself. They didn't care, said that they were warriors, and therefore they should risk their lives. Suddenly, the main character interrupted him and said that this guy was an idiot, asked what was wrong with such survival. Then he even got a little angry and said that everyone should listen to him. They needed to use their brains to survive and find out as much information as possible that they needed. He didn't want to be a hero, but they shouldn't get into random fights, the outcome of which could not be predicted. They needed to take care of themselves, check every time if everything was in place. And then a couple in love passed by their table. Everyone turned and looked after them. Then one of them raised his hand and asked if they had ever thought about what their ideal partner should be like. The girls were surprised and asked at the same time what did he mean. And the guy looked at his friend and said that he should start, he would do better, but the question was why him? He said that he was the strongest among them all. The brunette thought about it and said that he wanted this person to be kind. It would be very good if he was a master of arts and they would have common interests. Her strength was not so important. His girlfriend was sitting next to him, who was strangely embarrassed at that moment. And the other one then raised 3 fingers and said that she wanted it to be a guy 180 centimeters tall, taller, prettier and stronger. Her parents said that her partner should be caring, talented in cooking and photography, and also loved traveling. Suddenly her friend tried to interrupt her, but the girl got angry and shouted that she was not finished yet. The other one with blue hair was a little embarrassed and said that she doesn't have a specific type. The third one also embarrassedly said that she has the same situation. At that moment, one of the guys decided to express his opinion. He said that he wants a beauty. He doesn't care if his girlfriend is a martial arts master, but she definitely needs to be in shape. The red-haired comrade looked at him and said that it was his turn now. Why interrupt? He suddenly turned to the side, and his girlfriend's chest appeared in front of his eyes. The girl began to get embarrassed and asks what the guy is looking at. He started shaking his hands and said that there is nothing. The brunette intervened, who noted that he somehow did not believe it. Finally, various dishes were brought to the table. Changdon raised his glass and said that warriors should not drink alcohol, but his grandfather often drank before going to the dungeon, and then he drank the contents. True, he did not like it and he immediately spat it out, said that it was disgusting. Meanwhile, the main character turned and asked who his grandfather was. He had never spoken it before. The young man turned around and said that his grandfather was the director of Jingwu. He was a 6th rank. He was surprised and said that his grandfather was so strong. But then why was this guy still in Macmao? The answer was height. The father of one of their friends was also a big shot, the director of the university. But she, like this guy, studied in Macmao, and the girl herself just sat nearby and listened attentively. After the student raised his head and said that this situation is not only with them. Many students go there because they do not want to study at their parents' universities, do not want to witness the death of their parents, because he knows what happened to his teacher. If her daughter had not died in front of the master, everything would have definitely changed. The brunette raised his head and said that now he understands. In response, he heard that his grandfather did not want him to become a warrior, but continued to practice. Now that he realizes how dangerous the dungeon is, he realized that his grandfather simply did not want him to die. And he also explained that the dungeon is a completely different place from their world, and he wants to see it with his own eyes. The girls then listened to him attentively. Finally, the guy raised his head and said that he was a little scared, afraid of death, and Vidya had not yet finished everything he wanted. His comrade at that moment turned away and said that there would be too many second-level warriors there. The master would not be able to cope with them all alone. Suddenly, the main character got up from the table and said that he did not know whether he would die in this dungeon, but danger awaited them at every step. He imagined different situations, natural disasters, road accidents, sent food, falling objects. In 1 second he could laugh, and the next already die, and therefore he was very glad that they had the opportunity to sit here together and have dinner. Then he raised his glass and said that the only thing they could do was try to survive. His girlfriend immediately stood up and said that this was true, they must try to survive. The others also smiled and seemed to be filled with confidence. Their glasses clashed. Everyone said in unison that they had to try to survive. It was 6/20th and a whole parade had gathered at the entrance to the university. The rector stood at the top, saying that everyone was standing in front of him today. The students of their institute, who were the saviors of China, never wanted to send them to the dungeon, but there was no other way out. No one could refuse or evade it. The guys listened attentively, saying that the warriors in the dungeons were stronger than ever, and all these guys were the strongest of their kind, and it was their duty to fight the enemies. Then the old man came closer and shouted that on behalf of all the teachers and other students, he wished them good luck and hoped that the gates would accept everyone. And then he raised his hand, along with the other teachers, shouting, "It will be so." The students themselves did the same. Then an instructor came up, ordering everyone to turn around and move forward. Finally, the bus drove up to the fence with bars. The gates immediately opened and several buses drove in. Inside, there were students looking intently out the windows. They were surrounded by military equipment, various guns and tanks. There were weapons for every taste. And right in the middle there was a large dome, like an entrance to a dungeon. Inside they were met by soldiers who said that they had to register, show him their seals and certificates. All mobile phones and other electronic devices were prohibited there. They would only help their enemies win. So all the guys immediately began to go through control and hand over their things. Then they lined up. One of the soldiers came up and said that everything was fine. Another then raised his hand and shouted that they had to remember that on this mission they had to fight for their country, for its people. Victory was in their hands. And a moment later the entrance opened. All the air immediately began to draw in. These were huge gates. Then the comrade looked at the brunette and said that these greetings, rituals, made him nervous. The girls who were walking next to him said the same thing, but in response they heard that they had to relax. A few minutes later the group began to go inside. Below there was a small recreation area where people were. The young man looked around and said that there was a task board here. On this board were written different tasks, which were marked with different colors. And everyone present in this area turned and greeted the soldiers. They were proud that the students of the university also joined them. So the guys raised their hands and did the same. Finally, the whole group approached the main entrance. The brunette raised his hand and asked the master if this was really the entrance to the dungeon itself. The man came closer and said that this was a metal chamber. It was built from an orank alloy to keep all the evil spirits and dungeons inside. The entrance itself was further there. Only the main character was more interested in the alloy. He came closer and said that if he was not mistaken, even their trading company did not have an A-rank alloy. He thought that 1 kilogram of D-rank alloy costs 20 million, which means that the cost of the rank is in the hundreds of millions. Suddenly a man approached him and asked if this guy wanted to take the door with him. He smiled and said that it was, but in response he heard that then he would have to try hard. The man came closer, hugged him and said that if they could tame the dungeon, then this door would never be needed again, and then their team could take it. In response he heard that the boy was not strong enough to want it, but then he just laughed and called him a funny boy. Then he looked around and said that Hayes was such an idiot because he didn't even know what real fun was, asked if he had ever been alone with a woman for this. Then he whispered in the guy's ear that he wanted to tell him that there was nothing better than this, so he just had to try not to die. But the mentor quickly intervened, so the man stepped back and asked again what was the matter. After all, he was already an adult here. What was wrong, or was he not interested in this? At that moment, another guy came out from there and told the man to come in. So he turned, smiled and apologized, said that he was just a beginner, the first time is always so exciting. Then the students were ordered to line up and enter one by one, which they did. As soon as the young man retreated inside, he began to look around. Something amazing appeared in front of him. There was something like a portal. The brunette saw this and frowned, said that he finally reached the dungeon. After a few minutes, his hand appeared under the other side of the portal, and then the whole young man entered the dungeon. There was a large and long passage to the destination, so he looked at the master and said that this was a magical large entrance, only he was surprised that the young man could speak. The guy raised his head and said that he still felt strong energy pressure. He thought he could absorb it. Only the master did not like it and he began to shout at the guy so that he did not dare to do this. He did not care how strong this guy was. If they use their power here, then they can simply disrupt the balance of the enemy. Then he introduced all the people who create these gates and said that they must maintain balance, otherwise no one will be able to pass through them. Last year the dungeon became much more dangerous because some masters used spiritual energy to close the entrance to it. They wanted to stop people who passed through the dungeon. At that moment, the young man thought and asked why these people did not do this, because this way you can stop the enemies, and they will not need to send their people to death. Why can't you just isolate the dungeon from the outside world and stop worrying about it? The man turned and answered that this cannot be done. The enemy's strength is constantly increasing, so it is imperative to maintain their stability. For some time, the whole group moved along this portal. The path connecting the two entrances was about 1,000 meters. Both entrances were the same. They were surrounded by huge protective walls and alloys. The only difference was a small door near one of the entrances. Finally, the group appeared on the other side, and after a short amount of time, they came outside. The young man raised his eyes and looked at the sky. There was a bright light. The sun in the dungeon appeared above his head. In general, the whole group was surprised. They said that it looked disgusting, so big, just huge. And the city itself looked like a city in the desert. It was the general headquarters of the dungeon. They were met by soldiers who were supposed to conduct a briefing. The advisor and general of the dungeon, who had the 6th rank, Zumafu, looked at them and said that there was not much time left, so they should skip the ritual. He presented them with a table and said that their headquarters were 50,000 soldiers and less than 8,000 warriors, an army larger than the enemy's, 4 times larger than theirs, while they were attacked 5 times a year. Then he presented a map and said that the headquarters was in the north, 80 kilometers from theirs. Not far from their headquarters there are also several villages, whose warriors also sometimes attack them. Then he frowned and added that they needed to protect their country from enemies and the life of this dungeon. It was their duty, since all people were warriors of the headquarters. And the instructor added that this was their first trip to the dungeon. They had only one task: to get closer to the world of this dungeon. More information appeared on the screen. They explained that they would go on a 3-day reconnaissance at a distance of 10 kilometers from the headquarters to better study the local camps and army. Then they would go on a 3-day journey and move 30 kilometers from the headquarters. After that they would be free. They could leave here in 20 days. One of the students then raised his hand and turned to the professor, asked if they could take from here what they wanted. The answer was positive, so the brunette was happy and asked if they could tell him where the mines with energy stones were. The men frowned and said that all the stones had probably already been collected. Did they really think that he had any chance of finding them? The mines were saturated with powerful energy, which made them good places for training, but there were a lot of strong hostile animals there. He immediately imagined how a monster was attacking the young man, and said that therefore he should not go there. The student listened to him carefully and thought what it meant. Even if he could find the energy stones, he would hardly be able to take them. After some time, they ordered to open the outer gate and the guys went there. One by one, the team went outside. They all began to tense up and carefully look around. At first, everything seemed calm. Suddenly, the brunette looked ahead and noticed something. The gate was made of metal, logical, because even 1st or 2nd level warriors could break through the stone walls. Then he took another step forward and saw that the ground was saturated with blood. The young man walked and thought that he could not even imagine how brutal the battles were here. Meanwhile, the team was moving further and further away from the city, and a moment later, the gates closed completely. Finally, the students reached the forest. There, the professor told them about the area. When they reached the jungle, their guide taught them how to look for sources of water, look around, build traps, and much more. The plants were similar to those that grew outside the dungeon, but they also encountered those that they had not seen before. They also came across animals. The animals were also similar in appearance, but spiritual energy was seething inside. The guy immediately asked if it was possible to hunt them, but the answer was, it is not worth it. During this journey, they also had to get closer to the army, where the group came to get acquainted after some time. The guys also had a huge interest in everything new, and therefore completely forgot how dangerous it was, and when moving through the forest, they lost their vigilance. Their professor stopped at some point and said that it was worth resting here. Everyone landed on a stone and finally exhaled. One of the girls smiled and said that she liked the fresh air around her. The brunette interrupted her and asked if it was true that it was air. Couldn't it be something else? She replied that it was immediately obvious who had missed classes. Scientists had already studied the environment and confirmed that it was air. When asked if he was serious, she got angry and shouted that of course. Suddenly the professor translated them and said to be quieter, because now everyone was in the forest and they needed to be quieter. The main characters looked at him and asked if there were no roads in the dungeon. Then why couldn't they move on horses? And the man turned around and said that the smell of horse's blood was very strong. It would attract other creatures. And besides, during the battle the horses could get scared and just run away. Ping continued to look at him and asked questions if he used animals from the dungeon. The answer was that he should forget about it. All animals that can handle spiritual energy can think, no matter how he tries to tame them, because sooner or later they will attack him and betray him anyway. Then he introduced a huge crocodile and said that earlier their leader had a huge alligator that almost destroyed the headquarters. Since then the armies have not used animals from these places. And the young man exhaled and said that his dream of taming animals from under Milia was now destroyed. He thought that since the leader, being a master of the 8th rank, could not stop the alligator, then he needed to be at the 9th to at least hope for something. Meanwhile, night gradually fell in the city, and this happened quite quickly, literally in a couple of minutes. Bright lights began to appear on the walls, and the people looked at the closed sun and discussed that the night in the dungeon is black as pitch. As they were told, it comes in the blink of an eye. Then one of the guys looked out the window and said that in their world there is also a moon. But here at night it is too dark. If they needed to go outside now, then for sure they would not find the right direction. Then he turned to his friends and said that they were not hinting at anything, but would they be scolded if they got into the women's bedroom? The brunette was a little embarrassed and answered that 4th level warriors have night vision. His comrade got upset and collapsed on the bed, answered that he was bored, if only he had his phone, and then just upset and fell silent. After some time, he said that only one day had passed, but the dungeon seemed so dangerous to me. In response, he heard that it was only the beginning. They had only walked 10 kilometers. The brunette meanwhile continued to concentrate his energy and thought that everything was going too well. Something was definitely going to go wrong. Everyone in the room was doing their own thing. Some were chatting, some were training. Suddenly the main character felt something. He went to the door. They started shouting about killers. All mid-level warriors had to go to the gate to stop the enemies. All warriors below rank 4 had to stay inside. The guys tensed up and said that they couldn't go outside. And the others were ready to fight and were discussing that their master was outside now. No one knew how many enemies there were. So Ping thought for a while and fell silent. All this time the guys stood near the door as they were ordered and waited for half an hour. And then they ran out and heard that they had to put away their weapons because the enemies were running away. When the brunette ran outside, there was no one there. He looked up and saw something. Some strange blue energy was hovering there. It was an air attack. All the students stood behind and asked where their comrade was. Nothing was visible. The guy himself looked up and said that there was a warrior 50 meters from the ground who seemed to be attacking from the air. The only problem was that the others didn't see anything, and they didn't understand how their classmate could see. At that very second, the professor and his assistant appeared there. The man got angry and started shouting that all the guys should go back inside. What were they doing here? Did they really decide to go to certain death? Because of this, all the guys turned around and went back, although they didn't see anything and stepped on each other's feet. Only then the main character saw that one of the elders was wounded. He replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry, so the boy asked how things were and where the other professors were. At that moment, the man came closer and said that all the others were wounded and were now in the medical center. They killed one mid-level warrior and 2 soldiers. The guy tensed up and thought that they killed a mid-level warrior, while the second master, a 6th rank warrior, was so badly wounded. Was everything really okay? He decided to come closer and asked how often this happens. In response, he heard that an attack can happen at any time. Now they were attacked by experienced enemies. They managed to kill several. Their losses are much greater. After that, he waved his hand and told them to return to their room. His questions would not help them anyway. They need to train and increase their rank as quickly as possible. Finally, Ping raised his hand and asked who this flying man was. Was he some kind of great master? The protagonist stared at the sky. Yichuan asked why he had such good eyesight. The brunette said that he was not sure, but it seemed that he felt strong streams of spiritual energy from above. A silhouette of a man emitting a blue aura was visible in the sky. The master looked at the protagonist with a satisfied grin. He said that this was incredible and usually middle rank. You need to train for a long time to learn to see in the dark, but he missed this stage and was able to concentrate his spiritual energy in his eyes to improve his eyesight. Feng looked at the student with a serious look, saying that, however, he was not strong enough and in this battle, all his spiritual energy would be useless, noting that they did not need him now and he needed to go back. The brunette turned his back to the teachers, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. He thought that Master Feng, as always, was too worried about the students, and he was not sure that he could become a great master next year, but he definitely needed to deal with Feng. Yichuan looked at Feng worriedly, saying that the 3 were terribly injured, asking what they should do. The teacher turned his back to the professor, saying that everything was fine and they needed to protect the students, and for him to stop hanging around there doing nothing, since they did not have time for unnecessary talk. The professor sighed heavily. The bright sun was shining above the castle. Soldiers were standing near the castle, talking to each other. The master glared at the boys, telling them to be quiet and line up as they were leaving. The fighters stood in front of the teachers. The boy asked the man where his teacher was. The red-haired man said that he was currently on another important mission and he and Master Yichuan were temporarily responsible for them. The protagonist looked down with a dissatisfied look. The soldiers were fighting the bandits. Ping noted that on the 3rd day, the army got out of Ziwang headquarters, and this was the first time they saw Feng in battle. The teacher emitted a frightening aura as he jumped into the air. He shouted at the bandits to die. The master attacked the bandits with his powerful fist, after which he kicked his opponent with his foot. The man quickly attacked the enemies. The boys watched in surprise. Changding noted that Master Feng was very strong. Xiaoman added that he was very brave. The red-haired man grabbed his opponent by the throat. The protagonist watched the scene with narrowed eyes. He thought that Feng was so easy to deal with mid-level warriors, and even if he was a rank 5 master, he would easily smear him on the ground, and he should continue to pretend to be stupid. The soldier threw a red sheet into the air, after which he covered the body with a sheet. The guys were digging holes in the ground. Ping looked at the professor with a sad look. Yichuan said that their bodies cannot be cremated right there, taking them back to the headquarters is too dangerous, so they are buried right there, adding that they are fighting for the honor of their country and will be there as a sign of their victory. The brunette looked in front of him with annoyance, saying about victory. He thought that they can't even protect their headquarters in the dungeon, wondering what kind of victory they are talking about. The teacher looked ahead with a serious look, saying that it was useless to be sad in the dungeon, so they could only train harder and only then would they be able to defend themselves. Wooden boards were placed in front of the graves. The professors and soldiers stood in front of the graves. After that, they walked along a path in the middle of the forest. The blonde looked at the master with a questioning expression. The red-haired man said that it was too slow. He frowned, saying that dozens of mid-level warriors were attacking them and this had never happened before, adding that they were losing the war and they could no longer wait for them to get used to the terrain. The boys stopped near a tree. Feng ordered them to split into 2 teams, saying that Master Yichuan would lead the 2nd-level warriors, and he would lead the 3rd-level warriors to the center of their territory, and they would fight, adding that their lives depended on them. The red-haired man looked at the master with a menacing gaze. He said that the level 3 warriors should fight with people in the dungeons because that was the original plan, and they taught them everything they knew themselves, noting that excessive protection and guardianship will not lead to anything good. The protagonist looked at the master in confusion, asking if he was sure that they should take such a risk and neglect the original plan of action. The brunette thought that he would not be able to protect Zume if they were in different teams, although he had Yunxi pills. The professor looked at the protagonist with annoyance. He said that then he can go there alone if he is not satisfied with the team, and he should have started killing enemies a few years ago and not sit around doing nothing for so long. Ping smiled in confusion, saying that this was his first time in the dungeon. The teacher looked at the student with displeasure, saying that before them he worked with 3 students, and they went to the battlefield in 2 days without waiting for his orders. Feng crossed his arms, asking that or he wanted to be in a team of level 2 warriors to feel superior to them. Ping did not understand what he was talking about. The master said that he could easily kill weak enemies, asking what he would do if he encountered someone strong, run or stand and watch his allies die. The teacher looked at the student with annoyance, saying that he was disappointed in him. The student stood in front of the professors. Feng told the protagonist that he was disappointed in him. The teacher frowned with displeasure, saying that Fengru and Lai Zhangsheng thought that he was a gift from fate, and they considered him a prodigy, adding that they were probably wrong, and he was not even trying to get stronger. The master introduced the image of Jinyang and Fengking. He said that Jinyang and Fengking went into the dungeon and started fighting enemies as level 3 masters, and at level 4 they fought 5th rank warriors, saying that he knew it sounded scary. But it was true. The protagonist pursed his lips in displeasure. The master said that if he wanted to become a good warrior, he needed to expose himself to risks, and by avoiding risks, he would become nothing. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that he thought he should become stronger to expose himself to such danger. Ping stood motionless next to the master. Feng asked that he was worthy of being a master with such an attitude, and then by his logic, before starting to fight, one must become a great master. The protagonist glared at the master, saying that he was humiliating him. Feng loomed over the protagonist. He asked him what he thought, that he was always right, noting that he had killed more level 6 warriors than he had ever seen in his life, asking why he wanted to humiliate him so much and what exactly he was helping them with. The professor looked at the student with irritation, saying that he could stay with the level 2 students and not thank him for it. The red-haired man turned to the students, telling the level 3 warriors to follow him. The guys hurriedly followed the master. Changding and the girls looked at the protagonists back in confusion. The red-haired guy approached the brunette, telling him not to be upset because this was Master Feng, and he knew what he was like. Ping clenched his hand into a fist. He looked at the guy with irritation, asking that he should not care that Feng considered him a coward. The red-haired guy noted that not at all, and he agreed that they needed to get stronger first and only then rush at the enemies. The guys looked at Xiaomin in surprise. The pink-haired girl noted that she thought the master was right. If she were a level 3 warrior, she would rush to the battlefield without waiting for orders. The brunette sighed heavily. He frowned and looked at the guys. Ping stated that since he was their ally, could they tell him something by asking if their enemies were too strong? Would they blame him for not being able to deal with them and what they thought of the bonus rewards? The guys awkwardly looked at each other. Changning looked at the protagonist in confusion, saying that he was much stronger than them, and he did not think anyone would blame him for this. The protagonist held his weapon in his hands. He lowered his gaze, smirking slightly. Ping pointed out that the master was right and he was overconfident, adding that they wanted to become stronger and learn to fight without fear, and he was a fool for thinking that he could protect everyone at once. The brunette narrowed his eyes slightly, saying that their parents were in and they could protect them, asking why they needed him then. The brunette turned his back to the guys. Yunxi said that was not what he said. Ping said that he would go with Team Feng, and they should take care of themselves, after which the protagonist hurriedly ran away. Yunxi looked at the protagonist's back worriedly, calling out to him. Yichuan put his hand in front of the girl and said that everything was fine, and Ping was not so reckless because he would understand the master's words a little later. The brunette looked at the teacher in confusion. Changning said that he definitely would not have become stronger if he stayed there, and they should support Ping in his decisions for his own good. Yunxi closed her eyes, pointing to the side. She said that Master Feng went north and Ping went northeast. The boys stood motionless, looking at the girl. The red-haired guy looked at the brunette with excitement. He said that Ping always had a hard time navigating the terrain. The teacher said that they should stand there and wait for him, noting that he would be back soon. Green leaves were falling from the tree. Yichuan pressed the grass with his foot. The boys looked at the exhausted teacher. Changning asked the professor if he had found Ping. The boys asked the professor if he had succeeded. Yichuan looked at the boys with alarm, noting that the main character was lost. Fang and his squad were running through the forest. Green grass was visible under the master's feet. The red-haired man looked behind him, asking the warriors what they were waiting for. The students looked behind them. They stared ahead with their brows furrowed. The girl said that she was surprised that Yunxi had not come, and it seemed that Ping was really just a cowardly empty talker. The student said that she should not say that, because he must have a reason for such behavior, and it seemed that he thought that his decision was the best for himself. The red-haired man furrowed his brows. He thought that since he liked to stay at a low level, then let it be there. The teacher waved his hand, telling them to hurry up, because they needed to reach the designated place before dark, and they would not return to headquarters. The protagonist quickly ran to the side, cutting through the air, after which he bounced off the ground, moving his arm to the side. He jumped onto the ground, slightly bending his knees. Ping began to examine the area, asking where they were. There were holes and blood on the ground. The protagonist thought that these were battlefields, and he believed that he was already close. The brunette looked ahead confusedly, thinking that they weren't there, wondering where they went. The guy looked behind him, wondering what he should do and if he should go back. The brunette thoughtfully grabbed his chin, closing his eyes. He rejected such a thought, saying that if he went back, he would be called a coward. The protagonist stood motionless with his back. He asked that maybe he should kill a few people before going back, adding that this was the right option, and he would kill 2 warriors who were at the peak of rank 3, and he could destroy as many rank 3 warriors as they could not imagine, or just kill rank 6 warriors. Ping looked behind him anxiously, asking who was there. Then he put his spear in front of him. Ping stood with his weapon outstretched, looking into the distance. He wondered if there was anyone there. The brunette looked away warily. He wondered if the dungeon warriors would understand his language, even if it was just a few words. The protagonist hid behind a huge tree. He poked his head out slightly, watching what was happening, after which he came out from behind the trees, noting that there was not a soul there. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion at the moment when a blade appeared in front of him. He thought that he had just imagined it. The fighter attacked the protagonist at the moment when he managed to dodge the attack. Ping frowned in displeasure. He appeared behind the enemy, swinging his weapon. The brunette delivered a powerful blow to the enemy, emitting red lightning. The man immediately fell to the ground. He lay on his back and was bleeding. The protagonist grabbed his neck with his hand, noting that he almost finished him off. Ping looked at his bloody hand, after which he closed his eyes and his wound began to emit a red aura. Ping thought he needed to calm down and concentrate on healing the wound on his neck. The protagonist stood next to the dead body of the bandit. He tore the pendant off his neck. The brunette brought the pendant to his face, noting that it was a dungeon warrior medallion. He had 3 swords and believed he was a level 3 beginner. There was a picture of a tree on the medallion. Ping noted that the professor said that the picture of a tree on the medallion was their symbol. There was a sword and a red stone on the ground. The protagonist noted that it was a goody rank sword and 1 10-gram energy stone, adding that it wasn't even worth 2 million and that he had risked his life for it, adding that it wasn't worth it. The protagonist looked at things with displeasure, noting that it didn't help him become stronger. The brunette looked away doubtfully, noting that they were about the same level, but he had defeated him so quickly. An opponent appeared behind the protagonist, swinging his weapon. The student jumped aside when the opponent hit the ground. The protagonist stood ready for battle, clutching a spear in his hand. The fighter smiled bloodthirstily, radiating powerful energy. Ping, his eyes widened, noting that he was a level 4 warrior. The master squeezed his opponent's throat, after which he let go, dropping him to the ground. Feng looked down with a menacing look. He told the students not to be afraid of the mid-level warriors in the dungeons and not to attack right away, noting that if they saw them, they would not meet their allies ahead and there would be more enemies further away. The teacher looked back at the students, saying that in such cases, they should go back for food, as there were quite a lot of their mid-level warriors in such places, so their enemies would immediately surrender. The red-haired man looked to the side worriedly. He thought it was strange, since there were more mid-level warriors than usual, wondering what Tianmen's headquarters was preparing to attack. The protagonist quickly ran away from his opponent. He looked ahead in fear, thinking that the teacher said that both on the surface and in the dungeon, mid-level warriors were rare, adding that they should look at it. The protagonist looked behind him in annoyance, thinking that he was just out for a walk and saw them everywhere, noting that his abilities allowed him to cover 30 meters in 1 second, but it was not enough to break away from them. Ping bared his teeth in anger, thinking that he was doomed, wondering how level 3 warriors managed to survive in such a place. The brunette continued to run through the green grass. He noted that it was all because of Feng, since he went there alone. It was his fault, and endured his stupid lecture and his words about how he should not be on his team, adding that he almost died, and now he was being chased by mid-level warriors. The protagonist ran towards the bushes, wondering why he was so unlucky. Then his eyes widened. The fighter swung his blade, but the protagonist managed to dodge the blow. Ping landed on the ground, sliding slightly. The protagonist looked at his opponent. The fighter smiled maliciously. The student wondered if it was another level 4 warrior. Out of nowhere, an arrow with a red aura appeared. The brunette leaned down, dodging the attack. The arrow hit a tree, piercing through it. The brunette looked at the hole in the tree, thinking about the life force and the ghostly arrow. He looked away in horror, noting that it was a level 4 archer. The archer stood with a malicious grin, pulling her hand towards the arrow. The protagonist surrounded himself with a red aura, running away from them. He did not understand why there were so many level 4 warriors there. The hero bared his teeth, continuing to run. He noted that he needed to get out of there quickly, otherwise he would die. The protagonist approached the forest, wondering if it was Shan Lin. The student looked ahead anxiously, thinking that he had always been told that he shouldn't go into the forest, noting that Shan Lin was a good hiding place. But there might be more dangerous enemies there. The fighters ran after the protagonist. The brunette wondered, however, is there anything more dangerous than these three? Ping immediately ran into the forest, thinking that if he continued running in the open area, he would attract even more enemies. The fighters abruptly stopped in front of the forest, after which they followed the protagonist. Wang moved through the air, after which he landed on the ground among the trees. He began to carefully examine the area. The blonde thought that Ping was stupid, mentally asking him to stop getting involved in senseless danger, wondering that Fengru would not blame him for this. After all, he was probably in such danger right now. An enemy was approaching the man with incredible speed. The men clashed with their fists, emitting powerful energy. The energy burst caused a hole to appear in the ground. The opponent bounced off the blonde. The man landed with his foot on the ground. He assumed a fighting stance, emitting a blue aura. Tian Hu, general of the Tianmen staff. The blonde man looked at Tian with concern, thinking that things were probably getting worse. Wang presented a map of the area. He noted that in this dungeon, the Jiao-Ru Square was a training ground for weak mid-level warriors. If a high-ranking warrior appeared there, it would not be easy for him to survive, because there they kill everyone in their path and prepare for war. Tian released an energy blue tiger. Wang grinned maliciously, folding his palms in front of himself. He said that this was not enough to kill him. Energy blades appeared in front of the man. The blades were moving towards the tiger. They collided with each other, causing an energy explosion. Wang looked to the side. A black silhouette emitting red energy was visible in the sky. The blonde noted that there was another one, and they were surrounding him, after which it appeared behind Tian with a menacing look. The man noted that he should take care of this first. Tian bared his teeth, summoning an energy tiger. Wang grabbed the tiger's head with his hands, after which he tore it apart. The enemy fell to the ground. Wang, out of breath, looked at the enemy, noting that if he disrupted the balance of life energy, he would not kill him, but would deprive him of the opportunity to attack. The blonde added that he would doom himself to certain death if he fought 2 warriors of this level, but now he could not return to headquarters because there were many warriors in this territory and his escape would lead to more deaths. A man jumped off the ground into the air, thinking that he needed to distract them. The protagonist swung his spear. The enemy blocked the blow with his sword. The protagonists stood in the middle of the forest with their opponents. He shouted at them to come to him. The fighters looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. Ping grinned awkwardly, noting that they were speaking different languages, but he was prepared. The brunette smiled bloodthirstily, telling them in an incomprehensible language. Ping remembered how he looked at his teacher, asking him to teach them the language. Jiang Sheng asked why he did this. Ping smiled widely, saying that he wanted to scare them, and this was a psychological trick. If they ran away from him, he would shout at them to come back. Jiang Sheng thoughtfully closed his eyes, saying in an incomprehensible language. The protagonist smiled happily, clenching his hand into a fist, saying that it was great and sounded scary. He asked what it meant. Jiang Sheng replied that it meant that they were scoundrels and for them to come and kill him if they were not cowards. The warriors looked at the brunette with bewilderment. The protagonist frowned maliciously, wondering what was wrong with their faces, and they could not hear him. Ping continued to repeat in an incomprehensible language. The opponents grinned maliciously. The hero wondered why they were smiling. The long-haired man took a fighting stance, holding out his blade. The protagonist began to run away from the enemies, thinking that everything had gone wrong. The long-haired man swung his sword. He directed a slashing blow at the protagonist's back. The protagonist staggered slightly, after which he abruptly jumped to the side. The warriors ran after the brunette. The red sun was shining in the sky, after which it was deep night. The protagonist hid behind a huge tree. He looked behind his back, where a wound was visible. Ping noted that he was lucky to have level 4 armor, so it wasn't that deep early on, and he thought he was safe now, but his life force was running low since he was injured, adding that they wouldn't find him or kill him and they probably thought he couldn't see in the dark. The protagonist smirked and noted that he didn't have night vision, but he did have spiritual energy and it was his turn to attack. The protagonist recalled the bright sun above the forest and noted that there was spiritual energy everywhere during the day. Ping recalled the dark silhouette in the air and noted that there was no such thing at night and that he could sense his enemy's energy and know their location during the dark hours. The protagonist opened the system window in front of him and noted that since there were 3 of them, he needed to get rid of them one by one and he had 78 million left, but he couldn't spend it. The brunette looked thoughtfully ahead, noting that he could not stand still. The fighters stood in the middle of a dark forest. The warriors turned their attention to the side. After that, they ran through the trees. Near the tree, they saw 3 pieces of cloth. The guy with a tattoo on his face picked up the cloth. The guys looked at the guy who spoke in an incomprehensible language. A blue aura was visible in the middle of the dark forest. The protagonist stood near a tree, watching what was happening. He noted that they were separated and never thought that he would need X-ray vision. The protagonist imagined a dark forest in which the warriors were separated. Ping noted that he should not rush since they could have set some traps, so he should be careful. The protagonist added that the one with the blade was standing in place and the archer was a couple of miles away from him, and they could call each other for help at any time. Only the warrior with the spear was far away from them, and he thought he could kill him. The brunette ran through the forest with a satisfied grin, thinking that he was hitting him first. The protagonist grinned in confusion, thinking that it would take those 1 or 2 minutes to get to 3 and they needed to hit 4 times per second to have time to hit about 500 in total, wondering if he could do it. The fighter looked around, clutching a spear in his hand. He slowly raised his legs, taking steps. The protagonist appeared in front of the enemy. Ping closed his eyes, emitting a blue aura. He noted that the enemy was here. The protagonist saw the energy silhouette of the enemy, after which he saw how the enemy poured his energy into the weapon. Ping noted that his energy was concentrated in the spear. The enemy swung his weapon towards the protagonist. The blow cracked the log in half. The protagonist jumped into the air, dodging the attack, after which he bounced off the air. The protagonist swung his spear, from which red lightning emanated. The protagonist swung his sparkling spear. The enemy blocked the blow, after which he smiled maliciously, speaking in an incomprehensible language. The protagonist grinned nervously, asking him in an unknown language, adding that he should not be too happy about the fact that his energy was running out and he would kill him as soon as it was restored. A red aura emanated from the spear. The protagonist dealt many blows, but the enemy blocked them. The protagonist smiled maliciously. The system notified that spiritual energy was restored. The warrior watched what was happening in bewilderment. The protagonist spat out a red arrow, noting from his mouth that he needed to act now. The fighter turned his head to the side, baring his teeth, after which the enemy widened his eyes when a beam of red energy hit his face. The guy with the pigtail bent down when the protagonist swung his weapon. Ping dealt a slashing blow to the enemy. The guy with the pigtail fell to the ground. The brunette began to search the guy's corpse. In his palm lay stones and a pendant. Ping noted that it was 3 normal energy stones, 2 used energy stones, and 1 level 4 warrior medallion. Ping stood with spears in his hands. The protagonist looked down with disdain. He noted that his opponent thought he was just spitting blood, so he closed his eyes, and now he was already dead, and he couldn't let those 2 know that he killed him with a blood arrow. An arrow with red energy flew in front of the protagonist. The archer and the swordsman ran through the forest. They came across the dead body of their comrade. After that, they stood with their backs to each other. The brunette buried the weapon in the ground. He didn't think that his armor was made of D-rank alloy and even the spear was metal. The protagonist buried the weapon, patting the ground. He noted that it weighed about 30 kilograms and it seemed even more valuable than his phoenix blade Orion. The brunette left a mark on the tree, hoping that it would help him find his way back. The brunette looked behind him, frowning. He noted that the two would stick together and he needed to kill them quickly. The swordsman looked behind him, seeing the protagonist attacking. The protagonist noted that he had more advantages at night, so he used a guerrilla technique, and one of them tried to escape since they were losing spiritual energy and strength. The archer looked up with a bloodthirsty grin, holding out a dagger. The student noted that these warriors were not so stupid, and they also wanted to kill him quickly and tried to stab him despite the armor, and once they even almost killed him. The fighters carefully examined the area, looking for the brunette. The protagonist noted that it was hard for them, because their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. After a huge amount of his attacks, they gave up and decided to escape into the forest. The protagonist hid behind a tree, tracking the fighters. He noted that he would not let them escape. The protagonist suddenly appeared in front of the opponents, speaking in an incomprehensible language. The warriors bared their teeth, looking at the protagonist with displeasure. The swordsman began to emit a red aura, attacking Ping. The student jumped to the side with a sly grin, thinking how much he wanted to end this. The hero turned his attention to the arrow flying at him. He jumped off the tree, dodging the arrow. The arrow changed its direction, moving towards the protagonist. The brunette bared his teeth in irritation, noting that it was a search arrow. The arrow approached the protagonist's back, after which it pierced his shoulder. The protagonist noted that he had lost the rest of his reserve energy. The swordsman appeared in front of the student, swinging his weapon. The student dodged the enemy's attack. The long-haired man cut the tree with his attack. Ping swung his spear at the man. The blow sent the man sliding along the ground. The protagonist looked at his hand with a serious look. Ping noted that he blocked his attack, but he still got hurt and he cut his veins and would no longer be able to use his left hand. The brunette got into a fighting stance, saying that they were not bad. The system notified that spiritual energy had been restored. The long-haired man watched what was happening in horror. An arrow was sticking out of the protagonist's shoulder, after which it began to fall down. The student ran towards his opponents, speaking to them in an incomprehensible language. The swordsman rushed towards the protagonist. The archer frowned, watching what was happening. The guy swung his spear at the swordsman. The fighter blocked the blow with his hand. The brunette watched what was happening in bewilderment. The warrior pulled the protagonist's spear. The long-haired man grabbed the guy with both hands. The girl pulled the arrow onto the bowstring. The protagonist looked ahead in shock, wondering what he would sacrifice himself for. Ping puffed out his cheeks, noting that it was useless. A red aura enveloped the swordsman. The protagonist looked behind him with displeasure, noting that he was not retreating. The archer fired an arrow towards the protagonist. The brunette opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. The arrow flew through the man, over the protagonist's head, after which they fell to the ground. The girl smiled maliciously, looking ahead. The swordsman was lying on the protagonist's body. Ping threw the corpse away from himself. He looked angrily at the girl, sighing heavily. The archer looked at what was happening in horror, after which she put her hand in her pouch. The girl looked at her hand. In her palm lay red stones. Ping bared his teeth in displeasure, noting that she had corrupted the energy stones with her blood. The student began to emit red energy, rushing towards the archer. He shouted that he would kill her. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, after which the heart broke into two. The archer fell in front of the main character. Ping began to slowly walk towards his opponent. The girl was lying on the ground, bleeding. The guy looked at his enemy coldly, noting that she decided to break the stones, thereby breaking her heart, and she did not want him to take what was hers. The student collapsed to the ground, wondering if this was really a war. The brunette poured a pill out of the flask, after which he threw it into his mouth, noting that this time he took with him only a potion and an energy pill, adding that his internal organs were damaged and he needed to use it. The warrior's weapons lay on the ground. The protagonist decided to see what the two had, noting that it was a D-rank scimitar, a bow and 12 arrows, 5 regular energy stones with 60 energy each, and 3 used ones with 10 energy each, and thought he could sell it all for 15 million. The brunette opened the system window in front of him. He noted that his budget was currently over 60 million. He had his weapons and a spear that he buried somewhere, wondering if they would help him in any way. The man's body was lying nearby. The protagonist noted that he also had a crystallized heart of a mid-level warrior. The guy turned his attention towards the body, wondering if he should take it. The brunette sighed heavily, thinking that he was at war and the only thing he should care about was his life, and he needed to do everything to become stronger. Ping held a sword in his hand, noting that he couldn't die into hell with this pity. The student approached the man's body, swinging his weapon at him. The system announced that the budget had been increased by 16 million. A red sun shone in the sky. A mark was visible on the tree. Ping noted that he had found his way back along the marks from the battles. A system window appeared, showing the budget, health, spiritual energy, and bone training. The protagonist looked at the weapon with a satisfied smile. He noted that it cost 15 million, and that he was right, it was very expensive, and if he sold it, he would earn even more money, adding that there was still hope. The protagonist bared his teeth in displeasure, saying that he was not sure he could convey all this. The student frowned, saying that something else was more important. He stood in the middle of a forest, in which a faintly visible light penetrated. Ping smiled in confusion and closed his eyes, asking where he was. Fang looked at the students menacingly, telling them to kill them faster than everyone else. The students fought with their opponents. The teacher watched what was happening with a serious look. He noted that they were inexperienced, so killing these level 4 warriors would take too much time, and they would not be able to buy time here as further fighting would attract even more enemies. Wang appeared above the teacher's head. The blonde man landed next to the master. He looked at Fang with a serious look, noting that a war was about to begin, and last night, 4 level 4 warriors from Tianmen were spotted. But he stopped them and they could no longer bring in students, adding that they needed to return to the base with them. The red-haired man looked down thoughtfully, saying that he initially thought something was wrong judging by the number of mid-level warriors. Wang looked away worriedly. Fang looked down with a serious look. The blonde man said that Ping was lost. The teacher said that everything was clear, after which he realized and looked at the man dumbfoundedly, asking what he was talking about. The blonde man noted that he was lost. Fang asked that didn't he stay with Master Yichuan. The blonde man furrowed his brows, recalling the battle with Tian. The professor said that when he left, Ping headed northeast and was chased by 3 level 4 warriors and ran into the Jiao Wan's forest, noting that he wanted to follow him but Tian and Gu Kang noticed him so he lost him. Fang looked at the professor in confusion, asking that he couldn't get out of there on his own. Wang said that he was young but still impulsive. The teacher noted that there were 3 level 4 warriors there and asked if he was even alive. The man crossed his arms, stating that he didn't know since he didn't go into the forest. However, he should remember that they still had at least 90 more students to worry about. The blonde added that Ping was missing and if anything happened to him, Mengmao would be in big trouble. The men turned their heads to the side, imagining an angry Fengru. The teacher turned his back to the professor, saying that he would find him. The professor said that he would not find anything and the forest was too big, noting that the Tianmen were declaring war on them and he should return to Fort Ziwang. The professor sighed heavily, grinning slightly. Fang said that he would take the students back and follow him, noting that he would return before the war began. The blonde looked at the teacher's back, saying that he would also go looking for him, reminding him that there were many high-level warriors in the Jiao Wang forest and he should be careful. Fang looked ahead with a menacing look. The protagonist ran through the forest. He frowned in displeasure, noting that it was wrong to wonder why the energy level had increased so abruptly. The protagonist abruptly stopped, noting that Ziwang Fort did not have much energy, while there was plenty of it, and he was only going into the dungeons. The protagonist concentrated, emitting a blue aura. He noted that they needed to find another way. Energy particles were visible around the protagonist. Ping turned his head behind him, saying that he should go there. The protagonist began to run through the forest again, noting that the energy level was decreasing and that he was on the right path. The brunette smiled happily, thinking that he was so glad that he had such a high level of intelligence, and if it were anyone else in his place, he would have been lost a long time ago. The disciple abruptly stopped, thinking that this was strange. A huge beast with a mane appeared in front of him. Ping wondered where all the energy had gone. The protagonist's face twisted in horror. The brunette wondered if it was a high-level beast. The beast stared at the protagonist. The brunette noted that it had absorbed all the energy around it, and it also hid its breath, so he didn't notice it. The protagonist nervously turned his gaze to his pocket, thinking that it was looking at his energy stones. Ping threw the stones to the ground, saying that he didn't want to get into a conflict, so he could take them. The beast opened its mouth, pulling the energy stones towards itself, after which the beast swallowed the stones. Bitter tears flowed from the protagonist's eyes. The brunette noted that they had disappeared, stones worth 10 million. The brunette stood motionless in front of the monster. He slowly began to back away, thinking that it was still looking at him, wondering if it wanted to eat him too, adding that then it would have already attacked, and for now he was still alive. The student crashed into the wall, noting that it was an energy barrier. Ping smiled nervously, thinking that it would not let him escape. The protagonist told the beast that he had nothing left, and it gave it everything. The beast raised its paw. Red energy appeared above its paw, after which it threw the red energy into its mouth. The monster stared at the protagonist. The protagonist widened his eyes, thinking that it wanted him to feed it his spiritual energy, at least that's what he thought. The protagonist began to release energy. The red energy was drawn into the beast's mouth. The protagonist looked at the beast in bewilderment, noting that it had eaten so much energy with such a face, and did it really want more? The monster opened its mouth, absorbing the protagonist's energy. The blue sky was visible above the treetops. Wang stood near the bodies of the warriors. He said that this was clearly Ping's doing, and he had killed 3 level 4 warriors. The blonde looked thoughtfully at the dead bodies, saying that it was 20 kilometers from the entrance to the forest, and they were dead, asking why he was still in the forest. The professor wondered what he wanted to kill more enemies, after which he looked at the sky with a serious look. The professor noted that there was a monstrous beast living there, located at the peak of level 7, and even a level 8 warrior was afraid of it, adding that the war was starting, and if he went deep into the forest, it would clearly not be good for their side. Wang bounced back, rising from the ground into the air. He noted that they needed to go back, since the war was more important. The protagonist was sad with tears in his eyes, because after 6 energy recovery and more than 6 million money points, the beast was satisfied. Ping looked sadly at the sleeping monster and calmed down, and remembered that he was in the Jiao Wang forest and the beast in front of him was the king of this place. Then he began to leave, leaving behind a stream of light, the aura, because he understood that the beast was resting, so he decided to make a stop here, but the beast was watching him with its energy. Ping angrily bared his teeth and clenched his fist, because the beast did this in order to survive and did not understand, did it really want him to stay with him forever? He stared at the sleeping Leo and realized that cats have always been so problematic. Then the beast woke up and looked angrily at the brunette. At this time, the protagonist stretched out his hand with red magic with a smile. He stood in front of Leo in a spacious clearing in the forest. Then he went to his status window and saw the budget and spiritual energy. Then he released a red flame into Leo's mouth and said that if he could find someone stronger, he would give him his energy in return. He immediately imagined himself falling to the ground, feeling sick, and then suddenly jumping up and waving his arms. He said that he didn't have much blood, and if he lost too much, he would die and wouldn't be able to feed Leo anymore. He added that there were a lot of people on the side who had much more spiritual energy, so he could bring them here and they would feed him their energy. Leo looked at the brunette with disdain. The protagonist looked at the monster with a puzzled expression and realized that he was trying to portray what he was talking about and hoped that he was understood. Leo immediately stood up and started waving his head. Then this monster plopped down on the ground again and began to rest. His eyes widened in horror and didn't understand where he could find anyone who could feed this beast. Then he frowned in disgust and realized that there was no time to think about it, because his life was more important. He stood nearby in the shadow of Leo and asked him if he could go. Then he began to run into the forest in a radiant red energy and realized that the king had let him go. He quickly ran through the trees in the forest. He frowned in displeasure and opened his mouth, because at the cost of 10 million points from his budget and all the energy stones, he was able to escape from a high-level beast. He realized that he was lucky that this monster was so naive that he believed him. He looked at the vast forest and trees and realized that now or never he would run in the opposite direction. From this monster he would leave the forest. He immediately ran out of the forest into the clearing. An hour later, he sighed with relief and realized that he got out of there alive. He saw a guy in gloves in front of him who beat up another man. He saw a golden amulet with swords on the warrior's neck and realized that they were level 5 warriors. He immediately began to run away from them in different directions across the clearing. He ran into the forest and was pursued by a warrior because he did not understand why they were attracted and whether he really ended up on the territory of Tianmeni Fort. This warrior in gloves stood in the shade of a tree and Ping did not understand why they stopped pursuing him. The protagonist looked back and realized that this was the same forest and the warrior was afraid to run here. Then he abruptly stopped in a fighting pose and decided to end it. He immediately showed him the middle finger with a mocking smile and said that he was not afraid of him, so he told him to come and kill him first. This fighter bared his teeth in anger. At this time, the golden lion was lying in the clearing. Ping immediately ran up to the beast and said that he had brought him a great source of energy. He then pointed his finger at the gloved warrior. This warrior immediately fell to the ground and emitted a blue stream of energy. Ping watched in shock and realized that this beast was very strong, since it could bring a level 5 warrior to his knees, but he did not understand why it did not do the same when it saw him, assuming that he was too weak. Ping looked at the lion with a cold face and said that he understood everything. This level 5 warrior opened his mouth in horror. He saw the main character emitting red energy into the lion's mouth. This warrior then frowned in displeasure at what was happening. He immediately tried to run away from the forest clearing. The golden lion noticed his movement with his eyes. This warrior immediately plopped down on the ground under the influence of the energy. He then soared into the sky. This lion opened his mouth bloodthirstily and emitted red energy towards the warrior. The protagonist watched in surprise and understood why the lion did not kill him immediately, because he was waiting for his spiritual energy to grow and then he would get even more food. The protagonist stood in front of the lion, who looked at him and understood that he had fed him before, and every time he ran out of energy, he began to move. He also called him stupid. If he had full energy at the time of their meeting, he would not exist. This level 5 fighter screamed in horror, opening his mouth. Then he plopped down on the ground. This lion stood in front of the lion guy and burped. The protagonist looked at the exhausted warrior while the lion slept next to him. He realized that the level 5 warrior, who has more than 4,000 points of spiritual energy, is completely exhausted, and this lazy beast seemed completely uninterested in meat. He looked at the black gloves in and realized that they were rank C in the badge of a level 5 warrior. Most likely, it was worth a lot of money, and he held it in his hands, but his account did not increase, which means that they did not belong to him yet. The protagonist looked back with an angry look. Then he turned to the king of beasts with a happy smile. He showed the black gloves with a mocking smile and asked if he could take them, because he could use them to find more sources of nutrition for him. The monster looked at him intently, then he looked away and sighed. He went to the status window and saw the balance replenishment. He immediately smiled evilly, looking at the gloves, and realized that he just needed to bring him more people, enjoy the show, and take their things. He realized that this door was taken by his energy stones, but the things of these warriors are much more expensive. He held the gloves in his hands while the lion next to him slept and realized that this is an uncontrollable beast, and no one knows when it will decide to eat him, so he just doomed himself to death. The brunette frowned with displeasure through his bangs and suggested that it was dangerous enough to be in this forest, so he would look for other warriors and bring them here alone. Then he went to the status window and was going to point his finger because he just decided to try when he could leave if he reached the 100 million mark. He realized that he had very little left, and this beast had taken more than 10 million from him, and he considered it unfair. He approached Lev with a joyful smile and said that he would go look for other victims for him. They were transported outside the forest, where an entire army of knights was walking. Ping's eyes widened in fear and realized that it was Tainman's army. He immediately hid behind a tree and did not understand why there were so many of them, as if they were preparing to unite the war and for some reason were going here. He imagined how he would move from Tainman Fort to Wang on the map. He knew that this forest was northeast of Tainman Fort, so they didn't need to go that way to attack them, since they wanted to take the long way and attack suddenly. He assumed that the master would be able to see them anyway, so there was no need to waste time on a long way. So he noticed that there was a small handful of mercenaries with the knight army. He peered out from behind a tree with a smirk and tried to figure out if he should get closer, since if he killed these people from the dungeon, he would become much stronger. He saw these mercenaries who were armed, and he couldn't let the whole army chase after me, since he didn't want to attract the attention of all the warriors, and members of the normal army were useless, and a small group of 4 warriors would be very handy. Suddenly, a stone with red energy flew towards the mercenaries. The fighter managed to stretch out his hand and catch the stone on the fly. These warriors noticed the protagonist's silhouette behind the tree. He was smiling mockingly at them and trying to tease them. These warriors with the weapon immediately ran to catch him. Then a moment later, they were kneeling again and emitting blue energy to the king of beasts. The protagonist again gave red energy to the lion's mouth and said that they did so and then, perhaps, they would survive. These fighters twisted their faces in bewilderment. Ping watched as these fighters were about to give their energy to the beast. Then they began to empty themselves and scream in horror, giving up the energy. The protagonist sat in front of the empty warriors and looked at the sleeping lion, asking if he could take their things. His status window showed a replenishment of the budget again. Ping sighed with relief with a malicious smile because he finally experienced some progress. Then he stood in the forest and tried to find another victim. He smiled mockingly and tried to tease the warrior with his finger. It was a warrior with an amulet around his neck who was confused. The protagonist smirked sarcastically and didn't understand why they were looking at him like he was stupid when he said that. He said a few letters with slight surprise and realized that they weren't used to enemies making fun of them. Then this fighter started waving his hand with a smile and noticed his facial expression and actions were strange. This fighter looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, who started running away and wanted them to run after him. This warrior with red energy immediately ran after him furiously. A moment later, this fighter was already kneeling and giving up energy. He looked at what was happening with disgust and displeasure when he was told to do something in a certain way, then he would stay alive. A moment later, his body was completely dry and empty. The protagonist grabbed the fallen sword. He pulled out this blade with a smile and asked if he could take it again. The lion looked at him with bewilderment. Then he tensed up a little, and Ping realized that this monster was not stable. He stretched out his hand again with a smile and wanted to give him some of the energy because he just wanted to earn a lot of money. It was already the night sky and the black moon because a notification popped up that 800,000 points from the budget were spent and spiritual energy was restored. The main character, under the cover of night, gave red energy to the lion's mouth and spent 700,000 points and restored energy. He closed his eyes with an ironic smile and realized that this was just his dinner and therefore wished that he would stop eating so much. This lion fell asleep again because it was a 3 million dinner. Messages popped up that the budget was increased by 10 million. The main character smiled admiringly when energy was studied around him because his level had increased and he was able to achieve his budget of 1 billion. A status window appeared in front of him where the automatic improvement of all elements was, and he was about to start. He looked at his status window in admiration and realized that he could now improve every stat, which meant he could train his bones even better. He also realized that improving his brain and skull and his intelligence would increase, and he was a few steps away from becoming a grandmaster. It must be expensive to improve his brain. He immediately used instant skull improvement and began to emit red energy. He went to the status window again and was able to improve his bones to the maximum while spending his budget. He immediately clutched his chest with a dejected look and realized that it was too expensive to improve 1 bone to the maximum, and 177 bones would cost him a lot. Then he smiled maliciously and realized that a level 3 warrior with the most trained bones was not that common, and moreover, he needed to improve his limbs, although it was expensive, but it was worth it. Then he began to stack the weapon in the clearing. He realized that he had killed 1 warrior of the same level, 6 warriors of level 4, 2 warriors of level 5. The sun was already rising in the sky. Ping said goodbye to the lion, who was sleeping, because he said that he would go find more people for him so he could remain calm and rest. Suddenly, the lion jumped up and stared at the guy who was scared. He immediately smiled sarcastically and said that he needed to sell this weapon, otherwise he would not have enough spiritual energy. The lion looked at him warily. Then the monster plopped down on the ground again, and Ping wished that it would remain as stupid as before. He again imagined how he would go through the forest to the fort according to the map. He saw that same army from that side, which meant that he needed to come out from the side of Fort Don Quai, which is northeast of the forest, so he could safely reach Fort Wang, but he just needed to walk a short distance. He immediately ran through the forest and realized that it would not be that difficult. If he ran, he would get there in a few hours. Then he stopped and looked at what was happening in surprise. He stood in a clearing and peered into the distance, seeing black shadows, assuming that it was a meat grinder. The brunette grabbed his head and did not understand how he could have gotten there and tried to find out where the place from which he was watching the army was then. Then he reached into his pocket and realized that he did not look at what was written on the badges of those warriors. He took out the amulets of the warriors and saw hieroglyphs in the form of a sunflower there, and realized that they were from another army. He looked at his hand in surprise and realized that it was the army of Don Quai. He frowned through his bangs and realized that they were heading and had joined forces with the Tane main army to attack them, because they often fought against Don Quai, and their warriors were definitely not prepared for this, and if his guess was correct, then it would be bad for everyone. He immediately started running away from the forest clearing and realized that he had to warn everyone, because they would not be able to defend themselves from 2 armies at once without any preparation. He suddenly stopped in the clearing and thought that this road led to Fort Don Quai, which meant that the path to Fort Wang was somewhere in the other direction. He looked back calmly and did not want to believe that he had just run straight to the enemy fort. He immediately turned around and started running back, because he almost went in the opposite direction. If he had not come to his senses now, he would have run to certain death. They were transported to Fort Wang. At this time, Feng soared into the air to jump over the wall. He immediately landed on the tower where Wang was standing. Feng looked at the dean with confusion and said that he almost died because of 3 level 6 warriors in the forest. The dean looked at him intently, frowning slightly when Feng heard the breathing of a high-level warrior. They talked on the fortress, and Wang said that it was so strange, because high-level warriors from the enemy army did not go anywhere recently. Now they are forcing all their warriors to go back to the fort. Feng looked to the side and asked if Wang knew what could have happened there. He explained that they always attacked them from the front and tried to open the gate, but now they are clearing the area on the sides and the middle line. Wang immediately turned around and began to leave, saying that he needed to talk to General Zhu. This was the Special Operations Department. The dean and the instructor were standing in the general's office, who was showing them a map layout. The general reported that the scouts returned to the new information, because they are not only coming from the north, the west and east are also blocked by the Tane main army. The general immediately frowned and guessed that they wanted to subjugate the Wang fort once and for all. The instructors stood in front of the general at the table and suggested that they had been fighting this army for several years and did not understand why they thought now that they could win this time. The general frowned slightly and said that it did not matter what they were going to do, because they needed to be prepared, because the army had already been assembled and the detachment would help them, because Tane main could attack them, but they would never win. Feng looked at Wang, who asked about Master Wu being the commander. What about Lu Fengru? The general looked at the grinning blonde and replied that he did not know and thought that Fengru would come, because they should be friends, and tried to figure out what was wrong. Suddenly, the general exclaimed in shock, realizing that the missing Ping was Feng Ru's student. The general looked closely at the instructor and the dean, who closed their eyes and humbly agreed. He realized that they had over 90 students from Macmao, and they had lost him, and it would be better to lose a few others, but not the main character. Suddenly, a soldier burst into their office. He put his hand on his cap and said that the soldiers from Macmao had arrived. A blue portal appeared. A woman and several black silhouettes came out. When she looked back at the man and asked if he was coming or not, or if he was waiting for someone to push him, saying that he was not that important. Wang and Feng stood behind the soldier. The girl walked up to the guys and asked what was going on, when Zhu Dadu replied that he was just worried about the war. Feng Ru stared at the boys and said that they didn't have time for this, so she gave the order to stop worrying, because if she were him, she would send Commander Lai, Mr. Jinyang and some tanks to Tane Main's army to deal with them faster. A man in a suit came up behind Feng Ru and said that they couldn't just storm the fort, because they were stronger, and they lost more than half of their army in the Battle of Kyoto, so they couldn't afford more losses. Feng Ru looked back with a smile and said that many people died. But after that battle, the people of Kyoto built the largest fort in the world and began to live there. And now she asked to look at Macmao, who has a small toy-like Fort Zai Wang. It's unlikely that anyone would not be proud of it. The man looked at Feng Ru and assured her that she was going too far, to which the girl replied that the army had already made a decision and people's lives were more important, so she was running out of patience. She immediately started to leave and said that she would go talk to all the disciples, since she did not want to attend the meeting, so she said that they should not dare to call her. That man immediately closed his eyes and apologized. The dean, accompanied by the policeman and Feng, turned to Master Wu, saying that they wanted him to help them do something. He looked at them carefully when he heard that they had lost Ping. That master immediately put his hand to his chin and said that the dungeon was full of dangers and Feng Ru would understand everything. The master then pointed his finger at Wang, who said that they had only lost him and that the others were fine. Feng frowned slightly and took all the blame on himself, since he had told him to fight all the dangers of the dungeon alone. They all stood next to each other and were indignant. Then the master was also about to leave and wanted to be allowed to watch everything, so he asked Feng to stay here and not to create more trouble, since a war was starting and it was definitely not worth making things worse. Feng was left alone, watching the other guys leave. At this time, Feng Ru stood in the bazaar and talked to the other guys, asking if he really left alone. She was told that he left after talking to Master Feng and did not return. Feng Ru looked at the girl with pigtails, who said that Changming said that he was unable to find him and suggested that he might be in trouble. The instructor realized that this was exactly what he needed to do, run away to the enemy camp. She mockingly grabbed her head. She realized that the Grandmaster, 2 6th level warriors, a safe zone, her disciple was lost, and she could not say anything about such a situation at all. At this time, Wang with the masters and the policeman approached the girl and said that Feng did not mean this. After all, they should have known that it was just an incident. Feng Ru looked back at the dean and tried to figure out who he suspected in this situation. The blonde said that he followed him, but ran into Tianhu and Gyujin. Feng Ru immediately began to laugh and said that this is why he decided to turn around and leave, a magnificent and brave move. Tell the master not to worry, because she will not do anything to the Tane main fort, but will sneak into the depths of the dungeon. She stared at the master with a red aura and said that his students and friends should stock up on luck. The master immediately exclaimed and frowned, as if pretending that she did not know what he was talking about. They stood opposite each other. The girl said that she was just accepting her allies. It was not so important, because her father disappeared, and her daughter was killed by her own husband, and after everything she did for Macmao, because they repaid her by sending her own students to certain death. She immediately frowned bloodthirstily and shouted that she sincerely believed that Ping would be the only survivor if all her disciples died, and he told her that everything was fine and only Ping was lost. She asked him to tell her if she stayed with him, then which of her disciples would she send to certain death next. Zhao Zume and Chen Yunxi stood with a pitiful look when they were told that her grandfather was a grandmaster and would definitely die here. The master immediately cried out in anger that this was nonsense. After all, Master Wang fought against 2 high-level warriors to save, and what else did they want from him? He asked Tom, did they really want them all to die trying to save the main character? Feng Ru looked at the master angrily, standing opposite the master, who called her too selfish, as if she had gone crazy and was flavoring everything, but he decided to set her brains straight. She looked down and said ironically that it was a bold statement, and let her try it. The master stood with the dean and the policeman, and was angry. Feng Ru walked up to Zume, who looked sad, and asked her to remember the words to follow the army without putting herself forward, and asked her to just help her protect herself and stay close to Yunxi. Feng Ru then looked at Yunxi, touched her shoulder and said that she did not teach her, but her friend would help her. If she died, she would never forgive her. The girl looked down sadly. The crowd of people watched as Feng Ru began to leave. The master looked at the dean, who asked if he wanted Zume to go home, to which he refused. The master explained that this would only make her more worried and she just needed someone to look after her and not let her do stupid things. The police caps realized that the Wang fort was surrounded and tried to figure out how Ping, a level 3 warrior, would get into it. It was a whole army of guards. At this time, the protagonist looked out from behind a thorny plant behind the army and realized that patrolmen were everywhere. He bared his teeth angrily and tried to figure out how to get inside. It was a whole army of Tainmain following each other because they were divided into groups of 100 people and surrounded their fort. It seemed to him that they wanted to prevent outsiders from getting into the fort, so they lined up like this. The protagonist immediately ran and realized that this was his opportunity and he would be their savior. He hid behind a huge boulder and realized that he needed to hurry and break through the blockade. He went to the status window and knew that he needed to strengthen his bone marrow and lower limbs, but his budget was limited, but it would be enough to improve it. He knew that he could move faster, deal more damage, so he needed to improve 62 bones, and it would cost 62 million. He sat by the stone and emitted red energy. His status window showed that 1 million points were spent and improved by 10%. Ping squeezed his knees and squeezed his eyes tightly in pain, because his bones and bone marrow were itching, but he couldn't scratch them, and it was annoying. Beads of sweat ran down his arm, because his bones were improving and his body weight was getting bigger and his skin was shrinking. When the hair died and began to fall out, the circulatory system began to form anew. He imagined the bald fighters with a mocking smile and understood that all warriors who reach level 8 lose all their hair except for their eyebrows. In his status window, he could see his health, which continued to increase. In his status window, he saw that he had increased his maximum health. He smiled maliciously, radiating red energy, and realized that he had become faster, because 999 is the limit for warriors of level 3. Even after improving their bones, no one exceeds it, and it can only be exceeded when spiritual energy becomes one with the body of its owner. A message that the lower limbs have been improved. He immediately stood up and began to smile maliciously, because now he has more health points than before and his legs weigh almost 80 kilograms. He continued to smile bloodthirstily and understood that he was unstoppable, and it seemed to him that he could kill any high-level warrior with only one leg. He immediately began to warm up and noticed his weapons, because he was not yet accustomed to his legs and he needed to warm up. The sudden attention of strangers was attracted by this boulder. The warriors looked in bewilderment towards the boulder. The knights also heard a strange sound. The protagonist bared his teeth in horror, looking up and realized that it was too loud. He immediately jumped out from behind the stone and began to run to the attack. He ran out into the clearing and saw silhouettes of people in the distance. Warriors with spears were running towards him. He immediately began to deal with all the warriors. All the soldiers got hit one after another. Ping smiled maliciously and felt like a flash. His feet left the ground. He jumped in the air and tried to deliver a lightning attack. He landed on the ground like a cloud after the blow. Then he ran on. The fighter looked back in bewilderment, while the brunette ran forward and looked back and realized that now he was only being attacked by level 4 warriors and a couple of losers of level 5. So he had about 100 miles left to go, so he wanted to try to catch him in this half an hour, and 14 Main will eat him alive. He looked back in horror, seeing that the fighter soared into the sky. This warrior immediately flew to attack. The naked fighter soared into the sky and wanted to deliver a bloodthirsty attack from the air. This curly fighter flew down with a fist. There was a powerful bang after landing. The protagonist flew back from the blow in the air. He opened his eyes in surprise and realized that his weapon fell apart. It was a pumped-up curly fighter. He immediately began to run away with all his might and remembered him exactly and understood that he should regret it. He bared his teeth and looked back. He tried to duck from the magic blade flying towards him. This sword flew past Ping's hand. The curly-haired fighter frowned in bewilderment. Ping continued to run and understood that he would most likely die here because being a mountain is so tiring, and he thought that he should have stayed in the forest and never come out. He ran forward and his eyes bulged. He saw the Wang fort in a stone gorge in front of him. It was a huge fort, and he saw it from afar. He looked at the fort with enthusiasm and realized that he was running from 6th level warriors and countless 4th and 5th level warriors. Suddenly, this same pumped up and curly-haired fighter flew at him from the air. The brunette managed to grab his staff. He managed to swing his staff with a sword towards the enemy. This fighter easily parried it with a punch. The protagonist flew back quite a long way. He was tumbling on the ground after the blow. He was in shock, spitting out blood because he blocked the blow but still got hurt. The muscular fighter smiled mockingly, clenching his fist when he caught the arrow and broke it in an instant. They were standing opposite each other when the fighter threw the arrow away. The brunette smiled maliciously and said that the Grandmaster was approaching and asked for the fighter's help. This guy's eyes widened in surprise. Then he looked back in anger. He was standing in an empty and vast clearing. Then he saw how Ping had already quickly run away from him. The protagonist ran with all his might, baring his teeth, and understood that he could not escape from him, and he needed to somehow deceive. He immediately stopped in a fighting stance and understood that it was risky since the weapon would be useless if he died. He managed to duck from the arrow flying at him. Then his red blade cut through the air. This fighter put out his hand and blocked the light attack. The protagonist bared his teeth in anger, swinging his blade. He tried to attack the fighter with his sword from all sides, but he deftly dodged. Ping ran with all his might and screamed for help because he was about to be killed. This pumped-up fighter was flying from behind at the main character. He immediately hit him in the back with all his might. Ping immediately opened his mouth and with the anger of a devastated face realized that the energy from his back did not help. After such a blow, Ping flew very far. The main character was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. The fighter looked at what was happening with cold blood. He began to step forward towards Ping's lying body. The main character immediately jumped up and began to run away again. This fighter immediately began to pursue him bloodthirstily. Ping immediately screamed anxiously at the top of his lungs for someone to help him, because his internal organs would simply die if he didn't take the pill that the master gave him, because his spiritual energy would recover and heal all the wounds, but he was afraid that he might not stop in time. Ping was shocked when Feng flew next to him to help him. He looked back and saw a powerful explosion. Feng swung his fist bloodthirstily. He immediately began to deal numerous blows to this fighter. This fighter with a battered body opened his mouth. He immediately took a fighting stance and emitted discharges of sparks. Feng continued to run towards him while the opponent emitted discharges. This fighter with red energy immediately soared into the sky to retreat. The brunette saw Feng watching what was happening intently. Ping began to get angry and wave his arms because it was his idea and he was not paid for it. The main character began to approach the instructor and noticed that he did not kill the fighter and thought that he killed level 6 warriors like he breathes. Hogany frowned angrily and said that he, a level 3 warrior, killed a warrior 6 and asked if Feng could kill the enemy himself if he was level 9. And he also defeated warriors of 4 and 5 levels, assuming that they thought of him as a coward. Feng looked at him intently. Ping passed by the instructor. Feng looked at the wounded fighter and told him to return to the fort because he was dying. Ping replied that he was not dying and his weapon was lying somewhere nearby, so he needed to pick it up. Feng explained that the enemies took him away as soon as he threw everything away. Then he pointed his finger into the distance. Ping continued to walk forward while he was being watched. Feng looked at the angry guy and assured him that he could not walk and wanted to be asked for help, but Ping did not want to help himself. Feng immediately threw the wounded fighter on his back. I created that he could not use his phoenix blade and only the great sword and spear remained, but he survived at a very high price. He looked at Feng with a tired look and said that when he approached the fort, he should be released. Feng hugged the fighter, and they approached the fortress. Ping held in his hand the amulets of the killed fighters. He threw the talismans around his neck and Feng was surprised that he really killed the 5th level warriors. Ping replied that he only killed 2. If he had not run to the 6th level warriors, he would never have gone further. Then he opened his mouth wide. He assumed a fighting stance and began shouting that a level 3 warrior had defeated level 6 warriors and told everyone to wait for him to reach level 4. Feng looked at the protagonist in confusion, raising his hand and trying to understand what he was doing. Ping looked at him and replied that Feng was the only one who had seen him fight a level 6 warrior, and he should let everyone know about it so that he could suddenly get money for treatment. They then entered the fortress. The protagonist walked forward with the talismans around his neck. The warrior began to frantically look around, noticing how Ping spat out blood and listed everything around him. The protagonist frowned angrily and lowered his head, saying that he broke through their blockade to bring important information because he was a warrior and would fight alone and die if necessary. This fighter convulsed his face convulsively. The warriors around the protagonist pressed their hands to their chests and everyone began to praise him. His comrades, whom he was looking for, immediately ran to him. The guys immediately surrounded him when he said with a smile that they did it, because he killed a warrior at the peak of level 5, several weaker warriors and returned alive. Wang looked at Fengru in bewilderment, who asked if he ordered to go kill warriors at level 5. Wang replied that he did not, because they did not need to send a warrior of level 3 to send on such a dangerous mission. Ping began to fall, and the guys immediately grabbed him, realizing that he was injured. It was Wang fort under the sunny sky. Ping, a warrior at the peak of level 3, broke through the blockade to Wang fort and killed a warrior at the peak of level 5, escaped from the 6th level, and this news spread throughout the fort. At this time, the guys were standing on the fortress and reporting that it was impossible to beat a level 4 enemy at level 3, and he had defeated a level 5 and no one could check. The red-haired guy crossed his arms and replied that he couldn't believe it either, but Ping had returned with terrible wounds, because they said that he had escaped from a level 6 warrior for several miles, and he saw that he had medallions of level 5 warriors hanging around his neck. He recalled with a smile how he himself had fought with these warriors and said that the medallion denoted the strength and level of the warriors from this dungeon. Until the owner died, no one could take it. He replied that they always took the medallions of their enemies after killing them, and he couldn't just find them on the body of those lying around. At this time, the girl next to the man in black shirts realized that this was really so. They were transported to the infirmary. At this time, all the guys surrounded the protagonist when Fengru scolded him because she asked him to be more careful, and he simply ran away from his own team. Ping replied that Feng said that he was a coward and he wanted to prove that he was not. Feng stood behind and frowned sullenly, while Fengru said that this could hardly be the reason for such a childish act. The protagonist looked at her intently and said that he was also a person, and he could not shame someone like that, and asked about whether she really wanted his student to be considered a coward. Fengru looked at him with disdain and said that she did not pay attention to the words of those around him, because they still said that he could not find the way to the fort. The master watched as the protagonist mockingly raised his hand and said that he was orientated by the terrain, and how else would he get here if he could not find the way. He replied that he was simply doing important reconnaissance, and therefore lost his surroundings and energy stones. He looked through his bangs with a slight anger and said that Fort Don Quai was moving from the east, and they were innately opposed to their fort. Wang, along with the master, opened their mouths in surprise at such a statement. He showed the amulet on his hand and said that he was in the forest in the east and saw their army, and this medallion was just a warrior of their army. All the guys immediately began to examine the amulet in Fengru's hands and noticed that it was real. The master began to leave the infirmary and told everyone to get ready because the general should know about this. Feng looked angrily at the protagonist. Feng immediately slapped Ping. Fengru watched this action cold-bloodedly while the dean was shocked. The main character looked away angrily after the blow. Feng looked angry, saying that this was extremely important information. Why didn't Ping tell him about it earlier? Ping put his hand on his cheek, telling the man that it was because he didn't trust them. He was alone with them then. How could he talk about such things? What if they were spies who intended to kill him? Professor, was he wrong? The man in the suit closed his eyes, saying that Ping was being cautious since he thought that Master Tan might be a traitor. The chances of that happening were extremely low, but if he really was, Fan Ping would already be dead. Feng looked at the hero, asking why he didn't do it when they arrived at the fort, and was told that there were many people there. How could he do such a thing? Did they want them to panic? The hero looked into the man's eyes, wanting to tell him that he wasn't very smart. The man got angry, but the hand of the master stopped him, telling him to calm down. Fan Ping told us what we needed, and they still did not discuss the mistake they made. Then Feng frowned, asking why he was a bad guy to them now. Fort Siwan is under attack. The war will lead to the end of the fort. Ping grabbed his head at this moment. He lay down on the bed, which scared Fengru. The woman helped the hero, holding his head. He said that he was fine, it was just that the 6th level warrior hit him in the head. Because of Master Tan's slap, his head hurt even more. The master asked again, did the 6th level warrior hit him directly in the head? The hero only thought that he was not lying. Wang looked at the master, telling him to look at what he did, but he only thought that he did not hit that hard. Holding his hand to his head, Ping said that the professor was dying and they only gave him one energy recovery pill. Do they treat all their patients like this? The man in the suit lowered his head, saying that they wanted to cure him, but that the war was about to start and they needed money for other things. He told him to say what he needed. He smiled and raised his finger, saying that it was nothing special, 2,000 points and 2 energy pills, and a rank knife in exchange for his 2 B rank weapons. The other man was surprised, thinking that this was definitely something special. Considering the value of Fan Ping's weapons, a rank knife would be worth 2,000 points at best. His weapons were worth about 1,000 points. Together with his other wishes and other rewards, it would be worth more than 1 million. The table showed the calculation of the number of points. A newbie rank weapon was 2,000 points. These were 2 degrees Celsius rank weapons, 1,000 points. 2 energy pills, 400 points. Other rewards, 2,000 points. Total 34,000 points. Moreover, only powerful warriors like Feng Zhu can use a rank weapons. Everyone stood by Ping's bed as he told the professor that he had lost his weapon and energy stones while obtaining this information, and he was not asking for anything in return, just one weapon. To which the man said that the hero could not use a rank weapon yet. The hero then lowered his head, asking them if they knew how many times he had almost died getting here. He had used all the pills he had. Let them think about what would have happened if he had died and never returned. Feng was indignant, opening his mouth wide and asking the boy how dare he. But the hero only replied, enough with your questions, Master Feng. If any other 3rd level warrior were trying to break through this blockade, they would still say it was not that difficult. But even a 4th level warrior might not survive this battle. If he had miscalculated even for a second, would he be sitting here with them? No one else would have told them about Fort Donquai. Feng imagined many armed men when the guy said that he did not know how they were, but if he met warriors of the 3rd and 5th levels, he would not dare to fight them without reason. Frowning, the hero looked at the master, saying that he did not want to make things worse for them. He only asked to be given the opportunity to train more to become stronger. He needed to become stronger to help others. Was he really asking for that much? Feng just opened his mouth in surprise. Wang looked at him, only thinking about the master not saying anything and not making things worse. He wanted to stop. Then he looked at our hero, saying that this was true, then he would give him what he wanted. He could have asked for something less expensive, but the information Ping brought was extremely important. Martial arts masters most often asked for money, but he also acted wisely. At this, Ping smiled and thanked the man. Looking at the boy and the mentor, the man said to stay and recover. He needed to go back to Macmao and report everything. Hearing the question about the others, he replied that they were helping with the defense. The hero lowered his eyes, saying that he would not return. If he did, people would think that he was a coward. Everyone looked at him in surprise when the hero asked if he could get his glasses, pills, and weapons now. He would try to recover as soon as possible. The professor replied that he could, but he doubted that the hero would be able to spend his points here. Then Ping smiled widely, saying that he would save them. If he died, his family would get them. The professor smiled. Looking at the hero, the mentor was not very happy with such an answer, and the master completely looked away. The sun's rays fell on his bed. The professor replied that everything would be brought soon. Later, the two men left the room. Feng was about to leave when he heard the hero calling him. The boy smiled and said that he had saved him and he was grateful, but because of him he had also taken a risk. Would he like to repay him with some pills? The boy became angry and replied that if the hero could defeat him in battle, then yes. Then he slammed the door behind him. Fengru told the hero that he had gone too far. She grabbed him, happy that he had challenged Tam. She praised him, saying that he was doing well. It was obvious that he was her disciple. Ping smiled happily. Then they looked at each other. Looking at him, the girl said that he had better go back. Sitting on his bed, the woman told him that he was injured, so he had better go back. There were 2 forts against them. A war would soon begin. But the hero replied with a smile that there were many high-level masters fighting on the fort's side. If he left now, how would he handle more difficult situations in the future? Looking at the hero, Fengru said that the enemies would not leave, the dungeon would not allow them, but with the hero, it was different. He could stay, since he had helped the authorities obtain useful information. To which the hero replied that he did not really want to. However, they could win this war, their warriors would easily deal with the enemies. But the girl noted that it was easier said than done. Lowering her head, she also said that there were 13 forts in Modu, which meant that there were at least 13 level 9 warriors here. And how many did they have in total? About 30. When the war began, high-level warriors would emerge from the depths of the dungeon and grind them into dust. Ping frowned, deciding that this was why he should stay. If everyone died, then no one would know about his exploits. But the woman called him an idiot. Taking a deep breath, she said that during wars, low and mid-level warriors died the most. If he wanted to stay here, he shouldn't die too early. In response, the hero happily extended his leg to the mentor, saying that he would not die. Fate was on his side, and asked if she felt something new. She looked at him blankly. Then she opened her eyes wide, realizing that he had strengthened his bones. She picked him up with one hand like a puppy and asked how he did it. Ping felt awkward, thinking how embarrassing it was. He would die of shame if anyone saw it, and asked her to put him down first. At this moment, his team members entered the room. Unclasping her hand, the woman told the guys that they were not in the way and could pass. Later, everyone stood by his bed. Changning felt awkward and smiled, trying to find the words. But the hero lowered his head, saying that it was his decision, they were not to blame, but they had offended him. He extended his hand, telling Yunxi to give him some energy pills for the emotional damage. She looked into her inner pocket, and then silently handed them to the hero. Zume was surprised, thinking that she would just do it. But the hero refused her with a gesture, saying that he did not need her pills, let him keep them for himself. He was not an enemy, now he could prove to her that he was not a weak coward, right? Xiaomin crossed her arms over her chest, telling the hero that she would not give him a penny, to which he replied that he was not asking. Zhao Lei and she wanted to save themselves, so 10 pills from them, no more. She made a gesture, pulling her lower eyelid, saying no. Changning looked at the commander, asking if he really killed a level 5 warrior. He asked in surprise, did his friend not believe him, but the commander replied that he could think of something. He put his hand on his face, saying that a war was starting and everyone thought he had killed a level 5 warrior, so he would have to fight enemies of the same strength. So he better tell them the truth. The hero realized that he was right. They thought he could kill a level 5 warrior. He was a corpse. Ping said with an awkward smile that he used something to kill them, but he killed the 4th level warriors himself. He asked not to test his patience. The team looked at him with a smile. Zume said that she heard that he had medallions of 5th level warriors. Can I take a look? Changding held the medallions. Everyone was shocked, thinking that there were so many of them. Ping looked at his team, saying that they could look but not even try to steal them. Xiaoman was angry, thinking that he thought they were thieves like him. Soon, Ping received the rewards he asked for from Master Wang. The hero held a spear in his hand. The system window showed statistics. Budget plus 71 million. Health 10,002 points. Spiritual energy 520 points. Bone training 62 bones 100%. 115 bones 90%. 29 bones 30%. He thought about how his glasses, energy pills, and weapons had multiplied his wealth. The hero tucked his arm in and thought about how he had enough glasses to strengthen his bones. Everything hurt, especially his left arm. He needed to heal before strengthening. He sat down, surrounding himself with a red aura. By strengthening his bones, his body and spiritual energy would recover faster. 8th level warriors had strong defense and fast energy recovery, which is why they had such impenetrable skeletons. He began to strengthen his bones. Bright stars illuminated the tents. The hero was very tense. When his spiritual energy reached 999, it began to increase even faster. Higher limits meant having great power for powerful and effective strikes. He recalled his fight, thinking that he could still use the Holy Blade more than 4 times, and normal strikes did no more than 350 damage. He could kill 4th level warriors by attacking faster than they could react, but that wouldn't work against truly strong enemies. He then recalled how a 6th level warrior had easily stopped his attack, thinking that he could swing at the enemy first, pretending to do a normal attack, and then activate the Holy Blade. But there were many flaws in this tactic. Strong warriors would be able to stop him easily, and he wouldn't do much damage. He didn't have endless spiritual energy, and he wasn't even sure that he could fight the strongest 3rd level warriors one-on-one. He lacked experience, tactics, and tricks skills. Ping could feel every bone in his body. The days spent away from the fort had taught him that the dungeon was the best place to train. He needed to have an advantage in this war. He needed to learn how to make 5 consecutive strikes with the Holy Blade. Then he would be able to deal powerful strikes of 400 points. When he got out of here, he would be at the peak of level 3 and would have learned techniques that would help him kill enemies in one hit. The screen showed the hero's information. Budget 40, 5 million, health 1008 points, spiritual energy 520 points, bone training 125 bones 100%, 51 bones 90%, 30 bones 30%. Bone strengthening was successful. He believed that he could become one of the best warriors of level 3. With the strain of his hand, he managed to tear off the bandages on it. Rubbing his hand contentedly, the hero thought that it was only a matter of time until he and Jinyang would be at the same level. And thinking, how was she? She was probably no better than him. Laughing, the hero thought that he was definitely the chosen one. On the door, it was written that this was the reporting room. Fenking sat with his hands folded. The sun was shining brightly above the castle walls. Many people were standing in the common room. On the morning of the second day, McMao gathered all the students and teachers. People of all kinds were sitting on chairs. There were many newcomers among the teachers, so their number was larger than usual. Ping and Fenking stood next to each other. McMao had 63rd level students, 40 of whom were here today. The situation seemed serious, otherwise they would not have sent so many 3rd level warriors. Feng put his hands on the table and said that it was urgent. Deputy Wu and the director were currently on a mission. He would brief everyone. There were several objects marked on the map. The man said that their main task was to prevent them from uniting. In addition to the entire Tianmen army, her warriors continued to advance in small groups. They could deal a strong blow. Once they were here, the Siwan stronghold would be in danger. He imagined people jumping on the high walls, saying that even though Siwan was built with iron walls, 3rd level warriors could easily jump over them. Therefore, it was necessary to get rid of the catacomb warriors outside the walls. The map marked the distance. To the northeast of them, a camp had recently been set up. There were about 300 mid-level warriors there. Although the Don Quai army was still 200 miles away, this camp had to be gotten rid of. Fang looked serious, saying that the 4th and 5th level teachers, as well as the 3rd and higher level students, were in charge of the mission. Their task was to destroy the camp and weaken Tianmen's forces. The students below the 3rd level helped defend the stronghold. Feng looked around the hall and asked if there were any questions. Ping raised his hand, asking what if there were 6th level warriors there. He glanced at the hero, saying that there was no need to worry about it. If they came across 6th level warriors, the 5th level teachers would deal with them. Their task was to stop the 3rd level warriors. The hero lowered his eyes, thinking that if there weren't so many people here, he would argue with this. He had been chased by a level 6 before, and he didn't want to experience that again. Leaning towards Fenking, the hero asked if this was some kind of clash. He looked at him, saying that he should fight if he had the guts or just bring them to the teachers. But he shouldn't forget, if he brought everyone to the teachers, they would be killed, and that meant them too. The hero thought about it, but the guy smiled and said that there was no need to rush, it was just a small camp, it shouldn't be difficult. To be honest, these warriors were only slightly stronger than the military. He imagined the enemy options: mid-level dungeon warriors, like a normal warrior, a leveled up dungeon warrior, superiority in combat techniques, and the use of a variety of low-level weapons. There was a strict set of rules for leveling up among the catacomb warriors. Few people were able to master their techniques. Most warriors aren't that strong. They're just like them, and they copy their moves. Looking at the other man, the hero asked if the teachers were that strong, why not send them there alone? Why would they need them? Folding his arms and looking away, Fenking said that the dungeons had their own rules. If a war broke out, it was warrior against warrior, and the leader against the leader. Did he think that they wouldn't kill their weak warrior if they killed them, even though their forces were outnumbered? That had happened once before. Revenge was the price of genocide. Looking at the other man, the hero asked if there were so many warriors in the catacombs, then why didn't they come out at the usual time? The other man replied that they said that the gates in the dungeons weren't connected, making it difficult to move from one place to another. So they were waiting for the gates to open to go and kill their people. Ping lowered his head when he heard that this was just the beginning and the real war was yet to come. Still, turning to the hero with a smile, the interlocutor asked if he would go with him to kill someone of the 4th level. It was boring to kill the 3rd level, and he couldn't earn much from it. He thought, after all, he started with an explosion, and then gave from 2 to 30 volleys while reloading. He would kill the hit with the final blow. But Fenking raised his hands, hearing the reproach from the hero, saying that his life energy does not grow on trees, he needs medicine and resources. Then he offered to pay in half, but Ping refused. Making a gesture with his little finger and thumb, he still offered that he was 40, the hero was 60, this was the last offer. Ping said that mid-level warriors were harder to kill, so he would just kill more 3rd level warriors. But the interlocutor said that this was nonsense. Killing a 4th level warrior was equal to killing 10 3rd level warriors. The hero asked again if this was really so. Fenking confidently folded his arms and replied that of course. A level 4 heart could earn 300 points, while a level 5 heart could earn over 1,000. The hero thought about how much effort he had spent on that lazy animal. He recalled himself next to the defeated enemy, thinking that if he thought about it, when he got the level 4 heart, the system hadn't given him much money. So he thought that it was worthless. It seemed that the system hadn't taken this into account, but he could make a little money by exchanging skill points. With a smile on his face, he decided that it wasn't that bad, there was a chance. There was a black moon in the sky. People were running out of the main gate. Fenking ran next to the hero, asking about the deal. The hero thought about how the guy had gotten very attached. The blue-haired man also said that he had an idea to attack Tianmen from behind. He raised his fist, saying that when the Tianmen army launched an offensive, there would be few warriors left in the rear. This was their chance. Last time, he and Wang Jinyang found an improved energy stone there, the size of a fist and weighing a kilogram. The hero widened his eyes and asked if the other man was sure and thought about the kilogram. They give 15,000 points for this, that is, 4-5 billion. Frowning, Fenking said that he was a real bastard, said that it was all his merit, and left him a small share. To which the hero replied that it was still a lot, then why was he still at level 3? Then the guy got angry and, continuing to run, told the hero to fall behind. He needed pills to master techniques and a level 8 sword, and that was not cheap. He may be at level 3, but he can go up against 5 of them. To which the hero asked, what if he said he could fight 5 of them? Fenking looked at Ping, saying that he could deal 500 points of damage per hit, which could easily kill a level 4 warrior. He asked if his life energy would save him and that he couldn't dodge at his speed. The hero replied that the 3rd level was going to kill him when even the 6th level couldn't. The interlocutor said that he was just a fool whom he had fooled. If it had been him, Ping wouldn't have survived. They continued to argue as they ran. The blue-haired man said that he heard that Ping himself was stuck at the 5th level and offered to fight. The hero replied that he wasn't scared. The guy in front was just wondering if they would ever shut up, as if they were on a picnic. After all, they were risking their lives here. Later, everyone gathered near the enemy base, 60 kilometers from Siwan Fort, in the dungeon warriors camp. Folding his palms, Fenking turned to the teachers, asking them to stop the 6th level warriors if they were there, because they wouldn't be able to defeat them. As for the 4th and 5th levels, he could handle them. Everyone looked at him strangely. The hero thought that he had spoken differently before. Frowning, the man thought that these two were talking about killing the 4th and 5th level warriors. The other 3rd level students could not do it. If the 4th and 5th level warriors reached the place, they would kill everyone else. He pointed at these two, saying that Ping and Fenking would go together and stay away from the rest of the 3rd level. Later, he took an axe in his hands, announcing that they would move out in 2 minutes, and no matter how many they killed, they would retreat after 15 minutes. The people listened attentively. The man also told the teachers not to let the middle-level warriors leave the camp at the cost of their own lives. Ping was shocked and wanted to turn to the teacher, thinking that he did not say that he wanted to go with him. He wanted to kill the first, second, and third level warriors. After all, he needed the money. 2 guards stood at the gate. One of them was hit in the head by something. The other was also hit. With shouts of "forward," everyone rushed into battle. Feng shouted at the hero to follow the teacher, but he replied that he thought they would kill someone first and then join the group when they were discovered. Looking at him, the boy replied that there would be warriors of average strength and not even think about stealth unless, of course, he was several times stronger than them. They needed strength, not stealth. The teacher drew his weapon back, preparing to attack. Then he swung it, leaving a bright trace. Several enemies were cut into pieces at once. The man opened his mouth wide, shouting to destroy the main defense of the camp and get rid of the warriors of the 4th and 5th levels first. 2 of his students made bright swipes, leaving traces, and said that they already understood because he talks too much. The fence shattered into splinters. Ping watched the scene, thinking that the teacher was usually so friendly, but during the battle, he was like a different person. So this is what Teacher McMao is like. Feng hit the enemy, telling the hero that they only had 15 minutes to spare, they should hurry. He waved at the hero, telling him to follow him because there were mid-level warriors. The teacher was fighting 3, they would take on 1. To which Ping asked if he said he wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Several enemies began to surround the teacher. Feng rushed towards him, shouting that he was coming. He wanted to strike the enemy, but the enemy blocked him. The man told him not to overestimate himself. The enemy turned around, looked at Feng, and rushed at the guy. He told the hero to use his abilities and kill him. The hero looked at his comrade, thinking that if he did nothing, the enemy would get to the 3rd level students. Ping rushed past his comrade. His attacks left bright traces, but the enemy also attacked the hero, leaving a bright trace, and shouted for him to die. Rushing at the enemy again, the hero thought that if things continued at this rate, he would only be able to kill the 4th level if he waited for their life energy to be exhausted. The enemy gritted his teeth, defending himself. Feng frowned, offering the enemy to greet him with his blade. He quickly struck the enemy and stopped behind him. He dropped his weapon. The hero looked at this in surprise, thinking what a fast friend. Feng put his sword on his shoulder with a smile, said "You're welcome," and called the hero to come with him. The hero stood behind his comrade, telling him to take the heart of the defeated one because he did not need it. The man called his comrade. He pointed to the people in front of them. Ping and Feng were standing there. Turning to his comrade, the hero demanded to be faster because 2 were approaching them. He replied that he was trying. Then the hero said that he would take them on himself, and when he was free, 1 would be his. Feng asked again if he could handle 2. Ping swung his blade, leaving a bright mark. Feng entered the battle, telling the teacher that they would cover him. Together they could handle it. He could not defeat him alone. The teacher held the defense, telling them to distract them. They were too strong. He could not handle it alone. The hero dealt several blows to the enemy. Feng suddenly appeared in front of him, saying that they were changing. Frowning, the hero cursed, thinking that he almost killed the enemy. Later, the hero blocked an attack on himself. His hands were shaking. He thought that this guy was much stronger. The enemy quickly ran away from Ping. He thought that things were bad. Turning around, he called his comrade. He turned around at the scream and saw the enemy rushing towards him. Feng ran past Ping, who said that the enemy was too fast, but he replied that he was too slow. The hero frowned when he heard that his friend was almost killed because of him, and replied that the enemy wanted to kill him. Who was he to interfere with him? While fighting the enemy, Feng told the hero to stop being slow. He runs fast, but his attacks are too slow. The bloody blade deals fast attacks. You need to use your senses and try to predict the enemy's actions. Don't waste time parrying their weapons. After striking, the hero asked again about predicting. The comrade dodged the attack, replying that during the battle their life energy resonates with his. Use your senses to feel it. Feng thought that if he attacked faster, his opponents would not have enough time to block the attack. Ping gritted his teeth, thinking that he didn't remember how to use his senses at all. In the past, he had always focused on the energy emission. There was a glow coming from his eyes, and he realized that life energy and energy emission were the same thing. Teacher Lai had once talked about this, mentioning the possibility of using intelligence to predict possible danger. At that moment, the hero saw the enemy strike him in the chest. Smiling, he thought that he could really predict his moves. He was attacking from the left. With a confident smile, the hero ducked to avoid the attack, realizing that he could not only see the enemy's movements, but also his weak points. He struck, thinking that by knowing the enemy's next moves, he could dodge and counterattack. The enemy quickly ran forward, looking back at the hero, but his hand was bleeding. Feng held back the enemy's onslaught, telling the hero to try to weaken him a little more, and he would finish him off. He would need the hero's help with this enemy as he would be unable to cope after using a special attack. The hero asked what if he made a mistake. The comrade introduced himself as a ghost, saying that he would haunt him until the end of his days, and the hero thought that he had gained respect for thinking because he trusted his teammates, and if he failed him, would he still trust him? Surrounded by a red aura, the hero said that he was coming and his friend should not miss a blow. He rushed at the enemy, inflicting several blows. The enemy tried to reflect them and noticed that thinking was visible in the pupils of his eyes. A swing of the blade split the enemy's head in half, but behind thinking, he sensed another enemy approaching. At this moment, Ping was able to pin the enemy's blade to the ground. Thinking rolled. Leaning on his sword, he said that he could not fight anymore, he needed to regain his strength. The hero dodged the enemy's attack, asking his comrade if he could hit the enemy at least once more. But he replied that it was level 4, and in his opinion, level 4 is not so easy to kill. After that, he was already running away from the enemy, asking the hero to stop him. Ping stood in front of his comrade, blocking the blow, and said that this can't go on any longer, he won't be able to kill the enemy. To which Fenking said that his special attack was too weak, if it were him, he would have killed him long ago. The hero said that he would leave them alone, to which he smiled nervously, asking him to continue and buy him some more time. But he admitted that the hero was indeed quite weak, because 4 hits in a row and 300 points of damage were not much stronger than his simple attack. The hero attacked the enemy again, to which his comrade told him to stop hitting his weapon. If not for his vitality, he could endure 10 of the hero's kind. Then Ping turned to his friend, asking what he wanted from him, and heard the answer that you need to anticipate the actions. He imagined a person who attacks and returns to the stance, saying that when you strike with a sword, you return it to its original position before attacking again. You need to predict at what moment the sword will return to its original position, then use your strength and attack at the right moment. Ping's blade glowed brightly. Fenking said to use the weapon to its fullest, as its vitality level is usually distributed equally along its entire length. He asked if the hero was familiar with the piercing strike, and said that he does not send vitality to his legs, but transfers it all to the blade. How could he not know this? Ping continued to fight, answering that it was easy to say, because the blade was not part of his body, and he could not control it in the same way as his limbs, it was not at all easy. To which his comrade suggested imagining that it was an extension of his arm, and then concentrating all his strength where it was needed. With a level B blade, this was not at all difficult. Fenking frowned, said that Ping had a good weapon and an excellent vitality level, he could handle it. If he were in his place, he would have handled a level 7 as well. Turning to his comrade, the hero told him that he was a nerd, and frowned, thinking about the words about imagining that the blade was an extension of the arm. Perhaps using intelligence would help him here too. Ping looked at the blue glow of the blade in surprise, thinking about what happened. Now he could feel the energy of his weapon. It felt like the energy was circulating through his body, and the blade had truly become an extension of his hand. The enemy's attacks left bright traces, and his comrade demanded that he quickly repel his attack. The hero thought that with the help of his intellect he had managed to concentrate the power in the blade. The blade's edge glowed red. Ping struck the enemy, leaving a lightning trace. The enemy's sword cracked in half. Then the hero swung, striking again. The 2 halves of the enemy fell to the ground. He turned around with a smile, saying that this was a great lesson, Fenking. Fenking looked at the hero in confusion, saying that he was a quick learner and thought that it was only a matter of time before he could defeat him. Crouching over the enemy's body, Ping said with a smile that the conditions were the same, his comrade could take the heart, to which the enemy calmly agreed. Suddenly, they looked at what was in front of them in surprise. At this moment, the enemy struck the teacher. Blood came out of the man's mouth. Ping was shocked. The enemy raised his leg and kicked the injured teacher. Fenking rushed towards him. He threw a pill into his mouth and tried to strike, shouting that he would tear the enemy into pieces. The teacher was lying on the ground. Fenking said that these warriors were weak. However, he killed a level 4 with 1 blow. The other Macmao teachers met the same end. Ping thought that the Macmao teachers had everything under control when they entered the catacombs, but the truth was that they were not invincible. He remembered the people in the cemetery, thinking that the teachers were also mortal. Yunxi hugged a woman, crying because she lost her arm. They could also be injured, preventing them from continuing their work. Ping did not dare to think about such a thing until he saw a blade pierced into the teacher's heart. He seemed to be missing something. He looked at the teacher with annoyance, realizing that there were no winners in war, only countless victims. Another comrade struck the enemy next to him, saying that the students who were waiting outside were surrounded, and asked him to help them. Looking down, the hero remembered the words about being wounded in the catacombs being a bad sign. Only grueling training and self-sacrifice could change the course of such events. Frowning, the hero's eyes lit up again, and he decided that this was true. Meanwhile, many people were fighting on the battlefield. The enemies turned to shout for them to kill him. The spear glowed brightly. The swing of the blade left a bright trace. The others looked in surprise at the appearance of the hero. He told them that he would use a special attack, and if the enemies did not die, finish them off. They frowned and agreed. Opening his mouth wide, the hero rushed to attack. Jumping up, he dealt several blows and struck the enemies. Blood was trickling down his arm. He thought that his body could not withstand it. Another enemy left a wound on his arm, but his comrade defeated this enemy. The hero opened his eyes wide. Looking at his arm, he thought about how much blood he had already lost. His life force was able to recover, but the loss of blood was making him sick. There were more than 300 of them here, too many, he could not kill them all. One of the guys was waving his hand, shouting that time was up and they should retreat. The hero looked at the slain enemy. He was examining him, but his comrade said that they had to leave. Ping ran faster than the others. Looking at him, the man thought that this is how he escaped from a 6th level warrior. Even while running, you could see the stars. Everyone fell to the ground when they heard the command to halt. Ping was breathing heavily, asking the professor how many they had lost and what about their bodies. The man and the others looked down. Then, looking up, he answered that they had lost 4 teachers and 2 students. As for their bodies, they would be able to retrieve them after winning the war, and they would win. Looking at the students, he told them that they had used up their entire life force limit now, and it would be too rash to go back for their bodies, probably pointless. Many dead were left on the battlefield. They had lost 6 warriors and killed 200 enemies. The 1st and 2nd level warriors had been destroyed, only the 3rd and 4th remained. They would destroy them all, they would complete this mission. With his hand on the hilt of his weapon, he also said that he understood that they did not even have time to collect the loot, but they would be given some pills upon their return, and that they should not hold a grudge against him. Smiling, Fenking said that there was no reason to be angry with him. Every year, many 1st and 2nd level warriors died in battle. They were entrusted with this mission, and this was the greatest reward. There were some items on the handkerchief. Someone said that there were some energy stones and some pills, and that they should take them if they wanted. The hero looked at the items, when his comrade said that if it weren't for him, they would have been dead by now. Another said that he had done a lot for them, and they appreciated it. He replied with a smile that he had done nothing wrong, these warriors were weak. He had enough resources, so they should use them themselves. Fenking gave a thumbs up and thanked the protagonist, but he only thought that his comrade had no conscience at all. The dark moon was visible in the sky. Oh, he can take some too, it was a gift from Ping. Then they would use them. The bright sun illuminated the castle walls. A question was asked. What do you mean they can't be defeated? Feng covered his face with his hand, saying that they had performed well during the mission. The school requires the 2nd level students to return as soon as possible. Ping, he is going with them. He was confused and wanted to turn to the professor, but the man replied that he was a newbie, this was his first mission, and he had done enough. And Qin Fenking should go back and help repel the first attack. But the guy looked away, saying that he couldn't, he needed resources. The man looked at Fenking, telling him to stop talking. Teacher Liu, Teacher Wang, Teacher Wu and all the professors were here. Director McMao was planning to end the war, and he was the future of McMao, they couldn't let him die. Frowning, the guy asked again if the old man was really in the dungeon. The sun illuminated the walls of the corridor. The hero was sitting on one of the benches. Fenking came out of the office. He silently looked at Ping. Sitting down next to him, he asked him with a smile what he was thinking about. Ping looked ahead, saying what he was thinking about. Teacher Wu went on a mission with them, and now his body was there and they were here. When it was all over, he wanted to find his body. Leaning his hands on his knees, he also said that his strength was growing much faster than the others, and that meant that he shouldn't sit around here doing nothing while the others were on the front lines. He didn't want to go back to school and hide within its walls. His reputation was very important to him. After which he imagined his family in tears, saying that he didn't intend to die, there were too many things he hadn't done. And if he died, who would take care of his parents and sister? Looking at the floor, the hero reasoned that mid-level warriors were everywhere now. Couldn't he, being a 3rd level, deal with them? Was there any point in waiting for him to get stronger? If he died, he clearly wouldn't be able to help anyone. Teacher Tan was right. The teacher was strong, and the professor was even stronger. But while they were waiting for the professor's strength level, they would all be killed. Ping looked sad, asking why everything was so complicated. But his comrade laughed and said that the hero thought too much, it was not that complicated. If he wanted, he could stay or go, no one would say a word against him. As for what he said about Teacher Wu, he thought that was the death of a hero. From the moment they set foot on the dungeon ground, they knew what they were getting into. Or did he think that war was a picnic with the added bonus of killing? Fenking put his hand on the hero's shoulder, saying that he understood this was his first time on a mission. Ping turned pale when he heard that it was normal for friends and family members to die, and asked again if he was making fun of him. His comrade smiled, saying that he was just telling him the truth. Didn't he ever wonder why he was going into battle alone? The hero looked away, remembering that ever since they met at school, he had always been on his own. He turned to his comrade in surprise, hearing that his friends and family were all dead. Fenking remembered the past, saying that when they first came here, they were a team. The leader was a level higher than him. He always scolded him and said that he was stupid, and he thought then that if he hadn't been a higher level, he would have killed him long ago. Later, he remembered holding his body in his arms. However, when he was actually killed, just a moment ago he scolded him and he snapped back, and then, looking in front of him, the guy remembered that he was beside himself with shock. Then he couldn't believe that people could die so easily. He wanted revenge, he wanted to kill everyone in the dungeon, but soon lost this desire. Perhaps he had matured. Looking at Ping, he told him that he would also get used to it. It's just death, let him relax. He wouldn't be surprised if he was killed in 2 seconds. The hero didn't even know how to react. Then his comrade asked if they should discuss something. He pointed at the hero, asking if he wanted to take everything for himself. He wouldn't do that, or he was an even bigger bastard than Jinyang. Ping just turned his eyes to his interlocutor, saying that he was an idiot. He wanted to take his share, but he had already received more than he had agreed upon. He currently had 3 hearts, which equaled 27 0 points, right? He had talked about 3 to 7 hearts, so he needed to get 21 0 points. Fenking looked at the hero in confusion when he said that they couldn't even take the weapons from those defeated warriors. Does he think he can scrape together 21 0 points for him? He could get about 700 points for killing a level 4 warrior. If so, there was a chance he could get an energy stone weighing 23 grams. Standing up, the boy was surprised by the bright sun and said goodbye to Ping. The hero closed his eyes, saying that his friend did not want to share. He stood nervously, covering his head with his hand. Then he approached Ping again, asking how much he wanted, and then said that he was joking about 7 hearts. Think about it yourself, could he kill so many 4th level warriors? But the hero noted that he still needed his help to kill the missing number. There were several bright stones on the bench. Looking at them, Fenking said that 7 standard energy stones could be sold for 100 points, and 6 refined ones for 12 0 points. Joyfully, he turned around, telling the hero to follow him, but he replied that his comrade was simply not fulfilling his part of the deal. Looking at him, the hero also said that he would remember that now he owed him 10 million. Fenking quickly ran along the corridor. Smiling, he thought about how corpses don't have debts, it doesn't matter how much he owes if he dies. As soon as Fenking disappeared, the system confirmed the replenishment of the account. King looked at the status window. Current balance, 28 million. The battle lasted only 15 minutes, during which time he was forced to constantly use his special attack until they finally retreated. With a heavy sigh, the hero thought about how he spent almost 23 million, restored 23,000 points of life force, which is equivalent to a 3rd level warrior. Even though his attacks were more effective than an entire team, this is still a huge expense. There was a sign by the door that this was the logistics department. The hero stood next to the girl at the table. She said that the teacher reported that he performed well. The military is preparing to enter the war. He understands that this is not enough, but here, take 3 pills of life force restoration, as well as 500 achievement points. The balance has been increased by 2.5 million. As he signed the sheet, he heard that there were another 3,000 points for the Don Quai stronghold. A total of 3,500,000 achievement points. He asked with a smile, what does it mean that if he joins the military, he will become a commander, right? The girl smiled back, saying that it is so. It is an honor for them to work with people like Mr. Fan. Of course, if he likes the idea. There was a large amount of money in the suitcase, and shoulder straps and awards were nearby. The achievement point system is significantly different from the points obtained during the battle, and increases reputation and rank. The number of achievement points determines the rank of the owner from the lowest to the highest, such as lieutenant, commander, and general. The table indicated the number of achievements, the corresponding rank and level: 1,000 points, lieutenant level 3, 3,000 points, commander level 4, 10,000 points, general level 6. There are level requirements for obtaining each rank. To become a commander, one must be at least a level 4 warrior, and to become a general, one must be level 6 or higher and also have 10,000 achievement points. Recalling the recent battle, the hero thought about the level 3 and 4 warriors they killed yesterday, which had earned them 500 achievement points. Obviously, accumulating achievement points was not easy at all. He had the opportunity to become a commander and become famous. Smiling and resting his head on the back of his head, the hero thought that it sounded tempting. However, a commander was forced to stay in the dungeons and follow a series of prescribed rules, and this was not his thing at all. He told the girl that it was still too early, and he would think about it after graduation. Opening the bag, he asked if they could take a look at the contents and exchange these items and some pills for a level 6 leather armor. In the bag was a glove and some stones. The hero said that the armor was damaged in battle, but it could be repaired, and the sea-level gloves were unused. Putting her hand to her face, she replied that a set of level 6 leather armor cost between 5 and 10,000 points, and all these things would only cost 2,000. He could only exchange them for a mid-level 5. Then she pointed to the stones in the bag, saying that energy stones were a necessary resource for development. Were they sure they wanted to exchange them? The hero agreed. He thought about the fact that the energy stone was used to replenish life force, and in that case, he didn't need it. There was writing on the wall that this was a strategic planning room. The bearded man frowned, saying that they all knew very well that Tianmen Fort was their main enemy and they should attack them. The bald man added that they should take care of Don Quai Fort first. He pointed out that they knew the Tianmen warriors well and that if they attacked their fort when it was Don Quai's turn, they would not know anything about them. The man in the suit said angrily that they could not forget what the Tianmen warriors had done and that they must take revenge for what they had done. The bald man was unhappy with this disrespect for his elders, but the man in the center of the table with a long white beard said that he thought they should attack the Tianmen stronghold. He pointed out that they were too close and that they would meet Don Quai anyway. This war would be a long one. He also said that all 14 high-level warriors had left the stronghold. If everything went according to their plan, they would be there by the afternoon and he would kill the Tianmen army general then. The man next to him smiled widely upon hearing this. Teacher Bai and Zhang, who were both level 8, would take on the other two of the strongest trio. They had to be prepared to kill level 7s, kill as many as they could. They had to show the Tianmen army what they were capable of. At the table, there was also a young man, Wu Chuang, the protector of Nanfang, a level 9 professor. He turned to the elders, pointing out the mistake. The rest of the meeting looked at him, saying that they were a bunch of old men who, if they didn't fight now, would never be able to seize this chance again. They had to stop level 9, these bastards were too tough for them. Wu Chuang looked at his watch and said that he would. The elder looked at him, saying that it was good. The man added that their level 2 and 3 disciples would be sent back to school to secure the future of Macmao. The bright sun shone on the castle walls. Many people gathered on the streets. The war had begun. The warriors who would go to fight in the dungeon had finally been appointed. It seemed that they were already familiar with this whole situation. The atmosphere outside the walls of Tianmen was unsettled. The guards were watching the courtyard. One of the commanders addressed the people, announcing that the warriors outside the army and the mid-level warriors should go to the strategic planning room to report. The low-level warriors must go to the gate, each will receive a task, and they must immediately complete it. The soldiers walked along the castle walls. In the eastern part of the Siwan fort, the commander gathered several people, saying that high-level warriors cannot separate their life force from themselves, but can direct it into their weapons. Their task is to control the crossbow by using life force. He frowned, ordering to kill everyone who dared to pass the walls. Ping turned to him, asking if they could handle the warriors attacking from the air, all above the 4th level. The commander answered that they could if they had enough life force. He introduced several people at the crossbow, explaining that it has its limit, and they must unite in groups of 2 and use the crossbow in turn to attack. They attack them, and they die. One of the comrades asked the hero with a smile if this was his first time participating in such an event. After hearing the affirmative answer, he said to wait a little while and they would show how the 3rd level could kill the 4th. He gave a thumbs up and added that the Tianmen warriors were confident that they could break through Siwan's defense. Even if their warriors were weaker, their equipment was much better. After examining everyone, the commander told them to stop thinking about the Tianmen. Today, they were going to meet the Don Quai warriors. The order was given to destroy the Don Quai warriors and make them regret helping the Tianmen army. One of the fighters raised his fist, saying that they would destroy the Don Quai army. Another said that as long as they had pills, there was no need to worry about the limit of life force. The guy standing next to the hero asked if he had pills, since he could share, but Ping replied that he did not. He looked at his comrade with a smile, thinking that this crossbow was extremely powerful, and with his life force, they could become invincible. The crossbow stood in the bright rays of the sun. People were standing in line in front of the portal. A familiar group stood in front of the teacher. Changning asked where Ping was, were they really going to leave without him? The man remembered the hero's words that he was told to stay in the dungeon and increase his level to 4, because he was the future of Macmao, and told the student that the hero had decided to stay. He had no right to stop him. After all, he was already at the peak of level 3. Let's hope that he would return safe and sound. The comrades looked surprised. Lei was surprised that Ping was already at the peak of level 3. Changning said that he wanted to stay, but he was only level 2. Zume asked how he managed to do it. Smiling, the teacher replied that he didn't know how to explain it. Fan Ping is different from them, don't be upset. Resume training when you return to school and reach level 3. He won't be with them next time. Suddenly, everyone turned around after hearing a sound. The soldiers were blowing their horns. The commander and the fighters were watching from the wall. The man waved his hand and ordered everyone to get ready. Ping frowned. Soldiers in armor were standing not far from the fort. The teacher motioned for our guys to run into the portal. Yunxi stood still and was worried. Several dozen soldiers were standing at the walls of the fort. The northern gate of Siwan Fort. Special warriors, not the most handsome, were standing next to each other. This is the trio of the strongest Yan men. The fort gathered its soldiers in the courtyard. The teachers were watching the enemy from the walls. A group of fighters were at the crossbow. King looked in surprise when he saw an old man. 3 old men were standing in the air, saying that mistakes are unforgivable. They looked at their enemy seriously. One of them said that they were just Yan men bastards. The leader replied, "Forward." 3 shells flew over the fort. The trio rushed forward. 6 white lines could be seen in the sky. The battle in the dungeon ended faster than they thought. The warriors of both sides were able to avoid the military and escape. Before the military could do anything, an explosion rang out. Lightning erupted from the explosions. The commander of the soldiers pointed his sword forward, ordering them to attack. Under the commander's shouts, the soldiers headed for the gate. One of the teachers extended his hand, ordering them to kill. Jumping off the wall, they rushed to attack. The soldiers followed them. The teachers were the first to meet the enemy. The mid-level warriors easily dealt with the enemies. The warring parties kept an eye on who they killed and tried to avoid the low-level warriors. As they said, warriors fought warriors and leaders fought leaders. There was also a battle on the other side of the battlefield. The eastern part of Siwan Fort was under threat. The ladder with hooks grabbed the wall, and the enemy soldiers started to climb. The hero was outraged, but the commander told him to calm down and not to think about them, as another team would deal with them. Their mid-level white lines, which did not need ladders to climb the walls, were fighting on another front. The enemy began to attack the soldiers on the wall. One of the enemy soldiers flew over the battlefield. The commander grabbed the crossbow and ordered to open fire. There was a wonderful view from behind the wall, but the view was blocked by the enemy. The crossbow bolt struck him straight through. The soldiers rejoiced, saying that the lieutenant was right. The hero noted that the crossbow was magnificent, and they killed the 4th level warriors. Other enemies were advancing, hiding behind shields. They flew into the air at once. The commander was shocked. One of the soldiers was already loading a new arrow. The enemies were flying towards the crossbow when the command fire was given. The enemy managed to deflect the arrow. Someone said that they had run out of arrows. Then a soldier from the wall rose into the air and attacked the enemy, but the knights managed to fly to the wall. Several more flying enemies were approaching the wall. The second wave was approaching. One of the enemies deflected the attack, hiding behind a shield. Another one also succeeded. They landed on the wall of the fort. The commander opened his eyes wide, saying that it seemed they were prepared for this. Tian men must have warned them about the crossbows. The man turned around when Ping pointed out that the enemies were increasing in number and asked if it was time to call for reinforcements. But the commander replied that their job was to deflect attacks with a crossbow. Frowning, the hero wanted to object to the commander. He thought that he had to obey the order. Without the lieutenant's permission, he could not leave his post. Otherwise, he would be accused of desertion. The soldiers and the commander looked at the hero. The man said that they had used up half of their life force. How much did he have? It didn't matter. They were mid-level warriors, and they would all die if they decided to attack them themselves. His comrade also said that she understood that Ping wanted to help, but it wasn't worth his life. At that moment, the enemy struck one of the soldiers. Ping looked angry, thinking that he didn't want to die, but he couldn't watch the enemy kill their warriors one by one. He said that he was the one who had killed the 5th level warriors and that he was strong even on his own. The comrades looked at each other in surprise. The commander asked, was it Fan Ping from Macmao who had managed to get rid of a 6th level warrior? Ping confirmed it. Then the captain pointed at him, saying that he could go. There was a battle on the castle walls. The knight hit the soldier with his shield and pointed his glowing blade at him. The soldier gritted his teeth. A red trail rushed towards them. The hero landed next to them. He pulled the spear behind his back and shouted menacingly. The commander and the other soldiers watched him. The man remarked that Ping was indeed talented, and they were already so old. He clenched his fist with a smile and said that he might be able to attack too after he regained his life force, but his comrade remarked that, for example, attacking the 1st level. The soldiers on the wall heard a sound. One of them frowned and said that they had to go back. Bright flashes were visible in the sky. The old man with a beard was about to strike. The man in armor was also about to attack. Their fists touched, creating a powerful wave. The man struck the enemy's face. He fell to the ground with a crash. When he got up, he saw the man above him, who was looking at him with a grin. Getting to his feet, the old man said that the boy almost killed him, but only because he was surrounded. The old man asked the man if he thought he could handle him one-on-one. He spat out blood and promised that there would be no mercy this time. The man smiled and said something in his own language and held out his hand, and a ghost tiger appeared in front of him. The old man opened his mouth wide, saying that he had been waiting for this. A red beam descended on him from the sky, His skin turned golden and he raised his hand above his head. The man watched in shock. The old man's hair stood up, lightning flashed from his eyes, and he screamed for his enemy to die. The ghost tiger and the red wave touched. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed, and then completely disappeared in the red light. The entire sky turned red. The teachers and heroes were shocked. Ping looked back and thought of the old man. The old man began to disappear, almost dissolving, saying that he wanted to see McMao. After that, only his eyes remained, and then they disappeared. The bald old man turned around, saying that he was impatient. He left before everyone else. The woman who fought him was in shock. Another old man in a suit asked with a smile if the principal had really left, joking that he had rushed. The warrior who had been fighting him rushed into the sky. The woman also began to run away. The golden lips asked if they were leaving already. Raising his hand, the golden silhouette created a huge red blade. The old man below said that he was already coming. The blood sword fell on the enemies. The woman gritted her teeth. The man opened his eyes wide. 2 shock waves rose into the sky, painting it red. The golden old man said that they could leave now. His comrade in the suit agreed. Their faces disappeared. Realizing that the 3 strongest had been eliminated, the remaining generals Tianmen and Don Quai began to retreat. The soldiers fled the battlefield. Both were running for their lives. One of the fort's fighters put his hand forward, ordering them to be killed. The gates of the fortress began to open. The students rushed into battle. Ping jumped from the wall. With a quick movement, he killed several enemies. The others caught up and killed them. Most of the high-level warriors were killed. There were more than expected, but the Tianmen and Don Quai continued to retreat. Feng King cut down the enemy. The warriors flying to help them were intercepted by their men. Many low-level enemies were killed. A red cloud hung over the castle. Wu Chuang, meanwhile, killed the leader of the Tianmen in their stronghold. The 3 strongest were defeated, and their anger spread for miles. The raid lasted only an hour. Later, there were many corpses on the battlefield. Feng King fell to his knees. He punched the ground. Tears flowed from his eyes. He asked why they let them die. Where are the other 9th-level warriors? Ping walked over to his friend. The commander above them ordered to clear the field. They need to go back. Feng King put his hands on the ground, hearing that his wounds needed to be treated, and told the hero to go and leave him. He looked at his friend sympathetically. Several people were standing on the wall. Wu Chuang looked at the field, saying that it was a great battle. They sacrificed their lives for the sake of peace, and they should be respected. Feng Ru wiped away her tears, saying that the principal had always told her not to take death to heart, and now him. Covering her face with her hand, she said that to hell with the Golden Warriors. The 8th, 9th level, so what? How could they die? They didn't even find their bodies. Wu Chuang also began to cry, saying that 7 high-level warriors were killed this time. Don Quai had withdrawn from the war, but Tianmen would not stop there. He called for everyone to gather because the war was not over yet. The fighters returned to the fort through the main gate, and the students entered the portal. After defending the McMao fort, an order was given to bring out the 3rd-level disciples from the dungeon. At the beginning of the war, there were 40 disciples in McMao who had reached the peak of the 3rd level. Many were injured. The hero was the last one, and only 15 of them were able to return. He turned around, standing in front of the portal, thinking about how Shizai said that they would be able to return to the dungeon for several months. After that, he entered the portal and disappeared. On the other side, the students were leaving through the gate. The hero approached one of the soldiers and asked where the man with the scar was. The man smiled, saying that he was here to help. He always said that he intended to get the women out of the dungeon, and he really kept his word. The hero smiled back, thinking, is he still alive? He doesn't even know. In such conditions, it's hard to tell who is alive and who is no longer alive. On the arch, the letters McMao Martial Arts High School were illuminated. The students were getting off the bus. King looked tired. His comrades happily ran up to him. Changning said that he told them he would come back. They asked him if he was injured, but the hero replied that they were just scratches. Yungxi looked at Ping with warmth. The man asked the other students how things were going. The boy couldn't bear it any longer and burst into tears, saying that 7 high-level warriors had been killed, including their director. They hadn't been able to find their bodies. The 3 strongest had been eliminated, and the 5 remaining generals. The man in the suit listened attentively. The dean of the literature department of McMao, Hua, a 6th-level beginner. The student said that the bodies of Master Wu Jiangpena, Lan Yuru, and Zhu Hezhanya were still in the dungeon. They hadn't been able to retrieve them. The boys were shocked, surprised that the old man had died. The director, wasn't he a level 8? Tears streamed down the man's face, saying that the old man had led McMao for 60 years, and now he had left them. Ping also lowered his head. The stars shone brightly in the sky. Last year, at this time, their faces were looking forward to the future with hope. But now, that future had lost its color. There was still a glimmer of hope deep in their hearts. The students passed through the gate. McMao dormitory was full of life. Many birds were sitting on the roofs of the houses, cats were basking in the sun. Ping was lying on the bed, his eyes were sad. Later, he sat up, looked out the window and thought that he had dreamed it. Smelling his own scent, he realized that he had immediately fallen asleep without even taking a shower. Water was flowing from the shower can. The hero was standing under the shower. The sun was shining brightly on the lake. Someone shouted that the leader had returned. People running past greeted the protagonist. Ping waved back, thinking that the members of Pinyuan's team were not strong and had no idea what was happening in the dungeon. They only knew that many students had gone on a mission, but they did not know that Mangmao had lost 7 of its high-level warriors. He stood on the bridge sadly. The warriors, in order to avoid panic among the students, did not make their deaths public. The dead were their standard and were considered invincible. Ping leaned on the railing, thinking that he would have to wait until the dungeon opened to tell them the truth. Again, only names remained of those who had fallen. The hero sighed deeply, looking at the water, and said that it was a pity and infinitely pity. As if a man could not wake up from a nightmare. The drink was filling the glass. The hand abruptly put it down on the table. The man was indignant, saying that he was still in the dungeon, but they still did not let him in. The director was so afraid that he would die. Lai knocked back the glass, then looked closely at the interlocutor, asking why you were looking at him like that. Did you pity him? Ping, looking at the instructor, answered that he did not. He stood by the man's table, thinking that there was not even a chair. Looking away, Lai said that 60 years ago, when Mangmao first opened, there was nothing here. Their old man's mentor was the first director here. He was level 5 and fell into a dungeon. Recalling the past, the man introduced the people, saying that at that time the school had few warriors and they did not receive support from the outside. The director was one of the best students and was eager to become the next director after reaching level 4. He was only 25, no one took him seriously, but he still took the position. The guy with the scar on his face opened his mouth wide and said that he wanted to make Mangmao a prestigious martial arts school and fight in dungeons. Finding a chair, the hero sat down opposite Lai, who said that he had now seen for himself how cruel the people in the dungeons were and how naive that dream was. Looking at the man, the hero replied that he was determined and had taken care of Mangmao for so many years. Every 10th teacher is here, and 8 of them are his students. He asked Lai if he was also his student, to which the man answered yes. Lai presented the salary schedule of the professors and other teachers. The teachers at Mangmao were much stronger than the teachers at other schools, but they were paid completely differently. And why did they stay? He remembered the man with the scar, who said that their teacher devoted his entire life to his job. For them, he was a role model and they should look up to him. The principal was a sly one. He told them how noble it was to be a teacher, and they were barely 20 years old, and they believed his every word. People looked at him with pride back then. They hated the government, businessmen, and wanted only one thing, to become teachers at Mangmao. Lai remembered the man's conversation with his parents, saying that after graduation, he did not want to stay at the school, and then the principal convinced his parents that he would be paid well. He even hit him before leaving and promised to break his leg if he dared to leave them. Standing next to Lai, the man gave a thumbs up, and so, willingly compulsorily, he became a teacher at Mangmao. The principal used all means to retain students and make them teachers. That's why Mangmao became better. At that time, the school was ranked second in the best. Ping filled the instructor's glass, who said that the director had been injured so many times that he couldn't even walk, and once he almost died. He knew very well that this would happen one day. High-level warriors, feeling that death was near, went into the dungeon and sacrificed themselves. Lai recalled the general meeting, saying that when they said that the gate to the dungeon would soon open, the director wanted to go there with other elderly warriors. He hoped that they still had time. But the 2 enemy armies united, leaving them no chance to live longer. The instructor smiled, calling the director a liar who said that the school would clear the dungeon, but he himself did not defeat even one army. He lied to them for 60 years and died trying to kill an 8th level. Awkward, a tear rolled down his cheek and he said that they could not help him achieve his dream. Lai burst into tears, repeating that they could not help him achieve his dream. Tears appeared in Ping's eyes. Wiping his eyes with his hand, he could not understand what kind of tears they were. Angrily, Lai swung his hand at the boy, not understanding why he had told him everything. He warned Ping not to dare tell anyone, otherwise he would kill him. Ping replied that he understood. The lights on the ceiling illuminated the space. The instructor asked the hero if he was at the peak of level 3. He put his hand to his face, saying that something was bothering him. His physical and vitality were at a high level, and he could perform 5-fold attacks, but something was wrong. Leaning on the back of a chair, Lai told the boy to go to the training hall, find the book Diamond Fist there, and start training. If he mastered it, he would truly be at the peak of level 3, and during the summer holidays, find someone to fight. The hero opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. The hero looked at Teacher Lai and asked again. The old man looked at him carefully and explained that if a warrior wanted to reach the intermediate or advanced level, he must train until he became an unrivaled master and all his skills would become interchangeable. In other words, he must fight. The man knew that the young man had killed 4th level warriors in the dungeons, but they were no match for their own warriors of the same level. Ordinary intermediate level warriors were trained under pressure. They were forced to fight others in order to survive. And the warriors in the dungeons reached the 4th level using energy stones, so fighting them would not increase his level. The teacher pointed his finger at him and said that the hero needed to fight someone stronger than him and become a champion. That way, he could become the best among his peers. The brunette thoughtfully touched his chin and asked what was the explanation for Jinyang being so famous in the north. The man said that he had challenged the peoples of the north and fought them in a martial arts tournament, but at the same time, he wanted to take over the south. There was no specific answer to this, but all of his opponents were weaker. The guy was not a champion at the peak of his level. The interlocutor turned around and added that Ping could fight the 10 strongest warriors of the 3rd level and bring glory to McMao. They had suffered great losses. The 4th level disciples were about to graduate, and the bodies of Master Wu, Wang, and Lu were still in the dungeon. McMao was weaker than ever now. Not many of them would choose to stay. The old man narrowed his eyes and added that everyone also wanted to fight in the dungeons. It was impossible to say for sure which decision was the right one. The hero looked at him and said that there was a difference between society and family. Everyone wants to help society, just like he wants to fight for the good of humanity. But the boy also wants to protect his family. He wanted to receive more for the sake of his family and friends so that they would be safe. The teacher looked at the young man and noted that he could not abuse his life force. The brunette awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled. The hero looked at his interlocutor questioningly. Lai frowned and asked if the young man would be able to defeat all those warriors of the same level as him if he did not have infinite life force. Ting looked away and answered that it was possible. The man frowned and said that he would not become a champion if he doubted his own abilities. When a warrior becomes a professor, he gains infinite life force, but physical strength remains a priority. Commander Lai is strong. He fights 3 warriors at once and is able to kill a level 9th. A worthy 8th level is able to fight and even kill a 9th. The old man added that if the boy did not want to reach the 8th level and be killed by the 9th, he should trust him. In the future, he should not rely on his life force, it would not help. The hero sweated and thought that his words made sense, because if he was killed by the 8th level at the 9th, it would be humiliating. He jumped up and bowed, declaring that he understood everything. In fact, now the boy was not confident in himself at all. Ping looked at the teacher and asked what Nayagu Lai meant. When he said this, they reacted strangely to him. The man waved his hand and said that the boy did not need it. The old man sent him away, explaining that he needed to work. The brunette smiled and was surprised that there was still work. Lai stared at him and said discontentedly that the school had lost teachers and professors, so this was obvious. He asked if the boy really wanted to work in his place. The hero said that he would not refuse such a thing. The teacher swung his sword and demanded that the young man leave already. The guy turned around and headed for the exit with a smile. The man looked after him and smiled. The conversation with the hero had lifted his spirits. McMao has a successor. The director cared very much about his students, and they would not let them down. The Diamond Fist is a single combat technique developed by a group of monks thousands of years ago. It is focused on the unity of body and mind, fearlessness and determination. The bloody blade requires not only strength, the sequence of blows requires high dexterity. And this is not easy. With the Diamond Fist, everything is different. No dexterity, it's all about the stance. The guy pressed his hands to his torso and clenched his fist, using the wrath of the gods, the rage of Buddha. Red energy emanated from his hands. He shouted that he was a champion and would defeat the enemy. The brunette lunged forward. Power emanated from his fist. The guy looked ahead with displeasure. Ping sat tiredly on the floor and muttered that he needed more experience in fighting. Otherwise, he would be able to control his body and mind without learning this technique. The hero looked at the system window and noted that there was just over 20 million left. He still needed to hone his skills, which was at least 50 million. Hard times had arrived. 7/1 Summer Vacation. The top tier 3 rankings have been updated. First place, Ling Yilai, King Wu, a sophomore, 20 years old, reached the peak of tier 3. Special achievements, fought one-on-one with a tier 4 warrior, killed the tier 4 warrior. Second place, King Fengking, a McMao Jr., 21 years old, reached the peak of tier 3. Special achievements, among an army of thousands of warriors, killed a high-ranking tier 4 warrior. Third place, Fang Ping, McMao freshman, 19 years old, reached the peak of tier 3. Special achievements, survived a 6th level warrior, killed a 5th level warrior, killed a high-ranking 4th level warrior, and killed many low-ranking 4th level warriors. The internet was in a frenzy again. Commentators were unhappy with the mention of the army. Putting aside the talk of warriors that angered the public, sooner or later they would have to admit that war existed. Jinyang looked at his phone and said that China was trying to gain control over public opinion. He added that becoming a warrior meant killing people, which was not the noble job people thought it was. A girl sat opposite him. She noted that Ping had improved greatly since he wasn't even a warrior when they first met. The other man smiled and agreed that the hero was a stupid brat who used pills mindlessly. The guy only remembered him because of Huang Bin. He never thought that the young man would reach the peak of 3rd level a year later. If this continues, the student will soon catch up with him. The girl frowned and retorted that the hero is not even close to him. Jinyang smiled and replied that everything changes. He is not the only one who cultivates himself. Yangcheng's stronghold office. 2 men entered the office and attracted attention. The protagonist's father stood next to the boss, who introduced him as the deputy director from the Ministry of Education. Everyone clapped, and Ming Rong smiled tightly and said his name. 2/7, the gate to the dungeon opened and the bodies of the fallen soldiers were returned. 3/7, McMao South Cemetery. It was pouring rain, and people were standing under umbrellas. The man with glasses frowned and exclaimed that warriors do not know a peaceful death. These brave warriors died in battle, but they knew no fear. They did not crave immortality or power, and they were not greedy. It is impossible to be a warrior for 1,000 years. Our lives are short. The man shouted that they would remember. The protagonist and his friend stood with their hands on their chests. Everyone silently bid farewell to the fallen. After the farewell ceremony, the McMao disciples went in different directions to inform their families of the fallen. Ping, Changding, and Zume visited different people, bringing them the hard news. Everyone reacted differently when receiving this news. The protagonist clenched his fists and thought that he saw himself in these people. He did not want the urn with his ashes to be brought home for his family to mourn him, holding a grudge against everyone else. The guy clenched his fist and remembered that he had no motivation before, but now everything was different. The brunette looked forward with determination, and his body was enveloped in red energy. Ping, who defeated the warriors of the 3rd and 4th levels, decided that he would definitely become the champion of the 9th level. The guy intended to become the strongest and one day put an end to the suffering of all these people. The hero returned home. He reached out to his sister with a smile to feel her cheeks. Yuan recoiled and exclaimed that he had no right to touch her because she had never called him. The young man approached the girl with a smirk, and she called for help. The bag of groceries fell to the floor. The woman looked at her children. King smiled and greeted his mother. Yuyan silently walked up and grabbed his hand, examining it carefully. His forearm was covered in scars. The girl looked at her brother in horror. The brunette sweated and thought with regret that the wounds had already healed, but the scars remained. The woman looked at him with tears in her eyes and muttered that her father did not say anything. He thought she would not guess. Yuyan held her son's hand. She said that as soon as she went outside, she heard about a talented 3rd level who fought a 6th. The mother added that there were already enough warriors and asked where Tan was. The woman muttered that the boy was already so old, but he was still playing the hero, not thinking that something could happen to him. The girl lowered her tear-filled eyes. The hero put his hand on her head and said that injuries were a trivial matter for a warrior. He thought that the mother still thought that this was a simple fight. However, an ordinary warrior would not be lucky enough to meet a warrior of the 6th level. Ping smiled and assured the woman that everything was fine and the scars would heal soon. And Director Tan was now a 1st level, while the boy was already at the peak of the 3rd. Perhaps in a few years, he could become the commander of Nanjiang. Yuyan knitted her brows and exclaimed that she did not care about the commander of Nanjiang. He was acting like an ordinary person. She did not want her son to fight a 6th level. The brunette grinned and hugged his relatives, promising that this would not happen again, and in general it was a simple coincidence. The young man asked his mother to cook something tasty, for example, jiaozi. Evening came. Jinyang was sitting opposite the protagonist. He asked if the guy really wanted to challenge someone from the north. Considering the current state of affairs, Ping should quickly raise his level. According to statistics, the next time the dungeon will be opened in 6 months. Jinyang looked at the brunette and said that the opening of the dungeon promises danger, but at the same time gives great potential. He clarified that the hero had already been to Modu and could not find a single valuable plant or animal. The young man remembered what he had found, but did not dare to kill. The interlocutor looked closely at the hero and said that the old dungeons had been open for many years. People have to get to the very depths to find something valuable. As for the new ones, there are resources everywhere and the average level easily reaches high ranks. You want to get something valuable, become stronger. Jinyang took a sip and asked if he had already chosen an opponent. The brunette replied that he would first go to the Yunmeng Academy. The guy frowned and noted that it would be better to ask the teachers to accompany him to the military academy. He smiled and explained that the clans there were very conservative, but this did not mean that they would harm him. The warrior added that if the hero came to their gates like this, it would offend them and they would not accept him. Plus, you can run into an extremist. Ping thoughtfully touched his chin and muttered that he understood. The young man thought about asking Teacher Lai for help. He looked at the interlocutor, who said that there was another reason why he called him. Jinyang smiled and suggested a friendly sparring match. The brunette put his hands up and replied that friendly matches could wait, because the man still had tasks from Macmao and he would soon be awarded points for completing them. They exchanged glances. Jinyang grinned and asked if the guy was so confident that he could fight him. The hero said that he was a warrior and should be confident. They all had a competitive spirit. He exclaimed that his brother was the first warrior the boy had met. Jinyang was the best example among his peers. Ping's strength was growing quickly, but he needed someone to support him. The interlocutor grinned and replied that this was overconfident. Having reached the 3rd level in just a year, the boy should be like that. Since the brunette had decided that he was his role model, Jinyang would wait. Thanks to him, everything was becoming more interesting. The hero laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. The interlocutor stood up and said goodbye. Ping was surprised that he was already leaving and said that his brain had literally turned to mush. The guy only wished him luck. Beihu Province. There are 3 major military academies in China, and Yunmeng is the 3rd largest. Although it is less well known, the level of education there is no worse than the other 2 academies. In addition to the ranking of each school, China has a national ranking of 3rd level warriors. Places from 10 to 20 are occupied by warriors with the same level of strength, and this does not mean that they have participated in battles. The hero should start with Chen Jia Wang to scout the situation. The goal of this journey is to break through from the peak of the 3rd level and reach the 4th. The hero approached the armed guard and asked to let him in. The man replied that the entrance is for staff only. If he needs to meet someone, he should write his name and they will contact him. The brunette looked away and wondered if it was right to look for him like this and then report the duel. Champions hardly do that. Ping leaned against the car and called Jinyang to ask how to arrange a fight. The guy, who was training at the time, advised sending them an official request. This is how it is done according to the rules of Yunmeng, and then wait for them to answer him and prepare everything for the meeting. But he will have to wait, and a refusal is also possible. The brunette raised an eyebrow and asked if everything was really that simple. The interlocutor answered that the young man wanted to gain experience, but that did not mean that everyone was ready to help him with this. Jinyang asked to trust him and do everything as he said. A bunch of angry warriors would come running to kick the hero's ass themselves. In this way, the young man would gain experience. Ping smiled and agreed. He thought that it seemed like they would soon hate him too. The guy stood in front of the entrance to the academy. The brunette furrowed his brows and shouted that he, Fang Ping from the Macmao Martial Arts School, wanted to fight their 3rd level warrior. The young man added that their 3rd level warriors were nothing to him. This phrase echoed throughout the building. A few moments later, a crowd of disgruntled students had already lined up in front of the hero. The brunette smiled in confusion and noted that it smelled of violence, but his brother's advice really worked. One guy stepped forward, stretching his shoulders, and declared that he wanted to fight him. He introduced himself as Yao Zhangyu, a 3rd level warrior. The spectators began to cheer for their representative. The main character sharply punched him in the stomach. The eyes of those present widened as the student flew past. They turned to see how far he had been carried. Ping smiled and declared that anyone below the peak 3rd level was not his opponent, so they did not even have to climb if they did not want to disgrace themselves. He turned to the side. Several men approached him. One of them frowned and said that the young man should know what awaited him, since he appeared in front of the gates of their academy. The guy grinned and replied that he was a 3rd level champion and was not afraid. The young man was surprised by the director himself. The man frowned and ordered Zhu Wenlong to sort things out. The student obediently stepped forward. Ping looked at him and said that the opponent was in 46th place in the ranking, not the strongest. Wenlong swung his spear. The brunette smiled and stuck the weapon into the ground. He took a fighting stance and said that he would deal with the enemy, and why fight the strongest of Yunmeng? The opponent frowned and was indignant that the young man imagined himself a champion, and even put away his spear. Ping pushed off the ground. The opponents collided. His fist touched the tip of the weapon. Red energy emanated from the hero. The academy director narrowed his eyes and noted that the Macmao boy had a life force of over 1,000. His physical and intellectual strength was higher than any warrior at the peak of the 3rd level. The hero's punching power could easily destroy a D-level weapon alloy. The student frowned and said that he had heard that his blood blade was very good, but the boy fought hand to hand. The fighter guessed that Ping was honing his hand-to-hand combat skills for the duel. The director smiled and said that his diamond fist was not that strong, the boy had not practiced enough, and he was already getting into a fight. The hero parried the enemy's blows. He gritted his teeth and thought that he lacked the life force to concentrate. The diamond fist technique was also not strong enough, and Wenlong's life force was linked to his fists. Moreover, he used a spear to inflict more damage. The enemy continuously attacked. Ping guessed that if he could sense the movement of his energy, he could predict his attacks. The hero had never watched battles and did not pay attention to the strength of the warriors. They were almost at the same level of strength. The youth's eyes flashed. The spectators looked at the battle with disappointment and discussed how Ping was a weakling who did not deserve to be ranked 9th, and his fighting skills were mediocre. Wenlong frowned and thought that everything was wrong. In fact, he did not have the advantage here. The protagonist had learned to reflect his blows with close attacks. The brunette smiled and noted that he could now see the flow of his opponent's energy and how he would attack. The director frowned and said that Wenlong was losing. The man thought that Ping was really a genius. The guy swung and used a diamond fist. His hand approached the tip of the spear and a flash appeared. Wenlong gritted his teeth. With such a volume of life energy, one blow from a diamond fist would be enough to seriously damage the internal organs of the opponent. The brunette crouched, preparing to attack. He began to strike, and the opponent barely had time to reflect them with a spear. However, this was still not enough. Ping frowned and made another lunge. Wenlong gritted his teeth and dropped the spear. Blood dripped from his hands. The hero stood in front of him. The brunette smiled and declared that his opponent had lost. The students stared at him in shock. Wenlong raised his weapon with trembling hands and knitted his brows, saying that he would wait for Ping to enter the dungeon. He wanted to see him fight with all his might. The brunette smiled and said that he would not let him down. Another guy approached him. He frowned and introduced himself as Wang at the peak of the 3rd level. The hero was radiating energy. The young man smiled and was happy to meet the best of the 3rd levels of the academy. His life energy was restored. The opponent looked at him in surprise. The director chuckled and thought that Ping had no shortage of courage. Wang looked at his opponent and asked why he was unarmed. The young man massaged his hands and said that he wanted to hone his hand-to-hand combat skills and make a breakthrough. The guy clarified that he would be his support for this. The hero stated that, with all due respect, this was true. They stood opposite each other. Wang said he did the same. He pushed off the ground sharply and exclaimed that it was not yet clear who would help whom to make a breakthrough. The brunette looked ahead tensely. The spear was at his side in an instant. The youth dodged the attack, but the opponent turned the weapon and reached for the hero. Ping flew to the side, skidding to a stop on the ground. The students grinned and rejoiced that the upstart finally got what he deserved. The brunette wiped the blood with a smile and noted that his opponent was much stronger than he expected. A worthy opponent indeed. The hero pushed off and rushed to attack. The men watched their fight. One of them asked what kind of mysticism was with his amount of life energy. The director narrowed his eyes and replied that thanks to the combination of the forces of intellect and life energy, the youth learned to predict the enemy's attacks. This was the explanation given by McMao, but they do not know for sure. The man looked at his interlocutor and said that most of the McMao teachers were currently in the dungeon, and the director and the strongest warriors had fallen in battle with the enemy. Now was not the best time to ask them about the boy. When the teachers returned from the dungeon, they would pay a visit to McMao and find out everything in detail. At the very least, they had the right to do so. Wang stabbed the hero in the chest with his spear. The brunette gritted his teeth and thought that his opponent had the same level of strength as Fenking. The guy could not use a special attack, but if he relied only on it, he could forget about breaking through. The opponents continued to exchange blows. The hero thought that he should concentrate the power of his intellect. The body and spirit should become one. He grabbed the tip of the weapon and swung his diamond fist. The opponent prepared to attack back. Their fists collided. The young man slid back, and Wang turned around. The man struck the floor with his spear and noted that the boy had improved his diamond fist technique, but was still far from it. He decided to show what this technique was really capable of. The boy took a fighting stance. The next second, Wang suddenly appeared in front of the hero. The young man barely had time to put his hands out to block the blow, but it was painful. Ping flew back. The brunette turned around and, pushing off, flew forward again. The opponent struck again and again. The young man flew back again, but immediately rushed back to the enemy. He thought that he almost succeeded, and a little more was needed. The director crossed his arms and grinned that the boy was diligent. Wenlong frowned and said that they both had exhausted their vital energy. Physical strength would be decisive. Ping was better prepared physically, and Wang could even give in. The hero struck, and the opponent moved back, shielding himself with his hands. He frowned in shock, and the young man grinned. The brunette clenched his fists and shouted if there was anyone else, calling the 3rd level warriors losers. The students looked at him with irritation and exclaimed that he was asking for trouble. The men frowned. The director noticed that the boy was about to make a breakthrough and had planned it all. He added that the teachers should have taught him not to abuse his life energy. Now the guy was provoking their students to fight, which only played into his hands. The interlocutor looked at him with alarm and asked if he should stop him. The director smiled and, holding out his hand, ordered the warriors who had reached the peak of the 3rd level to step forward and try not to kill the intruder. Ping smiled in confusion. The students joyfully rushed to the attack, intending to show the hero what provocations are. The young man grinned and restored his life energy. He deftly maneuvered between his opponents, parrying their attacks. The brunette swung his arm and hit the girl in the stomach. She flew back, but was caught. She got to her feet and exclaimed that she had already heard that he had no respect for women. The warriors flared up with anger and declared that they would avenge the few girls in their academy. They simultaneously ran at the brunette. Ping gritted his teeth, fighting off one, but a fist flew into his face from the side. He recoiled and glared at his opponents, declaring that he had never hit them in the face. They had nothing to be proud of here. One fighter kicked the hero and exclaimed that he had issued the challenge himself, and now he was unhappy about something. The crowd pounced on the young man. The brunette put his hands out to defend himself and muttered that he was at the peak of the 3rd level. His eyes lit up. He rose, scattering his opponents in different directions. Students fell to the floor. The principal frowned but said nothing. Ping stood alone among the defeated opponents. He smiled despite his battered face and declared that victory was his. The 3rd level boundary had been broken through. The principal waved his hand and said that it was enough. The man declared that if any of the Mangwa students came here again, they would not be treated kindly. The young man frowned and thought that he had reached the limit of his energy while fighting, and practicing hand-to-hand combat was of no use. He only made a breakthrough when they all pounced on him. The boy pulled his spear out of the ground and thought that the first checkpoint, the mission was accomplished. And for that, thank them. Ping frowned and decided that he would improve his skills and fight the strongest opponent again. The martial arts community in China is structured in 3 groups: martial artists, military men, and clans. The clans and warriors of different regions have similar duties. Their job is to protect the entrance to the local dungeons. The hero's next target is Changju, a place where more clans are concentrated. Among the people he would like to fight are 2 clan warriors, one from Jinyang village and one from Wanshan Pagoda. But the young man will not go to the pagoda. That guy is in 7th place in the rankings, and the hero's fists are still not strong enough. He needs more experience and practice. Jinyang village is divided into 2 parts: the tourist center and the villagers' residence. The residence is hidden from prying eyes, and an ordinary person will never find it or enter the territory. The man flexed his fists with a smile and asked if the hero was just visiting or wanted to be beaten. Ping smiled and replied that he came from Mangwa to challenge Yang Chenhua. The interlocutor leaned over threateningly and asked again. He frowned and said that last year, Jinyang inflicted serious injuries on Chenhua, which is why he remained at the peak of the 3rd level. The man asked with displeasure if the young man had really come to challenge him, thinking that he was so weak. The hero began to sweat and realized why his brother had advised him to go to the clans accompanied by teachers. He hoped that he would not be sacrificed here. The interlocutor looked closely at the hero's weapon. The brunette frowned and said that he was not here to insult him, but simply wanted to arrange a duel. The man smiled and replied that he could help, but the warriors of their clan were not like martial arts masters. He added that if the young man lost, he would give up his blade as a trophy. The guy frowned and remained silent. The interlocutor leaned over and asked with a grin if he was really scared. He advised him to leave because their clan was not obliged to help for free. Ping frowned and asked what would happen if he won. The man replied that then he would achieve his goal. What else did he need? The fighter turned around and explained that if his weapon fell into their hands, even the teachers would not be able to get it back. The young man smiled and thought that his B-rank Moonblade was worth 50-60 million. Why would he give it away? He thought that there was someone who could help him. The hero followed behind the escort. The boy looked around and thought that he would never be able to get to this place on his own. He looked to the side and saw a training ground where the disciples were practicing. They were all doing exercises while Ping and his escort walked up to the teacher. The brunette looked at them carefully and thought that their techniques were not bad. But it was strange that their vitality was only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. The boy guessed that they did not have enough pills or were preparing for a late breakthrough. The old man frowned and shouted that he did not have time for these stupid fights. The man whispered something to him, and the master turned his gaze to the hero's spear. He immediately smiled and ordered Chenhua to be brought here. Ping looked at him in surprise and thought that now it was clear why Changyang was not a rich village. They had a good reputation among the clans because they were competent in their field. The hero looked at the group of fighters and thought that he had managed to meet some mid-ranked 5th level warriors, as well as some 3rd level warriors. But in Changyang, among the thousands of people, there was not a single mid-ranked warrior except for the students of the center. Many were injured, had no arms or legs. They must have returned from the dungeon. Unlike academies and schools, clans were not sponsored by anyone. They had to work harder for resources, much harder, and a B-rank youth's blade was not cheap, a fortune for them. The duel in Yunmeng was just a warm-up. Here it was different. They did not have to kill each other, but for warriors it was normal. The girls were sitting on the steps. One of them exclaimed that she did not expect to see Ping in person. Her friend warned her not to come closer. She turned around and said that he was not interested in women. And when a beautiful girl approached him, he beat her. The brunette frowned in irritation and remembered Xiaoman. He had felt something was wrong back in Yunmeng. The rumors must have reached them by now. The guy decided to make the girl pay for this when he returned. A man came out to him. Chen Hua threw his weapon over his shoulder and said that he was not going to hold back and lose. Last year, he accepted defeat and was forced to take a break. But soon the guy would reach the 4th level, so the young man should think again. The brunette took a fighting stance and said that less talk and more action were needed. The spectators watched attentively. The opponents stood opposite each other. The opponent jumped up sharply. The brunette smiled and decided to test his level first. The young man parried the blow with his blades. He looked at his fist and noted the amazing strength. The blows of his tonfas were heavier than metal weapons. Only a warrior with good physical training could use them as a weapon. Chen Hua struck, but the young man managed to dodge. He grabbed his opponent by the arm and tried to throw him over himself. The opponent slammed into the ground and said that he did not have enough strength. The brunette frowned and noted that he could not knock him over. The enemy was strong and had an excellent sense of balance. The enemy swung his weapon, but the hero dodged and realized that he could not hit him. The young man began to deliver quick blows, but the fighter parried them. Chen Hua struck the ground, but again missed. He clenched his teeth and irritably noted that the opponent was too fast. The man swung his tonfas, but could not hit. Ping swung his fist. Red energy began to emanate from the opponent. The hero grinned and decided that the opponent wanted to finish quickly. The guy thought that he had killed his opponents before. Chen Hua jumped up, swinging his blades, and the young man took a fighting stance. The enemies exchanged glances. Ping reminded himself that he was a 3rd level champion. Blue energy began to emanate from him. The waves reached the opponent. The man brought his blow down on the ground. The spectators looked at them in shock. Chen Hua looked ahead in confusion, and the hero was right above him. The brunette brought his blow down on the opponent's back. His eyes were burning, and he swung again. The opponent received another blow. He fell to his knees, and his back was torn. Ping swung again, but the master frowned and shouted to stop the fight. The hero obediently jumped to the side. The guy smiled and happily noted that he had mastered a new technique. Chen Hua's comrades ran up to him, worried about his condition. The mentor frowned and said that the hero was truly a genius. The way he fought exceeded all their expectations. His 3rd level techniques amazed them all. Ping folded his arms and replied with a smile that he was just lucky. The young man thought that he really did not expect this. He just wanted to hurt Chen Hua, but unexpectedly his intellect affected his opponent's mind. And this has nothing to do with the system, this is his own technique. The guy used it for only a few seconds, but it was enough to reflect the opponent's attack and strike. If this was a real fight, Chen Hua would have died already. The old man stood in front of the hero and noted that, although they were not so strong, these were the techniques of a real master. He asked the young man to leave since he got what he wanted. The brunette smiled embarrassedly and thought that he was already being escorted out. In general, it was expected because he beat their best warrior. The clan members were leaving the training ground. The master, who was walking at the end, turned around abruptly and, swinging, hit the air. The energy touched the tree, and it partially crumbled into pieces. The old man frowned and shouted that some bastard did not know respect since he decided to spy on them. The interlocutor said to leave him because he was a nephew. The men looked in that direction, and the brunette asked who it was. The master frowned and said that the 3 great masters of Manga were now in the dungeon. He frowned and said the name Jiang Sheng. Among those at the peak of the 6th level in Manga, at the top stands the unrivaled Master Wu, who has never suffered a single defeat, the famous Crazy Tang. But before these 2 became famous, the most talented of them was the swordsman Lai Jiangsheng. He only needed one swing of his sword to kill warriors of the 5th and 6th levels. But during the battles in the dungeon, he was defeated. If he had not lost then, there would have been 6 great masters in Manga, and the director would not have sacrificed himself. The man turned around and sighed. They walked on, and the master said that back then the swordsman was the strongest, but now he is considered an average warrior of the 6th level. His intellectual power had faded, as had his dream of becoming a great master. He might as well make a final journey into the dungeon. The interlocutor replied that if he survived, all was not lost. Mount Yuntai, Wanshan Pagoda. The monk with the staff greeted the protagonist with a smile and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The guy smiled when he saw Master Hua. They were standing opposite each other, and people were walking around. The hero said that he had heard that the interlocutor did not hold back his strength and was the only warrior at the peak of the 3rd level who had been given a nickname, and also the one who had seen the activation of Bago with his own eyes. They also say that he likes to hit on girls. The monk replied that the rumors were lying, and added that he had heard that the hero hits women too. The brunette said that he did not care what gender his opponent was. Hua frowned and offered to start since he had already come. He added that no warrior from Zhangzhou could defeat him. They would have met anyway. The hero looked around and said that there were a lot of tourists here. The monk took a fighting stance and the top of his clothes was torn. He shouted that they would start right here. Their country was in danger and it was his duty to instill respect for martial arts and people. passers-by began to film on their phones. The brunette grinned and said that being a monk was definitely not for Hua. The guy thought that they were being watched and he could not use a blade, but he had to give them the best performance in their lives. The interlocutor smiled and replied that it would suit him just fine. They jumped up and crossed weapons. Teacher Lai and the monk were standing on the roof. The old man said that the guys decided to turn the fight into entertainment since they were fighting in the air. The interlocutor laughed and replied that they were young, it was normal for them to show off in front of the public. The teacher smiled and said that fighting in the air was cool, but it was nothing compared to fighting in bed. The monk agreed. The hero and his opponent exchanged blows in the air, and people were filming from below. Hua threw away his staff, and his body began to emit golden light. Ping swung his spear, but his opponent caught the blade with his hands. The spectators applauded and admired the excellent defense. The brunette frowned and thought that fighting in the air was much more spectacular, but it required more concentration. He needed more vitality. If this continued, the guy would lose his advantage. The hero swung his leg and exclaimed that it was time to stop fooling around. He kicked, and the opponent flew down. The young man landed and looked ahead questioningly. The brunette narrowed his eyes, but then the monk attacked him from behind. Ping dodged and tried to catch up with his opponent. Hua pushed off the wall. At this moment, the hero swung and struck, but his opponent dodged. The brunette followed him. The man filming asked if anyone had seen what had happened. The guy swung his blade and left a crack all over the wall. Both opponents were in their 20s. Reaching the peak of the 3rd level at such an age is really promising. The viewer filmed their fight. They flew like a bird and smashed the stone into splinters. The man in the cap pointed the camera at himself and said that he was also a 3rd level warrior, Liu Dali. The monk hit the hero in the chest with his palm. He pulled his hand back and frowned. Ping grinned and said that he knew he was handsome, but he should keep his hands to himself. The opponent swung and exclaimed that he was not interested in men. The hero spat out a drop of blood, and Hua deflected it with his hand. The guy thought that his skills were strong and fast. The brunette had the advantage. The monk frowned and asked why he was doing that in a friendly duel. Ping kicked, wanting to demonstrate his 6-hit burst. He chased after his opponent, who ran away and shouted that he would kill him. The brunette suddenly appeared above him. He frowned and began to emit blue energy, using a 6-hit burst. The opponent froze for a moment, and only then noticed that the hero's blade was already near him. He put out his fist to block the attack, trying to understand what had happened. The opponents continued sparring. The monk thought that he could not block his attack. The protagonist swung and struck with his spear. Hua frowned and offered to test whether the young man could perform these 6 strikes to save his life. The teachers watched tensely. Lai frowned and hoped that the boy could. The brunette frowned and took a fighting stance. The monk swung, generating energy, and hit the blade straight. An explosion was heard. The opponents flew apart. Ping stood up and looked at the hole in the temple wall. Hua looked out from the rubble and said that he did not expect his opponent to actually hit all 6 times. The brunette frowned and replied that he did not expect it from himself. The interlocutor looked at him carefully and said that the young man was now a strong warrior. The hero mentally wondered if he had really scared the monk. He smiled and thought that the diamond fist technique helped control the power, which allowed him to deliver 6 consecutive blows. Without the required supply of vital energy, the guy used his own strength to defeat the 7th rank monk. The guy looked down and realized that he had to use all his techniques, including the power of his intellect, to do this. They were both young, both 3rd level warriors, but why was he so strong? The monk helped Hua up. The hero slapped himself and reminded himself that he had won, which meant he was not weak. Ping looked up with a smile and decided that he would continue heading north and become stronger, and when he returned, he would definitely be a 3rd level champion. Teacher Lai was watching from the roof. The old man smiled and said that this was not bad and the young man should continue to strive for betterment. On July 15th, the Chinese Martial Arts Association updated the rankings. First place, Chen Shifeng, peak 3rd level, military. Second place, Guoxuan, peak 3rd level, military. Third place, Ling Yi, peak 3rd level, a student of Kingwu University. Fourth place, Zhu Xiaoping, peak 3rd level, a follower of the Zhenwu clan. Fifth place, Yu Shen, peak 3rd level, vice captain of the Wang team. Sixth place, Fang Ping, peak 3rd level, a student of Macmao Higher Martial Arts School. Seventh place, Jiaxi, peak 3rd level, a disciple of Wanshan Pagoda. The hero defeated Jiaxi and took 6th place in the ranking. Meanwhile, a video of a duel between 3rd level warriors went viral online. The commentator said that all of Ping's achievements were described in the description under the video. Based on this information, the hero's next duel would be with Yu Zong of Peihe, the only warrior in the Supreme Realm. No one knew what the warriors of the Supreme Realm were capable of. The guy was sitting at the table and watching the video on his laptop. The blogger said that he would follow Ping's journey to the north, but he needed money to do so, so he hoped that the viewers would watch until the end. Liu Dali winked and said goodbye to the viewers. The main character jumped up and exclaimed in displeasure that the guy hadn't even asked his permission. He frowned and thought that ordinary people were so interested in warriors that 10 million views would be enough for him to make a real fortune. Ping sat back in his chair and decided that this time he would be the first to record everything, and when this guy's video went trending again, he would be able to carry out his plan. The guy was standing at the checkout where they gave him his change. After leaving, he walked along the alley. The brunette stopped. Without turning his head, he told him to get out and not try to do something, not knowing what he was capable of. The man curled his lips in displeasure. He came out from behind the tree and greeted his classmate. After a while, they found themselves in an alley. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the brunette asked if he had posted the video with him and Jai-Si. Smiling evilly and blazing with fire, he asked if he had really been watching them and then posted the video without permission. He noted that according to the martial arts rulebook, he could challenge him to a duel and he had no right to refuse. Dali trembled with fear, thinking that he was very scared of him and he did not know how to fight him, and then muttered asking to discuss everything. The male lead smiled and agreed, noting that he was not a monster, and then told him to help him with some work and go home. With a smile on his face, he said that he would give him permission to officially film him in fights, and then asked him how he liked the idea. The guy nodded his head weakly, wondering why he would refuse such a profitable business if this was what he wanted to do. Ping turned around and waved his hand, saying that before they started, he wanted him to do two things. He began telling him to find reporters and spread rumors that he was going to fight YIYI and let him not forget to say that she was the most beautiful woman among martial artists. And he could also add drama and say that she wanted to avenge Han Huo, a kind of love story. The guy wrote a message saying that YIYI was the most beautiful woman among martial artists, to which he was asked for intimate photos of her to prove it. He replied that he was too busy, so let the other guy look for them himself. Then the girl with the phone in her hands turned to the boss when the brunette told Dali to contact the owner of some place and say that he was quite a famous person and could help them with a simple visitor, and they would need to give money and they would hold a duel on their territory. The guy looked at him with a nervous smile on his face, wondering how much he wanted to get and noting that he was barely greedier than him. Standing by the wall, he asked what about if suddenly he got into trouble because of rumors. The brunette asked if he was an idiot and said to just not say that it was him, especially since no one would bother because of simple rumors. Standing in the gateway, Dali said that he was right, to which the main character told him to make sure that this service would become popular before he uploaded the video. He said that he would also wear a t-shirt with the Audio Comics logo on it, and his job would be to mention his company's name and convince them that they could be trusted. And during the fight, convince everyone that he really had a strong opponent, and also note that he had become stronger. The guy stood there with his mouth slightly open, mentally noting that he had imagined him completely differently and wondered if a warrior like Ping shouldn't spend his time regretting or working on improving his skills and perfecting his techniques. He mentally noted that now he was telling him to hire reporters, go bald and promote his company. Turning to him, the brunette reminded him about the monetization of the video and noted that he would take 95 for himself and 5 for him. He coughed into his fist when Dali expressed his displeasure and changed the decision to 80 to 20 since he was risking his life fighting all these warriors and the guy was just watching. The guy awkwardly agreed with him and asked what to do if someone else also made a video about him. Blazing with fire and smiling madly, the main character replied that without his permission to make a video, he would sue anyone. Then he left. Dali frowned after him, mentally noting that he was now an errand boy. Ping noted that after the announcement was made, many companies responded to the request. Peihi's hotel offered him 5 million, and although the amount was not that big, it would do for a start, because you need to show your potential benefit. He and his opponent were on the camera screen. The guy said that this time his opponent was the head of the martial arts department of Peihi University, a 4th rank warrior. After a while, his opponent was lying on the ground. The brunette noted that thanks to Dali's special abilities, rumors, as well as the assembled spectators, the fight was completed in 15 minutes and the video turned out great and immediately went trending. Ping's videos were trending at the top, and he said that now everyone was following his travels and betting on whether he could reach the very top. Yu Shen, who was ranked 5th among warriors at the peak of level 3, was sitting at his desk. The brunette sent him a letter, and he, being the hope of the vice president of the company, Yu Shen, who had the mind of a businessman, immediately understood everything. He offered 8 million, and the fight itself was to take place at the Pearl in front of the Wang Hotel. On July 19th, the hotel was fully booked and spectators crowded the square. The protagonist crossed weapons with his opponent. He said that business is business and a fight is a fight, and Yu Shen should have been more careful and not do whatever he wanted. It was noted that both of them were seriously injured during the fight, but Ping was able to hit him using his abilities. After a while, a loud scream was heard in the tall building. Lai pointed at the student, saying that they were both elite martial artists, and he was shocked at how they came up with this. He asked indignantly, was this all for publicity? The guy replied that he really needed the money. The professor's eyes widened when he told him that he fought very well and won the match. The man touched his chin, saying that he had made a lot of noise with his upcoming match with YIYI, and he should have paid at least 20% of his attention, since these were not people to be fooled. The old man crossed his arms and said that she had killed a tier 4 dungeon warrior, which made her equal to a peak tier 3, and if he lost, he would lose the opportunity to become a champion, but his breakthrough would not be hindered. He said that now that he faced YIYI, it would be harder to fight. The protagonist smiled and said that he did not want to brag, but his physical strength, vitality, and intellectual power were much higher than all his peers, and although he still needed to work on his skills, but still, frowning and grinning, he said that after all these fights he had learned a lot and his techniques had become better, and then said that he was not afraid of the girl and hoped that she would not be able to put any pressure on him. Lai smiled, thinking that he was starting to talk like a champion on rags. Then he hit him on the head, saying that he was just warning him. The protagonist on the screen helped his opponent up. The cameraman said that it was a wonderful fight, which was Ping's fifth. Dolly turned the camera to himself and noted that according to rumors, YIYI is a beauty among martial arts warriors. He said that during a friendly duel between the universities, Hanzu lost to Chen Yunzai, and people started talking about YIYI in a relationship with Hanzu. He asked what if Ping and Yunzai were also dating, and this duel was for revenge. The man held the phone in his hands, watching a video where the guy said that YIYI won a duel with Xiao Ping of the Zhenwu clan and asked if Ping could defeat her. He said that love is cruel, and then asked to subscribe to his channel to watch more videos. The girl squeezed the phone in her hand, breaking it. She furrowed her brows angrily and said that once she found out who started these rumors, she would punish him. Martial Arts Association, the capital of King Wu. An indignant cry was heard from inside, asking who started these rumors about a duel for revenge and about her and Hanzu. The brown-haired girl frowned, saying that if he liked her, he could have just told her. The white-haired man grimaced in confusion, mentally asking who would like such a crazy maniac. He asked if she really thought that he liked her. YIYI began to shake him, loudly asking if he really thought she was ugly and didn't know that she was the most beautiful woman among the warriors of the Willow Arts. The short-haired man coughed into his fist and asked if the girl had already decided what to do with Ping. It was the president of the Vodai Martial Arts Association, Lai Hansong, a peak of the 4th level. After letting go of her comrade, the brown-haired girl slyly smiled and said that even Qin Feng didn't dare to challenge her when he became the champion of the 4th level, and then asked him if he really thought that the main character was somehow bothering her. Sitting at the table, she crossed her arms, saying that he was injured after his fight with Yu Shen, and if he hadn't told her everything, she wouldn't have known about him. She then pointed out that Su Feng and Xuan were the only ones worthy of her, and since they had already been through so much, she wanted to fight them. Han Song glanced at her and said that Ping was a warrior of the new generation, and she might be underestimating him. Introducing the percentage of students, which were mostly level 1-3 students, he said that martial arts schools and academies evaluate their students according to their abilities, and usually, the majority of students are beginner level 3. The man pointed out that losing didn't mean that their level 3 warriors were worse than McMao's warriors, but if they were to lose repeatedly, it might become a problem. Hanzu pursed his lips as he said that they had lost the beginner's duel and were forced to pay 10% of McMao's tuition, which was not a small amount. YIYI furrowed her brows in annoyance, saying that she would put that idiot in his place, and that she had heard that Ping was not averse to loving women, and then she would show him that women were not so simple. A man opened the door and showed him a paper, saying that a letter from the protagonist from McMao had arrived. Hansong took the letter in his hand, saying that he had heard rumors that he had personally visited the academy and Changyang village to challenge the disciples. The girl asked in displeasure were they some kind of academy or village. She pointed out that their association had more than 20 warriors at the peak of 3 bloodlines, and if he had come without an official request, he would have been dead by now. The location of the duel was listed as Paradise City. Hanzu frowned in confusion and exclaimed that it was full of people and not a suitable place for a duel. When the girl asked about the date, the brown-haired man said that it was the morning of the 25th. He thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that there were plenty of places in the capital where a duel could be held, and then wondered why this place. Hansong looked at YIYI and said that they should ask one of the masters to accompany them in case McMao was up to something. The girl asked if everything was really that bad. The man replied that she was sure that in order to win this duel and prove to everyone that he was not so simple, the guy would play black. Looking at the brown-haired woman, he said that there was no new recruitment yet, plus the current champion of the 3rd level is the warrior McMao. He noted that she understood where this was all leading to. Shaitan said that people would start thinking that they were worse than McMao, and this could lead to their talented warriors wanting to transfer there, and this would be a real disaster for the association. The guy and the girl looked at him sullenly, agreeing with his words. Hansong, frowning, waved and dipped. Then the action moves to a multi-story building. The main character looked at the phone screen, where there was a message that 150,000 yuan had been transferred to his light on July 24, 2009, and that he needed to confirm the transfer from Yongcheng Bank, Paradise City. Ping looked at the screen with a smile, mentally noting that the money had already been received by his light, and that he had earned 28 million in just 2 weeks. Changning leaned back tiredly on the sofa and said that he would soon have a duel with YIYI, after which he noted that his grandfather said that even 2 warriors at the peak of level 3 could not defeat her. He raised himself up, waved his hand and asked if he defeated her, did this mean that he would break through to level 4? The brunette replied that he was not sure that she would allow him to complete all 7 consecutive strikes from his technique, and for now he would practice with other opponents, and if he did manage to win, then the remaining 2 warriors from the military academy would not be his rivals. The guy knocked him down and grabbed him by the shoulders, loudly asking about 7 consecutive strikes. He loudly inquired if his bloody blade was now capable of a burst of 7 strikes. The protagonist answered negatively. Changning grimaced in displeasure when Ping said that he simply believed that he could do it. He responded with confidence about the talk of 7 consecutive strikes, and at the same time mentally noted that this was Ping and he could very well succeed on the first try. He headed for the exit, saying that it was time for him to go, and also said that Yunxi was coming tomorrow and they would be his biggest fans. The guy asked if she would come. Changding smiled and said that she lived in Qingnan, which was not far from here, so she would certainly come. He noted that in addition, some media reported that this was a duel for revenge, and her grandfather had also heard about it, and that director Chen was also terribly angry, and he said that as soon as he found out who was spreading these rumors, he would kill the scoundrel at the first opportunity. The brunette smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, thinking that in general, this was all Dolly's doing, and he was not to blame at all. Left alone, he opened the system screen. Looking at the stats, the protagonist thought that even though he had mastered 6 consecutive strikes, it was still not enough to defeat YIYI, and that he needed more practice. He mentally noted that the 51 damaged bones already cost 52 million, and he would not have the opportunity to recover his health during the match, so he should save up money before it. Putting the phone to his ear, Ping thought that this was about 53 million, so he needed to save up about 6 more. Dolly in massage oil waved to the girl when he was asked over the phone where his share of the monetization was. The brunette told him that the videos he uploaded had collected millions of views, which meant no less money. The guy frowned tiredly and replied that in fact, everything was not so, and that part of the views were collected through live broadcasts, and the money from the streams came in one go. As soon as the stream was over, you could not expect money, so the income is no more than 5 million. The main character on the other side of the conversation told him to stop talking nonsense, and that he was 10 million, provided that he was still silent about the money received from sponsors. Dolly exclaimed that he did not have that kind of money. Ping said that someone was looking for him, and that he should think carefully if he did not want to be killed. The guy opened his eyes in confusion. The brunette lowered his head and began to tell that Grandpa Yunxi, for example, and that he told him not to get involved with her and asked him to focus on the relationship between the students, and instead he started talking about the war between the North and the South. He added that martial artists from both the South and North were interested in him, and maybe he should tell them. The protagonist remained silent. He smiled contentedly when Dolly exclaimed that he didn't need the money anymore, and then asked how about taking the 8 million he earned and leaving him alone. The brunette noted that he couldn't do that since he promised to share his share with him. The guy patted his hair with an awkward smile and agreed when the protagonist said that he would take 6.5 million and leave him 1.5 million. Ping received 6.5 million, which was reflected in his stats. He sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs, mentally offering to start. Meanwhile, Dolly was getting a massage. He looked at his phone screen with a puzzled expression, asking if Dolly really thought he was that stupid. He wondered which martial artist would give in to a worthless level 3 warrior. Seasoning his eyes, the guy smiled, thinking that he would take his 1.5 million, but 6.5 million was too much for Ping. He mentally noted that they had not tied up an official contract, so he would not be able to check anything, and he could still make money from tomorrow's match and then disappear with the money. The masseuse girl put in an effort when Dolly asked her to massage harder. July 25th. Many people were heading to the amusement park. There were various carousels inside. YIYI, stopping with her comrades, asked why there was such a crowd, as if they were at a concert. A crowd of people gathered around the field. Hanzu frowned and said that something told him that Ping was raising his level so quickly only because of his fearlessness, and public fights were some kind of training for him. Han, looking forward, said that he was confident in himself and was not at all afraid of losing in front of such a large audience, and he was just trying his best, and in this way he was improving and strengthening his intelligence. The brown-haired girl knitted her eyebrows and said that now she understood what was going on, and it was no wonder he chose this particular place. She mentally noted that she had clearly underestimated the protagonist. The people watching looked up, saying that it seemed to be called levitation, and with it, warriors could demonstrate their strength. Looking at the work of the people hovering in the air, they said that they would also like to be able to do this. Along with Yungxi and Teacher Lai was the rector of Qingnan University, Chen Yaoding, who was at the peak of level 7. The old man smiled and said that this kid was really talented and interesting to watch, and at the same time thought that if he told about the fortune he had made thanks to sponsors, he was afraid that the opinion of him would change. On the other side, 2 men from Changding were watching him. Ping was standing in the middle of the battlefield, calling out to Yi and saying that they were both here for a duel, so she should stop hiding. Suddenly, the blade of a halberd appeared. The girl jumped in front of him and said that she was not hiding. She smirked smugly and said that he was not even her opponent, but since he asked her for a duel, she fought him. The guy smiled and said that she was overconfident. The host, holding a microphone in her hand, greeted all the viewers, saying that she would be their host for the entire duel. She said that Ping had recently attracted everyone's attention, and it was all thanks to his journey. The girl noted that everyone was looking forward to the day when the brunette would become. She perked up when the brown-haired girl interrupted her, asking what he said there, and did he really call her a brat. Han Zhu laughed and said that it seemed like the protagonist had screwed up, because what Yi hated most was being criticized for her height. She jumped up and rushed at her opponent, saying that he was now a corpse. An energy wave swept across the entire battlefield. The host froze with a gloomy face. All the other people also perked up. When Ping dodged the girl's attack, the host fearfully announced the start of the fight. The guy swung his glaive. The brunette blocked his blow. She jumped up. Then she sharply turned around in the air. The brunette ran to the side. Glancing at him, Yi mentally noted that he was quite fast. The protagonist pointed the weapon in her direction. The girl blocked the blade with her foot. Principal Yaoding smiled and said that this guy was blessed with speed, and his strikes were also quite good. And at this moment, Teacher Lai mentally noted that not bad was putting it mildly. He smiled contentedly, thinking that the thrusting lancer was the first technique he had mastered, and that in the dungeon, he had managed to escape from a level 6 army. He wondered if the others thought that they were underestimating him. The man rubbed his chin and said that Ping had a good fighting pace, and he believed that Yi's victory would not be easy. The brunette next to him noted that if speed was the only advantage of the protagonist, then the brunette would definitely win. The guy and the girl continued to fight. When their weapons crossed, Yi asked if this was still not enough. The brunette told her that he was just warming up, and then asked if this was really her special attack. He jumped up, activating the blood blade. The girl clenched her fist tightly, noting that he had been caught. Using the 6 strikes technique, she repelled the protagonist's attacks. He spun in the air, dodging the blade. The halberd unsuccessfully stuck into the ground. Ping jumped to the side and slid along the floor. He frowned, thinking that by repelling the attack with the blade, she had hurt him. The brunette herself smiled contentedly and asked if this was really his special attack too. She said that his striking technique was mediocre, unisex twice, and made too many mistakes, thereby amusing her. She was surprised when the guy appeared next to her in 1 second. Fury blazed in his eyes. A moment later, a dark aura enveloped the girl. At that moment, the brunette opened his mouth in confusion. Yi punched him in the chest. The bone cracked from the blow. Ping flew to the side. Watching this, the rector noted that he relied too much on the power of intelligence. He frowned and said that Yi did not have such an ability, but her blows were very strong, and while using the power of intelligence, the guy was vulnerable to enemy attacks. The man added that this was no longer a game, and in this way they could kill each other. Y began to go down, saying that he wanted to check. The brunette knitted her eyebrows in resentment. Looking at Ping, who was bleeding from his mouth, she asked why he was still on his feet. Standing in front of her, the guy replied that he was completely fine, after which he asked if she thought that he would give up so quickly. Remembering a moment ago, he thought that he was not injured because he was able to cheat and replenish the power of intelligence during the blow. The brunette mentally noted that although the teacher insistently asks him not to abuse life force, but there was no talk about the power of intelligence. The girl waved her hand and said that it was getting interesting, then added that his weak intellect did not scare her. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that he could win the battle without it, thinking that his recovery process was above the usual peak level 3, and his broken ribs had already healed, and he did not feel pain. The old man crossed his arms over his chest and asked how he was still standing. The rector noted that his intellect was weak, but very capable and was able to fully recover his health during the blow, which is simply incredible. Looking down, he said that 2 warriors at the peak of level 6 are not able to use the full potential of the power of intelligence in battle. But if the enemy understands that he is being attacked in this way and attacks, then it will be impossible to fully recover, and even among masters, death is inevitable if the intellect is damaged in battle. The battle in the arena continued. Ping, rushing towards the enemy, mentally noted that as long as he does not use the power of intelligence, no one will consider him a cheater, and this girl is incredibly strong. He thought that he is not at all afraid of hurting her, but afraid that she will kill him. He jumped back from the blow of the brunette. Taking a weapon from the ground, she asked if he is really the Ping who is not averse to beating up girls. She asked why he does not hit her. The guy replied that he did not think that she would behave so childishly, and then asked if she is really a girl. Why grimaced in irritation. She rushed forward, screaming that she would definitely kill him. The brunette began to block her attacks. He frowned as sparks flew from the glaive. The brown-haired man crossed his arms over his chest and said that they hadn't even really dealt any damage to each other and had already almost exhausted the limit of all their abilities. He said that I would not be able to continue the fight with the main character. At that moment, a red aura gushed out from the girl. Ping darkened, realizing that Qin had exactly the same aura when he killed those rank 4 warriors. Raising the glaive, he activated 7 consecutive strikes. Changning's mouth opened in shock. The girl jumped on him with strikes. Suddenly, there was a surge of energy that threw the brunette back. Landing on the ground, he asked his opponent not to die since he hadn't had enough fun with him. A second later, he dodged the blow. While removing the girl with his halberd, the brunette activated 7 consecutive strikes again. And again he bounced back from the counterattack. I smiled, asking if he was ashamed to run away from the girl. The protagonist, running away from her, wondered why when he said 6 strikes, it worked, but when he said 7, it didn't. He wondered why it didn't work if his diamond fist was strong enough for such an attack. Ping perked up when a male voice asked him to stop embarrassing him. Teacher Lai crossed his arms, asking what he told him earlier about the body and soul. He said that they should become one, yes, although the power of his intellect is not so strong, but this does not mean that it should be forgotten. He asked if he was really going to separate the soul and body. The guy frowned and pursed his lips, thinking that the mentor was right, and he was actually afraid to use the power of his intellect. Turning around abruptly, he activated 7 consecutive strikes again. The girl swung, ordering him to stutter and stop showing off, because no one cares. The brunette began to strike back. The brown-haired girl decided to jump back. The protagonist, staring at one point, thought that he did not have the energy left to make all 7 strikes, but he had to do it because now was not the time to rely on the system. He spent 90 points and gained 90 points of life force, and thus it became equal to 316. Ping hit his opponent. As eyes opened wide and blood gushed from her mouth. She flew to the side. The brown-haired girl was slammed into the fence. At this moment, the 2 guys cried out in anxiety. The girl, clutching her head, muttered that he really was able to make 7 strikes. The guy, breathing heavily, replied that he had already said this before, but he just did not want to kill her. He noted that they were both almost at the end of their strength, but she still seemed to want to continue the fight, so he suggested that they fight fairly without weapons. Wiping her face, I said that he was really annoying her. She ran at her opponent, shouting that she would destroy him. The brunette responded with a punch. 3 men watched from the side, and one said that Lai Chengsheng was cheating. The second one said that he did not think so, and since this was not a duel to the death, he was simply helping Ping make a breakthrough. He frowned his gray eyebrows, saying that the floor was not that simple, and his bones seemed to be tempered, and his bone tempering ability in control. The old man said that when he reached level 6, his strength could even surpass level 7. Changning began to laugh, asking the girl what he was talking about. He asked if he really thought that he could go from level 6 to level 8 straight away. The man answered in the affirmative. The brunette said that his intellect was barely lacking, and although he was leveling up much faster than other warriors, he thought that such a further scenario was unlikely. The old man frowned, saying that the difference between level 7 and 8 was only in the presence of a golden form, and to become a level 8 warrior and gain a golden form, one must hone all of one's abilities and temper every bone in one's body, and even the internal organs must have special endurance, and thus the body becomes a single system with impressive intellect power controlling this system. It was noted that a level 7 warrior, with the exception of the cranial bone, the other bones are strengthened and create a separate system. Current Ping level, all bones are strengthened, including the bone marrow, and the intellect power has reached an average level. The old man noted that with such power, reaching level 7 is not that difficult, and that he would like to classify him as a martial artist, but something is missing. The grandson looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. The rector put his hand on teacher Lai's shoulder and said that he could already call his student the owner of the golden form, after which he added that he did not immediately notice that all his bones were strengthened, and it remained to achieve the same result with the skull. The old man looked at the sky and thought that if he was not mistaken, then the last time he fought him, his body was not so strong yet. He wondered if it was worth conducting an autopsy and examining every inch of his body. Yi swung her fist. A piece of the fence flew to the side. The protagonist ran away from his rival. Spectators were watching what was happening, and one asked why they began to fight even more fiercely, throwing down their weapons. The man with the camera replied that the bodies of level 3 warriors do not know fatigue, which is damn cool. The onlooker noted that he suffered for 10 years to reach at least the 2nd level. He asked the man why he was not next to them to capture everything on camera. He replied that it was dangerous there, and he didn't really want to die. Ping punched the girl in the stomach. She flew off and landed on her feet. The brunette, breathing heavily, said that as expected, he was the same bore as everyone else. She noted that he would have to kill her to end this fight. The guy with a puzzled face put out his fists, thinking that if he hit her in the head, she would die right away. There was no point in hitting her limbs, and it turned out that the only place he could hit her was her chest. Han sighed and said that after 7 consecutive blows, the brunette was not very battered, and her internal organs could be damaged. He also noted that Yi's endurance was lower than the main characters, so this fight should be stopped. Han Zu frowned and cursed. At that moment, Ping pushed his opponent away from himself with a blow. She rushed to attack him, and the guy asked her to calm down. Suddenly, a man's hand fell on the brunette's shoulder, and a voice said that it was worthy. Han approached her and said that the brunette was indeed a talented fighter, but if he wanted to become a real level 3 champion, he still had a lot to learn about deadly duels. The protagonist frowned, wondering if this was their leader. He thought that if this was the case, then the leader of the martial arts assemblies, Lai Han-song, was standing in front of him. Looking at him, Ping said that he did not argue, answering that compared to the military and even Yiyi, he was a completely inexperienced warrior, but in this duel, he could have already killed her about 10 times. Having restored his life energy, he said that he would prefer to show respect. The three froze with puzzled faces. Headmaster Han looked at him and thought that the only way to defeat Ping in a duel was to move quickly and not let him recover during the fight, but if he failed to kill him during a death match, then his opponent would risk dying first. The girl furrowed her brows in annoyance and said that he had leveled up well, but he still made many mistakes and he couldn't rely on his life force all the time. She said that she would only leave him alone when she reached rank 7 and became a true master, and then his life force would not be a problem for her. The brunette laughed and said that so far, none of those whom he had surpassed in strength had come close to catching up with him, but if she wanted a rematch, then he would wait until she became a master. Baring her teeth, Yiyi trembled with anger. She turned around and began to leave with her comrades. They left the arena. The host raised the main character's hand and said loudly that the winner was Ping from McMao. The stands cheered, saying that he was the best. His two rivals looked on with displeasure. Changning threw his arm over his friend's shoulder and praised him for his good work. His eyes narrowed as the boy asked if he really thought he was a product of someone on his level. Distracted by a cough, he said he just didn't want to publicly humiliate her. His friend said he wasn't far from it. Suddenly, people came down to them and let the brunette. The two guys bowed to the rector. He smiled sweetly in response. Yunxi smiled too and congratulated the protagonist on his 6th victory. He thanked her in a puzzled manner and noted that, as he had said, he was still a few mistakes and 2s away from perfection. The girl, her eyes wide in surprise, asked when he planned to continue in that case. Looking at her, Ping replied that he had not yet met any of the military in a duel, and such practice should help him improve his skills. He said that he could gain experience from such a duel and learn how to fight without engaging in real combat. And although before he either killed those who were weaker or ran away from a stronger opponent as fast as he could because he did not have time to think about his actions. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him. Teacher Lai lifted him by the scruff of the neck and said that his bones had really become stronger and he himself had become heavier. The guy began to flounder, demanding to be put back down because everyone was looking at them. The man with the camera smiled broadly, noting the magnificent scene. The brunette, looking at the camera, clenched his fist and asked Dolly if it was true that he was the one who spread all these rumors. Yao Ding, frowning, turned around abruptly. He was next to the man in an instant. Pressing him waist deep into the ground, he ate that since he was some kind of media, he should understand that fakes are everywhere, but he himself should not be the one spreading them. The old man asked everyone, did he understand? The protagonist smiled slyly, mentally noting that now he would know how to shoot on the sly. Lai grabbed his hand sharply and said that they needed to go to the lab. Ping began to struggle, saying that he wanted to fight Chen Sufeng and Guok Xuan, to which the old man said that they were on a mission now. Then the guy shouted that they were waiting for him at home. Rector Yaoding folded his hands behind his back and said that studying one's own body could be very useful, so the brunette did not need to be afraid of examination. The teacher said that scientists were not chasing him only because they were afraid, and when the old men, left this world, no one would stop them. He demanded that the protagonist take Petia in his arms and let them study him. Ping grimaced with displeasure and said that he had just recently defeated Yi, and he hadn't even congratulated him. Lai frowned and replied that now was not the time to be arrogant, and if it weren't for Master Yaoding, that old idiot would have shaken his soul out of him. The man suddenly began to sink into the ground. Waist deep underground, he said that Ping should reach level 7 and avenge him and beat the crap out of that idiot. He suddenly sank lower. The protagonist and Changning closed their eyes and turned away, thinking that they couldn't answer him if no one wanted to die. When the old man began to climb out, the rector said that so many years had passed, and he hadn't changed at all. The teacher said that he wasn't afraid of them, because McMao would become much stronger than Qin's Wu. He frowned and said that Qin's Nan Wu was very strong, but Qin's Wu was luring away their talented warriors, and he couldn't resist their departure, and of course his school was weakening, and in his place he would have simply razed them to the ground. The rector laughed, saying that it was time for them to return to Qin's Nan. When they flew up with the girl, she waved her hand and said goodbye to Ping and teacher Lai, which made Changning feel lonely. The old man walked away, saying that he also had to go, and the brunette should return to the university and undergo an examination, adding that he would not come to the duel with the military man, since there were too many people. He flew up into the sky when the guy began to thank him. When the friends were left alone, the protagonist asked if he understood correctly that he was furious. Changning replied that he was already at the peak of level 6 and asked if he could not resolve the control ability of that master. Staring at one spot, Ping thought about how when they were in the dungeon, he used control on a level 5 warrior, and he easily got rid of the confusion in his mind. And Master Lai is a warrior at the peak of level 6, and although he tried to hide it, there was disappointment in his eyes. He laughed and said that maybe they were having fun like that. After all, sometimes they sting children. Meanwhile, Dolly was trying to crawl out of the ground. The guy stood in front of the system screen, thinking about how he didn't check the recovery costs during the last update, and he remembered that last time, it took him 1,000 points to restore 1 unit of life force. He wondered if something had changed. The brunette mentally exclaimed that the level of life force increased by 1. The screen showed that his balance was 1.54 million. His vitality was 12 points, his intelligence was 540 Hz, 117 bones were hardened at 100%, and 29 bones were at 30% plus. The protagonist perked up, mentally noting that his body was changing. Looking at his hands, he thought that he had spent 10 times more this time, but the result was worth it, and that his body was not very durable before. But now it was different, and although the changes were not obvious, he felt that he had become stronger. Ping smiled happily and said that this was simply amazing, and wondered if this meant that he could become stronger just by improving his vitality. He said that this way he could fight a level 6 warrior as a level 3 warrior, and he was given the opportunity not to harden his internal organs to do so. The guy exclaimed that he was born to become a level 3 champion. He frowned, thinking that however, it is necessary to remember that the system's help is limited, and it is not a fact that the same will happen with intelligence. Remembering how last time he tried to make a breakthrough in intelligence power and get an additional unit of power. The brunette mentally noted that he lost his memory for a while, and this can have a detrimental effect on the brain, so it is better not to risk it. Suddenly his phone made a sound. Looking at the screen, the protagonist muttered that his income from the video in which he fought with Yi was. He asked puzzledly why there was only 1 million. Getting up, Ping began to call, but on the other side they said that the subscriber was unavailable. He angrily looked at the device and cursed. The guy leaned on the kitchen set and called again. A support operator answered and asked what his problem was. He gave his name and said that he would like to check the monetization statistics. The operator asked if he was the same level 3 champion. He noted that they would need more information first, and when the protagonist agreed, he was told that the video was purchased by a certain Mr. Liu for 6 million, and the video had earned a total of 21 million. Looking at the screen, Ping frowned, saying that out of the 21 million, he had only earned 7, and given that they had agreed on 20 to 80 without any agreement, and he had given up on using the video, then there was no way to object. He grinned wickedly, asking if he was really trying to pocket his money. He replied that he must be collecting money to make a breakthrough at his level 3, which meant he would soon be heading to the dungeon, and it would be better for him not to be seen. Dolly stood behind the counter and was told that he could take back his 4 bone strengthening pills, 2 lung protection pills, and 3 level 3 vitality enhancement pills. The man took the bag and thought that now he could finally make a breakthrough, and then asked if it was enough to catch up with Ping. He thought that he should have taken that 1 million for himself too. There was a golden sign on the wall. Jinyang, sitting at the table, folded his hands and said that the body and spirit become one and that the guy was open to the path of becoming a real master. The brunette stood in front of him, asking if he could become a master at level 3. The man answered that the main goal in obtaining the title of champion is to temper his body and spirit, learn to control him, delivering that he should not be too arrogant. But if at this rate he reaches the peak of level 6, then becoming a master will be much easier for him. Looking at the main character, he asked if he noticed that no one refused him a duel, but on the contrary, everyone was in the mood for cooperation. And all this is because they also want to become level 3 champions and are also trying to take the path of least resistance. Ping replied that there were still some difficulties, although in the end everything went smoothly. He touched his chin, listening to Jinyang's words about his teacher trying to do the same, but trying is not enough, and in the end, not everyone is destined to become a champion. The guy removed his hand and asked where other champions come from, if he is the champion. The brunette replied that this is what he calls himself, and since there was no defeat, then they are all barely champions, and if they lose, they will remember this title and become a little more diligent. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that now he understands. Does it mean that Master Fengru will be able to recover from his injury and will try his best to get a chance? Jinyang, with his mouth slightly open in surprise, said that everyone has a chance, and then asked if he knew why Bai's eye brought Yunxi to Fengru. Ping's mouth slightly open in surprise and muttered that it was because Master Bai was injured. The man smiled widely and said that Yunxi was Yao Ding's granddaughter. He asked if he thought that Bai would take some teacher from the street. He said that it was not so, and Wang Jing had calculated everything. When the guy asked him again about the director, the brunette said that Yao Ding's daughter resembled Yunxi in everything, character, family, and talent, and she wanted Fengru to make sure that she found out the truth about her daughter's death and help her find peace. The brunette clutched his head in confusion, noting that teacher Fengru had told him that the McMao teachers were not very eager to break through. The man smiled and said that they were all just people and each had their own ideals. Introducing the teachers, he said that McMao had 4 great masters, and now that the director had died, there were only 3 left, the complete opposites of each other, Wuxian and Wang Jing, and Liu Falo standing between them. Introducing the man on the mountain of corpses, the brunette said that Xian was doing a natural selection and wanted to arrange a duel to the death among the newly arrived students who had just reached level 1. And the only survivor would become a master. Introducing the students at the portal, he continued to tell, noting that Wang held the same idea as the director, and that the stronger ones should go on missions and the weaker ones should gain experience. He said that he wanted white hair to make a breakthrough, so he believed in her, but she was still thinking about it. Looking at the student, Jinyang asked which one of them was right and then said that it was unknown for now. He said that he was saying all this because he was from Nanjiang, and if he wanted to survive in McMao, he should not tell anyone about his plans. The brunette smiled contentedly when he heard the man say that he was about to reach level 4. All his bones were strengthened, and his life force was endless, and he was no longer some nameless warrior, and even Fengru expected a lot from him. He asked what about him. The president smiled and said that he couldn't help but agree, and hoped that he would have more privileges and respect, and that he would become the master of the McMao Martial Arts Association, for example. He frowned, saying that the association would represent the interests of the students, and the warriors and teachers would listen to the tricks of their leader. He said that if a war broke out in Nanjiang and no one came to help, the guy would have the right to take advantage of his position and call for help from the warriors. The brunette, with a puzzled smile on his face, said that he thought he should wait until he became a master and then a director. Jinyang leaned back in his chair and said that becoming a director was not that easy, and for that, he needed everyone's approval and a long competence. He added that they didn't really care if he stayed in the school after graduation, but if he was interested, he should come back, and when he reached level 5 or 6, he could easily become the president. The protagonist laughed and rubbed the back of his head, saying that he was still a freshman and didn't want to think that far ahead. The man agreed that it was too early to think about that. Ping said that he actually came here to ask him for training with the blood blade. The man looked out the window and said that he thought so. The guy walked away when he asked him to do it. The brunette waved his hand. At that moment, he seemed to become huge and hang over the main character. Ping froze in shock, and the man's palm was near his face. Standing next to him, the president said that this technique was called mind interlacing, and then asked how he liked it. Cold sweat began to flow down the guy's gloomy face, and he said that he felt the hopelessness of the situation. The man removed his hand from his face and said that it was so, and if there was nowhere to run, then death was inevitable, after which he added that the technique at his level had a significant drawback. The enemy can dodge his special attacks. Imagining how a person shoots an enemy, he said that the power of intelligence of mid-level warriors does not coincide with their concentration, and those level 4 warriors whom he killed in the catacombs are no different from ordinary street fighters, but elite level 4 warriors will kill him with only the power of intelligence, and he will not even have time to blink. The protagonist, his eyes wide in surprise, asked if there were many of these elite warriors here. The man smiled faintly and replied that there weren't any at all, and that they usually didn't go out and spent all their time training in the dungeons, but that once you went a little further, you could meet them. The brunette frowned, muttering that he would go further in the dungeons. He mentally noted that the Madu dungeon was 2,000 kilometers long and 5,000 kilometers wide, and the huge leg literally enveloped the fort from all sides, and that monster was already level 8. He mentally asked where else. Looking at the president, the protagonist asked what he meant. The man asked if he had heard of this before. Frowning, he said that it actually meant I am weak, and warriors do not kill those who are weaker, so don't kill me. He said that however, if the warriors are of the same level, this will not work, because the dungeons follow certain rules. Warriors do not kill those who are weaker, and then it is not shameful to admit that the opponent is stronger. The guy grimaced, mentally cursing at Master Lai, and thought that he knew why he said this. But it was still offensive, but he should thank him for the fact that these were levels 4 and 5, and it could have been worse. He bowed when the man began to approach the table with the words that if someone in the dungeon said something like that to him, then let him just kill them. The brunette thanked him. The door from the office opened. Jinyang was standing by the wall, crossing his arms. The protagonist made a gesture when he asked him how it went, and then asked if he had any ideas on how to achieve 7 consecutive hits. After a while, the car was cutting along the road. Ping looked at his comrade and asked if he heard about the Mangma advertising after school. He replied that he had heard that it was possible to buy pills and buy points in advance, and then asked why. The guy Ulfnigma and asked if there was such a thing in Nanwu. He noted that it helps students save time and encourages their desire to develop skills. Jinyang replied that they do not have such resources, so it is impossible for them to make such a purchase. The brunette said with a smile on his face that then he should not open a credit system, but he would like to create a similar open platform for all institutions and would start with Nanwu. Frowning ahead, he said that Mangma has a room of strength and a lake of vital energy, but Nanwu does not have anything like that. And even their library with descriptions of techniques is not good enough, and although many warriors talk about their techniques, but for the most part, they are forced to rely only on themselves. He noted that the situation is getting worse, and so he thinks that all martial arts schools and universities should unite and become one big family. The brown-haired man beamed with joy, asking if he really meant that Mangma could share resources with Nanwu. The brunette replied that it was. The traffic light turned red. Jinyang frowned and said that his friend must be joking. He noted that they were all fighting against invaders, but everyone was used to worrying only about themselves, and from his words it was clear that Mangma was a prestigious school and they could not just go and share resources. The protagonist smiled, answering that the ranking and reputation of schools were not created to belittle others, but to help them become stronger. He glanced to the side and said that he could not make such a decision, but hoped that he could in the future, after which he added that he must become stronger and gain support to convince them of this strength, and for now, stop at the open platform. Jinyang looked at him sideways. Ping smiled again when his friend asked who would manage it if they made it. He replied that Yunfang would take care of it and help them hold out. The brunette shook his head, saying that Nanwu would not allow outsiders to enter the common network, and if access was opened, all the students' information about their current level, strength, and skills would go to Mangma. Looking at him, the guy replied that he, Yunfang, and Mangma were not related in any way, to which Mangma replied that it was easy to say that. Jinyang, looking at his friend, noted that Nanwu would create such a platform themselves and appoint the head of the academic department to be responsible. The brunette laughed nervously, wondering why he was worried. He asked if the head of the academic department was to be responsible for this, then what about Mangma and King Wu and the others? He said that he thought that things would get complicated and could even lead to conflicts. With a smile on his face, he replied that if they organized everything only between the students, there would be fewer problems. He asked what if we make Yunfang responsible, but at the same time give independence to Nanwu. Branko said that he didn't see a problem with anyone seeing the list of students, and then asked if they could be hiding a secret level 4 there. Tent awkwardly looked away. The traffic light turned green. As the car drove away, he said that there was something to it. Jinyang smiled and agreed to try, noting that he didn't expect too much. He mentally noted that he and the protagonist had some privileges, and if their school worked together, it would be useful, but trying to unite 99 schools on one small platform would be futile. Watching the road, the brown-haired man asked how long it would be until he reached level 4. Ping replied that he still needed time to perfect the technique of 7 consecutive hits and become a level 3 champion, after which Jinyang asked if it was necessary. The guy smiled and replied that he should be ready for anything. Taking first place or third place is a big difference, and only a high-class warrior will be able to win the hearts of people and gain universal fame, and therefore more privileges to conquer new heights. He asked if the citizen knew about Jinyang. presenting two stands, where one had a lot of people and the second was empty. The brunette said that given his current popularity, he would be able to gather a whole club next year, and years later people will remember the Ping Club, which means he can displace the martial arts club. The brown-haired man, looking at him sideways, answered his ambitions. The brunette looked away that this was not ambition, but self-defense, and that he could not sit idly by if he wanted to survive in the dungeons, and he needed to take advantage of every chance he got and become stronger. Inspecting the interior of the car, the protagonist asked if they really knew about all the secrets of the dungeons and did they know the true plans of those above. Ping said that he not only wanted to learn and understand, he wanted to be a part of this process, because influence is not so important for a warrior, but he asked if his friend thought that without him he could change anything in Nanwu. Introducing himself, the guy said that strength, influence, and knowledge are all necessary, and this is what makes a warrior great. Without these three qualities, he is just a Muslim. The brown-haired man smiled faintly. The guy with a wide smile on his face asked him if it was not stupid that two mid-level warriors were discussing all this. Jinyang, continuing to smile, replied that they would soon become masters. The brunette looked at him sweetly. As the car continued on its way, he agreed with him. The protagonist, eating dinner with his family, noted that at the end of July he returned home by train, and since his finances were bad, he had to restore his vital energy with food and sleep. Sometimes he would meditate on the cushion, noting that he was lucky that his life energy could be restored by energy particles, and his intelligence power was gradually restored, and he also began to train to master the technique of 7 consecutive strikes. It took a long time, but it was not too long. On August 5th, he was watching TV because there was a small accident in the outskirts of Ruian. The news anchor said that fortunately, no one was injured in the landslide, and the elements only caused minor damage. Meanwhile, there was a thunderstorm outside, and Ping went out with an umbrella. Looking at the falling drops, he wondered in his mind whether this flow of energy was coming from the open gate, and then he thought that he felt the energy level of Duongthan rising, and Ruian was only 80 kilometers away from Yangcheng. The protagonist frowned, realizing that the Nanjiang dungeons would open soon, and then said that it seemed like it was time to act. Ping headed to the military training headquarters. He was met by 2 soldiers from the Northern Division, Chen Sufeng and Guo Xuan. Another man in uniform approached them and told the guy to choose one of them as an opponent, noting that they were equally strong, and all their fights ended in a draw. The brunette grinned and said that in this case he wanted to challenge Sufeng. When they stood opposite each other, he said his name and garlic establishment, saying that this fight was an honor for him, and the military man offered to begin. With a glaive in his hands, he ran forward. The protagonist dodged the blow. He pursed his lips, mentally noting that his opponent immediately began with an attack. Ping raised his weapon, telling him in his thoughts that nothing will come of it. The brown-haired man began to block his blows. Then he somersaulted forward. He hit the guy's hand with his foot. He clenched his teeth tightly, feeling pain. Then a fist suddenly appeared in front of his face. The brunette leaned back, and the enemy flew past. He jumped to the side, thinking that Su Feng's techniques were simple, but not without power. Watching him rush towards him, he decided to intimidate him. The protagonist raised his glaive. The blade was near the soldier's head. Meanwhile, his blade was almost at Ping's neck. He twisted his arms and hit the enemy's weapon with the body of the glaive. Looking at the soldier behind him, he wondered if he did not dodge because he understood that he did not want to kill him, or was this the whole essence of the military? When the brown-haired man rushed to attack again, the guy mentally noted that he was very fast, strong, and decisive, a real soldier. He crossed weapons with him, releasing power. Su Feng was taken aback and jumped back. His foot touched the floor. The man raised the glaive above his head. Then he threw it straight at the enemy. The brunette looked at the blade in front of him with shocked eyes. He parried it with his hand, changing the trajectory. However, at that very moment, a soldier's fist appeared in front of him. The protagonist managed to hit it with his fist. The brown-haired man frowned, not understanding what was happening. Ping swung his weapon sharply. Touching Su Feng's head, he activated 7 consecutive strikes. A surge of energy occurred in the hall. The man froze in shock, and blood flowed down his forehead while the glaive blade was a few centimeters from his head. Ping smiled and said that he had won. The soldier looked into his eyes and noted that he had parried his attack with his right hand, but was able to strike with his left, and then asked what his vital energy was. Putting away his weapon, the guy said that his indicators were over 14 units, to which Su Feng said that this was impressive, and that he must have a high intellect as well, since he was able to make 2 attacks at once, but his heart was kind because he did not kill him. The brunette looked at him with a gentle smile and replied that this was a sparring match and there was no need to kill. At that moment, he thought about how Su Feng's strength was only slightly higher than Yi's, but he had more determination and had not parried a single blow from him. And if the two were to engage in a fight to the death, the man would have been seriously injured before he could kill Yi. As the other soldiers approached them, The brown-haired man said that this was why he liked dungeon fights, because either he or the enemy had to die. The soldier asked him if he would like to join Bei Kang's army since he was strong but lacked experience. The protagonist looked at him and thanked him for the offer but declined, noting that he still had things to do and had to return to McMao. The man said that he was sorry to hear that. Ping was perplexed when Xuan asked him to look after his brother Guosheng when he returned to McMao. He ran his hand through his hair when the brunette asked if the guy was his brother and replied that he was, and told him that he wanted his brother to become a warrior. But he was really worried about his safety because the safety of his loved ones was the most important thing to him. Ping was perplexed again when Su Feng asked him to look after Yunxi as well, and when he asked if she was his sister, he replied that she was his cousin. The guy froze with a puzzled smile on his face, wondering if he had beaten up his friend's relatives. Looking at the older man, he asked if there was anyone else he needed to look after. He laughed and told him to take better care of himself, because now becoming a master is much more important, since a master can easily kill soldiers, and if another master appears in their country, it will increase their chances of winning the war. The protagonist clenched his fist and confidently promised that he will soon become a master. The man, looking at him with a smile, began to think that if it were so easy to become a master, then over the past hundreds of years there would be more than 3,000 of them, especially since most of the masters are well over 80. Looking at Ping leaving with 2 soldiers, he mentally noted that he was not even 20, and then wondered that even if he is a genius, how long will it take him to become a master? The guy began to climb the tournament table. Names appeared on it, where Ping took 1st place, Su Feng 2nd place, Xuan 3rd place, Yi 4th place, and Xiao Ping 5th. Thus, on August 8th, he became the champion of the 3rd level. After a while, he returned to McMao. The brunette cast a puzzled look. Standing in front of the desk, he looked around, asking where Teacher Lai was, because this was his place. The girl at the desk smiled and said that at the moment the master was the deputy head of the weapons department. The protagonist jumped back in shock, wondering if this was a new world. He headed to the weapons department. On one of the doors was a sign saying that this was the office of the deputy department head, Mr. Lai. Inside, Ping's loud shout was heard that his professor had become a deputy department head. Sitting down at his desk, he remarked that they should have made him a department head. The old man replied that McMao was too proud of his weaponry, and then asked if he really thought they would allow someone lower than a master to be a department head. He told him to stop chatting and bring the samples to the lab before leaving, since he was busy. The guy asked with a displeased expression if this was really necessary. The man's gaze darkened. He began to flip through the papers, saying that all level 7, 8, and 9 warriors submit blood samples to the lab after making a breakthrough, and this was not due to his exceptionalism, but simply to help improve the cultivation pills. He told him to leave, remarking that it was none of his concern, and that what he managed to uncover was a kind of contribution to the development of humanity. The brunette narrowed his eyes in irritation, thinking that it turned out that even great masters go through this. However, if the old man had told him about it earlier, he would not have felt so awkward. Then he agreed. Lai continued to do his own thing. He raised a puzzled look when the protagonist said that he came here to ask about a level 4 breakthrough. The man smiled, mentally noting that time had flown by so quickly, and if this boy had recently taken the exam for placement in a martial arts school, and then he was not a warrior, and although not even a year had passed, he was already planning a level 4 breakthrough. He reached his hand to the bookshelf and said that if he wanted to reach level 4 so badly, then he needed to learn how to strengthen internal organs, and he would be able to learn how to create internal channels and transmit life energy through them, continuing to strengthen all internal organs. Looking at him, the guy asked again about the connections. The old man began to deliver the book, answering that they transmit internal energy. Introducing the human viscera, he said that it was about the 5 organs in his body: the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, as well as the large intestine, gallbladder, and senjiao. Lai said that connections are the ability to transmit vital energy to the internal organs. The protagonist, starting to leaf through the book, said that he knew everything in this book, but did not know what senjiao was. Looking at him with displeasure, the professor began to tell him that these were like 3 gates in his body, and like the power of intelligence, they had no physical form. He noted that with age, the warrior's body loses the unlimited vital energy, the body will ask for it more and more, and he will have to seal his senjiao. Ping asked again, confused. The old man smiled and said that he was still too young and it was too early to think about it, so it was better to return to his questions about the 4th level. Imagining the inside of the chest, he began to say that a total of 5 connections can be created, and that when he can form his first connection, he will become a level 4 warrior, and when he creates all 5 connections, he will be called a mid-rank level 4 warrior. Lai said that when starting to strengthen the internal organs, it is customary to start with the heart, and as soon as he succeeds, he will become a high-rank level 4 warrior, and when all the internal organs go through the strengthening process, he will reach the peak of level 4. Looking at the student with a book in his hands, the old man said that in order to reach level 5, one must strengthen 5 bowls in the body. The brunette noted that it turns out that in order to reach level 4, one needs to strengthen the heart, and then asked if it is dangerous. Continuing to look at him, the old man began to say that since the heart is the main internal organ, then, of course, there is some risk, and that this process requires a lot of vital energy. The easiest way is to enter the lake of vital energy. He added that fortunately, he did not need it, since he had an unlimited supply of vital energy, and this would allow him to retain a decent number of skills. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he needed it, while thinking that he did not have that much money yet. Lai spread his arms out to the sides and said that he was inclined to think that he just needed to buy a few pills that protected the internal organs, and if he was so afraid of death, he could stay nearby. Ping mentally asked when he had said such a thing. With a nervous smile, he folded his hands in prayer and said that in that case, he could use some help, thinking that since he was offered such care, he could not refuse. The man grinned and said that geniuses do not develop step by step, after which he asked if he did not have unlimited vital energy. He said that in his place, he would have created all 5 connections at once, receiving a nozzle of medium wound. Hearing this, the guy opened his eyes in surprise and wondered if such a thing was really possible. He pursed his lips and looked away, thinking that an ordinary level 3 warrior should seek help from the life force lake to create at least 1 connection, and then asked why I was asked to create 5 at once. The brunette guessed that replenishing more than 10,000 units of life force would cost 10 million now. He crossed his arms and replied that he could not. To 100, the old man began to promise that nothing would happen. Looking at him with displeasure, the protagonist mentally asked that if he could reach the middle rank level 4 at once, then what was he afraid of? In his head, he said that the answer was simple, he did not have any basic knowledge, and after asking the question, did this old man really think that his life force came out of nowhere? Getting up from his chair, Ping said that he would go and read a little about the preparations, and then let him know when he was ready to make a breakthrough. Lai suddenly said that he had dropped all the conditions. The guy laughed and said that he would make some more preparations since he needed to earn some money. He headed towards the exit of the office. Looking at his back, the man wondered how breakthrough and making money were related, and didn't he make a fortune from sponsorship? He assumed that the brunette had already spent everything, so he was only thinking about money, and after showing such a result, it was inappropriate for him to talk about it. The protagonist returned back. Sitting on the sofa, he looked at the screen, saying that 35 million would definitely be enough for a breakthrough, but old man Lai incited him to create all 5 connections and immediately move to the 4th level of the middle rank. Ping frowned, noting that if he could handle this task, he would be able to challenge Zhang Yu as a 4th level of the middle rank warrior, and it would be great to be able to beat him equally, but the most important thing was to fight old woman Wang, who was currently a 4th level of the high rank. The guy lay down on the sofa and asked where he could get so much money if there wasn't even a suitable mission for him right now, not to mention that he wasn't familiar with the local routes and couldn't earn much money from the video. He thought about it. Meanwhile, YI and Hanzu were watching TV at the table. The main character in armor and with a weapon in his hands was on the screen, saying that he would teach them how to deal 999 damage to a monster in just 1 hit, so the monster world was waiting for them in the new season. The brunette frowned and asked if she really lost to this man. The guy muttered that the level 3 champion runs around locations to beat small monsters. Then a new advertisement appeared on the TV with a brunette, where he said that a person is like the wind, and if people put on their special running shoes, even the gods won't catch up with them. His sister's eyes widened, asking if her brother really needed money that badly. She looked into his wallet, saying that she had some savings left, but it was nowhere near the millions he wanted to make, and then asked if she should start accepting membership fees. Yunxi was also looking at the sneaker ad, wondering if a level 3 champion really needed money so much that he was starring in a second-rate commercial. Frozen, she wondered if this was the secret to his strength. The girl smiled and asked if his family was poor, so he did all these shameful things. She noted that he didn't care about any of that as long as he could show results, and he really was a very interesting person. A scream rang out from the south wing of McMao. Lai was holding the guy's ear, and the guy was asking what was wrong with that, noting that he hadn't robbed anyone. He asked how he, being a level 3 champion, dared to star in second-rate advertising, and wasn't he ashamed at all. The brunette noted that it was not easy to get into a good advertisement. Frowning, the main character showed 3 fingers and said that his reputation was nothing compared to money, and these companies, although not inspiring any confidence, paid well. He said that he starred in 12 videos, and then asked how much he thought he was paid. The main character noted that he earned 42 million in 3 days. The old man's eyes widened in shock, loudly asking if he was really being given money for free. Ping replied that he had completely exhausted his potential at the moment, and all he was trying to do was squeeze the last bits out of his dreams, and he knew that he would become useless after filming. The man pursed his lips in frustration, thinking that this sucker with level 3 strength, a B rank blade, and level 5 armor, only a madman would believe that he needed money, although he may not have enough resources. Turning around, he said that they should skip this topic, because he was no longer his teacher. The old man said that Fengru had pride, and she clearly would not let him go with views. Wei smiled puzzledly and said that warriors value strength, and while he was far away trying to reach level 4, she would have a chance for this. The man, opening the door to the closed space, said that this lake of life energy actually resembled an energy chamber, but they perform completely different functions. Introducing the two rooms, he said that the energy chamber provides energy, while the life force lake draws energy from the magic stones and allows it to be absorbed immediately, and uses the beating hearts of the dungeon warriors to keep it running. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist asked if that meant there were dungeon warriors here. The man replied that they were underground. Lai crossed his arms and looked at him and asked him not to worry, noting that Master Liu had everything under control, and that they were all level 5 and 4, and there was nothing to do in Mangmao itself. At this point, the protagonist thought that it was easy to say, and then wondered if that meant there were living reservoirs of energy underneath the life force lake itself. The man looked at Lai when he asked him to provide him with level 5 energy. Sung asked him to think again, because if he drained him to death, he would be obliged to replenish his reserves. The old man grimaced and said that he was just a level 5 bastard. The brunette asked him how much this 5th level would cost. The man answered that it would cost 5 million, and then asked if there was such an amount. The guy answered that it was too much, and he had tried very hard to earn this money. A silhouette of a man appeared on the screen, and a system that energy transfer was available to 5 blood relatives. Sitting in the chamber in the lotus position, the brunette thought that the breakthrough at level 3 was to connect and cleanse all the meridians and vessels, and now his task was to develop level 4, open and strengthen new meridians with the help of vital energy. Closing his eyes, he remembered his characteristics, where the balance was 41.54 million, the energy was 1420 points, and the intelligence was 579 points. The main character mentally answered that he had done so many shameful things for this money, and then wondered what if this time he could not create 5 connections. Looking at him in the chamber, Wei noted that it had all begun. Looking at him, Sung said that the deputy chief understood that he was putting pressure on him to create these 5 connections, and that no one had managed to do it yet. The old man smiled and said that this boy always needed an incentive to act, and that he was just suggesting, but if he succeeded, it would be a surprise for everyone. Frowning, he noted with a grin that so far the best result among Mangmao warriors was the 4th level of the high rank, and if Ping could create all 5 connections, then perhaps Mangmao would have a chance to see the 6th level among the disciples, and this boy would truly become the first in history. Energy began to flow into the protagonist's heart. Closing his eyes, he thought that there was no stability, and everything could collapse, so he should increase the level of his life force. Energy swirled around him like a whirlwind. Ping frowned, wondering why it was so difficult. He mentally noted that he had spent 1,300 units, and even bought some energy, but he didn't understand whether 2,000 units were not enough to create links. The guy was wondering how those with lower vital energy would cope. Sung touched his chin and said that the brunette had actually used up all of his vital energy, and then asked why he hadn't created a link yet and was there a possibility that he was building up his strength. Lai said that everything was fine. He looked away and thought that he had forgotten to tell him that when creating an initial link, it would be enough to simply create a bridge for vital energy and then gradually strengthen it all. The entrance to the dungeon. On the laptop screen, there was an image of the main character, who was saying that it was time to say goodbye to dandruff with the new Hi-Fi shampoo. While the mentors stood with irritated faces, the man said that Mrs. Fengru had a rather interesting student, and after watching the ad with his participation, his self-esteem had risen. The woman grinned, radiating a negative aura. A few moments later, the laptop screen was broken. The white-haired girl headed for the exit. The man grabbed the screen and said that her strength had increased, and Feng shook his head and asked what Ping had done this time. The man laughed and said that the guy was quite popular now because he was a level 3 champion, and then asked what was wrong with him starring in a few commercials and entertaining the public. Hearing this, the mentors' mouths dropped open in surprise and asked if he had really become a level 3 champion already. The man looked at them and asked if they really didn't like him, and then offered to send him as his partner so that they could guard the entrance together. Yichuan smiled and said that if they let him guard the entrance to the dungeon, at this rate he would start charging them a fee every time they wanted to go into the dungeon. Feng tried to hold back his laughter. Suddenly he started laughing loudly, saying that the man knew the protagonist quite well, and perhaps he would also lock everyone who entered the dungeon and then charge a fee for leaving it. The comrade looked at him and noted that if he already had such strength now, then he hoped that it would happen soon. He asked if he could imagine what kind of strength it would take to resist martial artists in an attempt to shake them down for entering or leaving. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise, wondering if Ping was really like that. Meanwhile, the guy was still in the cell, and the system noted that he had spent 1 million and his life energy had been fully restored. He mentally noted that to create 3 above, he had spent over 1,000 units of life energy, and even the lake's reserves were approaching 0. Fengru came to the other side of the cell and asked how long he had been sitting there, to which the man replied that it had been about 3 hours. The white-haired woman frowned and said that if her memory serves her correctly, Zhu Lai managed to create 3 connections when the vital energy and intelligence power reached their limit. Suddenly, a red sign appeared on the screen with the image of a man. Sun ran up to him and exclaimed that he did not like it, and his heart could not stand it. They had a big loss. Crossing his arms, the old man noted that the 5th level was not a loss, and the woman said to remove the barrier, the existing energy filled the lake. The man pressed the deactivation button. Blue particles appeared inside the chamber. While the protagonist continued to sit inside, the system noted the replenishment of vital energy. Fengru smiled and noted that the connections he created stabilized and began to absorb the existing energy, and this is a sharp feature of a mid-rank martial artist. Reddish haze of energy reached towards the heart. They began to be absorbed into the vital organ. A shining pentagon appeared on Ping's chest. The system reported that the 4th level of the middle rank was reached. The system screen showed information: balance 18 million, energy 820 units, plus 1550 units, intelligence 410 plus 619, bone strength 117, bones 100%, 29 bones 30% plus. The hero thought that even taking into account the vital energy obtained from the lake, he spent 23 million. This is more than he expected. The level of vital energy, strength, and intelligence increased quite quickly, but he sat with his eyes closed. A yellow notification appeared that vital energy +1, and thought that the internal organs absorb energy and vitality even if he himself does not make an effort. The volume of vital energy increases. Such are the benefits of creating internal connections. A smile appeared on the guy's lips. He thought that as a freshman, he had already reached the 4th level of the middle rank. Until recently he was an innocent student, and now he had almost caught up with old Wang. Fengru looked at him and said, "He hasn't given up yet. Is he going to sit there until he dies?" The guy's eyes widened. Powerful streams of energy tore his clothes to shreds. He began to hastily grab them with his hands, trying to cover himself. Lai laughed, and the woman joked that it was not shameful to star in an advertisement, but he was immediately embarrassed to appear naked. Ping held a piece of clothing, covering his intimate parts, and asked discouragedly when she came. Putting her hands in her pocket, the white-haired woman said that she had recently, but she did not expect that he would amuse her so much. The guy asked how things were in the dungeon and the eastern part of the name. Looking at him, Fengru said that after becoming a 4th level warrior, he decided to chat with her without pants. Ping frowned, thinking, who knew that after reaching the middle rank of the 4th level, he would suddenly be left without clothes? It seems that for the next breakthrough he will have to buy stronger clothes. This is too embarrassing. There was a golden sign on the building. The hero walked up to the woman sitting at the table. She said that immediately after he left, Skygate City was attacked several times. Taking the cup offered, she continued that out of the 20,000 army, 50,000 warriors were killed by them. In addition to this, high-ranking 7th level masters were killed. The point commander was injured. The entrance to Skygate City is likely to be moved. As for East Sunflower City, after the direct retreat, the army no longer attacked the city. Ping looked surprised and asked again, moved. Fengru looked at him, saying that with the current strength, if they killed a couple more of their high-ranking warriors, it would be the end for them. That's why they wanted to distance themselves from them. But it wouldn't be without problems. Their war was temporarily stopped. The guy thoughtfully said that it was good. Sitting opposite, he asked what about the other 11 cities, is there any progress? He heard that not really, there is not a single union in the dungeon, and this is not surprising. Smiling slightly, the teacher said that they will talk about them. In 2 days Wu Qiushan will become the headmaster of the school, and Wang will be his deputy. What does he think about this? Ping stood up, closed his eyes, and said that he would also like to become the deputy headmaster, but not this time. Fengru angrily hit him on the head, shouting that it means that in the period when the young replace the old in posts, he should learn to fight and defend his rights. Who is talking about the vice principal now? Wasn't he planning to challenge Zhang Yu? Looking at the guy, she continued that Zhang Yu was planning to step down as the president of the Martial Arts Society. Chen Wenlong should be his successor, but many people might disagree. Let him take this chance. If he becomes the president of the Martial Arts Society, he will be able to confidently express his opinions in Macmao. Looking at the woman with doubt, Ping said that the Martial Arts Society was not a particularly powerful organization. Fengru raised a finger and retorted, saying that because Zhang Yu had a soft personality, the society had not achieved its power. In fact, this organization had much more influence than he thought. He could even impeach the school principals and directly contact the ministry. Ping was astonished to hear this and thought about how much influence he had, so that's why Fengru wanted him to take over as the president of the Martial Arts Society. And out loud he said that he actually thought about trying to take this position, but teacher Lai told him that the school might object to it. Looking at him, the woman retorted that it was before. Ever since he reached the middle rank of the 4th level, everything has changed. Apart from the 3 great masters, there are only 8 high-ranking masters of the 6th level. She will support his candidacy as well as Lai. Yichuan also thinks highly of him. She will try to convince Feng to take his side. She does not think it will be difficult. The brunette touched his chin, saying that Feng is unlikely to agree. The teacher said that then he will be able to beat Lei and Xiaoman every day. The guy asked with a suspicious look, "Is this not welcome?" And he thought to himself that she herself is a teacher. How can she suggest such a thing to her ward? Fengru crossed her arms, saying that in fact, she has another good reason to help him take the position of the president of the Martial Arts Society. Looking down, she said that she wanted him to change the rules of the pressure room. She stood up and, hearing the guy ask again, explained that the decision of several great masters had deprived her of access to the pressure room. Looking down, she continued that after becoming the president, he could object and request a revote to set the rules. After the death of the deputy director, people might want to elect another great master. If everything works out, then the ban on her would be lifted. Looking at the woman, the brunette asked if she could become a great master after the ban was lifted. She said no, and explained that the pressure room was created using the heart and intellect power of a high-ranking warrior, and basically imitates the impact of intellect power on the enemy. Being under the influence of this power for a long time contributes to the breakthrough of one's own intellect power and its strengthening. Ping chuckled contentedly and said that since there is a chance to improve her intellect power, they must take this chance. Will defeating Zhang Yu in a duel be enough? He smiled along with the satisfied woman, who said that it was not for nothing that she trained him as a personal disciple. Sitting back down on the chair, she said that this was just an opportunity. If he defeated Zhang Yu, Qi-shan would gather the students for an assembly in a few days, then he would be able to challenge him to a duel and defeat him in front of the entire school. King excitedly held his cup and asked if this was not a public insult. All the great masters of the school would see it. Placing her hands on the table, the blonde replied that since all the students and mentors would witness his increased strength, they would not do anything. Even Qi-shan would not dare to go against public opinion. He would become a director for the first time, and he would have to listen to the opinion of the majority. The guy touched his chin and thoughtfully remained silent. Words were heard in the room that he had another question. Having received permission to ask, Ping said that since he had reached the middle rank of the 4th level, maybe she would give him a reward. The woman rose from her chair and told him to return to school. The reward for the middle rank was 1,000 credits. The guy asked what about her and heard that she had no money. The hero folded his hands in supplication and whined that he had spent so much, and also agreed to help with the pressure room, at least some kind of reward. Fengru looked extremely dissatisfied, and she threw him something from over her shoulder. In the guy's palm lay a small brown capsule. He recognized the resurrection pill. The system reported that the balance had been increased by 4 million. He smiled, waved his hand vigorously and thanked, and thought to himself that he knew that if a child cries, they will always give him candy. There was a plate of hot noodles on the table. Ping stood at the head of the table and invited the others to sit down and eat. If not enough, he would order more. Changding and Lei looked quite tense, thinking that he hadn't spoiled them with food before. He clearly needed something. The brunette smiled sweetly, saying that everyone here was so talented. In Xilei's Team 7, no one had managed to reach rank 3, while in their Team 8, there were already 3 people with rank 3. The girls sat at the table and heard that all 3 of Zhao Lei, Yunzai and Changding had reached rank 3. Once Sume and Xiaoman reached it, their team would have 5 people at rank 3. The guy sat down with his arms crossed and said that even Zhang Yu's team was not impressive. Last year, the seniors showed a huge breakthrough. Their teams even had warriors at the peak of level 5, and this year they don't even have a peak of level 4. That's why he thinks their team is better. It's time to become the face of the school. Changding frowned slightly and said to just say that he had broken through to the 4th level, and let him tell him how many 3rd level warriors they had, or was he hoping that someone would ask him? Ting made a face and asked, was he such a dishonest person? Did he brag about reaching the 4th level mid-rank? The girls looked gloomy and thought, bragging. The boys looked the same, thinking that he was the first person in the world to gather an entire team to brag. Sitting at the table, Ping wondered why no one was congratulating him. Why were they silent? Yunxi turned to him and asked him sweetly, did he really reach the 4th level mid-rank so quickly? He waved his hand and said, okay, it was all thanks to her support. The brunette glanced to the side and said that he had gathered them all to discuss something. They all know what happened to the former director. Now Wu Qiushan will take his place, and he thinks it's time to breathe life into the martial arts society. In the room with the brown wall, words were heard that, as is known, no senior student has the right to occupy the position of president of the martial arts society. This is an unspoken rule of all schools. However, Jiang Yu plans to propose Wen Long, who is a senior, as the president. He, in turn, chose to study at the Army Academy to further his career, and this has nothing to do with the development of the martial arts society. The heroes looked at the guy who said that they have every right to provide the desired candidate for this position, and their seniors will provide their candidates for this position. Looking ahead, Ping said that he will soon be able to reach the 5th level, plus he has big plans for this school, for the sake of the future of the school and to set a worthy example for the new recruits. Fengru patted the guy on the shoulder and said, okay, they already understood what he was getting at. They would vote for him to be president, but he had to understand that their votes didn't carry much weight. Looking at him, the brunette said that it was okay, they were representatives of thousands of other disciples of the same level and rank, and the votes couldn't be insignificant. Lei heard himself being asked what he thought and replied that he didn't care. Turning to the girl, Ping asked her opinion. Xiaoman looked away, and the guy said that he still hadn't repaid her for tarnishing his reputation with dirty rumors. She had become his #1 enemy. The girl crossed her arms in displeasure and angrily replied that she didn't know. Smiling, looking at the girl with braids, he asked, would she let him down? Yunxi hesitated and asked, why did he stop selling pills? Ping worriedly wondered why she changed the topic and asked him not to talk about it for now. The girl looked away. Taking noodles with chopsticks, Zume said that they did not mind him becoming the president of the martial arts society. Let him stop talking and eat. The guy remained silent and everyone began to eat. Ping waved his hands with a smile and asked the guys where their optimism was. He would become the leader of all the McMao students. Holding noodles with chopsticks, Changding said, then how about he show some chivalry as a president and feed them expensive food instead of talking their eyes out? And let him stop acting in commercials. He does, and they are ashamed. One of his friends asked if it was true that you could walk on air. Ping looked at him with displeasure and said that he needed money, especially since he did not steal it, but simply found a part-time job as a filmmaker. Is that bad? A simple pill for the 4th level costs several thousand. Where, in his opinion, can he get it? Yunxi looked at the guy and said that it was good that he could earn money on his own, and in general it seemed to her that he had a talent for advertising. She slightly furrowed her brows, remembering that one of the journalists had somehow managed to find her account and said in his message that he had instructed him to spread rumors about her. The brunette said with displeasure that he had shifted all the blame onto him. The equally displeased girl confirmed, saying that he was shameless. He dared to blame him for everything. Everyone looked at the excited brunette, who thought that he had done it. There was a beautiful pond in the city. The guys were walking along the embankment. One asked what he thought. Jiang Yu depends on the strength he possesses. His comrade said that of course. Even Wen Long was going to be put in as the president of the martial arts society, and he did not even know what the meaning of the existence of this society was. The students were sitting at the table, saying that it was time for a new vote soon, a new presidential election. The second asked who in their opinion was most suitable for the role of the next president. The third one answered what Zai Lei thought and heard the confirmation. Under the blue sky stood the white building of the Martial Arts Society. The vice president of the 4th level Zai Lei Martial Arts Society hung his head sullenly. He stood next to the table where the heroes were sitting. The pink-haired one said that Zai Lei was not that kind of person. The brunette guessed that it was not his idea. But the others were right. The president of the middle rank of the 4th level Jiang Yu Martial Arts Society frowned, saying that seniors should not act as the president of the Martial Arts Society. The foreign minister of the 3rd level Zhu Martial Arts Society said that no matter what they said, the society did not need a new president at the moment. The second martial arts championship was planned, and if they made it so that participation was limited to society members, the president would not be able to participate, and this would undermine the power of their organization. The advisor of the 4th level Fenking Martial Arts Society sat with his head on his hand and said that no matter how they discussed this matter, it was about strength. Ping must be involved in this, since he was going to nominate himself for the presidency. He would also participate. The second advisor of the Wen Long Martial Arts Society, a mid-ranking 4th level, was silent with his arms crossed. Zai Lei frowned, telling the blue-haired man that if he or Ping were going to nominate for the presidency, he should ask him first. Fenking smirked and stood up and asked, who is he, or does he think that since he has broken through to the 4th level, he can stick his nose up, should they fight? The brown-haired man angrily agreed, asking, does he think that he is afraid of him? Jiang Yu angrily stopped them, saying that if they were going to continue arguing, they should both leave. The two boys fell silent, dissatisfied. Looking ahead, the brunette said that since he said that all of this was Ping's doing, it means that he really plans to take over the presidency of the Martial Arts Society. What do they think about this? Vice Minister of the Martial Arts Society Feng Hua, Master Lu's disciple, said that the current president is a senior, and at the same time, he can't focus on either teaching or the society's work, so there's nothing serious about changing the president. Zai Lei looked at the guy, saying that there's no need to treat him like that just because he's Master Lu's disciple. How much does he know about Ping? Based on his actions, trading pills, and also filming that ugly commercial, it can be concluded that he's quite selfish and only cares about achieving his own goals. Moreover, he's violating the school's regulations. The short-haired guy looked at him and said that it's interesting, Ping's family is not rich, and the catacombs are currently closed, so he doesn't have the money to develop his skills, so what's wrong with him trying to make money? As for his trading platform, he only helped the disciples develop. Why do they deny what's on the surface? The boy was silent, hearing himself being told that he, who had achieved the hardening of his body 3 times, was only a level higher than Ping, but was not nearly as good as him. Was he just jealous? Zai Lei frowned, saying that whether it was a game for the public or the pursuit of personal goals, it was clear to him. The blue-haired boy with his hair tied up suggested not to talk about it. Since Ping wanted to become the president of the Martial Arts Society, he would trust his strength and skills and hope that he could set an example for others. This whole controversy started because Jiang Yu had failed to win people's favor in a year as the president, and if he reached the 5th level this year, who would dare to challenge him? Feng pointed his finger, asking Zai Lei, Ping, the Martial Arts Society depends on martial arts. The brown-haired boy thought with displeasure that he dared to point at him. Feng pointed at himself, saying that his combat skills were quite strong, so he could also become the president. As for management, there were those in the school who studied organizational management. He could hire a few people from there. How difficult is it to manage such a small school? The guy exhaled and said that Feng was right, he would soon retire. He looked at the blue-haired man and pierced his chest with words that he still had a lot of studying to do. To become the president, it should be someone with more strength. The guy turned to the brunette. Wenlong looked at him and apologized, saying that he had already decided everything and would join the army as the commander of the warriors in the catacombs. The guy sitting at the table was silent, and then he looked at his comrade and said that since that was the case, he would not insist, but the martial arts championship. The brunette replied that he should not worry, he would participate. Jiang Yu stood up, saying that they would do the following. Frowning, he resolutely said that since everyone wanted this position so much, let them do it with their strength, and if they could not defeat him even after he retired, then the position of president would be empty until a worthy candidate appeared. People lined up on the platform in front of the building on August 24th. First of all, the school gathered all the teachers. The staff stood on the steps. The man addressed the teachers and students. The man with his hair tied in a ponytail said that the prosperity of Mangma was the main goal of their director and his last will. For 60 years he tried his best to achieve this. Not a minute of his life could he not think about the school. The teachers lined up, hearing that June 28, 2009 is a date that everyone remembers. On this day many respected and dear people to them, including the director and the strongest great masters, left this world. The students looked at each other, talking in surprise. The director died. How is this possible? The guys looked at each other, saying that they did not see their instructors. King looked down, thinking that no one knew and should have known about what happened at that time until today. With a determined look, Kyushin said that the dead will not return, but Mangma will continue to develop, and today he will fulfill the last will of the deceased director and officially take the position of the director of Mangma. Wang looked forward as he heard that he would take the position of deputy director and become the head of the weapons department. The old man with a scar on his face heard that Liu Palu would remain in his position as honorary chairman. The men standing nearby heard that Lai and Feng would take the position of deputy heads of the weapons department, Yichuan would become the head of the strategy department, and the other departments would remain the same. Fengru looked to the side. King looked in the same direction. A voice could be heard from the crowd of students, addressing the director and deputy. The brunette stepped forward and said resolutely that he had not planned to disturb them, but he gathered his strength and wanted to ask them all to be his witnesses as well. When he first joined the Pingyuan Club, he had promised himself that he would one day become the president of the Martial Arts Society, and now the time had come. Today, he declared his intention to take the position of president of the Martial Arts Society. The men listened attentively. One of them asked, "Is it that easy for him?" In his opinion, is Jiang Yu that easy to remove from office for no reason? The second added that the president of the Martial Arts Society is also the chairman of the Academic Council, and what contribution has he made to the development of Mangma? Frowning, Ping said that Mangma's biggest mistake is weakness. Mangma is not a university. Its director, vice president, and department heads are the strongest people. The same goes for the president of the Martial Arts Society. He should be the strongest among the students of the school. He remembered how he stood with a medal, how he fought, and said as for his contribution, at the beginning of the year he brought victory to the school in the championship. Not long ago he took a prize place in Sino, and last month he defeated the strongest warriors of other schools and raised the prestige and influence of Macmao. Frowning, he looked with blue eyes and asked the teacher, does this count as a contribution? The two men remained silent. Looking ahead, Cultivation turned to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stepped forward and said that he accepted the challenge. Times are changing. Macmao needs a strong student worthy of taking the position of president. He turned to the hero, saying that winning the fight does not prove that he is the strongest. If he wins, will he dare to accept the challenge from the others? Turning around, Ping said that he will accept the challenge from anyone who dares to do so. A guy jumped out from the crowd and said that if he wants to fight the president, he will fight him first. Ping snapped his fingers and agreed, saying that since he is impatient, he will fight him as a warm-up. Xilei angrily called him names, and the brunette turned to the director. Looking at them, Cultivation said that Xilei is the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. He has the right to fight him first, let them have a fight. The guys stood opposite each other on the court. Clenching his fist, Ping said that he will defeat him in 3 moves. Standing in a fighting stance, Xilei replied that they will see how long he can maintain this mood. The boys rushed towards each other. The hero's palm was illuminated in red. He used 7 consecutive strikes. The palm met the fist, scattering sparks. The brown-haired man frowned as he saw blood. Looking with blue eyes, the hero ordered him to go away. Blue rays of energy were directed towards the enemy. Ping clenched his glowing fist and hit the boy in the stomach with all his might. He flew far back and slid on his back on the court. The students along with Changding stood with their mouths open in surprise. The seniors also looked at this in surprise. Fengru smiled slightly, standing next to the teachers. The fabric of the clothes on the boy's stomach was torn. He asked, how is this possible? Ping, warming his fingers, thanked Brother Xilei for the duel. The students lined up behind him, and then they began to talk, surprisingly telling each other that he defeated Xilei in 3 seconds. Ping is equal in level to Xilei. He is one of the strongest warriors in the school. He was supposed to take the place of the new president of the Martial Arts Society after Zhang Yu, and he was defeated. Everything happened too fast. He was unable to counterattack. This is the strength of a warrior who made a breakthrough. Zhang Yu looked down sadly. Cultivation looked ahead sullenly and asked, did he really develop the power of mental control? Wang said that after reaching the 4th level, Yao Changjun could only learn to control his own strength, but Ping seemed no weaker. The blonde man continued that it was incredibly difficult to triple one's intelligence without using pills or other aids. When he first saw him, he could barely control his energy. How long has it been? He defeated Xilei, who was at the same level as him, leaving him as a defenseless child. The men looked at Liu Palu, who said that Dingnan had met him before and was very positive about Ping. He is afraid that the position of the president of the Martial Arts Society will be given to him. Lai looked to the side and said that not only he, even the director of Jingnan noted his results. He thinks there is no better candidate. Feng turned around and asked if he can handle this task. The old man said why not, he is quite skilled in controlling his body. The red-haired man turned away, saying that the martial arts high school is also giving its support, and if Zhang Yu is really inferior in strength to Ping, it is time to give up his position. Xilei, holding his stomach, leaned on his comrade. Zhang Yu turned to the guy and asked, has he really reached the 4th level? Ping spread his hands, saying that Xilei is the same level as him. It was all fair, right? The students heard this in amazement. They began to talk among themselves, discussing the 4th level. So fast, he just started training recently. Will their school soon have a student of the 5th or 6th level? Feng hissed in displeasure and thought that the guy would not let his chance slip. The guys stood opposite each other. Ping said that he was next. Looking at each other, they hit their chests with their fists, calling out the names of their opponents. And then the hero suddenly rushed forward. His eyes glowed with determination. Zhang Yu looked a little surprised. Ping swung his palm surrounded by a red glow, and he hit the elder with all his might, spreading red lightning. Zhang Yu flew off, somersaulted, and stood his ground. Ping rushed to attack again. The elder's eyebrows furrowed. The younger hit him with his palm from top to bottom, cutting his body. The frowning president thought that something had to be done. His body was engulfed in a red glow. The frowning guy was literally burning. Ping stood with his hands outstretched and smiled slightly. The system reported that the level of intelligence power was restored. The blood level in the body was restored. Swinging, he jumped forward again. Lightning appeared near Zhang Yu's head. He blocked the punch with his fist and then tried to attack the guy with his foot. The spectators looked at this in surprise, discussing that he parried Ping's attack. The girl asked, how is this possible? Looking at this, Wang said that Zhang Yu has almost reached the first peak of the 4th level. He is not that weak. It's just that even if a 4th level warrior has mastered the power of destruction, it will be difficult to defeat the opponent if he uses mind control. Bright rays remained from the hero's attacks. Ping pulled back his glowing hand, and then he forcefully hit the enemy in the stomach. He slid backwards on the ground. Looking at the elder, the brunette said that this is just a friendly duel, they can finish it. Jiang Yu's clothes were torn. He thought that the difference in strength is too great. With such an intellect, even high levels cannot cope. The knee hit the floor. The current president thought that he was now curious about what would happen if Ping were to fight Han Song. Leaning on one knee, Jiang Yu said that he had lost. These words shocked the disciples standing in front of the building. They looked forward attentively. Ping clenched his fists and exclaimed that if anyone else wanted to fight, he was ready. No one stepped forward from the orderly ranks. Feng crossed his arms, dissatisfied that without any high-ranking techniques, he could only fight in close combat to somehow resist Ping. But in close combat, he would definitely use his intellect on him and then become another victim. The man standing at the head of the teachers said that he would ask again, is there any objection to Ping receiving the position of president of the Martial Arts Society? The hero's comrades shouted in unison that they did not object. The other disciples also said that they did not object. Looking down, the man said that then Jiang Yu and Ping should settle all the formalities as soon as possible. Teachers and students unite. He hoped Ping could lead the students of the school to success and prosperity. The brunette hit his chest with his fist and thanked him for the trust, saying that he would not let McMao down. Words were heard at the white building that everyone was dismissed. Feng looked to the side. He called out to Ping, who was standing nearby, and said that he had won now, but he would soon take his place. The brunette smiled and said that before defeating him, he should pay off his debt of 20 million, and until then he would not accept his challenge. The blue-haired man clenched his teeth in discouragement, thinking that he was a scoundrel. In front of everyone he said that he owed him money. Where would he get such an amount? He resolutely said that he should not talk nonsense. It was about 10 million. The brunette slammed his fist into his palm and said that he was mistaken. He owed him 10 million. Everyone here was a witness. The elder stared at him stupidly. The brunette waved his hand and said that everyone was free, and Feng was preparing 10 million for him. The meeting would be held tonight. Everyone was there. The guy stared ahead in amazement, thinking that something was wrong. Why did he even owe him? But he had a feeling that he really owed him 10 million. Jiang Yu, who was walking past, said with a smile that it was okay if he owed him money, but to be in debt to Ping. The blue-haired man exclaimed with displeasure that this was not the case. He did not remember borrowing money from him. Looking at him, Jiang Yu said that he also said the same thing when he borrowed money from him. Feng thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that it couldn't be, even if he borrowed. It certainly wasn't 10 million. He didn't remember ever borrowing that much. When did he ever borrow that much? Confidently looking ahead, Jiang Yu said that the old director had died, a new director had taken his place, and Ping had become the president of the Martial Arts Society. A new era had begun. The brunette pulled out the documents, examining them. In the evening, a lantern was burning at the entrance of the building. People were sitting in the hall in front of the stage. Ping touched the microphone and said that enough nonsense, it was time to get to the point. From today on, he would be taking over as the president of the Martial Arts Society. This would allow them to engage in self-development and build up their strength. The heroes sat in their seats, listening to him say that Zhu would soon be resigning from his duties as vice president of the headquarters and the internal affairs department due to the need to undergo an internship. Vice President Zai would also temporarily transfer his position, stopping recruiting students. The heroes listened to the guy who said that since the head of the finance department Feng Hua has been very busy lately, he will resign and Liu Mengyao will take his place, and Yi Qing will be appointed as the head of the disciplinary committee. Yungxi was surprised, and Changding nudged his friend with his elbow when he heard that she was appointed as a staff member of the headquarters, and he would take the position of the head of the internal affairs department. Holding the microphone, Ping said that previously, President Jiang Yu was also responsible for the military headquarters, and he, in addition to the position of president, takes on the responsibilities of the head of the military headquarters and will personally be engaged in the recruitment of students. Does anyone have any questions for him? The people sitting in the hall were silent. Covering his mouth with his hand, Changding whispered that Ping did not give a chance to the previous leaders, lest it cause problems in the future. High school students, all the top warrior students, all removed from their positions. Lei turned and asked why he was so worried. The one who pays the price chooses the music. The boy turned away with displeasure, thinking that the wise and strong young man was now relying on the power of the speaker, like Lei, who was supposed to enroll this year, was dead, killed by Ping. He recoiled from the boy, thinking that he should not come near. What if it was contagious? Ping held up 2 fingers and said that if there were no questions, they would continue. Changing the commissioners in the center was the first priority. The second goal was to increase the income of the society. A new financial scheme appeared behind him. He explained that in the future, the clan members of the society would be able to receive 20 credits per month. Those at the 3rd and 4th levels would receive 50 each. 100 credits for the managers, 200 for the vice presidents, and 300 credits for the president. Zhu jumped up displeasedly, calling out to the boy. With a displeased look, she said that the school only provides the society with 2,000 credits per month. Does he not understand what kind of expenses his system will lead to? More than 7,000 credits, and as for him, who occupied 3 positions at once, he would assign himself 500 credits at once. Ping smiled and said of course. The girl's fingers clenched. She angrily exclaimed that this was too much. She knew that he had ulterior motives for taking the position of president. Sitting at the table, Ping asked again, ulterior motives? He did not think so. He increased everyone's income, not just his own. Looking in front of him, he said that each member of the society received 1 pill and 3 credits every month. In the martial arts society, everyone has something to do, only the income falls. Do they think that everyone will offer an effort for the sake of the society? The girl turned to the others, hearing the request to answer the question, are there people happy? Jiang Yu looked at the guy and said that according to his idea, the martial arts society's budget in the past is at least 2.5 million. How will he deal with the budget restrictions? Presenting the schedule, Ping raised his finger and said, firstly, it was up to the school. If the prices went up, it would not be difficult to get more than 20 million. He imagined the entrance to the martial arts training room and said, secondly, many people were interested in learning martial arts. They would open additional classes in the city, thus finding something to do for those who had only reached the 2nd level. Just 2 training groups could bring them an annual income of over 100 million. He presented a diagram of the rooms, with successful students on the left and rich students on the right. And he explained that, thirdly, for new student intake, dormitory space was currently distributed as follows. Part of the room was given to successful students and part to those who were prepared to pay for the room. From this year, the dormitory fee would increase. Looking ahead, Jiang Yu said that this was too much. Ping waved his hand and told them not to worry. He was not finished yet. He did not plan to recruit new students alone. This would also fall on the shoulders of the seniors. There were so many seniors who were idle and were of no use. The boys looked down sadly when they heard that even when there were really talented freshmen who entered the school and the school provided them with all the living conditions, for some reason they still remained in the 1st or 2nd tier. He introduced a new room allocation scheme and said that he had therefore decided that 300 dormitory spaces would be allocated to talented students, meaning that they would still have to fight for them. Of the other 300 rooms, 100 would be allocated to senior students and 200 to rich students with an annual fee of 500,000. If anyone did not want to pay, they were free to return to the school's free dormitory. Sitting at the table, Ping said that if they made 200 rooms paid, that would be another 100 million in profit, meaning the total income would increase by more than 200 million. A person in the audience asked, 200 million plus the basic budget from the school, but they would still need additional funds. The hero introduced the participants in the ring and said that everything is simple here too. They organize fights. The fights held at the Martial Arts Society have not been the best quality of preparation lately, but this year they will return Macmao to its former glory. Holding a folder, the hero said that all the school's expenses for the pastime are here. Annual competitions and experience exchange events rank first in terms of expenses. Where is it seen? They should not lose money from their own funding by holding events at the school. He introduced students from various schools at the International Championship among 2nd level students and said that they must find sponsors and hold competitions once every 3 months. Sponsorship fee, advertising fee, broadcast fee, entry fee. He imagined a man showing a phone to others and said that the championship was open to all residents of the country. Many aspiring warriors were eager to be noticed. They would participate in any case. In their case, they would not have to pay and would not just find someone to act as a referee and judge. Sitting at the table, he said that he knew that many people were embarrassed to wear a sponsored uniform. They thought that wearing it would make them look ridiculous, but have they ever thought about it? He imagined a man hovering above the crowd in the city and said that once you become a master, you can control the air, master the power to open the rocks, or make the sea flow to the shores. Who would dare to think that they looked ridiculous? Ping looked forward resolutely and said that, moreover, there were a huge number of ways to make money. It all depends solely on desire. Let everyone listen. This is how they can earn the millions they need in the budget. The former leaders remained silent. Changding, who was sitting next to his comrades, said that what Ping was talking about just now. The guys turned to each other, talking. One said that they could really make money. The second said that they could get 20 credits a month and 7.2 million in a year. The third said that he liked these conditions much more. The guy sitting at the table asked about the income. Did anyone else have any questions? The girl standing said that he had set himself a salary of 500,000, which was too much. Looking at her, the brunette said that more capable people do more important things. He occupies 2 positions at once. Of course he has the right to 2 salaries. Since Xu is going on an internship, he will not burden her with additional work. She will receive her monthly payment of 50 credits. Frowning, the girl said that she did not need it. Ping spread his hands with a smile and said that then they will save money. Looking at the crowd, he asked, is there anyone else who doesn't need this? Everyone remained silent. Fenking glanced sideways at his friend and thought, Does she not think with her head at all? Does she not want to just earn 1.5 million in a year? The word exams appeared on the screen behind the guy. He said that he would then move on to a new question. They would talk about increasing strength. For students who have not yet reached the 3rd level, the society includes an annual talent assessment. Ping stood up, rested his hands on the table, and said that their society would no longer exist under the slogan, "Once you join the martial arts society, you will always remain a member." Those who are still below the 3rd level, most of whom are stuck at the 2nd, and some have reached the peak of the 2nd level. He gives them exactly 1 year. The guys excitedly heard that those who fail to reach the 3rd level during this time will be expelled from the martial arts society. While imagining the battle scene, he exclaimed that there were a couple of easy ways to reach the 3rd level. He would tell them about them and give them time to practice. Let them participate in competitions of other schools and universities, fight each other, challenge warriors of different combat skills to a duel. If they win, they can open their own martial arts department at their base. If they lose, just keep trying. Looking at the guy with indignation, Jiang Yu exclaimed that he would be disrupting the order of martial arts. Looking at him confidently, Ping replied that times were changing. The martial arts world is now more like a pond with stagnant water, and he calls this order. He thinks there is nothing wrong with them disrupting it a little. No, maybe the management will even appreciate it. The older guy tried to object. The president sitting at the table ordered to act. They discussed a lot today. This meeting is declared complete, and those he calls can stay behind. The students headed for the exit. The guy said that everything was going well. All this time the society had not shown any initiative, and now some movement had begun. The second said that the conditions were quite good, but he was afraid that in the future everything would become more difficult. Ping handed over 2 blue folders and told them to take these documents. He would give them tasks. Fenking crossed his arms, saying that he did not agree, and handed them over, said that then he could leave their society. And Zai asked, what kind of task? Looking at them, Ping said that they needed to find sponsors for them so that the top brass who graduated from the school could support them. For great masters, the standard rate should start from 50 million, for mid-ranking warriors no less than 10 million, those who have a low level but have training results, 3 or 5 million. Moreover, there are some businessmen, let them approach them under the pretext that they graduated from their school, even if this is not really the case. The guys imagined the men standing at the table. If they didn't buy it, that was their business, but if they were interested, they could award the honorary graduates after collecting the entrance fees. Looking with blue eyes, Ping said that it was about the future of the school. If he managed to earn about 10 billion, then the number of 3rd level students would increase significantly. While Zai was reading, Fenking crossed his arms and asked what benefits they would get from this. The brunette explained that more sponsors meant more income, and if their budget was less than 1 billion, it couldn't even be called income. He looked at the group of guys and said that the rest were responsible for disseminating information about the distribution of dorm rooms at the beginning of the new semester. Let them compare photos of the free dorm and the martial arts society dorm. He presented a photo where the free dorm had a gray room with a bunk bed, and the martial arts dorm had a luxurious bedroom. Ping explained that regarding the free dormitory, let them take a photo of any room, and in the society dormitory, they can show their own room for comparison. The members looked at him doubtfully, thinking, will this really work? Turning to his comrades, the brunette said that Yungxi, Changding and the others will organize the work of the club. For example, find an instructor for martial arts, organize a championship for the new recruits, let them call it the championship of the 1st level warriors. Ping leaned back in his chair. Looking up, he said that he should admit that being the president is tiring. All the people gathered around the table thought that he had not done anything yet. Changding looked at his friend doubtfully and thought that he was also tired. He assigned himself a monthly allowance of 15 million and did not even bat an eyelid that he could get a scolding from the school management. On the screen was a post about the distribution of rooms in the 6th dormitory for 2009. All changes come into effect at the beginning of the new semester. Commentators are outraged, writing that 500,000 yuan for a room in dorm 6. This is robbery. No one will pay. Only a fool would agree to spend 500,000 yuan for some room in dorm 6. This is one of the best martial arts schools, but this is already some kind of speculation with funds. And, of course, it was expected that people would express their opinions online. None of them could adequately assess the expenses required of martial arts masters. The room had cracked walls, iron boxes, and bad beds. Such conditions in a free dormitory. Someone's parents were looking at their phones. The man said that their family is not that poor. They want the best for their children, to which his wife agreed, saying that they need to hurry. Only 200 rooms are rented. They will all be taken. Less than a day had passed, and all 200 rooms with paid accommodation were already booked. The guy stood surrounded by streams of wind. The window showed information about the balance of 26.2 million, vitality 15.0, intelligence 400 Hz, hardening 177 bones 100%, 29 bones 30%. To increase the level of strength and intelligence, you need to spend 100,000. And after spending 7 million, it is possible to raise the frequency of strength to 70 Hz. It is no longer worth taking on the system. It seems that he has reached 7%. Not only the limit of physical strength at the middle rank of level 4, but also reached the limit for all the main indicators. Lowering his hands, Ping exhaled. Then he raised his leg, but he bent over in surprise. He looked down, seeing cracks in the floor under his foot. Scratching his head, the hero thought about what happened. His body was not used to it yet. Shouldn't he feel much more cheerful after pumping up strength and intelligence? Why do you feel so sleepy? Running out of the hall, the guy realized that he needed to go back to the room. He couldn't fall asleep right here. He ran down the street, leaving big cracks. The guy and girl standing in white uniforms were discussing this. He said that 3 days ago the president increased the cost of compensation for damage to public areas. He made so many dents. Now he should pay at least $1 million. Watching how Ping left new damage, they added up the amount, naming new figures of 2, 3 million, and wondered if the president kept his word. The sun illuminated the sign at the entrance. And so, in September, the students of the new group entered the school. The new students waved goodbye. The parents stood in front of the old students, asking if they could come in. Just to see what the conditions were like, the cafeteria was there. Lei frowned, saying that McMao was very strict about the rules and we all had to follow them. Parents weren't allowed on the school grounds. If they weren't happy with something, they could take their children back. The people started to disperse, upset. The new students walked in one direction and their parents in another. Ping folded his arms, saying that new groups of students were coming in every day and they were stronger than the previous ones. It seemed like the admission requirements were really high this time. So many talented students would be able to study here. He also frowned, saying that both the teachers at McMao and the Martial Arts Society were focusing exclusively on the core students, which wasn't good. The Martial Arts Society shouldn't be left out this time. From the very first training session, they had to take care of the new students and give them serious training. They also had to keep an eye on the top warriors. That way, they could increase the strength of the entire school. Looking at the guy in white, he told him to announce to the new students that they had 2 hours to sort out all the paperwork and gather in front of the main building. He agreed. The other companion looked at Ping, saying that the president didn't even plan to give the new students a rest and get used to it. It seemed like they would have to go through a lot this year. The hero replied that he wasn't that harsh, he just wanted to make McMao better. Then one of the assistants handed the hero a paper, saying that for the good of the school, the president needed to pay a fine. He took it in his hands and looked at it. His mouth dropped open in surprised by the figure of 15 million, and he thought, what kind of exorbitant fine is this? It just left a couple of dents. The assistant looked at the hero seriously, saying that McMao has a lot of wealthy students, no one cares about the size of the fines, and the compensation for damage to government property should be high. To which the hero said that he was bankrupt, but the guy told him that as a president, he couldn't evade a fine, otherwise he risked losing all his influence. Ping smiled nervously, saying that Fenking owed him exactly 10 million. Let him ask him to pay the fine, that should be enough to patch up the holes he had left. But the guy looked at him seriously, saying that the disciplinary committee was not authorized to help the president collect debts. He still had 500 credits in his account, which were credited to him at the beginning of the month, just enough to pay off the fine. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking, what had he gotten himself into trouble for? If he spent his payments on the fine now, he wouldn't be able to increase his income. Then, raising his finger, Ping said that he would pay 15 million, which meant he would. But in return, the disciplinary committee must conduct a thorough inspection. Inspect all the places where students congregated, including training areas. Keep a close eye on everything. Even a small injury should result in a serious punishment. And all the fines paid by students should be spent on repairing the school infrastructure. And in the remaining noise, teachers don't need to know about this, send the ill-intentioned ones straight to headquarters. Looking at his boss, the guy thought about what he had now decided to take it out on others because he himself had received a fine. In this case, Ping agreed to pay a fine of 15 million. So, the policy of severe punishment for misconduct works quite effectively. Turning away, the hero made a crack in the floor again, asking if everything was clear, and told them not to follow him. When the guy looked down, he said that a hole had formed again, but unable to bear it, the hero replied that he saw that his strength was not obeying him a little. Did they really want to throw fines at him for this? At this time, the new arrivals gathered at the reception desk, the admissions committee for the new recruitment. The people in white who entered addressed everyone, telling all the students of the new recruitment to gather in front of the main building in 2 hours. Latecomers and absentees will be punished. One of the newcomers raised his hand, asking if there would be an initiation. The guys looked at each other. One of them smiled and confirmed. Later, a lot of people gathered at the building. Ping and his comrades were standing on the stairs. The newcomers looked at each other. Someone asked Ping, Another answered yes, he is the best among the applicants. Another guy also said that the rankings were updated this morning and he didn't see him there. He must have already risen to level 4. Only he wasn't in the level 4 rankings yet. Standing on the stairs, the hero demanded silence. Everyone turned their attention to him. He looked seriously at the people in front of him, but he was thinking that he could finally feel like the principal and teachers. His comrades were standing behind him. The hero turned to Lei, asking for a roll call. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the fact that there were 1980 new students here, and he didn't even have a microphone. Was he deliberately bringing up his comrade when it came to idiotic tasks? The others looked at him, but he was only thinking about what he would do to his friend later. Opening the book, he announced that he was starting the roll call and told them to shout here when their name was called. The red-haired girl opened her mouth wide and said that she was here when her name was called. Yunxi said that she was the first among the new students this year. She was already at the peak of the first level. The guy in the white shirt answered absently that he was here. Yunxi said that he was the most popular new student among the girls, but the hero answered discontentedly that handsome guys are rarely good people. The guy in the gray hoodie with a short haircut answered that he was here. The hero noted that he looked promising. His companion said that he was only in third place, but in strength he was not inferior to the first two students. Changding and the dark-haired guy looked at her discontentedly. He thought that the girl herself was different in level. 2 hours later, the students were unhappy. One of them said that he had not even received a room yet, and he was already forced to stand here for 2 hours for roll call. Ping waved his hands, asking everyone to calm down, but the people were very indignant. Then the hero frowned and shouted for the disciplinary committee to keep order. Anyone who enters and chats will be expelled. The crowd immediately calmed down. Ping smiled sweetly, thinking that there was silence. No wonder everyone was thirsty for power. It was a wonderful feeling. He raised his hand and held up 3 fingers, saying that in Macmao, the new intake of students were entitled to a payment of 30 credits, which was 30,000 yuan. The credits could be used to purchase pills or other resources. This would allow a breakthrough from the first level. He looked at the guy in white and asked if he had written down the names of the students who violated discipline. Good. Those whose names were called out would receive 10 credits less. The guy looked at his notes and called out the names. The people were outraged, shouting, "How dare he? What right does he have to lower the payment?" Ping then surrounded himself with a red aura, saying that because he was the president of the Martial Arts Society. And in school, all student affairs were handled by the Martial Arts Society. And if they don't like something, they can continue to complain, and the payments will become smaller and smaller. The new girl and boy listened silently to the fact that the first thing he wants to teach, the strongest is respected and deeply revered in Macmao. If they are strong enough, let them step back and humbly kneel. Their older comrades probably told them how the school is organized. But everything has changed. New rules come into force this year. Raising his finger again, the hero said that, firstly, all students of the new intake who failed to reach the first level during the school year will be expelled. Since they are now students of Macmao, in addition to training and developing your own strength, you are obliged to contribute to the development of the school, so you will complete tasks given by the logistics department. He introduced the new students and the rating of the students of the new intake. Thirdly, there will be a special rating for the students of the new intake in Macmao. Students who rank in the top 100 in the ranking will move to a special elite class and will receive increased payments. To get into this class, students can compete with each other for a place in the ranking. The hero lowered his head and presented 4-digit numbers with a smile, saying that those who rank lower in the ranking will be expelled. The ranking will be updated every month, and those who rank in the last 3 places 3 times in a row will be expelled. This year, there are 1986 new students. He does not like this number. He hoped that they would study hard because he likes the number 1888 much more. Introducing the machines with a screen, he also said that the mission and loan system will be available this year. This will allow them to earn their own money for resources. Those who work hard will never be expelled. Afterwards, he held up 4 fingers and continued to talk. Fourth, in previous years, the new recruits could choose a specific mentor for themselves immediately after enrolling in the school. This year, they will not have a mentor until they become martial artists. Only after becoming a master, they can choose a mentor for themselves. Then he frowned, thinking that after the end of the last war, there were more than 300 teachers left, most of them in leadership positions. There were too many newcomers this year. This was the only way to reduce the workload of the teachers. They needed to be given appropriate pressure from the martial arts community. Ping folded his hands behind his back and finally said that these were the new rules, and the last warning to use all their opportunities so as not to regret what they did not do later. Now gather in the training hall for distribution. The newcomers were confused, thinking that everything was completely different. Changding sighed, thinking that they were so pitiful. The teachers had not even appeared, and they had already suffered so much. But turning to his comrades, the hero told them not to relax too much either. He noted that they exalted themselves above them as leaders, but they themselves were not much stronger than them, and if someone suddenly yielded in strength to a newcomer, it would be a disgrace to their society. Then he smiled and said that he himself was a newcomer last year, and now he was standing here as the president of the Martial Arts Society. Jinyang mentally resented, demanding that he stop judging everyone under his comb. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the building. The training building. The monitors displayed images from the cameras. Ping sat with folded arms, saying that there were 90 students in the group, while his group barely had 60. This group was stronger than the previous one. The students of the new recruitment were getting stronger and stronger every year. Lai was surprised to think that the guy already imagined himself a director. Then Ping turned to Feng, saying that he heard that Tan Wen was the daughter of one of their teachers. To prevent any of their teachers from overstepping their authority, he asked that Tan Wen not be assigned to the weapons department. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that after becoming the president, why would this brat stick his nose into everything, and told him that Ping seemed to have a lot of free time. How about training? But the hero put his hands on the table, asking, so she really is his daughter? She is petite and cute, she definitely inherited her mother's genes. He promised that he would take care of her in the future. The man replied that if he dared to lay a finger on her, he would tear her to pieces. Ping looked at him with displeasure, thinking that he was threatening him. Did he say that he was going to beat her? Then he raised his hand and turned to the director, saying that his previous request to lift the restriction had not yet been considered. It should be noted that the teacher is one of the strongest warriors who has not reached the level of a great master. He thinks they should discuss the possibility of lifting the restrictions for her. Fengru closed her eyes and folded her hands. The gray-haired man raised his hand, answering the hero that since everyone was here, they would discuss it now. Let those who agree raise their hands, and then those who disagree. Then the hero showed the case and sheets of paper with a smile, saying that there were ballots. He had already prepared everything. If they agreed, let them draw a tick and throw it in the box, if not, a cross. He began to hand them out to those present. Looking at him, the rector thought that the boy had prepared properly. Everyone would be able to vote without fear of censure. Everyone hoped that Macmao would have a new great master. Lifting the restrictions was a necessary measure. Ping stood behind the microphone stand, saying that a total of 28 people voted. 16 voted to lift the restrictions. The director can check. But the principal frowned, saying no, the restrictions couldn't be lifted. Also, regarding the expulsion rule, he didn't think they should wait for 3 months to do so. They could expel the students in the bottom 10 places every month. Wang turned to his colleague, asking if that was too much. They were giving students 3 months to improve their situation. They couldn't just expel them. The rest of the people in the room started discussing this. Someone said that the principal was right, those in the bottom places didn't meet their requirements. Another man said that given that there were several hundred students in the new intake this year and the resources were limited, expelling some of them wouldn't affect the normal life of the school. The hero looked at the people present, thinking that they couldn't keep so many students. But even though Jishin was a level 8 martial artist, he didn't have much power, and people were more likely to listen to Wang's opinion. Then he turned his head and looked at the monitors. The screen showed the new students. A voice came from the speakers, calling everyone's attention and said that if they could defeat Tang Wen, Gu Longfei, or Luo Sheng, they would receive 1 to 10 credits each. And if after half an hour, Tang Wen and the others still had an advantage, they would be given 100 credits each. Wen and Sheng stood with their backs to each other, hearing that if they defeated one of them, they would receive 1 to 10 credits each. Fei looked at the people surrounding him as they were told that those who performed well in these matches would be given the privilege of choosing a mentor from the 6th level teachers. Smiling, the hero said that time had begun. Feng stood up from the table, asking the hero how dare he, and thought that this boy was not embarrassed in front of the principal. He really thought of himself as a leader. The hero walked away from the podium, telling teacher Feng that this year's talent assessment is too boring, isn't it? They have such good students, they chose great opponents for them very conveniently. Ping smiled and said to think back to last year. If it weren't for him, the others wouldn't have been able to reach the 3rd level in such a short time, right? At that time, he earned enough credits as a reward, for which he was grateful to Dean Wang. The man in the suit smiled and suggested that he do as Ping wants. It would be useful training for the new students. Walking up to Feng, the hero smiled and told him to just watch. He didn't have to worry about anything. Tang Wen is ranked first in the first-year rankings. He should trust his daughter. The hero looked at him carefully. Then he hit him on the back of the head and said that it was impressive. But he hoped that next time, Tang would coordinate his decision with the school. The other man was flexing his fists, saying that Feng was right, they should coordinate everything with them from now on, and thought about how the boy didn't know that Sheng was his son. Ping just smiled awkwardly in response, thinking that he was trying for the sake of his children. They wouldn't have another chance to get 100 credits. Meanwhile, the girl struck one of the opponents. The guy in the hoodie blocked the attack. The one in the white shirt was beaten and lay on the floor, asking him to stop, admitting defeat. The bright sun was shining on the wall of the building. Ping was sitting on the instructor's desk, asking why he returned to his department. There was too much work in the weapons department, and he decided to run away, but the man told him to stop talking nonsense. He looked down, saying that regarding the results of the foray into the dungeon, his team had collected 800 credits. They had earned enough, but there were quite a few losses on their side that needed to be compensated, so they would get less than they had earned. The boy smiled and said that it was good. He was happy that he had earned at least something, to which the old man replied that he sounded just like a hero. Looking at the other man, he said that in addition to that, he already had 500 credits from the Martial Arts Society, and the online lending platform had already brought in 3,000 credits. From these 3 months alone, he could already get 300 credits as dividends, and he also wanted to contribute. The information displayed on the screen was 4th level breakthrough 1,000 credits, providing enemy stronghold information 2,000 credits, defending a dungeon 800 credits, Martial Arts Society President 500 credits, online lending platform 300 credits, a total of 46 credits. The man looked at the monitor, thinking that the boy knew how to make money, and this is considering that he had only been to the dungeon once. Usually, warriors who regularly go to dungeons get much less. The status window showed a balance of 56 million, life energy 2000, intelligence 699 Hz, hardening 177 bones 100%, 29 bones 30%. Looking at the boy, the man noted that this was such a large amount. How much contribution did he want to make? Looking at Lai, Ping replied that many students did not have enough credits, and to get one, they needed to pay 30,000 coins. He wanted to offer them to buy one credit for 29,000. The gray-haired teacher opened his eyes wide in surprise, saying that it was commendable, but the school did not want students to exchange money for credits. If he wanted to help his students, he should lower the price even more, for example, to 25 or 24,000 per credit. Ping smiled, thinking that the teacher was mistaken. He was not a philanthropist. He also had to buy credits for 30,000. He was not a fool to lose his own income. Smiling, Ping put his hand on the back of his head, saying that in fact he did not have that much money. He could not make such a discount. He needed money for the society, to maintain the platform, and also to buy resources, and he wanted to go to the catacombs to get new items. And why such a sudden zeal to go to the catacombs? Where did such activity come from? Ping frowned and clenched his fist, replying that he had no other choice at the moment. Fang and the others were already at the peak of level 4, and he was only at the intermediate rank of level 4. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, he felt like he was losing. Lai just smiled awkwardly, thinking about what Ping was even saying. A boy who had reached the intermediate rank of level 4 as a first year, and he felt like he was losing. Perhaps no one else could make such a breakthrough. The lights on the ceiling were brightly lit. He was informed that he was just in time. The linguistics department was currently teaching with an expert in linguistics, and he was just planning to give a lecture on the language of the dungeon. It wouldn't hurt for him to attend the lecture and learn about the current situation in the dungeons. An expert in linguistics, Ping smiled confidently and told his instructor that this was really useful. He waved him off, telling him not to interfere with his work, not to bother the old man unnecessarily, to which Ping indignantly noted that he was not exactly busy. The bright sun illuminated the university building. Ping called his friend with a sly smile, thinking that it was not easy, but he would finally be able to understand this language. But he frowned and did not look at Ping, who was thinking that in the past Cheng, like a hedgehog, released its needles as soon as he said a few phrases in his direction. Any conversation between them always ended in the training hall, but as soon as he became stronger, he noticeably calmed down. Folding his arms across his chest, Ping introduced Fenking, thinking that if he could become stronger, he would have a chance to beat Fenking. He sent him to look for sponsors, but he only brought him problems. His finger pressed the button on the remote control. The teacher standing at the screen said that they would finish here. Next time they would talk about the arrangement of dungeons. The size of this circle has not yet been determined, since there is a sea around the catacombs themselves. He had glasses on his face. He clarified about the endless deep sea. On the screen was an image of the sea, the periphery, and the central area. The teacher said that the periphery of the catacombs is divided into separate territories. These same territories are the magical catacombs, the capital of the catacombs, and the Tianan catacombs. If you pass the fence on the periphery, you can get to the central area, which is in the very center of the circle. Pointing to the distances between the periphery and the central area, he noted that thus, if they want to move from one catacomb to another, it is not enough to simply change one territory to another. It is necessary to move deeper and deeper to the central area, and only then move from the central area to a new location of the catacombs. A black stripe was drawn on the periphery. High cliffs separate the periphery from the central area, and there is only one passage. The passage is only accessible from the central area, and the periphery is almost inaccessible to ordinary people. Leaning on the table, he also said that they believed that all the control points were located in the central area. Ping raised his hand and asked, since those who had gone deep into the catacombs were so strong, did that mean that those they had met were weaklings from the periphery? Frowning, he added that they were unable to reach the central area and did not want the people of the central area to have power over them. That was why they attacked Earth and tried to establish their colonies here. The group in the audience looked at the professor, who said that Ping's point of view was interesting and coincided with their opinion. However, why did they attack Earth and try to establish their colonies here? He then looked closely at the student, saying that perhaps there was something on Earth that they wanted. They could very well kill Earthlings for the sake of sacrifice. Imagining a planet surrounded by stars, he also said that, moreover, Earth itself might be very important to them. The universe is full of planets and stars, but only Earth has life. Earth is life, and there is a time limit for that life, while the catacombs have none of that. Introducing the enemy's evolution, he noted that the inhabitants of the catacombs may have entered the final stage of evolution. They may also believe that the destruction of Earth and the development of the catacombs can help them make a breakthrough. He was wearing a slightly wrinkled gray shirt. The professor said that these were all assumptions, and the so-called inhabitants of the catacombs had not yet revealed themselves. They seemed to be in no hurry. They were probably waiting for some opportunity, or their government was holding them back for now. However, cities they knew nothing about were gradually beginning to unite, and that could be dangerous for them. Ping thought about it and asked again, then why don't the people negotiate with the rulers of the catacombs? To which the teacher, lowering his head, replied that, of course, such an option was considered, but they did not enter into negotiations. The first reaction that the inhabitants of the catacombs have when meeting people is the desire to kill them. Why? Introducing the enemy, he said that in order to train their own people. Most likely, they really do not want power, but consider people as training objects, wanting to become stronger and get into the central area. But Ping frowned, thinking that the words perhaps, probably, most likely are all signs of insecurity. Then the guy with blonde hair turned to the teacher and asked, did the people send a spy to the catacombs to get into the catacombs and get reliable information? To which he received the answer that people and ordinary people of the catacombs look the same, but are representatives of different races. He imagined the silhouettes of people with different colors of fire in the center, and they do not talk about language. Aura is the main distinguishing feature. Low-level catacomb warriors develop a flow of energy, while humans focus on life energy. However, these changes disappear once you reach a high level. There are ways to determine these differences, but only in the human world. Looking at the students, the man asked them if an unknown great master appeared, what would they do? It could be said that their authorities had already tried to figure it out, but the hierarchy of the catacombs was very strict. Most of their forces only hung around in front of the entrance to the catacombs, so the information they received was useless. Ping folded his hands in dissatisfaction, thinking that after all, this professor was not so competent, a lot of useless information. The government must be hiding a lot from them to avoid mass unrest. In the same way, martial artists hide information about the catacombs from ordinary civilians. He smiled wickedly, deciding that the most useful information from this lecture was the language of the catacombs. The next time he entered the catacombs, he could politely communicate with its inhabitants. The bright sun shone on the tall building. The Martial Arts Society. Someone raised their glass and said that the tea had cooled down, asking for a new one. Taking the glass from Fenking's hand, Yunxi heard about herself. Why did Ping bring a pampered girl with him? Juyan worked much harder and apologized to him. Ping entered the room, saying that her grandfather was waiting outside. He had heard that great masters could even hear the movement of an ant running hundreds of meters away. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, asking again that her grandfather was already here. Fenking asked with a smile, did they really want to scare him? Smiling at the girl, Ping said, well, Fenking called her pampered, but how could someone like her reach the third level? That's just the kind of person he is. If the vice president hears about this, tell him not to take his words to heart. If he can't come to terms with this, he will do his tricks outside the school. Holding a glass in her hand, she asked to keep her grandfather occupied, to which Ping asked, didn't he warn her about his visit? As she left the room, she said that she would go and explain to her grandfather that there was no point in being angry with Fenking. Fenking gritted his teeth, thinking, how dare he let this happen? Was the vice president really here? Jumping up from his chair, he winked and told Yunxi that he was joking. He wanted to motivate her. She was very talented. Looking nervous, he thought that he was finished. Among all the girls, he decided to make fun of the one from the Chen family. Why did he do that? But the great master would not decide to beat him up. He was not afraid of being beaten, but of being beaten too badly. The guy slapped himself on the cheek and turned to Ping, saying that he knew that he liked to chat. But he only had good intentions for everything. He wanted to encourage Yunxi to try even harder. Ping replied with a smile that the first thing he should take care of was to finally understand what he was doing. Putting his hand on his chest, the comrade exhaled, saying that he was calm now. When the girl returned, she said that her grandfather was not there. Feng only lowered his eyebrows in displeasure. He raised his hand and, angry, said that he would strangle his friend, but Ping asked again if he was sure he wanted to do that. If there was any damage, he would have to pay a fine of 10 million. Did he have the money? He just looked at Ping with confusion. Both of them looked at Xile standing behind them with displeasure, who just said the word idiot and thought, who did he call that? But he just closed his eyes, thinking that it was not him, but it did not matter. There were several books on the shelf. The hero said that he would move on to the important matter. How are things going with the task assigned to him? Everyone present gathered at the table. Xile said that he had approached 27 companies and received offers for a total of 460 million. Ping was surprised by this figure and asked Feng. He smiled confidently, saying 500 million, 40 million more than Xile was offered. Ping folded his hands on the table with satisfaction. His comrades were outraged when he called them idiots. He explained that there were about 8 conglomerates under the leadership of great masters and 49 companies owned by martial artists in China, and they, 2 idiots, couldn't even raise $1 billion in sponsorship. Then he frowned, thinking that they had already spent most of the budget raised under Jiang Yu on social benefits. $1 billion was clearly not enough for them, and he was still on shaky ground as president. Then Feng frowned, saying that Ping had said back then that great masters would not offer less than 60 million, and mid-ranking martial artists could offer 10 million. He did everything as Ping said, but Ping just threw up his hands, saying that he had named the minimum bid. Did he follow it? He picked up the magazine, deciding to take a look himself, saying that these people too, it's clear that they are all hiding. He looked at the entries in the book, saying Yunxi, later count everyone on this list. Many children study with them. Those children whose parents did not pay enough will be sent to the catacombs upon reaching the 3rd level, and the girl agreed. Xile glanced at Ping, saying that he would offend many people if he did this. Still looking at the records, he replied, what is he afraid of? He is not doing this for his own benefit. Many teachers, their students have died in battle, but their children continue to study at Manga. He asks if they understand what he is getting at. If there is still humanity and love for their school in their hearts, they must give their all. Otherwise, what right do they have to all their privileges? Feng averted his eyes, noting that it is easy to say. And if they do not agree, will he force them? But Ping was running his finger over the records. Then he typed something on the phone. When he brought the phone to his ear, he heard someone listening to him. Sitting at the table, he greeted the other person and introduced himself as the president of the Ping Martial Arts Society. He had heard that they had donated a whopping 12 million to the school. Thank you. He continued talking on the phone while looking straight ahead. They wanted to do something as a token of their gratitude. The school had decided that the weapons department would no longer cooperate with them. This was because they were suffering losses on their side. He was sorry. Frowning, he asked, 60 million. Wasn't that too much? They weren't obligated anyway. But Ping smiled and said that he would then offer words of gratitude on behalf of their entire school, after which he ended the conversation. His comrades looked at him blankly, asking again about the 60 million, to which he simply confirmed. Then Xile, a little worried, said that no one in Manga was studying under Mr. Jiang. He looked at the other person seriously and asked him who had told him that. He enjoys the reputation of Manga as an alumnus. That's why he cooperates with the Manga weapons department, and his income is usually several million a year. Their conversation could be heard throughout the room. Ping asked his interlocutors if they thought he gave them this list for begging. How could he let alumni who don't support the school get rich? He has his own methods. After closing the magazine, he said that there's no need to call each of them, spread the news about Mr. Jiang and tell them about the additional contribution of 120 million. Make a sensation out of it. Let's see how the others react. Then he folded his hands on the table again. For example, pill companies or weapons companies operating under the name Manga. Manga is the gold standard of the Chinese people. Can he allow the school's name to be used left and right? But Feng frowned and said that he didn't care about all this, but it would cause a chain reaction. Is Ping really sure he wants to pull this off? Ping glanced at his friend, saying that Manga is a shareholder in the pill and weapon companies, and they can't forget about profits. Does he know why? He introduced the connections between the martial artists, the pill makers, and the 2 manufacturing companies, saying that the martial artists go into the catacombs, collect resources, and sell them to the 2 companies. And the price at which these companies buy the resources is 20% lower than the market price. So too much money goes into the pockets of the companies and the graduates, and they don't fight for their rights. He was serious, also saying that if possible, he would even offer to open a waste recycling station in the city. All the achievements of the teachers and students belong to Manga, and he wants to expand the pill production in Manga's name and make the school self-sufficient. But Feng smiled faintly, telling his friend that he was delirious. How does Ping think McMao became a shareholder in two big companies? Because the school constantly supplies the necessary resources. He plans to pull on the raw nerve, but Ping said with a serious expression that they should take a risk. McMao has many shortcomings, but they must take risks. If they want to get a decent result, they need to get rid of those who are simply profiting from them. After thinking about it, the comrades agreed with him. Fengking looked at Ping with a smile, thinking that he really is not like Zhang Yu. He wants to be aware of all the processes in McMao, and if all his plans come true, he will earn a lot of money for the society's budget. If not, it will be a very miserable defeat. Ping smiled contentedly, thinking that in any case, he will not act on his own, but will propose this whole plan to the director. Moreover, he is the owner of gold armor at the 8th level, and if he cannot implement all this, then he should not manage McMao either. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the university. 2 days later, the main building. Ping stood in front of the school management, telling the principal and the dean that this time the fundraising had lived up to their expectations. 1,666 alumni had given them their best financial support. He looked serious as he said that the budget was now a total of 3.68 billion yuan. The man put the notes on the table, telling Ping that he had given the go-ahead to collect donations for the school, but some of the alumni had contacted him, saying that Ping was threatening to send their children to the catacombs. Wang frowned, saying that it shouldn't be like that. Ping, who stood in front of him, said that McMao was the top priority. He didn't deny that the catacombs were tense, but if others could go there, why couldn't they? The principal looked at Ping, saying that Ping was right. These people were profiting off the name McMao and they should pay for it. Wang then thought about it, asking, how about redistributing and expanding the production of pills and weapons under the name McMao? With his hands behind his back, Ping replied that for the first 3 levels, pills are the only way to quickly develop. However, the number of these pills is not enough to provide for all the students of the school. McMao has 6,580 students, and according to statistics and the current budget, each student can only use this or that pill once a month. And in order to achieve quick results, these pills must be consumed at intervals of 10 days. Looking at Wang, Ping said that in other words, the school should increase production to 20,000 pills per month. By increasing the production of pills, he hopes to make their school self-sufficient. The man lowered his eyes and said that this was impossible. He imagined various plants and shiny stones, telling Ping that his idea was to establish a production line with an annual income of 100 billion yuan. To achieve this goal, they would need 30 billion worth of raw materials alone. In turn, the main income for the year, which students and teachers supply to the 2 largest companies. Putting his hand on his knee, he also said that McMao transfers about 26 billion yuan to the budget, and the school, in turn, provides pills and weapons to its students and spends about 40 billion on this. This is due to the fact that all production comes from these 2 companies. The school itself is barely making ends meet, but they cannot express all these complaints and come to an agreement. Ping put his hand on his chest with a smile, telling the dean to look at the situation differently. If they can establish production, the students will become much stronger. There was a blue folder on the table. Ping said that if the students become stronger, then both income and resources will increase. In this case, they will be able to establish production and supply resources in the usual amount to both companies. Sometimes he does not understand how these companies manage to get such income. After all, martial artists have to earn valuable resources through sweat and blood. The men listened attentively. Ping also said that martial artists also have to be ready to fight at any time. And currently, the cultivation of their school disciples is becoming a real problem. So who will fight then? The light from the lanterns fell on his hair. He does not need money or pills, and his cultivation level is extremely high. But others are not so lucky. He does not want to watch someone go to the catacombs and lose their life there because they are not strong enough. Wang just covered his face with his hand and sighed. The gray-haired man sitting next to him said that even if they agree, the government may reject the idea. Then Ping frowned, saying that if they do not do something today, tomorrow they may die in the battle for humanity. Ping hit his chest when he heard the word bastard addressed to him, and replied that although he is a bastard, he has not lost his humanity yet. He opened his mouth wide and said that the previous director had died, and the new director and dean had taken their seats in their offices. It was time for McMao to fight back. He gestured with his hand to the side, saying that many would find their home in the cold earth of the young cemetery, and he would continue to live happily, and all these losses would no longer concern them. Huishan looked at Ping and tried to calm everyone down, saying that they understood him perfectly. The main problem was that even though he and the dean had reached the 7th and 8th levels, they were not very knowledgeable about this matter. But Ping pointed his finger, saying that the protector Wu Chuan was now at the 9th level, to which the man replied that he knew. But since he had become a protector, he had no ties with McMao anymore. Frowning again, Ping asked what the problem was. Their late director had cherished him like his own son. If he refused to help them, he would be removed from the McMao list and lose his status as a McMao disciple. Tuition frowned, saying that it was too late, and thought about how this boy was only a level 4, and he was already threatening to expel a level 10 master. Then, when he reached level 9, he would decide to ascend. He folded his hands behind his back again, but said that in any case, this was all for the future of McMao. He only wanted to protect what was theirs. He looked serious, saying that he did not want to see McMao like this, and did not want to become her warrior like this. He, perhaps, because they looked at all this from different perspectives, did not look as far into the future as the government brass did. But he knew one thing very well: the bodies of many of their students and teachers had died on foreign soil. After which he bowed and thanked both of them for listening to his speech. The men looked at him silently, after which they sat in silence. Tuition turned to his colleague, offering to try. He replied that they could, but if McMao changed, I'm afraid the others would too. The gray-haired man looked at his interlocutor carefully, saying that everyone only cleaned their own porch, the only thing they could change was their McMao. After which he sighed with a smile, saying that his friend was getting old. He had already lost his adventurous spirit. He bent down a little, answering that he thought they couldn't let the students be the center of attention. Director Wu, he has one suggestion. The city was illuminated by sunlight. People on the street turned around, not understanding what that sound was. Several people flew over the city, led by the director. 10 great masters flew over the magical city. Meanwhile, Lai grabbed Ping by the jacket. He asked him not to hit him, but the man said no. He needed to gain experience in fighting middle-ranking warriors. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn, how angry he was. 10 great masters soared into the sky and went to Beijing. And they didn't even invite him to such a great thing. Ping looked at the teacher with displeasure, thinking, damn. The old men have gone completely crazy. He said to fight, not to war. Several people were standing in the air border of China. The gray-haired man in the blue shirt was dissatisfied. The head of the Ministry of Education, Tao, a 9th level great master. He said, just apply for production expansion if that's what they want. Who allowed them to ignore the rules? In that case, everyone flies to the capital. But the director was serious, saying that there was no time, they needed results. Tao frowned, saying that this was a collective threat. But a man in a military uniform approached him, saying that he wanted to clarify something. The catacombs of the capital are under the protection of the largest city. But what benefit does this bring to McMao? The man with epaulets on his shoulders looked stern. Tian Mu, vice minister of the military branch, a mid-ranked warrior of the 8th level. He also said that they suffered great losses last year. They were barely making ends meet, but they were criticized for asking for help from others. But has anyone ever thought about McMao? They lost over 10% of their teachers. Has this ever happened anywhere else? Last year, the Tian'an Martial Arts Academy had its catacomb fortress destroyed, but even then, their losses were not this great. 2 talented warriors really deserve to die. Unable to contain his emotions, he opened his mouth wide, shouting that if they returned empty-handed today, they would not be able to look their comrades in the eye. Let's go to the catacombs and destroy them. But the other party frowned, saying that this was impudent. Then the military man looked at him sternly, saying that he was now at the 9th level, all of his children were great martial artists, and he did not need to worry about resources. But what should McMao's students do? Martial arts academies were under the Ministry of Education. If you did not work for these institutions, how could you be a minister? One of Tao's colleagues pointed at Mu, telling him to watch his mouth. Didn't he know about the situation with Minister Zhang's children? But the military man would not tolerate the reproach and opened his mouth again, shouting that he knew that his son had died and that his brothers and all of his children had died. The man in the white shirt could not respond to this. Then the minister lowered his eyes, saying to follow the rules and wait for a decision. Do not insist that the government give an answer here and now. The director of the university spread his hands, saying that, Minister, they are not forcing you, but in their own circles they are helpless. The catacombs have opened up again, and the students and their mentors are forced to fight them with almost their bare hands. If this continues, I'm afraid that soon they will have no one left to fight back. The two looked at each other. Tuition also said that this time, the application for consideration to open McMao's own production line is in first place. They also want to access and control their pills and weapons. In addition, they need teachers and are counting on the Ministry of Education to help recruit 100 mid-level teachers. They need to fill the ranks. There was a well-groomed beard on his face. In recent years, the level of education at McMao has been much higher than other institutions, while the financial component of the school leaves much to be desired. Last year, one received 36 billion yuan, when McMao only received 26 billion yuan. They wanted them to make up the difference. The rays of the sun illuminated half of his face, dividing it in half. He also added that in conclusion, he acknowledged that he was not competent enough to meet the expectations of his senior mentors, and he asked the minister to find the most suitable person to manage McMao. The military man and the rector looked at their colleague with a smile, thinking that he knew how to choose his words. Lowering his head, Tao still said that, Mr. Wu, it was obvious that they were pursuing the same goals, but it could not be ruled out that someone contributed more and someone less. Then the director looked at his interlocutor and noted that McMao had made enough contribution. If they could not even protect themselves, what kind of protection could they possibly have for the country? He frowned, angry, and said that some people were just sitting around. How could they know how difficult it was to get medicinal herbs or weapons from the catacombs? They had no idea how much blood was shed and lives were lost to obtain these resources. But they were happy to use them. Hearing this, the man in the business suit looked away. Hong, the chairman of a pharmaceutical company, an entry-level 8th. Pointing at him, the military man demanded that he shut up. Director Wu was talking about him. He was sure that he was the instigator of all this obscurantism. But upon hearing this, the representative frowned, asking Mu what right he had to slander. Mu clenched his fist, exclaiming that you were the head of a pharmaceutical company, where else could you come from? And if he really was behind this, the military man would deal a fatal blow. Obsessed with pills. Then the man opened his mouth wide, shouting, saying, let's see if you'll become obsessed with Tun after reaching the 8th level. He killed a huge number of enemies in the catacombs, and now he's being told that he's obsessed with pills. But Mu didn't stop, and asked with a confident smile how many times had he been to the catacombs after reaching the 7th level. Back then, he respected him as a man, now he's worthless. If he doesn't agree, let him prove otherwise. Opening his mouth, he shouted that this is enough. The two groups of people stood opposite each other. Tao silently lowered his eyes, thinking that if the director's application was handled according to the general rules, nothing good would come of it. If their application was handled, other institutions would apply with the same application, and then the pill and weapon companies would be finished. What about the warriors who don't go to the catacombs and just study at the martial arts academy? He folded his arms and replied that he would not change the topic. Expanding his own production line was up to them, but they had to provide weapons and pill companies with resources worth more than 10 billion yuan each year. That was all he could agree to. Otherwise, the country could hardly be called a country, and the warriors would not learn anything. But the company representative was surprised, saying, Minister, 10 billion is too little. Tao turned his eyes and looked at him piercingly. Hong, frightened, simply held out his hand, agreeing with everything. The director smiled, put his fist to his chest and thanked the minister, saying that in that case, everyone still had a lot to do, he would go first. Afterwards, the group from the university left the interlocutors. They looked at each other in silence. Standing with his head down, the minister replied to the representative, you have nothing to lose. And if you show outstanding results, you will be rewarded. McMao ranks first not only in terms of mortality rate, but also in terms of enemy kills and resources provided, so he compromised with them. He himself thought that, however, other institutions would hardly be able to gather 10 great masters for a meeting. There would be no second such conversation with anyone. He also looked at him and said that this was the first and last time. The director and representatives returned to the school, immediately announcing the new business policy of McMao. The students gathered near the notice board. In short, it became much easier to obtain credits. Upon completion of the mission, the resources for development would double. There was a date and a seal on the notice sheet. For a while, the entire school rejoiced at the victory. The atmosphere was enthusiastic. Ping waved his hand with a smile, saying that McMao was very lucky to have become the president of the Martial Arts Society. He is a very modest person and does not want to take credit for anyone else, although, of course, most of these credits belong to him. He sat contentedly in his chair, saying that he would rather let Old Man Wu and his entourage rejoice in their victory. After all, it was not easy for old men to fly 100 miles, and they were all old men. Yungxi, who was standing opposite him, said that there was good news. She raised her finger and told him that he had sold 135 million yuan worth of credits to the new intake of students. An information window appeared in front of him, showing the budget 90 million, vitality 200, intelligence power 699 Hz, bone hardening 177 bones 100%, 29 bones 30%. He thought that in fact, thanks to the system, he already knew about it. Fortunately, he managed to sell everything before the new school policy took effect. Now the value of the credits had decreased. Then he would have lost a lot of money. Fengking rushed into the office, asking Ping where his reward was and why he hadn't received it yet. Ping looked at his comrade, saying that they would wait until their organization increased its budget. How much money did they have now? Fengking looked at Ping with displeasure, asking that the Martial Arts Society's current budget was 5 billion yuan. Was that not enough? Ping then suggested changing the topic. What about the catacombs he mentioned? Fengking looked at Ping questioningly, asking if he was really interested. They sat down at the same table, and Fenking told him that there was a large building on a mountain about 300 miles to the northwest, and he looked around it. What did Ping think he saw there? With a gleam in his eyes, Ping asked if it was an energy mine, but Fenking replied that Ping was an idiot. That mine was sure to be full of high-ranking creatures. Did Ping think he would go there? He found a field of medicinal herbs. Then Ping looked at his interlocutor, saying that the medicinal herb field was in a large building somewhere on the mountain in the thick of the forest in the catacombs, and there was no one nearby. Did Fenking want him to risk his life because he just saw something? But Fenking frowned and replied that he was there with Jinyang. If there was someone nearby, they would have tried to kill them. And besides, is there even one safe place in the catacombs? Wouldn't it be easier to immediately target the target instead of blindly searching for resources everywhere? Swinging his fist, he also said that his and Fenking's treasure hunting skills were beyond praise. Be thankful that he didn't shake him for an extra fee. And when they discovered those energy mines, Jinyang didn't even pay him for the information. Ping silently lowered his eyes, thinking that sometimes he really admired this guy. Most martial artists wouldn't even walk 50 miles through the catacombs, and he was able to walk hundreds of miles and still come back unharmed. Amazing. Putting his hand on the back of the chair, Fenking said that even if there was someone there, he was sure they were mid-level warriors, since high-ranking warriors didn't need any medicinal herbs. And now that the value of their resources had increased, if they managed to gather this entire field, they wouldn't even have to worry about raising to level 6. Then he carefully peeked at Ping's reaction. But again, looking away, he said that he had already told Ping that Jinyang knew about this place. If he went there earlier, Ping would be kicking himself. Leaning on the table, Ping asked what his maximum running speed was. Fenking was surprised and asked why he asked, to which Ping replied that he wanted to understand what to do next. Lost in thought, Fenking put his hand to his chin, saying that if he used his full strength, it would be about 50 meters per second. Ping opened his mouth in surprise, saying that it was 180 meters per hour, thinking that it was very fast. Fenking put his hand on his head with a smile, telling Ping not to count on such a speed. He couldn't run that fast for long. Most of the time, his speed was 50 kilometers per hour. Ping raised his finger, saying that it was also quite fast. Great, he should prepare. Fenking asked if Ping would go with him, and he agreed. Ping smiled wickedly, thinking that of course he would go. He was stronger and faster than Fenking, so if they were captured by the enemy, Fenking would be the one to be captured first. Looking at each other, they began to discuss the conditions. Fenking asked about dividing the spoils in half, to which Ping replied, if we encounter a 4th or 5th level, don't run away, we will kill him together. Fenking also asked if he could use Ping, and Ping replied that he had been counting on it for him. And if they encountered the 6th level, then it was every man for himself, don't even think about asking for help. Fenking replied, of course. Ping also didn't even think about asking for help. Standing up from the table, Fenking summed up what they had agreed on and said that they would wait for a few days. Once his high-ranking combat skills were restored, they would immediately set out. Ping said that he also needed to improve his combat skills, and there were some things to do. Let's postpone their sortie until the end of the month. Fenking looked at Ping with a smile, thinking that all of his shortcomings were right on the surface. He was shameless and petty, but it was better to have a real villain like Ping than a hypocrite among his comrades. Ping simply looked ahead, thinking the same thing. The bright sun shone on the campus. Someone asked the teacher if it was possible to change the location. While picking up a rock from the ground, Fengru said that this was a good location and the open space was perfect for cultivating his power, to which Ping thought that the location was good, but it was not good to destroy public property. Holding out the rock in her hand, the woman said that Ping had been cultivating a mana attack for several days. Let's see if he could throw a punch. Ping took a fighting stance. He then thrust his fist forward to strike. The rock in the mentor's hand shattered into pieces. Looking at the smoke in his palm, she said that it seemed that after his power had greatly increased, he was having trouble controlling it. The mana attack was very different when he struck the rock. Ping held the rock in his hand, and she told him to hold it tightly. She then pulled her hand back, preparing to strike. She struck the rock in Ping's hand. Ping looked at it in surprise. The rock seemed completely undamaged. Then, the lower part of it broke off. Holding the two pieces of rock in his hand in surprise, he said that it was the injection of one's own life force, which then destroyed the rock from the inside, to which Fengru replied that it was true. The difference between high-ranking combat attacks and low-ranking ones was the ability to inject one's own life force. When you were fighting a level 3, you wouldn't be worried about someone undermining your defense from the inside, right? Thinking back to his battles, he wondered why the level 4 and level 6 he had encountered in the catacombs didn't use this technique. When Ping threw the rocks to the ground, the trainer said that not all martial artists could master high-ranking combat techniques to begin with. His opponent might have learned this technique, but not be able to use it in combat. As for the level 6, she clearly remembered that all of their internal organs were severely damaged. It was possible that his opponent had closed the Senjiao gate and was not fighting at full strength. Looking at his master, Ping asked, Master Lai had mentioned this before. Are they somehow related? Introducing the 3 doors, Fengru said that once a martial artist reaches the 6th level, 3 gates will form in his body through which the power of intelligence will circulate and be lost. A warrior of the 6th level must close these gates inside his body so as not to lose the power of intelligence. Introducing a door with the color red, Fengru said that every time the Senjiao gate is closed, a large amount of intelligence power is required. And if you use all your strength to close the gate, and if the gate does not close completely, it will open wide again and absorb the power of intelligence. His internal organs are not weak, and his body is protected by armor. He did not want to risk his own strength just to kill you. Thanks to this, you managed to survive. And then, smiling, she added that if it were her in his place, even if Ping was a 5th level, she would kill him with 1 blow. Ping thought, yes, yes, yes. He was well aware of her strength. The bright sun illuminated the leaves of the trees. Fengru said that was enough chatter. The main task was to focus on honing the mana strike and controlling the power, which would help introduce life energy into the enemy's body. And tomorrow, she would teach him the royal decapitation technique, which Ping was very happy about because now he would be able to learn this technique. Later, they were sitting on a bench and Fengru said that she had something for Ping. In her hand was a book about the slicing sword of immortality. Ping picked it up, and Fengru said that the strongest explosion, royal decapitation, and slicing sword of immortality were all slashing techniques. Slicing sword of immortality was a technique used by the power of intelligence that required the 6th level, but had not yet reached its perfection. But royal decapitation, a high-ranking martial art, was what he needed. He looked at the book in his hands in shock, thinking that royal decapitation, this was too much. Jiang Dingnan was a general from the government after all. Could this technique be trusted? What royal decapitation? Turning to Fengru, Ping asked if this was the only technique, to which she said that there were others, but both royal decapitation and strongest explosion were created by Jiang Dingnan. Both were from the same realm and could be mastered quickly. Are you sure you want to learn the other one? Ping lowered his eyes, thinking that in order to properly master martial arts, all he needed was practice. He asked again with a smile, Master, is there any other technique besides blood arrow that he could learn, and thought that Master Lu had a very unusual sword. Moreover, the martial arts themselves even sounded interesting. Fengru raised a finger and replied that she had developed the invincible strike technique 2 years ago, and that it could be read about in their library. She thought that this technique required a higher level than Jiang Dingnan's technique. You couldn't master it, and yet she asked the student if he was sure he could handle the 8th level techniques. Ping folded his arms and sighed, thinking the same thing. The bright sun illuminated the picturesque beach. Ping spent the next few days studying martial arts, since divine bridges had already appeared in his body. Even without training, his body and organism were improving and changing. Several students were working in the warehouse. At the same time, changes had begun in Mangma itself. Other students were practicing in the hall. The 2nd and 3rd level warriors were participating in the exchange program and took part in some martial arts competitions. The guy in the red uniform looked at the big golden letters. The strongest level 3 warrior went north to challenge other strongest level 3 warriors. The lanterns illuminated the signboard. The international level 1 martial arts competition that Mangma was hosting was on everyone's lips. The bespectacled man stood next to the employee who was talking on the phone about the capital's TV station offering 50 million yuan for the right to broadcast live during the competition, and told the guy to tell the Mangma administration that they would give 80 million. The sun shone on the rooftops. Yunxi stood with her phone in her hand. Wiping his sweat, Ping was surprised to meet her. She turned around and started yelling at him about where he was and why his phone was turned off. And there was no one from the administration. Ping smiled and replied that if he trained on the school grounds, he would have to pay for all the damages caused to her, so he went to the southern coast to train and asked what she wanted. Looking at Ping, the girl said that there was a real auction among TV stations regarding the international 1st level competition, and TV offered them 100 million to buy out all the rights to broadcast the live broadcast of the competition. Ping had to make a decision. Looking away, she told Ping that he was amazing. They were really willing to pay such huge amounts for a live broadcast. Ping asked again, in yuan or dollars. The girl looked at her interlocutor, a little confused, and answered that it was yuan. Ping frowned, thinking that 100 million yuan to buy out all the rights to broadcast. Do they think he is a complete idiot? Nowadays, there are so many online platforms that would like to broadcast live, but do not have the means to do so. He cannot sell something for 20 minutes 30 million and get some 100. Such an amount is only acceptable as a buyout of rights. The girl started recording when Ping demanded, tell them that 100 million yuan is the amount for buying out the rights. The permission to broadcast live is not included in this amount, and Yunxi answered well. Afterwards, looking at Ping again, Yunxi said that McMao is now preparing to hold the international first level competition. She wonders if they will benefit from it. Ping said with a smile that it is not enough to just stay afloat. Even McMao cannot follow all the trends without problems. But that time, they came out the winners of the competition, and they were the losers. He presented a logo with the name Majawakadaksu, saying that Sismao is run by a bunch of old people and is more inclined to politics. They are not interested in this topic, until the government itself declared that holding the competition at McMao is significant. Smiling and lowering her head, Yunxi agreed. Their shoes were similar, both had white soles. Ping said that in the future, if they encountered this kind of problem, they would need to ask the School of Social Sciences for help. By the way, their strongest first-level students were all seniors, so they weren't even given a chance to participate. Moreover, it was easy to earn credits now and even ask for a loan if they didn't improve. He also frowned and said that next semester, he planned to get rid of all first-level students, both freshmen and seniors. Yunxi looked at the other man in surprise, asking if this was normal. The first level was the backbone of any martial arts school. There were about 2,000 first-level warriors among the juniors and seniors. The management would not agree with him, but Ping smiled confidently, saying that he would talk to the teachers. Let's do it this way. Now we need to go around the 3 institutions. Word will spread among the juniors and seniors. And although the weapons department had all the conditions, there were still 300 first-level warriors there. And it was annoying. Waving to her and leaving, Ping said that he still needed to talk to the teacher about his training. He would go. Don't delay your training. The girl turned around. She looked after Ping as he left, and, looking at him a little strangely, she said that she knew. Several identical houses stood next to each other. McMao campus. Someone said that Ping was going to conduct a purge among the juniors and seniors. Anyone who doesn't reach level 2 next year will be expelled. The boys grabbed their heads and started screaming. Wen laughed and fell to the floor, saying that the Demon King Ping had finally made a move on the seniors. Let them have fun. This is retribution. Shang and Fei sat on the floor dejectedly. The former said that training, performing duties, attending classes, constantly fighting, he would be exhausted in a month, but his comrade told him to forget about it. That bastard Ping even sent someone to attack the dorm. He said that thanks to this, they would hone their skills and improve their reaction. The girl looked at them, saying that the joke was that her old man was so protective that she even slept in her clothes. The 3 of them hung their heads in disappointment. Someone screamed from inside the building. Ping sneezed loudly. Wiping his nose, he said that they must be talking about him. Sooner or later, he will get to them. Awkwardly rubbing his cheek, Ping asked the teacher, is this all that the logistics department could offer? Is there nothing better? Something like spatial equipment, inventory rings, or something? The teacher just looked at Ping and smirked. Sitting on his desk, Ping said that they had been doing scientific research and technology for so long, hadn't they invented anything? To which he replied that this was nonsense. All this equipment is related to the theory of space. Wait until the higher-ups destroy the spatial void, then we'll talk. Ping looked at the other person in surprise, asking if this was possible. Lai understood his hands, imagining portals behind his back, telling Ping that he had seen the entrance to the catacombs. It exists outside the catacombs and outside the earth as a whole. Only 2 points connect the 2 worlds together. This means that the space inside can be destroyed. And if they can't do this, it means that they have used up all their strength. With his hands folded and his head lowered, Ping thought about what it meant that the government could destroy the void of space. He wondered if martial artists could do that. The last time he went to the catacombs, he had brought so many weapons, but he could only carry 2. There was clearly a problem with storing things. He then handed his card to the man, telling the teacher to give him 10 level 11 pills, and body and internal organs improvement pills. The man took it in his hands, asking Ping if he was going to buy the internal organs strengthening pills, to which Ping replied that he would have to use them soon, and thought about how a mid-level warrior needed to strengthen his internal organs, and this time the system did not allow him to use cheats, so he could only hope for the pills. Looking at the monitor screen, Lai said that he had 4,500 credits. A little surprised by this, Ping said that he would pay in cash, and the teacher said that it would cost 135 million. There was a red stripe on the white wall. Ping was indignant, asking, didn't the school lower the prices? What kind of robbery is this? To which the teacher again said that he was talking about loans, not cash, and received the answer of 135 million. Then Ping proudly raised his fist, saying that he was the president of the Martial Arts Society. He was fighting with sweat and blood for the success of McMao, but the old man said that if he did not buy, then he should leave. The balance on the screen was 45 million yuan. Lai handed the bag to Ping, thanking him for buying it and saying that he would be glad to see him again. Ping thought he was trying to look cute. At the entrance to the territory, there was a sign that this was Bay Garden. Standing in front of the big house, the girl said that considering your requests, we would recommend this villa to you. There was a large swimming pool in the courtyard. The total area is 580 square meters. This includes 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 4 bathrooms, a swimming pool, a basement, and a private garden. 60,000 per square meter. No bargaining. They went up to the second floor, and Ping noted that the layout was not bad. Then the girl said, "Mr. Fan, this villa will perfectly emphasize your status." Smiling, she also said that you were in the north and went out to fight with the strongest warriors. You have quite a good reputation. She immediately recognized Ping as soon as she entered the sales department. And Bay Garden is famous for its villas that are not available to ordinary people. Ping thoughtfully put his fingers on his chin when the girl said that the road to Macmao would only take 15 minutes. By the way, many masters and teachers live here. Ping replied that 60,000 per square meter is quite expensive, especially since there is no furniture here. She closed her eyes and put her hands behind her back, saying that Mr. Ping must be joking. Not only is he #1 among Macmao students, but he is also so handsome and has a good sense of humor. 60,000 per square meter is a laughable amount for him, right? Ping sighed. The ATM screen showed 9 million yuan. He looked at the balance in surprise, thinking that all his expenses were 36 million, and he was still in the black. This is amazing. Sitting in front of the real estate agents, Ping said that he would pay them another 4 million. Help him renovate everything here. The chairman of their company is a Macmao graduate and is now on the 6th level. If he succeeds in his real estate business, it will not be difficult for him to take care of his former comrades. The guy in the business suit agreed and said that they will take care of everything. Mr. Fan, don't worry. After Ping headed for the exit, the girl looked at her colleague, asking if everything is okay. He watched Ping leave and said that he was right. The chairman would not have managed it if it weren't for Macmao, and against a talented person like Ping, who didn't really pay any money, the chairman wouldn't say anything. Ping got into his convertible and called his father and said hello. From the driver's seat, he said that he had just bought a house. If they didn't like their old place, they could move in with him. Ping thought about how every time the warriors went into the catacombs, no matter what they did, they had to do it like it was the last time. Whatever needed to be done had to be done, even for the craftsmen. His father held the phone to his ear and said that his son had to take care of his own safety. He and his mother had been living in this world for a long time. They certainly wouldn't be lost even if they didn't move. Money couldn't buy happiness. No matter how strong he was, he had to take care of his health. Ping smiled and told his father that he knew this and that he shouldn't worry. He then ended the call and looked at the phone screen and said that at first he thought that 175 million yuan was too much, and now he only had 5 million left. But he bought his own house. Presenting a map of the districts, he reasoned that Bay Garden was 5 kilometers away from the city's military zone. Both Macmao and Sismao were nearby. There were also a large number of martial artists living in this area, and once the catacombs opened their gates, this place would be the safest. The bright sun shone on the university building. When Ping met Fengking, he immediately noticed that he had become a 4th level middle rank. Fengking smiled and pointed at Ping, saying that he had barely reached him. The 5 internal bridges had been installed, now he only needed to learn how to control them. Ping, they were on the same level now. Ping smiled and said that it wasn't easy. I remember the first time they met at the main gate last year. At that time, Fengking was already a level 3, and Ping was a newbie. In an instant, their strength was equal. Then Fengking looked at Ping sullenly. Then he began to wave his fist, saying that the path of a martial artist is not an instant. Now wait for several decades to reach the 6th level, to which Ping replied that he can replenish his intelligence from the outside. His bone marrow is like mercury, and he is invincible among the 3rd levels. His body and spirit are one. At the peak of the 6th level, he can easily advance to the 7th. But his comrade had already turned his back on him, asking, "Isn't Ping leaving? He talks too much." Turning around, Ping saw and waved to his friends. Changding, Lei and Yunxi stood opposite each other, and Ping said that in the past, everyone could form a group to carry out missions, but now the gap is too big. Yunxi put her hand on her chest, saying that she hoped they would return safely. The TV showed the protagonist, who waved his hand with a smile and said goodbye to Dandruff. Then he walked to the reception desk with Fengking. He walked to the huge door and touched it. Then he remembered the scarred man who peeked out from around the corner and realized that he was about to move, although Ping understood that on that day. The scarred man agreed to raise the catacombs to the ground. It seemed that he should take matters into his own hands. The guard crossed his arms with a smile and asked the protagonist when they should expect the next commercial, since they were already tired of the old commercials. The main character looked at the guard, who began waving his hand with a smile, because Ping said that he walked down the corridor, and they had already made so much advertising, and asked if they wanted to give him interest. The guard immediately let the two pass. Fengking showed his fist with slight malice and said that they would get resources from the catacombs and there was nothing to worry about. The guard agreed with this and said that for Fengking, the catacombs were like an ATM. This guy smiled maliciously through his bangs and said that this was an ATM. Then the two of them walked through the portal. This portal began to slam into a black core. Ping watched as his comrade approached another guard and wanted to know how things were going, and Ping realized that his friend had a large circle of friends and even knew the guards. Then he turned away with a smile when the guard looked back at Fenking and said that his name was Liu. The guard looked back at his comrade in confusion and said that the Tainmen army had retreated and had not been attacking lately. But their army had gotten closer to the Dongquai army, and they might get closer or even unite. Fenking looked at the guard and asked if there was any movement from the Ziwing army in the northwest. Liu replied that everything was quiet as usual, because the military was currently closely monitoring each stronghold, and if there was any suspicious movement, they would immediately notice it. Then the guys began to leave and said goodbye to the guard. It was a huge fortress of the fort. The two of them ran through the gate into the field. They imagined on the map how they moved along the route through the mountains to the red flag. Fenking said that the Phoenix stronghold was 250 kilometers northwest of the Ziwing port, and their main target was much closer. Ping asked if he was planning to steal from Tainmen's stronghold and why did he run away then. The two of them were running and chatting with each other when Fenking said that it wasn't stealing but taking a trophy. After all, he was new to this business and still had a lot to learn. The brunette looked at him with a smile and told him to keep talking, although he knew that his chatter would definitely not cause any pain, so he mentally wished for him to keep talking. They imagined black silhouettes of people with a red aura in the sky, and explained that in addition to strongholds, there are small towns and villages in the catacombs, because in cities there are high-ranking warriors, in villages there are low-ranking ones. Cities with a population of over 10,000 people will definitely have several high-ranking warriors, and in villages, if he is of the middle level, that's already great. The two of them ran across the field, and Fenking said that if he wanted to raise money, he should go to a medium-sized village, because they have few martial artists who develop their skills, so you can even profit from energy stones, and besides that, there are medicinal herbs with a high energy content. Fenking ran with an angry look and said that standard villages are inhabited by women, children, and old people, and there is no use from such a village, because despite the fact that there is a large-scale war between them and the catacombs, he has no desire to kill innocent women and children. Fenking ran forward and looked back as Ping stopped, saying that then the village they went to was quite strong and they met level 5 warriors on the way, which is why they were never able to get through the gate, and he accidentally passed through that garden. They saw a huge funnel in the ground. The brunette stared at her and said that on that day of the defensive battle of the Ziwing stronghold, many of the strongest warriors united to fight and died a heroic death, because back then the energy explosions spread for several kilometers, and guessed that these pits were all that was left of them. Ping clenched his fist angrily and asked about how strong one had to be to defeat the warriors of the catacombs. Fenking looked away coldly and said that he knew that it was because Teacher Lai, being a level 9, could not cope with them, and then maybe a level 10 would defeat them. Fenking began to step aside and said that they had to go, because there was no time to think about it. They began to run forward along the field between the huge craters. Then the portal core appeared near the rocky forest. The main character and his friend ran to attack. Fenking's foot stepped on the ground. Then the senior raised his hand to check out the situation. Then Fenking took out his backpack and told the protagonist to undress. Ping was stunned and shocked because there was no one around and he was asked to undress. Fenking took off his t-shirt and handed it to Ping, who froze in place. The brunette looked at his friend with displeasure, who began to put on a torn shirt and realized that these were things from the catacombs. Then Fenking began to put on his pants and said that this was a disguise because with luck, he would remain unnoticed among the warriors and would not be killed by an attack from a distance, and when they were there, he might even be able to catch them off guard. Without raising his head, Fenking glanced to the side at his friend and told him not to dress like that within Ziwing, because some warriors are stupid and they might chase him until they kill him without letting him say a word to them, because he says that the Chinese will not do mean things to the Chinese. That's stupid. Then Fenking raised his hands in front of Ping with a shining gaze and saw that he had a level 5 wild white beast skin leather armor, because he had never worn such a thing, and asked if he wanted to lend it to him for a couple of days, to which he refused. Fenking raised his hands with an admiring look and continued to approach the dissatisfied Ping and told him not to be so stubborn, because he would wear it for a couple of days and promised that he would return it safe and sound. Then Fenking turned his head away with displeasure and said that he didn't need it, although he knew that a B-rank sword and a level 5 leather armor cost a fortune, and he couldn't afford such luxury yet. He looked through his bangs with a cold-blooded expression and understood that if Ping became a target, in exchange for saving his life, he asked for a sword and armor, then he should agree. After all, this friend had a lot of money anyway. The main character looked at his friend's clothes. After all, they were dressed the same. Fenking pointed his index finger at him and said that if he took a military bag with him, even a fool would know that he was an outsider. Ping wondered how he could carry things without a bag. How much could he carry in his hands? Fenking put his hand on his hip bag when Ping inquired about it. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger and realized that it was a special overhead bag and did not understand why he did not have one. Feng explained that he did not know this, although he chose the things. The senior averted his cold gaze and said that Ping did not take care of it himself. The protagonist replied that after that, he still had to get rid of his bag. Feng replied that his bag was too noticeable. Then he looked away with one eye. Then Feng raised his hand and said that he was still more cunning than a fox, so they cancelled the 50/50 deal because each of them would take as much as they could given their abilities. Feng looked down dissatisfied and said that he wanted to offer the same thing. It was already deep night above the forest, because they were almost there and there was only a little left to go, only 7.5 kilometers. They walked one after another through the night forest. Ping looked back, when suddenly Feng jumped in front of him right on the ground. He grabbed the root of the plant, then put it in his bag. The protagonist looked at the friend in front of him and explained that he did not really see what it was, but it emitted energy, so it must be useful. The protagonist with an ironic smile eyes. Then he bloodthirstily bulged his eye and realized that his friend would not blame him for being vengeful later and would not think that his searching abilities were worse than Feng. Then the brunette with a dissatisfied grimace looked around. Then he looked at the friend in the cloak and asked if it was the Wolf Head Mountain. Feng anxiously grabbed the shoulder of his smiling friend and asked why he did not tell about it earlier. Because there are a lot of ancient wolves prowling around the area and many of them flock together, and this can be dangerous. Feng replied that it would have been if he had come here alone, if he had said it earlier, because the mountain is not small and it would be difficult to stumble upon even one wolf. Then Ping's eyes widened in horror and said that he had already encountered them. The two of them were walking along a forest path. Suddenly, they rushed to the side to hide. A wolf's paw appeared. These wolves approached the forest path, noticing the alien smell. Then they began to bare their teeth in anger. After 2.5 kilometers, Brunette followed his comrade, who said that it was just a pack of ancient wolves, and all of them were level 4, so they would be able to kill them. Ping knew this and did not attach any importance to it, because when he saw that Feng was leaving, the disgruntled senior looked back at his comrade and said that he left when he saw that Ping was also leaving, although he understood that he was simply called a coward because Wang at least cared about resources, and he took on all the dirty work. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of his comrade and said that it was worth talking honestly, because if this continued, he risked falling at his hands, and if they encountered level 4 wolves, they would be killed immediately, and the same should be done with level 5 wolves, and if he escaped again, he should take the blame. Feng stared at him with a displeased expression and realized that this time he met his opponent and decided to accept the agreement and also told him not to dare to escape. Then they began to fight with the bloodthirsty wolves and defeated them. The black moon stood in the night sky above the mountain forest. The two of them looked out from behind the rock and realized that someone lived there when Feng explained that those who could afford the energy lamps in the catacombs were considered rich. They looked at the house in the forest surrounded by a fence and realized that this time they would make a fortune. Feng smiled at his surprised friend who saw a garden of medicinal herbs, although vaguely, but he felt a large accumulation of energy. The senior suggested that they should go down and rob this garden. The two of them lay on the ground and peered into the distance, talking to each other. Ping guessed that there might be someone high-level living there, and he felt that those who lived deep in the forest on the mountain were quite strong people. Feng decided to challenge him and said that it was worth the risk, but Ping replied that he was not a coward, but he did not want to be killed. The brunette looked at his comrade with slight sadness and realized that his last time in the catacombs, he encountered a high-level warrior and now he could hardly be careless, although there was nothing to be afraid of here when Feng was next to him. Then the senior student decided to jump first. He looked at him and realized that they should go down and quickly collect everything, because if he ran, then Feng should immediately run after him, because his intellect was higher and he would immediately feel the presence of a high-level warrior. The main character slightly drooped and was stunned, realizing that his comrade was not afraid of death at all. Then the guy grabbed the fence with his hands. Behind this fence was a flower garden with plants. They looked out from behind the wall with malicious smiles. We realized that there were very valuable herbs and fruits here, and they would be rich. Feng grinned maliciously and realized that along the way, they did not come across a single wild herb, and it seemed that all the herbs were collected here, because there were at least 20 types of herbs, 100 types of plants, which is about 20,000 credits. They held onto the fence and looked at each other when Feng explained that they should go around from different sides. Then they jumped onto the ground in this garden. An emerald stone was hanging on the wall. Then it suddenly cracked and crumbled. Feng grabbed the plant in his hand and realized that the intrusion alert was triggered. The brunette quickly grabbed the plants and stuffed them into the bag, telling them to grab everything they could and run. Feng held onto the plant sprout and tried to figure out how many people were there and what level, to which Ping said that he could not say, but obviously there were no weaklings here. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. The boys were about to jump over the fence and run away. Warriors began to burst out of the building. This fighter landed on the ground. He looked away bloodthirstily. A whole crowd of fighters rushed into the garden and looked at their plants. They looked at the earthen tubers and saw that they were empty. Then they also began to jump over the fence to catch up with the thieves. At this time, the boys ran along the forest path. They ran with all their might and looked at each other, praising each other for their speed. The protagonist looked at his comrade and said that there were 5 of them, 4 level 4 and 1 5, and those who were level 4 were not fast enough to catch them, so they fell far behind, and now only the level 5 was closest to them. Fenking looked at his friend in tension and asked if he could kill him. Then they both took out their blades and were about to finish off the warrior. This fighter smiled bloodthirstily. He managed to put out his hands, covering his body from the attacks. These friends furiously cried out that it was a level 5 middle rank. They immediately sharpened their weapons, were ready to attack, realizing that their opponent was old school. Even if his rank was not very high, he was still level 5. Fenking looked at the opponent coldly and said that he would knock him out with one blow. Then the brunette quickly ran to attack. It was his black blade with a red aura in the form of the skill 7 consecutive strikes. This warrior looked back at the blade flying at him. He managed to block it with his fist. The protagonist convulsively held this sword and realized that level 5 is very strong, and he was able to easily block his attack. Then this rank 5 fighter swung his fist to hit Ping. The protagonist also swung his red fist. The rank 5 fighter swung his red fist. Their blows collided. Ping flew back from such a blow. The fighter in the glove immediately flew forward to attack to finish off the main character. This fighter in armor frowned furiously and realized that Ping was dangerous. He needed to be killed first. This fighter ran to attack, emitting beam discharges from his head. He covered himself with his hands from the red light discharges and realized that he had plenty of secret techniques in his arsenal. The main character flew to attack from the air at this fighter. The rank 5 warrior looked closely at his opponent. He immediately began to receive numerous blows to the body. Ping received a blow to the face from the enemy and realized that an unfinished mana blow would not be effective against a level 5 enemy whose internal organs and bones were completely hardened. The main character looked bloodthirsty at his opponent. This fighter stood in a fighting stance when a light discharge flew at him. The rank 5 warrior emitted a red aura from himself and realized that Ping was looking for death. The brunette was holding his head through gnashing teeth and realized that he had blocked the attack with his intellect. The protagonist looked at his enemy with a demonic expression because his intellect had been restored. This rank 5 warrior squeezed his eyes tightly shut when he received the light discharge, because he did not understand how this was possible and could his opponent really be one of the ruling ranks. The protagonist swallowed more air into his mouth. Then he began to spit out red discharges of light towards the enemy. This rank 5 warrior began to wave his arms to fight off the bullets. Then this warrior widened his eyes to the side in shock. He saw Fenking thinning his aura discharges with magic. The senior student screamed bloodthirstily that he needed to continue attacking, but not to come closer. The protagonist stared at his victim through his bangs. This fighter bared his teeth bloodthirstily as he was irradiated by the spark discharge, because if this continued, the enemy would die. He immediately swung his fist. This warrior bloodthirstily extended his red hand with spark discharges. Ping also swung his fist and realized that these were high-ranking combat techniques. The rank 5 fighter flew in his spark attack at the main character. Ping immediately extended his punch in response. Ping stretched his hand forward at the enemy. He bared his teeth in horror, looking at his hand, which was cut and oozing blood. He frowned and bulged his eyes and realized that it was painful because his comrade did not heal. A spark of lightning pierced through the enemy's head. Fenking swung his red blade while the rank 5 fighter attacked his comrade. This armored warrior looked to the side in bewilderment. Then he lowered his gaze. Splashes of black blood scattered all over the space. Fenking lowered his blade and laughed out of breath because they killed a level 5 warrior. The protagonist looked at the fallen body of the enemy. He put his hand with red magic in front of him and realized that it was still difficult to fight a level 5 because his 5 internal organs had not yet hardened, and if he struck his stomach, it would be all over for him. Fenking began to approach the protagonist and noted that he assured that he could handle it. Ping noted that next time they would work together because every time he met an enemy, he was a victim. Fenking pointed his finger at his friend with displeasure and informed him that he himself said that he would knock him out with one blow, and in the end he would not have killed him at all without it. Ping said if he had not killed this enemy, Fenking would no longer be breathing, because he has high speed, good endurance, and if he died, he would be next. Fenking squinted his eyes with displeasure, looking at his friend, and said that the warrior had already died and what was the point of arguing about it now, so he said that he would take his heart for himself. Then the senior student put his hand on his comrade's shoulder with a smile and said that as an elder, he should take care of the younger ones, and therefore decided to give the heart to him. Then they looked to the side and saw the remaining warriors with a red aura. The protagonist looked at his comrade with displeasure, stretching out his arms, and realized that if it were anyone else, his arm would have been crushed, and this scoundrel, if not for his fighting skills, would be absolutely useless. He explained that he shared the profits with him, but Fenking constantly used him because he saved his worthless life and then he wanted to keep all the new catch for himself. Fenking watched as the main character ran to attack the enemies. The senior student bared his teeth in displeasure, grabbing his sword, and realized that this guy was always reaching for his prey and everything was not going according to his plan. The protagonist ran forward with a puzzled look. His enemy received a discharge of sparks right in the head. Then Ping inflamed the air and attacked from behind. He stared at his opponents through his bangs. After a while, they lay beaten on top of each other. Fenking looked at the fallen fighters with a cold face and realized that Ping was really strong because all these warriors were level 4 and he got rid of them in just half a minute. On the sheet lay the weapons and blue hearts that they were able to get from these fallen fighters. Fenking watched as his comrade put it all in a bag and said that they were suddenly disturbed in the middle of the night and probably all the valuables were left at home. Fried angrily touched the protagonist's shoulder with his hand and said that this was too much. The protagonist did not understand in what sense they were talking, because he killed all the opponents of level 4 and Fenking himself promised to give him a heart of level 5, and now it should all be his. Ping put his hand on his comrade's chest, giving him amulets because Fenking thought that this level 5 would have at least something useful besides the heart. Fenking held these gold medallions in his hands, which were a symbol of a warrior's dignity, an indicator of his glory among other warriors in the catacombs, and among them there was a level 5 medal, so they could have a considerable price, and in the military affairs department they could be exchanged for military glory points. Fenking in a red aura was dissatisfied and angry and said that if they were really valuable, then this was too little and therefore asked for a couple of level 4 hearts or the deal was cancelled. The brunette looked at him coldly and said that in that case he would break the deal. They both left the forest dissatisfied. The senior angrily extended his index finger at him and told him not to follow him, although they were just starting to argue. Fenking explained that Ping could hardly help but be afraid that there would be someone of the 6th level inside. Ping looked at him through his bangs and said if there was someone so strong there, he would have caught up with him and killed him long ago, because he asked him to think about it. If the enemy got into his house, everyone would run out to defend him. Fenking said with a grin that they might have someone of level 7, because they saw that they were just petty thieves and did not get their hands dirty. Ping began to walk further and said that Fenking could stay and die here. Then the senior ran ahead of the protagonist, said that he still thought that there was unlikely to be anyone above level 5 there. Ping looked at him with a smile and suggested that he could be right. Fenking grimaced with displeasure. Ping looked at him with a smile and agreed that they should go together. A pile of dead fighters lay in the clearing near the house. The guys were trying to knock down the door to the room. They went inside with smiles and Fenking said that they were already rich, because who would have thought that they would leave level 4 warriors on guard? There were several more guards in the room. There was a woman with 2 knights who were scared. The guys continued to move forward towards these people. The woman began to scream anxiously, if they kill her, then the main thing is that she will not forgive them and let me go alive, because she understood that the guys were warriors of the stronghold and wanted to drag them into the war. The 2 friends widened their eyes in bewilderment. Fenking looked back at his comrade and tried to understand what they were talking about and who was the main one she was talking about. He looked ahead coldly and said, since they were here, I thought that she knew perfectly well that this level 5 was already dead and believed that she was talking about someone who was not yet participating in this war, but could be drawn into it because of them. The brunette smiled maliciously through the hood and wanted to kill everyone here. They immediately cut these knights in half. The woman convulsively pulled her finger and said that the main one would avenge her. The brunette coldly swung his blade and cut the woman. This cut hit her head. The silhouette of the protagonist coldly watched the fallen woman. He looked at her intently and said that this woman knew perfectly well where they were from, but still continued to threaten them and was clearly bluffing, because she hoped that they would think about her words and let her go, deciding that she had a strong patron behind her. Fenking touched his chin in confusion and said that still thought that she was talking about a specific person. If he has 5th level warriors under his command, then he himself is at least 6th. The protagonist started walking forward to the stairs and said that their rooms are upstairs and decided to go up and check if there is something valuable there. The 2 of them immediately ran up the stairs. They climbed to the 2nd floor. Then they started opening doors in search of something valuable. Ping watched the room closely and realized that there was nothing and wanted to look at the others. Then they opened the next rooms and found something there. They enthusiastically watched the blue crystals in their hands. Then Fenking took another blue stone out of the lamp. He started breaking things. Then he threw these things into his backpack with a grin. King opened the box and saw a flower sprout there. Then they approached the last room and assumed that it could be the main one's room. They entered a room that looked like a library. It was a bookcase with books, and they realized that it was a barracks library. Fenking immediately approached the bookcase and said with a smile that although it had no monetary value, it could help in research and wanted to take everything. The brunette explained that he should not be taken for an idiot, because these libraries were as valuable as energy stones and sometimes even more. The protagonist looked at the book and realized that this was the best way to record and pass on the rarest knowledge, because it was priceless and weaklings did not have books. People had been fighting in the catacombs for years and there were practically no useful books left, so the study and deciphering of such books was almost completely suspended. At this time, Fenking excitedly transferred all the books from the shelf to the back. Ping understood that the books were quite heavy and wanted Fenking to take more for himself and then he should share with him. Then the brunette looked warily to the side. He saw with his eyesight shining crystals and gold jewelry in the closet, because this room was a real treasure trove of all kinds of valuables. This entire room was destroyed and smashed. A bunch of scattered shelves and cabinets lay in a heap. All the earthen beds were empty. It was a completely empty house. The main character and his friend ran away with filled bags. Bloodthirsty wolves were chasing them. Fenking looked back at his comrade in a hurry and said that they were finished, because they were literally radiating life energy now. They ran without looking back and talked to each other when Fenking suggested splitting up, because if they continued to run together, they would radiate more energy. Ping asked who would distract his friend, said that he was stronger. The brunette looked at his comrade with displeasure and realized that he would not be used as bait, because he could get lost and not return. The night sky stood above the forest, and the guys were trying to figure out what to do when the brunette decided to suggest running together and whoever falls behind is to blame. The senior looked back. He saw a bloodthirsty pack of wolves running after them. Ping began to run forward when his comrade tried to catch up with him from behind and asked him not to abandon him, because he would give him all the books if only he would not abandon him. Ping replied that he did not need these books and Fenking decided to abandon all the loot. The guy with blue hair grinned discontentedly and realized that he could not do this because the things were expensive. At this time, the black silhouette of a wolf on the mountain began to howl. It was a small house with light inside. There, at the table, sat the head of the city of Phoenix, King Phoenix, rank 9. He reported that 2 cities, Monster Sunflower City and Monster Wood City, had invited them to form a triple alliance to attack Ziwing's stronghold together, as they could open the way to the Resurrection Lands together, and asked his assistant about it. It was a white-haired old man who said that they could not do that under any circumstances, as Wood City had once broken into the Resurrection Lands but had failed to obtain the Seed of Revival, and he thought that this was all empty talk. They sat at their table next to each other, and the Lord reported that these rumors had reached them from the Forbidden Lands. The old man explained that the source of this information was monster plant powerhouses, but for some reason they had not received any news. The old man looked forward with a slight frown and said, even if this resurrection seed really exists, then it will be this ruler who will receive it, not them. After all, they do not only want to open one path, but are trying to create highways in other areas, and he believed that the resurrection seed is not their only goal, and while they do not know what these guys really wanted, but they should not join the war under any circumstances. The ruler frowned slightly. Then the 9th rank ruler looked at the Sky Wolf commander and said that he had been in the mountains for a long time and had established a connection with Wood City, so he asked for his opinion. The wolf ruler sat with his legs crossed and said that it was worth forming a triple alliance after all. The last time Wood City suffered a crushing defeat under the walls of Ziwing's stronghold and 3 generals died in the battle, perhaps they will have a chance to absorb Wood City and take over their capital. The old man in the white cape turned to the leader of Sky Wolf and told her that if he remembered correctly, the general who died at the walls of Ziwing was his younger brother, because swallowing up Wood City and taking over the capital certainly sounded promising. But he did not understand why it seemed to him that he was advising the Lord of King to join the alliance for the sake of his own revenge on Ziwing. The blonde old man frowned and said that there were still plenty of warriors in the Resurrection Lands who could show their strength, and that Wood City had been killed and maimed in recent times, and suggested that he wanted to drown Phoenix in mud and blood as well. All 3 lords were sitting opposite each other in a spacious room. The Wolf Lord turned to the venerable White Phoenix and explained that he did not mean that at all, because he cared for their glorious people with all his heart. The old man asked about what purpose he had spent so long in the mountains, and that as soon as the proposal to create a triple alliance was made, he immediately returned back. The wolf leader frowned slightly and said that the time spent in the mountains was spent protecting the closed borders of Phoenix, and he himself should know this very well, because the Golden Horn Lord from the east broke through to them and is capturing more and more lands. That is why he returned back. The old man frowned with slight surprise and said that the King Lord had long been aware of the Golden Horn Lord's invasion, and even if he continued to capture territory, it was definitely not them who should worry. The Wolf Lord lowered his gaze. Suddenly, an assistant rushed into their room with an urgent report. The assistant knelt in front of the 9th rank lord and said that the monsters in the mountains were roaring without stopping. It seemed that something was about to start. The Wolf Lord was slightly perplexed. He turned his attention to the red-haired lord and said that his humble servant should step. Sky Wolf began to leave the room. The blond old man lowered his gaze, closed his eyes, and said that Sky Wolf's heart had long since left them, even though he was a general of their people by rank. But the mountains had long since nominally belonged to Wood City, and this triple alliance, as he assured, was not so necessary. The red-haired lord looked at the old man coldly and said that he understood everything. At this time, the bloodthirsty wolf ran to attack. The guy did not have time to jump aside from the wolf's attack. The two of them continued to run without looking back from the pack of wolves, and they did not understand why they had become wild and were still chasing them. The brunette ran forward with a bag and said that they had already been in this part of the forest. They saw the dark foliage of the forest and tried to figure out where to run. Ping assumed to the southeast, but they deviated a little. Fanking looked at his comrade with a smile and said that this was Lord Jiao's hunting grounds, which meant that they would be able to return to Ziwang in about 60 kilometers. The main character abruptly turned to the side and said that it was better to run along the edge of the forest and it was better not to go into the thicket. He frowned slightly in the sweat of his brow and realized that he had barely escaped last time, and if they met this time, it would definitely be the end for him. It was a forest clearing where the blue smoke was thinning. There stood that same golden lion, which was absorbing this energy. Clouds of blue smoke enveloped the forest thicket. The king of beasts in golden armor raised his gaze to the slight wind. Then he looked to the side in bewilderment. He saw another furry beast, which looked shabby and was shaking all over. This lion immediately opened its mouth and began to absorb the red aura from the furry beast. A moment later, this beast was killed. This golden lion with a horn licked its mouth because it understood that these stupid creatures of the lower levels had no desire to consume them because the taste was disgusting. Then it lowered its head and understood that there were almost no animals left here, a little more, and it would eat the entire population of the forest because it really missed that man the cook, because he not only gave it life energy, but also cooked deliciously and there was no need for hunting. Then this beast looked to the side. It looked into the thicket of the forest and smelled a familiar smell. At this time, Fenking, all out of breath, ran in the sweat of his brow and realized that being his partner was an unpleasant occupation. The brunette, also in the sweat of his brow, with an ironic grin, declared that so much pleasantness awaited him ahead. Suddenly they stopped and looked back. They saw a whole pack of wolves in front of them. The guys looked at the pack of wolves in bewilderment and did not understand why they stopped, but Ping said that they were most likely finished. These wolves immediately pressed themselves to the ground and emitted a purple aura. The main characters, along with their friend, also crouched down from the aura streams. A bright light appeared in the depths of the forest. The main character, along with his friend, looked at this light in surprise. Fenking's eyes bulged in shock and sweat. They saw a huge golden lion in front of them. The protagonist looked at the lion with displeasure. I realized that when they last saw each other, he was already strong, and his current form was too big, and at least now he was level 8. Fenking looked at his comrade with fear in his eyes and shaking and thought that they would die. Ping told him to be quiet and reminded him that if he still survived, then all the obtained prey was his. Soaring looked at his comrade with fear in his eyes and realized that they were about to die, and he was only interested in the loot. He assumed that Ping was just a magnet for trouble, and before that he calmly cleaned the catacombs as if he was walking in his own yard, but today everything was different. The protagonist immediately knelt down on one knee, stretched out his arms to the side and said that he had an offering, and wished him a pleasant appetite. Fenking looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Leo looked at the main character, who stretched out his hand towards the pack of wolves. The brunette, without raising his head, realized that the lion should now take advantage of this opportunity, and there were many animals there. A red aura flame appeared from his hand. A small mound of red flame flew towards Leo. This red aura fell into his mouth. This monster immediately opened his mouth with a smile. Fenking looked at the lion with relief and admiration and realized that next time he would meet a beast of this level and he could also be bred. The protagonist with an enthusiastic smile extended his hand with a red aura and spent his resources. A moment later, they watched the lion resting in the clearing. The brunette stared at the status window and realized that the beast had a very big appetite because very little time had passed, and he literally ate 5 million. If his appetite did not decrease, then they would last only 3 or maximum 5 days. Fenking covered his face with his hand to whisper in the protagonist's ear a question about whether they could go. Ping explained that he fed the lord to his fill, so he did not eat them, and if they decided to slip away, they would become his next dish. Fenking continued to cover his face with his hand and whisper that they were stalling for time. The senior student looked with tears in his eyes at the indifferent grin of the protagonist, who said that as soon as he got hungry, he would have to feed him again, and they would feed him until his life energy ran out, and then they themselves would become dinner for the beast. Suddenly, the golden lion looked away. At that time, the Lord of the Wolves was flying towards them. He was watching the clearing where the monster was from the air and realized that it was the Goldhorn and people. He watched him closely and with slight malice and realized that his forest was very large, but the monster was right here, and what's more, there were 2 people next to him whom he did not kill. He immediately frowned bloodthirstily and remembered the moment of his wife's murder. I suppose that this Goldhorn Lord and the warriors of the stronghold killed his wife. Skywolf frowned bloodthirstily along with his veins. He immediately began to call out furiously to the Golden Horn Lord. This golden lion immediately took a fighting stance. He recalled the forest edge was all cut down. At that moment, the warrior of the Wolf Lord extended his finger and said that if there was a culprit, it was the Golden Horn Lord, because he was too active and expanded his domain. Because Tane Men was planning to start a war with Jinyang and his forest was a hindrance, because it was too convenient to set up ambushes here. At that moment, the Wolf Lord ran to the attack bloodthirstily, because he wanted to kill the Golden Horn. At that moment, the beast bared its mouth furiously. They tried to attack him from all sides. Then the warrior soared into the air. The golden lion collided with the wolf warrior's horn. The protagonist and Fenking watched the duel from below. They both shielded themselves from the sun with their hands and peered into the duel. Ping asked if the two had come for their souls. Fenking assumed that he was looking at them very scary and assumed that they could have robbed his house. The guys looked at each other. They immediately grabbed the bags and started running away with all their might. The brunette looked back at the duel of the two rulers and told the monster that he had gone for some treats and would get someone. Then Fenking frowned angrily next to him and told him to shut up, because if he ran after them, they would hardly do anything. The protagonist held the bag behind his back and looked at his friend, realizing that if he didn't say goodbye to him, then the next time they met, he wouldn't even have an excuse. He turned to his friend and said that if he returned home alive, he would never agree to go on a joint expedition with him again. Fenking looked ahead with a grin and realized that he had plundered the catacombs so many times. But this time was something special because they not only plundered the home of strong warriors, but also avoided the fate of becoming a high-ranking beast's lunch, because you can talk about this for a lifetime, because it is not every day that such a thing happens. The two of them ran across the deserted field. Ping continued to run forward and shouted that he had great news, because the art warriors Ping and Fenking lured two strong enemies into the mouth of the Goldhorn and got rid of them. This was Jinyang Fortress. At this time, the professors and the guard were floating in the air and noted that they had a lot of talent and realized that they had caused a brawl between the enemy and the Goldhorn. The 8th level Jinyang Magic City Catacomb commander crossed his arms and felt the energy of the Golden Horn, and it became stronger, expressing his regret that he was their enemy, and they could have already dealt with all their common enemies. The general frowned slightly and explained that these two were only mid-level warriors, but they had wreaked havoc on the entire kingdom, and for them to break through to the next level was a matter of days, but he did not understand how to help them. The bald professor with glasses began to smile and said that this was once again to prove that the disciples had some skills. It did not matter who of them died, because it would not be a big loss for them. The main thing was that one of them died. The professor and the general looked back at the commander, who suggested watching how the situation would develop because these guys were still young, and there was a high probability that they would be able to achieve great heights, and if they deprived themselves of such talents, they themselves would suffer. The bald professor raised his eyebrows and agreed with this statement, because at such a young age they had reached an average level, and the school would no longer teach them anything new, and they would have to leave their native land, and they would not hold them back, but who in this case would help them on their way? He became curious. The general looked at the professor, who spread his hands and told him that they were both strong, but tried to understand who would protect them because they needed a good mentor. The bespectacled man noted that all mentors were engaged in the direct protection of citizens, and they did not have time to help some youngsters, and a mentor would become a burden for them and would limit their actions. Jiang looked at the professor and said that only those who had personally walked the bloody rivers had the right to be called masters, and he hoped that these two would go far. At this time, the guys with full bags were trying to catch their breath in the clearing and were glad that they had finally returned. They looked at the fortresses and began to shout that they had great news, because the martial arts warriors Ping and Fenking lured two strong enemies into the mouth of the Goldhorn and got rid of them. The guards began to look at each other and assumed that they could be joking. The surprised policeman looked at his chief, who smirked and believed that they got into something, because of which they were pursued by strong opponents, and then they all ran into the Goldhorn together. The assistant assumed that they plundered the refuge of strong enemies and dragged so much stuff. Then the commander-in-chief began to leave and ordered his guys to open the gates. Then the guards looked up from the fortress to the sky. The commander-in-chief looked at his assistants and told them to stop. He immediately raised his fist to his face with a grin and said that they were wearing the robes of the warriors of the catacombs, and in theory, they should punish them. The assistant in the cap noted this plan with a smile. Then the guard commander looked at his assistants, who were angry and all on fire, because Fenking beat his son last year, so that he lay in a hospital bed for half a month and they had to give 20,000. Another guard said that Ping demanded that they give 30,000 to improve their fighting skills, otherwise his nephew would be sent to the catacombs already on the 2nd level. The gate began to open. The guys began to go inside, and they were met by the guards. The guys threw the bag over their shoulders and went inside. Feng was surprised to see so many warriors coming to greet them. Ping thought that they were ordered to give a proper welcome to the great heroes who had returned from the battlefield and lure the highest level into a deadly trap, which was a real feat. Feng immediately shouted enthusiastically that it was great news that the martial arts warriors had lured the strongest enemies. The chief guard pointed at the guys and said that they were saboteurs from the catacombs who had infiltrated their walls. The guys immediately twisted their faces in surprise and their eyes widened. Feng looked at his worried comrade with sweat on his brow, who assumed that he had crossed someone, although he realized that he had already crossed so many that he could not even remember. The angry guards began to flex their arms as they wanted to punish the saboteurs. The protagonist looked at the guards angrily through his bangs. Then he immediately started to run away and said that revenge is, of course, a sacred thing, so he said that he did not know Feng at all. The guards split into two groups and started walking towards the guys, and Ping realized that he had also crossed someone's path. Feng grinned sarcastically and realized that there was no point in showing off for Ping, because he already knew that they would have to get what they deserved together. The guards began to surround the protagonist. The main character got down on one knee and began to grimace, wondering how they dared to treat a respected person. The guards saw Ping fall unconscious. They opened their mouths in bewilderment and realized that they had not even begun yet. Ping lay on the ground, exhausted, spitting out blood. Because he barely escaped from the enemy of the highest level and spent all his life energy, he could hardly stand on his feet. And they slandered an honest man, because they were not from the catacombs, and each of them would pay him 10 million in compensation, moral and physical damage, otherwise he would report to the command. He convulsively raised his hand and said that there were plenty of witnesses and said that they would not even think of leaning on it. The wanderers began to look back at their commander, who drooped slightly. At this time, the commander, along with the general and the professor, were hovering in the air. Jinyang looked at the general and told them to go to the assembly hall when they were free, so he would tell them everything later, and if there were no good reasons, then these scoundrels had no reason to pester these guys. The general and the commander looked at the professor, who threw up his hands. At this time, the indignant guards left the two guys alone. Out of breath, Feng looked at his friend from the front and said that he had just earned 30 million for being slammed face down into the ground and not even beaten. Feng grabbed his head and realized that he had suffered in vain the last time, since he had been beaten so much. And he would do the same next time, because rich people are rich for a reason, to cheat them out of money. The brunette looked at him with a grin and said that he should be more careful, because such things should be done when there are a lot of people around. Otherwise, in a deserted place it would be easier to shoot him than to pay millions, and reminded him that if he was not killed, he should not forget to give him half, because it was tuition. They were transported to the Jinyang military rear department. The guys approached the stall and saw teacher Ruoxi trying to understand what she was doing there. Ruoxi smiled at them, closing her eyes, and said that after a long rest, the wounds had almost healed, and the military rear had settled here because there was a shortage of teachers, so she was useful. Ping stood in front of the teacher, who explained that after McMao approved the expansion, they could transfer everything they received and earned directly to the school, and there was no need, as before, to transfer everything first to the military department and then to the pill and weapons company, and they all owed this to the president of the Martial Arts Society. The protagonist scratched his head with an ironic smile. Then he saw that Ruoxi had no arm. He looked at her in surprise and said that the teacher had torn off his left arm at the tournament, but then it seemed that it was saved. She began to shake her head with a smile and said that the arm could be restored, but that battle was too fierce and she could not find it. The protagonist put his hands on his waist and said with a smile that he heard that special transformation skills appear at level 8, then it would be possible to return the arm, and that would be good. Ruoxi stared ahead as Ping explained that a level 8 warrior could actually restore parts of his body, but the question was how many had managed to reach that level. They dropped their bags and Ruoxi noticed that they hadn't come empty-handed this time and wanted to check what they had. Then the general and the professor came up and hoped that there really weren't empty trinkets there. The general looked at his comrades and told them to mind their own business and not be distracted from them. They spread out all the plants and stones they could get from the catacombs on the floor. They noticed that there was a lazerka, Russian fruits and branches of hemp agrimony, energy stones, an energy lamp, and a bunch of weapons. The brunette opened her mouth and eyes in surprise, trying to understand where they had been and where they had gotten so many different items and herbs from. Feng, in the spotlight, spread his arms with a smile and said that they had invented a herbalist's garden because one of the top-level warriors had such a gardener. The bald professor realized that they had really raked up the property of a top-level warrior. Feng looked at the instructor, who was reading a book, with a malicious smile. He asked her how many credits he would receive in the end. She began to calculate that the medicines were 5,000 credits, stones for 800, weapons for 200, and added the rest. In total it turned out to be 6,500 credits. The senior student was shocked, his eyes bulging from such an impressive amount. He immediately covered his face with a malicious smile and realized that this was the first time he received so much, because last time with Jinyang he only received 3,000 in half a month. Then Fengking looked at the brunette with displeasure, who realized that it was not as much as Ping, he would definitely receive much more. Fengking put the bag on the table when Ruoxi asked him if he would exchange anything else, but Fengking said that he would do the exchange later. Then the blue-haired guy yelled for Ping to put all his treasure on the table, because he was curious about how much he had collected. There were a bunch of rocks and various plants on the table when Ruoxi was counting. Then there were 5 blue hearts on the table. Ruoxi looked at the book sadly and said that it was worth 15,000 credits, and Fengking immediately became angry. He bared his teeth in anger and realized that they had done all this together, they had gone the same way, but he had received half as much. Ruoxi looked with trepidation at the indifferent grin of the protagonist, who spread his arms and said that they had broken into the lair of one of the warriors of the highest level catacombs, and in total only a little more than 20,000 credits, and explained that this should be a little. Ruoxi replied that she did not set the price and could not help in any way. At this time, the general looked closely at what was happening and thought about the fact that 2 warriors of the 4th level earned such a large amount in a day, and even complained that they were not paid enough, because not every mentor can do this, and the military rear department is a great way to make money. Fengking immediately began to pester the protagonist and said that it was he who showed him the place, and therefore asked him for another 5,000. Ping said with a smile that he saved his life, and they agreed that he would take all his property for himself. The brunette smiled, extended his index finger and said that his bag contained something that he had specially given to him. Fengking angrily said that in that case they should give him 1,500 credits and he would definitely leave them alone. Our guy replied that he had run 100 kilometers with all of this and did not want to give anything back. Then the general approached the table and touched the black backpack, realizing that it contained books from the catacombs. He began to shake the bag and hundreds of books fell out. The military man with a malicious smile was glad that he was not mistaken, because there really were books in this bag. The general immediately began to examine them together with the professor, and said that the government was in dire need of these books. Fengking raised his hand and said that he was ready to give it all away for 10,000 credits. Jinyang immediately closed his eyes with a grin and said that the state did not have enough funds and began to make excuses. The protagonist and his comrade began to convince him otherwise, because they risked their lives when they were pursued and wanted to kill them, because they barely saved these books in their lives, and several thousand credits is not such a big sum for such work. Ping agreed with his comrade, said that more credits are higher than motivation, maybe next time, where they will get into a richer place. The general held the book, while the professor next to him cleared his throat. The teacher in glasses said that they have the right to discuss the cost with the military department, and the school will not help here, but decided with their permission to tell them something, that martial arts are financed mostly by the government, so they, as students studying them, are indirectly supported and receive funding from the government itself. This professor frowned, looked down and said that the government spends huge amounts of money on them not so that their life will be more fun and interesting. But in recent years the budget has been rapidly shrinking, and they are full of strength, and therefore it is time for them to compensate for the losses. The two friends looked at each other. They both immediately closed their eyes and crossed their arms, agreeing to take no less than 5,000 credits, and after studying these books, they would be the first to have the right to get acquainted with the information received. The general said with a grin that 5,000 credits was acceptable, and they would be in touch with McMahon. Ping turned to his comrade and said how they would divide this amount. Fengking said that he had more than 80 books, hinting that his comrade had less, so he said that he would take 500 credits and that would be enough, especially for his kindness. The main character went to his status window and realized that he would soon have 400 million, and he needed to calculate everything, because they received credits plus 30 million compensation from those fools, and at this rate, it could reach 500 million. Fengking looked at the brunette with displeasure as he closed his eyes and sighed with relief, while the senior thought that he only had 11,000 credits. Fengking frowned angrily and realized that this time he had earned more than any previous experience, and suggested that he could continue working with Ping. Because working with him, of course, has its downsides, but the main advantage is fast and high earnings. The blue-haired guy immediately opened his mouth with a smile and realized that he could think about it later, because this money would be enough to move to level 5, and he thought that he could get a class of sword or better leather armor. They were transported to the operations department of the military department. At this time, the mentor gave a thumbs up and praised the guys for their work. These guys, along with the general and the commander-in-chief, were sitting at the table when Mentor Tianmu praised them. The main character looked at this mentor with admiration, because he was a graduate of the martial arts school, a general of the military department, and a top fighter of the 8th level, because he was even stronger than Kui-shan. Commander-in-Chief Jiang together with the general looked at what was happening and realized that contact had been established, and now they would have a mentor because he had graduated from the school for 50 years and they had not contacted this person for a long time. The mentor stood in front of the guys, and they both smiled when Tian said that recently there had been great losses here and there was a shortage of people, so he was transferred here from the north, and now they would see each other often. The guys noted that this was cool, and with such a mentor they would definitely not be lost. Suddenly Tian's eyes bulged with an angry look. Fenking felt an air wave on himself with a smile. At this time, Fenking immediately pressed himself against the wall from the air attack. The military man looked at this upstart with anger and said that he was not a brother to him, but at least an uncle. The senior student held his side after such a blow. The brunette looked at him with an ironic grin and realized that the mentor still sounded, but for a brother it was too loud. At this time, Fenking looked at the table where two people were sitting and they decided to get down to business. Ping looked at Jiang, who was shocked when he heard that they were on Wolf Mountain because there were high-level warriors there. Suddenly, a blonde man in a suit entered the room and said that there were high-level monsters there and several major battles had taken place, but they never showed up. Commander Wu Chuang approached the table and apologized for being late. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise. Wu Chuang looked at the protagonist with a smile and tried to understand why he hadn't said hello and what all the noise was about. The protagonist immediately extended his hands in a handshake with a smile when the commander decided to sit down, and Ping explained that he couldn't immediately recognize his beloved mentor. The man in the suit replied that it wasn't worth it because someone wanted to fire him. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, realizing how hopeless it was because their leadership couldn't always be relied upon and they had handed him over right away. The commander sat down at the table and tried to find out from them what had happened to them. It was the Xiuing Fort building when the commander explained that he now understood why the Golden Horn Forest had been rapidly expanding recently since it had reached level 8. This commander sat in the main seat at the table as everyone listened to him attentively, since he said that before coming here, he was thinking about contacting the city leader Tainmen, wanted to stop the expansion, but Dong Quai always instilled fear in him, and if it weren't for timely help, the people would have been eaten by the beast. This commander closed his eyes sadly, and he was sorry that Old Fan was not with them, since if they could hold these two cities, then the army would have had one more high-level warrior. The general sat next to Mentor Tian and said that the Tain Men leader had greatly angered the beast, and such overlord monsters as he were too vindictive. Time's eyes widened in surprise when he heard about the overlord monsters. Wu Chuang said with a smile that the inhabitants of the catacombs had their own hierarchy of levels. Level 7 is usually addressed as a commander. Level 8 is a venerable one, level 9 is called a lord, and the Goldhorn is more commonly called a lord, because all the monsters of the highest level are called lords. The main character touched his chin with a puzzled hand and said that only someone who reached level 9 can be called a lord, and that is why the lion responded calmly when he called him a lord. All the guys were sitting at the same table. The man in the suit put his hands on the table and asked the brunette if he had managed to communicate with the Goldhorn. The protagonist replied that they had known each other for quite a long time, and he had managed to do so. The commanders and generals were shocked and their eyes bulged, especially Commander Tian, who was the most shocked of all, because he had saturated the lion with life energy with blood, and that was why he did not touch him. The protagonist stretched out his hand with a smile and said that when he was still at the middle level, he lured many warriors of the 4th and 5th levels to him with life energy and blood, which he was able to satiate himself to the full. Fenking immediately stood up from his chair in anger and began to blame the protagonist for killing strong warriors of the 5th and 4th levels not entirely by himself. The brunette looked at his comrade and said that he did not deny it, because he said so, that he lured into a deadly trap, and if not for his acquaintance with the lion, Fenking would have been dead for a long time. The mentor slightly lowered his gaze and realized that Ping could somehow influence the beast. The protagonist with an ironic grin put his hands in front of him and said that the lion simply eats until he is full, and then sleeps, then eats again, and he did not want to meet him anymore, because the risk is too great. The generals and commanders began to laugh as if he was too excited. After all, they did not even ask him for anything. Commander Wu Chuang stared ahead and said that the action of the city leader Tain Men proved that that warrior from the wolf game was somehow related to them. If so, then the number of top-level masters at their city's disposal had reached 8 people. The protagonist and his friend were sitting at the table next to the commander, who asked them if they had taken the tokens of those they killed on the Wolf Mountain. They immediately poured out gold tokens on the table. The commander took the token in his hands in amazement and realized that it was West Phoenix City. The commander immediately got up from the table where the guys were sitting, and the general said that the soldiers from this city suffered and no one did anything in it. But the Tain Men started moving, and now instead of 2 cities there will be 3. The commander looked angrily through his bangs and said that it was necessary to urgently report to the top, that it was necessary to strictly monitor all the actions of West City. All the people immediately got up from the table, and the protagonist turned to the mentors, saying that this must be very important information. The commander immediately waved his hand, not wanting to listen to excuses. The protagonist and his friend opened their mouths in alarm and shouted. They found themselves at the bazaar in broad daylight with their things. Fenking indignantly waved his fists, did not understand why he was here, because he did not even say a word. The brunette looked at him with a smile and said that the next time there was some business, he should not forget about it. Fenking looked at his laughing friend with displeasure and ironically noted that he was unlikely to tell him anything about the energy mines. The brunette said that with it his chances of survival were 9 times higher, and without it he wouldn't even be able to dig his own grave. King looked at his comrade with a smile and asked if anything terrible had happened to him this time, besides the fact that his legs were tired from running, since he had heard that he and Jinyang had once been given a good beating, and on top of that they also owed a large sum for medical expenses. Fenking closed his eyes with a grin and realized that he had nothing to say in response. The main character extended his hand with a smile while Fenking stood there looking offended and said that he needed to at least reach level 6 before he could go. Ting suggested waiting a little longer since the path was not short. Fenking said that this journey would take about 200 to 300 kilometers. The brunette frowned angrily and realized that this path was very far from the walls of this fort. He presented a map and the location of various forts. He understood that 200 to 300 kilometers to the north was already Tane Men territory and there was a sea to the south, which meant that the likelihood that they would go there was even lower. He also understood that in the east was the city of Don Quai, in the northeast was West City, and both had excellent fortifications and a large garrison. And if there were mines there, then everyone would have known for a long time, and if the east was passed, then the west would definitely do. Fenking watched as the protagonist excitedly raised his hands, because he had heard that huge ants with human heads lived in the desert. The senior student did not know at all what lived there. Ping understood that the desert of 1,000 reptiles, where the distance from West City is exactly 200 to 300 kilometers, but Fenking was not there. The main character punched his hand and said that they need to go east 200 to 300 kilometers. He took his bag and happily walked forward, because he understood that it would still be difficult, because the territory is large and it would be hard to search. He decided to go himself, because fewer people, more stones in the pocket, and Fenking is not really needed. The blue-haired guy was stunned in the sweat of his brow and realized that he simply said 200 to 300 kilometers and assumed that Ping would not understand where exactly. The guys went out of the gate and saw a security guard at the reception desk. Ping passed by when Fenking looked back at the guard. The guys looked at the guard and said that everything was fine. Fenking shrugged with an ironic smile and said that as soon as they completed the mission, they immediately returned and received their 10,000 credits for today, which shocked the guard. They immediately began to leave and said goodbye to the guard, saying that the two of them did not even earn 30,000, and next time they would not get 100,000 they would not return. The guard looked at the guys in surprise and thought that they were robbing banks, because he did not understand how it was so easy to earn credits in their days and it was unlikely that you could get rich in just one day. Because the catacombs were now relatively safe and suggested that he himself could go there at least once, because everyone was getting rich, and he was no worse. At this time, the rest of the wounded and bandaged guys came out of the gate. The bandaged fighter with fear in his eyes said that the situation in the catacombs had worsened and at every step they could fall into the clutches of mid-level warriors. If this continued, they would not be able to break into the 3 lower ranks. The guard looked at the beaten fighter with irony and realized that they could be making fun of him now. The weather was clear over the city. The guys were walking along the street with a smile. The red-haired girl said that this was joy and that damn Ping had gone to the catacombs, noting that they would definitely be able to rest from him for a week. The student said that they could finally breathe deeply. The guy smiled awkwardly, pointing his finger to the side, asking what he was imagining. The guys looked to the side. The student asked what he was talking about. The main character was walking not far from them. The red-haired girl was standing near the wall, leaning her fists against it. The guy said he saw them leaving with his own eyes, fully equipped. The girl asked why they came back. Wen looked at the floor with a sad expression. She noted that she thought that with such a cool father, who is level 6 for a minute, it would be cool and easy at school, but only a month has passed since admission and they finished her off. The guys were standing behind the girl. The student said that her dormitory suffers the most, noting that this is only level 3. But as soon as you enter, such a puzzle begins that you only have to hide, and others choose their own missions, and she is given directly by the Martial Arts Society itself, and then you still have to go and ask everyone what and how. Xiaoman thoughtfully looked away, saying that among her father's students there are almost no ones with whom Ping would not come to blows, and he does not touch her only because she is too weak for him, asking why she did not choose to study in the capital. Lei looked menacingly behind him, holding a barbell in his hand. He said that you should not be afraid of anything and try to improve yourself, and if they beat you up, it's not scary, and if they don't kill you, then you should continue. Tears flowed from the red-haired girl's eyes. Wen said that if she knew that this would happen, of course she would have gone anywhere, just not there. Shang said that the president of the Martial Arts Society is not that terrible, adding that her father says that since he took over the post, the students' lives have become much better than before. Wen pointed her finger at her friend, saying that for him, he is not terrible only because his teacher Yichuan did not quarrel with him. Shang asked that her father quarreled with the president of the Martial Arts Society. The red-haired girl lowered her head. She noted that her father said all this because of Ping's petness, adding that he remembers any little things and then takes revenge, if not on the offender himself, then on his students or children, and now it was her turn. The student added that he also said that they should solve their own problems, and if they can't overcome them, they should resign themselves to it. The boys awkwardly looked at each other. Wen furiously frowned, clenching her hand into a fist. She said that she would soon reach the peak of level 1, and then 2 is not far off, and by the end of the month for sure, adding that last year Ping himself was a newbie. If he could catch up with others and become the president of the Martial Arts Society, then she would be able to catch up with him and next year beat him. Shang looked at his friend in confusion. He said that Ping reached the peak of level 1 in just a semester, and after another semester, he was already an average rank of level 4, asking if she could reach level 5 by next year. The girl shed bitter tears and said that she was definitely finished. Fei noted that he knew how to comfort. Shang smiled confusedly, saying that he thought that teacher Feng was right and that submitting to fate was not a bad option in this situation. Fei told him to just shut up. There were characters on the gate. The protagonist sat opposite Fengru. The professor said that strengthening the heart was the most difficult stage of cultivating the 5 organs, and it was the process of giving the heart vital energy. Ting noted that she had said earlier that there were differences in cultivation between humans and catacomb warriors, asking what they were. The professor shifted her gaze, imagining the images of 2 people. She said that they differed in the direction of cultivation, adding that catacomb warriors replaced blood and flesh with vital energy, produced a comprehensive division of the body of this energy, and they, in turn, turned the heart into a kind of transit mechanism. The woman imagined images of hearts from which red energy came out. She said that the heart consists of several chambers. The development and improvement of the heart consists precisely in the fact that all these chambers are connected into a single whole, adding that such improvement of the heart will absorb energy from the outside world faster, and then transform it into the vital energy and blood they need. The protagonist presented an image of a fish with organs. He noted that the complex structure of the heart is, after all, a great feature of people, but for fish, for example, everything is much simpler and there are fewer chambers, asking that combining the heart like this is not degradation. Fengru looked at the protagonist with a grin. She said that the great truth is extremely simple, and from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple, this is progress. The protagonist looked closely at the professor. The woman said that a complex heart is suitable for ordinary people, but for them, looking for new challenges and new discoveries for their body, such a heart is not suitable at all, and besides, the unification of the heart is not such a simple process as he thinks. The woman presented an image of capillaries. She said that inside the heart there is an incredible number of capillaries and nerves, each of which must be worked on and disconnected with extreme care. The professor imagined red walls where blue energy was visible. She noted that then attached where the walls of a single heart will be, and it is necessary to make the most complex system simple and convenient in the end, it will be necessary to create a new path for pumping energy. The protagonist looked at Fengru in confusion. He said that this sounds incredibly complicated, asking that if you make a mistake with some artery, you can die. Fengru said that this is, of course, dangerous, but will not lead to a fatal outcome. The president of the society thought that now it is clear why everyone is so slow in the middle of level 4, since the work there is painstaking. The professor looked at the student with a serious look. She noted that he had an endless flow of life energy and blood, and the process itself would be very simple, but most of the risks of blood in stopping this flow, so she advises him to slightly stretch the strengthening process, because it will be safer than stopping little by little over and over again. The student frowned, saying that he understood everything, asking with the other 4 organs will be easier. The professor said that the heart is the key and the foundation, with the other 4 it will be much easier. Ping said that it was nice. Yellow light illuminated the room. The protagonist asked that he needed to pay special attention to something when developing the rest of the organs. The blue sky was visible above the building, the south wing of McMao. The protagonist sat in the room radiating blue energy. On the sheet of paper was the protagonist's name and his time of stay. The teacher said that he had been there for 3 days already and how he did not feel sorry for his credits. Sung looked at the sheet of paper with an irritated look. He thought that the credits would soon run out, wondering if he would stop the procedure, noting that he deserved a good beating just for greeting him. Sung recalled that the protagonist said that he needed a VIP room, and he would give 15 credits for now, and if it was not enough, he would pay the rest later. The teacher closed his eyes thoughtfully, holding his chin. He thought that although Feng had taken revenge on his daughter so many times, he was constantly getting on his nerves, and if he interrupted him now, he would want to get even with him too, wondering what he should do. Changding walked to the teacher, asking that Ping had not yet come out. Sung said that he had not yet come out, asking what was wrong. The red-haired guy looked at the teacher excitedly, saying that the international Yaodink among the first-level warriors would soon begin and they were waiting for him at the opening ceremony. Sung asked how many people had already signed up. Changding looked at the teacher in confusion, saying that it was more than they could imagine since the only requirement was to be a level 1 warrior, and there were currently 30,000 people who had signed up. Sung looked at the student in shock, noting that 30,000 people had signed up. Changding noted that the government was demanding that they start the competition immediately and that it was impossible for so many warriors to gather in one city. Sung smiled awkwardly, saying that organizing such an event was a matter of national importance. Changding stated that Ping, as the president of their community, should compile a national list of level 1 warriors and also plan competitions for levels 2 and 3 for the next semesters. The teacher looked at the student with a serious look. He thought that they had hired him to compile the lists for level 3 and ultimately make a competition that he himself would organize, a competition of the strongest, adding that this was Ping's ambition. White light illuminated the corridor and buildings. Changding said that since Ping became the president of the Martial Arts Society, everyone in Macmao has been busy, and recently an announcement was made that if there were not at least 10 students from their school in the top 100 rankings, every student of level 1 would go to the mines. Changding spread his arms out to the sides, saying that Yunxi was invited to SC Mao for an exhibition competition. Zhang Kao was now in Beijing, and Huang Kao was in Donglan, noting that there were students from their school in every corner of their country. The teacher asked why he was not invited to SC Mao. The red-haired guy smiled awkwardly, saying that it was not funny and he himself knew that SC Mao was SC Mao, noting that Ping said that level 3 was not enough and that they needed to at least reach level 4 first, and maybe by the end of the year something would work out with this competition. Sung ran his finger across the paper. He asked how many level 3 students they had now, adding that he was seeing more and more students doing the strengthening process there. The student looked thoughtfully at the teacher. He said that there are 78 people at level 3 now, and 200 more warriors at level 2, and 11 people at level 4 more for both of them. Sung said that there really was an increase. Changding smiled sarcastically, saying that it was easier to earn points and that credits could be accumulated, and Ping was now bullying level 1. In general, all the conditions were in place for everyone to quickly reach level 2. The teacher closed his eyes and grinned slightly, thinking about what he was bullying. Changding waved to Sung, saying that he remembered that he was very busy, and if he was needed, he could call. The screen showed the protagonist's time spent. Sung crossed his arms over his chest, wondering if this guy really wanted to strengthen an entire heart at once and how many warriors there were in the Celestial Empire who weren't stuck at level 4. The protagonist of the Stillness of Affairs radiated a blue aura. The sun illuminated the characters on the gate. The students lined up in front of the president. Jinyang said that the international competition among first-year students held by Macmao School has become the largest and most talked-about event in the country. The president looked at the students with a serious look. He said that anyone who entered the top 100 rankings will receive a level 2 energy and blood pill, a level 2 bone hardening pill whose market value exceeds 1.5 million, noting that the warriors who entered the top 10 will also receive a body protection pill, and those who entered the top 3 will also receive a D-class weapon. The warrior who takes first place, in addition to all the above rewards, will be allowed to undergo a body hardening session. Jinyang looked at the students with a serious look. He said that since the school wants to shed blood, they must seize every opportunity to become stronger, and all that is required of them is to make an effort. The students opened their mouths wide with serious expressions, shouting that Enmao must win. The president and his assistant watched the buses leave. The student looked at Jinyang, asking that Macmao School started all this to take the leading position. The president turned his gaze to the assistant, saying that it was not even about the school, and that Ping started this, and by the end of the year there would be another big competition and Enmao School would have to try hard. The brown-haired man imagined an image of a man on the ruined ground. He said that Macmao School is currently being advertised as the top school, but if Ping cannot defeat Han, all their efforts will be in vain, adding that the higher you rise, the harder it hurts to fall. The blue-haired guy looked at the guy excitedly, asking what happened to their school. Jinyang said that it all depends on when the catacombs in their territory open, and if it opens after the competition, then they will participate, and if it opens before, then Enmao will not participate. The presidential assistant lowered his head, closing his eyes. He said that it was a pity that Enmao only had one level 4 warrior, and that was him. The brown-haired guy looked at the guy with a smile, saying that this time, in each school, there was only one warrior in the field. The blue-haired guy looked at the brown-haired guy in shock, asking who else could compete with the two famous schools. The brown-haired guy said that in the capital and in the McMao school, there were only level 4 warriors now, and there were no level 5 warriors anywhere, but this would be enough. Jinyang smiled confidently, clenching his hand into a fist. He said that he could handle it even alone. The guy frowned, saying that they should try, because by defeating 2 famous schools, they can get a lot of resources for them. And last year McMao did it, and they can do it too. There were hieroglyphs on the gate of the house. Yuan rested her hands on the sofa, looking at her father. She said that she needed a few days off because she wanted to go to the Magic City to watch the competition. Ningrong said that such competitions lasted for a very long time and it was better to wait until the top 100 competition began and then return to the conversation. Yuan sadly closed her eyes, noting that there would also be a top 100 competition, noting that her brother could not participate this year and she was not yet at level 1 and what a pity that someone else would take first place. Ningrong awkwardly looked at his daughter. He thought that Yuan had become arrogant lately, wondering what she thought, that once she reached level 1, top 1 would be hers, noting that there were a huge number of warriors at level 1, and the great-grandchildren of the mentors were studying, wondering where such self-confidence came from. Yuan crossed her arms in displeasure. She said that the prize for first place was 10 million, and Ping had just said that the main conditions for development were money, noting that her money was so close. Her father told her to stay home for now, because they were not raising her to make money. The man held his hand out in front of his daughter, turning his head to the side. Yuan said that this was all wrong and a warrior should fight. Ningrong told her to stop talking such nonsense. He glanced sideways at his daughter, telling her to study hard first and keep up with her class, and then she would be invited to the top 100 competition, and her brother would buy a decent house there, and they would go and have a look at it at the same time. The girl looked at her father with a shining gaze, asking if the new house was true. The girl looked at her father excitedly. The man said that before that, they would need to disband their union of 10,000 people and return all the money they had collected. The daughter said that it was 5,000 and the annual fee was only 10 yuan, and she still had to pay rent and she had only earned 9,000 last year. The father sighed heavily, closing his eyes. He wondered since when 9,000 was too little for an elementary school student. He didn't understand how to deal with her and that he would need to ask Ping to talk. The protagonist sat motionless with his legs crossed. The system notified that he had reached the peak of level 4. There were circles under the protagonist's eyes. The president of the society noted that 6 days and 6 nights had already passed, and if it weren't for the system constantly restoring his strength to forcibly stay conscious, he would have passed out a long time ago. The president looked at the system window with a satisfied grin. He noted that this was not bad, and a plus sign appeared in the vital energy line again, meaning that he could continue to increase the indicators. Ping jumped up from his seat, telling the teacher to let him out. The protagonist walked towards the teachers. Ping asked Fengru if she was there too. The professor looked at the student with a smile, saying that it was quite good. The protagonist asked that he had not let her down. Fengru said that after such a long process of strengthening, he should have a good rest because he had only recently reached level 4, so there was no need to rush, and he should move forward in small but solid steps. The protagonist smiled widely with an exhausted look. He said that he felt like he had already been delayed at the middle rank of level 4. Sung looked up dejectedly, noting that it had only been 50 days, wondering what this was called being delayed now, adding that he had once waited 3 years to reach the peak of level 4. The president of the society headed for the exit with a smile, telling the professor to come with him. Sung told the student that he had been developing for 6 days and 6 nights, and today was the 7th. The brunette looked at the teacher with a smile, thanking him, noting that he should not worry since he was completely fine. The man looked at the protagonist with annoyance, wondering why he was laughing at him, adding that he was not worried and that he should not make a fool of him there. Sung told the guy that the amount he had paid in advance had already been spent and that he needed to pay an additional 1,380 credits. The protagonist looked at the teacher in confusion, saying that he had sat there for so long, asking if he was entitled to some kind of discount. The man said that, unfortunately, he was not. The president closed his eyes, taking out his card. He said that there were 30 million yuan in it. The teacher said that it was not enough. The protagonist ran to the exit, waving his hand at Sung. He stated that if he added the 1 million that he owed him, it would be just right, noting that they had settled everything, and he ran. Sung asked when he owed him 1 million, asking him to stop. The teacher looked angrily ahead, saying that he was really annoying him. Fengru looked at the teacher with a smile, saying that she had accumulated enough time for strengthening this year, but she would not need it and he could subtract it from it. The protagonist was hiding behind the wall when Fengru came out of the building. The student approached the professor looking around. He asked where teacher Sung was and why she didn't let him follow him or would he throw him some. The professor looked at the guy with a serious look, saying that he would rather throw him off the roof, noting that he had saved up so much money, asking that he did not want to spend it on himself. The president of the society awkwardly looked away, saying that they needed to prepare for the future, and development was very expensive. Fengru said that it was not development that was expensive, but he was spending like crazy, and he treated the energy room like a hotel, and if he went in, he was stuck for a week. The protagonist smiled confusedly, asking the teacher not to talk about it, noting that the tournament would start soon and hoping that she would help him with the organization, because he would not be able to handle it at all. The woman looked ahead with a cold gaze, telling him to ask Kyushin instead. Ping said that he had already asked and he did not want it. The professor said that she did not want it either, adding that the Martial Arts Society had already accumulated 5 or 6 billion, and if he did not spend it, he should give it to the school. The protagonist looked at the professor with fear, asking what the director wanted to take his money. Fengru pointed out her index finger at the moment when the protagonist looked at her with displeasure. She said that the money, the Martial Arts Society, was not his money. Ping noted that this was demagogy, thinking that his money had become a temptation for others and that it should be spent as soon as possible. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he would first pay all the members of the society a year's financial assistance. He thought that, for example, his 6,000 credits a year, and this is 120 million yuan. The protagonist opened the system window in front of him. He thought that it was still a long way off, of course, but he needed to try to save up 1 billion, and he needed to find out if the system storage could be increased, adding that this time with thinking it could have been more, but it was so inconvenient to carry everything in his hands. Fengru grinned in confusion, thinking that he would pay the annual amount in advance, wondering if he really didn't mind. The signboard showed the inscription of a cafe. The protagonist was sitting at a table opposite the man. The man said that in such a short time he was dear, his student had already become the president of the Martial Arts Society, and he was simply a role model for all the youth. Ping said that it was not worth it, asking that he wanted to talk about something. The man looked at the protagonist with a serious look. Jiang Yuqiang, representative of the Governor General of Nanjiang, peak of the 5th level. Qiang said that he already knew that the Nanjiang catacombs would be opening soon, and currently there were still some powerful heretics hiding in the Nanjiang catacombs, and there might be some in the governor's residence as well. The protagonist looked at the representative with a puzzled expression, pointing his finger at himself. The man said that they were in high positions and couldn't be gotten rid of so easily, so opening the catacombs would cause serious problems, and the Governor General wanted to eliminate them, but the opportunity never came, so they asked him for help. Ping asked that they were asking him to help them. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that he probably overestimated him too much, asking how he could help them with the problems that their people couldn't solve. Qiang smiled slightly, imagining the protagonist's image on the black line. The representative said that he should not be modest, and as the president of the Martial Arts Society and at the same time a native of Nanjiang, he is the link that connects martial arts in this area, adding that he helped. Whether martial arts will help him after the Nanjiang catacombs open depends largely on him. The representative presented an image of the protagonist with a spear in his hands. He said that in the eyes of others, he is a great fighter, one of the best representatives of the Celestial Empire. At level 3 he killed 4 and made it so that 5 died, and with his highest speed reached the middle of level 4. And they all know this, but the heretics also know, and his existence is the most important factor for everyone. If the heretics begin to act, then these will be actions directed against him. Ping looked at the representative anxiously, asking that they really want to harm him. He added that they had countless mentors among the 6th level, and if they didn't send a few 9th level warriors, it would be certain death for them. Qiang looked at the disciple tensely, saying that it was true, so as long as he was in the Magic City, he was safe. The president looked at the representative dumbfounded, asking that they decided to make bait out of him, and were going to catch him with live bait. The guys sat motionless at the table. The representative said that they would need to secretly go to Nanjiang, discuss with the Governor General the plan of action and assistance during the opening of the catacomb, adding that the news of his arrival would be specially reported to some people, and if it leaked further, they would know who exposed them and catch the traitors. Of course, he would be secretly accompanied by bodyguards. Ping looked at Qiang thoughtfully. He thought that the bodyguards couldn't be nearby, otherwise they would attract attention, and by the time they ran to help, he would already be cold, wondering what to do. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, asking that maybe he wasn't really suitable for them after all, adding that if someone level 5 attacked, he might last a little, but if someone level 6 or higher, then there would be nothing left of him. Qiang sighed heavily, saying that he knew that this looked like coercion, but Chairman Wang originally wanted to come and discuss it with him in person, but knowing how much authority he had, they would hardly succeed. The man imagined a destroyed blue wall. Qiang said that huge dams collapse when ant tunnels appear somewhere below, What can we say about countries? And they are not afraid of external enemies, because they are strong. But internal enemies, when the catacombs open, their people will enter them, and if something happens to the passage, everyone inside, including the mentors, will be in great danger. Ping closed his eyes and sighed heavily, saying that he needed to think. The representative looked at the student with a serious look. He noted that it was absolutely natural to doubt in such a situation, and it would be incredibly dangerous, because even the Governor General could not guarantee him 100% safety. Well, if he agreed, the Governor General would give him the weapon he used at level 6 as a gift. Ping looked at the representative with an interested look, asking how much it weighed. Piang smiled slyly, imagining men with hammers. He said that it weighed 20 kilograms, a long blade of class A alloy. The real value of this blade is not in its power, noting that a long time ago the Governor General asked several weapons companies to work on it together, and all these years it was looked after with blood and energy, even with life energy, and even taking into account all the swords created in the world, it still occupies the highest niche. The protagonist thoughtfully closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. He thought that it was worth 4,000 credits, tempting. But he would also have to risk his life, add that if Kang was talking about the nation and all that. Of course, he would refuse, but here he needed to help his native land, and the gift was not bad, wondering what to do. The yellow light illuminated the kitchen and the apartment. Fengru said to refuse or agree, asking what was difficult. The protagonist sat on the sofa, leaning forward slightly. The professor said that if he refused, he would pretend that nothing had happened and continue living as before, adding that he was the president of the Martial Arts Society, and Dingnan could not order him around, and the heretics were not stupid people. If he pretended that their affairs did not concern him at all, they would not come for him. The professor looked at the student with a serious look, noting that if they continued the cooperation, then high-level mercenaries would definitely come to the scene. The protagonist looked at the woman with fear, asking that it was necessary to be high level. Fengru stared at the student. She said that this was natural, because he had escaped from level 6 when he was at level 3, asking that if he was at level 4, would they attack him with the risk of missing out, knowing that he would be able to escape again and take revenge. Therefore, if the heretics planned something against him, real professionals would 100% come for him. The protagonist frowned. I don't understand why he thought before that for the heretics who always hide in the catacombs. The highest level is a canopy of gold, and they will not throw it away so easily, and, apparently, he underestimated them, and everything is not that simple. Fengru looked at Ping with a serious look. She said that she thought Dingnan wanted not only to find traitors, but also to lure out several high-level heretics, adding that with his life energy, he is unlikely to die if he meets a level 7 at a sufficiently long distance. But in a radius of less than 30 meters, only a level 8 or even a level 9 will have time to save his life in difficult times. The protagonist stared at the professor. The woman said that this is on the condition that the heretics send a level 7 and, of course, the probability that a level 8 will come for him is extremely small, but if she still agrees, just in case. Ping looked at the teacher in shock, who smiled slightly and raised 2 fingers. Fengru said that at least 2 level 8 warriors were needed to protect him. The protagonist said that Dingnan was sending him to his death, and there were no level 8 warriors in Nanjiang. The professor smirked, saying that he wanted to let him know that it would be dangerous, extremely dangerous, asking if he could recruit someone of level 8 to protect him, such as Kyushin. The society president narrowed his eyes, thinking that if it came to that, he remembered that teacher Fengru said that Dingnan had once tried to court her. The protagonist grinned wickedly, asking the teacher if the principal and Dingnan knew each other. Fengru pointed out that they had known each other for about 30 years. Ping asked that if they had known each other for so long, then why did the Governor General ask him for help instead of the principal? The professor widened her eyes, emitting a purple aura. The purple energy surrounded the protagonist's throat, causing him to stick out his tongue. Ping apologized to the professor. The student grabbed his throat while the professor looked at him. Fengru said that this was not about a relationship. Kyushin and Dingnan were both leaders of 2 influential organizations. Although they had a common enemy in the magical city, the issue with the catacombs had not yet been resolved. There were white hieroglyphs on the tablet. Fengru said that McMao's current situation was the result of countless battles and fights. It was obtained at the cost of blood and human lives, and if McMao suffered great losses in Nanjiang, they would be in a tough situation, so even if they were brothers, Kyushin would still not recklessly get involved in this matter. The protagonist looked at the teacher in confusion, asking that since the school principal would not help with Nanjiang, why would the Governor General ask him for help? Fengru narrowed her eyes, imagining the images of the students. She said that the president of the Martial Arts Society is also one of the leaders of McMao, although he has no power, but he represents all the students of the school and has a certain significance, adding that he dares to join the fight, be obliged to join the fight, and not be afraid, and if he agrees to help in Nanjiang, then the warriors of the school will support his decision, and then Macmao, being one of the main schools, will be drawn into the thick of things. Even not wanting to fight, they will have to. The protagonist squinted at the professor, asking what it means that this is how Dingnan planned everything. The teacher looked at her student with a serious look. She noted that, apparently, he is grasping at any straw in the hope of being saved, adding that the military and the government of Nanjiang have long finished their preparations. But he appeals to everyone to participate in a defensive war and does not want something unexpected to happen to it. Cannot be denied that Dingnan is a smart governor general. The protagonist grabbed his head, ruffling his hair. He said that she had finished speaking, and he was even more confused, not understanding what to do. Ping looked at the professor with excitement. Fengru said that if we consider the situation in general, she hoped that he would agree, but from a personal point of view, she thought that it would be better for him to give up this idea, because when real professionals enter the game, one can only rely on luck. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment. The bright sun was shining above the arena. October 10th, a sports arena in a magical city. Near the arena there were soldiers with weapons and shields. The paparazzi took their photos. The brown-haired man looked at his comrade with bewilderment. The guy said that it was so cool, and who would have thought that the president of the Martial Arts Society would let them, who had never been in a fight, participate in the opening ceremony. The brown-haired man asked what happened, noting that the weapons, the president said that they were bought for them, and then they would give them back. The student looked at the guy with a smile, saying that President Ping was so generous and they should try not to disgrace his honor. The spectator raised his head, pointing his finger to the sky. He told people to look there, and there were levitation masters. Masters flew over the heads of the spectators. Professors hovered in the air. People began to take pictures with their phones. Lai lowered his head, asking where Ping was and that he had not appeared yet. Feng said that in the morning he told him to put on a hat with a lion's mane, like it looked more dangerous, and he dressed him up well for it, and maybe he was sitting somewhere with a compress right now. Lai looked at the professor with a confused smile. Yichuan noted that Ping had been going to all the teachers since early morning, inviting them to take part in the ceremony for more pomp, asking only if it would help. Hua looked at the teachers with a smile. He said that he understood that the guy just wanted to create a brand to let everyone know that Macmao was strong. But a good product doesn't need advertising, and if they wanted to be strong, they needed to develop the youth, which would be much more useful. The professor looked straight ahead with a serious look. He said that although he didn't really like such methods, they had their advantages, but Macmao had been making too much noise with good recently, it might not end well, and he was afraid that at the end of the year competition at SC Mao. Lai looked at Feng with a serious look, asking what they had to be afraid of in SC Mao, noting that fear of any of the schools was a dead end. Feng said that it wasn't a matter of fear, but an acknowledgement of the current situation. SC Mao currently had 18 level 4 martial artists studying, and 4 were at the peak of level 4, and 1 was close to breaking through. Asked what about Macmao, noting that there was only 1 at level 4 and no one at the peak. Yichuan looked straight ahead with a serious look, saying that Wenlong had reached the peak. Lai looked at the professor with a smile. Feng said that 1 was at the peak, but they were of the same top level, asking that Wenlong was Han's rival. The old man said that he thought that Ping would reach the peak by the end of the year, and Jiang Yu had not yet returned from the catacombs, and Fengking had just earned a huge amount of money, and it was not yet clear where he was and how he was developing, and when the time came, they would have worthy guys. The red-haired man closed his eyes and lowered his head. He noted that this was so, but if they suddenly lost the tournament, all their efforts would go to waste, no matter how strong they were. Anyone who defeated them would be even stronger in the eyes of others, and then all the talented students would choose the southern school, not them. The protagonist flew at great speed, after which he appeared in front of the professors. Lai smiled nervously, asking what he was doing, noting that he decided to stand out from them, because he told everyone to wear black, but he himself expressed himself in white. The protagonist landed on the ground. He closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides. The protagonist stood in front of a crowd of people, saying that the first school among martial arts, their Macmao. The protagonist stood in front of the soldiers. The warriors shouted that the first among martial arts, their Macmao. People with smiles on their faces took pictures of what was happening, while the fighters continued to shout their cry. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He looked at the people with a serious look. Ping said that Macmao spent so much effort and time organizing the tournament, and they are not chasing fame and profit, they only want to achieve success and prosperity for martial arts in their country. The path to the top is very long. The first level is just the foundation for long development, and only on a solid and high-quality foundation can you build something great. The president of the Martial Arts Society frowned and clenched his fist. He said that of course, not everyone would win, but ambition was not the main thing here. The main thing was that the martial arts themselves would benefit from this tournament, and hope that all participants would give it their all. Only by defeating their opponents would they show respect for all fighters and martial arts in general. The guys looked at the main character carefully. Ping said that heretics were trying to penetrate their hearts, trying to destroy their state. That was their real enemy. Any fighter who showed himself well during the competition, who wanted to join the troops or the investigative bodies and fight the enemy, McMao would give a positive recommendation. The brunette looked ahead with a serious look, his mouth wide open. He said that he hoped that the day would come when they would all unite against the enemy and embark on the path to greatness, adding that the international tournament of first-level warriors was officially declared open. The protagonist bounced off the ground, flying into the sky. Lai moved to the side with a smile, saying that they would finally go too. The people looked up in confusion. The man asked what was going on. The spectator asked what was happening so quickly, noting that he thought the ceremony would last at least a few hours. Dolly adjusted his cap, saying that it was finally over. He looked to the side in confusion, thinking that the last time they saw each other, he could only take a few steps in the air, and now he was flying like that, and there were 100 of these brave warriors with him, and if he had found him, he would have given him a good beating. The students raised their heads up. The host told the participants that they were asking them to move to the competition venue, and the qualifying round would begin soon. McMao students helped the government maintain order at the competition. In case of crimes and sabotage, they have the right to kill the offender on the spot. The participants and spectators began to climb up the stairs. The weather was clear above the building. The residence of the governor of the Magic City. Tuition sat in a chair opposite the man. The governor said that the first, second, asking whether it was really that important. Tuition said that it was not a matter of priority. As Ping said, the martial arts world is now in a severe stagnation. It lacks young warriors. The professor looked at the governor with a serious look. He said that their generation has grown old and is of little use. It is time to take a breath of fresh air. McMao has started to move. CC Mao will start soon too. If other schools start to operate, the government has been promoting martial arts for a long time, but such tournaments do more for them in one go than the government has done in many years. The man held a mug in his hand, looking at the professor. He said that they also hope to see a strong McMao, but their conditions are that McMao does not get involved in a real fight with CC Mao, adding that positive competition is great, and this is the purpose of having so many great schools in their country. The man smiled slightly. Tuition said that in the face of the enemy, every warrior counts. Rivalry between students, the students themselves and teachers should not participate in this. The governor noted that he is far from deep and he already has 5 high-level warriors in CC Mao. The white-haired man said that if they really had to fight, McMao was not afraid. The man closed his eyes and smiled widely, saying that he was not to be trifled with. The professor looked at the brown-haired man with a serious look. The man asked why Ping was so actively involved in all of McMao's affairs. The professor said that he had ideas, and they were not against following the path he proposed to take. The governor looked thoughtfully at the teacher, saying that there was not enough strength yet, but the words were too pompous. Being a little more restrained would not hurt future growth. The governor looked at the professor with a serious look, frowning. He said that he had just received a report that Ping had announced in front of everyone that they needed to unite in the face of the enemy heretics, and this was not very good, adding that let the scoundrels say so, let the mentors say so, but an incredibly talented boy who had just begun his path in battle could become an easy target. The professor closed his eyes, saying that it was understandable, but it seemed that he had already planned something. The governor smiled slightly, saying that he was such a talent, and if something happened to him, he should not say later that they were not warned. The man opened the documents in front of him, saying that regarding the catacombs, West Phoenix City had not yet expressed its position. If they suddenly decided to get involved in the war, the pressure on them would increase many times, asking if he could reach level 9. Tuition looked at the governor with concern. He thought that if West Phoenix entered the war, there would be one more enemy with level 9 in the catacombs. This meant that the Magic City would have to find a fighter of level 9 somewhere to restore the balance. Those who had not reached level 9 would not bring significant benefits to the war. Even those who were at the peak of 8 would not save, wondering where to find such warriors. Tuition shook his head from side to side, saying that the path to level 9 is very thorny, maybe 10 years, maybe 20, he himself does not know. The men sat opposite each other with their heads down. The blue sky was visible above the white building. On the door hung a sign with the inscription, "The head of the accounting department Liu Meng Yao." Yao asked the protagonist that he and the money for the other 2 director positions wanted to receive. The protagonist looked at the girl with a smile, moving his hand to the side. He said that he always makes maximum efforts in recruiting new students. The tournament that they are just holding is also primarily aimed at attracting recruits. Asking what he thinks, they are unlikely to find anyone more effective than him in this matter. He added that as for the internal service, its head was always considered the president of the martial arts society. Last time, when Fenking wanted to go down to the catacombs, he himself took the initiative to accompany him. The head of the department put a seal on the document. There was a red seal on the document. The girl handed him the paper, telling him to take it, and then thanked him. The protagonist looked at the paper thoughtfully. Yao smiled widely, noting that this time he could get 1,200 credits asking, which seemed to be enough to reach level 4. The red-haired girl looked down with a sad look. She said that she was a student at the Institute of Production, but she had just reached the peak of level 3 and was not very strong. She did all sorts of simple tasks every month and was slowly saving up. And 36 million, she needed to risk her life for several years in a row. Maybe she would earn that much and she would be as far from level 4 as the moon. The protagonist waved his hand, smiling slightly. He asked what was wrong with her, noting that the money was not his at all and that it was mostly support from graduates. Yao looked at the protagonist with a smile. The student asked that they had already given him his 14,000 credits. Yao replied that they had. Ping asked that it turned out that he needed to take 600 million. The head of the department closed her eyes and smiled broadly, saying that everything was correct and, apparently, he had become a real rich man among the warriors. A system window appeared with the balance of vital energy, intelligence, and bone hardening. The protagonist looked at the system window with a smile. He thought that this was great, and he had almost 700 million, and that he had really earned a good amount this time, and if you convert everything into cash it would be 1,300 million. An ordinary person would have enough to become a mentor. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He noted that, of course, if he had as much luck and talent as he still lacked 30 million, and it would soon be possible to update the system again. Silhouettes of people were visible near the walls. The suburb of a magical city. The protagonist and the guys were standing near the wall, holding weapons in their hands. The protagonist nodded to the fighter. The warrior knocked down the door to the courtyard of the building. The protagonist rushed inside, attacking the enemy. The guy shouted that there was a perimeter intruder. The protagonist plunged his weapon into the enemy's chest. Ping turned his gaze, telling his comrades not to let them leave. The fighters were heading for the door. Blood splashed on the wall. There were many people in the cafe. The guy in the black cap was taking pictures with his camera, after which he hid behind the wall, adjusting his cap. Ping glanced behind him, squinting. The students were fighting each other in the arena. Ping noted that the qualifying round of the international tournament among level 1 warriors lasted 7 days in a row. 7 days of intense battles exhausted the warriors, but many of them managed to show themselves in all their glory. The fighters were sitting in the men's locker room. The protagonist noted that at the moment there are only 200 of them left, and today it will be decided who of them will enter the top 100, adding that tickets for the final stage cost 1,000 yuan. And there was no one who would say that the tournament is not worth that kind of money. All the seats are sold out only from ticket sales. The organizers have already received 80 million. The pink-haired girl held a microphone in her hands, pointing to the protagonist. The girl said that the 8th stage of the tournament, the final fight of the top 100, introducing the president of the Macmao Martial Arts Society, Ping, noting that the president appears on their stage for the first time after the opening ceremony, asking to greet him. The audience began to clap their hands. Ping took the microphone in his hands, announcing that those present there were able to break through from hundreds of thousands of warriors to the top 100. Their feat is great, and they are real fighters, but he is there not only to see them like this, as there is something else. Ping added that he had heard these days that many of them had received serious injuries and were short of funds and medicine for treatment. The bandaged fighters sat on chairs. The protagonist said that since they had received these injuries in Macmao and at the Macmao tournament, the school would certainly not remain indifferent to their difficulties, and of course the fact that they had received injuries in Iran could not be changed, but these healing potions should help them. The president of the society smiled broadly, raising his index finger. He said that Macmao had made a decision for the warriors who had received injuries at the tournament. They would provide 1,000 bottles of healing water, 200 pieces of bone-strengthening pills, and 10 resurrection pills. The protagonist presented a flask of water and 2 pills. He noted that the medicinal water is widely used in the treatment of warriors. The exchange rate in Macmao is 1 bottle for 5 credits. Bone-strengthening pills are 15 credits each, resurrection pills are 200 each. The total market value is 30 million. The spectators watched the events in shock. The fighters began to rejoice, raising their fists in the air. The guys said that the humanitarian aid was from Macmao, and this is simply the best school. The fighter said that he now believes everything that Ping said at the opening ceremony, and this is not for the sake of glory, but for the development of martial arts. If he were to study martial arts, then only at Macmao. The fighter, with his body bandaged, shed tears. He thanked the president of Ping and thanked martial arts, saying that he thought that he would not fight anymore in this life and would have to say goodbye to fighting, and that he could not even think about it. The protagonist smiled in confusion. He thought that judging by the way he was wrapped up, he should be in intensive care now, not wailing on the stands, adding that he had asked them to put a few soldiers with light wounds on the stands, wondering what kind of idiot had wrapped him up like a mummy. The students sat in the room, looking at the screen where the protagonist was visible. The girls looked at each other, smiling widely. The student said that although President Ping is often harsh in his words, he is so kind at heart. The brunette said that everything is true, he is a master of combat, and also handsome. The student said that their entire course is developing so quickly and hopes that the president will continue to lead them only forward to new successes. Xiaoman looked at the guys with displeasure, asking that he is handsome, strong, and a good person, and that they are serious, adding that they are a bunch of fools and that it is not even his money, asking that they have ever seen him pay for anything himself. Zume looked at the girl, saying that he really is cool. He organized such a tournament, and everyone only talks about him, the whole country is watching him, adding that all these wounded now consider him their savior, and those who have not yet been wounded have a mountain off their shoulders. If anything, they will be paid for everything. Zume with a serious look imagined the image of a wounded guy. She said that wounds and injuries, that's what warriors fear most. The cost of treatment is simply exorbitant. Many even fight half-heartedly so as not to cause or receive injuries, and now having guarantees behind them, they will be able to have fun at will. Changning smiled awkwardly, saying that he thinks other schools are now simply furious, asking who would dare to repeat such a thing, noting that this is a huge expense, and they have established the production of weapons and medicines in Macmao, but they do not, they will have to fork out a lot of money. Changning grinned maliciously, saying that the main thing is that Ping secretly turns the medicine and weapons produced in Macmao into cash, adding that Macmao does not have the right to sell them outside the school. But all this can be sold at the tournament as incentive and assistance prizes, receiving money in exchange for entrance tickets, paraphernalia, and broadcasts. It is so simple and so ingenious. The red-haired guy spread his arms out to the sides, smiling. He said that it is obvious that after this tournament Macmao will come out the winner in any case, get both fame and a lot of money, although Ping says that this is not what he did it all for. Xiaoman said that he is really becoming more and more successful, soon all doors will be open to him if he wants. He will return to Nanjing to the post of Governor General. If he wants, he will stay in Macmao, and now his friends, comrades, and admirers are everywhere. Lei looked menacingly at the girl, saying that abilities are the main thing. The guys looked at the guy in bewilderment, thinking that he hit his head. The protagonist entered the room, waving to everyone. The guys said that the president had come and how handsome he was. The protagonist looked at the guys in embarrassment. The president sat down at the table next to the guys, looking at them with displeasure, after which he looked at Lei and then towards the girls. Ping asked Lei how he could lose at the tournament in Esnu, asking what suddenly happened. Ping told Xiaoman that she couldn't win at Esnu either, asking what's wrong with them, that it's just a shame, I don't understand what's wrong with their development. The protagonist frowned, telling them to listen. They are all in group 1 and he is at the peak of level 4, but how slowly they are developing hurts him. The guys happily looked at the protagonist. Xiaoman said that it's cool. Changning noted that he was already at the peak of level 4. The guys mentally wondered if he was crazy because he had only been at 4 for a few days and what peak 4. The protagonist shyly closed his eyes, saying that there was no need to praise him and that they needed to try even harder themselves, adding that he had nothing more to say and would wait for them at the top. The protagonist walked away from the guys with a satisfied face. Lei looked away with a serious look, noting that this is what he was talking about. The main thing is abilities. Without abilities there is nothing to do there, and they should not argue with him. The guys shook their heads in unison. Zume said that this was true. Xiaoman noted that the stronger he was, the more impudent he was. There were golden hieroglyphs on the side. Tiang pointed his hand at the open car, telling President Ping to get in. The student walked up to the car with a serious expression, thinking that they were going to Nanjing. On the table was written the residence of the Governor General of Nanjing. People in business suits gathered around the table. Dingnan said that the Nanjing catacombs were about to open and they were on full alert, but there was no such thing as too much help. So volunteers from all over the lands kept coming, the more the better, and of course, the most important of them was from Macmao. The Governor General looked ahead with a serious look. He said that the president of the Macmao Martial Arts Society, Ping, would be arriving today to discuss the current situation with them, and everyone present there was the hope and support of Nanjing, and they had to convince Ping to help them. The man in military uniform looked at Dingnan, asking if Ping could convince Macmao. Dingnan noted that Ping's mentor is Fengru, and her husband Qiushan is the director of Macmao, so he has excellent connections. The man introduced the image of the main character with the professors. He said that besides, Ping himself has already earned enough authority in Macmao, and he is widely supported by both students and teachers, so whether he can convince Macmao depends only on whether he wants to. The soldier looked at the man with an irritated look, asking if he thought Ping was a bit overrated, noting that McMao was famous for his talents, and that last year alone, several excellent level 5 warriors had graduated, while Ping had only just reached level 4. The governor general looked at the fighter, saying that those he was talking about were greatly supported by their families. While Ping was deprived of such support and was developing, he was unusually fast, much faster than the others, adding that Ping, although he had started developing a bit late, but many teachers believed that he would soon reach level 7, and it was quite possible that Cultivation would one day have a worthy successor. The gray-haired man looked at the governor general, asking if Ping's return to Nanjiang would not cause any problems, noting that he had said so much before the tournament about uniting to fight heretics, and if they found out about his intentions to help them with the catacombs, he would help them. Dingnan grinned confidently, saying that this was why he asked Minister Kang to personally escort Ping to them, and Mr. Liu had also returned, and if the heretics really dared to do anything, they would get into trouble. The guy in uniform nodded his head while the others smiled slightly. The gray-haired man looked ahead with a thoughtful look. He said that this way, everything would be fine under the protection of the mentors. With such a reliable escort, any problems would be excluded. Dingnan narrowed his eyes, saying that in addition to everything going smoothly, he asked everyone present to remain in their seats and not leave the hall, and while they were there, they would discuss all the other matters, asking that no one was against it. The man in the suit smiled widely, asking the governor that he did not even trust them now. Dingnan looked at the man with a menacing look. The brown-haired man grinned nervously, saying that it was better to discuss the other matters, asking what was the next one. On the road, cars were driving under the night sky. The protagonist sat in the car with his eyes closed, after which he looked at Kang, asking where they were now. The representative said that this was Jinyang, and when they arrived, they would be in Nanjiang. The protagonist looked out the window with a serious look. He said that, to be honest, he had not even left the Magic City recently. Until the problem with the heretics was solved, he could not travel calmly, and even told all his relatives to move to the Magic City since Nanjiang was not safe yet. The minister smiled slightly, saying that all this was unnecessary worry and they were obliged to guarantee Nanjiang's safety. Their best fighters were tirelessly monitoring everything closely, watching, and the heretics did not stick their heads out. The protagonist frowned, noting that if Nanjiang and McMao were to cooperate, the first thing to do would be to clear Nanjiang of heretics, and he could contact the graduates of previous years, establish a network of agents, and he refused to believe that a group of pathetic heretics could keep them in fear. Ping looked at the minister with concern, asking that they were on the Anjiang highway and why it was so quiet. The representative said that it was true and that there were fewer cars in the evening, asking that it was supposed to be that way. The boys looked behind them. There were only trees visible behind the car. Then the protagonist widened his eyes, shouting for them to be careful. A purple aura began to emanate from the car, and then the glass cracked. Purple energy began to squeeze the car. Then a huge explosion occurred. The protagonist bared his teeth, running along the ground. The black silhouette shouted that he couldn't escape. The president of the society opened his mouth wide, asking Mr. Kang where he was. Two men landed on the ground. The old man told them to look at how brave he was. The man with the scar on his face looked in front of him with displeasure, noting that he had come with 2 level 7s. The long-haired man was flexing his fist, saying that they wouldn't lie, adding that McMao was a big and respected school and they were acting like that, interfering in their affairs. Coming to Nanjiang, noting that he was always baring his teeth at them and he would see if McMao would bother them when they found out what happened to them. Purple energy attacked from the protagonist's back, after which he turned over on the ground and ran again. The man watched in bewilderment, asking that he was able to withstand his psychological attack. The brunette bounced off the air, heading after the protagonist, saying that he wouldn't lie anyway. Blood was pouring out of the protagonist's eyes and nose as he screamed for help. Ping thought that if he did this again at close range, he would be finished. Out of nowhere, the mentor appeared, attacking the man in the face. The powerful blow carried him to the ground. Mu smiled widely, apologizing to the protagonist, asking why he was late. 2 mentors appeared above the protagonist. Yao Ding told the protagonist that he was good, having fun there with a level 8 and 2 level 7 seconds alone, noting that the heretics had to draw trump cards to get even with him. The protagonist noted that the director of Yao Ding and Mr. Bianzhong had arrived. The mentors looked at their opponent. The man told Ku Bianzhong, Tian Mu, Chen Yaotin that he did not think that he would fall for their trick, asking that they really thought that they had won. The opponent dressed in a golden body, after which Bianzhong also covered his body in gold, asking that he really thought that he was the only one with a golden body. Mu dressed in a golden body, heading to attack his opponent. The opponent in a golden guise held out a purple shield in front of him. The mentor slammed his fist on the shield. The shield shattered into pieces from the impact. Mu said that today would be the end for the 3 of them, and then they would see how many good warriors the heretics had left and finish them off. Only golden lines could be seen in the sky. The protagonist watched this with a breathless expression. He said that there were 3 strongest warriors of level 9 and 1 of level 8, and if he had not asked for 2 fighters of level 8, he noted that now they would all be finished, even Mr. Liu, and Dingnan only offered him a saber for it, and he sold too cheaply. Jinyang could be seen in the air, flying to the side. He hit the ground, raising clouds of smoke and dust. The protagonist looked to the side excitedly, telling the old man Jinyang not to go there. He thought that Jinyang and the one with level 8 were about the same strength, and he would not be able to withstand the onslaught. Golden sparks could be seen in the air. The villagers watched the battle outside the window. The old man and his opponent were locked in battle. The man told him to let them go. He looked at the man with a furious expression, saying that otherwise he would slaughter the entire city today. Jinyang looked menacingly at his opponent, saying that he should just try. The villagers watched the events in panic. The boy asked if he had heard correctly and that he would slaughter the city. The villager noted that there were incredible masters fighting there, and definitely one of the heretics. The protagonist looked away excitedly, asking that he would slaughter the city. The yellow lions were approaching the city. Ping thought that they were luring Jinyang into the city in that direction. The society president stood with his back motionless. He wondered what he should do, and if 2 level 8 warriors were in the city, he would be in trouble, because Jinyang is a small town, the 6th level there is not hurt even with fire, and they simply cannot hold back a level 8 heretic. The student turned sharply, swinging his fist. Lai tilted his head to the side, stopping the protagonist's fist, saying that it was him. Ping looked at the teacher in surprise, asking how he got there. The professor noted that Jinyang was already old and his body would not withstand such loads, but he could drag it out for a little while, asking him for some of his strength, since he would need it. Lai squinted to the side, noting that first they needed to find a place to hide, and as soon as they got closer, he would finish him off with one blow. Among the trees stood an old dirty building. The student and the professor stood behind the wall of the building. The protagonist noted that he was only at level 6. Lai asked that he underestimated him. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that it was not so. After all, he was already at level 6. He wondered if Master Lai with his level 6 got into a fight with 2-8 seconds, would they even notice? The professor held his blade in his hands, looking behind him. Lai told him to talk less, and he had fought left and right in the past. Many of the current ones had received a good beating from him, and when he shouted "come on," he should direct all his power to his sword. The protagonist puffed out his cheeks, saying that he understood everything. 2 golden silhouettes flew in the sky. Wu Chen smiled maliciously, looking back at the old man. Jinyang told him to surrender in a good way, and so be it, he would spare his life. Wu Chen told him not to rush, calling him an old dog, noting that he had better retreat, otherwise he would make half the city their afterlife army. The teacher appeared in front of his opponent, saying that he had played too much. The man asked what he thought would stop him. In the sky, golden silhouettes were moving towards the city at incredible speed. Lai watched what was happening with a cold gaze. Ting told the teacher that it was time to act. The old man thought that he had buried this sword for 10 years, and had not used it for 10 years, preparing it especially for the warriors from the catacombs. The teacher sighed heavily, noting that he did not think that they would be 3 heretics with golden bodies, and he could not hesitate. The professor extended his hand with the blade towards the protagonist, telling him to start acting. The protagonist began to pour his energy into the blade. A powerful purple aura emanated from the sword. The professor's body began to turn into gold. The protagonist watched in surprise, thinking what kind of power was this, and his power was merging with the sword's inner power to form a completely new one. Wu Chen looked away in confusion, asking what the sword of longevity was. The man thought that it should have turned to dust a long time ago, wondering where such threatening energy came from. Mu approached the guys at incredible speed, telling Lai to go back as he was going. The professor bared his teeth, taking the blade out of its sheath. The president of the society looked at the mentor with a wide smile, saying that now Brother Mu would finish off the enemies. The mentor attacked the enemy with his fist. Purple energy emanated from the handle of the blade. Lai returned the blade to its sheath, after which blood appeared from his mouth. The professor said that he was finished. The protagonist looked at the professor with alarm, asking what was wrong with him. Lai put his hand in front of the protagonist, saying that he was fine. The student asked what kind of technique he used and that he could really kill even a level 8. Lai grinned maliciously, pointing his hand at himself. He said that if it weren't for Mu, he would have become famous throughout the world today, and he himself should think about it. He dealt with a level 8 with just a sword, and in the sky, he would be the only one like him, Teacher Lai. The student looked at the professor with a happy expression, asking if he could teach him too, and that if a level 6 warrior could finish off a level 8 warrior, then if he learned this he would be able to deal with a 6, adding that if he had known earlier that this was possible, he would not have learned anything except a sword. The protagonist looked at the blade with curiosity. He asked what was in his hands. This was the sword of longevity, adding that this was the energy emanating from it. He had not yet pulled it out, but already felt that there would be a chopping now. Ping noted that he was just surrounded by a golden glow, asking that such a thing was possible not from level 8. The protagonist straightened his back, pointing a finger at himself. The professor said that this was called a half-golden body, and he still came to level 8 to kill, and he needed something to counter it. The protagonist said that at level 6 in a golden body, asking if he could learn this, adding that it looked great. Lai closed his eyes and yawned widely. He said that he had taken the shortest path. This was not a real golden body, and for its development it would be best to go the entire way and get a golden body at level 8. And getting a half golden body at level 6 would not only waste a lot of time, but also expend a lot of resources. Yao Ding and his partner flew towards their comrades, saying that he would help them. The student and teacher watched what was happening in the sky. The old man noted that the situation was apparently under control, and this time he had helped them a lot, since the 3 strongest heretics could not escape punishment. The protagonist grinned maliciously, asking the teacher that it might be worth examining the corpses of the defeated enemies. Lai squinted at the student, saying that these were someone else's trophies, asking if he had ever heard of ethics. Ping noted that he just wanted to see, since he had never seen what these 7 levels carried with them. The old man said that they had few interesting weapons there and usually did not use pills much, and they simply could not buy anything high quality. The protagonist pulled the teacher along, saying that suddenly something would be found and he would take a quick look. Lai noted that he was acting like a girl in front of a clothing store. "We will only look, we will not try anything on," adding that he did not believe him. Stars were visible in the night sky. The guys approached the enemy's corpse. Lai said that it was him. Ping asked that they knew each other. The enemy was lying on the ground with a pierced chest. The professor said that it was the former deputy director of the Tian'an Martial Arts University, and he thought that he had been dead for a long time, but it turned out that he had been alive all this time. The president of the society asked that then he was involved in the events in the Tian'an catacombs of those times. Lai looked at the man thoughtfully, saying that it was not clear and now one can only guess and check assumptions, but they made a noble noise, and he thinks the higher ranks of the heretics will understand that their fighters fell into a trap and died in battle, so that everyone who was associated with them will either be securely hidden or eliminated, so that even thorough checks are unlikely to lead to a solution. The protagonist looked at the teacher with curiosity, bringing the boots to him. Ping told Lai to look, asking that this was made of the skin of a top-level beast. Lai said that this was not very fine work. The student looked at the professor in bewilderment, asking that this was not the highest level. Lai took the boots in his hands. He said that it was made, of course, from the skin of a top-level beast, but the problem was that such things were strictly controlled by the government, and even warriors could not arbitrarily keep the wool and skin of top-level beasts. If they were not obtained from the government, then it turned out that the heretic warriors somehow deceived the guards and entered the catacombs. Ping looked at the teacher in surprise. The old man suggested that they managed to get in quietly, or that the heretics secretly controlled one of the entrances to the catacombs, adding that it was difficult to say and they would have to conduct a serious investigation. The protagonist asked that it was somehow possible to secretly control the entrances to the catacombs. The old man looked down with a serious look, saying that, of course, they knew about all the new entrances, but there were those that had existed for hundreds of years, asking who could say with certainty that the entrance from the Western Mountains was one, and who could guarantee that they had found and controlled all the entrances after the Western Mountains. The president of the society crossed his arms, saying that it was true, and that the heretics had so many top-level fighters, asking why they were in league with some pharmaceutical company. Otherwise, how would they have so many resources to train fighters? The protagonist looked at the teacher with a wide smile, asking that these sneaks were worth something after all. Lai said that it was, but it didn't concern him, and he would take them for safekeeping himself. The guys looked at the barefoot corpse. The professor said that even though he didn't get the shoes, he would grant him the right to return with the corpse on his shoulders. The protagonist said that it wasn't even a warrior with a golden body. Lai looked at the student with displeasure, saying that he was a fool and that level 7 was also powerful. Even if it was just for research, it was still priceless. The protagonist squinted at the dead body, after which he brought the phone to his ear, telling his man to send a few people to Jinyang, and quickly, since they needed to pick up a couple of corpses and he would guard them there, and they would dig, noting that it was not illegal. Lai grinned in bewilderment, saying that he was a smart guy. The guys stood next to a headless corpse. The protagonist began to search the man's corpse, after which he got to his feet, saying that he was some kind of beggar and there was nothing to take from him. Lai extended his hand in front of the protagonist, asking what he had hidden there and that he was now stealing from Liu too. Ping said that it was his. The professor noted that he should not lie and take it out, asking what he had there. The protagonist reluctantly extended his hand with a bottle. The teacher looked at the bottle in shock, asking that they even had something like that. The student asked what kind of medicine it was, noting that he had only seen it once, asking that it was expensive and how much would it cost. The mentor squinted at the protagonist, saying that it was heart essence and that warriors of higher levels used it to increase the efficiency of skull-bone fusion, adding that heart essence was the main source of heart energy. Such tempering was incredibly difficult for any being below level 9, asking if he understood what he was getting at. The protagonist looked at the teacher in horror, asking that there were warriors of level 9 among the heretics. The old man clenched his hand into a fist, noting that before these were just assumptions, but now they were confirmed, but it was none of their business and it was not for them to judge such things. The president pointed his finger towards the bottle, asking how much would such a thing cost. Wang asked why he kept talking about money, noting that such things are not sold well even among the best warriors, and especially when it comes to selling for at least 50 million. The protagonist drooled, looking at the teacher with a shining gaze and stretching his hands towards him. Ping said that he found this treasure first, asking him to give it to him. Lai told him to calm down. Wu Chen opened his mouth in anger, screaming loudly. A red aura began to emanate from him. Mu covered his face with his hand. Wu Chen died from a huge surge of energy. His body fell to the ground. The mentors stood around Wu Chen's dead body. Police cars arrived at the scene. Soldiers gathered near the body. Kang looked ahead with a serious expression. He told Mr. Ping and the respected mentors that they had worked hard, and if they needed any help, they should immediately ask for it. Mu turned his attention to the minister, asking where the head of the local police was. The minister said that he was calming the panicking people down and would contact him soon. Jinyang smiled slightly, pulling his hand towards the minister, saying that it was not necessary, because working with the people was an important matter and there was no need to interfere with it. It was better to unhook everything there as quickly as possible. The protagonist told Mr. Kang not to let anyone get close to the corpses, because his people would arrive soon. The man nodded, saying that he understood everything. The protagonist looked behind him as Mu approached Wu Chen's corpse. The mentor told the guy that killing heretics was not a problem, but these were already matters of his introduction, and he was just a weakling with level 4 and he should not get underfoot. The mentor grabbed the corpse by its torn shirt, after which he threw it over his shoulder, saying that sometimes heretic warriors were very difficult to kill, and if the moment was not critical, they themselves did not always intervene. Mu told him to imagine, asking that if they really did infiltrate the city this time, how many citizens would die, noting that instead of letting these madmen massacre the residential areas, it would be better to wait until the catacombs opened and engage in battle, then it would be a battle of masters, not a massacre. The minister and the protagonist looked at the man in bewilderment. The mentor said that Dingnan does not want the people of Nanjing to die, asking what about the other regions. He thought about them, adding that this time Jinyang almost destroyed the foundations, and he thinks the governor will have something to talk about with him. Mu jumped off the ground, saying that he is all and all the problems are because of Dingnan, let him deal with it himself. The protagonist is upset, but looked at the mentor, wondering why he does not leave this level 8 corpse. The mentors looked towards the protagonist with a smile. Yao Ding told Ping that Yunxi had to go back to Mangma and he wouldn't be staying there for long either, telling him to be careful next time. The old man with the scar on his face said that he and Master Jinyang should go too. All the good fighters were under close scrutiny right now, so he had to be careful on his way. The protagonist waved goodbye to the guys. Ping put his palms together in front of him, telling Mr. Kang not to forget to send him his sword and the address. He knew, because they were already going back. Jiang asked where they were going back to. The president smiled in confusion, saying that they were returning to Mangma, asking if they hadn't settled everything there, noting that they had killed 3 masters and seemed to have lured out and punished those they were looking for. So there was no need to go to Nanjing anymore, and as for the catacombs, they hadn't opened yet, and once they did, they would talk. The protagonist waved goodbye to the minister, telling him not to forget to send the sword as soon as they could. Lai said that they hadn't done it, asking where he was in such a hurry, noting that he would like to see Dingnan engage them in battle, and the governor general must be having fun fighting. The protagonist looked at the professor with a sly grin. He thought that all this didn't matter to him. The main thing was that none of the mentors needed the corpse trophies, since everyone had forgotten about them, although everyone was now at Master Lai's, wondering he wouldn't because he was holding on to what belonged to him. The sign read Mangma University. The guys were walking across the bridge. Lai said that the heart essence would need to be sent back when there was time. Ping asked what might not be needed, noting that the mentors didn't really need it, otherwise they would have taken it themselves long ago, asking that he didn't think they were just embarrassed. The student looked at the professor in confusion. Lai said that it would be better to do everything humanely, send it back, and what if they really didn't need it? Ping asked what if they didn't need it, and that they would arrange for home delivery, and they would return it to them. Lai smiled awkwardly, saying that that was true, but they would still negotiate with Teacher Liu, but the director. A call from the protagonist appeared on the phone. Yunxi picked up the phone, asking that it was Ping. The protagonist asked the girl if her grandfather had returned. Yunxi rubbed her eyes, asking that her grandfather had been away. The president of the society noted that she should tell Director Ding that he had found a heart essence pill, and if anything, he could divide it and send him half, but he probably didn't need it. Lai held back his laughter as the protagonist pulled the phone away from his ear. Ding yelled that he really needed it and let him cut it up and send him half. The protagonist smiled widely, thinking that the school principal had burst into his granddaughter's room in the middle of the night to eavesdrop on the conversation. And that was the picture. Ping said that he didn't really need it and would send it to him in full. Yao Ding said that he only needed his half, so he should try harder. Yao Ding looked at the phone with an irritated look. He noted that he liked this little bastard before, and he even turned a blind eye to how he extorted funds from him and how he made Yunxi beat his own students. And now he was playing by the rules again and specially called her to tell her about the spoils of war, and judging by the tone, he was constantly offending her and he needed to protect his granddaughter. Lai patted the protagonist on the shoulder. Ping noted that he did not need the whole one and asked for only half. The professor asked what he had received, noting that only someone with a level 9 could split the heart essence, so if he wanted to give half, he would have to look for fistulas. The protagonist looked at the teacher in bewilderment, asking why he couldn't tell him about this earlier. The news was on TV. The host said that on the evening of October 17th, a terrifying battle had taken place in the suburbs of Jinyang, and this was the first battle of high-level warriors that had taken place in front of ordinary people. Many eyewitnesses sent them photos and videos, and the words of one of the heretics about the planned battle immediately spread throughout the city. Outside the window, the night sky with stars was visible. On TV, Wu Chen could be heard shouting for him to let them go, otherwise he would slaughter the entire city today. The host said that judging by the battle that took place soon after, the words of the heretics were not an empty threat, so the people are calling on their defenders to fight against the heretics. On TV, photos of the destroyed land were visible. The girl said that although instead of a battle, the network was immediately cordoned off. Soon many shots of the destruction after the fight appeared, and the government took advantage of the current escalation of events to declare the heretics the #1 enemy of humanity and let people get used to the idea of the coming war. And the government decided not to tell about the fact that ordinary people cannot defeat people from the catacombs. The weather above the building was clear. Kang handed the blade to the protagonist, saying that the Governor General sent him this gift that destroys bandits. The minister slightly bowed and handed the blade to the protagonist. He said that when the Governor General reached level 5, he spent all the family's fortune to create it, and together they went through hundreds of battles, destroyed 1,000 enemies. And when he reached the level of a mentor, the Governor General sprinkled the blade of the sword with the blood of masters, the highest level, and stopped using it, but continued to look after it. Kang said that now it was his sword, and he should not disgrace it. The protagonist looked at the blade, dumbfounded, from which a red aura emanated. He noted that this sword was not like other swords. The Dingnan sword, even in its sheath, emitted a special sharp aura, and its energy could be felt from afar. One could say that all the swords that he had used before were produced on a conveyor belt from pieces of steel, and this one was a jewel, possessing its own energy and soul. Ping extended his hand to the blade, saying that, of course. The protagonist clutched his sword in his hand. He lightly pulled the blade out of its sheath, saying that it was an excellent sword. The president of the society swung the blade. The slash hit the wall. The student looked at the hole in the wall, noting that it was an energy blade, and he instantly transformed its energy into even more blade energy. The protagonist looked at the blade with a sly smile, saying that it was a bandit destroyer and would now be called a chaos dispeller. The protagonist said that his sword, the Ping sword, dispeller of chaos. The students from the accounting department looked at the protagonist with displeasure. The guy told the president of Ping that the wall would cost 1,000,000 yuan in fines. The protagonist looked at the guys, saying that he would pay and that they should find someone to patch the hole. He thought that it was a measly million. The president looked at the system window with a smirk. He noted that as soon as he picked up the sword, his fortune increased by 200 million, a 20-kilogram grade alloy, noting that the system very rarely gives a weapon a valuation higher than the cost of the materials. But not this time, and not with this sword, and only 100 million is missing, another step towards a fortune of a total value of 1 billion. The disciple bowed to the minister, telling him to thank the Governor General for him. Kang said that he deserved it. The bright sun illuminated the building. The protagonist put his boots and a bottle on the table. He asked Teacher Lai how much the supply department would give for 2 pairs of such boots and a heart essence. Lai said that the school would not accept the heart essence, and as for the boots, they cost 2,000 credits. The president looked at the professor with a disappointed look, asking why they would not accept the heart essence. The teacher looked at the disciple with a serious look. He said that the few mentors that McMao has and the director have already passed this stage, so if he wants to sell the essence first, let him find a mentor who needs it. Ask when selling the heart essence, he is not afraid of incurring trouble from teacher Yao Ding. Ping was upset and looked ahead and said that he did not think that far ahead. He thought that the most important thing now is to raise the level of the system. After all, after the promotion, he can just buy one bottle with money and give it to teacher Yao Ding. After all, he has plenty of cash. Wai pointed at the shoes. Ping asked that one pair is only 1,000 credits, and it seems a little, noting that they are made of a top-level beast. The professor said that shoes are not a simple attribute and are usually made to order, and there is hardly a buyer for those that someone has already worn. There is little use in recycling them, and in any case, he is wasting his time with them, and let him take what they give, at least something, noting that his demands are, of course, too high. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled broadly, saying that 2,000 is 2,000. The system notified that his wealth is plus 40 million. Ping leaned towards the professor. Wai said that he translated it for him. The president asked if he could teach him that technique with a sword. The student narrowed his eyes sarcastically, saying that he was just missing something so explosive that he could do it in one go, and, of course, he would not be able to swing at level 7, he would not be able to master even level 6. Wai grinned wickedly, asking if he really thought that the difference between levels could be overcome so easily. The old man imagined the image of the blade with a serious look. He stated that he listened to what he had to say, because he had thought up this technique for a long time, and it was not something that could be used as soon as it came to his mind. Wai said that he had been continuously accumulating and compressing his power, feeding it with energy, restraining and interacting with his power, waiting for the moment when he could use it with just a second of light. The protagonist looked at the professor in confusion, asking that he had to unite his spirit and soul and pay a huge price for this. The teacher said that when he wanted to kill someone by bridging the gap in levels, paying for it in a certain way was a completely natural thing. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking that he would die. The teacher looked at the student with a serious look, asking what he thought. The protagonist looked at the professor with a serious look, saying that he did not want to guess, but it would be better for him not to use it. But the essence of that strike of his accumulation of energy and the most powerful explosion. He also wants to learn. If he does not have to use it, great, and if necessary, he must destroy it with one blow. Yellow light illuminated the room where the protagonist was. Ping said that the part where you have to pay a huge price just to strike is not for him. He will not learn this and it is not worth it. The fact that he is not their rival today does not mean that he will not be tomorrow even if he kills one with level 8 today. They will not change the overall situation in the confrontation with the catacombs, so it is better to kill more than 5 levels and deprive the masters of resource miners. Lai looked down with a thoughtful look. He noted that this is the truth now. The outcome of the confrontation between people and heretics depends on the condition of their best warriors, and if he had the opportunity to become a mentor, he would say exactly the same words, but the heavens will not allow him. The protagonist stretched out his blade in front of him. Lai said that he could teach him energy accumulation magic and the art of powerful strikes, but for this he needs a good sword. Ping asked how about this, dispelling chaos. The professor looked at the blade with a smile, saying that it was one of the 10 legendary Dingnan Bandit Slayer swords, a sword that had earned a name for itself and such a name should not be changed thoughtlessly. The president looked at the professor dumbfounded, pointing his finger at the blade. He asked that it was one of the 10 legendary swords and that they had some kind of ranking and where his sword ranked. The old man said that there was actually no ranking, but he had to tell him something. Lai grinned maliciously, saying that the most famous one was of course his longevity sword. The president looked away thoughtfully, wondering what could steal it for him when he had the opportunity, noting that without the sword, old Lai would be an ordinary warrior at the peak of level 6, then he would have forgotten what it was like to kill level 7 and 8. There were huge hieroglyphs on the building. There was a sign on the door with an inscription. Wang said that the regulations for the second National Martial Arts Tournament had been released and he should take a look. The protagonist sat opposite the vice principal. He said that the competition would be fierce this year and according to the rules, the ranking would be as follows. 102 schools would be ranked according to their importance, which would determine their level of funding from the Ministry of Education, and 10 elite schools would also be selected. Wang looked at the student with a serious look. He said that they would then be divided into 2 categories, elite and ordinary schools. The top 10 ordinary schools would be able to compete with the elite schools next year, but there was a condition. These schools must have at least 5 mid-level warriors, while the top 10 elite schools would only be able to compete with schools that were next to each other in the rankings. Each of these schools had the right to challenge the school that was 1 line higher in the rankings. The president looked at the vice principal with a grin. He said that now ordinary schools will throw all their resources into training several talented warriors, because with talent and resources it is not difficult to raise 1 warrior of the 4th level. But 5 is not so easy. The deputy slightly raised one eyebrow, saying that this was done in order to minimize friction between schools, and before it was like this, 2 great schools are recognized by everyone, and the rest of the schools are indignant. Why are these 2 more, and they are given less? So the government resolved this problem and now there will be much less conflict. Wang slightly frowned, saying that ordinary schools, of course, will have a hard time, but McMao has little to do with this, and McMao has one goal: to be in the top 3, to strive for excellence. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise, asking what to be in the top 3. Wang said that one military school. Already from the name it is clear how confident they are, how much power they have. In addition, there is information that the fighters from CC Mao can soon reach level 5, they should not be underestimated in any way. The protagonist frowned slightly, saying about level 5. He noted that the tournament for ordinary schools will begin next month. To select the best 7 will take a maximum of 1 month. That is, there is a little more than a month left and he needs to hurry. The protagonist sat opposite the deputy, thinking that by that time he will be at most at the peak of 4, and if he reaches 5, it will only get worse. If he stays at this level for too long, control over his own strength will be very weak. Ping told Wang to be calm, and he will be attentive. The president put the bottle on the table, asking if he could help him sell something. The man looked at the bottle with curiosity, asking what kind of heart essence it was, adding that it was very rare to take something like this, and with an unknown origin, it was very possible that this essence was created from a human heart. The protagonist looked at the man in confusion, asking that it couldn't possibly be useless to anyone. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that he knew many mentors, and maybe even millions over 50. Wang said that he knew them and would ask around. The protagonist leaned over to the deputy, thanking him. He wondered what kind of essence it was that there was no one to give it to, and what other ways there were to earn 50 million. The station of a magical city, the sun was shining brightly, there were a lot of people at the station. People were passing through the turnstiles and hurrying to their trains. The protagonist's family entered the station. Yuan raised her hand and waved, attracting her brother's attention. The brunette was sitting with a book in his hands. He closed the book and raised his hand, waving back with a smile. The Ping family is riding in the car with him. The guy tells his father that he should also buy a car because it is much more convenient. The brunette is sitting behind the wheel. Mingrong is sitting next to him. The guy's mother and sister are sitting in the back. Mingrong says that there is no point in him buying a car. Yuan tells the brunette that then he can buy a car for her, and the guy replies that in that case, let Yuan break her piggy bank and buy a car for herself. The girl awkwardly replies that the money from the piggy bank is only enough for a toy car. The guy replies that he does not believe it. The main character looks at the road and says that the tournament has just moved to the level of rating competitions and they have nowhere to rush, since there is something to see at any time. So first they will go to Ping's home, after which they will walk around the campus and meet at Lu Fengru. The man looked at the guy and asked if there was a topic that should not be discussed with Mentor Lu. The brunette thought for a moment, then answered that it was better not to talk about family. Yuan from the back seat again took hold of the protagonist's seat with her hands and enthusiastically asked him if she could become Fengru's disciple if she liked him. The guy did not answer, only grinned. They arrived at a large villa with several floors. On the site there was a swimming pool and a place to relax. The younger sister Ping looked at the entire villa with interest, running around the floors and looking everywhere. The girl jumped on the sofa. The parents of the protagonist looked at the house in surprise, wondering how much it cost. The guy was standing at the entrance. The Ping family looked ahead in surprise, raising their heads. They were standing at the entrance to the university, looking at the large golden inscription on the gate. The brunette was standing a little to the side and smiling. They were walking along the university grounds. Other students were greeting the guy and his family. The brunette leans back a little and addresses his sister. The girl pouts and turns away from the guy when he says that all those greeting him are warriors. They came to Fengru. The protagonist's parents hand the mentor a bag of gifts from Yangcheng. The guy stands behind them. Mingrong and Yuyan are interested in their son's progress in his studies with the mentor. Yuan tugs his brother by the jacket. Ping leaned towards his sister. She said that Mentor Lu scares her. The brunette grinned and reminded her of her words when they were driving here. The next day, the stadium of the Magic City, it is noisy inside. The people in the stands loudly support the fighters in the ring. In the room in front of the TV, 3 students are sitting. The protagonist entered the room. They stood up to greet him. Ping says with a smile that he came to check how they are doing and asked what impressions they had after the fight in the ring. All the students stand in front of the brunette. One of them answers that the opponents are very strong and it is a lot of stress. The guy answered that it is good and they just need to be more serious during the fight. He continued to give them advice, said that the students should not get caught by more experienced warriors. Not all universities sent their students, so not everyone is here. Their university is the best of all those in the tournament. Their goal is to take all 3 first places. Tang Wen looks ahead. The main character turned to her, saying that she must become the best since her father is one of the strongest warriors. The girl felt as if a burden of responsibility fell on her, pressing her to the floor. The brunette turned around and went to the exit. Waving goodbye to the students, they continued to stand. The brunette told them to study the opponent. As soon as he left, the red-haired girl loudly protested his words, calling him names and saying that he got her with these statements about first place because she is a newbie and has not even finished the first semester yet. One of the students exhaled and leaned his hands on the sofa. Another turned to the angry girl, fearfully raising his finger to his lips and asking her to be quiet. Because Ping had not gone far and could hear her words, the girl replied that this is what she wanted. There are 2 fighters in the ring. The stands are completely filled with people. Encouraging shouts of fighters are heard from everywhere. The man in the cap turned to the girl, asking why the patrol did not check her. Is one of her parents a university teacher? Yuen looks at the photos she took, sitting next to the man, and replied that her brother is a student here. The man thought that everyone was very polite to her and decided to ask her for information about her brother. He offered her to interview her brother, trying to convince her that this would bring popularity to her brother. The girl ignored his words, handed him her camera and told him to take some photos so that she could get autographs later, thinking that Ping did not need an interview from Dolly because he was already popular and it was more important for her to get autographs. The man took the camera and agreed to help her, thinking that he first needed to make friends with the girl. A woman came up with him. Yuen turned around when she called out to the girl and said that Ping was waiting for her. The girl was surprised by her words. The brunette stands in front of the main character, resting her hands on her hips and displeasedly telling him that she had not yet managed to take a photo. The guy holds her by the shoulders, asking how she ended up there with Liu Dolly. Yuen replied that he offered to help her with the photos and asked if the brunette knew Dolly. The guy reminded her of the video of his fight. The girl thought about it and he explained to her that it was Dolly who filmed that video and made a lot of money with the video. Yuen was very surprised and loudly asked her brother how much money that journalist had received and whether he had really received the entire amount himself. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the girl seriously, telling her that since she knew the man, she could find out if he had any money now to demand it from him for that video. The girl thought that Dolly had set up her brother and deprived her family of several tens of millions and said that she would find out everything so that Ping could demand that money later. The girl returned to the stands and approached the man, who asked why Young's brother had called her. The brunette smiled, replied that it did not matter and said that she had talked to her brother about Dolly, but it turned out that her brother knew nothing about the journalist and did not want to give an interview to a stranger. The man became nervous, answering that in fact he was an important person in some circles, and the girl's brother had too narrow a horizon. Yuen replied that her brother was on good terms with the director of McMao, his horizons could not be narrow, and that Dolly was lying. The journalist fell silent, surprised by her words, and thought to himself that in this case the girl's brother was a very influential person. If an interview with him or the director was released, he would earn a lot. The man smiled, saying that he was not lying and that he had filmed many of the battles. The girl objected that if the man was so famous, then why did he look so poor? The man, holding a video camera, nervously replied that money loved silence. Yuen asked if he was also rich. Dolly said yes. The brunette continued asking the man how much money he had. He willingly answered her and told her a lot. When they finished, the man asked with a smile when the girl would introduce Dolly and her brother. Yuen with a wide smile suggested doing it right now. The man thought that it was much easier to fool the girl than it seemed to him. They walked down the hallway, the man following Yuen. Suddenly, the brunette stopped, turned to face the man, and Liu asked why she stood up. The girl put her hands behind her back and smiled. The journalist turned to the guy behind him. He was very surprised to see who it was, as he had not expected that guy at all. Ping put his hand on the man's shoulder, smiled, and leaned slightly. The journalist looked away when the brunette greeted him. Dolly looked away and tensed up, saying that the brunette had become more popular during the time they had not seen each other. The guy replied with a smile that life was not easy for people like him, unlike the journalist with his wealth. The brunette continued to smile. The man became nervous when the guy reminded him of their last meeting and asked if the man was going to repay his debt. At that time, the journalist had earned only 21 million, and it was unexpected for Dolly to hear that he owed several tens of millions. The journalist fell to his knees in front of the main character. Yuen stood next to them. The man began to say that he did not have the money to pay them back now and said that he lied to the brunette's younger sister. Dolly was nervous. He handed the phone to Ping, offering him to check the journalist's accounts if the guy did not believe him at his word. The brunette took the phone in his hands. There were several messages about the man being late with his credit cards. The guy looked at the screen with dissatisfaction and thought that the journalist's financial situation was shameful. The guy leaned forward and smiled evilly, saying that since there was no money, the man would pay with himself. Dolly got scared, folded his arms across his chest and asked again. Ping got angry at his question and kicked him several times, outraged by such thoughts. The brunette handed him a notebook. The man did not take it right away. The guy said that the journalist should write him a receipt for 50 million and then go on a business trip, for which the guy will pay the man 5 million and this money will go to pay off the debt. The man tried to object. Ping leaned towards him sharply with a maniacal smile and held out a pen, demanding that the man write a receipt if he did not want to be killed. The man took the pen and notebook and wrote a receipt, mentally deciding that he could write whatever the brunette wanted and just run away. He wrote on the sheet that he was taking a loan from Ping in the amount of 50 million and left his signature. The main character took the notebook and closed it. He smiled. The girl with a serious face stood next to her brother when he said that if the journalist dared to run away, the guy would catch him and would not be so kind. The man got angry, but walked away. The brunette and his sister remained behind him in the corridor. The guy looked at the notebook, thinking that with a receipt it was much better than without it and that they hadn't caught him in vain. There were many tall buildings, with a small pond between them. Fengru looked at Ping and explained to him that it was better not to use an energy accumulating strike at the tournament. The mentor sat on a small bench. The brunette stood to the side of her. The woman said that the sword that the main character used would be difficult for an opponent to restrain and could easily be killed with it. The gray-haired woman calmly replied that there was no point in using this sword at university tournaments and that after a couple of months of training, the guy would easily kill someone of level 5 in the catacombs. To the brunette's bewilderment that he could only kill level 5, the mentor mentally replied that he was too weak for level 6. She rose from the bench, saying that there was no need to go to the catacombs anytime soon and that there were no suitable conditions for leveling up. Fengru walked away. The brunette remained behind her. She added on the go that she would not be able to get to the Macmao tournament, so the main character should monitor his progress himself. The guy smiled, seeing her off. Ting hurries to the director's office. He entered, immediately asking if they managed to sell the essence and how much they earned on it. The man at the table handed him a bank card and said that the essence was sold for 50 million and the buyer would send the PIN code from the card to the brunette's phone. After which he added that all the money should be on the card and the man did not use it. The guy took the card with a smile, saying that there was no point in the man saying that, because the brunette did not suspect him of such a thing. The guy is sitting on the couch in the room. He nervously taps his foot on the floor. The brunette got up, began to walk around the room in circles. Ting opens the system. He is worried because the leveling up was delayed this time. The day was coming to an end. The sun had already set and the dawn painted the walls of the house. Finally, the system was updated. A message about the level increase came. Now the main character had access to the functions of storage space and energy barrier. The brunette looks at his data in the system with a smile, mentally glad that the storage space was really available. The guy thought about whether it was possible to expand it in the future and what could be stored there. He noticed the inscription about the energy barrier and he wondered what it was needed for. The brunette is standing near the table. He activated the energy barrier. After that, the guy looked at his hands and said that nothing had changed. He swung and hit himself on the cheek. Nothing stopped the blow. The brunette immediately grabbed his sore cheek and thought that it seemed to have no effect on blows to himself. He went to another room. A girl was standing near the table. Seeing her, Ping immediately turned to her. She turned around and was surprised by his request to hit him. The guy spread his arms to the sides and with a smile repeated his request to hit him. The girl turned away from him, embarrassed. The brunette looked at her in surprise. She said that she would not hit him, calling him strange. The protagonist went to the hall where there were two guys and a girl. The girl was sitting in the stands. The guys were standing below. The brunette turned to Changbing and asked him to hit the brunette. The blonde chuckled nervously, answering that if he hit the protagonist, he would hit him back and kill him. The brunette turned to the other guy. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest and asked Lei to hit him, but the brown-haired man also refused. The protagonist turned to Xiaoman. The girl replied that she would not do it either. She was not a fool to fall for this offer. The guy nervously ran his hand through his hair, slightly tilting his head and looking at the floor. Ping waved his hands, desperately repeating his request and asking why no one can or wants to do this. Lei turned to Changbing and spread his hands. The protagonist turned around and started walking towards the exit, muttering under his breath that they would regret it and that this was their last chance to hit him. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him and hit him in the back. The brunette was unable to stay on his feet from the blow and flew into the wall. The guy flew through several walls of buildings, breaking through them with his body. Feng turned to the other students, asking why they did not hit Ping, since the guy asked them to do so. All the students were surprised and tensed up. Xiaoman smiled nervously. The guy is sitting near the wall. There is a deep dent in the wall behind him, and there are pieces of walls in front of him. He looks thoughtfully in front of himself, trying to understand what the barrier is for, because he did not feel it during the blow. The guy thought that perhaps the barrier is needed to protect against mental attacks. The brunette stood up and began to shake off his clothes, mentally deciding that looking for someone who could help him check this was tantamount to signing a death warrant. But if he angered the directors, he could check. Ting smiled, continuing to think about how his development would go further. Feng stood in the hall and looked at the hole left in the wall, thinking about why he did not feel the brunette's energy when he flew away from the blow. The train station of the magical city is illuminated by the sun. People are talking to each other. The main character and his family are standing at the train station and saying goodbye. The guy's parents are standing in front of him. His sister is standing next to him. The brunette offers them to stay in the city for a while. but the parents refuse, saying that they are calmer at home and everything is very expensive in the magical city. The girl smiled, the guy pulled her cheek, the brunette said that she will visit her brother when she gets her license and buys a car. The guy asked them to be careful and his sister to take care of her parents. Yun takes his brother's hand away from his face and tells him to take care of himself too, to finally find a girlfriend, and said that the whole university is talking about Ping not having a girlfriend. The guy straightens up and objects to his sister standing next to him, then wondering who could have told her that. The brunette's parents also ask why he doesn't have a girlfriend. The guy awkwardly answers that it's a matter of time, thinking that he has no time for love right now. The girl turns to her mother. The guy still feels awkward, hearing that she said that the brunette will never have a girlfriend because he fights with them. The protagonist's parents leave. Yun turns around and waves goodbye to him. Ping waved back. The guy was sure that Evil Sect knew about the operation to kill 3 of them. He sighed, watching the family go, thinking that blood feuds are rare, but the death of relatives will turn the murder of Evil Sect into the work of a warrior's whole life. The protagonist headed to the parking lot along with many other people, still thinking that he can't be with his family all the time, since even in a magical city there is no 100% guarantee of safety. All he can do is ask the police in Yangcheng to better monitor the safety of the city. End of October, the protagonist is sitting on a rock in the middle of a pond. The outline of the city is visible behind him. He is training and strengthening the other 4 organs. In November, the second national tournament opened. 89 universities were supposed to attend, but due to disturbing news, the tournament lost all importance and audience. 2 guys with weapons in their hands, the first is lying on the ground, the second is standing behind him. One of them is Yao Chengjun, a student of the first military school, who rose from 42 to 32 place in the rankings by the beginning of November. 2 other guys, the fair-haired one strikes the second in the stomach, knocking the brunette down. One of them is a student of CCMAU, who rose from 47 to 37 place in the rankings by the beginning of November. There is a TV on in the room. A fair-haired man is on the screen. He is talking about 2 talented students defeating everyone in their path, and sooner or later they will face each other in battle. That 89 universities are fighting for the title of elite and wonders if new talents will appear, which everyone is eagerly awaiting. The instructor's headquarters is illuminated by the sun. The golden inscription on the building is shining. Ping entered the director's office. The director is sitting at the table. Opposite him is Tang Feng. The guy asks the director if Yao Chengjun will come to Macmao and said that he heard that Chengjun's next target is Professor Zhao Minghao. The director chuckled, asking if the main character can't sit still. The brunette looked at Feng. The man looked at the guy when he spoke, asking why his name is not on the 4th level list and saying that he is not inferior to anyone in strength. Feng looked at the director again. He replied that Chengjun would not come to their university as he needed to accumulate strength now. The protagonist grinned confidently, saying that Chengjun was lucky not to encounter him, and the battles before the tournament prevented him from earning money, and when they met, he would kill his rivals. The director thought, remembering that Yao Chengjun and Lai Hansong were the best in their generation, showed themselves well in the catacombs and defeated more than 1 5th level warrior. The director noted that Ping and Qin Fengking were able to defeat a 5th level warrior, but they did it together and the warrior was not the most experienced. The man was surprised that Ping was so self-confident. The brunette scratched the back of his head with his hand, turning to the director again. He asked the director to send someone with the vice-rector's seal to the Martial Arts Society. The guy spread his arms. Both men turned to him when he said that if the seal was here, then he asked to give it to the Martial Arts Society. Both men were very surprised by such a statement from the guy. The fair-haired man cleared his throat, covering his mouth with his fist, and replied that it was better for the main character not to take on too much, and if he had enough determination, then next year he could become the first. Feng looked at the brunette and said that a warrior should be able to lose, and Ping did not know how to control himself. The guy fell silent and looked at the men in surprise. The brunette smiled, pointing his hand at himself, answering that he did not care about the tournament, and since the director was often not at work, he could take care of everything, but he was not allowed to finish. The director got angry, his eyes turned purple. With his energy, the fair-haired man knocked the guy off his feet and the guy flew into the wall. Ping broke through the wall with his back and flew out into the street. The man at the table frowned. Feng turned around and looked at where the brunette had just flown out from and asked if the director had noticed that Ping's energy had just flickered. The director, still frowning, asked if the brunette had really learned a new mental technique and was trying it on the director, and said that he had done poorly and that such a technique would be absolutely useless against experienced warriors. The red-haired man looked at the director and replied that no matter what, it would still be useful if the guy learned to record it. The protagonist stopped in mid-air, bracing himself with his feet. The guy smiled, realizing that the barrier did not protect against physical and mental attacks, but hid energy from the perception of strangers. He chuckled, saying that the shield would become an absolute weapon if used correctly, and thought that thanks to it, he would be able to hide energy during an attack. The brunette hung in the air, rubbing his hands and listing out loud what he would be able to do with the shield, thinking that the system itself was giving him a sign on how to use this skill. There were many students sitting at the table in the room. A blue-haired girl was standing next to the protagonist. There was a TV on in the room. A girl with a microphone in her hands raised the winner's hand, announcing his name. The protagonist chuckled. The girl looked at him. He said that a new 4th level warrior had appeared in Enmao and asked if anyone present recognized Lan Wufeng. One of the students turned to Ping. The blonde girl next to him also looked at the protagonist. The guy said that this was one of Smao's best students, the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, who seemed to have only recently reached the 4th level. The brunette looked at Fenking. The blue-haired man sat with his head slightly bowed. Ping asked if Fenking could defeat Wufeng in combat. The blue-haired man replied that he would do so easily. The protagonist stood up abruptly, rested his hands on the table and listed the participants of the tournament, saying that everyone except him was fighting for the last place. He explained that regardless of victory or defeat, all participants of the tournament would receive 500 credits, with the same amount being added for each subsequent achievement. The students looked at the brunette in surprise while he continued to name the amounts that each would receive and expressed their surprise out loud. Ping turned to Yunzai, asking her to tell all the 4th level warriors to return by the end of the month and contact the media to collect information. The blue-haired girl blushed a little, but resolutely agreed to carry out this task from the brunette. The guy seriously stated that he must defeat anyone, but if this does not work out, then all hope will remain on the students present here. There is no one outside near the building. The silence was broken by a loud answer to the brunette from the students. The protagonist goes down the empty stairs. Yunzai ran after him. The guy turned around, hearing that she called him. The girl was embarrassed, looked away and offered the brunette to have dinner together. King looked at her and thought for a while. The guy turned around and waved his hand, walking further up the stairs, answering that now he had little time and they would have dinner together another time. Yunzai remained on the stairs, watching the brunette leave and embarrassed to turn to the brunette again. She pursed her lips and thought, unable to say anything. The main character turned around and looked at her, thinking that warriors have a lot of strength and they are looking for love, but in his opinion it is better without her, so that in the event of death no one suffers. The guy watched the girl slowly climb the stairs and go back into the building, continuing to think that many warriors spend their entire lives alone, and at his age it is better to devote all your strength to training. His last thought about this was that he could return to this issue after 30 years, when progress slows down. The protagonist is training again on a small island among the rocks. He swung and struck the air, gathering all the energy in his fist. The force of the energy put into the blow smashed the stone in front of him. Pieces of stone flew noisily in different directions. Ping smiled with satisfaction, noticing in his mind that his strength was rapidly developing. The system depicts a skull, listing the number of bones it consists of. First of all, the warrior strengthens the auditory bones, since they are the smallest and their significance is low, which means the costs will be small. The protagonist sits in front of the system screen, wondering whether he should strengthen these bones now or not. The guy is sitting on a stone. Around him is a large pond and the outlines of other mountains behind it. He decided to try strengthening the auditory bones. Energy gathered in his ears and it had a red light. 100,000 were spent on this. The strength increased by 1%. Ping stopped and covered his ear with his hand, crying out in pain. He removed his hand from his ear and looked at his hand, mentally surprised by the dirty blood on his hand and how quickly the effect of bone compaction manifested itself. The hero thought that spiritual energy and intellectual power were now mixed, which means it created new energy. The brunette is sitting in front of the screen again. He holds a towel near his bleeding ear and thinks about how much money it will take to compact the auditory bones. The protagonist closed his eyes and continued hardening. Night, the moon is shining brightly in the sky. The brunette is sitting on a stone. The system reports that the hardening of the auditory bone is complete. The guy notices in his indicators that the upper threshold of spiritual energy has risen by 300 and this is excellent progress. The water reflects the moonlight on its surface. The wave crashed into a small stone. Ping turned around and mentally noted that he began to hear much better. He heard various conversations in the buildings around him. The protagonist was surprised by this, since the ability to hear so well and similar abilities seemed non-existent. The brunette imagined many strong warriors on the clouds, arguing that if this is true, then perhaps someone is still alive. The guy thought that the stronger you become, the more you learn, which means he needs to become stronger and stronger to learn everything that others might be hiding from him. He emphasized the plus in the energy column and decided to check how much more he could add. The protagonist sat down on the stone again and decided to increase the energy limit. 3 men and a girl are standing opposite each other. These are the 3 best top warriors. Many guys and girls. By November 15th, the best 7 universities were determined. Everything that happens at the second national tournament is weekly object of attention of the whole country. A man in a suit is sitting in the hall. He is talking about the fact that the protagonist will lead the warriors on a military campaign in January about his achievements over the past 3 months. A boy and a girl stand next to each other, a microphone is pointed at them. They take turns making unflattering comments about Ping, McMao University, and the students. November 18th, 2 men fight, one of them hits the other in the face. This is a fight between Chen Wenlong and a teacher at C-Stu, whom Wenlong defeated in 3 hits and became the best warrior at McMao. November 20th, a man is led away by many other men. One of them covers the camera with his hand. The man who is helped to walk is the deputy director of the Capital Department of Investigation, who was defeated by Yao Chengjung, entering the top 3 due to this. At the same time, Lai Hansen defeated the monk Pugang from Guancheng Temple, becoming the 7th best of the 4th level, and Chen Wenlong was still much lower in the rankings. McMao Sports Arena is surrounded by water, the sun shines on the building. Ping shakes hands with a man who is standing on a podium. A red-haired girl is standing behind him. The protagonist congratulates the man and tells him to keep trying so that they can see him at the tournament next year. The man replied that he will definitely be there. The girl looks sadly at the floor when the warrior who took 2nd place is announced. The brunette holds a silver medal in his hands, mentally remembering that Tangwen has good results. McMao students are losing faith in their abilities because of the success of other universities, and the girl wanted to take 1st place to give hope to the others. The red-haired girl leaned in front of the guy. He put a medal on her and said that she will win the next final and can become the best among the 2nd level, since she lost this time and did not become the best in the 1st level. Wang looked sadly at Ping. She was not particularly consoled by his words. There are 2 men and a girl standing on the podium. A brunette stands in front of them, loudly announcing to everyone that the horizontal bar is officially over and said that he hopes the rest will try even harder to achieve a better result. He continues confidently saying that there is always someone stronger than other students, but as long as they don't give up, nothing is impossible. The brunette raised his hand with a clenched fist up and shouted that McMao will be the champion and they will win. The students from the stands also began to shout loudly that McMao will win, jumping and waving their arms. Wen confidently and decisively looked ahead, clutching the medal in her hands. The others continued to shout. Ping fell silent and grinned, thinking that nothing is clear yet. The others showed what they are capable of and received glory, but this does not decide anything in the future. The main character stands in front of the students lined up in 2 rows. He lists the names of those who are included in the main and reserve. The fair-haired guy listens attentively to Ping's words, who says that Zai Lei is the only one with an average level 4 in the base and his chances of entering the battle are not very high. But this time they will not save their strength. The other 2 guys are also concentrating on the main character. He talks about the order of those entering the ring and advice to the first and last ones to enter. The brunette is serious. He continues, saying that they should already show the power of their university now and asked if the others understood it. The students in front of him answered loudly in one voice that they understood everything. The guy told them to move out. The plane took off from the ground and rose into the air. The plane quickly flies across the sky, leaving white stripes behind it. The capital airport, there are many different planes on the ground. A guy and a girl are standing next to each other at the airport. The guy is looking at the girl. They are waiting for students from McMao. The girl is unhappy that she was forced to meet them and says that she hopes that Ping will be placed in a worse hotel, to which the gray-haired guy replies that she should not act so naively, because McMao has enough money for good rooms. The girl turned to the guy. He closed his eyes. She loudly declared that he led the team earlier to the 1st tournament, and now he is meeting Ping at the airport. Although Ping himself is participating in the 2nd tournament, the guy mentally thought whether the reason for her behavior could be jealousy, because she is in the reserve group. A group of students from Beijing Martial Arts entered the airport. They were immediately photographed by journalists. Following them, students from Donglan Martial Arts entered the airport. They were also immediately surrounded by journalists hoping to interview them. Afterwards, the McMao students entered the airport, looking stern and determined. The reporters started talking one after another about how scary the McMao students looked, and one of the reporters pointed behind them. The students from 1st Military School in green uniforms entered the airport. They all turned around and immediately became angry when they saw the McMao students, whom they considered upstarts. Ping, without looking at them, said with a smile that they looked good and that the brunette hoped to see them in the finals. Yao Chengjun looked at the guy and thought that despite the brunette's advantage in the form of high intelligence, he could still defeat Ping. The McMao and 1st Military School students walked in different directions from each other. The reporters felt the tension between them. One of them tried to ask for an interview, but the other stopped him, saying that it was probably better not to bother them now. Fenking approached the waiting boy and girl first, waved at them with a smile and turned to the girl, saying that he heard that she couldn't get into the main team and he felt sorry for her failure. Yi frowned and got angry at the blue-haired man's words, saying that if he said one more word, she would kill him right here. Ping approached them. The girl got very angry when he continued the blue-haired man's words, asking how she, with her skills and level, didn't get into the main team. The girl indignantly asked in response if it was his fault. The brunette ignored her words and asked with a smile about Lai Hansung's success and whether the brunette would be able to fight him. Why I asked in surprise if the guy was already at the peak of level 4. The protagonist crossed his arms and turned away. Feng smiled and pointed at himself. The brunette said that he did not want to hurt the girl's pride with his results, since it had been a little while and he was already ahead of her. The blue-haired man supported his words, reporting on his successes. The gray-haired guy behind the girl sighed and lowered his head. The girl pursed her lips and became nervous. The protagonist took his suitcase with things and headed for the exit. The rest of the students stood behind him. The guy and the girl had not moved yet. When he said that the university of those who were meeting them should not lose to first military school, otherwise such a disgrace for their Ping University would not stand, and added that they should take them to the hotel. I was indignant and was about to rush into a fight, but the guy stopped her. The girl screamed that she was not a servant of the McMao students, and the gray-haired man asked her to calm down. The students of Nanjing University entered the airport. They were also focused and looked intimidating. The journalists had almost given up hope of interviewing any of the universities that had arrived. They were greeted by a guy in a suit who turned to Jinyang and said that he was responsible for welcoming the team. Jinyang asked him if all the universities had arrived, to which he replied that they had. Then the guy turned around and said that it seemed that McMao and first military school students had a small conflict. Jinyang replied that Ping was always asking for trouble. The dark-haired guy asked to be careful and not to succumb to McMao's provocations. The brown-haired guy grinned and replied that CC Mao was not going to play these useless games, and he could not lose to the likes of McMao. The guy in the suit got nervous. The brown-haired guy continued to smirk. The guy started making excuses, saying that he just can't stand the upstarts from McMao. Jinyang replied that you need to look at your strength and you can be arrogant when you have strength. The guy walking slightly behind looked away and said that it would be best to meet McMao in the first round. The brown-haired guy turned around and looked at him. Turning away, the brown-haired guy suggested that he enter the ring with Chen Winglong, and the guy visibly tensed up. Jinyang seriously continued that it would be better not to run into CC Mao and McMao in the first round, otherwise they would not be guaranteed a place in the top 10. A red flag with the inscription McMao will be first on it. A flag with this inscription was attached to the window of a car that drove in front of them. The guy in the suit got very angry. Jinyang grinned, thinking that he hoped to meet Ping in the final. A huge building, many others around it, all illuminated by the sun. A team of girls enters the building from the street. One of the girls slows down and looks ahead in surprise. She shouts Fengguang's name and quickly heads towards him. Ping and another guy are sitting next to the blue-haired guy. The brunette looks at the girl in surprise. The blue-haired guy asks if he and the girl know each other and wonders if he is really that popular. The girls all approached the place where the guys were sitting. One of them leaned forward and said that everyone knows a bastard like Fengguang because he set wild animals on them in the catacombs. The blue-haired guy was surprised, thinking that he usually runs far enough away so that he would not be seen. The girls one by one began to complain and demand an apology. The protagonist looked at the girls and thought that, judging by their uniforms, they were students of the CC Mao Women's University. They were too weak warriors to somehow interfere with McMao. Fengguang replied indifferently that he actually helped the girls discover their abilities and they should thank him for that. He stood in front of the girls, crossed his arms and continued, saying that after such an experience, they had definitely reached the 4th level. The girls tensely fell silent, looking at the blue-haired man. The protagonist mentally noted that the guy from his team had a talent for convincing people of the opposite. The girls silently took their things and headed away. The blue-haired man waved his hand goodbye. Almost immediately after the girls left, a team of guys entered the building. The protagonist noticed them and wondered if the SC Mao team would also be staying in the same hotel with them. The SC Mao students walked in an even line. Ping thought about their level. Their captain was at a high 4th level, 2 were in the middle of the 4th level, and 2 more were only at the beginning. The aura seemed artificial. The brunette looked at the other people and suddenly became very nervous. An adult man was walking with a girl from McMao. The girl asked him why he had checked into the same hotel. The man looked at the girl and said that he had asked to change hotels so he could see the girl and also find out how she became the captain of the cheerleaders. The girl looked away and smiled awkwardly. The man continued to look at her. She said that they were not cheerleaders, but simply decided to come and support the team. The man asked why she never supported SC Mao. The girl replied that she was from McMao. The man sighed and said that he regretted letting her go to McMao. The girl led the man to the table where the McMao students were sitting and introduced them all to the man. Everyone except Ping and Fengguang stood up and greeted Director Chen. The brunette and the blue-haired man bent over their plates and began to eat. The girl was extremely surprised by their behavior. The main character stood up first. The blue-haired man choked on his food. Hearing the brunette's words that the blue-haired man simply felt unwell, that's why he was talking nonsense, and the girl brought the director to get even with him. The man raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Ping fussily walked away, quickly saying that he had a lot of things to do and it was time for him to go. The blue-haired man followed. The entire McMao team and Director Chan looked after them in confusion. The girl turned to the man. The man felt awkward from her words that he scared them and thought that he didn't even have time to say a word. The blue-haired girl and the man walked down the corridor. The man said that he would visit the girl's brother later to support him. The girl asked what if SC Mao and McMao clashed in the first round. The man frowned and replied that in that case they would still fight. The girl confidently answered that SC Mao could not win, which surprised the man very much. He mentally asked himself where she got such behavior from, because there was not even a draw yet, and she was so sure of McMao's victory. The girl continued and the man was angered by her words that she would ask the guys to give SC Mao 2 rounds so that the university would not be disgraced. The man interrupted her and became indignant. The girl turned away and fell silent, thinking that the whole SC Mao team was really too weak to fight McMao, especially if they got to Fang Ping, Chen Wenlong or Qin Fengken, they would simply be beaten. The man was silent and thought that in fact the girl was right. McMao were very strong, especially Ping, because he achieved a high result in such a short period of time. They continued walking in silence. Director Chen continued to think, hoping not to meet someone from McMao in the first round, because in that case, SC Mao would definitely not be able to maintain a place in the top 10 schools. He allowed the thought of asking Yunxi to negotiate, but immediately discarded this thought because it was shameful for him. Capital City Martial Arts University. The action took place at the CC Mao Sports Arena. There were people in the stands with banners and a flag, shouting that McMao was the best. The students heard their shouts as they got off the bus. The boy and girl looked up in confusion, noting that they could be heard even outside the stadium, and were surprised that they were so awaited at CC Mao's home arena. Jiang Yu smiled and said that he couldn't imagine that they had so many fans in the capital, to which the protagonist said that there were 500,000. The brunette looked at him with surprised eyes. Ping, turning away, smiled, thinking that 500,000 was how much he spent on tickets for these fans, where the only condition for free admission was to support McMao at the top of their lungs. He mentally noted that CC Mao thought that the capital was their home arena, but now they will find out that the status of the tournament organizer will not give them privileges. The host looked at his colleague, saying that it was not for nothing that McMao was the champion of the last tournament, and they were so supported, and that for a second it seemed to him that they were not in the capital now, but in a magical city. The girl noted that she felt the same, and it seemed that the status and advantages of the tournament organizer did not give CC Mao any advantages this year. The man smiled and welcomed everyone to the arena of the second National Martial Arts Tournament, and that now he was inviting the director of CC Mao to the stage for a welcoming speech in the opening ceremony. Suddenly, a man fluttered in the air. Meanwhile, the instructor of CC Mao, watching, said that McMao used his dirty tricks again. The blonde looked at him and smiled, asking why such thoughts. He noted that McMao has always been very popular, and since their students are strong and ambitious, it is natural that they all receive wide support, but in CC Mao there are some inactive students. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that all McMao students were eager to bring glory to martial arts, but he didn't see any such aspirations among the CC Mao students, and that they didn't even have basic ambition, and this was a serious gap in their education. The master frowned. Many students had gathered in the rest area. The guy in the blue and white uniform crossed his arms, saying that McMao had a really scary image lately, and they weren't putting martial arts first, but all sorts of tricks, and were going downhill. His comrade agreed with him. Suddenly, they were startled by a loud sound. Ping and his comrades were heading towards them, saying that the path McMao was taking was definitely not for them to discuss. The guy looked, trembling with fear. The protagonist and his teammates approached the students from Zishan and noted that even CC Mao did not dare to mention them, so if they were to be drawn together, they had better not go against them, otherwise they would regret it very much. Kong Yuanrong came out when his teammate jumped up. He said that they were just chatting and did not say anything like that. The brunette frowned and asked what the difference was. He said that if they were not ready to answer for their words, then they should shut up, because if you want to anger the wolf, you need to have the strength to resist him. He asked if their university had such strength. Yuanrong furrowed his brows angrily, asking him not to cross the line. The protagonist smiled and asked if he really thought he had traits. He noted that these were facts, and he was just teaching them how to survive. A guy approached him and called him. Looking at him, Ping asked CC Mao University if they agreed with his words and wondered if it was true that if someone strong insulted CC Mao, Hansong would hide in his shell like a turtle. Fengking laughed and asked if he had figured out that he was best at curling up into a ball. The guy angrily pointed in his direction and ordered him not to overdo it, saying that CC Mao was not Zishan. The blue-haired man grinned slyly and said that it was true, since other universities and military schools were complete boredom, and if anyone's neck should be broken, it would be the weaklings from CC Mao. Then he offered to prove that he was not a coward and said that if he lost, he would apologize on his knees. Hansong, looking at him, suggested that they take their time since the competition had not yet begun. The brunette started laughing, saying that this year they didn't care who they beat, but any words about McMao would only make things worse for them. He said that it was unworthy to envy others, but when McMao was losing to CC Mao, all he could think about was how to overtake them. He asked if they still didn't understand what it was for, being level 3 and 4 warriors, and why were they training then. The protagonist glanced to the side and suggested that everyone go home and sit and take care of their parents. The Zishan students clenched their teeth in anger. 3 adult men entered the hall, and one suggested that they stop the squabble, saying that the rules forbade fighting before the tournament, and then asked if they really didn't have enough official fights. Ping folded his hands and bowed, greeting Master Fu with a smile and saying that they were just arguing here for a bit, and then apologized for the noise. The man smiled and said that since it was his first time, he would forgive him, but next time he would be disqualified from the tournament. The guy frowned, saying that McMao's fame was earned through tournaments and fights with blood and sweat by countless past generations, noting that they could tell him anything they wanted, but they should never insult McMao, because even under the threat of being disqualified from the tournament, he would fight for McMao and the truth. The man angrily shouted, telling him not to exaggerate, and that Jiang Wei was just discussing something, and no one even thought of insulting McMao. Teacher Feng frowned, suggesting that they stop there and noted that if they still had something to say, then let them say it in the ring. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, mentally noting that maybe Ping meant that he shouldn't say something to just McMao, but it's not a fact that he will take revenge on them, but if you insult him, he can beat you to death. The brunette glanced to the side and said that he heard the teacher, adding that soon everyone will understand that McMao's fame is not an empty phrase. The Zishan students grimaced in irritation. After a while, the man came out on stage, loudly saying that he was addressing all the participants, saying to fight harder but more carefully, and that the strongest will win. At that moment, the hosts with enthusiastic faces thanked the director of CC Mao for these wonderful words and invited 20 teams to the stage that had a chance to enter the top 10 schools of the Celestial Empire. First, they called CC Mao. The team began to come out to the words of the hosts and the shouts of the audience. They applauded, sitting in the stands. Looking at the students in white and blue and orange uniforms, the host said that led by the captain and president of the Martial Arts Society Lai Hansong, 4th year students who have reached the peak of level 4 and rank 7th in the ranking of level 4 warriors. It was noted that also in the main team Kinzi, a 4th year student who is now at the peak of level 4 and ranks 94th in the ranking of level 4 fighters, Lai Yan, 4th year Kursk, peak of level 4. Then they showed other students, saying that in reserve Lin Yiyi 3rd year, mid-level 4, Zhu Chengjang, 3rd year, mid-level 4. The host smiled broadly and said that the entire main team of the CC Mao team is at the peak of level 4, and the reserve is in the middle. OK said that in their team, 2 warriors got into the top 100, taking 7th and 94th place. The girl also smiled, saying that such a team made any other team tremble with fear, and then offered to welcome the next team, the winner of the previous martial arts tournament. Team McMao began to enter the arena. The arena was filled with loud jubilant cries. Master CC Mao tensed up, listening to all this. The blonde grinned, thinking that it was more comfortable to compete away than at home, and CC Mao would soon burn with shame and anger. The protagonist smiled when they began to introduce him as the captain of the team, the president of McMao Martial Arts, and a 2nd year student, reaching the peak of level 4. The host said that he thought everyone was already familiar with him, and although he is not among the best fighters of level 4, he reached level 4, having no equal at 3, which means that he is definitely not from the teams. His comrades followed him, and the host said that the main team included McMao Wenlong, a peak of level 4 and the 68th place in the ranking of the best fighters of level 4, and Jiang Yu, a 4th year, high level 4. The girl looked at her colleague and said that, like the CC Mao team, both the main team and the reserve team only had fighters of level 4, which meant that these were 2 elite teams. The man noted that in martial arts, the path to the top is long and difficult. Many fighters cannot achieve such results in their entire lives. 2 famous universities were able to assemble 2 teams of real elite warriors. The pink-haired girl said that this was true, and that she was willing to bet that among these warriors there were many who would later become mentors. They would sentence the team of the first military school to the entire arena. They said that they had 8 warriors of level 4, and in the NMS military school there were 6 ranks of level 4. When all the teams lined up on the platform, the captains were loudly asked to come forward for the draw. The man pointed to the box on the table and exclaimed that the rules of the draw were very simple, then went on to explain that they had 2 sets of cards with numbers from 1 to 10, and the teams that drew the same numbers would be drawn against each other. Introducing the competition scheme, he said that after the first round, 10 teams would advance and 10 would be eliminated, and all the eliminated teams would participate in the eliminator's path. The winner of the path would get to challenge one of the elite schools to a fight, and if they won, the winner's school would gain elite status and the losing team would lose that status. Hansong stuck his hand into the box. When he drew the number 4, it was announced loudly. Then Changjin drew the number 6. After drawing the number 2, Ping looked at Yuanrong, saying that they had finally met. Yuanrong gritted his teeth, thinking that he had not even had time to draw the card yet. Then the captain of the NSMS military school drew number 1, and the captain of the EHNNM University drew number 6. The host noted the first, saying that East Hua National Normal University would fight with the first military school. The protagonist looked at Jinyang with a smile and said that it was better for them not to meet for now, otherwise. Shaitan interrupted him, saying that he did not even know what to do if they met, but there was barely a chance. He walked over to the box with numbers. The guy sighed, drawing number 7. Then they showed a table, which showed that only McMao and Capital City School of Mining did not have an opponent yet. Yuanrong gritted his teeth in horror, realizing that there were only 2 teams left and that he needed to pull out the ridge earlier. Looking at the remaining captain, he asked which of them would go first. Shaitan suggested that he go. The guy walked up to the box and with a nervous smile mentally noted that the chance was only 50%, so he needed to visualize their meeting with Capital City School of Mining, and then they would definitely aim for them. Suddenly, he pulled out number 2, and the host loudly noted that the last 2 pairs were formed, and McMao would fight against Zishan University and Capital City School of Mining against Southeast Martial Arts University. Shaitan, gloating inside, noted that he was very glad that they would not be against McMao. The protagonist looked at Yuanrong and asked him how the draw was, saying that they had not met at all before meeting them. The guy, gloomy, clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that this was corruption and a vile deception, after which he wondered how it happened that they would meet in the very first round, and there was not a single pair from the strong schools. The man folded his hands behind his back, saying that the fights would be held according to the order written on the cards, and that the first fight would be tomorrow morning, where the military school would fight 9 States Martial Arts University against Tiannan Martial Arts University. He noted that McMao would fight Zishan Mao in the evening, and that the first round would be held in this manner over the course of 5 days. The instructor sighed wearily, saying that Tiannan had already received several painful blows recently. Their warriors' morale was low, but a student in the top 10 tournament had allowed them to perk up and to face the military school in the first round. The man looked at him and said that nothing could be done about the draw, and suggested that he look at it more positively. He mentally noted that this was not a draw, but a setup, and then wondered why they hadn't drawn McMao then. The woman sitting next to him said that the first round would really be something to see: Nanjing versus South China, CC Mao versus Southeast, and Changjiang versus Taishan. She noted that it'll be especially interesting when Nanjing's 2 rank 4 seconds fight South China's 5 rank 4 seconds. Jinyang will probably make a big change. The president of the South China University of Science and Technologies crossed his arms and said that success only depends on effort. The strength of individual warriors doesn't mean much, and that Nanjing only has 2 rank 4 warriors, so if they wear Jinyang out, they'll have a good chance of winning. The president of the Nanjing University smirked, thinking that everyone at the South China University of Science and Technology was too confident, adding that if WPNG were that easy to defeat or wear out, he wouldn't be Jinyang. The blonde man smiled contentedly. Behind him stood the president of the Zishan University, looking annoyed. Passing by, Ping waved to Haoran and said that he was very glad they had not met solidly, and really hoped that they would also get away with it in the next rank. Fenking noted that he did not want to meet SC Mao because it would be troublesome. The guy froze with surprise on his face, wondering if their SC Mao was really that strong, and why McMao did not want to meet them. Sports arena of the capital city. The host, taking his place at work, greeted the guests at the second Namanuligui martial arts tournament, and that the draw had already been held, and the opponents and the battle order had already been determined for each marinade. The girl noted that now they were waiting for the opening match of the tournament, 9 States military schools and Tiannan Martial Arts University, after which she asked the mentors to approve the order of the warriors' exit. The instructor of the students. The instructor of the military school did the same. The protagonist thoughtfully touched his chin when asked to share his expectations for the first battle. Standing next to the cameraman, he said that 9 States military school had 1 warrior at high level 4, 2 at middle level, and 2 at elementary level, while Tiannan had 1 at middle level 4, Domnina at elementary level, 3 at Pi Peak 3, and that 9 States military school was much stronger only on paper. He said that it was unlikely that anything extraordinary would happen on the battlefield, so Tiannan was bound to win, but what needed to be watched was not how they would fight. Introducing the students, the guy said that if Tiannan's leader Xuanjai came out, and 9 states military school had to come out Shen Hongwei to hold him back. He said that Jai would start and Hongwei would hold him back, and then about 3 warriors would fly out. The cameraman listened with his mouth slightly open to his words that 9 states military school would have 2 warriors left at mid-level 4, and then asked if Jai could handle it. Recalling the brunette's battle, the protagonist said that Tian'an University had changed a lot. Jai had taken over the reins when they were on the edge. He said that he had watched videos of his fights, and that he fought confidently and cruelly, and his skill had been sucked out in tough fights and in a situation where all bridges had been burned. Few warriors of his level could keep him company. Ping folded his fingers when the cameraman asked the smart guy if Tian'an had a chance to become a dark horse in this tournament and win against the military school. He replied that the chance was this, and that was if the military school put Hongwei third. The guy said that Jai would come out first, defeating the first 2 warriors from the military school, and when he left, he took Hongwei with him. That was the only way they had a chance to win. A photo of Jai and Hongwei appeared on the screen, after which the host introduced the first rivals. The brunette, looking at the screen, said that it seemed that Tian'an's bet had failed, and once Jai lost, they would have no chance. He folded his hands when the operator asked who the president preferred between the 2 beginners, Jai or Hongwei. The protagonist replied that they needed to see how the situation would develop further, and that Hongwei should win, but that victory would be hard for him. The man began to say that if Ping had to face 2 of them. The guy waved his hand and said that the thing is that the participants of the level 4 tournament can be divided into 5 ranks. Introducing the players, he said that Yao Chengjun and Han Song are the first rank, Wenlong and Fengking are the second rank. He said that the peak level 4 Lion Warriors are rank 3, advanced level 4 Fighters are rank 4, intermediate level 4 is rank 5. So these 2 are rank 4 to him, which is not impressive, and it is all very, very far from Chengjun and his company. The brunette turned to the cameraman when he asked if he was rank 3 in his interpretation. He replied that he was not. The protagonist smirked and said that he would change his ranking a little and replied that he was the only one at rank 1 who would call peerless. The cameraman smiled awkwardly and said that he was very self-confident, and then asked if he meant that there was no one in the entire tournament who could resist him. Ping raised his hands on the screen and said that if Chengjun and Han Song had not reached level 5, then they had little chance. As for the rest, if they could withstand even 1 blow from him, then he congratulated them. The guys were sitting in a computer club, looking at the screen. One of them asked what he wasn't saying if he wasn't even in the top 100. Another noted that judging by his rating, there was a big difference between a fighter and a peak level 4, and the latter noted that his words were complete bullshit. The fighters entered the arena. They put their hands to their chests when the host told them to greet each other. Then he blew a whistle, announcing the start of the fight. The 2 guys rushed forward. In a second, there was no one left on the edge of the battlefield. On the other side of the yard, the same thing. Hongwei jumped in the opposite direction. Jai, who found himself without a jacket, also jumped back. The operator's mouth opened in shock and exclaimed that they had just started, but he hadn't seen anything at all. The protagonist looked away and said that with his eyesight, the path to martial arts would be thorny, and then noted that they both used body strike techniques, and just now in the fight Jai made 7 strikes and injured Hongwei's right arm. Seeing how he hit the opponent in the stomach with a rod, he said that Jai himself paid for it. Hongwei dealt a powerful blow to his internal organs. Ping noted that their fighting technique was the 5th atrocity, but the difference was this: Hongwei hit without thinking about the consequences, and Jai was simply given no other choice. The brunette raised his weapon and activated the Sword of Furious Lightning, and the protagonist said that they fought even more fiercely than he thought, and that they made 1 trial strike, and now they were literally fighting to the death. Hongwei swung the spear of 1,000 fights. The opponents began to attack each other. Cracks began to appear on the floor. Particles of material opened up under the pressure from him. Suddenly, several fragments flew into the air. At that moment, a purple aura appeared around the mentor. The fragments, heading towards the spectators in the stands, froze in the air. Ping pointed to the side and exclaimed that one of the mentors had to step in and hold back the shards that were flying into the crowd. He indignantly asked if this was some kind of joke, noting that here in CC Mao the strongest fight, and for the tournament they use an ordinary ring made of simple alloys. The guy noted that any ring below C class will simply fly apart into pieces, and if it hits one of the ordinary spectators, they will not be able to save them. The man approached the director and whispered that they are using E-class alloys. He waved his hand and ordered to change them to C-class after this match, and he accepted the order. The host, taking his place, said that although Jai is a little weaker than Hongwei, his move Sword of Furious Lightning is just an explosion of Kai, spending 300 life force. The girl noted that it was indeed possible, and by the way, a 300 life force explosion at a high level is even more powerful than a 1000 life force explosion at a mid-level. Jai then raised his sword, using his signature move. He furrowed his brows and shouted loudly. Hongwei also rushed towards him with a loud shout. A bright flash was heard in the arena. Shards flew in all directions. The hosts froze in anticipation. Jai, bleeding, fell to his knees. Hongwei stood in front of him with a spear, after which his victory was loudly announced. The screen showed two students loudly saying that the military school and Hongwei were winning. The host smiled, saying that both warriors were strong, and Jai had honed the Furious Lightning Sword technique to the 4th level, and one strike releases more than 600 life force, but this time he was counted. The man noted that his vital organs were seriously injured and he could not fight any further. The girl opened her mouth and added that, however, Hongwei was also seriously injured. The knife had come off his flesh and the further fight had only worsened his wound, and it was now unknown whether he would be able to continue participating in the tournament. When one of the organizers made a sign of the cross with his hands, the host announced that there was no point in watching the rest of the match because the military school would certainly win. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that Hongwei was leaving the arena to heal his wounds, and Jai was pleased with his good performance and at least took the guy out of the game. The cameraman smiled happily, calling him very insightful and saying that he had masterfully managed to predetermine the outcome of the fight, and he thought that even the mentors had a hard time making a prediction, and then asked how the tournament would develop further. Ping closed his eyes, saying that there were only mentors in the boxes upstairs and he did not want to be set up. When he said that Tianan would not try any further, he was asked why. Looking ahead, the guy said that in order not to lose the rest of the warriors and to prepare well for the losers match, adding that he doubted that anyone would take a risk in the first round, everyone would save their strength. He said that, for example, Zishan, who would go out against them this evening, would definitely save their strength, otherwise they would have no one to go out in the losers match. The brunette grinned slyly and said that he didn't care because Zishan was not very strong, and whether they would save their strength or not would not affect anything, and only the losers match awaited them further, and they could already say goodbye to their dreams of getting into the top 10. A purple aura appeared around them. Suddenly, the opera fell to his knees. The protagonist, remaining on his feet, darkened. The blonde turned to Director Feng, who had a purple aura around him, and asked what he was doing. The red-haired man glanced at him sideways and asked what was wrong, noting that this brat of theirs was still picking on them, and then asked if he really thought he had no right to answer him. The man spread his arms out to the sides, answering that he only said that Zishan was not very strong and did not have much of a chance, and that was the truth. He asked if he really wanted to argue with that. Feng remained silent, looking towards the arena. Watching Ping standing there, he mentally noted that he had incredible abilities. Fu frowned, mentally noting that Director Feng had not used all of his power, but he definitely intended to teach the protagonist a good lesson, but he instantly reacted and successfully resisted the psychic attack. He thought that it seemed like he really had the right to mock his peers. The guy folded his hands and bowed, telling Feng that he only had the courage to stimulate his classmates from Zishan, and he had no intention of offending him. He looked up and said that he remembered what the principal had told him: a high-level master should not interfere with the affairs of students, otherwise McMao and the Ministry of Education would not stand aside, and if the students from Zishan attacked him, he accepted it with understanding, because his language. The brunette said that however, now, Principal Feng, being a mentor and the strongest warrior. There was silence from the stands. The red-haired man looked at him and asked what he wanted. The protagonist grabbed his head, saying that he had just suffered severe mental damage, due to which he could not recover, but he thought that 5 recovery pills would help him. His team, watching him, thought that he had definitely gone crazy. The man grinned wickedly and asked if that meant he wouldn't recover without them. Ping smiled broadly and said he could refuse since he had no right to do so, but he might not be in shape that evening, so don't scold him too much if something happened. Feng looked askance at the blonde and asked if McMao's motto was stupidity and courage. He laughed and replied that warriors fight if they have the opportunity, but he shouldn't have done that since they do have rules. The red-haired man closed his eyes and said he would compensate him for his efforts, but he had a condition. His face darkened as he asked him not to show up before the match, otherwise he would lose his temper and would level him to the ground, even under the threat of disqualification. The guy put his hand on his waist, thinking that they were a few hours away from departure anyway, and at least a technical defeat was better than a rout, and then wondered if he really thought he didn't understand what he was getting at. He said that he guaranteed that he wouldn't catch his eye. Pills appeared in the man's hands. He threw them towards the brunette. He caught them with one hand. A moment later, he disappeared. Fu crossed his arms over his chest and told Director Wang that he had intricate students, to which he waved his hands and said that the others were not like that at all. Feng's mouth dropped open in shock, wondering if he really managed to teach the recovery pills a lesson. He thought that it was okay to breed a 3rd or 4th level, but he bred the mentor himself right in front of everyone, and he literally strangled the scanner of the Celestial Empire. After a while, he caught up with him on the street. Walking behind his comrade, the blue-haired man asked why every time they did something together, he always came out on top and what was his secret. The brunette looked back at him and replied that he had one secret: you just need to be strong. Turning around, he said that he had fooled this old man who was not an old man and left him no choice, and then asked if he knew why. He noted that because he was the one who had disgraced himself, and he had not been able to humiliate him with a mental attack, which meant that he was in a strong position, and if he had beaten him, he would certainly have been embarrassed to ask for anything. The protagonist called Fenking different, saying that he was bragging in front of everyone without having any special skills. The blue-haired man moved his hand to his mouth and whispered, asking him to teach him how to develop the power of intelligence, and he would tell him the exact location of the energy stone mine. When Ping laughed, he noted that he was serious, and if he told him right now that there were no options to pump up his intelligence power, he would cut off his head and give it to him as a chamber pot. The brunette walked forward again, and the guy began to persuade him in a sweet voice, saying that they were one team and almost like brothers. The protagonist stopped again, saying that there was one way. With a smile on his face, he pointed to himself and told him to stay in the beast forest for a few days, annoy him a little, and he would guarantee that his intelligence power would be pumped up. He laughed while Fenking was grafted and mentally asked if he really took him for an idiot. The protagonist walked through the courtyard where the girls were chatting on a bench. Then he passed by the field where the boys were playing basketball. He stopped when he saw someone. Hansong came up to him with Hanzu and Yiyi and suggested that they look around together and go for a walk. Ping smiled and asked to call him Fang Ping. Looking at the three, he said that he saw that some of the first and second level CC Mao students were kind of relaxed. The brunette noted that the president himself knew that the path to the catacombs was closed to them. Difficult tasks could not be completed either, and the reward for easy ones was too small, so everyone trained within the school. The guy's gaze became sad, and he said that this was true, but he had not seen them training. Hansong, looking at him, said that training also needed to know when to stop, and it was important to devote at least a little time to rest and recovery. The brunette waved his hand and said that of course he understood, but he thought that warriors below the third level sometimes still needed a good kick. He noted that the capital is the most populated city in the Celestial Empire, but CC Mao cannot rely only on quantity. It no longer meets the requirements of their time, and all universities are being reformed, but for some reason the main university of the country has stopped developing. Yiyi sharply clenched her fist when the main character asked not to be surprised when McMao overtakes them. She indignantly asked if it would really be like that just because he said so. Looking at her, Ping replied that there was no point in shouting, and then noted that they won the tournament for the first level. He took first place in the tournament among the third levels, and CC Mao still only remembers some past merits. Looking around, he said that of course, it is impossible to completely reform the greatest university in a day, but some small steps towards progress are necessary. The guy said that they are not old school warriors, but a new generation. There is no need to limit yourself to one city because the whole country and the whole world are open to them. Hansong stared at him, asking what he was getting at. The brunette crossed his arms and asked why CC Mao didn't create a marketplace and why didn't they create a student loan system. He also asked why they didn't participate in the first level warrior tournament organized by McMao. He asked if it was true that they needed nothing to do with McMao and noted that they were the only ones who were special. The students froze, unable to say anything. The protagonist showed them two fingers and said that being closed off from everyone and the misunderstandings of others was not the path that CC Mao needed. So he would suggest that the two universities establish communication and exchange experiences, for example, martial arts seminars, mentor conferences. Sweat appeared on Hansong's cheek and he said that he was not able to do that. Looking at him, Ping said that they, humanity, were fighting an enemy 100 times stronger than them, and delay was tantamount to death, and he said that he was not able to organize some kind of seminar. He said that if he were in his place, he would immediately back off, because there would definitely be someone who could handle it. While the brown-haired man was silent, Hanzu decided to speak out, saying that the situations in CC Mao and McMao were completely different, and everything was not as simple as he thought. Standing in front of them, the guy said that he who seeks will always find, and although it is difficult to become a mentor, many McMao teachers sacrifice their lives and fight in the catacombs, and the volume of weapons and medicine production in McMao is low. He exclaimed that they are also lacking, but they fight, and it even comes to the point that students take up weapons and stand shoulder to shoulder with the teachers. The trio stood with saddened faces while the brunette told them that they were taught the desire to save the homeland, and from CC Mao he saw it only stupid stubbornness and shirking of responsibility. They were passive and did not want to help the country. The brown-haired man thoughtfully lowered his eyes. Looking at the protagonist, he said that he would try to organize seminars and conferences. When Ping asked him about the marketplace, he replied that it would be of little use. The guy pointed his finger and said that the benefit would be huge, and then he united all the universities and countries, creating a single credit system. Remembering the battle, he said that students from ordinary universities have few missions. It is so difficult for them to get credits. The brunette said that neither cities nor universities are responsible for the catacombs, and everyone should have an equal chance to progress. And as soon as the warriors become stronger, they will have more opportunities to earn resources, and not like now, they risk their lives for crumbs. Imagining people entering the portal, he said that they might have a hard time at the beginning, facing a budget deficit, but in the next few years, they would have much more time for the catacombs, and then the situation would change. The protagonist pointed out that no matter whether the new entrance to the catacombs was through Nanjiang or the old entrance in Tianan, everything would turn from a danger to an opportunity. He touched his chin, saying that the entrance to Nanjiang would soon open, and then asked if CC Mao had any plans for it yet. He perked up when Han Song told him that CC Mao had been assigned to watch over the capital entrance. Ping loudly asked, "Are they really going to let this opportunity slip away and miss all the fun?" He waved his hand, saying that the strong should always be strong, and then asked how they would become stronger if they did nothing. The guy said that the other warriors were okay, but they, the 3rd and 4th level warriors, had many opportunities in the capital, and then suggested forming a squad of 40 to 50 people, occupying the mentor and using this opportunity because Nanjiang was waiting for them. YI approached him and said that this time she was on his side, and no matter what they said, they had to go, and the capital's catacombs had been cleared so many times, so they had no opportunity to develop. The brunette mentally noted that the little one knew who to support at the right time. He grinned slyly and offered Han Song to make a bet, saying that if CC Mao lost in this tournament, they would form a squad and go storm Nanjiang. The guy smiled back and said that he was very self-confident, and then asked what would happen if they won. The protagonist clenched his fist, saying that if they win, he promises that McMao Martial Arts Society will provide them with 1 billion yuan in resources every year until they regain the top spot. The 3 of them perked up when they heard the amount. Ping smiled and asked, do they really not believe him? He said that he is a man of his word, and even if McMao does not give out that much, he will find a way to fulfill the agreement. Han Song froze with a dumbfounded look, thinking that this is a completely different matter, and the protagonist becoming the director of the Martial Arts Society is simply something else. Looking at him, he said that the marketplace is not a problem. They will also try to hold all the seminars and conferences, and as for Nanjiang, if someone wants it, they will definitely form a squad, and the most important thing is that he can really defeat him. The guy smiled crookedly and pointed to the side, saying that it was good that they had decided everything, because the old warriors had an outdated view of things, but they could not be stopped by anything. The brunette frowned, asking how he had convinced the McMao teachers and had they really not told him anything about these reforms. Standing in front of them, the brunette said that it was easy, and then asked to tell the director that if he allowed the reforms to be carried out, he would take the best and go to McMao, but let him not forget to capture their reaction, and that the saltpeter did not try to stop him. It was really not worth staying in such a place. The main character just put his hands out and said that if he realized that he could not convince the teachers, the doors of McMao were always open for them, and there were no such restrictions, and if they were open for martial arts, McMao was open for them. He said that everything, everywhere and always is their style, and that is why they are always strong. Han Song and Han Zhu looked at him with hope. YI opened her mouth and said that she also wanted to study at McMao now. The white-haired man clenched his teeth, thinking that it was powerful, and if he really continued to ignore them, it would not end well, and most importantly, everything sounded so logical and correct. He wondered if McMao was really the right choice for a martial artist. Ping smiled slyly, mentally telling them that they were very naive, because he just knew how to charm people, and they were listening to him with bated breath. He thought that McMao was his sweet spot, and only he could enjoy it. It was said that the opening match of the National Martial Arts Tournament ended in 20 minutes. The table of fights between NSMS and TMAU was shown. It was said that after Jiai's defeat, Tianan University really did not risk the warriors' health and fought with all their might. The next 2 warriors from NSMS each knocked out 2 opponents, and the battle ended. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the capital's sports arena. Inside, the loud voice of the host was heard, saying that not only he, but also many spectators were not too happy with the morning match, but now they had a reason to cheer up, because now they would see the first fight of the tournament for the McMao team, the spectators of the champion of last year. The man looked at his colleague and said that in the morning Ping announced to the media that he divides the warriors of the 4th level participating in the tournament into 6 ranks, and only he belongs to the 1st rank. He said that Yuanrong is at the average 4th level and according to the logic of the main character, belongs to the lowest, the 5th rank. He asked if they should expect him to lose in the first round. The girl said that the guy's talent is certainly amazing, because being only a 2nd year, he has already headed the McMao Martial Arts Society and weak ones are not accepted into the tournament. She looked at her colleague, saying that however, all these statements by Ping were just words, and besides, so much water had flowed under the bridge since that challenge on the 3rd level, and the protagonist had not fought anyone. She noted that Yuanrong was also considered Zishan's main talent, so it would not be easy for the guy. A photo of the protagonist and Yuanrong was shown on the screen, and the host said that the order of exit appeared on the board and both universities put the best warriors first. The man smiled, saying that the level of the fighters was not the only thing that mattered, and it was not a fact that Ping's skills were honed, but they had already seen Yuanrong in battle. The girl exclaimed that in general, this match should not be missed under any circumstances, and then asked who would win and who would be defeated. Looking at the guy's back, Teacher Feng asked him to do without violence. The brunette glanced at him and told him to calm down, because he knew when to stop. The man looked down with a frown, thinking that they had already angered the director of Zishan in the morning, and if they overdid it in the arena, they would be in trouble later. He mentally noted that these few pills were nothing to the director, but ruining a couple of his main talents was not something he would turn a blind eye to. When the warriors entered the arena, the organizer told them to greet each other. With trembling hands clutching his weapon, Yuanrong thought about how shameful it was that Ping had tricked the director into giving him 5 recovery pills. Frowning, he wondered if the director, the strongest mentor, was afraid of him, and then guessed that he did this in order not to anger Ping, because the evil protagonist would have caused a massacre. And even if they survived, they would have left the arena on stretchers, and all because the disciples did not have enough power, and they were just a cover for the director's affairs. Looking at his opponent, the guy said that he knew that he was overconfident and believed that he could easily defeat Zishan, and then proposed a bet. The brunette scratched his nose, saying to discuss the terms of the bet. Looking at him with an evil look, Yuanrong said that, of course, Zishan Baragi was very difficult to defeat, what a snail to say, so the bet only concerned the two of them. He said that if he was defeated well, he would return the pills he received in the morning to the director. The protagonist smiled wryly, wondering if he was really the one calling him overconfident. He thought that he was so overconfident that he said he would defeat him. Seeing the guy's angry face, Ping realized that he was literally ready to fight him to the death. The guy opposite him asked what would happen if he won. Yuanrong said that he would give him 5 more resurrection pills. The brunette waved his hand and said with a smile that he was not satisfied with this, and then noted that his requests were not high, and in case of victory, he asked permission for other marketplaces from other regions to open a representative office in Zishan, and then asked if he could arrange it. The guy frowned, thinking that he had heard of this before, and that it was a system for intra-university purchases. Looking at the main character, he agreed to his condition, and he wondered why everyone gave him money so easily. The organizer blew a whistle, announcing the start of the fight. Yuanrong ran at his opponent. Ping swung his fist, activating an earthquake. He hit the arena floor. The spectators covered their ears from the loud sound. The guy jumped up. Furiously knitting his eyebrows, the brunette screamed, activating Skyquake. He swiped his glaive across the floor. Shards from the floor flew at Yuanrong. He began to beat them off with his weapon. The brunette hit the floor again, immediately activating Earthquake and Skyquake. The guy fought back, clenching his teeth tightly. The loud activations of Remote Bull Punch, World-Destroying Fist, and Planet Shaking were heard. The hosts looked at each other, and the man asked if Ping's techniques were really unrelated to what he was shouting. The girl confirmed his words, saying that he used a metal fist. She drew her eyebrows together, saying that his strikes were incredibly powerful. The C-grade alloy arena shattered into pieces, and Ping was using its fragments to attack his opponent. The host said that Yuanrong, of course, would not be able to withstand such an onslaught. He was resisting with all his might. The guy ran to the side. The host said that he did not quite understand that if Ping attacked directly, Yuanrong would not be able to withstand even 3 such strikes, and then asked why he chose such a tactic. The instructor frowned, thinking that the protagonist was doing all this on purpose. The guy clenched his teeth tightly when the shard scratched his cheek. Looking at the brunette, he wondered if the difference between them was that great, mentally noting that he could not even compare to him in all this time. The protagonist raised the glaive above his head, shouting the name of the skill. Then he hit the arena floor. The shockwave spread out in different directions. The instructor gritted his teeth in shock. The audience froze, watching with bated breath. The hosts opened their mouths. 2 guys with a wig above the arena. The injured Yuanrong was breathing heavily. The organizer waved his hand and whistled, after which he announced the victory of Ping. Sadness appeared on the brunette's face when he realized that this was just a beating, and he could not defend himself from a single blow from him, and he could even kill him. He looked gloomy when Ping told him that he hoped he remembered about their bet. Yuanrong turned around and started to leave. After a while, his teammate walked towards the arena, asking the instructor if they really needed to fight. The man touched his chin, saying that they couldn't give up without entering the arena, so they should pull themselves together and remember to participate in the loser's match. As the guy walked out, there were shouts. He flew into the air. The brunette turned to the referee with a sly smile and asked if they were planning to rebuild the arena. The referee grimaced, thinking that there was no need to rebuild it now because he would destroy it again. He said that there was no time for that, so let them fight like this. After that, the protagonist called CC Mao petty. The instructor waved his hand with a smile and told Teacher Fu that tomorrow he would have to replace the arena with one made of a great alloy, and if he allowed it, CC Mao would no longer organize tournaments. Wang looked at him with a smirk, thinking that CC Mao took away the right to the tournament from McMao through connections and behind-the-scenes games, and the reason for Ping's dissatisfaction was clear to everyone, and the problems with the arena showed that the organization was underweight, but this greatly affected their reputation. The brunette laughed and turned to Jiang Wei, asking why he did not get up and reminded him that yesterday he said that McMao was weak. The university cheerleaders began to shout angrily, saying that he was finished, and the students called him too arrogant. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he would get to him later. Then the match was announced. Suddenly, Ping's glass glowed with purple light. He extended his hand, releasing a thick aura. In that instant, the student was frozen. Then Ping clenched his fist. Swinging, he activated the Great Fist skill. His opponent's eyes widened. A powerful force struck him in the stomach. A bright explosion was heard a moment later. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the student. When it dissipated, he spat out blood, shaking. His eyes began to close. The student fell to the ground. Immediately after that, discussions began about whether Ping was really at level 4 and that the second strongest warrior, Zishan, had performed well in the previous competitions. Looking at the destroyed arena, people asked what kind of 1-second fight it was, noting that they didn't even see the main characters strike since they flew up and immediately fell. Someone remarked that he seemed to have seen a sword swing, to which he was told that it didn't matter about that sword and that Zishan were real weaklings. The students of the military school looked at the brunette on the screen, who was calling out the next opponent. The guy shook his head, saying that Zishan was not fit to hold a candle to him. Jinyang also looked at the screen, while Han Sung was on the side noting the difference between the players. He mentally noted that if someone was weaker than Ping, the fight would be over in a second, and it was pointless to hope to see his true strength in a match with Zishan. He frowned, thinking that perhaps only in a fight with Han Sung and Chengjun would he be able to see something worthwhile. Director Feng stood by the window, thinking that in this match it did not matter whether there would be fights or not. Everyone entering the arena had the same fate, to fly into dust with one blow. He sighed tiredly. After a while, Zishan University admitted defeat. The referee pointed at the protagonist, saying that he had won. At that moment, the guy mentally asked them to hold on for just a little bit. The host smiled awkwardly while her colleague wiped away her sweat and said that not even 10 minutes had passed since the warriors entered the arena. The brunette headed for the exit from the battlefield. He grabbed the blue-haired man and said that almost all the fragments from the arena were C-class alloys. CC Mao did not suit to run and pick them up, but he could, and then offered to split 7-3. Fenking asked why he didn't take everything himself. The protagonist put his hand on his belt and said that he was a famous fighter, and he was not allowed, and other things were about him. No one knew him. The guy replied that he would have everything he took. Ping indignantly exclaimed that he was the one who broke the arena and asked to split it at least 50-50. His comrade objected, saying that he would take 8 and leave him 2. The brunette frowned and said that he would agree to at least 7-3, and then began to rush him, otherwise someone else would steal it and they would get nothing. Looking at his team members with crossed arms, the protagonist said that defeating Zishan was a piece of cake, and they were already in the top 10, and only a madman would challenge them to a fight in the ranking. He said that their opponents were those 3 universities whose names he knew very well, and they should not be underestimated. Wenlong frowned, saying that everyone understood. Waving his hand, he noted that Ping's energy and blood were very strong. The brunette also waved his hand and said that it seemed that he was stronger by only a drop of 32 life energy. Wenlong's mouth dropped open in shock, mentally noting that the peak energy of a level 4 warrior is 2000 vital energy. After the second tempering of the bones, it becomes higher and reaches 24 vital energy, and after the third tempering, the limit is usually no higher than 26 vital energy. Seeing the red aura around the protagonist, the guy noted with puzzlement that he still had 32 vital energy. Ping waved his hand when Wenlong said that it seemed that with such power he did not need them at all, and he alone could take out any of the 19 teams. Sounds were heard from the side. Fenking ran up to them with a bag in his hands and said that he brought the debris, and if he had just a little more, CC Mao would have gotten them, and then offered to divide them right now. The guy frowned, wondering why he felt that he was not ready to share with him, but he did not have the courage to argue with him. The blue-haired man turned the bag to the other side and asked what kind of grin was that. He perked up when Teacher Feng approached them and asked why they were making so much noise. The guy was covered in sweat, and the brunette decided to say that there was no noise. He just decided that this alloy could be made into a public contribution and spent on raising new students. He noted that there was nothing to be ashamed of because all this was for the sake of the students. The king of the stage performance began. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and raised the other, saying that for the greatness of McMao, he was calling on everyone to say something from themselves, no matter how it looked. He said that he would calm down only when all the McMao students became stronger and would be able to risk their lives less in the catacombs and shed less of their blood, adding that a person cannot rely only on himself, and if he relied only on himself, he would not worry about all these things. Teacher Feng froze in surprise, wondering if this was really Ping. He mentally noted that all this time before he had only laughed and fought, never cared about anything at all, and it turned out that he was so worried about McMao. The guy was beaming, good-naturedly brief. He extended his hand, stopping the teacher when he addressed him. He said that he knew that he had certain prejudices about him, and that there was nothing wrong with that, and that he understood everything. The brunette noted, the man wanted what was best for him, what was best for McMao, adding that all people are different, and perhaps he was thinking about the greatness of a particular fighter, and he was thinking about a little more. He put his hand on his chest and dramatically declared that he was thinking about the greatness of McMao, about the greatness of their country, about the greatness of all humanity. The protagonist noted that perhaps it sounded naive, because he was just some level 4 warrior and he was worried about such big things, but this was his path and he wanted to follow it. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was simply well said, noting that maybe the teacher's views did not coincide with his a little, but he was doing everything right, so he could continue to act. He said that he could not do otherwise. For him, personal strength means a lot, but from McMao's side, he promised full support. Ping smiled sweetly, thanking the teacher for his support, and at the same time, he furiously told Fenking to immediately return the fragments to the property of the Martial Arts Society. The blue-haired man froze with a bag in his hands and began to mutter. He perked up when the brunette shook his head, saying that as a student of McMao, the students of the late director, did he not want to fulfill his last will? He asked if these fragments in his hands really mean anything, while one university only catacombs. The protagonist sighed tiredly, saying to keep them for himself. He said that someday the teachers and students of their McMao will fight shoulder to shoulder for the motherland, and let him not forget to shed a few tears for them at that moment, sitting at home, and that at least some contribution from him will come. The team, blazing with rage, looked at the guy. He frowned, loudly demanding Ping to stop all these manipulations. He threw the bag into his hands, shouting to take it for himself, P atomic, and knew it. The brunette sighed again, saying that the more strength, the greater the responsibility, and these are not empty words. He said that he is a warrior, he has a small family and a large one, and when there is little strength, he takes care of the small family, and when there is a lot of strength, he takes care of the larger one. His teammate nodded when the main character noted that everything he does cannot satisfy everyone, but he hopes that the day will come when they will be able to understand the full weight of his burden. They began to tell the student that they will be able to understand and know that it is very difficult for him. Ping put down the bag and turned to them, saying that he actually had one modest request, but if he said it, he thought they would think he was too greedy. But he had to tell them, and he hoped that after they graduated, they would stay at McMao and become mentors. He smiled and started saying that McMao was in decline now. After all, he was the only one putting in the effort, and of course, if they stayed instead of going to other places, they would lose a lot, but if they went to the army or the government and other organizations, they would achieve high status and a lot of money. The guy nodded in agreement when Jiang Yu asked him not to say that and said that all their current success was due to McMao and the teachers who pointed out their mistakes and made them better. He said that he couldn't speak for others, but he personally would stay at McMao after they graduated. The other students started raising their hands, saying that they would stay too. Only Wenlong looked down sadly. The brunette noticed this. He approached his comrade and told him not to worry because they all knew that he had a position in the military structures, but he hoped that when McMao needed his help, he would be able to repay them for everything. The guy told him that he would do his best. Fenking indignantly perked up when the protagonist said that he had nowhere to go except McMao, so let him think about it too. The blue-haired guy asked what he was talking about. Ping waved his hand, answering that he himself understood everything perfectly well. Fenking clenched his teeth in anger, mentally noting that he would definitely not stay in McMao and that he had fooled everyone. Looking at how the guy was talking to the other students, he mentally said that the brunette would suck everything out of them, make them work for him without any gratitude, and then they would see whether they regret it or not. It was noted that the first stage of the tournament was over. 10 teams out of 20 went to the winners group. Looking at the arena from the balcony, the main character noted that there was no intrigue and that the State University was winning. A moment later, the host announced the victory of the State University. Ping yawned tiredly, noting that the fight of the first of the losing commanders who challenged a team of winners to a fight would now begin. The host announced the victory of ESNNU. The guy smiled and sighed, thinking that the list of the top 10 universities in the country had been determined, and now there would be fights among the top 10 universities. The guys in blue and white uniforms raised their fists and indignantly asked why the rules of the top 10 university fight had been changed, exclaiming that previously the best team from 2 groups of 5 teams went to the final to determine the champion, and everyone did great. They asked why they made a point system. Their mentor coughed into his fist and said that the changes had already been made. He began to explain that they would draw lots to determine 2 groups, each with 5 teams, and each team would play 4 matches, with 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and nothing for a loss, and the 2 teams with the most points would advance to the playoffs. The man said that the first from Group A would fight the second from Group B, the first from Group B would fight the second from Group A, the winners would advance to the finals and determine the champion. When presenting the table, he said that the losers would fight for 3rd place. The mentor smiled and noted that such a system would allow the strongest teams to advance to the playoffs, no matter what group they were in. The guy put his hand on his chin, mentally noting that they would probably also cuff them, the first military school and Jinyang University, into one group, just to make the tournament even more powerful and spectacular. He approached Chengjian and said that if he lost to him, he would take his title of 3rd among the quarter levels, and that he was sorry that he did not have time to get the title of 1st among the quarter levels. The brunette threw him a gloomy look and offered to try to take it. The protagonist smiled unevenly and turned to Jinyang, saying that it seemed like they would have to fight anyway. Shaitan replied that he hoped that they would only meet in the final. Ping frowned, and with a smirk said that in such a system, all the top 4 teams have a chance to meet. Looking at Jinyang and Han Song, he said that who is weak and who is strong, the time will come and everything will be clear. One of the organizers approached them and said that they were now going to draw lots. He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that even before the draw had happened, they were already discussing who would meet whom, and that today's youth do not understand anything at all. He mentally noted that it was also difficult for them to come up with a way to make more intense matches. Taking out a badge with Group A, the protagonist said this. Chengjian also drew Group A, and it was noted that McMao, FMS, SN Mao, SC Mao, and TMAU were in the first group. Next, Han Song and Jinyang drew lots, after which it was announced that CC Mao, NMao, NSMS, ESN, and UNS Mao were in Group B. The mentor said that 10 teams were divided into 2 groups. The battles would begin on the morning of the 13th, Group A, 8 a.m. McMao vs SC Mao, 3 p.m., SC Mao vs FMS, and Group B, 10 a.m., Nanejong vs S Mao, 1 p.m., CC Mao and ESN and U. A table with the battle schedule appeared on the screen. After a while, many people crowded around the bus, loudly cheering for McMao. The brunette jumped back in fear from a person who shouted that he loved him very much, and another asked him to destroy SC Mao. Fanking looked tensely at the captain, who shouted that these were not fakes, but real fans. Wenlong looked at the brunette with a smile and said that it seemed that his moves in the first match attracted many new fans, and then asked if he still wanted to start first today. The protagonist waved his finger negatively and said that Wenlong would howl first, because they cannot help but let the fans see at least one of his moves, because there are other strong fighters in the world besides him. After some time, the brunette stood near the defeated opponent, and the host loudly announced his victory. The cameraman approached Ping and asked if he already had an understanding of what the final alignment in their group would be after today's crushing victory. He, looking at the arena, answered that McMao would definitely be first. The cameraman asked if it turned out that he was sure that they would be able to defeat the Mango of the next opponent, SN Mao. He asked if Wenlong would perform first. The guy smiled and answered negatively, saying that it was time for him to show himself. December 15th. The brunette looked at the arena while the host loudly said that the McMao vs SN Mao fight was about to begin and both teams should get ready. The protagonist grabbed his teammate's sword, saying that his sword couldn't be used at random, so he wanted to borrow it from him, and then added that if he broke it, he would give him his. When he took it out of its sheath, the brown-haired man said that it was unnecessary since he was going to change it anyway, but a C-class sword for him. Ping noted that everything was fine and a C-class would be fine. Looking towards the arena, the mentor told his student that he should be careful of the shock of his mentality, and although the protagonist had recently reached level 4, no matter how much he trained, he still couldn't make it far, and if he could defeat him, even if they lost later, their fame would go far. The guy asked the mentor not to worry, saying that although he had a strong mentality, he was ready because in the end they were on the same level, whatever he wanted to do would not happen. He sighed heavily. As he walked towards the arena with a sword in his hands, the host said that the first speaker from SN Mao was the president of the Martial Arts Society, Liu Shiji. They began to say that he was rapidly moving up in the ranking of the best among the 4 levels, ahead of Wenlong from McMao by several positions, and the first from McMao, Ping, was not currently in the ranking. The brunette jumped into the arena. Having stuck his sword into it, he offered to begin with Shining Eyes, after which he mentally noted that this time CC Mao did not skimp on the arena made of a class alloy, and that he would be very sorry to smash it to pieces. Looking at his opponent, Shiji asked if he really hoped to defeat him with only fragments of the arena. The protagonist said that he was quite smart. Hearing the loud cheers in the stands, he whispered that this time the audience might get hurt, and then noted that however, the tickets were very expensive and the fight would end too quickly. Looking at the participants, the referee announced the start of the fight. Shiji's eyes lit up as he activated the execution. With a weapon in his hands, he jumped on Ping. When Ping struck, the guy darted to the side, saying that now was his time to show his skills. He reached for his sword. The opponent reacted and swung his weapon. Their blades crossed. Gritting his teeth, Shiji mentally noted that Ping had too much blood and Kai. The guy pointed his sword at him, saying that his Kai and blood had not yet reached 25-0 and his body was somehow weak. When the opponent broke his weapon, he said that the alloy fragments would be enough to defeat him. The brunette thrust the sword fragment into Shiji's stomach. He then activated the Great Fist and began to attack many times. The protagonist jumped into the air, and a large red fist of aura appeared around his hand. He swung it, shouting loudly. His opponent's eyes widened in shock. He was dealt a crushing blow, piercing through. The guy flew to the side. Looking at him, Ping asked if he had given in to him. The crowd howled, shouting that it hadn't even been a minute since the fight began. The host frowned, exclaiming that it was simply brilliant, and that Ping had first used the Great Fist technique, and Shiji had been forced to defend himself. And after breaking through the defense, he was defenseless against the final blow. The peerless fist in the sky had dealt him serious damage. The girl noted that this was not the case, and that the protagonist's blow had not caused serious injuries to Shiji's internal organs. She remembered his attack just now. The host gritted her teeth and said that he used the power of Kai and blood, created a sphere made entirely of blood and Kai, and used it to strike the opponent. She thought that he had used about 3,000 of his life energy, Kai and blood, when he attacked, but if you think about it, it was not that much for him. The guy stretched his arm, telling the referee to give him the next opponent. After a while, the defeated student flew to the side. After another while, the same thing happened to the next participant. Jinyang frowned and smiled, saying that Ping was really bloodthirsty, and then asked how he did it. Hanzu, standing next to his comrade, said that the protagonist defeated Shiji so easily, and in comparison to him, the president. Shaitan said that everything would be clear later, noting that however, if he launched 8 to 10 such spheres at him, she could not say whether she would be able to withstand. The hosts loudly announced McMao's victory. Ping started waving to the spectators, who were loudly congratulating him on his victory. 2 men on the side noted that he hadn't even drawn his sword yet. Director Wang crossed his arms and looked at mentor CC Mao, saying that not everyone could learn Master Lai's technique. The man agreed with him. He touched his chin, noting that they would soon open the Nanajong catacombs. The energy waves had been getting stronger and stronger lately, and then asked if the blonde man would go. He answered positively. The men fell silent. The mentor clenched his fist and looked at his colleague, saying that back then he was already so arrogant, he would pick on them for every reason. And when he defeated a warrior of level 6 at level 5, he began to think of himself as a god, and now he stopped at level 6 and can't advance any further. He said he'd like to see who beats whom if he could reach level 7. Wang noted that he would not reach level 7, but as soon as Ping reached level 7, he would immediately go looking for him to get even. The mentor turned to him and asked if it was true that the protagonist was Fengru's student. The blonde confirmed, adding that he was half his student too. The man chuckled and said that he was not entirely surprised, but not everyone could master Lai's techniques. At that moment, the old man sneezed. Walking along the sidewalk, he wiped his nose. Waving to the man across from him, he asked why there were so few students in the school. The man said that the decisive stages of the tournament were coming soon, and everyone went to watch. He smiled and gave a thumbs up when the professor asked how they were doing. He said that everything was fine, and the day before yesterday Ping had defeated SN Mao's Shiji, which was quite an easy fight for him. Lai started laughing while clutching his head. As the man walked away, he remembered something. The old man turned around and asked him to tell him that once he got back, he should help him clean up the house. He started laughing loudly when the man asked if that was necessary. The professor answered in the affirmative, saying that he would gain great fame this time, and then told him to wait for good news about him since his name meant immortality. He asked what kind of immortality could he be talking about when he was not yet at level 8. The protagonist jumped into the arena, and it was announced that today would be a group match where McMao would be fighting against the military school. Changjin frowned, realizing that Ping did not have his own sword. He lowered his spear. The guy started to glow with purple energy. The hosts perked up when a man approached them and said that Changjin was only the 3rd ranked level 4 fighter. In fact, he had already reached the very peak. Teacher Fu looked to the side and noted that his developed mentality could be compared to that of a level 6 warrior. The host noted that McMao's Ping's mentality was also at the release stage, and being a level 3 fighter, he was far superior to his peers and reached level 4 with an undefeated status. When the guy also flashed with purple aura, the host said that today was the first time they had clashed, so their tournament was the first fight in history between two new talents of their generation. The brunette frowned and said that his mentality had been famous for a long time, and he wanted to meet him when he was released, because among the warriors of the 4th level, only he and he were able to release their mentality. The protagonist noted that he had also been waiting for a long time to meet him, because he won and saved up his strength only for him to receive it, and it did not suit him to challenge other warriors himself. They rushed at each other when the referee announced the start of the fight. The guys crossed their weapons. The students of the military school jumped back when they were given the signal. Looking at the hole in the floor next to him, they noted that it was close. Changjun, swinging his spear, jumped. When he hit, and a huge cloud of dust rose, the host noted that he was able to knock down the protagonist, and yet Changjun was stronger. The guy frowned, saying that he underestimated him. Making a sharp lunge, the brunette said that he did too. Watching the spear tip approach the protagonist's face, the audience asked in shock, did it really hit? Suddenly, clenching his teeth, Ping dodged the blow. They jumped some distance away from each other. The guy was engulfed in a bloody aura, and the host said that this was Ping's incomparable fist under the sky. He released several giant fists. The brunette looked at them, his mouth slightly open, thinking that this was the same technique again. Waving his hand, he gave the order to break. There was a bright flash. The guys stood opposite each other, and the game of mentalities began. Changjun stretched out his hand, clenched his teeth tightly, mentally noting that he was not the only one to release his mentality. The protagonist was approaching him. White light hit the guy's eyes. Ping opened his mouth, activating an explosion. A moment later, a roar thundered in the arena. The instructor exclaimed with a shocked look that Ping apparently managed to break through his mentality with an explosion and almost managed to tear Changjun apart. He exclaimed that with such techniques they were literally playing with death, which only mentors and warriors are capable of, reaching the peak of level 6 and only when cornered. The man pressed his hands to the glass. Wang, looking at the arena, noted that he was not completely torn apart, and it was good that he could still recover, and this was not critical. The brunette, clenching his fist, was breathing heavily, saying that he must say that Changjun is very strong, but his mistake was that he decided to measure the strength of his mentality with him. He said that he did not want to inflict serious wounds on him, so he should give up. The guy came out of the cloud of dust. Frowning, he greedily gulped air with his mouth. Straining on the brunette, he offered to fight again. The protagonist stepped back and coughed up blood, and the host noted that Changjun had perfected the 9 strikes of the dragon carrier to perfection, and if their techniques were compared, Ping seemed to be weaker. Fu shook his head when the host told him that the protagonist seemed to be in trouble, and perhaps Changjun's chances of winning had become much higher. Watching the battle, the man said that this was not the case, and he believed that Changjun would still be defeated. The host looked at him with surprise on his face while he said that the guy was incredibly strong, and Ping was inferior to him only in tactics. But in mentality, strength and Kai reserve he would be even stronger, but now everything was decided by the incredible regeneration power of the protagonist. He wiped the blood with his finger. Swinging his weapon, the brunette hit his opponent. When he threw him to the ground with a blow, Fu said that if, when faced with such an opponent, you cannot deal with him with one blow, then it will be very difficult to win. Falling to the ground, the protagonist asked him if he wanted more. Changjun tried to get up. The tip of his blade glowed as he stabbed it into the ground. Jumping up sharply, he shouted, saying that this was his last attack. Ping grabbed the sword tightly, saying that this was quite good. A flash burst in the sky. The tip of the brunette's spear stabbed into the ground next to him. Looking at it with a puzzled look, he mentally noted that he put annihilating power into his last attack, but Ping reflected it so easily, breaking the deadly energy into pieces. He realized that the difference between them was huge and then said that he lost. As the guy began to leave the arena, the brunette threw a pill into his mouth, thinking that Changjun was certainly strong and had beaten him up pretty well. But the winner must be flawless, and it was impossible for him not to notice how he swallowed the recovery pill. The referee jumped into the arena and announced his victory, and then asked if he was ready to continue. The protagonist answered positively. He began to laugh loudly, and the referee mentally told him not to be dramatic because he had just eaten a recovery pill. After a while, a loud surprised cry was heard, saying that Ping was able to defeat 5 people alone, and perhaps now he is the best warrior of the 4th level. The brunette crushed another opponent with his sword. He waved his hand to the audience when the host noted that McMao wins again. Han Song and Jinyang tensed up, realizing that meeting the protagonist was a direct path to the hospital. When Ping approached his team, Teacher Feng asked if he was okay. He exhaled when the guy noted that his wounds were not very serious. Fengking asked what kind of clowning he was doing here, saying that you can take a shower under such a stream of blood. The brunette furrowed his brows angrily and told him to watch what he was saying, and then pointed out that CC Mao and Southern University's fight was about to begin, and he better watch it carefully. Han Song crossed his arms and looked at the team in the distance, mentally noting that nothing serious had really happened to the protagonist during this fight. His mentor approached him and said that now was not the time to think about him, and that he should go into battle with full force, and since his opponent was Jinyang, he needed to be more careful. The brown-haired man replied that he knew. Jinyang entered the arena. Both men glowed red as the referee announced the start of the fight. The man ran forward. He jumped up and swung his sword. A yellow aura began to shine around Han Song's body as he said that he was about to find out who he was. He clenched his fist with force. The brown-haired man jumped towards his opponent. Ping and teacher Feng watched the bright explosion in the arena. The brunette pursed his lips, thinking that of the two, one had a skull like a monster and the other had incredible bone marrow, and both could become his next opponents, and he should find out how strong they were. The opponents jumped in different directions. Jinyang, flashing red, shouted loudly. The host noted that his bone marrow really was like mercury, and it was not for nothing that they talked about him so much. Two students were shown on the big screen. Looking at the brown-haired man, the main character wondered what he was showing off, and then mentally noted that this was a technique he seemed to have not studied yet, and thought that bone marrow, like mercury, simply increased the speed of blood regeneration. He wondered if it also activated Kai and blood, making them more alive and stronger. The guys with weapons ran at each other. Ping, with a shocked face, opened his mouth, realizing that everything would be decided now. As he watched them approach each other and begin to attack, he wondered in his mind which of them would be his next opponent. They joined forces in their attack. An explosion thundered in the arena and a hole appeared. The spectators rose to their feet, exclaiming that they could not see anything and did not understand what was happening to them. The dust in the arena began to settle. Ping and the rest of the people froze in shock, exclaiming that everything would be decided right now. The injured Jinyang flew into the sky, followed by a question of whether he had won or not, noting his injuries. Han Song slowly began to climb out of the hole in the arena. Wiping the blood from his face, he said that he admitted his defeat. The host, his mouth open in shock, exclaimed that Han Song was able to survive after taking a direct hit from Jinyang with his face. He asked if this was really his steel forehead. The protagonist gritted his teeth in fear, looking at the screen, and noted that this was a real unboxing from Jinyang. Not seeing the dissatisfied faces of his comrades, they thought that Han Song was also very cool, and his steel forehead was just something. Fenking wondered if Ping himself had said this. The referee descended into the arena and announced the brown-haired man's victory, after which he asked if he was ready to continue. He answered positively. The guy turned around and began to walk along the balcony, after which Fenking asked him if he was really not going to watch further. The brunette mentally noted that he was seriously injured, and even with his victory, Southern University still would not win. The Alina stood in front of the organizer, who said that the group stage was over and noted that the McMao warriors had defeated the first military school, and the CC Mao warriors had won the battle with the Southern University. And based on the results of the group stage, the next battles would be distributed as follows: McMao and the Southern University, CC Mao and the first military school. The man said that a draw would now be held to make a schedule, and then said to begin. The protagonist drew number 2 and mentally noted that the second battle would be the day after tomorrow, and Jinyang was lucky, because if the next battle were tomorrow, it was not a fact that he would have time to recover, and an extra day would allow him to recover better. Han Song looked at the piece of paper with number 1, thinking that he had previously wanted to fight Ping at level 4. But now, taking a recovery pill, he asked what to say now. Changjin noted that personal motives would not bring success to the school. It was time to reach level 5. The brunette threw the pill into his mouth, thinking that if he lost to Jinyang, he could forget about the title of an invincible warrior of the 4th level. But for the sake of the school, he had to try hard. After a while, a beam of light flashed in the arena, and the audience loudly answered that they wanted to go to level 5. The mentors, putting their hands forward, released blue energy. The light enveloped the two guys. The brunette crossed his arms and clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that these two wanted to go to level 5 right in front of a crowd of all sorts. He wondered if they really wanted to say that it was not that they could not defeat them, but that they simply did not want to level up. The protagonist began to reason that the mentors were prepared for this. Everything was done in advance, which means it was all planned. Closing his eyes, he immersed his head in blue energy, and then shouted at his comrades, telling them to go and train further. He noted that it was like a free bath filled with Kai and blood, and mentors also cleaned the energy. The result will only be better. Jinyang looked away in confusion. He knelt down, understanding the energy, and thought that it was not very fair, and he would not like it. But the Southern University is too poor, and if there is an opportunity to save, you should take advantage of it. One of the regions dissatisfiedly noted that this guy is not a loser at all. The spectator pointed to the arena, asking what was going on there if there was just a draw. The host noted that the best are the best for a reason, one loss will not break them. He noted that Han Song and Chengjin stocked up on Kai and blood and such honed 5 organs to the peak, and having failed, now they are on a direct path to level 5. The guy puzzledly grabbed his head, asking if they are all at 5. His comrade noted that this is real talent, and then asked why it seems to him that for them, raising the level is easier than eating a plate of rice. He asked that if these two had reached a new level, why couldn't Jinyang and Ping? The brunette sat with his eyes closed, barking questions. Were they really underestimating him? He mentally noted that the absorption was complete. He waved his finger when the operator came up to him from behind and asked if they had really reached level 5. The protagonist replied that they could have actually reached that level before, but they wanted to remain invincible at level 4. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that he had seen it all himself. The place about the title had collapsed, so they had to increase the level. The operator asked him when he would decide to reach a new level himself. Ping replied that perhaps after defeating Jinyang, because by defeating him, he would become that very invincible at level 4. But these two were in their 4th year, and he was only in his 2nd year and was in no hurry, so he would save up some more strength. The man agreed with him with a puzzled expression and said that they were graduating soon and he still had plenty of time. And at this rate he would probably be level 6 by the time he graduated, so if he made it to the finals he would have to fight a level 5 warrior. He asked if he was sure he could handle it. The guy furrowed his brows and grinned wickedly, saying that confidence should always be his companion, and in fact he had not fought at full strength in the previous battles. He wanted to wait until the guys reached level 5. He noted that now that they were giving him the opportunity to fight them, they would continue to create their fairy tale. An hour later, red spheres appeared near the chests of the two guys, and after that it was noted that they had finally reached level 5. The mentors, continuing to release blue energy, smiled contentedly. As the energy began to evaporate, Fenking told them not to stop. After all, he was now at a very important moment. When the man grinned maliciously, he mentally noted that he had gotten so carried away that he had not realized that he had said it out loud. He folded his hands and bowed, beginning to thank the respected mentors, saying that he would not forget their mercy. The guy said that now he was not developed enough and his body needed resources for progress, but when the warrior's path brought him success, he would definitely thank them for their help. At the same time, he mentally noted that when the warrior's path brought him success, he would be at least at level 9, then no one would remember his promise. Looking at him, Brunette smiled, asking why he was so polite. He noted that warriors from all over the world were one family, the teachers were kind to them, and they should be grateful for this. Well, that's enough. The main character said that when they were truly successful, an extra enemy killed would be the best payment for the kindness of the teachers. The mentors disappeared as he also folded his hands and began to thank them, saying that they would not stand on ceremony in the future, and if there were any questions in the future, he would contact them. Wang's face darkened and he covered his face with his hand, while Ping told them not to be so petty. The blonde mentally told him to stop showing off in front of the mentors. It was noted that the semi-finals would be held on December 18th, CC Mao versus the 1st Military School. Yunxi, looking worried, adjusted her bangs. She smiled when she found Ping and said that she had news for him, then told him that she had made a breakthrough. The guy clenched his fist, saying that she had reached high level 3 even faster than Lei, and then noted that she was the 2nd student from McMao to reach high level 3 in their 2nd year. The girl asked, wasn't she the 3rd person? The brunette put his hands behind his head and said that he didn't count because he had become the president and no longer saw himself as a student. At this moment, the blue-haired man called him an exploiter and walked the girl to sit next to him. When she sat down on the chair, he began to say that he heard that she needed a weapon and then noted that he had just the right sword for her, for which he would not ask a huge amount in a friendly manner and would give it for 80,000, and then said that he was recently offered 100 million for it, but he refused. Yunxi said that she did not need a weapon because her grandfather had already prepared something for her. The protagonist darkened when his comrade noted that pills were definitely not always enough, and he just had a few dozen Kai and blood pills for level 3 lying around, and only for her he would sell them for 2 million apiece. Ping wondered if he was serious about this and did he really think that everyone around him was as stupid as he was. Rector Yaoding turned back, feeling the aura of mentality. The guy raised one palm and pointed the other at his granddaughter. Meanwhile, Fenking was asking the girl if she remembered that she owed him 5 million. The man blushed. The blue-haired man smiled broadly, saying that it was not that he really needed the money now, but a debt is a debt with a red payment. His face changed, he opened his mouth and asked what this was and who was doing this. When the guy sank headfirst into the ground, the brunette noted that he had finally shut up and then asked the girl if she was okay. He said that he would now need a little time to recover, and since the attack was not strong, he would move on in about half an hour. The main character looked up at the screen, saying that the fight was already starting, after which he said that the warriors Solidol had only reached a new level yesterday, and had received a lot of new energy. And in the final, one of them would become even stronger, because reaching the 5th level is a huge growth for any warrior. The two students crossed their weapons. Wenlong, sitting behind the captain, asked who he thought would win. Ping said that he thought it would be Chengjun. The guy perked up when he heard the name and said that he had fought the brunette yesterday, but he hadn't shown anything extraordinary, while Han Song, although he had also played yesterday, had seriously injured Jinyang. The protagonist frowned, answering that although Han Song had amazing bones, and his Kai and body were incredibly strong, but reaching level 5 seemed to have not advanced him far. He said that Chengjun's mentality had greatly increased after the breakthrough, and he was afraid that he was not weaker than him, and perhaps even stronger, and if at the beginning of the tournament they were approximately equal, now Chengjun was obviously stronger. Two energies clashed together. Watching this, the guy mentally noted that they were both at level 5. One was able to quickly recover due to his mentality, the other had a well-hardened skull, which was also easily restored, and if they faced each other in the future, a battle of attrition would definitely not work. The guys in the arena went to different sides. Both were wounded and greedily gulped air. A moment later, they simultaneously rushed to attack. Han Song gritted his teeth, wondering if this was his limit. Chengjun pierced him through with his spear. Blood gushed out of the brown-haired man's mouth. In response, he hit his opponent with his fist, causing blood to also gush out of his mouth. He pulled out the spear. Grasping his wound, Han Song thought that a huge amount of internal energy was released because of this blow. Looking at the tired brunette, he mentally noted that perhaps if he continued, the connections that had appeared only yesterday would be destroyed. And if that happened, he would lose a level, and reaching level 5 a second time would not be so easy. The brown-haired man raised his hand and said that he gave up. Wenlong opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming that the captain was right. The protagonist smiled and said that even with Chengjun's victory over Han Song, it would still be difficult for the first military school to win. The CC Mao warriors were stronger than their opponents. He noted that Chengjun had almost used up his mentality in this fight, and the second for the military school was Qin Zi, far from an easy opponent. The spectators sat back in their seats when, after some time, CC Mao's victory was announced. The team crowded at the entrance to the arena, where the guy said that they were on the very edge, and a little more and they would have lost, both yesterday and today. He said that he always thought that Han Song was the strongest of the 4 great talents, but in the end he lost to both Jinyang and Chengjun. Another guy said that if he got Ping in the finals, he would also lose to him, and CC Mao would lose the right to call themselves number 1. The main character stood up and stretched. Yawning tiredly, he suggested leaving the stadium, saying that tomorrow they would have a fight with South University, and the day after tomorrow with CC Mao, and then they would celebrate first place, return to school, and then the new year would come soon. The team went outside. Yunxi stopped and pursed her lips, saying that Fenking was still there. The guys turned around, hearing the loud cry of their comrade. The lights were on in the tall building at night. The guys were sitting at the table with surprised faces. Across from them sat a blue-haired guy with huge bumps on his head, shaking. He wondered if they had never seen a mentor beat someone. The guy thought that in the eyes of people, mentors are always great, respected, and honored, and if he told the truth, they still wouldn't believe him. Ping touched one of the bumps on his comrade's head and noted that they were growing and didn't even burst. They were so smooth and the same size, and most importantly, he couldn't get rid of them himself. Fenking pushed his hand away, irritated, telling him not to think that he didn't understand that the main character was 99% to blame for this. The brunette said that this was not the case, and he was not that kind of person at all. He smiled and said that now he wanted to talk about business. The guy said that a program from the Ministry of Education would soon be released, and the first in the top universities would receive a grant of 35 billion next year, and the second one would receive 300 million, and last year they received only 26 billion from the ministry. His comrades perked up when the commander exclaimed that if they suddenly became first, they would have 9 billion more this year. The protagonist clenched his fist, saying that with this 9 billion, they would have much more money for teachers, and then they would definitely be able to afford a few more mentors. He said that now there are 5 of them in CC Mao, and they only have 3, and if McMao really becomes first among the best, the number of mentors cannot be less than 5, this way they can ensure their prestige and strength. While the whole team was sitting at the table, its leader said that getting almost 10 billion more is very important. All these years, CC Mao just got 35 billion or so every year, so if they take second place this time, they will lose 5 billion. He closed his eyes and said that they all understand what he means, and the Southern University has never given them a rival. He just wanted to fight Jinyang, but CC Mao is their real competitor. Wenlong looked at him and asked if he really wanted to say. The brunette pointed out that if he couldn't resist Jinyang tomorrow, He would exhaust him and admit defeat in order to save his strength for the fight with CC Mao. Frowning, he told his comrade that he would definitely finish off Jinyang no matter what it took, and at the same time thought that he would need to save his best moves for Han Song. He clenched his weapon, thinking that if he lost this fight, McMahon would lose 5 billion in funding, but his fame as the peerless champion at level 4. He thought that it was not worth tarnishing. Sitting on the sofa, the mentor looked at his student. Would he make a breakthrough? Jinyang asked to fight him at the same level because he had been waiting for this for 2 years, and he himself had waited long enough. Looking at the man, he said that besides, even if he raised his level, it was not a fact that he would win, and this time their goal was to take 3rd place or even 4th, since it would be above expectations in any case, and unlike previous years, no matter how they performed this time, they would still be in the black. The man looked at the student. While the moon was hiding behind the clouds in the sky behind him, he said that he was worried that the catacombs were about to open. The brown-haired man frowned. Just how much longer? The brunette darkened, answering that at any time, energy particles there began to shimmer and dissipate, and usually this is a sign of an opening soon. He started to get up, saying that Zhang Dingnan and the people from the ministry had already gone to Ruyan and were working there day and night, and he wanted to see if he could sell here before the end of the tournament. And if not, he would have to go to the catacombs ahead of time, and since they had them in Nanjiang, their mentors should be the first to rush into battle. The man put his hand on the student's shoulder and said that he should not rush, and that he would participate in the first stages and wait for them to enroll the tunnels and come in when everything was under control. Shaitan noted that this time he and Director Zhang would go in the first group and asked them to be careful. After a while, the spectators in the arena loudly cheered for the 2 teams. Ping looked at his opponent while the host said that he was looking forward to this battle between McMahon and South University with great anticipation, perhaps even more than the final itself, because everyone knows that Ping and Jinyang are both from Nanjiang and even went to the same school. The host noted that as far as he knew, the basics of Ping's skills, tactics, and tempering were taken from Jinyang, but now they are on the same level. Showing the table on the screen, he said that Ping defeated Chengzhen, Jinyang defeated Han Song, and they are both the best of their generation, so they are all looking forward to how this fight will end. Looking at the brown-haired man, the man noted that Jinyang will change, and this time his weapon will be a longbow. The man took a closer look, saying that perhaps this will be the decisive trump card up his sleeve. The girl asked if this could be in order to cope with Ping at a long distance. She noted that they knew how well Ping used the mentality attack, and his build and energy were incredibly strong, so Jinyang would hardly be a match for him in close combat. The host added that, however, in the case of the protagonist, long-range attacks probably wouldn't do much damage. Looking at his opponent, the brunette told him not to forget to use arrows with an A-grade alloy tip, otherwise he would hardly be able to penetrate his armor. The brown-haired man replied that although the Southern University had problems with funding, they could also find arrows made of a grade alloy. The protagonist wondered if they respected him so much that they even stocked up on that. He smiled, saying how long he had been waiting for this fight, to which Jinyang said the same, and Ping asked him not to hold back. The brown-haired man waved his hand and frowned after the announcement of the start of the battle. He sent an explosion in an empty room at his opponent. In an instant, the arena fragments flew in all directions. The boy grinned, and his eyes flashed. Directing a stream of purple energy, he noted that it was not enough. Jinyang parried his attack, thinking that even his grandmother hit harder. He jumped up sharply, mentally noting that he was not going to waste his blood and Kai on him. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that he would kill him right away. The brunette frowned, loudly asking if this was all he could do, and then asked who the hell he took him for. He repelled his opponent's attack. The shockwave even reached beyond the stadium, and people noted the very powerful Kai. Directing energy at Jinyang, the protagonist noted that this was not all. The guy jumped back from the red aura. He waved his hand and activated a mentality barrier around himself, realizing that Ping wanted to restrict his movements. Throwing up his hands, he threw the red Kai away from himself, shouting that he would not succeed. Suddenly, the brunette appeared behind him, saying that he did not even hope. He swung his sword, directing 7 strikes in one at him. Jinyang also struck with his weapon, using the same technique, which was quickly noted by the hosts. Another explosion thundered across the field. The guy clutched his bow. With his other hand, he grabbed an arrow. Jumping up, he pulled it onto the bowstring. A fast arrow flew towards the brunette. The girl exclaimed that Ping was even faster than her. The protagonist darted from side to side, dodging and approaching at the same time, mentally noting that he was proud not of how deadly his attacks were, but of his air walking, which he had trained so diligently since reaching level 4. The brown-haired man fired 3 more arrows at him. The guy looked at the approaching arrowheads. Clenching his fists, he activated a protective barrier of mentality in Kai, after which the hosts noted that he did not dodge, and then asked if he really wanted to hold back all 3 of Jinyang's arrows. Suddenly, an arrow broke through the barrier. An explosion thundered, which was immediately noted by the audience. Ping, in a cloud of dust, held the arrows in his hand and thanked him for now having an A-class alloy. The young man began to blaze with energy, and the commentator said that this man was going to fight at full strength. Immediately behind him, the main character appeared. He turned around and tried to reflect his attack, but it seemed too late. The enemy's arrows went straight to the guy. At the last moment, Ping managed to create a barrier around himself. But nevertheless, these arrows began to destroy the barriers, so the brunette looked at the guy and asked what he was doing here. Little Eye with the rest of his head for some reason did not encounter his power. And the enemy then continued to shoot and replied that over the past couple of days, his energy and blood had reached a new level. And when he had almost hit the main character, he shouted that no matter how strong his energy and blood were they better than his. A bright red sensor lit up on his chest, and energy began to be released from there. The man saw this tribute and started shouting that mentality and blood merged together. Another noted that if I am not much stronger than the power of pure blood and mentality, only a mentor can use such a method, and on those who are weaker, how did he manage to master it? The commentator continued to watch all this and was very angry, shouted that this guy is just crazy. He crosses the bridge between heaven and earth, forcibly connects all the forces together, but he has not reached the peak of the 6th level. The body is not yet formed. The internal organs are not fully strengthened. If he cannot restrain the forces from the radiance of mentality and energy, the bridge between heaven and earth will simply collapse. Then he got a little lost and thought that he did not understand where the main character learned this, who taught him how dared to deviate from the canons and use his own bridge between heaven and earth as an intermediary. Meanwhile, the guy continued to attack him and asked if he really thought he had already won. He thought that he was never going to lose to him. He immediately began to accumulate all the remaining energy. One of the other men saw this. He thought that the bone marrow was penetrating the body, so this is the trick he decided to pull off to defeat Ping. After that, the guy pulled 2 arrows and fired it at the enemy. However, the main character got ahead of him and was able to reflect this arrow with his sword, shouting for him to get what he deserved. From this blow, his weapon began to collapse. The same thing happened with the bow, whose thread literally snapped. Then there was a strong explosion, and so strong that even the spectators were forced to move back. It was heard even outside the stadium that these guys were about to destroy it, but someone still remained in the arena. Who was the winner? It was the main character, who came closer to his opponent and said that he won. After both guys left the arena, the brunette was incredibly pleased, and the commentator said that his internal organs were damaged, and he did not even show it. A moment later, the professor met him in the arena, and his comrades were standing behind him. At first, Zume asked what happened to her sword, but then she saw the guy eating 3 pills in a row and thought that this stingy guy ate 3 resurrection pills at once. Apparently he got it really bad. True, his opponent did the same, who immediately heard from the coach that he was too impulsive. The guy scratched his head and replied that all this is the spirit of competition. He could not restrain himself, so the professor exhaled and said that now he will not be able to fight with the first military school, and also added that he had already informed the ministry that they admit defeat and will not fight for entry into the top 3. Then he looked up and said that they need to go back. The teacher will leave in the evening. The catacombs are open. Everyone present was very surprised and asked again if it is true that they are open. Then the man explained that the entrance had opened in the morning. The first squad of warriors was already gathering at the entrance, adding that they would be able to enter when the situation calmed down a bit. At that moment, guys from another university appeared there and announced over the loudspeaker that Manhwa was winning. While the guys were passing by, everyone was discussing that one of them was defeating 4 people single-handedly. It was incredible. Then Jinyang came closer to his comrade and said that the catacombs had opened, so they had to go back to the institute, and if they wanted, they could go together. The brunette then thought about it and said that he had long wanted to visit the catacombs and see them. And those present there were also discussing what a great fight Ping and Jinyang had demonstrated. They were looking forward to tomorrow's fight. They were still really looking forward to the final. They wished tomorrow would come sooner. And the guy was walking in the crowds inside and thought, how many warriors will not return back again in the catacombs, but the civilians will not even know about it. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of the city of Ruan, there were 2 people. They looked at the cave and said that they sent 1 warrior of the 9th and 8th levels, 5 of the 7th, and a couple of dozen warriors of the 6th level. That's all. With more, the passage will collapse. Another looked at him and said that it was probably better for him to stay above and lead the operations. The brunette turned and asked if this was a joke. Then he looked at the portal again and said that the entire operation was taking place in the catacombs. December 19th came after the defeat of the Southern University dropped out of the fight for the top 3 and took 4th place. The first military school took 3rd place. Now only the fight for 1st place between Macmao and CC Mao remains. All the people gathered in the stadium waiting for the fight. Finally, the guys entered the arena. Everyone around wished them victory, and they said that today they need to quickly finish the fight, take 1st place, and immediately return to their hometown. Suddenly the man noticed the sword in the hands of the young man. Was there really any use in it? Heard that the steelhead would hardly want to die, so he would honestly admit defeat. Murder was not in his plans yet, but if he still did not give in, it would be necessary to cut off his steel head, and if they tried to intervene and stop him, he should not forget about helping him. The director frowned and said that if the young man was really trying to kill him, the people of that institute would undoubtedly intervene. He would not be able to stay away. In response, he replied that in that case he should closely monitor the fight. Then he grinned and added that he was ready to fight. The people behind were discussing whether he could handle it, because his opponent had reached the 5th level and yesterday's wounds had not yet completely healed. The director also watched all this and replied that he did not know, but this guy was so self-confident, he thought, I will help him. He thought that this man had received the sword not so long ago, just a couple of months ago. He himself doubted that he had already been able to achieve high results in using it. And suddenly an opponent appeared in front of him, who said that his wounds had not yet healed. He did not want to cripple him further. And the brunette got angry and ordered him to shut up, said that he needed to get back as soon as possible. So there was absolutely no time to chat with him. He just needed to surrender, then he would not even have to fight. It would be possible to save time. The enemy got angry and thought that last time his level was not stable after the breakthrough. He was afraid that he could lose it. Besides, they had other warriors left, and because of that he decided to surrender. But this man was seriously injured yesterday. Today he will definitely be weaker than in the last battle. Considering all this, his self-confidence is just crazy. And while he was clenching his fist, the protagonist came closer and asked if he was really not going to surrender. Immediately followed a strong blow with shouts that then it was only himself who should blame. The men from above watched all this and asked if it was true that he had only had this sword for 2 months, but it was not a weapon that a 4th level warrior could master in such a short time. The director replied that in the case of this guy, we are talking more about a 6th level warrior. The young man himself below was thinking at that time that mastering the sword is an art that is not available to every warrior. There are too many restrictions. Firstly, you need a good weapon and a winning house. For example, this is the top among the tops. Secondly, it takes time and mentality. You will have to spend a huge amount of energy and blood. Thirdly, it is important to master secret techniques. And finally, fourthly, a warrior must have incredible strength, attitude, and zeal, but even so the sword may not recognize him. The director smiled at that moment and thought that in 2 months he still managed to do it. A moment later, the fight began and the main character swung at the enemy. Then he struck the first blow. He raised his head. The guy did not understand why the young man did not dodge. He frowned and saw that his ping activated the protective barrier of mentality. Did he really want to lock him up? He immediately activated his superpower and thought that he did not believe that his 5th level would not allow him to reflect this blow, so he immediately broke the barrier and freed himself. The brunette tensed up at that moment and told him that it was better not to waste his strength in vain. But the opponent was no longer listening and was quickly approaching him, waving his sword. Then their forces touched. This caused a strong explosion. This guy's hands began to collapse. It was unclear what it was. And after that, all his gloves collapsed. Only the main character's energy remained ahead. He tensed up and thought that things were bad. He immediately jumped forward and tried to dodge. Only he couldn't escape. The brunette also quickly grabbed her hands, and so the guy shouted that it was enough. His university admitted its defeat. The people in the stands did not understand whether it was really over so quickly. Ping won in one blow. Meanwhile, the brunette continued to be in the air. He put away his sword and listened to people shouting that this was a huge power, how strong this guy was, and really the top of all these talents. So this is the real power of this man, and a real warrior, capable of defeating anyone with one blow. And his comrade was meanwhile collecting metal fragments below and thought that it was so cool to collect such a quantity of a class metal. The young man noticed this and thought, was he really that brazen? Did someone allow him? When his classmate noticed this, he got angry and thought that he wanted to kill. The main character landed down and said that it was time for him to leave. The rival then came closer to him and asked if he was really so weak. But the answer was such that he was quite surprised that in fact he was very strong. The young man smiled and said that it was just that he was stronger. So the brother exhaled and said that he understood everything. Then he turned around and thought that there are always higher mountains, there are always stronger people. Meanwhile, the brunette raised his hand and listened to the applause from all the spectators. His comrades ran to him. The second national tournament was officially over. They got the main prize, the cup. They have incredible talent, an undefeated hero, the best in his generation, words about whom will fly throughout the country. For some time, people in the stands actively discussed that this university is the best and their students are invincible. The girls stood below and said that the main character and his teams will return today. You can see them with your own eyes. How good. This guy just throws enemies to the sides, and what's even cooler, he knocked out the first military school and TSKMAU in a row. Other students stood nearby and discussed that now everyone knows his name, now everyone considers him the first talent, even graduates, even real warriors respect him. The guy standing next to him added that this tournament brought them the long-awaited first place among elite schools. The dream of the previous director came true. It's a pity that he will not see their triumph. A classmate came up to him and tried to calm him down, said that they would become better and better and would continue on the path to the director's dream and would also clean out the catacombs and avenge him. The main characters walked among them in the crowd and listened to what they ultimately had in common, and the guys believed that this man would perform many more miracles for them. Finally, the team from the university appeared in front of everyone with a sign that their school was top #1. Opposite stood the director of the university and looked at them with pride. In his head, there was immediately a mathematical scheme that they had this prize. This was not just some sign. It meant that they were waiting for 9 billion more in the school budget, and even more outstanding students, even more money to attract teachers. After that, he imagined the battle and thought that this meant that the university this year was finally better than the other and was in the spotlight. Then he threw up his hands and said that it was good, even excellent, thanked everyone, said that these guys were honor and glory for the university. This success belongs to them and the entire university, and today all those present are witnesses to the fact that the name Ping will forever remain in the history of the university. The guy listened to all these words with pride. There were other students standing nearby, discussing that those who are included in history are either mentors, or fallen heroes, or those who made a huge contribution to the development of the school. And this guy and the team are still students. It is not surprising, because the guys brought first place and great glory to the school. This is no less merit than those who were named before. The teachers then stood and did not stop rejoicing, shouting that everyone is witnesses, and we need to hang a sign. And finally, the main character solemnly handed the sign to the director. After some time, he walked along the corridor in the building of the Martial Arts Society and said that the director is so petty. He imagined how he pulled him out of the crowd and thought that if he had given him the opportunity to make a speech, such a chance to increase his reputation and the number of fans is rare. Then he stopped and thought that okay, there is no time for this, the catacombs have already opened. We need to send those who will go there to get ready, and this man, it would be better for him to wait for him in society. When the door to the office opened, Fenking was sitting at the table. The young man approached him and said that this man left the team before the tournament was over. He has no team spirit, no respect for the institute and their achievements, no sense of honor. Hopes that he will realize his mistakes in time. After he said something that simply stunned the guy, decided to write him down on the list of violators. For now, with a pencil, the penalty for this will be 1,000 points. He immediately jumped up and began to ask what they were talking about. When he left, he had already knocked down Hansung with one blow, so what did he leave earlier? Suddenly the brunette slammed his hand on the table and shouted what would happen if something happened and the institute lost. Who would be responsible for it if he had no strength left and the other could not cope with him? Who would be responsible for it? The guy was just furious and shouted that this was the most important fight for the top 1 school title, the most important fight for 10 billion in funding and for the hopes of all the students of the school. Victory over another institute is the dying wish of the previous director. For him it is just a game. The other guys also got angry and asked if this young man realized his mistake. He got angry and just kept silent. After some time, he finally sat back down and answered that he realized. He thought that his mistake was that he wanted to take what belonged to Ping. Taking from others is okay, but taking from him. He was very upset and realized that he should not do this because doing this is not valuing life. Then the main character clapped and said that they had to get back to business. The catacombs opened yesterday morning. Now it would take a couple of days for the passage to be fixed and it would be possible to enter. This time he gathered them to find out if anyone wanted to go with him. Then he raised his hand and said that of course he was not forcing anyone, because the recently opened catacombs were full of deadly dangers. Even for high-level, third-level warriors it was incredibly risky, but surprisingly 3 of them immediately said that they would go. The guy looked at them and thought, together with him they had 9 4th level warriors and 24 warriors at the peak of the 3rd level. This was already quite good. Then he looked down and thought that all those present were the elite of the institute. If they did not return from the catacombs, an unprecedented decline would occur here in the next few years. Therefore, he looked at his comrades and said that 2 of them remained in charge. After his departure with the detachment, the society must continue its work, so it will be necessary to work hard. Then he looked at his friend and said that she would not be able to go, only reach the 3rd high level. That's what he heard, that among those who will go, there are also students of the 3rd high level, so she promised that she will not interfere with them. But the young man picked up some documents and said as he wants, but he must strictly follow them and not leave anywhere without permission. And finally he turned around, asked his comrade why he was looking at him like that. He said a fine, that means a fine, 1,000 points, and no one will give him theirs. He began to shout and try to negotiate. He whispered in his ear that he was ready to take half of the points to give him half of the medal, but in response he heard who he takes him for. Let him not even think about it. If points are needed, you can go with them to the catacombs. Anyway, spend the points on some stupid things. Afterwards he turned around and shouted that he advised them to prepare for departure, that tomorrow everyone would leave to the entrance to the catacombs. After some time, the main character came to the director and said that 8 4th level warriors and 24 howls at the peak of the 3rd level and above had signed up to help in mastering the catacombs from the martial arts society. The director looked up and asked if it was too risky. More than half were 3rd level warriors. In response he heard that the 3rd and 4th level warriors would follow the main forces, while in Chilla there would be no great danger. 1 warrior of the highest rank, 35 middle rank warriors, and 24 of the 3rd rank would leave from their institute, so it was possible to defend the honor of the university. Then he smiled and added that besides that, he had a short talk with representatives of another university. They were ready to reimburse them 300 million of their expenses. He was also ready to allocate 300 million, so in total they had 600 million. They would be able to buy basic equipment for teachers and students. 300 million was not such a big loss for him. The director nodded his head and thought that since this guy became the president of the society, everything had changed, not to mention the fame and income from the tournament. Now he himself was also showing initiative, sponsoring the school event with such amounts. The professors were also very proud of him at that moment. Afterwards the man stood up, patted him on the shoulder and said that every generation has its heroes, and seeing how selflessly this guy helps the school, remembers their old director, he immediately received a question whether he is joking. He will never be compared with the old director, he only makes his small contribution to the common cause. And he thought that now these 2 men, 2 warriors of the 6th level pike, incredibly friendly to him, several hundred million to buy the hearts of the entire school, yes please. And when he went outside, he thought that he needed to go to the society, exchange 2,000 points for 60 million in cash. He opened the status window and thought that after deducting 300 million, which he will donate to the school, his fortune reached 950 million, but his mentality is still at one place. He probably needs to reach the 5th level to increase it. Afterwards he smiled and thought that he had to wait a little longer until his organs were pumped up to the limit again and the bridge between heaven and earth became strong, then he could make a conscious choice to raise his level. The next day, the students were indignant near the bus, discussing whether the main character was really going to personally give out 300 million for the campaign. In response he heard that yes, the school already knew everything, and not only this guy, but also another institute could also get 300 million on top. Fenkin started shaking from this news and said that he was so generous and noble, so kind, it seemed that the spirit of some good man had entered him. He had no other explanations. Because this person was not like that, the question immediately came up, what kind of person was not like that? A brunette appeared nearby, smiled and said, "Is this guy still pouting about yesterday?" And in response he heard that it was not so, it was all deserved, only 1,000 points, nonsense. Then the main character came closer to him and whispered in his ear that in their campaign they must do as he says, otherwise the next 6 months will not give him life. Even when he was climbing the stairs, the young man turned around and told him not to pretend to be a crab, so as not to hear all his chatter there. It is better to praise him as much as possible, and sincerely, he invested a lot in this trip. And now Fenkin got angry, answered that it was not enough for him that everyone at the institute was delighted with him. He wanted to buy the love of other institutes. Did he really want to unite the entire world of martial arts? Then this should be done without him. And the brunette turned around and asked how it was without him. Then he quickly needed to give the resurrection pill and energy, and also the blood that he handed out yesterday. When the guys got on the bus, everyone there started saying that the main characters are a real example and pride of the institute. Lucky to have such a president. It seemed that these guys just went crazy. After all, in Fenkin's eyes, he was just a demon. The current institute is completely under the power of this man. Finally, the bus arrived at another institute, where the governor met them and said that he did not think that Ping would really come here with a detachment, more than 100 warriors, and more than half of them are the 3rd level. Another said that he also did not expect this. The young man not only brought the students here, but also convinced the other institute. Fenkin walked behind the main character and showed him a thumbs up. Then he yawned and said that the road was so tiring, if not for Ping's 600 million, he definitely would not have gone. Because of this, the governor immediately ran up to him and began to thank him, and the brunette said that there was no need for gratitude. With the opening of the catacombs, everyone is obliged to act. After the man turned and asked his comrade to inform him about the current situation and further plans, he came up and said that he was going into the catacombs to strengthen himself. When it became more stable, the governor and several other high-ranking warriors would lead a detachment of 6th-level warriors inside. Then he spread his hands and added that a larger number of guards were waiting for them at the entrance to the catacombs, but for now they did not know anything about their number and sat down, so the strongest would enter first to scout the situation and assess the number and power of the enemy. As soon as they received a report from the inside, it would be possible to form a second group and mid-level warriors and penetrate inside, clear everything at the entrance to the catacombs and create a transit point there. Then he lowered his head and added that they absolutely had to form a base there if they found a passage. Then they, of course, would find it, and if they did not attack first, the warriors of the catacombs would come to them. After he imagined the destruction after the battle and said that then it would create a great threat to all of humanity, the 9th level warriors are very difficult to destroy quickly and without consequences, so if they climb ISCO in such a crowd, the consequences will be simply terrible. That is the reason that in recent years they themselves go inside and die there, but they keep the battlefield in the catacombs. After saying that by any means it is necessary to contain the heretics in the catacombs, the protagonist frowned and said that he understood everything. It is necessary to go into the catacombs and be sure to create a base there, then press it to death without retreating a single step. Fenkin stood behind and asked what to do if suddenly the first group finds a pile of energy stones, entering inside, goes crazy from such riches and does not return with a report. In response he heard, does he really think that humanity is better, warriors are as greedy as a brat named Fenkin. Then the young man raised his head and saw the elder lie in the sky. He landed in front and asked why the main character came here. The guy scratched his head and answered that the catacombs open. They could have missed such an event? Of course not, and asked what the old man was doing here. Was he really just walking? The man came closer and answered that he came to scare the Erics. The mentors don't have time and they are afraid that no one will stick their heads out from inside. And this one with the 6th level will try to lure out several. The question immediately came, how? The old man shook his head and answered that he didn't find anyone. He is afraid that they will stick their heads out until they come out themselves. Okay, nothing. Even if they have to go in themselves, they have a lot of masters here to deal with everyone. The student asked the master why he was going to go there with the first group. And the man took out his sword and answered that the warrior was entering the catacombs. That's how it should be. Ping immediately stopped and asked why the first squad for reconnaissance would be either the strongest masters or those who were 70 years old, while he was only 60. In response he heard that he wanted to tell about what he regretted for the last 10 years. All these years he regretted only that he could not draw his sword from its sheath and swing it well. The old man immediately remembered his youth and said that then, he was the biggest thorn in the entire academy. He could kill anyone he wanted, and then he thought that the day would come when he would be able to kill warriors of the 7th, 8th, and even 9th level. He exhaled and added that if he couldn't use his sword, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to take it out of its sheath anymore, and the guy immediately asked what was the point of killing 7th and 8th level warriors. The professor turned around and replied that if everyone thought like this man, people would have seized the land long ago, but he replied that seizing the land was for the concerns of other people. Then the old man stopped. He turned around and said that these were the concerns of all mankind. The brunette raised his head and looked at him in surprise, and a moment later he remembered the conversation with the director when he asked if the master really had serious wounds, and in response he heard that this did not affect his daily training. But the problem was that his mentality was damaged, his soul was absent-minded, he could not use all his powers, most likely he would remain at the 6th level, he would not become a master, and this was a great pity. Then the main character got upset and said that the master told him that his sword could cut even the 8th level. Was that true? And the director extended his hand and replied that he had been working on this sword for 10 years. He didn't know whether he could or not, but even if he could, taking the sword out wasn't the best idea for him, because there was just a gap between the 6th and 8th levels. Because of this, the protagonist lowered his head and became even more upset, asked if the master could really die there, and in response he heard that he would definitely die. And now Ping looked sadly at the master flying away from there. Then he began to stamp his feet and thought that if it had to be that way, well, okay. After some time, they met the commissioner of the Southern District, a man who had the 9th level, who asked if this group really wanted to change the plan and enter the catacombs first. Were they really that confident in themselves? And opposite were his comrades who listened to what they needed to know, that the first squad had the highest chance of dying. Had these four really thought it through? Afterwards he frowned and said that entering as part of the first group is not a game for them. They do not know anything about the strength and numbers of the enemy that they will have to confront. And if they meet someone really strong there, they will not be able to protect them. In response he heard that there is no need to protect them. The path of a warrior is to fight or die, so their group is not just ballast. Then he looked at his comrades and said that of course they are limited in strength, and perhaps they will have to flee as soon as they enter the catacombs, and hopes that in this case they will not be accused of cowardice. Then the man came closer and answered that he sees that these guys really have already decided everything. Well, okay, maybe they really will be more useful if they get inside while the strongest are busy fighting. But we must be extremely careful. In response he heard that it is better not to worry about them. Finally, after some time, they stood in front of the entrance. Fenkin put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he had always persuaded him to enter the catacombs first with him, so that all the riches would become theirs, and all the time this guy refused. But why did he suddenly decide to do so now? In response he heard that it was none of his business. Suddenly, the brunette turned around and heard information that the passage had stabilized. The first squad was already preparing to enter. He looked back and saw many people there: the governor, another person from the Ministry of Defense, the director of the Southern University, the director of the Martial Arts Club. There were 7 mentors and 18 6th level warriors. In one of the institutes there were only 3 mentors, and all 3 of them were here now. There was a conversation between them that before entering the catacombs, maybe someone wanted to say something. The governor of the institute, who had the 7th level, said that everything that needs to be said has already been said. After that, he knelt down and scooped up some native soil. The master looked at him and said that it was bad luck. In response he heard that he was afraid that if he died, he would never smell the scent of his homeland again. The guy standing next to him looked at him and thought that he could understand his feelings. There were tears in the man's eyes. Their city was in danger, they had to protect it. But Fenkin stood behind and said that the atmosphere was rather gloomy. Shouldn't they be inspired to go and seize the territory? Why was everyone so serious? The governor immediately interrupted him and said that this was well said, and that they really should go and seize the territory. That's how the younger generation should think. They are going to seize, they are cowardly waiting for them to be attacked. Go ahead. Then all these guys moved towards the portal. Yunxi ran up to them from behind and asked Ping to return alive. At that moment, he raised his fist and entered the portal, and the girl was still looking at them and thinking that she wanted most of all for everyone to return alive. A bright light appeared. Then the guys found themselves in the portal, and one of them noticed that the passage had not yet fully stabilized. Its energy particles began to move. There was no need to panic, but someone still felt sick. Their hands began to be covered with energy. The particles were still moving. At that moment, Fenkin even got a nosebleed and said that if he cultivated in this passage for at least a couple of days, the effect would be similar to months of their usual cultivation outside. The governor then continued to move forward and said that it was too dangerous. Unstable particles could explode at any moment, and when the passage stabilized, it would immediately absorb all these particles. Then he frowned and added that they would soon come out and most likely would immediately be attacked, so he would go out first to distract the enemy. Then Jiang Dingnan said that when he came out, his task was to protect the entrance to Tonelli. The rest of the 6th level warriors would help him. They needed to hold out for a couple of days, then the passage would stabilize and their second group would be able to enter. Then he looked at the young fighters and said that these guys should act according to the situation. As they come out, running from the battlefield, you can't escape fate. A moment later, he came out of the portal and ordered the others to come out too. Meanwhile, a group of students were still standing inside. Fenkin tensed up and asked if it was time for them to go. Only he was doing something incomprehensible, covered his head with some kind of cloth. Then he stood up and said that they would come out soon, they should run to the side, and he would try to find an opportunity to mix with the catacomb warriors. If possible, he would start pursuing them, and it would be possible to lure several enemies into a trap and suddenly attack. Then Jinyang intervened in the conversation and told him not to fool around. The catacomb warriors differ from them not only in clothes, their energy and blood are different. This is easy to detect in battle. In response he heard that it was better not to worry, he knows what he is doing. Nacho, the main character, completely reincarnated and thought that the energy barrier that he received after the system update would be opened by his energy and blood powers, and if the enemies could not feel his energy and blood, he would be able to get lost among them. Then he said that it was time to go out. Immediately his hand appeared from the portal. A moment later his comrades followed him. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that this was a powerful force. What happened here? There was an active battle around. There were already a lot of fallen and dead. Then the master looked at him and said that the enemies were already here, and much stronger than they thought before, so they needed to save themselves quickly. Nanjiang Catacombs. The catacombs involved 1 warrior of the 9th level, 3 of the 8th, 9 of the 7th, and a huge number of warriors of the 6th level in the battle. Their power was almost twice as great as the power of the hero's allies. According to the original plan, they were supposed to fight and retreat, then find a way to regroup and attack the entrance, waiting for the second group. Using the energy shield of the system, the hero perfectly blended into the ranks of the fighters of the catacombs. The guy ran among the warriors, and energy emanated from him. If he used this chance, maybe he could create an advantage for them at the right moment. And Fengking and the others led a group of enemies to the east, and now Ping is running to help them. Not far to the east from the place of the main battle, Fengking, trembling, looked at the armed opponents and muttered that several dozen 4th and 5th level surrounded and would kill him. The 4th level. Somehow this is low. The main character landed behind the soldiers. His eyes glowed purple. The enemies froze under the influence of his power. Fengking smiled and noted that this was an excellent job of the brunette. The guy made several swings of the blade, destroying the opponents. He thought that the hero came at the right time, destroying the mentality of the enemies, killing a dozen in one go. If Ping is nearby, victory is in the pocket. The brunette frowned and noted that he had helped Fengking eliminate all the 4th and 5th level warriors, but there were still 2 6th level warriors left. Han Song would soon be finished. The 6th level Great Willow General grabbed the boy by the neck and noticed that his head was glowing. Ping swung his sword and exclaimed that he would help the general. The enemy, without turning around, replied that he did not need help. The brunette frowned and brought down his blow on him, cutting him in half. The 6th level Great Willow warrior turned around in fear, noticing that their general had been killed by one of their own. The protagonist furrowed his brows, engulfed in scarlet energy, and said that they had come to help Jinyang. Han Song stood next to him, clenching his fist. The opponent gritted his teeth and realized that a fighter from the land of Rebirth had infiltrated their ranks. Ping held out his sword in front of him and said that it was not easy to kill a level 6. The 3 of them attacked the enemy, fighting a level 6. Teacher Lai looked in that direction with a smile and thought that the hero and the guys had even gotten a level 6. What a wonderful explosion. The guys were still alive, but the man could no longer feel the life force of the 2 level 6 warriors. Starkey pierced the opponent with his sword and noted that this time they had killed about a dozen level 6s, hundreds of mid-levels. Overall, not bad. But the situation in the battle among the level 8s was not so optimistic. Lai thrust his blade and decided that it was time for him to join the fight. Jinyang and his squad continued moving east from the battlefield, and the hero was going to return to the ranks of the warriors of the catacombs to see if he could help with anything. The brunette looked in surprise at Teacher Lai, who was about to draw his sword. The old man always said that he wanted to cut down a warrior of the 8th level, and now their allies were in a bad situation, they just needed his help. But by drawing his sword, the teacher would die. Ping frowned and thought that if their 8th levels fell, all the mid-level warriors were doomed to die. If the old man really drew his sword and cut down that old man, the situation would change radically. He would not regret such a death. The brunette put out his hand, from which energy emanated. The guy decided to help the teacher. Lai grabbed the handle of the sword and felt the interference. He smiled and thanked the hero for his mentality. The man frowned and used the half-golden body. The old man rushed through the enemies at high speed, leaving a golden trail. He exclaimed, "Then the small fish can consider it an honor to be chopped by him." The teacher approached the man and shouted that he would kill the 8th level warrior. The old man struck with his sword and said that he had been caring for his longevity sword for 10 years, and had not used it in battle for 10 years, all in order to kill the 8th level warrior in the catacombs to turn the tide in battle at the right moment. All for this moment. The enemy's armor cracked from the pressure. An explosion was seen. The teacher shouted that it was for the strike of the longevity sword. A golden glow emanated from the old man. He exclaimed that he had killed the 8th level. Lai laughed. A dark haze stretched near him. The hero jumped to the place where the teacher was dissolving. The guy grabbed the remains of the mentor and was indignant at what he was doing. Ping ran and shouted, "Why destroy your body with gold, especially fake?" The young man asked why he was so gentle with him if he knew he would die. In a ravine among the catacombs, the brunette pierced the wolf with a blade. He poured blood on the creature that was left of the teacher. The guy sat down next to him and said that the old man had shown them his strength, and now he was almost dead. The young man asked what he should do if the mentor was now just a piece of meat in a pool of blood. He asked if he had a last wish that did not let him go. Ping looked down in surprise and was amazed that the master could still write. Written on the ground in blood was, "Fuck off." The brunette exclaimed irritably that if he really fucked off, the teacher would become food for the first monster that passed by. The liquid moved. The guy looked at him and replied that he tried to pour blood, but he did not accept it because he was too weak to replenish. He picked up the teacher and muttered that who would have thought that Lai Chengsheng, who killed a warrior of the 8th level, being at the 6th level, would not be able to accept even his kai and blood. What a shame. The brunette looked back, hearing someone order to search. The hero quickly hid behind a tree from the guards running nearby. Ping tied the remains of the teacher in a bag and whispered that the gorge would soon be surrounded, so hiding here was not an option, and they needed to move to the city. He added that he understood that the city had an infinite number of high-level warriors and was also unsafe, but the city was rich in resources. Maybe they would find medicinal herbs or high-level energy stones and be able to patch up the old man. The brunette said that he took his silence for consent. The morning of the same day, at the gates of the Great Willow City, the guy looked in surprise at the queue forming at the entrance. It was his first time so close to the city of catacombs, and he did not think that they were so healthy. And that tree in the middle was emitting very powerful energy. The people behind him pointed to the glowing tree and exclaimed that it was the city's protector, the enormous 9th level willow. It would soon open the source of life, which is why the life energy was spreading so thickly over the city. In yesterday's battle with the people from the land of Rebirth, the elders and generals had suffered heavy injuries. Golden liquid was flowing down. The source of life force would start working precisely to heal their wounds. The people in line muttered that the source was located in the inner city and was closed to everyone. Only high-level warriors had access to it. The hero grinned and whispered to the old man that they could try dipping him in this source, which could heal even the 7th and 8th levels. The guard nudged the young man and ordered him to go through again. The sprout from the ground scanned the brunette with the power of mentality. He had an activated barrier, so it would not detect his Kai and blood power. However, the same cannot be said about Old Man Lai. The light touched the bag. The guy showed the creature to the guard and explained that it was just game. They let him through, a tavern in the suburbs of the city of the Great Willow. Apparently, the hero will not get past the security of the source of life forces. The bag with the old man was lying on the table, and next to it the guy dug a hole. He said right from it that he would hide his power and penetrate the inner city from underground so that no one would find anything. The young man asked the teacher to calmly wait for him here. Ping covered himself with a mattress and explained that even a tree at the entrance to the city had detected the old man's powers, so taking him to the source was very dangerous. The guy promised that he would return soon. The brunette jumped into the hole, crawling through the roots of a giant tree in the center of the city. Now they look quite harmless, but if they sense danger, they will definitely turn into something deadly. The hero looked warily at the sprout. He crawled through the tunnel, reminding himself to be careful not to bump into the roots and not to release the mentality in Kai. The boy grabbed a stone and pushed it aside, finding himself in a small cave filled with sparkling stones. The boy realized that the roots were guarding this deposit under the willow. Ping looked at the crystal with a smile and noted that this stone had a purity of over 90%, and the roots around it did not look very active. The boy quickly grabbed it and darted back into the tunnel before the willow reacted. The brunette made his way underground and noted that the closer to the center of the city in the willow, the denser the energy particles. The hero closed his eyes and frowned. Then the boy smiled and admired the powerful energy. He thought that the source of life force was already very close, and he needed to hurry. The source of life force is right under the center of the Great Willow. A group of people gathered below. A figure stood before them, saying that their warriors had been badly injured in the battle with the people from the land of reincarnation yesterday. Elder Feng, level 8, frowned and said that their warriors could attack again at any time, but their allies' injuries would make it impossible for them to fight back. But the Great Willow activated the life source to heal everyone. This stream was the life source that the keeper had created by collecting and refining the energy in the underground mines. The tree's roots shone golden. The life source was originally intended to serve the Willow Lord to level up and become a great lord. The source was always protected by the mentality barrier, but now that their city was in great danger, the Willow Lord made an exception and bestowed it upon them for healing. Everyone sat on the rock, and the elder said that the life source was an incredibly valuable gift, so the Willow Lord would only open it for them for a short time. They all needed to take the energy essence as quickly as possible. A golden waterfall poured down. A hero appeared from the ground among the meditating warriors. He smiled, poked his head out, and looked around. You can lose count, there are so many 7th and 8th levels here, and this Willow Lord is a 9th level warrior, and stealing energy essence before their eyes is, of course, a highly difficult task. The Willow Lord uses his powers to stabilize the mentality barrier and control the flow of energy essence. The guy looked at the flowing golden liquid. Even if he was discovered, they probably wouldn't be able to react quickly. He decided to try not to be seen by the other warriors. The hero slipped between the sitting soldiers. The young man did not create energy movements. Without special concentration, no one would notice him. But as soon as the flow of essence stopped, they would immediately see him. They would need just a couple of seconds to attack. The hero pushed off and jumped, realizing that he himself had a couple of seconds to maneuver. He opened the bag, reasoning that the storage volume was 1 cubic meter, which meant he needed to open it as wide as possible when receiving energy. Ping approached the flow and thought that he needed to fill the storage with energy and escape back to the underground hole, and he had 2 seconds to do this. The faster he started, the faster he would finish. The guy scooped up the power, interrupting the flow. The elder opened his eyes. He jumped up and indignantly shouted who did this. At this moment, the hero was already sinking into the hole. The man stomped on the ground with his foot, using force, and exclaimed how an impudent petty thief dared to steal the source energy. Ping coughed up blood. Feng crouched and noted the bloody trail, realizing that there was a warrior from the resurrection land here. He ordered to immediately close the energy source and stop the healing, as well as close the entire city and encircle it. All the higher levels needed to search the city to find the thief. The hero rushed forward, gritting his teeth. He had received severe injuries to his internal organs due to the pressure, and his mental strength had also been destroyed. The essence of energy was with him, but he needed to avoid skirmishes and quickly return to the old man's inn. The suburbs of the city of the Great Willow. Warriors were flying above the streets. The hero carefully lifted the slab and noticed that the higher levels were prowling on the surface. He looked at the inn ahead, which was about 3 meters away. It was dangerous, of course, but what could he do? The young man decided to try for his teacher. The hero slipped out from under the hatch, and one of the warriors noticed him. He fired at the building. When the smoke cleared, a hole in the floor appeared. The enemy shouted that the thief had crawled underground again, and they needed to continue the search. The brunette fell down, grabbing the old man Lai, and muttered that they wanted to destroy the entire city to find him. The guy landed and said that he had gotten the essence of energy. First, they needed to hide well. Roots were approaching the hero from behind. They pierced the boy's back. Ting turned pale and realized that the Great Willow had awakened, and now all its attention was focused on them. The brunette shrank and said that a 9th level warrior had attacked him, piercing him like some kind of tofu. He said that he had secretly made his way to the source of energy and stolen the essence, escaped from the pursuit of high-level warriors, returned to the inn, and was only one step away from the resurrection of the teacher. The boy grabbed the root that pierced him and broke it off. The hero exclaimed that they could give up now. He rushed forward, grabbing the master and pouring essence on him along the way. The boy shouted for him to recover at least as much as he could. Any state would be better than dying in an unknown place, and how? The eye looked at the golden drops. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that his mentality was damaged. His internal organs were in critical condition. His whole body was already at its limit, and the 9th level was following in their footsteps in an attempt to kill him, and the guy was no match for him. The root pierced the young man's leg, and he fell to the ground, dropping the bag. He looked ahead and thought hopelessly that they were finished. The bag began to glow and asked the hero to hold on a little longer. The young man looked in surprise at the outstretched hand, which demanded that he continue to give him energy. The guy crawled to the teacher and joyfully exclaimed that he was alive. The interlocutor replied that the shattered bones had grown together again. Now he could move his arms and legs. The roots were approaching the hero. The young man noted that they needed to hurry. The willow was still pursuing them. The brunette was shaking and said that he was already at his limit. The old man put out his hand and cut off the roots, declaring that he would replace the student. The hero was surprised that Lai had actually fully recovered. The man grabbed the boy by the collar and shouted that they were leaving. The old man dragged the young man along with him, his brows furrowed. He lamented that the hero was always causing trouble. The teacher asked him to stick with him and continue to feed him with essence, and to heal himself a little. The man thought that Ping was completely fearless. The whole city was hunting him, and all because he decided to revive him. If the old man died, then all the students' efforts would be in vain. The two of them rushed forward. The man said that now the best fighters of the city were in full combat readiness. It was too dangerous here. Moving underground was not very convenient. They needed to find the right path and quickly get out of the city. The partners got out into the sewers, but there was a guard there too. The old man was indignant that there were enemies even here, and asked to give him the pacifying chaos. Lai swung his sword and ordered the youth to stand aside for now. In his current state, it would be easy for the man to kill a level 6. A bright flash appeared. The hero looked at the mentor in shock, who not only killed the enemy with one blow, but also broke through the wall. He looked at the roots above his head and thought that the willow was gradually stabilizing the underground paths. It seemed that it was no longer interested in them. The old man urged the youth to run faster before everything collapsed. They climbed out of the ground and found themselves in the forest. 2 silhouettes appeared in front of them. The teacher frowned and exclaimed that the 8th level warriors with golden bodies themselves had come out to meet them even outside the city. He swung his sword and shouted that he would kill them. The boy turned pale and looked at the teacher in surprise. The enemies grinned and asked if he really believed that he could do something. The man grabbed the hero, and they instantly circled around the enemies, ending up behind. The old man laughed and said that the best way to save themselves was to run. The young man muttered that he almost believed him. Their heads were sticking out of the ground. Ping said that they had been running for 3 hours, and now they had been sitting in the ground for 6 hours to get rid of the human smell. The boy assumed that they had already been forgotten. After all, they were 300 kilometers from the city. The brunette looked at the spatial storage with disappointment and thought that half of his organs were damaged. His bones were broken, his mentality had been destroyed several times, and there was so little essence left. The boy sighed and realized that he had already spent a lot on restoring his Kai and mentality, probably about 100 or 200 million. Apparently, there was nothing left of his savings. He opened the system window and was amazed that his budget was 1,900,000,000. Before entering the catacombs, he only had 900 million. He spent about 200, which meant he earned about 1,200,000,000. The essence he had collected had taken up about half of the storage, with only 200 grams left. He calculated that if he were to convert the essence he had collected into a budget, the figures would be disappointing. Ping turned to the old man emerging from the ground and was indignant that he had spent a whole trillion on his treatment. The teacher sat in the lotus position, radiating light, and asked him to cover him while he looked to see if anything could be done about the bones. The energy he had just received was still in his body and he needed to work with it before it all came out. The boy looked at him in surprise and noticed that the energy was so saturated that even the ground beneath him was filled with it. The man coughed, and the boy asked what was going on. Lai touched his head and muttered that she could feel the power of her mentality again. Previously, it had been destroyed, but now she could feel and restore the bones. The destruction of the half-golden body had restored his mentality powers. The hero grinned and guessed why the old man could not overcome the 6th level. It turned out that his attempt to resurrect the teacher led to something incredible. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said that the young man was seriously injured, his internal organs were seriously damaged. He suggested that the student try to temper his organs again and reach the 5th level. The young man closed his eyes and was engulfed in golden light. The teacher looked at him softly and thought that the boy had a rich life. He escaped pursuit throughout the city, stole the essence of energy from under the noses of the warriors of the 9th level. When the enemies discovered the loss, they sent search parties to scour everywhere, but the boy still returned to the master despite the incredible risk. The hero smiled, feeling the energy circulating. If the boy had kept all the essence for himself, he would have become a warrior of the 6th level overnight. However, he gave almost everything to save the old man. When they met in the logistics department, the man only occasionally looked after him as a teacher, and the young man had done so much for him. Lai grinned and thought that he owed the hero his life. The brunette opened his eyes and looked at the man sitting next to him without pants. He asked if the other man had ever wanted to get dressed. The sound of blows was heard. The pale guy was now sitting without pants himself. The old man irritably ordered him to focus on breaking through to a new level. The man watched the young man's cultivation, from whom red energy emanated. The hero looked at his hands with a smile and noted that the bridge of heaven and earth was connecting. With full contact, he would be able to reach the 5th level. Power circulated in his hands. He watched in amazement as the aura stretched pliably. The old man frowned and asked him to stop fooling around, because the path of martial arts cannot be curved. When the bridges are connected, a sphere is formed, but the protagonist got some other shape. The young man closed his eyes and exclaimed that he was not doing anything. There was simply too much energy and the bridges had become flat. The interlocutor frowned and was mentally surprised that this could happen. People were limited in their ability to absorb energy, but he had never heard of energy being able to make the bridges of heaven and earth flat. The brunette gritted his teeth and said that he needed help to hold on to this power. The man stretched out his hands and accepted some of the energy. He offered to try to return it. Ping frowned and replied that he was at his limit and could not hold it back. The guy decided to try to return it to his body. The sphere sank into his chest. The young man's eyes widened. The hero realized that he was about to explode. The teacher looked at him and asked him to hurry up and begin hardening his organs to absorb this excess energy. The brunette with a swollen belly extended his hands in front of him, working with mana. A bright light began to emanate from him. The old man smiled and advised him to relax, and the hardening of his organs would absorb the excess. The gases came out of the young man's body loudly. He exhaled and muttered with relief that it was as if he had not been to the toilet for several months. The teacher pinched his nose and asked how he was feeling. The hero sat down, crossing his legs, and exclaimed that his mentality had begun to transform. Purple energy enveloped his body. Lai folded his hands behind his back and thought that the hero's mentality had managed to exceed 700 Hz. Usually for 5th level warriors it does not exceed 400. 7 minutes later, the brunette opened his eyes and looked into the stats window. Kai and energy were almost 4,000, and the mentality had exceeded 700. The system showed a plus, which meant that the guy would be able to increase it even more. Judging by the indicators, his current state corresponded to the peak of the 5th level. The hero grinned and thought that perhaps he would be able to become the strongest warrior of the 5th level, and then the 6th. In mid-August, level 4, and by the end of December, already level 5. The old man looked at the boy carefully and thought that he had leveled up in a few months. At this rate, he could reach level 8 before him. Great Willow City on the same day. The two of them were leaning against a tree. The old man asked if the boy really wanted to visit there again. Everyone in the city was in an uproar, and the tree itself was guarded by level 9 warriors, so it was unlikely that it would be possible to destroy it. The hero asked for help in distracting them so that he could find a way to destroy their energy source. The man raised an eyebrow and asked what he was planning. Ping smiled and exclaimed that a ton of energy stones under the tree would be worth 900 billion. He wanted to get them so that he could supply the Macmao students with them. They would take out loans and pay them back when they became stronger. Perhaps someone would have to stay and work at the academy for the rest of their lives. The brunette grinned and thought that he himself could use a little more money. Back on the surface, he would need money for development, and the pebbles on the ground were too weak. The teacher frowned and turned around, noting that it was extremely dangerous to go underground again now. The guy replied that there were many places to exchange stones in the city. While the 9th level warriors were busy fighting, he would take the chance to rob several points. Wei agreed to distract the soldiers so that the young man could carry out his plan. Inside the city, the brunette looked at the warriors who were jumping on the roofs. The higher levels were leaving the city. Apparently, a serious battle had broken out outside. The city was plunged into chaos. But this was not enough. He needed to make even more noise. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin and looked at the building. He suggested that he could rob this point and then scatter the stones. Someone would surely come to collect them. If the guy threw in a few high-class stones and exploded them with his mentality, there would be even more chaos. The young man decided to try. He went inside, where the warriors of the initial and high 5th levels were standing. Ping put his hand forward, radiating energy, and thought that these 5 grams could not be taken from him with a stone. They were all his. Several people froze, but one of them rushed to attack. The brunette waved his hand and stopped the enemy with a mentality barrier. He cut off the enemy's head and muttered that the explosion of mentality is really a great thing. The hero opened the storage and noted that it was so easy to kill a warrior of the high 5th level. The brunette began to collect stones of both high and low class. Ping grinned and thought that perhaps it was not worth wasting on small change at all because there was so much wealth underground. Then he should make even more noise in the city. Then the guy began to walk around the city, hiding stones in different places. He smiled and thought that this should be enough. Explosions were heard behind him, and the hero's eyes glowed purple. People around him screamed in horror. The guy grinned and noted that he had succeeded. Ping ran down the street, and explosions were heard around him. People seemed to be madly fighting for stones. The hero smiled and thought that the city had plunged into complete chaos. He kicked the manhole cover and jumped into it, because it was time to move on to the real goal. The underground mines of the city of the Great Willow. The young man was collecting stones. The warrior thought that, having filled the storage, he should immediately run. He could not stay here for long. Although the streets were in disarray, the tree would soon feel his presence. A guard looked out from behind and asked who was there. The brunette frowned and used a mentality explosion on him. The man squinted from the explosion. The guy exhaled, not expecting to be discovered so soon. Suddenly, explosions started all around him. The young man looked around in confusion and exclaimed that he hadn't planned to blow everything up. He frowned and realized that he had started a chain reaction, and now the entire area of high-grade rocks would explode. A tree root appeared behind him. The hero barely managed to dodge the attack. He began to run, dodging the maddened willow, which no longer cared that the entire city would be reduced to rubble. A large rock fell right in front of the young man. 2 archers and 1 swordsman were aiming at it. The brunette looked at the 7th level warriors in confusion. Ping quickly jumped to the surface. He rushed forward while a crowd of soldiers chased him, shouting where Old Man Lai was. He was quickly found, and it would be difficult to hide. Another 30 seconds and he would be caught. The hero raised his head and saw a golden beam. The teacher flew past, grabbing the young man and tearing him from the clutches of the enemies. They looked down, where the Jinyang group was running. The 3 grabbed the old man, happy that they were now saved. Fenking said that they had robbed several towns, and now they were being chased by 6th level warriors. The guy asked what the main character had done that the 7th and 8th levels were chasing him. The teacher, breathing heavily, looked at the student and asked for more essence. The young man replied that it had run out. The interlocutor was surprised that the hero had destroyed almost an entire city but had not gotten anything. The brunette said that as soon as he entered, energy stones accidentally detonated, causing the tree to literally go crazy and begin chasing him. Hansong looked at the hero in surprise and clarified whether there really were large deposits there. The brunette grinned and said that this entire city was a huge deposit of stones. They were everywhere there. And in the center, the fountain of life was so pure that if you threw a pig in there, even it could reach the 9th level. The guys stared at him in shock, and the old man demanded that he think better of how to escape. The brunette took the drops of essence and stuffed them into the mentor's mouth. The pursuers flew after them. The fugitives rushed past the enemies like a golden beam. Fenking was amazed at their speed. The hero grinned and waved goodbye to the enemies. He thought that it seemed that he would not be able to get back to the city anytime soon. The guy had made too much noise. There were still so many pebbles that he had not managed to reach. The tunnel to the catacombs. The companions stopped near the blue portal. The old man put the students on the ground and said that this was already their territory, so they were safe here. Ping thoughtfully looked at the system window and noted that his budget had finally changed. This meant that the catacomb warriors had stopped pursuing them. He was surprised by such a low figure. It had only increased by some 10 billion. The boy frowned and thought that he had worked hard. The 9th levels were chasing him, and this was all he got in return. A man was approaching him from behind. Chuang was glad that the old man and his students were alive. The man looked at the teacher's golden body in surprise and asked if he had really reached the 8th level. The protagonist showed off his proud mentor and said that he had not yet reached the 8th level, but had already formed a golden body. In addition, he had solved all his mentality problems. Due to the destruction of his mentality, his body turned into mush after he used his sword. The guy added that the master was fading before his eyes until the young man took him to the fountain of life located under the city. After bathing in the fountain, the man was completely restored. The man looked at the hero with distrust. Ping theatrically put his hand to his chest and said that the restoration of Old Man Lai was McMao's business, but in these days he had made a great contribution to the fight against the Nanjong catacombs. The brunette exclaimed that he had killed tens of thousands of their soldiers, destroyed half of the Great Willow City, disturbed their underground mines, and almost destroyed the giant tree. Chuang closed his eyes silently. He looked at the young man seriously and said that in this way the city would probably stop its attacks for a while. The man asked the protagonist to go home, because his presence here would only anger the enemies. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked again. The interlocutor explained that they could not provoke them any further. If the Great Willow City was destroyed, other cities would definitely strike back, and they needed time to gain strength. Chuang looked closely at the students and thought that the future of humanity lay on the shoulders of these young men. He hoped that they would grow up soon. The older generation can no longer bear all this burden. Ping happily looked at the screen and noted that the budget had increased to 10 billion again. The system would soon raise the level. The update was complete. The young man was eager to see what was new this time. Stats: wealth 11,980,000,000, Kai and energy 1,800 3,999th plus J mentality 560,729th plus HC. Dice 177 bones, 23 bones, 6 bones. Storage 1 cubic meter. Mentality barrier 10,000 yuan per minute. The hero was indignant. What kind of increase by 10 billion is this, where there is none of what he wants? Only 2 changes. The inscription convert appeared next to the budget and a plus sign appeared in the storage. The brunette put his hand to his head and thought that it was still unclear what converting meant. The guy mentally ordered the system to convert, but nothing happened. King folded his hands and closed his eyes, assuming that he had to say what exactly needed to be converted, but he didn't know what. He raised an eyebrow and thought that after the mentality and life force were combined, the powers of heaven and earth would appear. The hero ordered the powers of heaven and earth to be converted. Suddenly, a golden beam of light struck him. The old man and the man in the suit ran up and asked what he was doing there. Ping smiled, holding a golden sphere in his hand, and said that he just wanted to see what would happen if he connected the mentality and life force and found that energy could be connected through the bridge of heaven and earth. The young man didn't even think it was that easy until he tried it. The teacher frowned and shouted that only high-level warriors could use the powers of heaven and earth. The guy doesn't have enough power, so recklessly trying to synthesize the power of heaven and earth would be too dangerous. Ping threw the sphere behind his back and muttered that no, so no. An explosion was heard behind him. The brunette looked in that direction in confusion and thought that it was powerful, but expensive and, it seems, not profitable at all. Chuang stared at the explosion in amazement and exclaimed that the young man really succeeded. The hero replied that if the energy is created, then it can naturally be used. The man noted that usually even 7th level warriors rarely succeed in this, but he succeeded at level 5. The brunette shrugged and said that he interrupted the forces of mentality and consolidated life forces, and that's how he did it. The interlocutor turned to him irritably and shouted that deliberately harming one's mentality is simply certain death. The young man replied that it was okay, because he often arranges mentality explosions in battle with enemies. The man looked at the student with puzzlement and thought that he was unfairly tough. Chuang crossed his arms and asked the old man if the hero had coagulated the brain core. Lai touched his chin and muttered that the brain core is the central part of the brain that warriors of the 8th level and above concentrate from small particles. It is similar to the heart core. Ping frowned and thought that they made this up just to explain his tricks with the system. The brunette asked what the brain core was useful for. The blonde closed his eyes and replied that the fact that the young man was alive was already useful. As soon as the passage became stable, the man would send him back to McMao for training. The hero looked at him pitifully and asked him to come back one more time and collect pebbles and combat experience. The interlocutor was adamant. On the 5th day after the protagonist entered the catacombs, the portal shone brightly. People noted that the passage had stabilized. Feng frowned and said that Yichuan had received news, Cheng Sheng had died in battle, Lu Palu had been seriously injured, and Ping had gone missing. McMao was in trouble. Yunxi shrank and muttered if the hero could get out. The boy's voice was heard, saying that the tunnel had stabilized. The girl cried and exclaimed that he was alive. A brunette appeared in the portal. He raised his sword and said that in this battle, they had killed 1 level 8 warrior, 4 level 7 warriors, and 10,000 mid and low level warriors. Many cities and villages had been destroyed, and the main city had been blown up. The level 9 warriors of the catacombs had hidden in the city and were afraid to stick their heads out. They had won. Old Man Lai and the others had passed through the passage. The boy continued that in this battle, the Deputy Dean of Armaments, Teacher Lai, had killed a level 8 warrior and had himself reached level 8. Now the people of the earth had one more mentor. This is joy for the Celestial Empire, joy for humanity. Everyone around was jubilant. Feng looked at the new arrivals in confusion. Yunxi approached the hero and asked him sheepishly if he was okay. The brunette, without turning around, handed her a bag of stones and said that he almost blew up a warrior of the 9th level in the catacombs. He was pursued by several dozen warriors of the 7th and 8th levels, and he was safe and sound. If the circumstances had been right, the guy would have returned with a dozen or 2 tons of energy stones. The mentor smiled and noted that he did not expect the student to go through this. The brunette waved his hand and regretfully replied that he did not have enough strength, otherwise he would have really killed the one with the 8th level. He added that he himself was only at the 5th. The warriors looked at the young man in shock, hearing about his new level. Everyone rebelled that the hero intended to overtake them all. Feng scratched his head in confusion. Yunxi blushed and muttered that the guy was already at level 5, and she was only at the peak of level 3. The hero turned away and said that he had returned to help everyone reach their full potential. He looked at the mentor and said that he had discovered a way to connect the powers of heaven and earth in the catacombs. Perhaps they would build a hall in McMao to train the unleashing of the powers of heaven and earth. Feng warned that in order to build a hall for training students, at least 2 mentors were needed to supervise, and the guy was only at level 5. The man asked if the hero was sure he could handle it. He responded that we would wait and see. The brunette clenched his fist smugly and said that now that he had returned, he had a lot of urgent matters to deal with, including major reforms in the academy. The guy hoped that everyone would support him in his endeavors. The warrior added that once he reached level 6 and 7, he would definitely lead McMao further so that their future would be even better. The mentor gave a thumbs up and said that he would support anything that would benefit their academy. Feng narrowed his eyes and asked if the hero was really trying to subjugate McMao. The brunette offered to give him some work to do. The interlocutor frowned and said that he wouldn't work without pay. The hero scratched his head and muttered that warriors of his generation lived only for today, especially people like himself. No one knew what day or in what catacombs they would die. This was a restless place, so their future was uncertain. But instead of living and being afraid, they needed to end it. The guy turned to Yunxi and said that even though her grandfather was a mentor, he couldn't protect her all her life. If she learned to protect herself, she wouldn't have any problems. The interlocutor blushed and replied that she would train hard and try to match him. The hero thought that she should be more restrained. He touched her hand and added that in their time, developing to become stronger was the most important thing and goal, and everything else was just trifles. The girl looked at him with loving eyes and thanked him for injecting her with the essence of life. She assured him that she would train even better, would strive to become stronger, so that she could go down into the catacombs with him. The young man corrected her that it was the essence of energy, and said goodbye. Some time later, Fengru quickly rushed forward, knocking down everyone along the way. She looked into the tent and exclaimed that Ping was a corpse. The hero looked at her and asked her not to worry, because he was fine. The woman came up and, looking at Dingnan, asked how his injuries were. The man smiled and replied that he was not so easy to kill. He needed to rest a little. The guy looked at the teacher in surprise and wondered since when she began to care about other people. Dingnan invited her to sit down and join the conversation. He frowned and said that Nanjiang's economy was not very good, and the environment for the development of martial arts could not be called good either. The protagonist had already discussed possible cooperation with the Southern University, but now, as the man thought, they could think about themselves. Ping frowned and replied that he understood what the governor meant. He wanted to open a special class at McMao to attract students from Nanjiang. After all, the academy had the best educational conditions, ideal training halls, but all of this was not enough even for the students of McMao itself. The interlocutor asked him not to beat around the bush and state his conditions. Ping frowned and said that, firstly, the special class should accept no more than 300 students per year, and all of them should be at least level 2. Secondly, McMao's equipment would be available to Nanjiang students, but they would have to bear some expenses themselves. Thirdly, McMao accepted payment for everything not in money, but in medicines and energy stones. All purchases of medicines and weapons on the official website of the academy are also paid for with resources, not money. Jinyang slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed that these are Nanjiang students, and they are currently in a very restless state, and there is no need to rub salt into the wound. The hero objected that he is trying to help. Macmao is not his fiefdom, but everything he does, including the battles for Nanjiang, for some reason is viewed very one-sidedly. The brunette asked the governor to pay attention to the fact that the conditions he named are not aimed at complicating life. The man tapped his finger on the table and noted that weapons and pharmaceutical companies also have appropriate training grounds and conditions for development. The guy said that these companies do not have the necessary competence to teach martial arts. He is only offering temporary cooperation. He was sure that soon martial arts in Nanjiang will go to the mountains thanks to the catacombs. The young man frowned and added that if the city relied on these companies now, it would depend on them forever, and all the warriors of Nanjiang would have to become employees of these corporations in the future. Long ago, when resources were scarce, companies monopolized their production and supplied the entire country. That's how they got their power. But now they have 23 entrances to the catacombs, and several large companies are still monopolists in the market, and now they clearly work not only for the benefit of the martial arts world. Ping frowned and said that in order to raise one first-level warrior, it is necessary to spend about $1 million or even more. The prices for medicine are constantly rising, but few families can afford it. It is necessary not only to end the monopolies, but most importantly, to reduce the costs of raising warriors. This is the only way to attract new strong warriors. Dingnan sighed and replied that he agreed with him, but Macmao would become an object of attack for everyone. The hero frowned and replied that in order to become the strongest, he would have to break the taboos of those who only think about their own interests. But the academy is not afraid of anything, even if they want to suppress it and cut off supplies. They are ready for anything. The governor narrowed his eyes and asked if the young man was ready. The brunette smiled and replied that he was not so easy to break. And anyway, he actually did not know anything. Even if they dealt with him, many new people would appear. The guy said that this was not his personal business, it was the business of the entire martial arts world. Fang jumped up and exclaimed that Macmao was raising warriors and hoped to attract as many warriors as possible from the common people. This should not be a privilege for the rich. Reform was needed. The blonde crossed her arms and agreed that this was the business of Macmao, not everyone's personal business. They were fighting for the sake of the entire martial arts world. The governor shook the protagonist's hand and said that he was glad to hear that the academy cared so much about martial arts. He had no more questions and was happy to start cooperating with them. The man reminded him that companies would fight for their own interests, so warriors should be careful. Ping smiled and reassured his interlocutor, saying that he had 100 ways to make them suffer if they decided to do something to them. Fengru frowned and asked if the young man really thought of himself as a director. She advised him not to act like that if he wanted others to at least take initiative sometimes. The hero scratched the back of his head and muttered that Macmao was his home and its success directly depended on all of them. The mentor asked him to think about everything carefully, or else not blame anyone for his own death. The guy replied that she could not worry and asked why she needed his help. The blonde turned around and said irritably that she needed 118 liters of life essence. The guy noted with surprise that it was not water. The interlocutor exclaimed that she would buy it and was ready to share the shares of the pharmaceutical company with him. The young man noted that she did not need so much essence for a breakthrough. Fengru shook her head and offered to see how much she could give. The brunette looked away and replied that no more than 10 grams. The mentor looked at him angrily. The student clutched his heart and muttered that, so be it, 100 grams, but no more. The woman rested her chin and offered to return to Macmao and try this essence in the energy lake. If what he gave was not enough, she would add more. The guy turned pale and exclaimed that this was really all that was left. Of course, it was a lie. The Macmao energy lake. Fengru crossed her legs and clasped her hands. Before, whenever she tried to fuse her intellect and life force, she would lose control. But now, thanks to the life essence that the protagonist had obtained, the mentor would be able to stabilize her powers. Ping and Qiushan looked at her through the glass. The man asked to add some life essence to the lake when the woman began to fuse her intellect and life force. The guy said that she would not have enough energy and the whole process would take a long time. The interlocutor objected that she had more than enough energy. It was all about the injury that was holding her back. The young man thought that there was no point in wasting his essence then. Fengru was sweating, and there was a sphere hanging in front of her. The hero noticed the thing in the center of the sky bridge, her mentality. The man frowned and noted that her power and the resulting sky bridge were separated. There was no hint of a successful fusion. He turned to the student and asked for more. The brunette poured some more and muttered that 100 grams should be enough. If not, then they were wasting their life essence. The woman gritted her teeth, and cracks appeared on the sphere. She thought that her intelligence and life force were stronger than all the 6 levels, but she could not successfully fuse. She did not want to agree to this. Qiushan asked her not to be nervous, otherwise the sky bridge would collapse. Ping knocked on the glass and said that Yunxi had promised to make the teacher her godmother. The man turned and asked not to distract her, but the young man said that he was helping her make a breakthrough. The guy exclaimed that he was already at the 5th level, and in 2 years he would reach the 9th. He said that he would help her get rid of the head of Tianmen City, and if she did not like that, he would help her beat the vice president. The blonde closed her eyes and asked for more essence. The hero refused and promised that he and the vice president would help her save the sky bridge. Cultivation grabbed his hand and asked him to stop, because the power of the sky bridge was too high and it would simply collapse. The brunette turned around and exclaimed that if it collapsed, her level would drop to the third. Now she was a prisoner of her own breakthrough, and if things continued like this, the situation would only get worse. The hero added more essence. The woman was enveloped in golden light. King said that he had spent so much of this essence on her that if all this turned out to be in vain, he would be in a huge minus because of her. The mentor asked him to shut up. Cultivation added that he would kill the head of Tianmen City himself, and it was not her fault that Duo left, it was all his fault. The woman was shaking, and she demanded that the second one shut up too. The young man reminded her that the essence was worth a fortune, and he had already spent almost 500 grams on it. In monetary terms, this was as much as 5 million. He asked how could they waste so much money and not make a breakthrough. Fengru frowned and shouted that they were annoying. Golden light was radiating from her in waves. She was trying hard to fuse. The guy looked at her happily. The woman opened her eye and looked at the completed sphere. Her clothes were torn due to the explosion, and she covered her chest with her hand. Cultivation rushed towards her. The hero turned away and muttered with interest how many shares of the pharmaceutical company the teacher had. The girl came in and said that 2 representatives from the Catacomb Intelligence Center had arrived. They wanted to find out about the situation regarding the 9 southern regions. The guy turned around and said with a smile that they were quick. In a cafe outside Macmao, Zuba, a representative of the Catacomb Intelligence Center, and Wang, the head of the southern division of the Catacomb Intelligence Center, were sitting opposite the hero. The man leaned forward and asked if it was true that the boy had entered the Holy Willow City undetected and had even avoided the 9th level guardian monster. He asked to demonstrate his stealth skills. The boy scratched his cheek and thought that once everything was revealed, he would no longer be able to remain unnoticed. Well, sooner or later, he would have to go through that. The hero said that he would have to pay a heavy price for this. The other man replied that they could always stop if things went wrong. The boy folded his hands, using the bridge of heaven and the power of intelligence, and purple energy emanated from him. The woman muttered that she really could not sense his presence. Zuba asked if this was the stealth method. He leaned forward and said that the hero's method was of practical importance to them. Wang nodded and added that they hoped that he could come to the capital for a more detailed study. The guy covered his mouth with his hand and replied that he would be happy to join their research, but why not conduct it in the magical city? He asked if the local research institute was not good enough and asked if he could inform the administration and the military department about this proposal. King tapped his head and offered to open his skull right away and let them look for something unusual there. The woman slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed that they were not here for jokes. The guy asked if they did not trust the government of the magical city and its military. The man pointed at him and asked if he refused to help in the investigation. The student shrugged and asked if the magical city was not part of the Celestial Empire. The interlocutor asked if he was afraid of something. The brunette replied that it was not that. He was simply too outstanding a person and wanted to change that. The guy said that he was afraid that if he showed up in the capital, he would not return from there alive. The hero frowned and said that he had heard that Wang was connected to a pharmaceutical company. The student asked if they were trying to lure him to the capital to get rid of him. The woman was shaking with anger. The young man added that it wouldn't hurt to gather more people. They were only level 5, and it wouldn't be hard for him to deal with them. Ping leaned back on the sofa and said with a grin that he had already discussed everything with the guard Wu and the leader of the Zhao Alliance. They said that the investigation could be carried out in the Magic City. The young man asked if the representatives really thought that he didn't know anything. He added that if they continued to insist on his departure to the capital, the guy would suspect them of colluding with the enemy. The man asked him to be careful with his words. The guests stood up, and Zuba irritably agreed to carry out the investigation in the Magic City. He stiffly thanked the guy for his time. The hero said goodbye with a grin. Ping smiled and said that Macmao had a very well-established intelligence system. Thanks to this, he knew about every person who was going to come to them. Looking at the guests, the guy immediately realized that they were ordinary watchdogs of some pharmaceutical company. The man shuddered. The brunette advised them to sit quietly in the backseat of the car, fold their hands, and hope for their sister and her husband. He had done so much, and he was still at level 5. What an injustice. A reform was simply needed here. The hero frowned and decided that it was worth starting with Macmao. A few days later, the Academy auditorium. Many people were sitting at the tables. They were discussing that a general meeting of teachers had been convened in the middle of the night. Before this, only the former vice president, who had reached the middle rank, had convened such a council. This had nothing to do with middle-ranking martial artists. Today, the council was convened by an ordinary second-year student. The protagonist smiled and, taking the papers, greeted the teachers, saying that they had a couple of important matters to discuss. First, Vice President Wu was about to break through to the 9th level, so there was no need to disturb him. Second, Assistant Dean Lai had reached the 8th level, thus joining the ranks of the great masters of Macmao. Third, the Dean's office and the Martial Arts Society would now jointly manage Macmao. The people present rebelled and were not going to accept what the student said. Tuition and Cheng Sheng silently looked at the young man. The protagonist said that the Dean's office had made a number of decisions together with the Martial Arts Society. He had gathered them here to report them. The brunette smiled and added that, starting next month, each teacher's salary would increase by 30%. 6th level teachers would be able to spend 60 hours a year cultivating in the energy lake. Soon, both the energy lake and the lake of life would be free to cultivate. The people present were talking among themselves, cautiously, not trusting such luck. One man stood up and asked if the main character was an ordinary student or already the head of Macmao. Ping clenched his fist and replied that, of course, he was a student, but they could also make their own contribution to the development of the academy. Someone asked if there would be any changes in the payments for those who become disabled as a result of a foray into the catacombs or die. The guy said that he would like the number of such cases to decrease, but he was ready to assure that they would never cut funding. Another teacher said that he heard that they were going to launch a trading platform that would be available to students from other institutions. He wondered how this would be implemented. Ping said that they would continue to use the credit system. Students would be able to easily spend the credits they accumulated on the resources they needed. If students from other schools and universities wanted to use this system, they would have to pay twice as much. Tuition frowned and noted that pharmaceutical companies and especially the military would not leave all this just like that. Because of this, Macmao would make a lot of unnecessary enemies. The young man replied that if they united the forces of all the martial arts schools and universities, they would not be afraid of anyone. And when the time came, the hero would take full responsibility, and if things got really bad, he would hide in the catacombs. Teacher Lai yawned and said that this was all nonsense, just give him a room for cultivation. Wang stood up and assured that he and the vice president would keep an eye on everything. If everything worked out, Macmao would become much stronger. Fengru leaned on her hand and muttered that she didn't care who would be the head of the school, as long as the salaries were not cut. Feng grinned and said that as long as their students had the opportunity to become stronger and the level of disability was reduced, everything suited him. The others were shouting that they hoped that all this discrimination would disappear and they would treat everyone equally. The second one was saying that he would like to increase the number of teachers. They were seriously short of personnel. The guy smiled awkwardly and agreed, and also urged him to keep an eye on his students. They were still too young and did not always realize their actions. The young man was engulfed in purple energy and brought to his knees. Tuition, holding out his finger, said that the hero could run the school, but if something happened, all responsibility would fall on him. Ping looked at him irritably and asked him not to worry. He thought that if he did not let the old man vent his anger, it would only get worse. Today he got it, and tomorrow the guy would get even for everything. Feng grabbed the brunette by the scruff of the neck. The young man happily declared that from that day on Macmao would have a second name, Feng. The man sighed and asked the student to go and look at the books that he had brought from the catacombs and asked to translate. The boy happily looked at the printouts and thought that he finally had the most reliable information about the catacombs in his hands. Ping looked through the text and asked what the Demon Emperor's calendar and the Second King were. The mentor frowned and was surprised that this was all they could translate. He assumed that they were hiding something. They both sat at the table and read the printouts. Feng looked at the sheet and said that this was only the introductory part, and the catacombs of the magical city are not the catacombs of the magical city at all. This is the 7th Southern Territory. The hero frowned and added that the Nanjiang catacombs are the 9th Southern Territory. He noted that the rest need to be studied as well. The Donglan catacombs are the city of the giant sunflower. Sunflower seeds are also mined there, which can increase the level of intellect. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked how long it takes for a teacher to become a great master. The interlocutor replied that about a year if everything went smoothly, but if he got stuck on the materialization of the power of intellect, then the term would increase. The guy thought that the mentor could materialize with a frequency of 1000 Hz. The big lion was now behind him. As expected, it was the power of intellect that was the stumbling block on the path to becoming a great master. The hero wondered whether it was worth driving to the city of giant sunflowers and getting a couple of seeds for him. He frowned and decided that he needed to think about his development as well. Strength is everything, and without strength, it's all just words. Coast of the southern region. Intellectual power increased by 60 Hz. Current limit reached. The guy sat down and thoughtfully looked at the system window. It was already close to 800 HC, which meant the materialization process was just around the corner. The hero wondered if he would be able to materialize the power of intelligence before he sealed the Senjiao Gate. He wondered if the upper limit of intellectual power would increase if the skull hardening was successful. Hardening the bones by 90% cost him 6 million, which was not that much. He decided that the costs would not exceed 1.5 billion, which meant he would succeed. The brunette closed his eyes and began hardening. Energy enveloped his body, penetrating his skull. He felt his bones becoming stronger. Teacher Lai landed next to him and asked what the student was doing. The old man looked at the hero in surprise and guessed that he was trying to harden his skull to bring the hardening of the rest of his bones to 100%. The young man was trying to bring out the power of intelligence to merge with his life force. The man wondered who else was at the 8th level. Ping muttered that he could feel his blood boiling and his energy overflowing. He could feel all the changes in his bone marrow. A thin layer similar to ash was coming off his bones. The hardening of the bones of his left hand was complete. The brunette exhaled and hit the ground with his hand. The vibration spread around. The old man grabbed him and exclaimed that his strength was still not enough to complete the golden transformation after fully hardening all the bones. The guy frowned and reminded him that Iron Head Lai had hardened his skull. The mentor asked him not to compare himself with him. He had not transformed, he had simply hardened the bones and had not changed their structure. The young man said that he had already completed the process on 16 bones, and there were only 7 left. The interlocutor asked what difference it made, a day earlier or a day later. If the hero was really capable of this, he would be able to complete the hardening process at any time. Ping smiled and looked at the system window. The previous limit of vitality reached almost 4,000 kilocalories, and after hardening a number of skull bones, the level of vitality should have increased by 600 kilocalories. The power of intelligence also increased and now exceeds 800 Hz. The old man frowned and asked the student to be careful, because in such a state it is difficult to control one's own strength. The brunette smiled and replied that everything was fine. However, he was afraid that he could knock out someone's teeth even during a kiss. The man asked why the young man would hit someone with his teeth during a kiss, or whether young people kiss like that these days. The hero boasted that he could even try alloys on his teeth. People approached them, asking what they were doing there in the middle of the night. Fengru frowned and demanded that the glow around the protagonist be removed. The guy scratched his head and replied that he couldn't. He assumed that he could complete the transformation and obtain a celestial skull. The young man said that he tried to harden the bones of his skull and succeeded. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked if the student was taking her for a fool. Huishan frowned and said that he was beginning to think that Ping was an 8th level martial artist and the owner of a golden body, reborn after death. Wang nodded and agreed that this was possible. The man asked how long it would take to restore the 8th level and what time period it was from. The interlocutor wondered if the guy retained memories from his past life and if there were others who had been reborn. The brunette touched his chin and replied that he remembered that in his time, there were as many 9th levels as there were dogs uncut. They were everywhere. And even a heavenly chamber was created, and he himself was the heavenly emperor of that time. Fengru gave him a sobering slap and asked what he was talking about. The student grabbed his cheek and justified himself by saying that everyone was staring at him like he was an ancient immortal, so he himself began to doubt. The boy thought that such assumptions could be true. Perhaps old man Wang and the others were actually great cultivators of the past. But even if this was the case, the young man became stronger again. A few days later, the TV broadcast breaking news. A strong earthquake had occurred in the territory of an island nation in the Caribbean Sea. Rescue teams from all over the world had gone to help the victims. Teacher Lai ran into the room where the protagonist was sitting and said that they were in trouble. In the island nation from the news, there was no passage to the catacombs, but one appeared as a result of the earthquake. Despite the fact that the Great Master had foreseen everything, the enemy rushed to attack. The old man frowned and said that the passage had opened instantly, and the boundary between the two worlds was too easy to cross. Ping gritted his teeth and said that they would soon have to meet the enemy face to face. The interlocutor said that there were now 104 passages to the catacombs in the world, and each of them had 20 guardians of the 9th level. Thus, they would have to face an army of 1,500 warriors of the 9th level. The teacher said that they would not be able to defend themselves at each of the passages. They would have to give up some of their positions. The hero grimaced and was indignant that the man wanted to give up the positions that they had guarded for many years at the cost of so many lives. He added that if they surrendered, then their warriors had shed their blood on the battlefield and given their lives in vain. Huishan approached them with an envelope and said that the World Martial Arts Association had released an updated list. It included great masters of the 9th, 8th, and 7th levels. The hero opened the envelope and frowned. The interlocutor said that there were a total of 212 level 9 great masters on the list, more than 500 level 8 great masters, and 1,600 level 7 great masters. Ping said that they needed to hurry. The government was well aware that they were on the brink of war and needed to accelerate the training of warriors. The man picked up the phone and was told that schools and universities were required to report the number of level 6 warriors, their level of development, the number of catacomb exits, and murder statistics. The brunette looked at Kyushin in surprise. The government planned to give priority to increasing the number of great masters. The young man ran up to the man and exclaimed that they needed to convey information about their level 6 warriors to the ministry, but in a way that would show them in the best light. Government funding was great. They would be able to get money and spend it on strengthening all these warriors. The interlocutor touched his chin and replied that if this was really the case, then things would only get worse. The state is really ready to spend all its reserves. The hero looked out the window. He thought he still had plenty of time, but now that the world is on the brink of war, he has none at all. The guy is only at level 5, no one will take him even as cannon fodder. He needs to reach level 7 as soon as possible, or better yet, level 9. Half a month later, the Nanjang students returned. Yunxi was standing among the students, a bandage on her cheek and a blade in her hand. Everyone was talking about how she had become so strong that she was nicknamed the magic sword in the catacombs. They said that the girl killed 7 or 8 enemies of the 3rd level and several warriors of a level higher with just one sword. She was not a sissy, but a real warrior. The girl waved shyly at the protagonist, while nearby people were discussing how they would like to ask her out on a date. The meeting ended. Ting approached the girl and congratulated her on reaching the peak of the 3rd level. Just a month ago, she was in the middle, developing quite quickly. The girl smiled and said that it was thanks to the essence he gave her. She asked what the guy was going to do on New Year's Eve. The hero replied that he was going home. Yunxi blushed and said that she would come to Nanjang after the new year. The guy closed his eyes and said that he would return immediately after the holiday. The interlocutor asked if his parents and sister had any hobbies. She was going to prepare gifts. The hero said that there was no need to worry about his parents, and his sister loved money. The girl looked at him in surprise. The young man said that over time, everything would only get worse, he needed to work harder. His sister was happy to meet him at home. Later, the whole family sat at the table and had dinner. Let this spring festival be their last vacation before the storm. They needed to have a good rest and not think about anything bad. A holiday concert was broadcast on TV. The hero watched it with his family and massaged his father's shoulders. Someone was looking at their window from below. The men were whispering and debating whether to break in or lure him out. The man said they should strike suddenly. They would attack first and let him escape. He would think he had a chance, but they would lure Ping into a trap. The men smiled and said there were 3 of them, all level 6. Surely they couldn't handle 1/5. One of them burned the hero's photo and declared that the boy would die today. The attackers looked at the window where a silhouette was visible. The bald man frowned and said that he was tired of waiting. He suggested that the defender may attack from one side and he himself from the other. The old man with the beard agreed and drew his sword. The warrior at the initial stage of the 6th level jumped up and thought that it would not be difficult for him to kill the brat. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped out and pierced the old man with a blade. He looked at him in confusion and called for help. An explosion was heard in the air. Ping landed and said that he was able to kill the warrior of the 6th level with one blow of the sword. He turned around, and the bald man attacked him. The guy managed to grab his weapon and noted the strength of the enemy. The young man jumped down and noted that they must be from a cult, since they ignore the safety of the people around him. The hero decided to lure them to another area so as not to harm civilians. Another warrior grabbed him from behind and said that the student would not escape from them. The bald man swung and struck. They looked down, but noticed that something was wrong. A golden light was emanating from the young man. The enemies could not believe that a level 5 had a golden body. The brunette swung his blade, spreading the glow. The men tensed up and took fighting stances. They believed that it should not be difficult for them to surround the hero and kill him. The enemies asked the brunette to accept his death, otherwise they would take care of his family. They were told that there would be no such chance. Jinyang stood next to the hero and pulled the bowstring. He reported that his family had successfully left the house. Fortunately, Ping was able to foresee everything in time and inform him. The guy looked at his partner and thanked him. The warrior jumped up and shot the big guy. The second man grinned and asked if the main character was really going to kill him. The brunette nodded and said that he would do so. The enemy suddenly appeared behind him with a knife. The guy found himself inside a purple sphere and used a mentality explosion. He swung, emitting golden light, and brought down a blow on another 6th level warrior. The young man rose into the air and thought that if he had not carried out the process of strengthening the bones of the skull, he would not have been able to kill him so easily. The hero caught Jinyang. The enemy said that they exceeded all his expectations. Ping grabbed his partner and flew in the other direction. The bald man sent several attacks after them with a smile and said that they were both exhausted and would not last long. The brunette handed his friend an energy stone and exclaimed that he did not want to die at the hands of such idiots, because even in the catacombs there was no such bad luck. The interlocutor said that they should try to fight for their lives. Ping gritted his teeth and looked at his pursuer. He asked to hold him for a while, just to blow him up. The young man was able to generate 100 degrees of heavenly energy, which is equal to the attack power of a level 7 warrior. Jinyang pulled the bowstring and said that he was ready. The protagonist squeezed the golden sphere in his hand and asked to run as fast as possible as soon as he activated the explosion. Energy pulsated in his hand. The brunette wondered if the system would be able to collect him piece by piece. He decided that he needed to get rid of this idiot first, because his comrade was already at the limit of his own capabilities. Jinyang received several blows. The hero moved into the recess with golden lightning, hiding his partner. The villain descended to them and exclaimed that they were cowardly rats who needed to go out and fight. Ping threw the sphere at him and replied that he had prepared a gift for his opponent. The young man grabbed his friend and rushed to the side. A powerful explosion was heard. Nanjong headquarters. The mighty ones ran down the corridor in panic, thinking that the opponents of the higher levels had begun an attack. One of them ordered to urgently send someone to investigate the situation, and also to gather the nearby warriors. A golden hand stuck out of the ground. The hero looked down in alarm and asked if Jinyang was alive. The interlocutor raised his finger. A bald man, cut in half and wounded, crawled up and declared that the divine clan would not leave him alone. The boy kicked him and exclaimed that such 6th-level warriors would not be able to deal with him. He had a feeling that they had simply crossed someone's path and were cruelly delivered. The youth said that he received a message warning him in the middle of the night about an ambush. He said that he heard that many cults were unhappy with them, and many would gladly set them up. Now that the 6th-level warriors of their clan were killed, he was finished. Ping exclaimed that human nature was truly terrible. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that he was the rising son of martial arts and the head of a pharmaceutical company. The boys frowned, and the hero asked if they were allies of the clan. The bald man asked to kill them. Jinyang looked at his comrade in shock and said that if these two were involved, they were in trouble. Ping grinned and said that it would be much easier if only a pharmaceutical company was involved. He suggested saying nothing and thoroughly deceiving the company. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.